Chapter 1: Awakening the Contract God System. Sunlight streamed through the classroom window, casting dappled shadows on Lin Xianfan's desk. This was Lin Xianfan's third year in this world. He had been an ordinary university student on Blue Star, but an accident had sent his soul across to this world, which was strikingly similar to Blue Star, yet also distinctly different. In this world, contract masters are the most respected profession. High school students undergo a contract master awakening ceremony. Successful awakening allows them to forge a contract with a powerful spirit pet, embarking on the path of power and possessing extraordinary status and power. Those who fail to awaken are destined to become ordinary people, struggling to make a living at the bottom of society. Lin Xianfan's class was filled with a tense yet excited atmosphere. Today was the day their class would awaken as contract masters. Inside, the students chatted among themselves, their faces filled with anticipation and trepidation. I heard that Wang Hao from the next class was predicted to have extremely high talent as a contractor, and he will definitely be able to awaken a powerful spirit pet this time. A girl whispered. Needless to say, Wang Hao's family has been powerful contractors for generations. It would be strange if he couldn't awaken. The boy next to him echoed, his eyes full of envy. Lin Xianfan sat in the corner of the classroom, quietly listening to his classmates' discussions. His heart was filled with anticipation. Although he didn't have a deep understanding of this world after traveling through time, he also longed to show his amazing talent at the Contract Master Awakening ceremony and change his own destiny. His eyes unconsciously fell on Lu Ruyan, who sat in the front row. Lu Ruyan was the class beauty and Lin Xianfan's ex-girlfriend. They had once shared a sweet time, with Lu Ruyan gently nestling in his arms, uttering sweet words of love, promising to always be with him. However, as time passed, Lu Ruyan gradually grew colder, especially after learning that Lin Xianfan's family background was modest and that he had shown no talent for cultivation. Her attitude took a sharp turn for the worse. Xianfan, when you awaken and become a contracted master, let's explore this magical world together, okay? Lu Ruyan had once said this to him. But now, she rarely spoke to Lin Xianfan anymore, even deliberately avoiding his gaze. Soon, the head teacher walked into the classroom and the classroom became quiet instantly. Students, today is one of the most important days in your lives, the Contract Master Awakening ceremony. No matter what the outcome, you must remain calm. Now, everyone will go to the Awakening Hall in order according to your student numbers, said the head teacher seriously. The students all stood up and walked towards the Awakening Hall in an orderly manner. Lin Xianfan's student number was relatively late, and he watched the students in front of him leave the classroom one by one with great anticipation, and his heart grew increasingly nervous. Finally, it was Lin Xianfan's turn. He took a deep breath and walked into the Awakening Hall. Inside, a huge crystal ball emanated a soft glow. Next to the crystal ball stood an awakening master dressed in gorgeous robes. Put your hand on the crystal ball, concentrate, and try to feel the power in your body. The awakening master said lightly. Lin Xianfan did as he was told. He closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the changes within his body. However, as time passed, the crystal ball remained silent. The expectant gazes around him gradually turned to disappointment and ridicule. Alas, it seems like another useless person who cannot awaken. With his current condition, he still wants to become a contractor. It's simply a foolish dream. Lin Xianfan felt a burning sensation on his face as the discussion reached his ears, his heart filled with loss and despair. Lu Ruyan stood in the crowd, looking at Lin Xianfan with a look of disdain and disdain. Lin Xianfan, it seems that we are really not suitable. I don't want to be with someone who cannot awaken. Let's break up. Lu Ruyan said coldly, then turned and left the awakening hall, leaving Lin Xianfan standing there alone. Lin Xianfan felt a gloom before his eyes, as if the entire world had collapsed. He walked out of the awakening hall in a daze, wandering aimlessly around the campus. Just as he was feeling disheartened and lost for the future, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind, ding! Extreme despair detected in the host, the contract god system activated. Lin Xianfan was stunned, a surge of indescribable surprise welling up in his heart. A system? Wasn't this the golden finger of a time traveler? He had read countless time travel novels on Blue Star and knew exactly what a system meant to a time traveler. System, what functions do you have? Lin Xianfan asked excitedly in his heart. This system is called the Contract God Level System. The host can gain the abilities and talents of others by signing contracts with them, while improving his or her own contractor level. For each successful contract with a person, the host will receive corresponding rewards, including but not limited to cultivation resources, powerful techniques, and skills. The system's cold voice sounded in Lin Xianfan's mind. Lin Xianfan was ecstatic. This was an incredible ability. With this system, he no longer had to fear being looked down upon, nor endure the ridicule and cold stares of others. He secretly vowed to use the system to become the most powerful contractor in the world, making those who once looked down on him regret it. At this moment, Lin Xianfan saw a sweet-looking girl being harassed by a few hooligans not far away. The girl's eyes were full of fear and helplessness, and she desperately tried to break free from the hooligans. "Beautiful lady, come and play with us brothers," a gangster with dyed yellow hair said with a playful smile, reaching out to hold the girl's hand. Lin Xianfan's heart tightened, and a sense of justice instantly surged in his heart. At the same time, he also realized that this might be his first opportunity to demonstrate his strength after activating the system. "Stop!" Lin Xianfan shouted and rushed towards the gangsters. When the gangsters saw Lin Xianfan, they were stunned at first, and then they burst into laughter. "Where did you come from, kid? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Get out of here if you know what's good for you, or you'll be in trouble," said the yellow-haired gangster viciously. Lin Xianfan ignored the thug's threats. He concentrated and silently said to himself, "System, I want to sign a contract with this girl." Ding! A contractable object has been detected. Do you confirm the conclusion of the contract? The system's voice sounded. Confirm. Lin Xianfan said without hesitation. A mysterious light emanated from Lin Xianfan, instantly enveloping the girl. A flicker of confusion and surprise crossed the girl's terrified eyes. Then, Lin Xianfan felt a surge of warmth flow through his body, and at the same time, his mind began to absorb more information about the girl. The girl's name is Jiang Meng. She is a student in the next class. Although she has not yet awakened to become a contractor, she has learned some fighting skills since she was a child, and her physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary people. The moment the contract was successfully completed, Lin Xianfan felt a noticeable increase in both his strength and speed. His eyes flashed, and he charged towards the thugs. The thugs, who had been so arrogant and domineering, were left powerless under Lin Xianfan's attack, and were quickly driven into hiding. "Thank you." Jiang Meng looked at Lin Xianfan, his eyes full of gratitude. Lin Xianfan smiled and shook his head. "You're welcome." He knew that his road to victory had just begun. With the God-level contract system, he firmly believed that the future world would be his. Chapter 2 Contractor Level Division and Strongest Awakening. After chasing the thugs away, Jiang Meng looked at Lin Xianfan curiously. She could sense a mysterious aura about the young man. "Why are you so powerful all of a sudden? I've never heard you fight before." Lin Xianfan was secretly wary, determined not to reveal the system's secrets just yet. He chuckled, "I've been secretly practicing some self-defense skills lately, and I never thought they'd actually come in handy." After a few pleasantries, Jiang Meng left with her contact information and departed. Lin Xianfan, however, eagerly began studying the contract god system, also intent on gaining a deeper understanding of the world's contract master hierarchy. In this world, the levels of contractors are divided into D, C, B, A, S, 2S, 3S, and 4S from low to high, and each level corresponds to different stages of the realms such as the Soul Realm and the Dexterity Realm. E-level contractors are the most basic, having just awakened. They can only contract weak, yellow-level, primary spirit pets, such as common rabbits and sparrows, which are mutated spirit beasts. These spirit pets have weak combat capabilities and are mostly used for simple labor or transmitting information. E-level contractors are still weak and have extremely limited access to cultivation resources, often confined to the periphery of towns. D-level contractors can contract intermediate-level yellow-level spirit pets, such as swift rats and spiked hedgehogs, which are relatively aggressive and can assist contractors in low-difficulty hunting missions. D-level contractors are beginning to emerge in small mercenary groups, but they are still considered a low-level combat force. As their rank rises to sea level, they can contract with advanced yellow-level or even elementary earth-level pets. Earth-level pets possess more powerful innate abilities, such as the Wind Wolf, which can unleash wind blades to attack enemies. Sea-level pets begin to attract the attention of families and factions, and have the opportunity to obtain better training resources. B-level contractors are already well known. They can contract Earth-level intermediate spirit pets and can stand on their own in battle. The leaders of the guards in many towns are B-level contractors. They guard the peace of the area and also bear the responsibility of eliminating surrounding threats. A-level contractors reach the threshold of power, capable of contracting high-level earth-level or even elementary mystical-level spirit pets. Mystical-level spirit pets possess intelligence, can communicate with contractors through simple means, and possess powerful abilities. A-level contractors serve as core members of large mercenary groups or become important combat forces within their clans. S-level contractors are even rarer. They can contract Xian-level intermediate spirit pets and have extremely high reputations in a region. They are often the object of competition among major forces. A battle of an S-level contractor can even affect the situation in a city. 2 S-level contractors can contract Xian-level high-level spirit pets. Their strength is so terrifying that the entire area will be shaken by their stomping of feet. They are elders of major sects and superfamilies. 3 S-level contractors can contract a celestial-level primary spirit pet. A celestial-level spirit pet possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. 3 S-level contractors stand at the pinnacle of the world and become legendary beings. Their names are praised by countless people. 4 S-level contract masters are extremely rare, both ancient and modern. They can contract high-level, even imperial-level spiritual pets, and their appearance is bound to bring about a sea of change. 4 S-level contract masters are admired by all practitioners, their power capable of rewriting history. Legend has it that they can move mountains and fill seas with a wave of their hands, and control life and death with a single thought. Lin Qianfan's blood boiled. Now that he had awakened the god-level contract system, his goal was naturally the legendary 4S-level contract master. He opened the system panel and discovered that after signing a contract with Jiang Meng, he had received a novice reward, a cultivation method called spiritual resonance technique, and the opportunity to be promoted to an E-level contract master. Lin Qianfan immediately found a quiet corner and began practicing the spiritual resonance technique. As the technique progressed, he could clearly feel the spiritual energy within him growing. After the spiritual energy circulated through his meridians for a full cycle, a profound feeling washed over him. He had successfully broken through to the E-level contract master. At the moment of the breakthrough, a rainbow of light suddenly descended from the sky, shocking everyone within 100 miles. Countless experts looked up at the sky, their faces filled with horror. This is the legendary sign of a 4S-level contract master awakening. How is this possible? Exclaimed a veteran expert who had lived in seclusion for many years. Lin Qianfan felt the surging power within him, his heart filled with pride. He knew that from this moment on, his name would rock the world, and those who had once looked down on him would soon pay the price for their actions. Chapter 3 Contract School Beauty Jiang Meng, a first glimpse of the realm. After the colorful glow faded, Lin Qianfan's palms still held the warmth of his breakthrough. He clenched his fists, feeling the spiritual energy coursing through his body. System notifications continued to ring in his ears. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to E-level contractor and gaining 1,000 experience points. Special awakening fluctuations detected, rewarding a rare spiritual pet egg. Before he could examine the reward carefully, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Jiang Meng. Where are you? The school is going crazy. There are reports that someone experienced strange phenomena when they awakened. Lin Qianfan replied, and less than 10 minutes later, Jiang Meng arrived, breathless. The girl's hair was damp with sweat, her almond-shaped eyes filled with curiosity. That glow just now, wasn't it you who caused it? She looked Lin Qianfan up and down, noticing a faint lingering aura of spiritual energy, a stark contrast to the dusty young man from before. It's me. Lin Qianfan didn't hide anything, simply informing Jiang Meng of the existence of the contract god system. He believed that since he had already signed a contract with Jiang Meng, he should be honest with her. Besides, Jiang Meng was straightforward and a trustworthy partner. Jiang Meng's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and excitement. Does that mean we can become powerful together in the future? She suddenly leaned in close, her warm breath brushing Lin Qianfan's cheek. So am I your spirit pet now, or your partner? Lin Qianfan's ears flushed red as he feigned composure. It's more like a symbiotic relationship. You can share my cultivation resources, and I can draw on your talents. He opened the system panel and saw that the contract interface with Jiang Meng displayed bond value, 10-100. Perhaps as the bond deepens, more abilities will be unlocked. As they were talking, footsteps were heard in the distance. Lu Ruyan appeared at the intersection, arm in arm with the newly awakened D-rank contract master Wang Hao. The moment she saw Lin Qianfan, Lu Ruyan was startled, then sneered, "What? You're trying to save face by pretending to make a scene?" Wang Hao looked at Lin Qianfan with disdain in his eyes. He's just an E-level trash. He can't even beat my spirit pet. He summoned a yellow-level intermediate spirit pet, a spiky porcupine, with spikes all over its body flashing with cold light. Jiang Meng was about to step forward to argue, but was stopped by Lin Xianfan. He looked at Wang Hao with a smile and said, "Would you like to make a bet? If I win, you publicly apologize to Jiang Meng. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me." "Just you?" Wang Hao sneered. "Well, I want to see what you can do." Lin Xianfan took a deep breath and activated the spiritual resonance technique. He could clearly feel his connection with Jiang Meng grow stronger as spiritual energy flowed through his meridians. Empowered by the power of the contract, his speed and strength increased by 30%. The battle was about to begin. The spiky porcupine launched the first attack, its massive body crashing down like a mountain. Lin Xianfan nimbly dodged, directing Jiang Meng to attack from the side. Although Jiang Meng lacked a spirit pet, the combat skills granted by the system enabled her to engage the porcupine in a reciprocal exchange. Break! Lin Xianfan found the perfect moment, gathered his spiritual power in his fingertips, and shot a telepathic finger towards the porcupine's weak spot. The porcupine let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. Impossible! Wang Hao's face suddenly changed. He hadn't expected an E-rank contract master to defeat his spirit pet. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale, staring at Lin Xianfan in disbelief. "I accept defeat," Lin Xianfan said calmly. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and apologized to Jiang Meng, then left dejectedly with Lu Ruyan. Watching the two of them walk away, Jiang Meng jumped up excitedly. "That was so cool. That move you just made was amazing. This is just the beginning." Lin Xianfan opened his system backpack and pulled out a rare spirit pet egg. Mysterious patterns swirled around the egg, and the moment he touched it, a vast stream of information flooded into his mind, including a detailed description of the realm divisions in this world. "The Soul Realm is the starting point of cultivation," Lin Xianfan explained to Jiang Meng. "Contractors at this level can only initially sense spiritual energy, and their spirit pets are mostly at the primary level of the yellow rank. Just like us now, although we have broken through to the E rank, we are still only at the early stage of the Soul Realm." He continued, "Contractors at the spiritual skill realm are able to skillfully control spiritual energy, and their spirit pet skills will also be enhanced at the spiritual master realm. They begin to comprehend the spirit pet's original power and can perform some unique spiritual skills at the spiritual master realm. Contractors can resonate with their spirit pet at a deeper level, and even share senses." Jiang Meng listened intently. "What about those above the spiritual emperor realm?" "Those in the Spirit Emperor realm can mobilize the power of heaven and earth with a single gesture, and their spirit pets are at least celestial. Those in the Spirit Saint and Spirit Venerable realms can even carve out their own small worlds. Those in the Supreme realm are known as half-step Spirit Emperors, able to glimpse a trace of the power of laws. And the Spirit Emperor realm is a legendary existence, and it is said that those who reach this level can ascend to the 3,000 great worlds." Lin Xianfan's eyes were determined. "Our goal is not just the spiritual emperor realm. The system reminds me that only by reaching the ultimate realm can we unlock all the secrets." Jiang Meng clenched her fists. "Then let's work together." She suddenly smiled slyly. "But let's make a promise, when you become an unrivaled master, you are not allowed to abandon me." The afterglow of the setting sun cast long shadows on the two. Lin Xianfan looked at the spirit pet egg in his hand, his heart filled with anticipation. He knew that once the egg hatched, it would be a vital aid in their ascent to greater heights. And the legend of Lin Xianfan and Jiang Meng had only just begun. Chapter 4: Hunting the First Order Wind Wolf. After the match with Wang Hao, Lin Xianfan and Jiang Meng's fame spread rapidly throughout the school. The once mocked waste now commanded considerable attention. However, Lin Xianfan refused to rest on his laurels. He knew that to survive in this world where the strong reign supreme, he must continually improve his skills. The rare spirit pet eggs rewarded by the system require special energy to hatch, and the demon cores obtained by hunting first-level demon beasts are one of the key ingredients. So, after discussing with Jiang Meng, Lin Xianfan decided to go to the Black Wind Forest near the school to hunt the first-level wind wolf. The Black Wind Forest, located on the edge of town, is a gathering place for first-level demon beasts and a common location for junior contractor trials. On the outskirts of the forest, a number of contractors, mostly students around the same age as Lin Xianfan and Jiang Meng, have already gathered for training. "I heard there's been a recent mutation in the wind speed wolf pack. They're now nearly twice as fast as normal wind speed wolves. A passing senior kindly warned, 'You two newbies, it's best to be careful.'" Lin Xianfan nodded in thanks, but his heart remained unmoved. He opened the system panel. After a few days of training, his level had reached mid-E level, and his bond with Jiang Meng had increased to 3100. He had unlocked a new skill, spiritual pet resonance, which allowed him to temporarily share Jiang Meng's agility. As they entered the forest, a damp air hit them, and the faint smell of blood filled the air. Lin Xianfan and Jiang Meng advanced cautiously, Jiang Meng observing her surroundings warily, her keen perception heightened by the power of the contract. "Be careful! It's on the tree!" Jiang Meng suddenly shouted. A gray shadow leaped down from the branches overhead like lightning, its sharp claws darting straight for Lin Xianfan's face. Lin Xianfan's pupils shrank, and he immediately activated Spirit Pet Resonance, his body instantly becoming incredibly light, and he dodged the fatal blow by leaning sideways. The Wind Wolf, whose attack missed, fell to the ground, letting out a low growl. It was a mid-level first-stage Wind Wolf, its gray fur gleaming with a metallic sheen. It was much faster than ordinary Wind Wolves. As the senior had said, it had clearly mutated. "Jiang Meng, you are responsible for attracting its attention, and I will look for opportunities to attack its weaknesses." Lin Xianfan quickly formulated a strategy. Jiang Meng nodded, picked up a branch from the ground, and waved it at the Wind Wolf, shouting, "Come on! Stupid wolf!" The Wind Wolf was enraged and turned to pounce on Jiang Meng. Jiang Meng nimbly moved through the trees, using them to block the Wind Wolf's attacks. Lin Xianfan, searching for an opportunity, noticed that when the Wind Wolf moved at high speed, its underbelly hair was relatively sparse, making it a vulnerable area. Seeing the right moment, Lin Xianfan activated the spiritual intuition technique, concentrating his spiritual energy in his palm, transforming it into a sharp spiritual finger, which he shot towards the Wind Wolf's abdomen. However, the mutated Wind Wolf reacted extremely quickly. After sensing the danger, it turned around abruptly, and its lynxy finger brushed across its fur, leaving only a shallow scar on its body. "This isn't a solution," Lin Xianfan thought to himself. He realized that with his current attack method, it would be difficult to cause any substantial damage to the mutant Windspeed Wolf. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he still had a bottle of slowdown potion in his system backpack, which was a reward from a previous mission. This potion could reduce the target's speed for a short period of time and might be the key to turning the tide of the battle. Lin Xianfan quickly took out the potion and took advantage of the opportunity when Jiang Meng attracted the Wind Wolf's attention again to throw the potion at the Wind Wolf. The potion was accurately poured on the Wind Wolf, and its speed immediately slowed down. "Now!" Lin Xianfan shouted, his spiritual power fully activated, and 3 spiritual fingers shot out in succession. This time, the spiritual fingers accurately hit the Windspeed Wolf's abdomen, and blood spurted out. The Windspeed Wolf let out a shrill cry and fell to the ground. After struggling for a few times, it was still. It's finally solved." Jiang Meng breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lin Xianfan stepped forward and retrieved the demon core from the Windspeed Wolf's corpse. It glowed a pale blue, rich in energy. At the same time, a system notification chimed in his mind: successfully hunted a mid-stage, first-order mutant Windspeed Wolf. Gained 500 experience points, a demon core, and a special material, a Windspeed Wolf pelt. Let's go deeper, hunt a few more, and try to hatch the spirit pet eggs as soon as possible," Lin Xianfan said. Jiang Meng nodded, and the two continued walking deeper into the forest. However, they didn't notice that in the bushes not far away, a pair of dark green eyes were staring at them. They were a pack of wind wolves, led by a peak-level first-rank Wind Wolf King, which exuded an aura even more powerful than that of ordinary wind wolves. Sensing this powerful aura, Lin Xianfan and Jiang Meng's hearts tightened. But they didn't retreat, instead igniting a stronger fighting spirit. For them, every challenge is an opportunity to grow, and this Windspeed Wolf King may be the key to their increased strength. An even more intense battle is about to begin. Chapter 5, Advancing to the late 5th stage of Spiritual Sect. Facing the gleaming green wolf eyes in the bushes, Lin Xianfan and Jiang Meng instantly went on alert. A peak-level first-order Windspeed Wolf King slowly stepped out, flanked by 7 mid-level first-order Windspeed Wolves. The oppressive aura emanating from the pack made the air around them seem frozen. "Be careful. This Wolf King's aura is much stronger than the mutant wolf from earlier." Jiang Meng clenched his fists, his nails practically digging into his palms. Lin Xianfan, however, remained surprisingly calm. He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. A head-on confrontation was a dead end. Outsmarting them was the only option. "Jiang Meng, use this." Lin Xianfan took out the remaining 3 bottles of slow potion and threw them to her. "You are responsible for the 3 wolves in the east, I will deal with the 4 in the west, and leave the Wolf King to me." Before he finished speaking, the wolves had launched an attack, and the sound of their sharp claws tearing the air was extremely harsh. Jiang Meng, swift as a swallow, darted through the forest, spraying the potion precisely at the three wind speed wolves. The moment the slowing potion took effect, Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity, invigorating the spiritual resonance technique, transforming his spiritual energy into chains to entangle the slowed wolves. His gaze blazed, and his spiritual energy condensed into sharp spiritual thorns at his fingertips, piercing the vital points of the three wolves one after another. At the same time, the wind speed wolf king pounced on Lin Xianfan like a flash of black lightning. In the nick of time, he activated resonance with Jiang Meng's pet, leveraging Jiang Meng's agility to roll sideways. The wolf king's sharp claws grazed his shoulder, leaving a bleeding wound. Ha! Lin Xianfan endured the pain and mobilized all his spiritual power, channeling the energy from his demon core into his palm. A brilliant spiritual blade of light suddenly took shape and slashed towards the wolf king's neck. Sensing the fatal threat, the wolf king jerked back, and the blade sliced off its left ear, sending blood splattering. Ouch! The wolf king roared angrily, and a gust of wind suddenly blew up around him, sweeping up fallen leaves. Lin Xianfan's pupils shrank slightly. This was the wind speed wolf king's innate ability, Storm Field. The speed of targets entering the field would be further suppressed, while the wolf's attack speed would be increased. In this critical moment, Jiang Meng, after dispatching the three wolves to the east, rushed to support. She picked up a broken log and smashed it hard at the wolf king, drawing its attention. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity and once again condensed his spiritual light blade, this time piercing the wolf king's heart. The wolves, leaderless, panicked, and with the cooperation of the two, the remaining wind speed wolves were quickly dispatched. Ding! Successfully hunted a first-level peak-level wind speed wolf king. Gained 2,000 experience points and a top-grade demon core. The system notification sounded in his mind, and Lin Xianfan felt his spiritual energy surge wildly. Before he could even catch his breath, a tremendous force suddenly erupted from the demon core, forcibly pushing his realm upward. Breakthrough to the spiritual master realm. Jiang Meng looked at the golden light surrounding Lin Xianfan in surprise. Lin Xianfan's aura continued to rise, from the first, second, and third levels of the spiritual master realm. The golden light became increasingly stronger until it slowly dissipated in the late fifth level of the spiritual master realm. Lin Xianfan felt the surge of spiritual energy within him, his meridians widening several times, and even the power of his contract with Jiang Meng became more stable. He tried to circulate his spiritual energy and found that the speed of practicing this spiritual resonance technique increased by 30%. He could even vaguely sense a hint of the power of wind elemental power. This is the elemental affinity that can only be accessed by powerful spiritual masters. Let's get out of here quickly. Jiang Meng suddenly said alertly, the battle just now was too noisy, I'm afraid it will attract more powerful monsters. The two quickly collected monster cores and wolf skins and ran towards the outskirts of the forest. After returning to town, Lin Xianfan found a quiet inn to retreat. He retrieved the Wind Wolf King's Supreme Demon Core and, along with the Yuan nourishing pills rewarded by the system, began to cultivate. As he absorbed the Demon Core's energy, his understanding of the spiritual master realm deepened. On the seventh day of his retreat, Lin Xianfan finally solidified his position at the fifth late stage of the spiritual master realm. He opened his eyes, his gaze blazing with lightning. With a flick of his hand, a spiritual wind blade sliced the bluestone table in two. The spiritual master realm is truly powerful, he muttered to himself. Now, I should be able to contract an even more powerful spirit pet. After emerging from confinement, Lin Xianfan brought Jiang Meng to the mercenary guild. He planned to take on some challenging missions, both to acquire training resources and to further enhance his strength. The guild hall was bustling with people, and the mission bulletin board was densely packed with various commissions. One mission, for a Xian-level primary spirit pet cub, caught his eye. This might be an opportunity. Lin Xianfan clenched his fists. If he could complete this mission, not only would he receive a generous reward, but he might even be able to directly contract a Xian-level spirit pet, allowing his strength to soar even higher. Jiang Meng looked at the determined Lin Xianfan with eyes full of trust and expectation. They knew that on the road to becoming stronger, more challenges awaited them. Chapter 6 Qingyu Secret Realm appears. Lin Xianfan placed his hand on the Mercenary Guild's mission board, his fingertips almost touching the mission scroll marked with the Xian-level spirit pet, when the entire guild suddenly shook violently. The crystal chandelier hanging in the center of the hall shook violently, tiny pieces of glass falling, and the crowd erupted in exclamations. What happened? An earthquake? Jiang Meng grabbed Lin Qianfan's arm and looked around vigilantly. A brilliant green light suddenly burst from the sky, like a giant dragon of light tearing through the clouds. The guild elder suddenly stood up, his cloudy eyes gleaming with shock. It's the Qingyu secret realm. The legendary ancient secret realm has appeared. A commotion instantly swept through the entire hall, and countless contractors rushed to the door. Lin Qianfan grabbed a middle-aged contractor who looked hurried and asked, "Excuse me, what is the Qingyu secret realm?" "Boy, you don't even know this?" The middle-aged contractor spoke rapidly. "That's a secret realm opened up by a powerful spirit saint 1,000 years ago, and it appears once every 100 years. Not only does it contain a vast amount of natural treasures, but you might also encounter remnants of saint-level formations, ancient inheritances, and even..." He lowered his voice. "Some say that deep within this secret realm lies an opportunity to break through to the Spirit Emperor realm." Jiang Meng's eyes lit up instantly. "Lin Qianfan, let's go too. Maybe we can find the ingredients to hatch a spirit pet egg." Lin Qianfan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that with his late 5th level spiritual sex strength, rashly entering the secret realm would be extremely risky, but opportunity often comes with danger. Furthermore, the system had just sent a notification: "Special secret realm opening detected. Entering the host may trigger a hidden mission. Walk." The two followed the crowd out of town and saw a massive green vortex slowly spinning among the distant mountains. Rich spiritual energy emanated from it like a substance. Contractors approaching the vortex produced their identity tokens, and runes appeared on them as they flashed. "You need a sect or guild certificate to enter." Lin Qianfan frowned. He and Jiang Meng were both independent cultivators and didn't have such credentials. At this moment, a lazy voice came from behind. "Little brother, do you need help?" Lin Qianfan turned and saw a woman in a red dress leaning against a tree. She had cinnabar in the corners of her eyes and held a folding fan painted with a mandala. A vague aura of danger lingered around her. The woman toyed with 2 tokens between her fingers, which shone a faint blue light in the sunlight. "My name is Bai Wei. I heard you just said you wanted to enter the Qingyu secret realm?" Bai Wei gently waved her folding fan. "I can lend you these 2 tokens, but in exchange..." She suddenly leaned close to Lin Qianfan, her warm breath brushing against his ear. "The first treasure you find in the secret realm will be mine." Jiang Meng immediately stood in front of Lin Qianfan. "Why should I trust you? What if you kill people and steal treasures after we get in?" Bai Wei covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled softly. "Interesting little girl. I, Bai Wei, am quite famous in this area and never do anything that would damage my reputation." She tossed the token to Lin Qianfan. "Of course, you can also choose to take the risk and break in. Those without credentials will be directly eliminated by the rules of the secret realm." Lin Qianfan took the token and felt the residual warmth on it. He thought for a moment and nodded. "Deal." The moment he stepped into the cyan vortex, Lin Qianfan felt his vision spin. When he opened his eyes again, he and Jiang Meng were in a misty forest. The surrounding trees glowed an eerie blue, fluorescent mushrooms grew on the ground, and the air was filled with a sweet medicinal fragrance. Ding! Hidden quest triggered. Explore the core of the Qingyu secret realm and obtain the ancient inheritance. Quest rewards: fragments of mysterious skills and materials for pet evolution. As the system notification chimed, the sounds of intense fighting suddenly rang out in the distance. Lin Qianfan and Jiang Meng exchanged glances and quietly approached. Parting the brush, they saw 3 contracted masters surrounding a massive, mid-stage Xian-level demon beast, the green-scaled python. Its scales gleamed coldly, and its mouth continuously spewed corrosive venom, carving deep pits into the ground. "They're from the Tianyao Pavilion." Jiang Meng recognized the logo on their clothes. "I heard they often resort to unscrupulous means to compete for the resources in the secret realm." Lin Qianfan's gaze fell on a red herb behind the green-scaled python. A crystal-clear fruit grew on the herb's tip, surrounded by a rich aura. It was clearly an extremely valuable natural treasure. Xiaohu bot file: to prevent piracy, choose Xiaohu when looking for a book robot. It is stable, reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Be careful. Jiang Meng suddenly tackled Lin Qianfan to the ground. A strong gust of wind brushed past their heads. It was the swish of the green-scaled python's tail. Seeing someone disrupting the situation, the contractors at Tianyao Pavilion turned their attention to Lin Qianfan and Jiang Meng. "You fools! How dare you steal our prey?" The leading contractor sneered. "That's just right. By getting rid of you, we'll have 2 fewer competitors." Lin Qianfan slowly stood up, spiritual energy coursing through his body. The crisis in the Qingyu secret realm was approaching even faster than he had imagined. But he clenched his fists. Where there is danger, there is opportunity. And he would never miss a chance to become stronger. Chapter 7 Inherited Secret Method, Intermediate Heavenly Rank Tianyang Tianfa. The green-scaled python's tail slammed into the ground, sending up rubble that brushed past Lin Qianfan's ears. 3 contracted practitioners from the Tianyao Pavilion formed a triangle formation, surrounding him. The leader unsheathed a long sword engraved with runes, the tip of the blade pointed directly at Lin Qianfan's throat. "Hand over the treasures you possess, and I'll leave you with your corpse intact." Jiang Meng was about to charge forward when Lin Qianfan reached out to stop him. His gaze passed over the 3 of them, fixed intently on the crimson herb behind the green-scaled python. The golden lines flowing across its leaves clearly indicated the red sunfruit, a fruit that could help one break through realms. More importantly, the system suddenly issued a strong warning: ancient inheritance fluctuation detected, linked to the red sunfruit. "If you want to fight, then come on." Lin Qianfan curled his lips into a cold smile, his spiritual energy surging through his meridians like a tide. The pressure of a 5th-level late-stage spiritual sect suddenly released, startling the faces of the people opposite him. The sound of fighting infuriated the green-scaled python, and as it swept its tail, it spewed foul venom from its mouth. Lin Qianfan dodged to the side, slinging out a spiritual chain to entangle the snake's tail. Seeing this, the contracted practitioners of the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion abandoned their attack on him and instead targeted the green-scaled python. Apparently, they too had sensed the connection between the red sun fruit and the inheritance. "Jiang Meng, use the slowing potion," Lin Qianfan shouted. Jiang Meng understood, and 3 bottles of potion rained down on the green-scaled python like meteors. The moment the python's speed suddenly slowed, Lin Qianfan flashed, and his telepathic finger struck the python's vital points. However, just as his fingertip touched the snake's body, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, sending him flying several meters. "Be careful. This is an ancient protective barrier." Bai Wei appeared at the edge of the battlefield without anyone noticing. With a flick of her folding fan, a blood-red barrier blocked the splattering venom. Without a specific inherited technique, it's impossible to break it. Lin Qianfan wiped the blood from his mouth and set his gaze on the ancient stone tablet looming beside the red sunfruit. The stone tablet was engraved with incomplete runes, which resonated with his inner spiritual energy under the sunlight. Suddenly, a system notification chimed, detected clues to the fragments of the heavenly grade intermediate technique Tianyang Tianfa. Activation requires the collection of 3 inheritance fragments. "You 2 guard the python while I retrieve the stone tablet," Lin Qianfan shouted to Jiang Meng. He dodged the attacks of the Tianyao Pavilion's contracted masters and sprinted towards the stone tablet. The moment his palm touched the stone tablet, a golden light suddenly erupted, and countless obscure runes flooded into his sea of consciousness. "The first fragment has been obtained," the system prompt sounded. Seeing the situation was dire, the contracted practitioners of the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion abandoned the green-scaled python and turned to attack Lin Qianfan. The leader swung his sword, and the sword energy transformed into a venomous snake that pounced. Lin Qianfan channeled the power of his newly acquired inheritance, and a golden flame ignited in his palm, the burning sun palm, the introductory move of the Tianyang Tianfa technique. The golden flames collided with the sword energy, unleashing a deafening roar. Lin Qianfan, using the force to his advantage, flew backwards, arcing through the air before landing again beside the stone tablet. He bit his fingertip and dripped his blood onto the stone tablet, instantly revealing the information about the second fragment. "Want to steal the inheritance? You'll have to get past me first." Bai Wei suddenly joined the fray, her folding fan unfurling, sending a shower of blood-red petals cascading down. She formed a tacit alliance with Lin Qianfan and Jiang Meng, effectively suppressing the Tianyao Pavilion's forces. The green-scaled python seized the opportunity to break free and swim towards the red sun fruit. Lin Qianfan's heart tightened, and he recklessly rushed towards the python. Just as the snake's jaws were about to seize the red sun fruit, he mobilized all his spiritual energy and unleashed a spiritual light blade infused with the heavenly sun method. The golden blade slashed past, and the python let out a shrill scream, its massive body collapsing to the ground with a crash. Lin Qianfan, struggling to hold on to his weakened body, took the scarlet sun fruit. At the same time, the third inheritance fragment automatically flew into his sea of consciousness. Ding! Successfully activated the intermediate heavenly rank technique Heavenly Sun Method. Gained the skill Scorching Sun Burning Heaven. A vast energy exploded within him, and Lin Qianfan felt his meridians burning with golden flames, yet they continued to strengthen within them. The cultivation formula for the part.If automatically ran through his mind, and his previously stagnant state began to loosen. He had actually broken through to the 6th level of the spiritual sect during the battle. Seeing their inheritance lost, the contracted practitioners of the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion angrily said, "We'll see," and fled in disgrace. Bai Wei folded her folding fan and regarded Lin Xianfan with interest. "I didn't expect you to be so capable. But don't forget our deal." She pointed at the red sun fruit. Lin Xianfan threw the red sun fruit to her without hesitation. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. What he cares about more now is the part.If. He just acquired this skill. Not only contains powerful means of attack, but also mentioned in the cultivation chapter that if one can collect the complete version, one can even communicate with the original power of the sun. Interesting. Bai Wei played with the red sun fruit. It seems that following you can get a lot of benefits. How about counting me in and exploring the secret realm together? Jiang Meng stood in front of Lin Xianfan warily, only to see him nod with a smile. "I couldn't ask for more. But let me be clear, when it comes to inheritance, it all depends on your own ability." The three reached a consensus and headed deeper into the secret realm. Lin Xianfan could feel the spiritual energy within his body resonating wonderfully with the spiritual energy within the secret realm as the Tianyang Tianfa operated. Perhaps within the depths of this Qingyu secret realm, more opportunities awaited him that could change his fate. Chapter 8 Crisis, Slashing the Sky-Slaying Violent Bear King. Stepping deeper into the Qingyu secret realm, the already pervasive mist grew thicker, the spiritual energy in the air so dense it seemed almost condensed. Lin Xianfan activated the Heavenly Sun method, and golden spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, faintly resonating with the surrounding forces of heaven and earth. However, this strange calm only heightened his vigilance. The closer he got to the core of the secret realm, the more it felt like the calm before the storm. "There's a smell of blood." Bai Wei suddenly stopped and waved her folding fan to dispel the mist. 100 meters ahead, dozens of contracted mercenaries lay scattered, their wounds frost-covered, clearly injured by the extreme cold. Jiang Meng squatted down and picked up half a blood-stained token from the corpse. "They're from the Canlong mercenary group. They're renowned for their elite strength." Lin Xianfan's eyes swept over the corpses, his pupils suddenly constricting. Each corpse bore a massive claw mark on its chest, its edges tinged with dark purple poison. To have killed so many high-ranking contractors with a single strike, the killer must be no ordinary demonic beast. Before he could finish his words, the ground shook violently, as if a mighty army were galloping. "Be careful." Bai Wei suddenly tackled Lin Xianfan and Jiang Meng to the ground. A dark shadow descended from the sky, slamming heavily into the spot where they had been standing. The ground instantly cracked into spiderweb-like patterns. A giant bear, as tall as a 3-story building, appeared before everyone. Its jet-black fur shone with a metallic sheen, and its forehead was covered in ferocious bone spurs. The wind pressure from its paws could tear through the air. The sky-slashing furious bear king. Bai Wei's face paled. This is a peak spirit emperor-level demon beast, and a mutant. Before she could finish her words, the bear king unleashed a deafening roar, spewing a dark purple icy current from its mouth. Lin Xianfan quickly unleashed the Heavenly Sun technique, and golden flames collided with the icy current, sending a white mist billowing across the sky. "Run in separate directions," Lin Xianfan shouted. However, the Bear King's target was remarkably clear, its massive paw swiping directly at him. In the nick of time, he activated resonance with Jiang Meng's spirit pet, and his figure flashed like a ghost, its paw brushing past his back, leaving a trail of blood. Bai Wei waved her folding fan, creating a barrier of blood-red petals to block the Bear King's attack, but the Bear King shattered it with a single blow. Jiang Meng seized the opportunity to pour a bottle of slowing potion at the Bear King, but for a being at the Spirit Emperor level, the slowing effect was minimal. The Bear King erupted in rage, black lightning surging around him, and the ground began to crack. It's about to unleash its ultimate move. Lin Xianfan endured the excruciating pain and mobilized the full force of his Heavenly Sun method. Golden spiritual energy condensed in his palm into a fireball like the blazing sun, the result of his newly acquired scorching sun burning the sky. However, before he could strike, the Bear King launched the first attack, sending a dark purple beam of light, imbued with a destructive aura, crashing down. At this critical moment, Lin Xianfan suddenly felt the Heavenly Sun method within his body shift. The obscure text within the fragmentary manual began to circulate, and an ancient formation diagram emerged from the depths of his consciousness. Lin Xianfan subconsciously injected his spiritual power into the formation diagram, and golden light surged, forming a massive solar shield above his head. The dark purple beam collided with the solar shield, unleashing a storm of energy that swept across 100 meters. Lin Xianfan was sent flying by the aftermath, slamming heavily against the mountain wall, blood gushing out. The Bear King was also suffering, his front paws burned by the golden flames, and he roared angrily. "We can't go on like this." Bai Wei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. This Bear King's weakness is in its heart, but someone must divert its attention. She looked at Lin Xianfan. "The technique you just used seems to be able to restrain its cold poison. You take the lead, and Jiang Meng and I will assist." Lin Xianfan gritted his teeth and stood up. Although the Tianyang Tianfa within his body was struggling to circulate, every activation deepened his understanding of the technique. He took a deep breath and rushed towards the Bear King, shouting, "Jiang Meng, use your agility to entangle it. Bai Wei, find an opportunity to attack its eyes." Jiang Meng leaped up like a nimble cheetah, darting around the Bear King to attract his attention. Bai Wei, seizing the perfect moment, transformed her folding fan into a blood-red dagger, piercing the Bear King's left eye. The Bear King, in pain, lashed out with his paws, creating a hurricane that uprooted trees. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity to unleash the advanced Yanyan thrust technique from his Tianyang Tianfa technique. His golden spiritual energy transformed into a spear, piercing the Bear King's defenses. The Bear King roared a final time and collapsed to the ground. However, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the Bear King's corpse suddenly began to swell, emitting an eerie purple glow. "Oh no! It's going to self-destruct." Bai Wei's face changed drastically. "Run!" The three of them ran as fast as they could, their legs sprinting off into the distance. The next second, a deafening explosion echoed, sending them flying dozens of meters. Before Lin Xianfan passed out, he saw a system notification flashing wildly, successfully defeated the peak spiritual emperor realm sky-slashing Rage Bear King. Gain 10,000 experience points, the Bear King's inner core, and the incomplete inheritance of rage power. When Lin Xianfan awoke again, he found himself lying in a sea of flowers, with Jiang Meng and Bai Wei by his side. In the distance, the exit to the Qingyu secret realm slowly closed. He struggled to sit up, his internal injuries largely healed thanks to the nourishment of the Tianyang Tianfa. This life-or-death battle with the Bear King not only deepened his understanding of the new technique but also granted him a precious inheritance. Perhaps this was the opportunity to survive from the brink of death. Chapter 9 Ascend to Two Major Realms. Lin Xianfan lay in the sea of flowers, his body pierced by excruciating pain that threatened to tear him apart, yet his consciousness remained remarkably clear. Within his sea of consciousness, the fragmented inheritance of his violent power fused frantically with the Heavenly Sun Heavenly Law. These two distinct forces raced through his meridians, yet gradually balanced under the coordination of the system. Ding! Absorb the inheritance of the sky-slashing violent Bear King and gain the special attribute Frenzy. A massive amount of energy has been detected. Is it used to break through the realm? Lin Xianfan shouted in his heart without hesitation, yes. Instantly, a tremendous force erupted from his body, and golden spiritual energy swept around like a tide. The flowers in the sea of flowers were blown away by the powerful airwave, forming a gorgeous vortex in the air. Jiang Meng and Bai Wei were forced back repeatedly by this force, their eyes filled with shock. They had never witnessed such a terrifying breakthrough phenomenon. The barrier of the spiritual sect realm was vulnerable to this force, and Lin Xianfan's aura instantly soared to the early stage of the spiritual master realm. However, the breakthrough did not stop. The inherited power of the violent Bear King and the Tianyang Tianfa produced a wonderful chemical reaction, pushing his realm to continue soaring. How is this possible? Bai Wei gripped her folding fan tightly, her fingertips trembling slightly. She had been cultivating for many years, but she had never seen anyone transcend a realm barrier in such a short time. The golden light surrounding Lin Xianfan grew increasingly dazzling, and beneath his skin, a faint glint of spiritual energy could be seen burning like flames. His meridians expanded and reshaped under the powerful force, and the hidden injuries he had sustained during the battle with the Bear King quickly healed under the nourishment of this energy. Mid-stage spiritual master. Jiang Meng couldn't help but exclaim as she sensed Lin Xianfan's aura rising steadily. But even more astonishing changes were yet to come. After reaching the mid-stage spiritual master realm, Lin Xianfan's aura didn't stagnate at all, but instead continued to break through with even greater momentum. The savagery of the berserk power inheritance and the righteousness of the Heavenly Sun method blended perfectly, forming a unique spiritual energy cycle within him. Within his sea of consciousness, the fragments of the inheritance were constantly being pieced together, with the faint potential to form a complete technique. Boom! Another powerful burst of energy erupted, and Lin Qianfan's aura instantly broke through the late spiritual master realm and entered the early spiritual emperor realm. Spiritual energy within 100 meters rushed frantically into his body, condensing into a massive vortex of spiritual energy around him. The demonic beasts in the distant Qingyu secret realm felt this pressure and fell to the ground, trembling. Bai Wei looked at Lin Qianfan after his breakthrough, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She suddenly realized that this young man, whom she had initially viewed as a trading partner, might cause a storm in the future cultivation world. After completing the breakthrough, Lin Qianfan slowly opened his eyes, a golden light shimmering within them. He gently waved his hand, and a golden palm print burst forth, imbued with violent power, blasting a massive crater in the distant rock. Spiritual Emperor Realm. So this is the power of the Spiritual Emperor Realm. Lin Qianfan felt the surging spiritual energy within his body, and a confident smile curled his lips. He could clearly feel that his compatibility with the Tianyang Tianfa had greatly improved, and he even vaguely touched the edge of the power of the law. Congratulations! Jiang Meng stepped forward, her eyes filled with joy and pride. She could sense that after Lin Qianfan's breakthrough, the contractual bond between them had become even closer. Bai Wei approached, waving a folding fan, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. "Little guy, you gave me such a big surprise after just a while of separation. It seems that there are many benefits to following you." But the fear that flashed in her eyes revealed her true thoughts at this time. Lin Qianfan already had the strength to stand on equal footing with her. Lin Qianfan looked toward the soon-to-close exit of the Qingyu secret realm, a surge of pride welling up in his heart. Advancing 2 realms in a row brought not only a leap in strength but also confidence for the future. He knew that the trials of the Qingyu secret realm were only the beginning. A wider world and more powerful opponents awaited him. "Let's go," Lin Qianfan turned and said to Jiang Meng and Bai Wei. "Let's try our luck before the Qingyu secret realm closes. Maybe we can find more inheritances." The 3 of them walked deeper into the secret realm. Lin Qianfan's golden spiritual energy and violent aura mingled, leaving a trail of brilliant light behind him. He understood that he had embarked on a unique path of cultivation, and that the system, inheritance, and companions would be his greatest reliance in reaching the pinnacle. Chapter 10 Binding Su Rou. In the core area of the Qingyu secret realm, a mysterious purple halo permeated the swirling clouds and mist. After Lin Qianfan's breakthrough to the Spirit Emperor realm, his sensitivity to the surrounding spiritual energy increased several-fold. He could clearly detect subtle fluctuations in the air, signs of the presence of powerful spiritual beings. "There's a restriction wave ahead." Bai Wei waved her folding fan lightly, and blood-colored spiritual energy condensed into a compass in her palm, the needle trembling violently. "And, it seems someone is trapped inside." Jiang Meng gripped the short blade at his waist tightly. "Could this be a trap set by those people from Tianyang Pavilion we met before?" Lin Qianfan shook his head in denial. "This restriction carries the aura of an ancient formation. It doesn't seem like something a modern contract master could have set." He activated his heavenly sun method, and golden spiritual energy seeped into the ground, exploring the veins of the formation. Within his sea of consciousness, the fragmented inherited technique suddenly activated on its own, resonating with the formation, and the previously obscure runes gradually became clearer. "Found it!" Lin Qianfan ignited a golden flame in his palm, and blasted a scorching sun at a node in the formation. A roar echoed through the heavens and earth, and the purple restriction cracked like a spider web, revealing an ice-blue altar deep within. At the altar's center, a young girl in a moon-white dress was trapped in a cage made of ice crystals. Her hair reached her waist, her skin was white as snow, and her eyelashes fluttered, revealing a hint of stubbornness. "Su Rou?" Jiang Meng exclaimed. "Hasn't she been missing for half a year? Why is she here?" Lin Qianfan was equally shocked. Su Rou was the school's most beautiful girl, rumored to have been a family guardian of an ancient heritage for generations, yet she suddenly vanished 6 months ago. The trapped girl was none other than the Su Rou he remembered. Even more alarming was the sudden, sharp notification from the system: special contract detected. Successfully bind to gain the Ice Soul Body talent and the ancient ice heritage. Save me." Su Rou's weak voice came. The runes on the ice crystal cage flashed with strange light, constantly draining her vitality. Bai Wei frowned. "This is a soul-devouring ice prison. Breaking it forcibly will hurt her. We must find the center of the formation." Lin Qianfan activated the heavenly sun method once again, and golden spiritual energy transformed into threads that seeped into the altar. With the combined assistance of his technique and the system, he quickly located the center of the formation, the black ice pillar in the southeast corner of the altar. However, as he approached, the phantom of a giant ice blue wolf suddenly emerged, unleashing a soul-freezing blast of cold. Be careful. This is a guardian spirit. Bai Wei waved her folding fan, and the blood-colored petals collided with the cold wave and were instantly frozen into ice crystals. Lin Xianfan's pupils shrank, the chill condensing into frost on his skin. He immediately unleashed frenzy, sending black lightning surging through his body while simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy into a solar shield. This violent force merged with the spiritual energy of Yang Yan, forming a fiery golden vortex that forcibly drove back the cold wave. Then, seizing the opportunity, he used Yan Yan's stab to pierce the giant wolf's phantom, sending the pillar of black ice exploding with a bang. The ice crystal cage lost its support and shattered. Su Rou fell forward, and Lin Xianfan dodged to catch her. The girl's body temperature was icy, and her breathing was weak, but the jade pendant hanging on her chest suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and a wisp of ice blue spiritual energy flowed into Lin Xianfan's body along the contact point. Ding! Soul resonance detected. Do you want to sign a life and death contract with Su Rou? Yes. A golden contract rune appeared on their foreheads. Su Rou's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she grabbed Lin Xianfan's sleeve in a daze. Thank you. Thank you. Instantly, a flood of information flooded into Lin Xianfan's consciousness. Su Rou was revealed to be an icy spirit, naturally suited to ice-based techniques. 6 months prior, her family had sent her to the Qingyu secret realm to seek her inheritance, but she had unexpectedly become trapped. With the completion of the contract, he not only gained the gift of an icy spirit, but also the incomplete Xin Bingju. Her condition is very dire. Bai Wei frowned after checking Su Rou's pulse. The soul-devouring ice prison has drained too much of her vitality. We must find a healing elixir as soon as possible. Lin Xianfan nodded and carried Su Rou on his back. Just as he was about to leave, the altar suddenly shook violently, cracking the ground and sending countless dark blue flames gushing out. A 10-foot-tall skeletal dragon rose from the cracks, ghostly fire dancing in its hollow eye sockets, and a black mist that corroded spiritual energy swirled around it. This is the remnant soul of an ancient bone dragon. Bai Wei's face turned pale. It's at least at the spiritual venerable level. Jiang Meng gripped his weapon tightly. What should I do? Lin Xianfan felt the wonderful fusion of his icy spirit and the heavenly sun method within him, and a confident smile curved his lips. He handed Su Rou to Jiang Meng, and his spiritual energy erupted, interweaving golden flames and icy blue light. Try out the power you've just gained. The remnant soul of the bone dragon roared, its massive claws tearing through space and striking down. Lin Xianfan didn't dodge, his spiritual energy condensing into a yin-yang fish pattern in his palm. The power of ice and fire blended perfectly at this moment, forming a fire and ice annihilation imbued with a destructive aura. Amidst the roar, the remnant soul of the bone dragon disintegrated piece by piece. Meanwhile, the power of the contract between Lin Xianfan and Su Rou grew stronger during this battle. He knew that with the addition of a new partner, his progress on the path of cultivation would be even greater. Deep within the Qingyu secret realm, perhaps even more astonishing secrets were waiting to be revealed. Chapter 11 College Entrance Examination Practice. After their trip to the Qingyu secret realm, Lin Xianfan and the others quietly returned to town. Su Rou, nourished by precious healing elixirs and Lin Xianfan's spiritual energy, gradually recovered, and the bond between them deepened with their daily interactions. Meanwhile, the atmosphere throughout the city suddenly became tense, for the annual college entrance exams were about to begin. In this world, the college entrance examination is not only a test of students' strength, but also a crucial milestone in determining their future path of cultivation. The trial consists of 2 parts, practical assessment and exploration of secret realms. Those who excel will receive admission to top academies and receive a wealth of cultivation resources. The actual combat assessment for this trial will be held in the martial arts arena, and the secret realm is said to open up 1,000 machines maze. Jiang Meng flipped through the trial manual in his hand, frowning slightly. It's a maze-like secret realm set up by an ancient formation master, filled with numerous traps and guarded by demonic beasts. Bai Wei shook her folding fan and chuckled. Interesting, the 1,000 machine maze is only opened once every 10 years, and it contains many lost fragments of formations. Little brother, do you want me to give you some advice? She cast a meaningful look, but was politely declined by Lin Xianfan with a smile. Lin Xianfan knew that although he had reached the early stages of the Spirit Emperor realm, this world was filled with powerful warriors, and he couldn't afford to slack off. He retrieved the incomplete inheritance he had obtained from the Qingyu secret realm, combined with the array formation knowledge rewarded by the system, and studied it day and night. Su Ro, after recovering, also imparted her family's inherited knowledge of ice array formations. Their collaboration unexpectedly gave Lin Xianfan a new understanding of the fusion of Tianyang Tianfa and ice power. On the day of the trial, the martial arts arena was packed. When Lin Xianfan entered the arena alongside Jiang Meng and Su Ro, they immediately attracted countless attention. The young man, once considered a worthless waste, now had two school beauties at his side. More importantly, everyone had vaguely heard of his exploits in the Qingyu secret realm. Look, isn't that Lin Xianfan? I heard he reached 2 higher realms in the secret realm. Humph, maybe it's just luck. Only actual combat tests will reveal the truth. Amidst the discussion, Lin Xianfan remained indifferent. The combat assessment was conducted in an arena format, with the competition field divided according to the students' levels. Lin Xianfan was assigned to the Spiritual Emperor Realm Group, and his first opponent was none other than the contracted master from Tianyao Pavilion who had forged an antagonist with him in the Qingyu secret realm. Lin Xianfan, I let you escape in the secret realm by chance, but today is the day you die. The opponent showed off a spear embedded with a demon core, and spiritual power surged around his body. It turned out that he was also in the early stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. Lin Xianfan chuckled softly, saying nothing more. At the referee's command, his opponent launched the first attack, his spear stabbing forward in a shadowy afterimage, its tip laced with a corrosive black mist. Lin Xianfan activated his Tianyang Tianfa, his golden spiritual energy forming a protective shield around his body. Simultaneously, he unleashed frenzy, instantly increasing his speed several times over. He dodged the attack with a flash, his palm igniting with golden flames as he unleashed the burning sun palm. His opponent frantically raised his spear to block, only to be burned by the flames, causing him to scream in agony. Lin Xianfan pressed forward, fusing his spiritual energy with the power of his icy soul, condensing into a shard of ice that struck his opponent's throat. Give up! I give up! The opponent shouted in horror, his forehead covered with cold sweat. The battle was clean and decisive, with Lin Xianfan winning easily, shocking everyone present. However, the true test was yet to come. The Thousand Machines maze was about to begin. Before entering the maze, each candidate was given a jade slip to locate their location. If they encountered danger, they could crush the slip to call for help, but this also meant giving up the test. Lin Xianfan, Jiang Meng, and Su Ro agreed to stay in touch before entering the misty secret realm. The maze's paths were intricate, and the sounds of traps activating could be heard from all around. Lin Xianfan, relying on his understanding of the formations, cleverly guided the two men to avoid deadly traps. However, as they entered the center of the maze, they encountered the guardian beast, a crimson flame scorpion king, exuding the aura of a peak spiritual master. The flame scorpion king brandished its massive pincers, its stinger piercing the air and spewing flames capable of melting rock. Jiang Meng quickly cast a slowing potion, while Su Ro summoned an ice wall to block the flames. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity, mobilizing the power of Tianyang Tianfa and Bingpa, unleashing the fusion technique Ice and Fire Twins. Golden flames and icy blue light intertwined into a web, trapping the flame scorpion king. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, his spiritual energy transforming into a spear that pierced the scorpion king's vitals. After defeating the demonic beast, they discovered an ancient chamber nearby, containing a jade scroll that exuded a pristine aura. Lin Xianfan stepped forward and picked up the jade slip, and the system immediately issued a prompt, detected a fragmentary diagram of the Thousand Machine formation. Obtained the formation knowledge 9 transformations of the mysterious trace. At this moment, the sound of fierce fighting could be heard in the distance, accompanied by the familiar blood-colored spiritual energy fluctuations. It's Bai Wei. She seems to be in trouble. Jiang Meng's face changed. Lin Xianfan clenched his fists, his eyes determined. Let's go and help her. The three of them rushed towards the source of the sound. What awaited them would be a stronger opponent and a key opportunity that could change the outcome of the trial. Chapter 12 The First Illusion. Following the blood-red spiritual energy emanating from Bai Wei, Lin Xianfan and the other two quickly shuttled through the alleys of the Thousand Machines maze. The air was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder smoke. In the distance, the roar of the formation shattered could be heard. Debris mixed with spiritual energy fragments swirled in the air. Turning around the moss-covered stone wall, they were shocked to see Bai Wei trapped in a distorted light and shadow. Be careful. This is an illusion. Bai Wei's voice echoed through the illusory light and shadows. Her folding fan danced, sending blood-splattered clouds through the air, but its impact was as elusive as it reached the distorted space around her. Lin Xianfan's pupils shrank as he saw 7 ancient bronze mirrors suspended around Bai Wei, their surfaces shimmering with a strange, dim light, swallowing up her attacks. Ding! Detecting the ancient illusion array, 7 lights bewitching mirror. Key to cracking it, destroy the core of the illusion and shatter the main mirror. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Lin Xianfan was about to remind everyone when Su Rou suddenly covered her head, her face turning pale. Lin Xianfan. I seem to see. Before she could finish, the space around them suddenly twisted. Lin Xianfan felt his vision spinning, and when he opened his eyes again, he was in an ancient courtyard. A fine snowflake drifted among the pavilions, and Su Rou, dressed in her wedding dress, walked towards him. You're finally here. We can't be late for our wedding day. Jiang Meng's voice suddenly rang from behind him. Xianfan, you promised to show me the world. How can you stop here? She held a long sword, her eyes filled with resentment. Alarm bells rang in Lin Xianfan's heart, and he activated the Heavenly Sun method. Golden spiritual energy condensed into flames in his palms. As the flames burned, cracks began to appear in the scene before him, but the illusions of Su Rou and Jiang Meng became increasingly real. This illusion will magnify my inner desires and guilt. Lin Xianfan gritted his teeth. I must stay awake. He bit his tongue, the stinging sensation instantly clearing his mind. At the same time, the incomplete inheritance within his sea of consciousness suddenly activated on its own, resonating with the Tianyang Tianfa. A golden rune flew from his brow, pointing straight into the void. Break! Wherever the rune passed, the illusion crumbled like a shattered mirror. Lin Xianfan returned to the maze, only to find Jiang Meng and Su Rou still trapped. Jiang Meng was in a smoke-filled battlefield, with countless monsters pouncing on her. Su Rou was trapped in an ice coffin, surrounded by the rebukes of the family elders. Bai Wei's figure loomed between the ancient bronze mirrors, struggling to fight against the phantoms in the illusion. Lin Xianfan took a deep breath, mobilizing the combined power of his icy spirit and the Heavenly Sun method, igniting a golden and blue flame around him. He rushed toward the nearest ancient bronze mirror. The moment the flames touched the mirror's surface, countless chains suddenly extended from it, entangling him. Humph! Lin Xianfan activated his frenzy, interweaving black lightning and flames, forcibly breaking the chains. Scorching sun burns the sky. The golden blade slashed out, shattering the first ancient mirror. With the main mirror damaged, the entire illusion began to tremble violently, and the figures of Jiang Meng and Su Rou struggled in the distorted space. Jiang Meng. Su Rou. Use your spiritual power to protect your sea of consciousness. Lin Xianfan shouted. He shattered 3 ancient mirrors in succession. When the 4th mirror shattered, a dark purple figure emerged from the mirror, a 9-eyed demon wolf, emitting the pressure of a late-stage spirit emperor. The demonic wolf opened its mouth and spit out a soul-corrosive black mist. Lin Xianfan quickly unleashed ice and fire annihilation. The golden and blue energies collided, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. Taking advantage of the demonic wolf's retreat, Lin Xianfan flashed to the final main mirror. He channeled all his spiritual energy into his palm, fusing the forces of ice and fire, rage and sunblaze, to unleash his most powerful blow. Boom! The moment the main mirror shattered, the 7 ancient bronze mirrors exploded simultaneously. Bai Wei tumbled out of the light and shadow in a panic, her hair disheveled, but she forced a smile. I almost died in this illusion. You're even more formidable than I expected. Jiang Meng and Su Rou also slowly regained consciousness, their foreheads covered in sweat. Su Rou's face paled. That was a close call. I feel like I've been transported back to the day I was imprisoned by my family. Jiang Meng clenched Lin Xianfan's hand. Just now, I really thought I'd never see you again. Lin Xianfan patted their hands soothingly, his gaze fixed on the passage revealed by the collapse of the illusion. From deep within the passage, the sound of ancient chanting drifted faintly, accompanied by a dazzling radiance. Bai Wei's eyes flashed with excitement. It seems the true inheritance lies behind this illusion. Shall we go? Of course. Lin Xianfan clenched his fists. No matter what lies ahead, we'll face it together. The 4 men straightened their clothes and walked deeper into the passage. Behind them, the shattered fragments of the ancient mirror suddenly emitted an eerie red light, as if foreshadowing that this trial was far from over. Chapter 13 Breaking through 2 levels in a row. Passing through the passage revealed by the collapse of the illusion, a damp, rusty smell hit them. Lin Xianfan and the others cautiously slowed their pace. Ahead lay a chain bridge suspended over a pool of lava. At the end of the bridge stood a stone gate carved with ferocious faces, and waves of pressure emanated from within. This is the second level, the molten fire trial. Bai Wei tapped her palm with the fan. It is rumored that to pass this level, one must withstand the dual attacks of magma tempering and fire monsters. If one is not careful, one will fall into the magma and turn into ashes. Before she finished speaking, the chain bridge suddenly shook violently, and hundreds of molten winged bats with red bodies and wings burning with blue flames swarmed out from the cracks in the rock wall. Lin Xianfan acted decisively. Jiang Meng used the slowing potion to disrupt their flight. Su Rou, prepare the ice wall defense. Bai Wei will lead the attack. The moment the order was given, Jiang Meng tossed out 5 bottles of potion in quick succession. A pale green mist spread, and the molten wing bat's speed noticeably slowed. Su Rou waved her jade hand, and a 100-meter-long ice wall rose from the ground, temporarily blocking the bat's charge. Bai Wei unfurled her folding fan, blood-red spiritual energy transforming into a swarm of sharp blades, slicing down the approaching molten wing bats. Lin Xianfan activated his Heavenly Sun method, condensing golden spiritual energy into a flaming armor around him as he leaped into the swarm of bats. Yang Yan thrust. The spears condensed from spiritual energy pierced through dozens of molten wing bats in succession. Their scorching flames collided with the bats' dark blue flames, unleashing a deafening roar. In the heat of battle, the magma pool suddenly surged and boiled, and a massive molten fire lizard burst out of the water. This beast was 10 feet long, its scales gleaming with a metallic sheen, and the flames from its mouth could actually warp space. Lin Xianfan's pupils suddenly constricted, and he immediately unleashed frenzy. Black lightning swirled around his body, and he simultaneously mobilized the power of his ice soul, condensing ice and fire in his palm. The fusion of ice and fire collided with the fire of the molten lizard, creating a shockwave that shook the chain bridge to the brink of collapse. Bai Wei seized the opportunity, transforming her blood-colored spiritual power into a giant net to entangle the lizard's neck. Su Rou summoned a rain of icicles, piercing the lizard's joints. Under the combined attack of the three, the molten lizard collapsed to the ground. Ding! Successfully passed the second level molten fire trial. Obtained molten fire core X1 and fire attribute spirit skill fragments. As the system prompt sounded, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a passage covered with star patterns. At the end of the passage, a white jade arena suspended in the air appeared in front of everyone. In the center of the arena stood a puppet wearing silver armor, with mysterious runes flowing on the spear in his hand, and a heart-pounding pressure lingering around him. This was the third-level puppet battle formation. This puppet is at least at the spirit master level. Bai Wei said solemnly, and it can autonomously adjust its combat strategy based on the attack method. It is extremely difficult to deal with. The puppet seemed to sense someone approaching, and swung its spear violently. A silver spear light tore through the air and went straight for Lin Xianfan's throat. Lin Xianfan dodged to the side, signaling everyone to disperse. Knowing head-on confrontation was not the best strategy, he immediately activated the Heavenly Sun method, mobilizing the violent power within him and his icy spirit, unleashing the fusion technique, thunder burning ice. Golden flames and icy blue lightning intertwined into a web, enveloping the puppet. The puppet spear swung, its runes ablaze with light, easily shredding Lin Xianfan's attack. Seeing this, Bai Wei transformed her blood-red spiritual energy into chains, entangling the puppet's legs. Jiang Meng continuously threw potions, attempting to disrupt the puppet's movements. Su Rou summoned an ice prison, temporarily trapping the puppet's upper body. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity and channeled all his spiritual energy into the Heavenly Sun method, condensing a blazing fireball in his palm, rivaling the sun itself. Scorching sun destroyed. The fireball slammed into the puppet with devastating force, finally revealing a flaw and cracks appearing in its armor. Bai Wei seized the opportunity, transforming her folding fan into a blood-red scimitar, severing the puppet's spear. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, his spiritual power transforming into a blade of light that pierced the puppet's core. With a roar, the puppet exploded, disintegrating into countless fragments. Ding! Successfully passed the third level, puppet battle formation. Obtained the ancient puppet control technique and spiritual venerable realm breakthrough materials. The system notification sounded, bringing a sigh of relief to everyone. Lin Xianfan gazed at the jade slip emanating a mysterious aura in his hand, a surge of pride welling up in his heart. Passing 2 levels in a row had not only yielded a wealth of rewards, but more importantly, his control over his own strength had matured. And what lay ahead were the secrets and challenges that lay deeper within the Thousand Machines maze. Chapter 14 College Entrance Examination. First, Lin Xianfan As the core of the third stage's puppet battle formation shattered, a violent tremor erupted from the depths of the thousand machines maze. The suspended white jade arena slowly sank, revealing the stairs leading to the final trial field. At the end of the stairs, a brilliant beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire secret realm and attracting all the candidates still undergoing the trial. Lin Xianfan and the others ascended the stairs and discovered that the final trial field was a massive circular arena. The surrounding stands were filled with invigilators and spectators from various factions. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on the center of the arena. There, a figure shrouded in dark purple lightning was wantonly unleashing a powerful aura. It was none other than Lu Jiuxiu, the legendary genius disciple of Tianyao Pavilion, a peak-level spiritual emperor. I didn't expect someone to arrive before us. Bai Wei waved her folding fan, her gaze lingering on Lu Jiuxiu for a moment before turning to Lin Xianfan. But with you here, I might not be able to keep the first place. Lu Jiuxiu noticed the arrival of Lin Xianfan and the others, and a disdainful sneer curled up his lips. You got away with escaping the Qingyu secret realm, but today I'm going to show everyone that you're nothing but a loser who relied on luck. A spear inlaid with 7 demon cores suddenly appeared in his hand, and the tip of the spear pointed directly at Lin Xianfan. Do you dare to fight me and put your title of top scorer in the college entrance examination on the line? Lin Xianfan's expression remained calm as he slowly walked onto the arena. The gap between the early and peak spiritual emperor realms was already enormous, not to mention Lu Jiuxiu's family's secret techniques and treasures. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, a burning desire to fight ignited. The system had just sent a notification, declaring a hidden reward for defeating Lu Jiuxiu. Begin! At the invigilator's command, Lu Jiuxiu launched the attack. Dark purple lightning surged from his spear, transforming into a giant python that pounced on Lin Xianfan. Lin Xianfan activated his Heavenly Sun method, condensing golden spiritual energy into a shield. Simultaneously, he unleashed frenzy, instantly increasing his speed several times. He dodged the direct attack and launched a counterattack with his burning sun palm. However, Lu Jiuxiu's reaction was equally swift. With a sweep of his spear, a lightning barrier blocked Lin Xianfan's attack. Immediately afterwards, he unleashed the Tianyao Pavilion's secret spiritual technique, 9 Heavens Thunder Prison. In an instant, dark clouds filled the arena, and countless lightning bolts descended from the sky, forming a massive cage that trapped Lin Xianfan. Exclamations erupted from the crowd outside the arena, everyone believing the outcome to be decided. But at that moment, Lin Xianfan closed his eyes, his icy spirit and the Heavenly Sun method energizing furiously. Under the pressure of life and death, he suddenly experienced an epiphany regarding the fusion of these two powers. As the first wave of lightning struck, a golden and blue flame ignited around him, perfectly combining the powers of ice and fire, thunder and yang, to form a new defensive barrier. How is this possible? Lu Jiuxiu's eyes widened, his spear unconsciously clenched. He had never seen anyone achieve a breakthrough in battle, and he had never imagined that Lin Xianfan's defense could withstand the 9 Heavens Thunder Prison. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity and unleashed his fusion technique, ice, fire, and thunder. A golden, blue, and purple energy ball roared out, shattering the lightning cage. Lu Jiuxiu retreated hastily, his spear wielding impenetrably, attempting to block the attack. But under Lin Xianfan's full-strength attack, his defenses shredded like paper. Puff! Lu Jiuxiu spat out blood and flew backward, landing heavily on the edge of the arena. The entire arena was silent. No one could believe their eyes. Lu Jiuxiu, at the peak of the spiritual emperor realm, had been defeated by an early-stage contract master. Ding! Successfully defeated the peak spirit emperor realm opponent, triggering the hidden reward. Obtained the heavenly grade advanced martial arts 9 Heavens Thunder Art and 1 Thunder Attribute Spirit Pet Egg. The system prompt sounded in Lin Xianfan's mind, but his attention was brought back to reality by the cheers outside the field. Lin Xianfan! Lin Xianfan! Jiang Meng and Su Rou waved their arms excitedly, while Bai Wei smiled and waved her folding fan, her eyes full of admiration. The invigilators from various factions all stood up, their eyes filled with the desire to win over Lin Xianfan. Finally, with all the candidates' trials concluded, Lin Xianfan unsurprisingly took first place in the college entrance exam. When the invigilator announced the results, the entire city erupted in excitement. The once despised loser had now become a universally admired genius, destined to leave a lasting mark in the history of cultivation in this world. Lin Xianfan knew this was only the beginning. A greater stage awaited him. Chapter 15 Applying for Qianxing College. 3 days after the Gaokao National College entrance examination, the city center square was packed. A massive crystal bulletin board displayed the rankings of this year's Gaokao results. Lin Xianfan's name was prominently listed at the top, its golden glow making it stand out. Passers-by stopped to observe, chattering in a chorus of awe, a mixture of wonder, envy, and awe. I heard that he broke through 3 levels in the Thousand Machines maze and even defeated Lu Jiuxiu from the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion. He has such strength in the early stage of the spiritual emperor realm. I'm afraid he will become a spiritual emperor in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Xianfan's residence was bustling with activity. Recruitment representatives from various top academies arrived one after another, their lavish attire and dazzling jewels amplifying the power of their respective forces. Xianling Academy promised a dedicated training chamber and an introductory chapter on celestial-grade cultivation techniques. Wanshou Academy offered a gift of a high-level Earth-level spirit pet cub, and Tianyao Pavilion even offered to forgive past mistakes and grant the elders the right to teach directly. Xianfan, which one are you going to choose? Zhang Mang asked, swinging her legs as she sat by the window. Su Rou stood quietly by, her eyes occasionally falling on Lin Xianfan, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Bai Wei shook her folding fan and chuckled, in my opinion, none of these academies are worthy of our top scorer in the college entrance examination. However, if I really want to choose, Xianling Academy's formation inheritance is worth considering. Lin Xianfan pondered for a moment, then pulled out a jade slip from his bosom. A star-like light shone on its surface. It was an invitation from Tianqing Academy. As a top 10 superpower in the 3000 worlds, Tianqing Academy boasted not only top-tier cultivation resources but also a complete inheritance system leading all the way to the spiritual emperor realm. Countless contracted practitioners had dedicated their entire lives to the aspiration to enter that legendary institution. I want to go to Tianqing Academy. Lin Xianfan's eyes were firm. There is a wider world there, and there are also opportunities that will allow me to reach the ultimate realm faster. Jiang Meng's eyes lit up. I'll go with you. Su Rou also nodded slightly and said softly, my family has some connections with Tianqing Academy, maybe I can help. Bai Wei raised an eyebrow and tapped Lin Xianfan's chest with her folding fan. The little guy is going to enter a higher education institution, and I have to find a new way to entertain myself, but if anyone dares to bully you, remember to tell me. On the day of the application process, the Tianqing Academy admissions office was packed. Talented students from all over the country were eager to compete, trying to stand out from the numerous rounds of selection. As soon as Lin Xianfan and his group arrived at the entrance, they caused a commotion. That's Lin Xianfan, the top scorer in the college entrance exam. He actually came. I heard that Tianqing Academy only has 3 special recruitment spots this time, so the competition is sure to be fierce. Entering the examination venue, a massive star disk suspended in mid-air came into view. The elder in charge of the examination, dressed in a robe patterned with stars, had a lightning-like gaze, scanning the crowd as if he could see through everyone's inner thoughts. The Tianqing Academy examination consists of 3 stages. The old man's voice was low, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The first stage is to test your spiritual root aptitude. The second stage is to break through the star maze. The third stage is to fight with the inner disciples of the academy. Only those who pass can gain admission. At the first stage of the exam, a crystal ball emanated a soft glow. All the examinee had to do was place their hand on it, and it would radiate different lights based on the purity and attributes of their spiritual roots. Lin Xianfan stepped forward, and as his palm touched the crystal ball, the entire sphere suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden light, a faint pattern of interwoven suns and stars emerging within the glow. Both the heavenly sun spiritual root and the star spiritual root. The old man's pupils shrank suddenly, and his voice was filled with shock that was hard to conceal. I've been recruiting students for decades, and I've never seen such a rare qualification. The candidates around were in an uproar, and many of them showed despair in the face of such talent. They had almost no chance of winning. In the second level, the starry maze, the power of countless stars converged into ever-changing traps and illusions. Lin Xianfan activated his heavenly sun method, allowing his golden spiritual energy to resonate with the star power within the formation. Combined with the knowledge he'd gained from the Thousand Machines maze, he swiftly pierced through 7 levels. As he emerged from the maze, the elder guarding the formation stroked his beard and laughed, "Excellent! Excellent! If this child were to enter our Tianqing Academy, he would surely shine in the art of formations." In the third stage of the actual combat, Lin Xianfan faced an inner sect disciple, a mid-stage spirit emperor. Wielding a star spear, he exuded a sharp sword aura. From the outset, his opponent unleashed the Tianqing Academy's unique skill, 9 heavens of falling stars, sending a shower of stars cascading down like meteorites. Lin Xianfan remained calm, his icy spirit body energized simultaneously with his heavenly sun method, unleashing the fusion technique, Ice Star Explosion. A golden and blue light collided with the power of the stars, unleashing a wave of energy that shook the entire testing area. In the end, Lin Xianfan emerged victorious by a narrow margin. When the elder announced his passing, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. Meanwhile, Lin Xianfan, gazing toward the distant Tianqing Academy, had already formulated a new blueprint for his cultivation. In that institution, home to the world's most talented individuals, he would strive for a higher realm, and at the same time, embark on a new legend. Chapter 16, Ascending to the Spirit King Realm. Within his first month at Tianqing Academy, Lin Xianfan sensed the depth of this exceptional institution. A rich, almost tangible spiritual energy permeated the academy. The star-patterned buildings suspended in the air absorbed and exhaled the essence of heaven and earth day and night. The library housed countless lost tomes and fragments of martial arts techniques. With his top-scoring college entrance exam, Lin Xianfan earned admission to the Xingyun Pavilion for secluded cultivation, a haven for the academy's finest cultivation resources. It was rumored that a year of seclusion was equivalent to 10 years of hard training in the outside world. This is the academy's special Star Marrow Tempering Pill. Combined with the Starfall Pavilion's star power and magnetic field, it might help you reach the Spirit King realm. Su Rou handed the jade bottle to Lin Xianfan, the warmth lingering from her fingertips radiating through the bottle. Jiang Meng, on the side, brandished her newly acquired spiritual weapon. When you break through, let's go hunting in the Academy's secret realm. I heard there are high-level Xin-level demon beasts there. Lin Xianfan smiled and nodded, then stepped into the Xingyun Pavilion's retreat room. The moment the heavy stone door closed, a vast astral force surged in like a tide. Enhanced by the star-pattern formations on the wall, it transformed into tiny specks of starlight that seeped into his meridians. He took the Star Marrow Body Tempering Pill, and the pill melted in his mouth. A wave of cool energy rushed straight to his dantian, resonating wonderfully with the Heavenly Sun method and Nine Heavens Thunder art within his body. The breakthrough was far more difficult than he had imagined. The barrier between the Spirit Emperor and Spirit King realms was like a bottomless abyss before him. Lin Xianfan channeled all his spiritual energy, attempting to impact the barrier, only to be repelled again and again. His blood and qi surged, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. But he didn't give up. Instead, he channeled the power of his ice soul spirit body, neutralizing the raging spiritual energy with its icy chill, creating a unique cycle of ice and fire. Break it! Lin Xianfan roared, condensing all his accumulated strength into a golden spear of light. The spear pierced the void, finally tearing a crack in the barrier. At this moment, the system suddenly sounded an alarm: external energy interference detected. Abnormal spatial fluctuations. Outside the retreat room, a violent tremor erupted. Lin Xianfan, suppressing the urge to break through, pushed the door open to investigate. He saw the sky thick with dark clouds, and 9 pitch-black lightning tribulations were gathering unbelievably, the legendary 9 heavens world-destroying tribulations. Only geniuses who comprehended the power of the laws upon breaking through to the Spirit King realm could incur such terrifying lightning tribulations. Beneath the lightning tribulations, a mysterious figure in a black robe was frantically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, clearly forcing a breakthrough. He's summoning a thunder tribulation against me. Lin Xianfan's pupils shrank. The black-robed figure had clearly sensed his impending breakthrough and was attempting to use the power of the thunder tribulation to stifle him at the crucial moment of his advancement. Jiang Meng and Su Rou rushed over upon hearing the news, but were prevented from approaching by the overwhelming pressure of the thunder tribulation. Xianfan! Be careful! He's a killer sent by the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion. Bai Wei appeared at some point, waving her folding fan. Blood-colored spiritual energy formed a barrier, temporarily resisting the aftermath of the thunder tribulation. This man practices the evil soul-devouring demonic scripture, which can devour the cultivation of others. Lin Xianfan's eyes were icy, and he no longer hesitated. He forcibly activated his still-strength Spirit King realm power, completely merging the Heavenly Sun method and the 9 heavens thunder art. In his palm, he condensed an energy ball imbued with the power of the sun and thunder, the 9 heavens sun flame explosion. Simultaneously, he unleashed his ice soul body's innate ability, Absolute Zero Field, freezing the surrounding space. Seeing this, the black-robed figure grinned and swung out a black demonic shadow. Even if you're gifted, you'll die under my thunder. The demonic shadow collided with the energy ball, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. Lin Xianfan used the force to charge at the black-robed figure, his golden spiritual energy transforming into chains to entangle him, and the power of his icy soul instantly froze him. Disperse! Lin Xianfan mobilized all his strength, blasting the black-robed figure into dust. The uncontrolled thunder tribulation spiraled out of control, 9 jets of pitch-black lightning striking simultaneously. In the nick of time, Lin Xianfan activated the rudiments of the spatial laws he had just comprehended, creating a small spatial barrier in front of him. Lightning bombarded the barrier, and Lin Xianfan felt his meridians nearly rupture. But he gritted his teeth and persevered, channeling the power of the thunder tribulation into his body, using it to attack the barrier of the Spirit King realm. Boom! With a loud bang, the barrier shattered, and a brilliant light erupted from Lin Xianfan's body. He had successfully broken through to the Spirit King realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Spirit King realm. You've acquired the skill Starfall, unlocking the initial application of the power of law. The system notification sounded in his mind. Lin Xianfan felt the surging spiritual energy within his body and the vague power of law, and a confident smile curled his lips. In the distance, the elders of Tianqing Academy appeared one after another. The white-haired elder in the lead stroked his beard and laughed, "Excellent. Excellent. Tianqing Academy hasn't seen such an amazing talent in a long time." He was able to force a breakthrough despite the interference of a thunder tribulation, and even comprehended the laws of space. This child has a bright future. Jiang Meng and Su Rou rushed forward excitedly, while Bai Wei smiled and shook her head. "Looks like I'll have to call you King Lin from now on?" Lin Xianfan looked at the crowd, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. He knew that this breakthrough was just a new starting point. In the powerful Tianqing Academy, and in the vast 3,000 worlds, countless challenges and opportunities awaited him. Chapter 17 Shen Level Advanced for Phases Technique. After breaking through to the Spirit King realm, Lin Xianfan's status within Tianqing Academy soared. However, he didn't indulge in the public's admiration. Instead, he devoted more energy to comprehending the power of laws and studying the techniques. One day, while browsing the ancient books in the Academy's library, a torn bamboo slip caught his eye. Only half of a star map remained on the yellowed slip, revealing the faint outlines of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Small inscriptions were engraved along the edge, for aspects technique, a high-level Shen level technique. Mastering it allows one to control the power of the 4 poles of heaven and earth. Ding! The incomplete 4 phases technique has been detected. The host can complete it by collecting 4 phases fragments. The system's notification sounded in his mind. Lin Xianfan's heart moved. Shen level high-level techniques were extremely valuable in the entire cultivation world. If he could complete them, his strength would be greatly enhanced. According to the clues on the bamboo slips, the 4 fragments are hidden in the Academy's 4 secret realms, King Longtan, Baihu Cliff, Zhuke Valley, and Zuan Wuyuan. These secret realms are fraught with danger, not only guarded by powerful demonic beasts but also emplaced with ancient killing arrays. Even a Spirit King realm expert who ventured rashly would risk his own fate. Lin Xianfan informed Jiang Meng, Su Rou, and Bai Wei of this, and the 3 immediately decided to go with him. "It just so happens that I've been itching to go, and those monsters in the secret realm haven't tasted my ice cones yet." Su Rou gently stroked the ice blade at her waist, a chill in her eyes. Jiang Meng brandished her newly refined spiritual weapon, eager to try. "Maybe we can even encounter a rare spiritual pet egg." Bai Wei chuckled, waving her folding fan. "Adventuring with my little brother is definitely more fun than listening to those old-timers nagging at the Academy." The group first arrived at Qinglong Pond. The waters were deep, emerald green, a thin layer of mist lingering on the surface. A faint roar could be heard from beneath the water. Lin Xianfan channeled his spiritual energy to investigate, discovering a high-level Shen level Qingshui Qinglong slumbering at the bottom, shrouded in a rich, water-attributed aura. "This azure dragon is at least mid-Spirit King realm, and it has the advantage of terrain. We can't force a direct confrontation," Lin Xianfan whispered. He retrieved the water spirit pearl he had obtained from the Qingyu secret realm, attempting to soothe the azure dragon through spiritual resonance. However, as the pearl approached the water's surface, the azure dragon suddenly awakened, its massive body breaking through the water and creating a massive wave. Bai Wei struck first, her blood-red spiritual energy transforming into chains to entangle Qinglong's claws. Jiang Meng unleashed a specially crafted slowing potion, attempting to slow Qinglong's movements. Su Rou, with a flick of her jade hand, summoned an ice wall to block the massive waves. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity, incorporating his Tianyang Tianfa and his newly comprehended spatial laws to unleash spatial confinement, temporarily restraining Qinglong's movements. For phases technique, Azure Dragon Chant. Lin Xianfan attempted to mobilize the remaining 4 phases power within the bamboo slips. A green dragon shadow flew from his palm, resonating with the azure dragon of the clear water. The fury in the azure dragon's eyes gradually faded, and it finally sank to the bottom of the pool, disgorging a jade token engraved with a blue dragon image, one of the 4 phases fragments. Immediately afterwards, everyone rushed to White Tiger Cliff. A howling wind roared from the clifftop. A white tiger, radiating a metallic sheen, perched atop a boulder. Its sharp gaze swept over the group before unleashing a deafening roar. This white tiger was not only incredibly fast, but could also manipulate wind blades and metallic storms, its attack range encompassing the entire clifftop. During the battle, Zhang Meng was accidentally scratched by a wind blade. As blood dripped, the white tiger became even more ferocious. Lin Xianfan's heart tightened, and he immediately unleashed 9 Heaven Sun Flame Explosion. Golden flames and thunderous force formed a blazing net, temporarily suppressing the white tiger's attack. He channeled his spiritual energy, once again invoking the 4 phases, for phases technique, White Tiger Evil. A white tiger's shadow rushed out, engaging the white tiger in a fierce battle. After a bitter battle, the white tiger finally exhausted itself and transformed into a streak of white light, sinking into the fragments in Lin Xianfan's hand. By this time, Lin Xianfan had a deeper understanding of the 4 phases technique. He could clearly feel that with each fragment he collected, the 4 phases power within him grew stronger. In Suzaku Valley, the group encountered a flock of firebirds capable of emitting the southern Ming Lihua. These firebirds were numerous and formed a fire array, their intense flames nearly transforming the entire valley into a sea of fire. Lin Xianfan, leveraging the combined power of his Ice Soul Spirit and the Heavenly Sun Heavenly Law, unleashed the Ice and Fire Fusion technique, barely holding off the firebirds' attacks. At a crucial moment, he invoked the power of the Suzaku Fragment, unleashing 4 phases technique, Suzaku Burning Heaven. A cloud of flaming feathers dispersed the flock, successfully obtaining the 3rd fragment. Their last stop was the Xuanwu Abyss. At its bottom lay a massive basalt statue, its eyes gleaming with a faint blue light. A poisonous mist, corrosive to spiritual energy, surrounded it. Lin Xianfan and his companions cautiously descended to the abyss, only to trigger an ancient killing formation. Countless stone spears shot forth from all directions, and the poisonous mist grew thicker. Everyone, be careful. This is a dragon trapping formation. Bai Wei waved her folding fan, blood-colored spiritual energy forming a shield before her. Lin Xianfan concentrated, mobilizing the power of the first 3 fragments, attempting to resonate with the black tortoise statue. 4 phase techniques, Black Tortoise Suppression. A black tortoise shell shadow emerged, blocking the stone spear's attack and dispelling the poisonous mist. The black tortoise statue slowly opened its eyes and spat out the final fragment. When the 4 fragments merged into one, the star map on the bamboo slips instantly shone with dazzling light, and the complete 4 phases technique flooded into Lin Xianfan's sea of consciousness. He sat cross-legged and began practicing on the spot. As the technique circulated, phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise alternated around him, and a powerful aura swept across the entire Xuanwu Abyss. Ding! Successfully completed the Xin level advanced technique 4 phases technique. Gained the skill 4 phases return to 1, allowing you to fuse the power of the 4 phases and unleash a devastating blow. As the system notification chimed, Lin Xianfan slowly opened his eyes, a glint of confidence gleaming in them. He knew that after mastering the 4 phases technique, he had taken another solid step forward on his path of cultivation, and would be more confident in facing stronger opponents in the future. Chapter 18 Exchange for the blood of the mythical beast Qilin and practice Qilin arm. After successfully completing the 4 phases technique, a high-level Shen level technique, Lin Xianfan wasn't content with his current status quo. He knew that in the vast expanse of the 3,000 worlds, amidst the teeming Tianqing Academy, only constant self-improvement could ensure his invincibility. After daily training, he would enter the Academy's unique Starry Sky Pavilion, a treasure trove of countless rare resources, which disciples could exchange for treasures with contribution points. A secret chamber on the top floor housed treasures coveted even by spirit emperors. That day, while Lin Xianfan was browsing the contribution point redemption list, a line of small text suddenly made his breath stop. The remnant of the ancient mythical beast Qilin bloodline requires 100,000 contribution points to activate a special physique and reshape the meridians in your right arm. He subconsciously touched his right arm. Although the meridians in his right arm had been repaired during the previous battle with the black-robed man's thunder tribulation, they still had hidden injuries, and he often felt a tearing pain when performing powerful spiritual skills. The Qilin, as an ancient auspicious beast, not only possessed the power to suppress all evil, but its bloodline also contained endless vitality and domineering physical strength. Ding! Detecting the host's strong desire, the system has initiated a limited time mission: assist the Academy in eliminating the evil organization entrenched in Blood Moon Canyon. Success will earn you 50,000 contribution points and clues to the Qilin bloodline. The system notification chimed in at the perfect time. Without hesitation, Lin Xianfan accepted the mission and informed Zhang Meng, Su Rou, and Bai Wei. Qilin bloodline? That's said to be able to completely transform a person. Zhang Meng's eyes lit up. Count me in. Su Rou nodded gently. I've heard about the evil cultivators in Blood Moon Canyon. They require human sacrifices to refine their evil skills. They really should be eliminated. Bai Wei smiled softly, shaking her folding fan. Looks like there's going to be some fun to watch. Maybe we can even get some treasures. 3 days later, Lin Xianfan and his group met up with the Tianqing Academy law enforcement team at the academy's gate. The team leader, a late-stage Spirit King realm expert, swept his gaze over the group like a hawk, finally settling on Lin Xianfan. I heard you're the freshman who achieved a breakthrough during the Thunder Tribulation? This mission is dangerous, so don't hold us back. Lin Xianfan calmly replied, our strength will be revealed on the battlefield. Blood Moon Canyon was shrouded in a crimson mist, the ground littered with white bones, and the air was filled with a sickening stench of decay. Everyone advanced cautiously when suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from the depths of the canyon. Since you're here, you scoundrels from Tianqing Academy, stay. Before the words had even finished, hundreds of evil cultivators in black robes emerged from the shadows of the rock face. Leading them was a powerful, mid-stage Spirit King cultivator. He wielded a magic wand crafted from human bones, the tip of which was inlaid with a beating heart. Kill! The captain of the law enforcement team launched the attack, his sword transforming into a streak of silver light as he charged towards the evil cultivator leader. Lin Xianfan and the others quickly joined the fray. Zhang Meng dispensed a specially crafted paralyzing potion, Su Rou summoned an ice wall to trap the hordes of evil cultivators, and Bai Wei wielded her folding fan, her blood-red spiritual energy transforming into a swarm of blades that harvested lives. Lin Xianfan activated his Tianyang Tianfa and for phases technique, interweaving golden flames in the phantoms of the four symbols, sending evil cultivators crashing to the ground in his wake. In the heat of battle, the evil leader suddenly plunged his wand into the ground. The blood-red mist in the canyon surged wildly, coalescing into a massive bloody hand that slammed down upon the group. Lin Xianfan's pupils constricted, and he immediately unleashed four symbols become one, merging the power of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise into a dazzling shield of light. However, the bloody hand's power was far beyond imagination, and the shield cracked the moment it made contact. In this critical moment, Lin Xianfan recalled the Thunder Burning Ice fusion skill rewarded by the system and immediately mobilized the power of his Ice Soul body and the Nine Heavens Thunder Art. Gold, blue, and purple energies collided with a bang, and the bloody hand dissipated in a violent explosion. Seeing the situation was dire, the evil cultivator leader turned and attempted to flee. How could Lin Xianfan give him the chance? He activated the Law of Space, instantly appearing before the enemy and piercing his chest with the Sunflame stab. With the fall of the evil cultivator leader, the remaining ones scattered. The law enforcement team seized upon their victory and annihilated the remaining forces. After this battle, Lin Xianfan not only received a generous contribution point reward but also discovered a jade pendant engraved with Qilin patterns in the evil cultivator's lair, the very clue to the Qilin bloodline hinted at by the system. Upon returning to the academy, Lin Xianfan immediately headed to the Xingqiang Pavilion. As he handed the pavilion master 100,000 contribution points and the jade, the entire pavilion suddenly shook violently. A golden light shot up from the depths of the secret chamber, and a crystal-clear jade bottle hovered in the air. Within the bottle flowed a mysterious golden liquid, the remnant of the Qilin bloodline. This is a fusion of Qilin's blood and its primordial power. Consuming it could put you in grave danger. Have you considered this? The pavilion master sized Lin Xianfan up, his eyes tinged with both admiration and concern. Without hesitation, Lin Xianfan took the jade bottle and drank it all. Instantly, a scorching power exploded within him, as if countless sharp blades were slicing through his meridians and flesh. He endured the excruciating pain, activating the Tianyang Tianfa and for phases technique, attempting to channel the power of his bloodline. A golden light spread along the meridians of his right arm, and the previously damaged meridians rapidly repaired and reshaped under the powerful vitality. Lin Xianfan felt a force powerful enough to rip apart space emanating from his right arm, as if a dormant qilin had awakened within it. After 7 days and 7 nights, the stone door to the training room exploded. Lin Xianfan slowly emerged, his right arm entwined with golden qilin patterns. With a gentle wave of his arm, the air resonated with a crescendo. Ding! Successfully integrated with qilin bloodline, gaining the innate skill qilin arm, instantly unleashing a 1,000-fold burst of power, with additional suppressing and healing effects. The system notification chimed, bringing a confident smile to Lin Xianfan's lips. At this moment, his qilin arm not only possessed devastating attack power, but also could repair itself in battle and even suppress evil spirits. When Jiang Meng, Su Rou, and Bai Wei arrived, they were stunned by the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, speechless. Bai Wei was the first to recover, waving her folding fan and laughing, "Little guy, your arm now is probably capable of destroying a spiritual venerable realm expert with a single punch, right?" Lin Xianfan clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power in his right arm. This is just the beginning. There are still many mysteries to be discovered within the qilin bloodline, and my path of cultivation goes far beyond this. He gazed out at the vast world beyond the academy, his eyes filled with anticipation and fighting spirit for the future. With the qilin arm, he stood at a higher starting point, taking more determined steps towards the legendary ultimate realm. Chapter 19, Achieving the Legendary Physique Ancient Chaos Holy Body. The infusion of qilin bloodline transformed Lin Xianfan's right arm, but he remained steadfast. While researching ancient texts in the Xingqiang Pavilion, he stumbled upon a record of the primordial chaos sacred body. This legendary physique, rare and legendary, allows its possessor to harness the power of chaos, shattering space and obliterating laws with a single gesture. It remains the ultimate secret pursued by countless practitioners. Ancient texts state that the chaos sacred body requires the gathering of 3 key elements: the origin of chaos, ancient blood essence, and a comprehension of the heavenly Tao. Each of these elements lies hidden in the most dangerous places of heaven and earth. Detecting the host's strong desire, unlocking a hidden mission, exploring the fragments of the origin of chaos. The system's prompt chimed in, and a fragmented star map flashed across Lin Xianfan's mind, marking a region known as the Netherworld Abyss. Records indicate that this region lies at the edge of a rift within the 3,000 worlds, brimming with soul-corrosive netherworld energy. Any approach by a spirit king would result in their soul being shattered. When Lin Xianfan shared the news with Jiang Meng, Su Rou, and Bai Wei, the 3 of them, though worried, remained undeterred. "Wherever Qianfan goes, I'll go." Jiang Meng clutched the spiritual weapon at her waist, her eyes filled with determination. Su Rou silently took out the Ice Soul Heart Mirror, a family heirloom. This mirror can resist some of the netherworld's energy, perhaps it could come in handy. Bai Wei chuckled, fanning her folding fan. "A treasure like the origin of chaos, I can't afford to miss out on." 5 days later, they arrived at the Netherworld Abyss. Everywhere they looked was swirling black mist, the ground covered with eerie cracks, from which shrill wails emanated. A faint purple light flickered at the bottom of the abyss, the aura of fragments of the origin of chaos. However, before they could approach, a netherworld bone dragon, blotting out the sky and sun, erupted from the earth. Its hollow eye sockets burned with ghostly green wisps, emitting the terrifying pressure of an early-stage spiritual venerable. "Be careful. This bone dragon's attack has soul-corroding properties." Bai Wei's expression suddenly changed. With a wave of her folding fan, blood-colored spiritual energy formed a protective shield around everyone. The nether bone dragon roared, spewing a dark, poisonous mist that shattered space wherever it passed. Lin Xianfan activated his qilin arm, and golden light collided with the black poisonous mist, unleashing a deafening roar. He seized the opportunity to unleash 4 symbols become one, wrapping the phantoms of the 4 symbols around the bone dragon, attempting to restrict its movement. Jiang Meng and Su Rou worked in perfect harmony. The former launched a specially crafted soul-shattering projectile to disrupt the bone dragon's perception, while the latter summoned an ice prison to temporarily trap its claws. Bai Wei seized the opportunity, transforming her blood-colored spiritual energy into chains that wrapped around the bone dragon's neck. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity, mobilizing all his spiritual energy. The patterns on the qilin's arm shone brightly. Qilin breaking void strike. A massive golden fist tore through space and slammed heavily into the bone dragon's skull. Amidst a violent explosion, the skeletal dragon's body collapsed. Lin Xianfan, not even taking a breath, raced towards the bottom of the abyss. There, suspended in the chaotic air currents, a diamond-shaped crystal emitting a faint purple glow, the very fragment of the origin of chaos. He activated the Tianyang Tianfa, golden spiritual energy, forming a protective shield. The moment he reached out to touch the crystal, a tremendous force surged into his body, rippling the system interface deep within his sea of consciousness. After collecting fragments of the chaos origin, Lin Xianfan set his sights on the primordial blood essence. Clues led to a secret realm known as the primordial battlefield, the site of the ancient fallen warriors, where powerful restrictions and ferocious guardian beasts remained. Upon entering, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Broken swords and halberds littered the ground, shattered armor and skulls piled like mountains, and the air was thick with a heavy, murderous aura. At the heart of the battlefield, 7 bronze coffins rested upon an ancient altar. As Lin Xianfan approached, the coffins suddenly shook violently, and 7 ferocious beasts, emanating an ancient aura, emerged from the ground. These included the ancient Xiangqi, Taowu, and Taotai, each possessing the strength of a mid-stage spirit venerable realm. As the battle was imminent, Jiang Meng and Bai Wei restrained the beasts on the periphery, while Su Rou sealed the battlefield with ice magic to prevent their escape. Lin Xianfan activated his Qilin arm and 4 phases technique, weaving a web of golden light in the 4 phantoms of the 4 symbols. Facing the Qiangqi's corrosive power, he employed the Qilin arm's suppressive talent to suppress it. Facing the Taotia's devouring power, he mobilized the power of the fragments of the primordial chaos origin, using chaotic energy to counter the devouring force. The fierce battle raged for 3 full days and nights. When the last beast fell, the coffin in the middle slowly opened, revealing a drop of blood essence radiating golden light suspended within. Ancient blood essence. Lin Xianfan excitedly reached out and grasped it. The moment the blood essence merged into his body, he felt his cells boiling, his meridians constantly widening and reshaping, as if an ancient and powerful force was awakening. However, the most difficult hurdle, gaining a comprehension of the heavenly Tao, stood elusive. One day, while browsing ancient texts in the Academy's Sutra library, Lin Xianfan discovered a record of the heavenly Tao stele. Hidden within the chaotic sea of clouds above the 9 heavens, this stele is visible only to those destined to see it. Those who touch the stele gain a moment of resonance with the heavenly Tao. Lin Xianfan embarked on a solo journey to find the heavenly Tao stele. Relying on the laws of space and the power of the Qilin arm, he overcame numerous obstacles and finally reached the chaotic sea of clouds. Amidst the swirling mist, a dimly luminous stele loomed. The moment his palm touched the stele, countless obscure runes flooded his mind, and the laws of time, space, life and death intertwined in his mind. So that's how it is. Lin Xianfan closed his eyes and thought. The fragments of the chaos origin, the ancient blood essence, and his understanding of the heavenly Tao within his body began to resonate strangely. He sat cross-legged, mobilizing all his strength. The 3 forces gradually merged into a stream of chaos qi, which condensed into a chaos seed in his dantian. Boom! A devastating aura erupted from Lin Xianfan's body, sweeping across a vast expanse of chaos. Mysterious chaotic lines appeared on his skin, his hair turned from black to gold, and his eyes, as deep as the universe, seemed to contain endless mysteries. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the primordial chaos sacred body. Gain the innate skills Chaos Creation and Chaos Annihilation, allowing you to control the power of chaos and reshape all things. The system notification sounded in his sea of consciousness. Lin Xianfan slowly opened his eyes, raised his hand and gently waved. A huge crack instantly tore across the space before him, which then quickly healed under the influence of the power of chaos. When he returned to the academy, Jiang Meng, Su Rou, and Bai Wei were speechless with shock at the aura he emanated. A flicker of wonder flashed in Bai Wei's eyes. Little one, I'm afraid you can now compete with a spiritual emperor, right? Lin Xianfan smiled silently. He knew that achieving the primordial chaos sacred body was only the beginning. In this vast expanse of the 3,000 worlds, many more challenges and opportunities awaited him, and his legend had only just begun its most magnificent chapter. Chapter 20 Contract by Wei. After Lin Xianfan awakened his primordial chaos sacred body, his aura underwent a profound transformation. The overwhelming pressure emanating from this chaotic force drew the attention of many of the Tianqing Academy's elders. And Bai Wei, the woman who had fought alongside him since the Qingyu secret realm, gazed at Lin Xianfan with an increasingly complex gaze, a mixture of admiration and a tinge of unspoken affection. One day, the Academy issued an urgent mission. Unusual spiritual fluctuations were detected in the Sunset Mountains, located on the edge of the Academy's territory. Ancient relics were suspected, and a powerful expert needed to be dispatched to investigate. Lin Xianfan accepted the mission without hesitation, and Bai Wei, fanning herself as usual, followed suit. Little brother, you're so impressive right now. I, your sister, have to hold on tight. Perhaps the treasures within the ruins will help me achieve a breakthrough as well. Entering the Sunset Mountains, a thick miasma lashed them in the face. The surroundings were eerily silent, even the chirping of insects and birds vanished. Lin Xianfan channeled the power of his primordial chaos sacred body, keenly sensing waves of energy emanating from deep beneath the earth, as if some dormant behemoth were awakening. Bai Wei dropped her playful expression and flicked her folding fan. Blood-colored spiritual energy condensed in her palm, forming a compass, the needle spinning wildly. Something's wrong. This wave carries a strong, sinister aura. It's definitely not an ordinary relic. Before she could finish her words, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a massive spider-like monster burst forth from the earth. Its body was pitch black, its 8 compound eyes gleaming with a faint green light. Its mouth opened and closed, spitting sticky silk that corroded every inch of rock in its path. It's a peak-level Xian-level bone-eroding Spider King. Bai Wei's face paled slightly. Its silk is laced with a bone-eating poison so potent that even a spiritual venerable would be ripped from its skin. Lin Xianfan's eyes glared, and the lines on the Qilan's arm glowed brightly. I'll hold it back, you look for an opportunity to attack its weak spot, its underbelly. He leaped up and unleashed Chaos Open Heaven. The power of chaos transformed into a massive blade, slashing towards the Spider King. The Spider King reacted swiftly, weaving its silk into a shield to block the blow while simultaneously unleashing a cloud of poisonous mist. Lin Xianfan channeled the power of his sacred body, and a chaotic aura permeated his body. The poisonous mist dissipated the moment it struck the chaotic barrier. Bai Wei seized the opportunity, transforming her blood-red spiritual energy into a cascade of sharp blades, aiming for the Spider King's abdomen. However, the Spider King suddenly let out a sharp hiss, and 4 massive appendages sprouted from its back, each capable of unleashing black chains that confined space. The moment Lin Xianfan was trapped by the chains, the Spider King let out a loud breath, ready to deliver a fatal blow. In the nick of time, Bai Wei rushed into the attack range without hesitation, waving her folding fan and using her spiritual energy to form a shield to block Lin Xianfan. The spider silk pierced the shield fiercely, and Bai Wei spat out a mouthful of blood, but the shield remained stable. Why? Lin Xianfan looked at Bai Wei's blood-stained profile, and an inexplicable throbbing surged in his heart. Because. Bai Wei turned and smiled at him, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. I don't want to see my interesting little brother die like this. Lin Xianfan felt the power within him surge, the full might of his chaos sacred body erupting. Chaos annihilation, he roared, and the chaotic energy transformed into a black hole, devouring the Spider Emperor and the surrounding space. After the intense energy surge, the Spider Emperor was reduced to ashes, leaving only a shimmering demon core. Bai Wei collapsed to the ground, severely injured, her spiritual energy nearly drained. Lin Xianfan immediately lifted her up, slowly infusing the healing power of the chaos sacred body into her. Feeling the warm and powerful energy, Bai Wei whispered, Lin Xianfan, I've lived for so many years and met countless geniuses, but I've never met someone like you, someone I'm willing to risk my life for. Lin Xianfan's heart trembled. Looking at Bai Wei's pale yet resolute face, he made a decision. He mentally called out to the system, I want to sign a contract with Bai Wei. Ding! A strong bond has been detected with the contractable partner. Do you confirm the conclusion of the life and death contract? Confirm. A golden contract rune appeared on their foreheads, and Bai Wei's body was instantly enveloped in a warm glow. Her injuries healed at a visible speed, and at the same time, a strange feeling of close connection with Lin Xianfan surged through her heart. Lin Xianfan's power, memories, and emotions poured into her sea of consciousness like a tide. So you've been hiding so many secrets. Bai Wei leaned on Lin Xianfan's shoulder, a smile on her lips, but from now on, your secrets are mine, and I will continue to follow your path. Lin Xianfan gripped Bai Wei's hand tightly, feeling the powerful bond brought by the contract. He knew this wasn't just a boost in strength, but also a new beloved he could entrust his legacy to. And deep in the Sunset Mountains ahead, the unknown ancient ruins seemed to hold even more challenges and opportunities, waiting for them to explore together. Chapter 21 Saving Xia Qingyue. After contracting Bai Wei, Lin Xianfan's bond with her deepened, and their cooperation on the path of cultivation became increasingly tacit. After addressing the anomaly in the Sunset Mountains, Lin Xianfan received an urgent message from Tianqing Academy. The academy had received a mysterious distress signal from Xia Qingyue, the daughter of the reclusive Xia family. The signal indicated that she was trapped in the eternal night icefield in the far north. The Xia family controls the ancient ice heritage, and Xia Qingyue is prophesied to be a peerless genius possessing the ice soul divine body. How could she be trapped in such a place? Bai Wei flipped through the intelligence jade slips, her expression solemn. The eternal night ice field is covered in blizzards year-round. Not only are there hordes of ice-type monsters lurking there, but there are also legends of ancient ice demons being sealed away. The danger level is far beyond imagination. Lin Xianfan clenched his qilin arm, a cold light flashing in his eyes. No matter what conspiracy there is, since it is the Academy's mission and it is a life, we must go. After Jiang Meng and Su Rou learned the news, they also insisted on going together. The four of them set off immediately and flew towards the far north on the Academy's flying spiritual weapon. The moment they stepped onto the eternal night ice field, a biting chill washed over them. The sky took on an eerie dark purple hue, and the ice on the ground shimmered with a faint blue light, as if countless eyes were watching. Lin Xianfan channeled the power of his chaos sacred body, automatically forming a chaotic barrier around him to isolate the cold. Su Rou, on the other hand, mobilized her ice soul body, resonating with the environment and guiding the group. Following the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy, the group stopped before a vast ice cave. From within came the sounds of fierce fighting, accompanied by a woman's cold rebuke. Lin Xianfan broke through the ice and entered, only to find a woman in a moonwhite, ice-patterned dress being attacked by 3 peak-level, ice-armored bears. The woman had a graceful figure, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. As she wielded her ice sword, icy flowers flew. However, facing the combined might of the 3 bears, she was wounded in many places and her spiritual power was nearly depleted. "It's Xia Qingyue!" Su Rou exclaimed in surprise. Xia Qingyue's appearance had long been rumored in the cultivation world, but seeing this legendary genius in person still shocked everyone. Her complexion was as icy as ice, her eyes shone with an innate coldness and stubbornness, and every swing of her sword carried the rhythm of the laws of ice. Lin Xianfan didn't hesitate. His qilin arm shone brightly, qilin breaking void strike. A massive golden fist tore through the air, hurling itself directly at one of the violent bears. The fist collided with the bear's claws with a deafening roar, sending the bear flying, shattering the ice cave wall. Bai Wei seized the opportunity to unleash a blood-colored spiritual chain, wrapping it around the neck of another violent bear. Jiang Meng then unleashed a specially prepared stun potion to disrupt the final bear's movements. Seeing someone coming to support her, Xia Qingyue's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, seizing the opportunity, she raised her ice sword high, Ice Soul, immeasurable cold prison. With her as the center, the entire area within 100 meters was instantly frozen, and the 3 violent bears were sealed in a massive ice coffin. Lin Xianfan followed up with a chaos annihilation attack, and the chaotic energy engulfed the ice coffin and the violent bears. "Thank you all for your help." Xia Qingyue sheathed her ice sword and bowed slightly, her tone still cold. Her gaze swept over Lin Xianfan, her pupils narrowing slightly. She keenly sensed that the chaotic aura lingering around the young man before her was even more profound and unfathomable than the ice laws inherited from her own family. Bai Wei stepped forward, fanning herself with a folding fan. "Miss Xia, you're too polite. We received a message from the Academy and are here to rescue you. However, with your strength, how could you be forced into such a predicament by a few violent bears? I'm afraid there's something else going on here." Xia Qingyue's expression darkened. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "I came here to search for the fragments of my family's lost Ice Soul Divine Codex, but I fell into a trap set by a treacherous person. These violent bears are being controlled by secret techniques, and..." She suddenly looked towards the depths of the ice cave with caution. "There are even more dangerous things here." Before he could finish his words, the ice cave trembled violently, and a dark figure burst forth from the earth. It was a 10-foot-tall ice demon, emanating an aura capable of freezing souls. Its 6 icy wings fluttered gently, stirring up a blizzard that obscured the sky. This is the ice demon's true form. It's at least in the late spiritual venerable realm. Bai Wei's expression suddenly changed. The ice demon opened its maw, and a stream of cold air, imbued with the power of ice laws, erupted, freezing everything in its path. Lin Xianfan stood before the others, activating his chaos sacred body. Chaos opens the sky. The power of chaos transformed into a massive blade, colliding with the cold air. The resulting energy wave collapsed the roof of the ice cave. Upon seeing this, Xia Qingyue formed hand seals, Ice Soul Divine Body, Absolute Zero. The power of the icy laws surrounding her surged, and combined with Lin Xianfan's chaotic power, she temporarily suppressed the ice demon's offensive. Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, and Su Rou also coordinated tacitly. Bai Wei used blood-colored spiritual energy to restrain the ice demon's movements, Jiang Meng used spiritual tools to disrupt its perception, and Su Rou continuously summoned icicles for ranged attacks. Everyone, be careful. It's about to unleash its ultimate skill. Lin Qianfan, sensing the ice demon's aura surge, immediately unleashed four symbols become one, simultaneously mobilizing the power of the Qilin arm. The phantoms of the four symbols merged with the golden giant fist, charging towards the ice demon with devastating force. Xia Qingyue also channeled all of her spiritual energy, condensing the ultimate power of the ice principle onto her ice sword Ice Soul, Heaven and Earth's longevity. The two attacks collided with a thud, and the ice demon let out a shrill scream. Its massive body gradually dissipated under the dual stranglehold of the chaos and ice principles. After the battle, Xia Qingyue was exhausted and nearly fell, but Lin Qianfan quickly caught her. Thank you very much. Xia Qingyue revealed a rare gentle expression. If it weren't for you, I would be in great danger today. If you need me in the future, Xia Qingyue will definitely help you with all her might. Lin Qianfan smiled and nodded. He knew that saving Xia Qingyue might just be the beginning. This gifted young woman with the icy soul divine body, and the secrets behind her, might stir up new waves in his future path of cultivation. Chapter 22 Enrollment, Contract. After successfully rescuing Xia Qingyue from the Eternal Night Icefield, Lin Qianfan and his team's heroic feat caused a sensation within Tianqing Academy and the entire cultivation world. The Xia family even sent an elder to personally express their gratitude, not only gifting them precious ice-related treasures but also publicly declaring an alliance with Tianqing Academy. Xia Qingyue, after a few days of rest, offered to join Lin Qianfan's team. Although my ice soul divine body has potential, it's still powerless against a spirit venerable realm powerhouse. Xia Qingyue stood before Lin Qianfan, her cold eyes shone with determination. The power contained in your chaos sacred body and Qilin arm, as well as your tacit cooperation, gives me hope for a breakthrough. If you don't mind, I'm willing to follow you and practice together. Lin Qianfan agreed without hesitation. He knew full well that having a companion with top-tier talent on the path of cultivation meant a greater chance of defeating a powerful foe. Xia Qingyue's ice-based power, combined with Su Rou's icy spirit body and his own chaotic energy, might collide to unleash an even more powerful force. At this time, Tianqing Academy's annual inter-sect selection competition is about to begin. Those who pass the selection will not only gain admission to the inner sect, but also receive personal guidance from the Academy elders and a wealth of precious cultivation resources. After discussing, Lin Qianfan, Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, Su Rou, and Xia Qingyue decided to participate together. On the day of the competition, the Academy's martial arts arena was packed. Talented individuals from all over the world gathered there, including some at the peak of the Spirit King realm. The first round of assessment consisted of its spiritual power pressure test, where the longer the contestants could endure within the pressure formation, the higher their score. The moment Lin Qianfan stepped into the formation, his primordial chaos body automatically activated, emanating a shroud of chaotic energy that negated the entire power of the pressure formation. The elders on the judging panel rose to their feet, their faces filled with astonishment. Never before had anyone, since the pressure formation's inception, been able to overcome it so easily. Bai Wei used her blood-colored spiritual energy to form a shield, deftly dispelling the pressure. Jiang Meng relied on her agility to dodge the attack. Su Rou mobilized her icy spirit body to freeze the pressure, and Xia Qingyue's icy spirit body resonated with the pressure from the formation, transforming into icy armor to protect her. All five passed the first round with flying colors. The second round was a real combat arena match, conducted by random draw. Lin Qianfan's opponent was a genius from an ancient family, a late-stage Spirit King realm master, wielding a spirit spear inscribed with runes. From the outset, his opponent unleashed his family's secret spear technique, sending a barrage of spear shadows raining down like a torrential downpour. Lin Qianfan activated his Qilin arm. Qilin shakes the mountain. A golden force shattered the spear shadow, and he immediately unleashed chaos annihilation, transforming the chaotic energy into a black hole that devoured his opponent's attacks. Ultimately, he emerged victorious with overwhelming strength. Bai Wei displayed the unpredictable power of blood-colored spiritual power in battle. With a flick of her folding fan, blood-colored petals trapped her opponent. Jiang Meng relied on flexible tactics and specially made spiritual weapons to make it difficult for her opponent to cope. Su Rou and Xia Qingyue joined forces for the first time, blending the power of their Ice Soul Spirit Body and Ice Soul Divine Body to unleash the Ice Soul Twins, Realm of Eternal Silence, to freeze their opponents into ice sculptures. To protect documents from piracy, choose Shouhu, a book robot, stable and reliable. Don't step into traps. The five of them advanced to the finals, having triumphed over their opponents. The finals pitted 5 teams against an elite squad of inner disciples from the academy. Not only were they formidable, but they also possessed a tacit understanding built upon years of teamwork. As the battle began, the inner disciples immediately deployed their combined attack formations, sending powerful waves of spiritual energy surging through the entire arena. Lin Xianfan signaled for everyone to disperse. He activated his Chaos Sacred Body and took the lead in attacking. Chaos Opens the Sky tore through a corner of the enemy's formation. Bai Wei took the opportunity to throw out spiritual chains, entangled the enemy's core members Jiang Meng continuously threw interference potions to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. Su Rou and Xiao Qingyue used ice spells to block the battlefield. As the battle intensified, Lin Xianfan suddenly felt the bonds between him, Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, Su Rou, and Xiao Qingyue fluctuate violently. Under the pressure of life and death, a strange resonance emerged. The power of the five was actually fused through the power of the contract. Lin Xianfan shouted, "Contract resonance, chaos icy soul destruction." Chaos energy merged with the laws of ice, transforming into a massive beam of energy that soared into the sky. The inner disciples' defenses were vulnerable to this force, and they were shattered. When the dust settled, Lin Xianfan and his 4 companions had undoubtedly won the competition. After the competition, the academy announced that the 5 had been directly promoted to the inner sect. To everyone's surprise, the system suddenly issued a prompt: a deep bond has been detected with 4 companions, triggering a special contract upgrade. You can sign a life and death contract to share power, perception, and life. Confirm? Lin Xianfan didn't hesitate a moment, choosing to confirm. Instantly, 5 rays of light descended from the sky, enveloping him, Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, Su Rou, and Xiao Qingyue. After the rays dissipated, the power of the contract between the 5 became even more solid, allowing them to clearly sense each other's strength, emotions, and memories. From today on, we are not only partners, but also a family, sharing life and death. Lin Xianfan looked at the 4 people beside him, his eyes filled with determination. Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, Su Rou, and Xiao Qingyue smiled at each other. They knew that with this deep bond, no matter how many difficulties and obstacles lay ahead, it would not stop them from reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. And their legend had just begun to write a new chapter. Chapter 23 Practicing Dual Cultivation with Xiao Qingyue. Victory in the inner sect selection competition catapulted Lin Xianfan and his team to fame within Tianqing Academy. The life and death pact they forged became a legendary academy tale, with countless disciples envying their deep bond and immense strength. However, amidst their intense training, an unexpected romance quietly blossomed. Since joining the team, Xiao Qingyue's rapport with Lin Xianfan has grown stronger. Her aloof demeanor gradually softened in his presence, and the 2 often discussed cultivation techniques by the Academy's spirit lake or consulted ancient tome in the library. One day, Xiao Qingyue encountered a bottleneck in her ice soul divine body cultivation. Lin Xianfan channeled his chaos sacred body to guide her spiritual energy. Their close proximity caused their hearts to race. At that moment, the affection that shone in each other's eyes could no longer be concealed. Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, and Su Rou were keenly aware of this affection, and instead of feeling jealous, they all encouraged it. Our Qianfan has reached marriageable age. Jiang Meng teased, blinking her wide eyes. Bai Wei smiled, waving her folding fan, and said, "Sister Xia and Qianfan are such a perfect match. If they could tie the knot, it would surely be a legend in the cultivation world." Su Rou also smiled and nodded in agreement. In her opinion, Xiao Qingyue's icy soul divine body and Lin Xianfan's primal chaos sacred body complemented each other perfectly. If the 2 could unite, they might create an even more powerful force. With everyone's encouragement, Lin Xianfan finally mustered the courage to confess his love to Xiao Qingyue. It was a starry night, and Lin Xianfan brought Xiao Qingyue to the sea of flowers on the mountain behind the academy. The colorful spiritual flowers swayed in the night breeze, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Lin Xianfan knelt on one knee and took out a ring forged from chaotic energy and ice spiritual power. "Qingyue, from the moment we first met on the eternal night ice field to now, when we've cultivated side by side, you've become an indispensable person in my life. I wish to walk hand in hand with you for the rest of our lives, reaching the pinnacle of cultivation together. Are you willing?" Xiao Qingyue's eyes instantly moistened, and a beautiful smile blossomed on her cold face. She gently placed her hand on Lin Xianfan's palm. "I do." As soon as the news broke, the entire Tianqing Academy erupted in excitement. The academy elders offered their blessings, and the Xia family, overjoyed, immediately began planning the wedding. The ceremony was scheduled for 3 months from now, at the Ice Crystal Palace in the Xia family's ancestral land. It was a stunning structure, built by an ancient ice-powered master. Its icy walls shone a dreamy light in the sunlight. On the wedding day, the ice crystal palace was festooned with lights and vibrant colors, and powerful figures from all corners of the world gathered. Lin Xianfan wore a magnificent golden gown, the patterns on his qilin arms faintly glowing. Xia Qingyue wore a pristine white wedding gown with ice patterns, the power of her ice soul divine body shrouding her in a holy aura. The bridesmaids, Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, and Su Rou, were all stunningly beautiful. Standing together, the four of them captivated the guests. Witnessed by the crowd, Lin Xianfan and Xia Qingyue walked hand in hand down the red carpet, bowing to heaven and earth, and to their parents, completing the traditional ceremony. When the MC announced, "Couple bow to each other and enter the bridal chamber," the audience erupted in warm applause and blessings. Inside the bridal chamber, soft candlelight flickered. Lin Xianfan gently lifted Xia Qingyue's red veil. Her cheeks, illuminated by the candlelight, were a blush, a breathtaking beauty. "Qingyue, for the rest of my life, no matter the storm or the smooth sailing, I will always be by your side," Lin Xianfan said affectionately. Xia Qingyue nestled in Lin Xianfan's arms, whispering, "With you here, I have nothing to fear." The two embraced and kissed, their love lingering. That night, they became not only companions on the path of cultivation, but also the most important people in each other's lives. A night of love is worth 1,000 gold. The two of them fell onto the bed, their embrace, their clothes gradually peeling away, their skin pressed against each other. Lin Xianfan tenderly kissed Xia Qingyue's forehead, cheeks, and neck, each one filled with love. Xia Qingyue's delicate body trembled slightly, and she held Lin Xianfan tightly in her arms, responding to his passion. The power of the chaos sacred body and the icy soul divine body merged, producing a miraculous reaction. The two spiritual energies tugged at each other, forming a powerful spiritual vortex. Amidst passion and love, their cultivation levels unknowingly improved. This was not just a sweet union, but a fusion of power. As the morning light broke, Lin Xianfan and Xia Qingyue clung to sleep, their faces brimming with happiness and contentment. They knew a new life had begun, and no matter how many challenges lay ahead, they would walk hand in hand, writing their own romantic legend. Chapter 24, For Practicing Together. Lin Xianfan and Xia Qingyue's wedding plunged Tianqing Academy into a state of joy. However, this wedding unexpectedly became a new opportunity on the path of cultivation. On their wedding night, as Lin Xianfan and Xia Qingyue's souls and bodies merged, the wondrous resonance between their primordial chaos sacred body and their icy soul divine body not only advanced their cultivation, but also allowed Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, and Su Rou, who were standing by, to sense the unique rhythm of the fluctuating power. A stirring in their hearts, they vaguely sensed that this dual cultivation method might bring about a new breakthrough in their cultivation. Late one night a few days later, Bai Wei waved her folding fan, her expression unusually serious. "Xianfan, I've always felt that the fluctuations in spiritual energy generated when you and Qingyue were cultivating together that day held a profound meaning. If the five of us could experiment together, perhaps we could create an unprecedented method of cultivation." Jiang Meng leaned forward, eyes sparkling. "I felt it, too. It was as if the spiritual energy within me was being pulled into motion automatically." Su Rou, though a little shy, nodded gently. "Perhaps it really can open up a new path of cultivation." Xia Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly, but she nodded in approval. "When my ice soul divine body and Xianfan's primal chaos sacred body combine, the power of the laws can be made even more mellow. If we add Sister Bai Wei's blood-colored spiritual power, Jiang Meng's clever magic, and Su Rou's ice soul spiritual body, perhaps we can form a perfect cycle of power." Lin Xianfan pondered for a moment, activating his chaos sacred body to sense the spiritual energy within him. He discovered that after practicing dual cultivation with Xia Qingyue, his meridian's ability to accommodate and transform energy had indeed greatly increased. His eyes grew firm. "All right. But the risks involved are unknown. Everyone must be careful." The five of them chose a secret chamber in the mountains behind the academy, covered in a spirit-gathering array. As their spiritual energy poured into it, layers of barriers rose around the chamber. Lin Xianfan took the center, while Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, Su Rou, and Xia Qingyue stood in the east, south, west, and north, respectively. The five of them held hands, the power of the contract flowing through their palms. "Begin." Lin Xianfan gave the order, and the chaos holy body took the lead in operation, and the golden chaotic energy surged like a river. Xia Qingyue mobilized the ice soul divine body, and the ice blue power of the law turned into frost and snow. Bai Wei's blood-colored spiritual power surged, forming a strange blood mist. Jiang Meng released the agile wood spiritual power, which entwined like a vine. Su Rou's ice soul spirit body condensed pure ice spiritual energy. Under the resonance of the contract, these five distinct powers actually began to merge. chaos energy embraced everything, drawing the other forces into it. Ice spirit energy harmonized yin and yang, stabilizing the violent forces. Blood spirit energy invigorated, wood spirit energy brought vitality, and ice spirit energy purified impurities. The spiritual energy concentration in the chamber soared, and the spirit gathering arrays on the walls began to hum under the strain. However, the fusion process wasn't entirely smooth. When their power reached a critical point, the mutually restraining properties of the 5 elements began to clash. Bai Wei's blood-colored spiritual energy repelled Xia Qingyue's icy spirit, while Jiang Meng's wood element spiritual energy was disrupted by the overbearing chaotic energy. Cold sweat covered the 5 people's foreheads, their faces flushed crimson, and their meridians felt as if they were being burned by a raging fire. At this critical moment, Lin Xianfan, enduring the excruciating pain, activated the suppressive power of his Qilin arm while simultaneously mobilizing his 4 phases technique. The azure dragon's tolerance, the white tiger's sharpness, the vermilion bird's fiery intensity, and the black tortoise's composure harmonized these 4 forces. Xia Qingyue also used her Ice Soul divine body to unleash Ice Soul. All things returned to silence, temporarily freezing the conflict. Bai Wei crushed a secret family blood spirit pill to forcibly stabilize her blood-colored spiritual energy. Through their combined efforts, the 5 forces finally formed a perfect spiritual cycle. With a golden chaotic energy at its core, it was surrounded by rays of blood red, icy blue, emerald green, and pure white, resembling the movement of stars. The 5 consciousnesses merged within this spiritual cycle, allowing them to not only clearly perceive each other's strength but also share their spiritual insights. This is a brand new cultivation system. Lin Xianfan shouted excitedly. As his spiritual energy cycle progressed, his understanding of the chaos sacred body reached a new level, vaguely touching the threshold of the spiritual emperor realm. Xia Qingyue's Ice Soul divine body also underwent a transformation, the power of the ice laws becoming more condensed. Bai Wei's blood-colored spiritual energy broke free from its shackles, gaining a brand new blood soul secret technique. Jiang Meng's wood-based spiritual energy combined with the power of the contract created a unique symbiotic technique. Su Ro's Ice Soul spirit body evolved into the Ice Soul mysterious spirit body, greatly increasing its strength. By the time the 5 of them finished their training and emerged from the chamber, daybreak had already arrived. The aura they emanated astonished the passing disciples. The already formidable 5 now seemed as one, their mutual understanding and strength reaching unprecedented heights. It seems we've found a path of cultivation that belongs to us. Lin Xianfan looked at the 4 people beside him, his eyes filled with joy and anticipation. Bai Wei gently waved her folding fan, smiling charmingly. From now on, the 5 of us will be the most dazzling existence in the cultivation world. Jiang Meng said with a bounding smile, next time we encounter an enemy, let them see how powerful we are. Su Ro and Xia Qingyue smiled at each other, their eyes filled with longing for the future. This special joint practice not only boosted the 5 people's strength, but also strengthened their bond like steel, making it even stronger. Waiting for them was a vaster world of practice, as well as countless unknown challenges and opportunities. Chapter 25 closed for 3 months. After the 5-person group's breakthrough, Lin Xianfan keenly sensed the deepening fusion of the chaos sacred body and the Qilin arm within him. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyue's icy soul divine body and Bai Wei's blood spiritual energy had reached bottlenecks. To consolidate their realms and explore the possibilities of their collective cultivation, the 5 decided to enter Tianqing Academy's Star Retreat Room for a 3-month intensive retreat. The Star Retreat Room, nestled deep within the Academy's forbidden grounds, is constructed from the superposition of 36 top-tier spirit-gathering arrays and time-space acceleration formations. Time flows 10 times faster within, and the concentration of spiritual energy rivals that of a spiritual source. Before retreat, Lin Xianfan evenly distributed the treasures bestowed upon him by the Academy, including the Chaos Source Crystal and Ice Soul Essence. These natural treasures, imbued with the power of the laws, hold the key to breaking through bottlenecks. During this retreat, we must not only consolidate our realm, but also try to integrate the power of our shared cultivation into our respective spiritual techniques. Lin Xianfan glanced at the crowd. Qingyue and Su Ro can try to integrate the principles of ice. If Sister Bai Wei's blood soul secret technique can be combined with the chaotic energy, perhaps a new killing move can be derived. Jiang Meng held the newly refined 5-element spirit pattern bullet in his hand, his eyes full of anticipation. I want to try to circulate the spiritual power of our shared cultivation to improve the spiritual weapon. The moment the stone door to the retreat room closed, time accelerated tenfold. Lin Xianfan sat cross-legged, first invoking the Qilin arm's suppression talent, channeling the chaos energy to temper his body. His bones crackled, his muscle fibers reorganized under the chaos force, and fine chaos lines gradually emerged on his skin. Then, he withdrew the chaos source crystal. Pure chaos energy surged into his dantian, resonating with the chaos seed, forming a rapidly rotating vortex of energy. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou sat opposite each other, forming hand seals. The power of the Ice Soul Divine Body and the Ice Soul Mysterious Spiritual Body intertwined, and the originally single Ice Principle suddenly split into two branches, Absolute Zero and Mysterious Ice Freeze. When they simultaneously unleashed Ice Soul Twins, Eternal Glacier, the retreat room floor instantly solidified into 1,000 layers of ice crystals, unable to even melt Lin Xianfan's chaotic energy. Bai Wei focused on integrating the Blood Soul secret art with the power of chaos. Using blood-colored spiritual energy as a guide, she refined the chaotic energy into blood-red energy threads. When the first strand of the Chaos Blood Soul thread took shape, it was able to easily penetrate the space-time barrier of the retreat room, leaving a tiny spatial rift in the outside world. This discovery excited her, and she immediately began to deduce even more powerful techniques. Jiang Meng carved the spiritual energy circulation diagram she'd used during their joint training into the core of her spiritual weapon. After hundreds of experiments, she finally succeeded in refining a resonating spiritual pattern bullet, a spiritual weapon that, upon detonation, triggers a spiritual resonance in all contracted parties within range, disrupting their opponent's meridians at best and causing spiritual backlash at worst. 3 months of seclusion flew by in the intensive practice. When the stone gate opened again, the chaotic energy surrounding Lin Xianfan had condensed into a substance, and every movement sent vibrations through space. Xia Qingyue's icy soul body had completely transformed, with faint icy crystals flickering in her hair. Bai Wei's blood-colored spiritual energy was mingled with the power of chaos, and she exuded a mysterious and dangerous aura. Jiang Meng's spiritual patterns flickered as she leaped, and her newly refined spiritual weapon flew up and down in her hands. Su Rou's icy soul body was even more agile, and the air condensed into tiny ice crystals wherever she passed. Detected that the host has completed the fusion of the power of laws during his retreat, and the chaos sacred body has evolved to the third stage. The system prompt sounded, which cheered Lin Xianfan up. Gained the new skill Chaos Domain, which allows you to control the 3 laws of time, space, and matter within the domain. At the same time, urgent news arrived from Tianqing Academy. The long-dormant demon cave of the Outer Realm was experiencing unrest, with a large number of demonic cultivators and demonic beasts invading the human world, including a demon lord at the spiritual emperor level. The Academy's Council of Elders decided to dispatch elite inner sect members to suppress the situation, and Lin Xianfan and his 4 companions were among the first group to be dispatched. A tough battle awaits us right after our retreat? Bai Wei chuckled, waving her folding fan. It's a good opportunity to test our newfound strength. Xia Qingyue gently stroked the ice sword at her waist, her icy blue eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Let's show those demonic cultivators how the power of ice spirit and chaos can crush their ambitions. Lin Xianfan gripped the Qilin arm tightly, and chaotic energy condensed into a miniature black hole in his palm. After 3 months of retreat, it's time for the cultivation world to witness our transformation. The 5 of them exchanged smiles and flew in unison towards the demon cave. Awaiting them would be the challenge of a spirit emperor-level expert and the vast mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. This time, armed with the fruits of their retreat and the unwavering belief in victory, they vowed to write a new legend on the battlefield beyond the domain. Chapter 26 College Competition. The battle to suppress the extraterritorial demonic lair concluded. Lin Xianfan and his 4 companions, leveraging the perfect synergy of their chaos power and ice soul divine body, inflicted heavy damage on the demonic cultivators, earning them widespread renown within the cultivation world. However, before they could even regroup, the Tianqing Academy's once-in-5-year 10,000 stars competition had begun. This competition was not only a test of the inner disciple's strength but also a crucial opportunity for the elders of each peak to select their true disciples. The winner would gain entry to the Tianxian secret realm where, legend has it, lies the key to achieving a breakthrough to the Spirit Emperor realm. As soon as the news broke, the entire academy erupted in excitement. Lin Xianfan and the others had already become targets of challenge for many disciples, especially the combined strength they demonstrated during the battle in the demon cave, which had sparked countless speculations. I heard the Xianming twins from the law enforcement peak threaten to break our joint cultivation technique during the competition. Jiang Meng waved the jade slip in his hand, his eyes filled with disdain. Just relying on their few tricks? Bai Wei flicked her folding fan, a sneer curling her lips. They're just frogs in a well. Do they really think our 3 months of seclusion were a waste of effort? On the first day of the competition, the martial arts arena was transformed into a vast star-filled arena, with 36 floating observatories surrounding it, where the academy elders and guests sat. When Lin Xianfan and his 4 companions entered the arena, everyone's attention instantly focused. The aura they exuded was more restrained than during the battle in the Demon Cave, yet a subtle, intimidating pressure lingered. The first round was a team points competition, where teams had to complete various tasks and defeat their opponents in a simulated secret realm. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Xianfan's team encountered a formidable foe from the alchemy peak. The opposing team's captain was a peak-level alchemy genius, possessing an incredibly powerful explosive flame pill capable of unleashing the fire elements of heaven and earth. Xianfan, Qingyue and I will hold him down, you guys deal with the others. Bai Wei launched the first attack, blood-colored spiritual energy transforming into chains that entangled the enemy team members. Lin Xianfan nodded, his Qilin arm radiating a brilliant light. Qilin shattering sky. A golden fist shadow ripped through space, blasting directly towards the alchemy captain. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou coordinated tacitly, combining the power of their Ice Soul Divine Body and Ice Soul Mysterious Spirit Body to unleash Ice Soul, 9 Heavens Cold Prison, transforming the battlefield into a world of ice and snow. Seeing the situation dire, the alchemy captain crushed the explosive flame pill. Instantly, flames surged forward like a tide. Lin Xianfan, prepared, activated his Chaos Sacred Body, unleashing his Chaos Domain. Within the domain, time slowed, and the power of the flames was weakened by the chaotic energy. Zhang Meng seized the opportunity to launch a resonance spiritual pattern bullet into the Sea of Inferno. The spiritual resonance triggered by the explosion disrupted the enemy team's meridians, allowing Bai Wei's blood-colored spiritual energy to penetrate and instantly defeat the enemy. After this victory, Lin Xianfan's team's reputation grew even greater. However, the real challenge arrived in the semifinals. Their opponent was the Xianming team, led by the chief disciple of the law enforcement peak. The Xianming twins' Xianming Yin-Yang formation could deflect the opponent's attacks, and their captain was a master of the laws of space, possessing unfathomable strength. At the outset of the battle, Team Xianming launched the first attack. The Xianming twins formed a formation, a web of black and white light interwoven into a net, enveloping Lin Xianfan and his 4 companions. Lin Xianfan remained calm, mobilizing the power of their collective cultivation, and the 5 of them instantly merged their forces. Contract resonance, Chaos Xianming break. Chaos energy collided with the forces of Yin and Yang, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. Captain Xianming seized the opportunity, teleporting behind Lin Xianfan, his sword pointed directly at his vitals. Lin Xianfan, without even turning, swung his Qilin arm backhand, unleashing a massive golden force that unleashed a spatial storm, knocking the opponent back. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou's icy attacks, Bai Wei's blood-colored mysticism, and Zhang Meng's spiritual weapon bombardment followed closely behind, leaving the Xianming team exhausted. At a crucial moment, Lin Xianfan perceived the operating principles of the Xianming Yin-Yang formation. He signaled everyone to halt their attacks and activated his Chaos Domain, reversing the laws of space within it. The Xianming team's attacks unexpectedly rebounded upon him, instantly crumbling the Yin-Yang formation. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity to unleash his ultimate strike, Chaos Annihilation. The chaotic energy transformed into a black hole, completely engulfing the Xianming team. When the referee announced Lin Xianfan's team's victory, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. The Academy elders rose to their feet, their eyes filled with admiration. Even more remarkable was the fact that during the battle, Lin Xianfan's primordial chaos body underwent another transformation, hinting at a breakthrough to the spiritual emperor realm. Their opponent in the finals was the Tianshu team, led by the dean's personal disciple. Not only was their opponent formidable, they also wielded the Tianshu order, granted by the dean, enabling them to mobilize the power of the heavens, earth, and stars. However, Lin Xianfan and his 4 companions showed no fear. They stood on the stage with determined gazes. No matter who our opponent is, we won't lose. Lin Xianfan clenched his Qilin arm, a chaotic aura coursing through him. Bai Wei, Zhang Meng, Su Rou, and Xia Qingyue exchanged a smile, unleashing the power of their pact as they prepared for the ultimate battle to determine the Academy's strongest position. Chapter 27 Mixed Warfare. The finals drums roared over Tianqing Academy. Lin Xianfan and his 4 companions faced the Tianshu team, a solemn atmosphere so intense it seemed to freeze the air. The Tianshu team captain, wielding the Tianshu order, shrouded in the radiant power of the stars. Behind him, his teammates formed the 7 star-shaped positions, forming the unparalleled Northern Dipper demon-slaying formation. Once activated, this formation unleashed the power of the stars in the heavens, possessing the power to annihilate heaven and earth. Be careful. They're trying to use the Tianshu token to activate the formation. Bai Wei swung her folding fan rapidly, blood-colored spiritual energy condensing into a shield before her. As expected, the Tianshu team captain held the token high, muttering something. In an instant, the sky above the arena distorted, and 7 enormous star shadows slowly emerged, starlight pouring down like a waterfall, cracking the space wherever it passed. Lin Xianfan's pupils suddenly constricted, and he made a decisive move. Qingyue, Su Rou, used the laws of ice to freeze the power of the stars. Jiang Meng will disrupt the formation, and Sister Bai Wei and I will lead the attack. Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou simultaneously launched their graceful movements, their Ice Soul Divine Body and Ice Soul Mysterious Spirit Body merging their powers. Ice Soul, eternal light seals the sky. A vast expanse of icy blue light shot up into the sky, attempting to freeze the falling starlight. Jiang Meng, in turn, launched dozens of spiritual pattern interference bombs, which exploded in the air, creating a chaotic spiritual energy field and causing the Beidou Demon Slayer formation to stall. Bai Wei's blood-red spiritual energy transformed into countless razor-sharp blades, charging towards the enemy's formation's core. Lin Xianfan activated his Chaos Sacred Body, and the patterns on his Qilin arm shone with a burst of golden light. Qilin Heaven Shaking Strike. A massive golden fist, swathed in chaotic energy, shattered 2 star-shaped phantoms. However, Team Tianshu's counterattack was equally fierce. The members mobilized the power of the formation and unleashed the Big Dipper Sword. 7 giant swords, condensed into starlight, cleaved through the sky, slashing towards the 5. In the nick of time, Lin Xianfan suddenly felt the power of the contract between him and his 4 companions surge. Under the pressure of life and death, the 5 of them resonated with each other as never before. Their spiritual energies were no longer simply fused, but thoroughly intertwined, like a bloodline. Lin Xianfan shouted, "Contract finale, Chaos Starfall." Chaos energy and stellar power collided with a bang in the center of the arena, sending ripples of energy violently shaking the surrounding observatories. The Tianshu team's Beidou Demon Slaying formation crumbled under the onslaught, and cracks appeared in the captain's Tianshu token. But the opponent refused to give up, instead unleashing the token's final power, causing a massive meteor to fall from the sky. "Leave it to me." Lin Xianfan leaped into the air, his chaos domain fully unfolding. Within the domain, the flow of time was compressed to its limit, slowing the meteor's fall. He activated his Qilin arm, concentrating all his strength into his fist. Chaos Creation Fist. With the aura of a cosmic creation, the massive golden Chaos Fist blasted straight at the meteor. Amidst the roar, the meteorite shattered into a hail of stardust. When Lin Xianfan landed, his Chaos Sacred Body's power was nearly exhausted, but his gaze remained resolute. Bai Wei and the others immediately gathered around him. The 5 of them clasped their hands, and the power of the contract flowed once more, restoring each other's spiritual energy. Seeing the situation dire, the Tianshu team changed their tactics, abandoning their formations in favor of individual melee combat. The captain exploited the laws of space to launch repeated teleportation attacks, while the team members attacked from all sides. Lin Xianfan and the other 5 coordinated tacitly. Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou used ice magic to block the enemy's movements, Jiang Meng used spiritual weapons to contain them, and Bai Wei's blood-colored spiritual energy, like a venomous snake, sought out any flaws. Lin Xianfan locked onto the captain of the Tianshu team and unleashed Chaos Flash, instantly appearing behind him. His Qilin arm swept out, but was blocked by the opponent's spatial barrier. The 2 engaged in close combat, their fists colliding with spatial fluctuations, blasting a massive crater into the ground. Meanwhile, Bai Wei broke through the enemy defenses, her blood-colored spiritual energy transforming into chains to entangle 2 enemy team members. Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern bullet accurately struck one, disrupting his spiritual energy. Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou teamed up to freeze the last. When Lin Xianfan's Chaos Annihilation shattered the Tianshu team captain's defenses, the outcome was decided. The audience fell silent for a moment, then erupted in deafening cheers. The Academy's dean personally stepped onto the stage, proclaiming Lin Xianfan's team the champions of this year's 10,000 Stars competition and handing Lin Xianfan the entrance token to the Tianxian Secret Realm. This token is not only the certificate for entering the Secret Realm, but also the key to unlocking the inheritance of the Spirit Emperor. The dean looked at Lin Xianfan with a deep gaze. Your Chaos Sacred Body and the power of joint cultivation may be able to unlock the secrets hidden in the Tianxian Secret Realm for thousands of years. Lin Xianfan gripped the token tightly, feeling the immense power within it. He knew that winning the Academy competition was only a new starting point. Waiting for them within the Tianxian Secret Realm were not only opportunities to break through to the Spiritual Emperor realm, but also potential dangers from ancient times. And with the opening of the Secret Realm, his legend with Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, Su Rou, and Xiao Qingyue would enter an even more magnificent chapter. Chapter 28 18 people advance to 6. After winning the Tianqing Academy's 10,000 Stars competition, Lin Xianfan and his 4 companions qualified to enter the Tianxian Secret Realm. However, the pre-opening warm-up competition, the Galaxy Trials, ignited the flames of competition. This trial brought together talented individuals from the top powers of the 3,000 worlds. 18 teams competed for the 6 final spots to enter the Tianxian Secret Realm, and the competition was fierce beyond imagination. The qualifying tournament was brutal, employing a points-based elimination system. 18 teams were thrown into an ancient battlefield known as the Shattered Star Abyss. They would battle and complete missions to earn points. After 7 days, the top 6 teams would advance. Upon hearing the news, various factions stirred, with many teams even making bold threats to dethrone Lin Xianfan's team. I heard the myriad beasts' divine sect send out the 3 beast envoys to lead the team. The ancient demon beast cubs they've contracted are all as powerful as those in the late Spirit King realm. Jiang Meng flipped through the intelligence jade slips, frowning slightly. And then there's the 12 mysterious dark devils of the Xianin sect, who specialize in working together to cast sinister formations. Bai Wei chuckled, fanning herself. Interesting, so many opponents offering themselves up to give us points? Xia Qingyue calmly analyzed, our opponents are well prepared this time. We can't underestimate them. The moment he stepped into the Shattered Star Abyss, a desolate and murderous aura washed over him. Shattered star debris hung in the air, the ground was covered with ancient battle scars, and faint echoes of ancient battles could be heard. Lin Xianfan activated his chaos sacred body, keenly sensing at least 5 powerful auras lurking around him. Complete the mission first. Lin Xianfan pointed to the flashing mission star in the sky. Collecting star core fragments will earn you a large number of points. Before he finished speaking, a dark figure suddenly burst out from behind the meteorite. It was none other than the Xianin cult's 12 dark demons. They formed the Xianin world-destroying formation. Amidst the swirling black mist, countless ghosts and demons roared forth, corroding and cracking the space wherever they passed. Su Rou, Qingyue, used the principles of ice to purify the Yin. Sister Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, let's break the formation. Lin Xianfan launched the first attack, unleashing the Qilin Arms Qilin Shattering Yin technique, a massive golden force shattering the evil spirits. Bai Wei's blood-red spiritual energy transformed into chains, entangling the formation's core. Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern bullets precisely detonated the weakest point. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou then unleashed Ice Soul, purifying light, and icy blue light dispelling the black fog. The formation collapsed under the multiple blows. After defeating the Xianin cult, Lin Xianfan's team worked tirelessly to collect the star core fragments. However, as they approached a star core vein, they encountered 3 beast masters from the myriad beasts' divine sect. The leading tiger master rode a sky-burning tiger, ablaze with crimson gold flames, its roar shaking the air. The bear master, riding the earth-shaking bear, stomped its foot, creating a massive crack in the ground. The eagle master, with his swift-winged eagle, circled in the air, its sharp gaze locked on its prey. Be careful, their monsters can perform combo attacks. Before Lin Xianfan finished speaking, the 3 beasts roared in unison, all beasts unite world-destroying frenzy. The flames of the burning sky tiger, the earthquake waves of the earth-shaking bear, and the hurricane of the swift-winged eagle merged into a torrent of destructive energy, sweeping towards the 5 people. At this critical moment, Lin Xianfan mobilized the power of their collective cultivation, and the 5 of them merged to form a chaos shield. Chaos Guard. The golden chaos barrier collided with the world-destroying frenzy, erupting with an earth-shattering roar. Bai Wei seized the opportunity to sling spiritual chains to entangle the burning sky tiger. Jiang Meng used spiritual tools to disrupt the swift-winged eagle, while Xia Qingyue and Su Rou teamed up to freeze the earth-shaking bear. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity, his Qilin arm radiating a burst of light. Chaos Meteor Fist. Embodied with the power of chaos, his massive fist struck the Tiger Beast Master, who hastily blocked and was sent flying. Without its master's control, the burning Sky Tiger was thrown into disarray, its combined power greatly diminished. With the tacit coordination of the 5, the myriad beasts' divine sex forces were completely routed. As the battle progressed, Lin Xianfan's team defeated several teams one after another with their strong strength and tacit cooperation. However, when the 7th day came, their points ranked only 7th because 2 mysterious teams had completed hidden tasks and were far ahead in points. We have the last half day left. We must find the hidden mission. Lin Xianfan's gaze swept across an ancient altar deep within the broken star abyss. There's an unusual aura there. Perhaps there's a clue. The 5 of them rushed to the altar, only to find it already surrounded by 3 teams. It turned out to be the key location for the hidden mission, repair the falling star array. Completing it would earn a massive amount of points. Attack! Lin Xianfan commanded, and the Chaos Sacred Body erupted, unleashing the Chaos Domain. Within the domain, the flow of time and the laws of space were distorted, slowing the enemy's movements. Bai Wei's blood-red spiritual energy transformed into a swarm of sharp blades, Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern bullets disrupted the formation's operation, and Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou used ice magic to block the retreat route. In the fierce melee, Lin Xianfan, leveraging the power of chaos and the Qilin arm, forcibly seized the heart of the falling star, the core component of the repair formation. He embedded the heart into the altar, and the five of them simultaneously infused it with spiritual energy. Ding! Successfully repaired the falling star formation, earning 100,000 points. The moment the system notification sounded, Lin Xianfan's team's points jumped directly to third place. The 7-day deadline expired, and the standings were finalized. Lin Xianfan's team narrowly advanced with a third-place finish, successfully emerging from a field of 18 teams and securing a precious spot into the Tianxian Secret Realm. Looking at the mysteriously glowing promotion token in his hand, Lin Xianfan knew the real challenge had just begun. The Tianxian Secret Realm would undoubtedly conceal even more formidable opponents and even more astonishing secrets. Chapter 29 First place in the competition. The moment they entered the Tianxian Secret Realm, Lin Xianfan and his four companions were instantly overwhelmed by an ancient and timeless aura. Shattered star fragments floated above the secret realm, stone tablets inscribed with mysterious runes littered the ground, and in the distance, figures emanating a powerful, oppressive presence loomed. The other 5 qualified teams also entered, each with their sights set on the ultimate championship. The winner would not only inherit the legacy of the ancient spirit emperor but also become the undisputed leader of the younger generation of the 3,000 worlds. The Secret Realm competition consists of 3 stages. The first stage is to collect the Tianxian star patterns scattered throughout the Secret Realm, the second stage is to break through the ancient protective formation, and the third stage is a brutal arena melee. Lin Xianfan knows that if he wants to take first place, he must strive for perfection in each stage. After the first stage began, the 5 immediately dispersed to search for the star mark. Lin Xianfan activated his Chaos Sacred Body, keenly sensing the star mark's ripples emanating from deep beneath the earth. He unleashed his Qilin arm, Qilin Earth Splitting. A massive golden force shattered the ground, revealing a star-marked stone emitting a faint blue glow. However, before he could retrieve it, a dark shadow suddenly approached. It was the remaining elite disciples of the Xianin sect, who had narrowly escaped the trials and were now seeking revenge. Just in time. Lin Xianfan's eyes flashed, and the chaos domain instantly unfolded. Within the domain, the enemy's movements became sluggish. He unleashed chaos annihilation, and the chaotic energy transformed into a black hole, devouring all the enemy's attacks. Then, he swept his Qilin arm across. Qilin destroys the demon. A golden fist shadow, carrying a suppressive force, blasted the Xianin sect members away. Meanwhile, Bai Wei encountered the remnants of the Myriad Beasts sect. With a flick of her folding fan, blood-red spiritual energy transformed into a blazing cloud of blood blades, engaging the enemy beasts in a fierce battle. At a crucial moment, she unleashed her new move, Blood Soul Chaos Devour, fused with the power of chaos. The blood-red light, swirling with chaotic energy, instantly inflicted heavy damage on the beasts. Jiang Meng, with her agility, shuttled between star pattern collection points, occasionally disrupting other teams with spiritual pattern bombs. Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou joined forces, blending the power of their Ice Soul Divine Body and Ice Soul Mysterious Spiritual Body. Ice-type star patterns automatically attached to their targets. Thanks to the 5 members' tacit cooperation, they had collected far more Tianxian star patterns than any other team by the end of the first stage. The second stage's ancient guardian formation consisted of 9 massive bronze tripods, each imbued with terrifying power capable of annihilating even a Spirit King realm expert. While other teams were still groping for a way to break the formation, Lin Xianfan, through his Chaos Sacred Body, resonated with the formation and deciphered the ancient runes on the stone tablet. This formation is based on the mutual restraint of the 5 elements. We must attack the cores of all 5 cauldrons simultaneously. Lin Xianfan commanded, and the 5 of them locked onto their targets. He activated his Qilin arm, and Qilin shocking the sky blasted towards the central giant cauldron. Bai Wei's blood-colored spiritual energy transformed into chains, entangling the eastern cauldron. Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern bullets precisely struck the southern cauldron. Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou's ice spells froze the western and northern cauldrons. With the combined power of their combined cultivation, the 9 ancient cauldrons collapsed, clearing the way for them to the final arena. The third stage of the arena melee is a true life or death struggle. Of the remaining 6 teams, the most formidable are the Netherworld Twins of the Netherworld Palace and the 3 Saints of the Primordial Beginning of the Primordial Beginning Holy Land. The Netherworld Twins' Netherworld Ghost Claws can directly attack the soul, while the 3 Saints of the Primordial Beginning specialize in combo techniques, and together they can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. At the outset of the battle, the Netherworld Twins set their sights on Lin Xianfan. Their figures flashed, transforming into 2 dark shadows, their Netherworld Ghost Claws darting straight for Lin Xianfan's brow. Lin Xianfan remained calm, his Chaos Sacred Body automatically energizing, instantly forming a Chaos Shield. Their claws grasped the shield, only to be completely corroded by the Chaos energy. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Wei launched a flank attack, a Blood Soul Assault. Blood-colored spiritual energy transformed into sharp blades, forcing the Netherworld Twins to retreat. The 3 Saints of the Beginning led their forces in a siege against Lin Xianfan's group. They unleashed the Taichu Primordial Formation, converging the forces of heaven and earth into a massive primordial sphere, which crushed the 5. Lin Xianfan shouted, "Contract Final Chapter, Chaos Starfall." The 5 forces merged completely, the energy of chaos intertwined with the force of the starfall, forming a torrent of energy powerful enough to annihilate heaven and earth. The 2 forces collided, unleashing a wave of energy that shook the entire arena violently. Amidst the chaos, Lin Xianfan, leveraging his chaos domain, constantly sought weaknesses. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his Qilin Arm, Chaos-Breaking Origin. A massive golden fist ripped through the primordial chaos formation, striking directly at the 3 Saints of the Absolute Beginning. Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, Xia Qingyue, and Su Rou also coordinated seamlessly, each defeating their opponents. When the last enemy fell, the entire arena fell silent. The moment the referee announced that Lin Xianfan's team had won first place in the Tianxian Secret Realm competition, cheers were deafening. The Academy's dean personally presented them with the award, handing Lin Xianfan a jade slip of inheritance emanating the aura of the spiritual emperor. This jade slip contains the secret to breaking through to the Spirit Emperor realm. I hope you can use it to reach even greater heights. The dean looked at Lin Xianfan, his eyes filled with hope. Lin Xianfan gripped the jade slip tightly, a surge of ambition welling up in his heart. From an unknown youth to the current first place in the competition, he had overcome countless hardships and dangers. This victory was not only his personal glory, but also the culmination of the combined efforts of Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, Su Rou, and Xia Qingyue. He knew that on the path of cultivation, they would continue to forge ahead hand in hand, launching even more fierce attacks towards the legendary Peak Realm. Chapter 30 Entering the Inner Courtyard. Winning the Tianxian Secret Realm competition made Lin Xianfan and his 4 companions the focus of attention not only at Tianqing Academy but also throughout the cultivation world. As they stepped off the stage, clutching the Spirit Emperor's inheritance jade slips, the sky above the academy was ablaze with a dazzling halo, and countless golden runes descended from the heavens, as if crowning the newly ascended masters. This dazzling victory also opened a new door for them, admission to Tianqing Academy's inner courtyard. The inner court of Tianqing Academy has always accepted only the most exceptional talents. It houses not only a complete inheritance leading directly to the spiritual emperor realm, but also the heavenly corridor, which resonates with the fundamental laws of the 3,000 worlds. However, to enter the inner court, one must pass 3 demanding tests: the trial of heart, the trial of strength, and the trial of law. The moment Lin Xianfan and his companions entered the heart trial field, the scene around them suddenly changed. Lin Xianfan found himself in a desolate ruin, his former companions lying in a pool of blood, powerless to save them. This is the inner demon manifested. Lin Xianfan gritted his teeth, the power of his chaos sacred body coursing through his meridians. Chaos clearing technique. The golden chaotic energy transformed into a shield of light, dispelling all illusions. Bai Wei condensed blood-colored spiritual power into chains, shredding the resentment entangled within her. Jiang Meng, with her nimble agility, weaves between illusions, her spiritual weapons shattering inner demons. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou used the power of their icy spirits to purify the surrounding negativity. Wherever the icy blue light touched, inner demons melted away. In the trial field of strength, a star colossus towering 100 feet tall rose majestically, emanating a pressure comparable to that of a peak spiritual venerable. The colossus swung its star-shaped arms, unleashing a wave of wind that plowed a bottomless gully into the ground. Lin Xianfan and the other 4 exchanged glances, their contractual power instantly unleashed. Qilin Arm, 10,000 force drop. Lin Xianfan leaped first, his golden fist swathed in chaotic energy, smashing into the colossus. Bai Wei's blood soul storm swept from the side, blood-colored spiritual energy entwining the colossus's joints like a venomous snake. Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern explosive rain exploded in mid-air, disrupting the Colossus's movements. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou combined their ice soul, heaven collapses and earth sinks, sending massive cones of ice plummeting from the sky and piercing the Colossus's body. With the combined power of the five, the star Colossus collapsed, crumbling into a hail of stardust. The most challenging trial of laws requires 5 people to comprehend and master 3 or more laws of heaven and earth within the law maze. Within the maze, time flows in turmoil, space constantly folds, and attack traps embody the powers of thunder, fire, and wind. Lin Xianfan activates his chaos sacred body, his mastery of the laws fully revealed. Leading the group through the maze, he continuously analyzes the fluctuations of the laws. When trapped in a zone where time flows 100 times faster, Lin Xianfan mobilizes the Chaos Realm to reverse the laws of time. Encountering a spatial folding trap, he rips the void apart with the power of his Qilin arm. During the battle, Bai Wei comprehends the erosive nature of the blood law. Jiang Meng integrates the wood law into her spiritual weapon manipulation, and Xia Qingyue and Su Rou gain a deeper understanding of the ice law. After 3 days and 3 nights, the 5 finally passed all the tests. As they stepped out of the trial field, the gates to the inner courtyard slowly opened. A golden palace, suspended in the clouds, came into view, surrounded by auspicious clouds of rainbow colors, and occasionally shimmered with spiritual light. The academy elders had already been waiting there. The leading elder stroked his beard and laughed, "Excellent. Excellent. In nearly 100 years, you are the first 5 to enter the inner courtyard together." After entering the inner courtyard, the 5 were assigned to the Chaos Heaven Pavilion, a sacred place for cultivation built for top talents. Within the pavilion, not only were there separate private training chambers, but also a torn scroll of the Chaos Heavenly Book. As Lin Xianfan caressed the ancient tome, etched with the marks of time, a system notification suddenly sounded, detecting items related to the origin of chaos. "Do you want to consume the power of the origin to repair?" Without hesitation, he channeled the chaos chi within him and infused it into the heavenly book. Instantly, the ancient tome shone brightly, and obscure runes swirled in the void, revealing a clue to the ultimate form of the chaos sacred body. Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, Su Rou, and Xia Qingyue each received their own opportunities. Bai Wei advanced her understanding of the law of blood and created her own secret method of blood soul. Jiang Meng learned how to forge ancient spiritual weapons, and Xia Qingyue and Su Rou discovered a resonance between the power of ice soul and the law of extreme cold. Standing on the inner courtyard's observatory, Lin Xianfan gazed at the boundless starry sky, his primal chaos body warming slightly. He knew that entering the inner courtyard was merely a new beginning. Here lay more secrets and challenges, and his companions' paths of cultivation would reach new heights. In the future, they would emerge even more powerful, braving the ever-changing worlds of the 3,000 worlds. Chapter 31 Challenge the Earth Ranking. After entering the inner courtyard of Tianqing Academy, Lin Xianfan and the other 4 experienced rapid progress in their cultivation. The rare resources and unique training environment of the Chaos Heavenly Pavilion enabled them to achieve a deeper understanding of their powers. However, within the inner courtyard lay hidden talents, and the most powerful indicator of strength was the Earth ranking, displayed high above the Tianwu Hall. This ranking recorded the rankings of the inner courtyard's 100 strongest practitioners, each a leader above the spiritual venerable realm. Challenging the Earth ranking was not only a testament to one's strength but also a crucial path to obtaining top-tier cultivation resources. Lin Xianfan flipped through the list of names on the earthly ranking, his gaze fixed on Blood Shadow Shura, ranked 10th. This individual practiced a sinister technique, absorbing the essence and blood of others to enhance their strength, and was notorious within the inner court. "Let's start with him," Lin Xianfan said, closing the jade slip, a cold glint in his eyes. "He's responsible for the lives of many innocent people. It's time to put an end to him." Bai Wei shook her folding fan and chuckled, "That's exactly what I want. His skills have some connection with my blood soul secret art, so I'll take this opportunity to test his strength." Jiang Meng gripped the newly refined spiritual weapon tightly, eager to try it out. "I want to see if his blood shadow is faster than my spiritual pattern bullet." Xia Qingyue and Su Rou nodded in tacit understanding, their ice spiritual energy flowing through their bodies, ready to provide support at any time. On the day of the challenge, a huge crowd filled the Tianwu Hall. The Earth Ranking Challenge was always a grand event for the inner court, with everyone eager to witness the clash between the rising prodigy and the established masters. Blood Shadow Shura emerged from a blood-red mist, draped in a tattered black robe, his face covered in a blood-red mask, and the nauseating smell of blood emanated from him. "Just a few of you newcomers to the inner court, you dare challenge me, Shura?" His voice was hoarse and cold. "Wait a moment, and I'll drain all your blood and essence." Lin Xianfan didn't respond, nearly slowly activating his primordial chaos sacred body. Golden chaotic energy coalesced around him, and the lines on the Qilin arm glowed brightly. Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, Xiao Qingyue, and Su Rou spread out in the four directions, the power of the contract flowing between them. Seeing this, Blood Shadow Shura's pupils narrowed, and he immediately launched his attack. He formed hand seals, Blood Shadow 1000 kills. Countless blood-colored afterimages emerged from the void, each carrying enough power to rip apart a Spirit King realm expert. Ice Soul, Frost Abyss Barrier. Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou attacked simultaneously, a massive ice wall rising from the ground, temporarily blocking the Blood Shadow's attack. Jiang Meng seized the opportunity to launch dozens of spirit pattern tracking bullets, which traced brilliant trajectories through the air, chasing after the Blood Shadow Shura. Bai Wei unleashed the Blood Soul secret technique, transforming blood-colored spiritual energy into chains, attempting to entangle the opponent. Blood Shadow Shura sneered, dodging the attack with a flash, unleashing Blood Sacrifice, Heaven Devouring. A massive blood-red vortex formed in his palm, madly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy and attacks. Lin Qianfan's eyes glared, and he swung his Qilin arm forward. Qilin breaking Void Strike. The golden fist tore through space, colliding with the blood-red vortex with a deafening roar. During the fierce exchange, Lin Qianfan keenly sensed a flaw in Blood Shadow Shura's technique. After each powerful attack, his spiritual energy would momentarily become chaotic. Qingyue, Su Rou, prepare your strongest attack. Sister Bai Wei, disrupt his movements. Jiang Meng, block his retreat. Lin Qianfan barked orders, simultaneously activating his chaos domain. Within the domain, the flow of time slowed, and Blood Shadow Shura's movements became sluggish. Bai Wei's blood-red spiritual energy transformed into a sky full of blood-red blades, attacking from all directions. Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern net enveloped the entire battlefield, preventing the enemy from escaping. Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou clasped their hands tightly, and the power of the Ice Soul Divine Body and the Ice Soul Mysterious Spirit Body completely merged. Ice Soul, Eternal End. A beam of light containing extreme icy coldness shot straight into the sky, blasting towards the Blood Shadow Shura. Blood Shadow Shura was horrified and hurriedly deployed his defenses. However, Lin Qianfan had been waiting for this moment. He mobilized all his strength, and the chaotic energy from the Qilin arm resonated with the laws of ice. Chaos Ice Soul destroyed. The power of Chaos and Ice Soul intertwined into a massive energy ball, which slammed heavily into Blood Shadow Shura's defenses. Boom! With a resounding bang, Blood Shadow Shura's defenses completely collapsed. He spitted blood and flew backwards, his blood-red mask shattering, revealing a pale, hideous face. Lin Qianfan slowly stepped forward, his Qilin arm radiating a powerful threat. You have committed countless evil deeds, and today is the day you will die. Chaotic energy transformed into chains, entangling Blood Shadow Shura and sealing his entire power. The entire audience fell silent, then erupted in thunderous applause. The Academy Elders announced Lin Qianfan's team had succeeded in their challenge, replacing Blood Shadow Shura and taking 10th place on the Earth ranking. And this was only the beginning. Lin Qianfan gazed at the top 9 names on the Earth ranking, his eyes determined. He knew there were stronger opponents ahead, but he and his companions would never retreat. Their goal was to reach the top of the Earth ranking, and perhaps even higher. Chapter 32 topped the Earth ranking in 5 months. After defeating Blood Shadow Shura and reaching 10th place on the Earth ranking, Lin Qianfan and his 4 companions didn't slack off. On the Earth ranking, every step forward was a test of both strength and wisdom, and they harbored a loftier goal: to reach the top of the rankings and become the undisputed strongest of the Tianqing Academy inner court. For the next 5 months, Lin Qianfan and his companions embarked on a frenzied challenge. They delved into the inner courtyard's library, delving into ancient combat techniques they practiced in seclusion within the Chaos Sky Pavilion, constantly honing their collective strength, and they frequently ventured into the inner courtyard's secret realms, seeking opportunities to break through bottlenecks. Lin Qianfan's chaos sacred body grew ever more refined through battle, his Qilin arm capable of even ripping through space with a single swing. Bai Wei deeply fused the blood soul secret art with the power of chaos, imbuing her blood-colored spiritual energy with a touch of chaos mystery and dominance. Jiang Meng's refined spiritual patterns and spiritual artifacts became increasingly cunning and bizarre, always turning the tide of battle at crucial moments. Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou's icy powers complemented each other, their Ice Soul Divine Body resonating with their Ice Soul Mystical Spirit Body, invoking the laws of extreme cold between heaven and earth. Their first target was Wind Shadow Sword Master, ranked 9th on the Earth ranking. Mastering the principles of wind, his movements were as swift as lightning, and his wind spirit sword wielded a blade that could slice through metal like mud. On the day of the challenge, Wind Shadow Sword Master sneered, his sword flashing before vanishing in a flash. Lin Xianfan was well prepared, instantly deploying his Chaos Domain, slowing the flow of time around him. Here. With swift action, Jiang Meng launched a Spirit Pattern Locator missile, locking onto Wind Shadow Sword Master's path. Xiao Qingyue and Su Ro simultaneously launched their Ice Soul, 1,000 miles of freezing, sending a vast icy mist swirling and temporarily restricting their movements. Bai Wei seized the opportunity to unleash her spiritual chains, entangling Wind Shadow Sword Master's blade. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity, unleashing his Qilin arm with all his might, chaos-shattering Sky Strike. A golden fist shadow collided with the Wind Sword's light, unleashing a burst of energy that blasted a massive crater into the ground. Wind Shadow Sword Master was caught off guard, his blood surging with the shockwave, ultimately defeating him. Their next opponent was the Thunder and Fire Twins, ranked 8th on the Earth ranking. One of these twin brothers controlled the laws of thunder, the other mastered the laws of fire. Together, they unleashed the unparalleled power of the Thunder and Fire Tribulation Array. At the outset of the battle, the Thunder and Fire Twins unleashed their mighty formation. Dark clouds filled the sky, flames rose, and lightning and fire intertwined into a web, enveloping the five. Lin Xianfan and the other five coordinated seamlessly. Bai Wei used blood-colored spiritual energy to form a shield against the flames, Jiang Meng used spiritual pattern bullets to disrupt the lightning's trajectory, and Xiao Qingyue and Su Ro cast ice spells to neutralize the intense heat of the lightning and fire. Lin Xianfan activated his primordial chaos body, Chaos Opens the Heavens. Chaotic energy transformed into a massive blade, cleaving the Thunder and Fire Tribulation Array. Under the relentless attacks of the five, the Thunder and Fire Twins were overwhelmed and ultimately defeated. As the challenges progressed, the reputation of Lin Xianfan's team spread ever louder across the Earth ranking. But the closer they got to the top 5, the stronger their opponents became. 5th on the Earth ranking, Venerable Wanxiang possessed unfathomable power, capable of manipulating the 5 elements. Facing this opponent, Lin Xianfan and his 4 companions devised a meticulous strategy. During the battle, Bai Wei spearheaded the effort, using her blood-colored spiritual energy to disrupt the flow of the 5 elements, while Jiang Meng continuously launched specially crafted 5 elements chaos bombs, disrupting the opponent's rhythm. Xiao Qingyue and Su Ro used their ice powers to counter the opponent's fire and wood attacks. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity, activated his Chaos Sacred Body, and unleashed Chaos 5 Elements Devouring. Chaotic energy transformed into a vortex, devouring the 5 elements, ultimately defeating Venerable Wanxiang. After securing 5th place, Lin Xianfan's team's momentum reached its peak. Continuing their momentum, they challenged the 4th-placed Nether Saint, the 3rd-placed Sword Maniac, and the 2nd-placed Skyflame Saint. Xiao Qingyue and Su Ro's icy spirits proved a counter to the Nether Saint's ghost magic. The Sword Maniac's swordsmanship, though formidable, proved stunted by the combined attacks of the 5 and the Skyflame Saint's flames, despite their blazing heat, were no match for the fusion of chaotic energy and the laws of ice. Finally, 5 months later, on this day, Lin Xianfan's team stood before the Chaos Demon Lord, the leader of the Earth ranking. He, too, cultivated the power of chaos and had reached the pinnacle of the spiritual venerable realm, earning him the reputation of being one of the inner court's strongest. At the outset of the battle, the Chaos Demon Lord unleashed his Chaos Prison, a black chaotic energy transforming into a cage, trapping the 5. Lin Xianfan remained calm, energizing his own Chaos Sacred Body to counter the attack while signaling his companions to attack. Bai Wei's blood-colored spiritual energy, Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern spiritual weapon, and Xiao Qingyue and Su Ro's ice-based magic all attacked the Chaos Demon Lord from different directions. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity, his Qilin arm radiating a burst of light. Chaos Sacred Body, Final Strike. The golden chaotic energy collided violently with the Demon Lord's black chaos, shaking the entire battlefield violently. With the 5 of them working together, the Chaos Lord's defenses were gradually broken. Finally, Lin Xianfan's Qilin arm struck the Lord's chest hard, sending the Chaos Lord flying backward, spitting blood, and losing his ability to fight. The entire audience was in an uproar. No one could believe that this team, which had only been in the inner court for a few months, had actually reached the top of the Earth ranking. When the Academy Elders announced that Lin Xianfan's team had ascended to the top of the Earth ranking, a dazzling radiance filled the sky above Tianwu Hall, and countless golden runes descended from the heavens, landing on the 5 members. This was not only a recognition of their strength, but also a symbol of their access to the inner court's finest cultivation resources and heritage. Lin Xianfan gazed at his companions, his eyes filled with relief and pride. After 5 months of arduous struggle, they had proven themselves with their strength. In the future, they would strive for even greater realms, writing even more glorious chapters on their path of cultivation. Chapter 33 First Encounter with Lan Ru. After reaching the top of the Tianqing Academy's Earth ranking, Lin Xianfan and his 4 companions significantly increased their cultivation resources. While in seclusion to consolidate their strength, news reached the Academy. The All Spirits Forum, a grand gathering for the younger generation of the 3,000 worlds, would soon be held in Tianqian City. This forum would not only bring together talented individuals to exchange their cultivation experiences, but also offer the opportunity to obtain secret treasures left behind by ancient masters. The Academy decided to send the top 10 disciples on the Earth ranking, and Lin Xianfan's team was naturally among them. As the central hub of the continent, Tianqian City was bustling beyond imagination. The streets were bustling with traffic, and practitioners from various factions, dressed in diverse attire, wandered through the streets. Street vendors displayed a dazzling array of spiritual weapons, elixirs, and rare materials. As soon as Lin Xianfan and his 4 companions entered the city gates, they felt several scrutinizing glances. After all, their achievement at the top of the Earth ranking had already spread throughout the continent. I heard that many mysterious figures will show up at this forum, even the geniuses of secluded families are here. Bai Wei waved her folding fan and scanned the crowd. Maybe we can dig up some interesting information. Jiang Meng stood on tiptoe to look around, her eyes sparkling. I'd also like to see if there are any lost spiritual weapon forging diagrams. Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou followed quietly beside Lin Xianfan, ice spiritual energy flowing faintly around them, alert to any unusual movements around them. The Dao Conference was held in the Wanling Palace in the heart of Tianqian City. The vast palace, constructed entirely of transparent spiritual crystal, shone with a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. When Lin Xianfan and the others entered the venue, a number of talented individuals had already gathered in the main hall. Suddenly, a melodious zither sounded from a corner, like a heavenly sound, yet concealing a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman in a lavender gauze dress seated before a jade zither. Her long black hair flowed like a waterfall, and her eyes exuded a gentle yet distant expression. Her fingertips gently plucked the strings, and the sound waves materialized, sketching mysterious runes in the air. Is this a sonic attack technique? Lin Xianfan's pupils narrowed, and as he activated his Chaos Sacred Body's perception, he discovered that the zither's sound contained a unique law-like power that could actually affect a person's soul. Bai Wei tapped her folding fan lightly on her palm. Interesting. This woman may appear fragile, but she's actually unfathomable. At this moment, the zither music abruptly stopped, and the woman slowly stood up and walked towards Lin Xianfan and the others. Are you the newly crowned top-ranked experts from Tianqing Academy? The woman's voice was soft, like a clear mountain spring. I am Lan Ru, and I have long heard of your name. She bowed slightly, and the jade bracelet on her wrist jingled. Lin Xianfan noticed that the bracelet was intricately engraved with musical runes, clearly a very special spiritual artifact. During the conversation, they learned that Lan Ru came from the secluded Tianin Valley and specialized in the laws of sound. With her zither music, she could mobilize the forces of heaven and earth, even controlling the minds of others. She had come to the forum precisely to seek an opportunity to break through her bottleneck. Curious, Jiang Meng approached. Sister Lan Ru, your sound skills are amazing. Can you teach me? Lan Ru chuckled softly. If you're interested, we can discuss this someday. As they spoke, there was a sudden commotion in the meeting hall. A man in a black and gold robe strode towards them, exuding a domineering aura, followed by several powerful followers. It's Yan Jin, the young master of the Demon Flame sect, someone whispered. I heard he recently broke through to the middle stage of the spiritual venerable realm. His methods are ruthless, and he doesn't even take the elders seriously. Yan Jin's eyes swept across the entire room and finally landed on Lan Ru, with a hint of greed in his eyes. Little beauty from Tianin Valley, why don't you follow me back to the sect? I will definitely make sure you have smooth sailing on your path of cultivation. Lan Ru's face turned cold, and she was about to refuse, but Yan Jin waved his hand impatiently. Don't be shameless. After that, a flame shot towards Lan Ru. At the critical moment, Lin Xianfan flashed and swung his Qilin arm. Qilin protects the sky. A golden force shattered the flames, and the aftermath of the chaotic energy swept through, knocking Yan Jin back several steps. Have you asked me before you touch her in front of me? Lin Xianfan's expression was icy, and chaotic energy surged around him. Yan Jin's face was gloomy. You bastards from Tianqing Academy, stay out of my business. Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, Xiao Qingyue, and Su Rou quickly gathered around them, the power of the contract flowing. A fierce battle was imminent, and everyone in the venue retreated. Lan Ru looked at Lin Qianfan and the other four who had stepped forward, a strange look in her eyes. She gently stroked the strings of her zither, and a wisp of sound quietly merged into the battlefield, aiding the five. Chapter 34 Ancient Ruins. After Lan Ru, Lin Qianfan, and the others worked together to repel Yan Jin, their relationship quickly grew closer. At a discussion meeting, while sharing their experiences in cultivation, Lan Ru accidentally mentioned a secret. Deep beneath Tianxian City lies an ancient relic said to contain a treasure capable of controlling the laws of time and space. However, the entrance is extremely hidden and guarded by powerful restrictions, leaving countless powerful individuals searching for it in vain for years. A treasure of the laws of time and space? Lin Qianfan's eyes lit up. His Chaos Saint body was extremely sensitive to the power of laws. If he could obtain this item, perhaps it would help him break through his current realm. Bai Wei chuckled, fanning herself with her folding fan. Sounds interesting. I, sister, don't want to miss it. Jiang Meng rubbed her hands eagerly. Perhaps there are also lost spiritual artifact blueprints. Although Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou didn't say much, the anticipation in their eyes was self-evident. Seeing this, Lan Ru whispered, "If you're willing, I know some clues to the entrance to the ruins, and I'd like to go with you." The five of them readily agreed. That night, led by Lan Ru, they evaded the guards and infiltrated the secret passages beneath Tianxian City. The passage was eerie and damp, its walls covered in moss, and even bones could be seen here and there. Lan Ru gently stroked her jade zither, playing a unique melody. Ancient runes on the stone wall ahead suddenly illuminated. This is a pathfinding method passed down from Tianyin Valley, capable of resonating with ancient forbidden systems, she explained. As the rhythm changed, the stone wall slowly opened, revealing a teleportation array emitting a faint blue light. Lin Qianfan activated his Chaos Sacred Body to investigate, discovering that despite its age, the array still held a terrifying power. The array is equipped with multiple traps. Entering rashly would be disastrous, he mused. After discussion, the group decided that Lan Ru would use sonic power to disrupt the array's fluctuations, while Lin Qianfan would use the Chaos Domain to stabilize the space. The others would remain ready to respond to any emergencies. The moment they stepped into the teleportation array, they were struck by a powerful sense of space tearing apart. Lin Qianfan fully activated his Chaos Sacred Body, and the patterns on his Qilin arm shone brightly. Golden chaotic energy formed a protective shield, enveloping everyone. Bai Wei's blood-colored spiritual power, Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern defenses, and Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou's ice shields all activated, jointly resisting the spatial turbulence. When everyone landed, the sight before them was astounding. A massive ancient bronze city hovered in mid-air, its walls engraved with mysterious runes. Shattered stars floated within, and the ground flowed with the glowing, liquid force of laws. This is at least the work of a spiritual emperor-level expert, Lin Qianfan gasped. However, before they could investigate further, a sharp hissing echoed. A bone dragon, 100 feet long, flew out from the depths of the ancient city. It exuded a decaying aura, its hollow eye sockets ablaze with ghostly green will-o'-the-wisp fire. It was a terrifying being in the late spiritual venerable realm. Be careful. This bone dragon's attacks can corrupt the soul. Lan Ru's expression suddenly changed. She gently plucked her jade zither, and the sound waves transformed into a shield to protect everyone. Lin Qianfan launched the attack first, swinging his Qilin arm, Qilin-breaking void strike. A massive golden fist tore through the air, blasting towards the bone dragon. The bone dragon roared and released a stream of black dragon breath, shattering space wherever it passed. Bai Wei swung out spiritual chains to entangle the bone dragon's claws. Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern tracking bullets continuously harassed the bone dragon. Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou combined their ice soul, immeasurable cold prison, to try to freeze the bone dragon. As the battle raged, a sudden roar erupted from the depths of the ancient city. The ground cracked, and countless skeletons, wielding bone blades, poured out. Lan Ru, observing this, quickly plucked the strings of her harp with her jade fingers. Heavenly sound, requiem. The melodious music materialized, and the skeletons halted in their tracks, clutching their heads and howling. But the bone dragon grew increasingly violent, breaking free from its chains and sweeping its massive tail across. At the critical moment, Lin Qianfan activated his Chaos Domain, forcibly slowing the flow of time. He mobilized all his strength, completely merging the power of his Qilin arm and Chaos Sacred Body. Chaos World-destroying fist. The golden fist, imbued with destructive force, collided head-on with the bone dragon, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. Amidst the violent energy surge, the bone dragon's body collapsed, transforming into a pile of bones. After defeating the bone dragon, the group continued deeper into the ancient city. On an ancient altar, they discovered a crystal ball radiating a rainbow of light. Within the sphere, the laws of time and space intertwined. This must be the treasure that controls the laws of time and space. Lan Ru's eyes were filled with surprise. However, when Lin Xianfan reached out to touch the crystal ball, the altar suddenly lit up with a blood-red light, and an illusory figure slowly emerged. Chapter 35 successfully contracted Lan Ru. A blood-red glow shone brightly on the altar, and a phantom figure solidified. It was the remnant spirit of a spirit emperor-level powerhouse, clad in black armor and wielding a bone sword. His gaze was as cold as ice, and after scanning the crowd, he spoke grimly, "Anyone who trespasses will die." Before he finished speaking, he swung the bone sword, and a sword energy laced with destructive energy pierced the air, twisting and shattering the very space beneath it. Lin Qianfan's expression suddenly changed. He immediately activated his Chaos Sacred Body, swinging his Qilin arm with all his might. Chaos opens the sky. Golden chaos energy transformed into a massive blade, meeting the sword energy. Amidst a resounding explosion, the aftermath sent everyone's blood boiling. Bai Wei swung out a spiritual chain to entangle the remnant soul's arm. Jiang Meng unleashed a spiritual pattern jammer. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou combined their power to unleash Ice Soul, Sky Curtain, creating an icy blue barrier that temporarily blocked the remnant soul's subsequent attacks. Seeing this, Lan Ru held the jade harp horizontally, her fingertips fluttering like butterfly wings, the music suddenly becoming passionate. Heavenly sound, devil-slaying song. The sound waves transformed into countless blades of light, shooting towards the remnant soul. The remnant soul snorted coldly, and the bone sword danced. The blood-red sword curtain shattered the blades, and then with a backhand, unleashed Bone Dragon's roar. A giant dragon formed from bone spurs roared and charged towards the crowd. At the critical moment, Lin Xianfan unleashed the power of his contract with his 4 companions, blending their strength to form a chaos shield. However, the remnant's attack was too powerful, and the shield began to crack. Knowing that this would lead to defeat, Lin Xianfan glanced at Lan Ru, a thought forming in his mind. Her sonic principles were unpredictable. If he could forge a deeper bond with her, perhaps he could turn the tide of the battle. Lan Ru, sign a contract with me. Lin Xianfan shouted, the power of the chaos sacred body churning furiously. My chaos power can resonate with your sound waves. Only in this way can we have a chance of victory. A hint of surprise and hesitation flashed in Lan Ru's eyes, but the situation on the battlefield didn't allow her to dwell on it. She nodded and agreed, okay. Contract runes appeared on their foreheads simultaneously, establishing a mysterious connection. Lin Xianfan could clearly sense Lan Ru's spiritual energy fluctuations, and Lan Ru seemed to resonate with the power of chaos. Her jade harp rang out again, heavenly sound chaos concerto. The sound of the harp intertwined with the chaotic energy, forming a spiraling energy storm that rushed towards the remnant soul. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity, mobilizing the combined power of the 6. The Qilin arm shone brightly, and chaos heavenly sound destroyed. The power of chaos and sound waves transformed into a massive energy column, striking the remnant soul directly. Shock finally appeared on the remnant soul's face. He swung his sword with all his might to resist, but under the impact of the energy column, his body began to become transparent. Impossible. How could you possibly? The remnant soul's voice was filled with resentment, and it eventually dissipated in the light. The crisis was over, and the crystal ball of the laws of time and space on the altar shone brightly, slowly flying into Lin Xianfan's palm. The contract was concluded, and Lan Ru blushed slightly. She whispered, I never thought that the combination of my sound laws and the power of chaos would be so powerful. Bai Wei waved her folding fan and said teasingly, from now on, our team will have another powerful sister. Jiang Meng jumped over and said, Sister Lan Ru's piano music is super cool. It will definitely be super fun to go on adventures together in the future. Lin Xianfan gripped the crystal ball, feeling the power of the laws of time and space within it, a surge of joy in his heart. But he also understood that contracting Lan Ru wasn't just about defeating a powerful enemy, it was also a recognition of her strength and character. Lan Ru's addition further diversified the team's strengths, giving them more confidence to face the challenges ahead. After a brief rest, everyone prepared to leave the ancient ruins. However, a sudden, violent tremor erupted from the depths, causing the space to distort and a faint dark shadow to emerge. Lin Xianfan gripped the Qilin arm tightly, his eyes alert. It seems the secrets of this ruin have yet to be fully uncovered, and a new crisis is approaching. Lan Ru gently stroked the strings of her zither, sound waves scanning the surroundings. Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, Xiao Qingyue, and Su Rou also prepared for battle. Standing back to back, the six of them, the power of the contract flowing, fearlessly embraced the upcoming unknown challenge. Chapter 36 Ruins Exploration. As violent tremors emanated from the depths of the ruins, space distorted like a mirror, and dozens of dark shadows slowly emerged from the fissures. These figures resembled humanoid forms, shrouded in inky black mist. They clutched short blades emitting a faint glow, and each step left a mark of corrosion on the ground. Lin Xianfan activated his chaos sacred body to investigate, his pupils constricting. These shadows were formed from pure negative energy. The weakest was at the peak of the Spirit King realm, while the three leading them had reached the early stages of the Spirit Lord realm. Be careful, their attacks carry a corrosive force. Lin Xianfan shouted, his Qilin arm instantly radiating a golden glow. Qilin suppresses demons. A massive golden force erupted, but upon contact with the shadow, it was engulfed by the black mist, causing only a slight tremor. Seeing this, Lanru swiftly slid her jade fingers across the strings of her zither, heavenly sound, purifying world song. The clear sound transformed into a holy wave of light, dispelling some of the black mist, and the shadow let out a piercing scream. Bai Wei swung blood-colored spiritual chains to entangle several black shadows, while Jiang Meng launched specially crafted spiritual pattern purification bombs into the enemy group. The purifying force of the explosion temporarily suppressed the corrosive effects. Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou simultaneously cast ice spells, Ice Soul, Frost Prison, freezing the black shadows. However, these shadows were able to quickly regroup in the extreme cold, and once freed, their attack became even more fierce. Lin Xianfan knew this passive defense wasn't the answer. He locked eyes with the three spiritual venerable shadows leading the charge. He resonated with Lan Ru's contractual power, mingling chaotic energy and sonic waves into a blade. Chaos heavenly sound breaks. A strike imbued with the power of the laws unleashed, cleaving one shadow in two. However, the shadow split, reappearing in two, its attack frequency doubling. They can split infinitely. We must find their core. Lan Ru said hurriedly, her piano music growing increasingly passionate, and the sound waves formed a protective shield that protected everyone. Lin Xianfan concentrated his mind, fully activating the perception of his chaos sacred body, and finally discovered the flickering purple light on the black shadow's chest that was their energy core. Attack the core! Lin Xianfan shouted, simultaneously unleashing Chaos Flash. He instantly appeared behind a dark figure, his Qilin arm piercing its chest with the power of chaos. A faint purple light exploded, and the shadow let out a shrill scream before dissipating in black mist. Everyone, alerted, sought an opportunity to attack the core. Bai Wei's blood-red spiritual energy transformed into a spear, Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern weapon fired accurately, Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou locked onto their targets with ice cones, and Lan Ru's sonic waves disrupted the shadows' movements. After a bitter battle, the group of shadows was finally wiped out. Before anyone could catch their breath, the ground beneath the ruins suddenly cracked, revealing a bottomless ravine. Bursts of blazing heat emanated from below. Lin Xianfan peered into the depths of the ravine, revealing golden lava emanating fluctuations of time and space. Countless jade slips and broken spiritual artifacts floated on the surface. Those jade slips have law runes on them. Lan Ru's eyes lit up. Perhaps they hold the secrets of the ruins. Lin Xianfan nodded and activated his chaos domain, attempting to stabilize the surrounding space. However, the golden lava suddenly boiled, and a massive fire python soared into the sky. Its body burned with golden flames, its scales etched with spacetime runes, and the flames it spewed from its mouth could warp space. It was a spirit emperor-level beast guarding this place. The fire python roared and pounced, and Lin Xianfan and the other four, along with Lan Ru, immediately separated. Bai Wei used the blood soul escape technique to weave between the fire python's attacks. Jiang Meng continuously threw spirit pattern jammers, attempting to disrupt the fire python's rhythm. Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou combined their ice soul, eternal frost technique, but were instantly vaporized by the fire python's intense heat. Lan Ru's sonic attacks, while effective, were limited against the fire python's thick skin. Lin Xianfan knew he couldn't fight head-on. He observed that the runes on the fire python's scales resonated when it moved. Lan Ru, use sound waves to disrupt the runes on its scales. The rest of you look for weaknesses. Lin Xianfan shouted, simultaneously activating his chaos sacred body and drawing upon the power of the crystal ball of the laws of space and time. Chaos energy merged with the power of space and time, condensing in his palm into a spear that shone with mysterious light. Lan Ru understood, and the sound of her zither suddenly became sharp. Heavenly sound, breaking the law. The sound waves precisely struck the rune, causing the fire python's movements to momentarily freeze. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity and unleashed Chaos Spacetime Stab. His spear ripped through space, piercing the fire python's vital points. Amidst a violent explosion, the fire python's massive body collapsed, dissipating in a ball of golden flame. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and approached the ravine. Lin Xianfan used the power of chaos to form a protective shield and descended into the ravine to collect jade slips and spiritual artifacts. These slips recorded ancient insights into the laws of time and space, as well as a fragmented text called Chaos Time and Space Secret. Lin Xianfan reveled in these treasures, knowing they would be the key to his breakthrough. Meanwhile, a mysterious bell chime echoed from the depths of the ruins, as if guiding them to continue their exploration of unknown secrets. Chapter 37 Killing the 5th level monster. After collecting the jade slips and spiritual artifacts from the ravine, the group continued deeper into the ruins, following the mysterious chime. Along the way, ancient murals gradually became clearer on the walls, depicting a fierce battle between ancient powers and terrifying demonic beasts. One beast, resembling a glutton, swirled with turbulent spacetime currents, stood out. Runes beneath the mural read, Level 5 Spacetime Devourer, capable of devouring heaven and earth, tearing apart time and space. Small Bluff BOT document anti-piracy, find, book, machine people select small bluff, stable, reliable, don't step into pits. A 5th-ranked demon beast, equivalent to the strength of a late-stage spirit emperor. Bai Wei's face was solemn, her folding fan creaking in her grasp. If we really encountered such a ferocious beast, I'm afraid we would be in great danger. Lan Ru gently stroked the strings of her zither, sound waves exploring the surroundings, a hint of nervousness in the sound. I sense an extremely powerful aura lurking ahead. Lin Xianfan clenched his qilin arm, his chaos sacred body automatically activating, golden chaotic energy flowing through him. Now that we've come this far, there's no reason to retreat. Everyone, be cautious. Once the battle begins, we must cooperate tacitly. Turning a long corridor covered in runes, the view suddenly opened up. A massive circular altar came into view. In its center, a behemoth, 1,000-foot-tall beast lay curled up in deep sleep. Its body was covered in dark purple scales, each etched with distorted lines of spacetime. Its maw was slightly open, and from it emanated a pitch-black mist capable of corroding space itself. It was the Spacetime Devourer from the mural. As if sensing the presence of an outsider, the Abyss Devourer slowly opened its eyes, a glint of brutality flashing in its crimson pupils. It roared to the heavens, its sound waves shaking the entire ruins violently, and the spacetime around the altar began to distort and collapse. Attack! Lin Xianfan shouted, launching the first attack. The qilin arm shone brightly, Chaos Meteor Strike. A golden fist imbued with the power of chaos slammed into the Abyss Devourer, but the moment it touched the creature's scales, it was swallowed by a suction force. Lan Ru's jade harp played rapidly, heavenly sound, time and space chaos. The sound waves transformed into countless blades of light, attempting to disrupt the spacetime forces surrounding the abyss-devouring beast. Bai Wei swung out spiritual chains, blood-red light entwining the beast's claws, but was easily broken. Jiang Meng rained down specially crafted spiritual pattern explosive bombs, the impact of the explosions barely causing ripples on the beast's surface. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou unleashed their strongest ice spell, Ice Soul, Eternal Night's final chapter, but the frost evaporated before it even touched the beast's intense heat. The Abyss Devourer, enraged, opened its maw. Swallow time and space. A pitch-black vortex formed above the altar, its powerful suction drawing everyone and the surrounding space in. Lin Xianfan activated his chaos domain, barely maintaining his balance as he shouted, Lan Ru, disrupt the vortex with sound waves. Everyone else, look for an opportunity to attack its belly. Lan Ru understood, and her zither music became more intense. Heavenly sound, breaking the void. The sound waves pierced the vortex like a sharp sword, temporarily slowing the suction. Bai Wei seized the opportunity, unleashing the Blood Soul escape technique, transforming into a stream of blood-red light and circling behind the abyss-devouring beast. Jiang Meng, using spirit pattern bullets as cover, swerved from the side. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou's icy spiritual energy merged, forming an ice bridge to help everyone approach the beast. Lin Xianfan mobilized all his strength, completely fusing the power of his chaos sacred body in the qilin arm chaos creation slash. A massive golden blade imbued with the power of creation slashed towards the abyss-devouring beast's abdomen. The Abyss Devourer writhed in pain, its tail sweeping across. Lin Xianfan and the others scattered to avoid the attack. Lan Ru's zither changed its tone again, heavily sound, soul calming. The melodious music temporarily suppressed the beast's fury. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity to attack again. The chaotic energy merged with the power of the crystal ball of the law of space and time, forming a brilliant spear of space and time. Chaos space-time piercing. The spear pierced the Abyss Devourer's abdomen, sending the beast unleashing an earth-shattering scream. Bai Wei's blood-red spiritual energy transformed into spikes, piercing the wound. Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern weapon continuously fired armor-piercing rounds. Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou's ice magic froze the beast's movements. Lan Ru unleashed her full power, heavenly sound, 10,000 tribulations. The sound waves transformed into a pervasive rain of light, enveloping the abyss-devouring beast. Under the combined attack of their forces, the abyss-devouring beast's life force gradually dissipated, and it finally collapsed to the ground with a thud. After slaying the fifth-tier demonic beast, the ruins began to crumble. Lin Xianfan and his companions, not even taking a moment to rest, quickly collected the space-time crystal cores and scales dropped by the abyss-devouring beast, materials needed to refine top-tier spiritual artifacts. As they rushed out of the ruins, the ancient buildings behind them were completely annihilated by the turbulent flow of space-time. The space-time crystal core in his hand emanated a mysterious light, and Lin Xianfan knew that this battle not only proved the team's strength but also brought new opportunities for their spiritual cultivation. And ahead, more powerful enemies and unknown challenges awaited them. Chapter 38 Continuous Upgrade. After successfully slaying a fifth-tier space-time devouring beast and narrowly escaping the crumbling ancient ruins, Lin Xianfan and his companions returned to Tianxian City with their precious spoils. The crystal core imbued with the immense power of space and time, and the monster scales inscribed with ancient runes, were priceless treasures. More importantly, this life or death battle had instilled in them a new appreciation for their own strength. The thrill of battle had surged within them, their spiritual energy surging as if on the verge of breaking free from its shackles. Returning to their temporary inn, Lin Xianfan and the other four, along with Lan Ru, immediately began their retreat. Lin Xianfan sat cross-legged in the center of the room, gripping the space-time crystal core in his palm and activating his chaos sacred body. The power of the space-time laws within the crystal core flowed like a trickle, flowing through his meridians. His chaos sacred body, possessing a natural affinity for the power of the laws, absorbed it with frenzy. The chaos seed in his dantian began to swirl violently, its volume expanding. The opportunity for a breakthrough has arrived. Lin Xianfan exclaimed, channeling his full spiritual energy to attack the bottleneck. Primal chaos surged through his meridians, like a giant beast awakening, crushing all obstacles. Boom! A roar echoed through his sea of consciousness. Lin Xianfan's cultivation level instantly soared from the middle stage of the spiritual venerable realm to the late stage. Without a moment's pause, his spiritual power continued to rise. His chaos sacred body underwent a transformation, revealing even more complex spatial and temporal patterns. The power of his Kirin arm grew even more terrifying, capable of ripping through space with a single swing. Meanwhile, within the room, Bai Wei's blood-colored spiritual energy surged wildly. Combining the mysterious jade slips she retrieved from the ruins with her own blood-soul secrets, she comprehended a new blood-soul spacetime art. Fluctuations of space and time began to permeate the blood-colored spiritual energy, and her realm broke through, advancing from the early to the middle stages of the spiritual venerable realm. The power of her blood soul became even more unpredictable, and a single spiritual chain she casually swung could distort the surrounding space. Jiang Meng focused on the fusion of spiritual artifacts and spiritual patterns. Using the scales of the abyss-devouring beast and incorporating ancient forging techniques from ruins, she successfully crafted its spacetime spiritual pattern Bao. During the refining process, her understanding of the principles of spiritual patterns deepened, her wood-based spiritual energy resonating with the laws of space and time. Her cultivation soared from the peak of the Spirit King realm to the early stages of the Spirit Venerable realm. This new spiritual artifact was not only immensely powerful, but also harnessed the power of space and time, allowing arrows to reach their targets instantly, regardless of distance. During their retreat, Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou combined the laws of ice with the power of space and time. Their Ice Soul Divine Body and Ice Soul Mysterious Spirit Body resonated, unleashing a new combined attack technique, Ice Soul Spacetime Freeze. As their power increased, their cultivation levels also advanced. Xiao Qingyue advanced from the middle to the late spiritual venerable realm, while Su Rou advanced from the early to the middle spiritual venerable realm. Their ice spells, infused with the laws of space and time, froze not only the enemy's movements but also the flow of time. Lan Ru gently stroked the jade zither, the laws of sound blending with the power of space and time to create a unique heavenly music of space and time. Wherever the music reached, space and time rippled with the melody. With this profound understanding of the laws, her cultivation level soared from the early to mid-level spiritual venerable realm, and her sonic attack techniques became even more refined. With a single melody, she could manipulate the surrounding space and time, throwing her enemies into chaos. The noise of their retreat and breakthroughs alarmed the various factions within Tianxian City. As they emerged from the inn, the powerful aura they exuded drew the attention of countless practitioners. Lin Xianfan, observing his companions' greatly increased strength, was filled with joy. This series of upgrades had not only significantly boosted their individual strengths but also fostered a new chemistry within the team. Now, even if we encounter a 5th-tier monster again, we have a greater chance of victory. Lin Xianfan clenched his qilin arm, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Bai Wei waved her folding fan and chuckled, maybe next time we can challenge a 6th-tier monster. Jiang Meng brandished her newly refined spirit-patterned bow and said excitedly, I can't wait to test the power of this new spiritual weapon. Lan Ru smiled and nodded, her jade zither emitting a crisp sound, as if cheering for everyone's progress. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou exchanged a smile, their icy spiritual energy coursing through their bodies, ready to embrace new challenges. Meanwhile, above Tianxian City, the wind and clouds suddenly shifted. A mysterious and powerful aura gathered in the distance, seeming to foreshadow the arrival of even greater crises and opportunities. Chapter 39 The protagonist impacts the Supreme Realm. After their successive breakthroughs, Lin Xianfan and his companions gained widespread fame in Tianxian City, with various factions offering their services. However, Lin Xianfan sensed a powerful throbbing within his chaos sacred body. As his strength grew, the chaos power within him grew ever more powerful, and his understanding of the laws of time and space reached a critical point. He vaguely grasped the crucial threshold on his path to cultivation, the Supreme Realm. The Supreme Realm marks a watershed in the world of cultivation. Upon reaching this realm, one can connect with the very essence of heaven and earth, command the power of a region, and transform the world with a single gesture. However, the path to breakthrough is fraught with obstacles, and countless brilliant minds throughout history have failed before this chasm. Lin Xianfan knew this assault could not be successful. Gathering his companions in the inn's secret room, he solemnly declared, I intend to reach the Supreme Realm, requiring 7 days of seclusion. During this time, if I make any unusual movements, you must protect me. Bai Wei and the others nodded solemnly. Lan Ru gently stroked the jade zither, the sound transforming into a barrier enveloping the secret room. Don't worry about your retreat. We're here, and we won't let anyone disturb you. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou clasped their hands, energizing icy spiritual energy to form an impenetrable ice wall. Jiang Meng produced dozens of newly refined spiritual pattern warning rounds and placed them in every corner of the secret room. Bai Wei even unleashed the secret technique of blood soul, infusing wisps of blood-colored spiritual energy into the space, ensuring immediate detection of any outsiders. Lin Xianfan sat cross-legged in the center, retrieving the fragment of the chaos space-time secret he had retrieved from the ruins. Combining it with the power of the space-time crystal core, he began to deduce a breakthrough. His chaos sacred body activated automatically, and golden chaotic energy surged like a river, forming massive vortexes within his meridians. He channeled his spiritual energy, following the mysterious trajectory recorded in ancient texts, attempting to use the power of chaos as a guide to connect with the supreme laws of heaven and earth. On the first day, Lin Xianfan's chaotic energy surged, cracking the walls of his secret chamber under the force. Outside, dark clouds gathered over Tianxian City, streaks of purple lightning streaking through the clouds, as if echoing the terrifying power about to emerge. On the second day, his sea of consciousness trembled violently, countless fragments of the laws of time, space, and chaos colliding within his mind, and excruciating pain washed over him like a tide. Lin Xianfan gritted his teeth and persevered, channeling the suppressive power of his qilin arm to forcibly steady his mind. On the third day, the breakthrough entered its most crucial phase. Lin Xianfan mobilized all his strength, attempting to condense the supreme Dharma image of the Supreme Realm. Chaotic energy gathered above his head, gradually forming the phantom of a chaotic giant wielding the axe of creation. However, as the Dharma image took shape, it was met with a backlash from heaven and earth. Purple lightning from the outside world transformed into a giant python 100 feet long, slamming down upon the secret chamber. Protect the formation! Bai Wei shouted, her blood-colored spiritual energy transforming into a shield. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou's ice spells froze the lightning. Lan Ru's passionate piano music, heavenly sound, demon-suppressing song, dispelled the calamity clouds. Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern bullets exploded in the air, disrupting the trajectory of the lightning. The 5 of them, with all their might, barely withstood this wave of attacks. On the fifth day, the chaos seed within Lin Qianfan's body completely transforming into a chaos pearl emanating a supreme aura. He seized the opportunity to perfectly fuse the laws of time and space with the power of chaos, infusing it into the chaos pearl. His Dharma form condensed once again. This time, the Chaos Giant's heaven-splitting axe was engraved with the runes of time and space, each pattern imbued with the power to annihilate heaven and earth. On the seventh day, the breakthrough entered its final stage. Lin Qianfan mobilized the power of heaven and earth, and the Chaos Pearl resonated with the Supreme Dharma, erupting with dazzling light. The secret room exploded with a shattering blast of power, sweeping across 100 miles. The powerful men of Tianxian City looked up to see a golden beam of light shooting straight into the sky. Within the beam, the shadowy figure of the Chaos Giant swung the axe of creation, splitting the void in two. Supreme Realm. Someone has broken through to the Supreme Realm. Tianxian City erupted in excitement, and powerful figures from all factions rushed to the scene. But before they could approach, Bai Wei and the others formed a battle formation, their fierce momentum forcing everyone back. My brothers and I are breaking through, any outsiders, please retreat. Bai Wei waved her folding fan, and blood-red spiritual energy transformed into a sky full of sharp blades, a terrifying deterrent. As the light faded, Lin Qianfan slowly opened his eyes. His aura was restrained yet terrifying, and with every movement, space could be felt trembling. His chaos-sacred body had completely transformed, and the lines of time and space on its surface were constantly flowing. With a single wave of his Qilin arm, he could tear space apart and summon the chaotic thunder that contained the supreme law. The host has successfully broken through to the Supreme Realm, and the Chaos Sacred Body has evolved to the fourth stage. The system prompt sounded in the sea of consciousness. Gained the new skill Chaos Supreme Domain, which allows you to control all laws within the domain. Unlocked the hidden inheritance Chaos Creation Art. Lin Qianfan felt the immense power within him, a surge of lofty ambition welling up within him. He looked at his exhausted yet delighted companions and said solemnly, "Thank you all for your protection. Now that I've entered the Supreme Realm, it's time for us to go even further." Meanwhile, from the distance of Tianxian City, an even more powerful aura was quietly approaching, as if foreshadowing the impending arrival of a greater storm. Chapter 40 Obtaining the Inherited Saint-Level Dragon Transformation Technique. After breaking through the Supreme Realm, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Qianfan shook Tianxian City. As he slowly emerged from the secret chamber, the very void twisted beneath his feet. The aura of the Chaos Supreme Realm inadvertently dissipated, causing a frenzied surge of spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius. Although Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, and the others had long been accustomed to his power, they couldn't help but express shock at this moment. Lin Qianfan, having entered the Supreme Realm, seemed to have become the master of the universe. Just as everyone was preparing to celebrate, Tianxian City suddenly shook violently. In the distance, a dragon's roar echoed from an ancient, mist-shrouded mountain range. Lin Qianfan's chaos sacred body sensed the call of a mysterious power. With a sharp gaze, he looked toward the mountain range. "There's something strange about that mountain. I sense an aura rooted in the power of chaos." Lan Ru gently stroked the strings of her zither, her expression grave after examining the sound waves. The sound of the zither is mingled with the ancient dragon's might, as if a peerless legacy has emerged. The group immediately decided to explore. As they approached the mountain range, they saw 9 enormous stone dragons coiled above the peak amidst the swirling clouds and mist. Each dragon exuded a saintly aura of power, each clutching a half-broken jade slip in its mouth. Lin Qianfan activated the Chaos Supreme Domain, and the ancient runes on the jade slip suddenly illuminated, revealing a line of small words: "Those who obtain the 9 marks can realize the dragon transformation technique. This is a saint-level technique." Bai Wei clapped her folding fan on her palm. "It is rumored that the dragon transformation technique can help people transform from mortals into dragons and control the supreme dragon power. If you can learn it, your strength will skyrocket." Jiang Meng could no longer hold back, and raised the spiritual pattern bow to shoot at the stone dragon. "What are you waiting for? Grab the jade slip first." However, as soon as her arrow touched the stone dragon, it was turned into powder by a golden dragon breath. Lin Qianfan signaled everyone to stop. He carefully observed the patterns and movements of the stone dragons, discovering that each one corresponded to a law of heaven and earth. After analyzing it with his chaos sacred body for a moment, he suddenly shouted, "Xingyue, Su Rou, freeze the 3 dragons on the left. Bai Wei, disrupt the 4 dragons on the right. Jiang Meng, Lan Ru, cover me." With that, he gathered the power of chaos with his Qilin arm and blasted it towards the stone dragon in the center. Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou formed hand seals, and the technique Ice Soul, 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Freeze erupted. An icy blue light surged, instantly freezing the 3 stone dragons on the left. Bai Wei's blood soul secret technique fully activated, transforming blood-colored spiritual energy into chains that entangled the stone dragon on the right. Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern bullets exploded in mid-air, disrupting the stone dragon's attack rhythm. Lan Ru used heavenly sound, ecstasy to disrupt the stone dragon's mind. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity and unleashed the Chaos Supreme Domain. Within it, the flow of time slowed and the laws of space distorted. He leaped up and launched Chaos Axe. The massive axe, condensed with the power of chaos, slashed down, shattering the stone dragon's defenses and sending the jade slip from its mouth crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the remaining stone dragons awakened, their 9 dragon breaths converging into a destructive torrent, sweeping towards the group. At the critical moment, Lin Xianfan pieced together the 9 jade slips, which instantly shone with a brilliant golden light. A dragon-shaped figure emerged from the radiance. The dragon raised its head and roared, swallowing the entire aura of the world-destroying dragon. Then, it transformed into a stream of light and sank into Lin Xianfan's brow. Instantly, a flood of information flooded into his sea of consciousness, the complete dragon transformation technique. The dragon transformation technique has 9 levels. Each level awakens a new dragon power. At the highest level, one can transform into a true dragon, controlling time, space, and the laws of destruction. Lin Xianfan's eyes flashed with ecstasy. But before he could fully comprehend it, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the mountains, and a pitch-black dragon figure burst forth from the earth. This dragon, shrouded in a destructive aura, its eyes bloodshot, was a sacred-level beast guarding the legacy, the world-destroying black dragon. The world-destroying black dragon looked down at everyone, slamming down with its massive claws, instantly shattering space. "You tiny ant, how dare you tamper with the dragon transformation technique? Prepare to die." Lin Xianfan activated the first level of the dragon transformation technique, a domineering dragon power surging from his body, and fine dragon scales appeared on his skin. He raised his Qilin arm high, confronting the world-destroying black dragon head-on. "Just in time. Test my newfound power." Upon seeing this, Bai Wei and the others immediately formed a joint cultivation formation. Jiang Meng's spiritual patterns and spiritual artifacts targeted the black dragon's weaknesses, Xiao Qingyue and Su Ro's ice spells restricted its movements, Lan Ru's sonic attacks disrupted its mind, and Bai Wei channeled her blood soul secrets into Lin Xianfan's power. With everyone's cooperation, Lin Xianfan's dragon transformation technique merged with the power of chaos, unleashing the Chaos Dragon Roar Break technique. Golden dragon-shaped chaotic energy collided with the black dragon's destructive force, and the aftermath leveled the mountain range. After a brutal battle, Lin Xianfan seized the black dragon's weakness and slashed its head with the chaos axe. The world-destroying black dragon's roar of resentment resounded throughout the world before dissipating in a streak of black light. After the battle, Lin Xianfan sat cross-legged to practice the dragon transformation technique, the dragon power within him growing stronger and stronger. He knew that this holy level technique would be a vital aid in his ascent to the pinnacle of cultivation. Meanwhile, a jade slip held the secret of the dragon transformation technique's origins. Legend has it that in ancient times, a supreme dragon master created this technique, and whoever mastered it might uncover the shocking truth behind the dragon race's demise. Chapter 41 New Crisis. The news that Lin Xianfan had mastered the dragon transformation technique and successfully slain the world-destroying black dragon spread like thunder throughout the cultivation world. Various factions dispatched forces to Tianxian City, either offering overtures or testing the waters, seeking to uncover the true nature of this newly ascended supreme realm expert. However, beneath the surface of calm, a crisis brewed that could upend the entire continent. While Lin Xianfan was in seclusion, consolidating his dragon transformation technique, Bai Wei and the others noticed unusual fluctuations in the spiritual energy surrounding Tianxian City. Lan Ru, using sonic exploration, discovered a strange murmur mingling with her zither music. Xiao Qingyue and Su Ro's icy spirit bodies also felt an inexplicable chill, as if sensing the presence of some unholy entity. Jiang Meng also discovered that the guards at the city's edge had disappeared one after another, leaving behind only traces of black slime and claw marks. These traces don't look like the work of an ordinary demon beast. Bai Wei squatted down, smearing the black slime on her fingertips. As soon as the blood-colored spiritual power came into contact, the slime emitted a corrosive sound. It carries a strong dark aura, and her face suddenly changed. This aura is extremely similar to the negative energy shadow we encountered in the ancient ruins. Before anyone could reflect, the alarm in Tianxian City suddenly rang out. A black fog enveloped the distant sky, from which came a series of roaring roars. Countless bat-like monsters swooped down from the fog. These creatures, covered in scales, spewed corrosive venom from their mouths, and their wings could warp space with their flapping. They were, surprisingly, dark demon bats at the spiritual venerable level. "They're targeting the city lord's mansion," Jiang Meng shouted, pointing in the direction of the surging black fog. The city lord's mansion contained the core of the Great Formation protecting Tianxian City. If destroyed, the entire city would be doomed. Lin Qianfan's retreat was closest to the city lord's mansion. The moment he sensed the danger, he forcibly interrupted his practice and activated the dragon transformation technique. Golden dragon scales appeared on his body, and a faint dragon-shaped shadow appeared behind him. Chaos Dragon Shadow Flash. Lin Qianfan transformed into a streak of golden light, instantly appearing before the swarm of demon bats. His Qilin arm swung out with dragon might, Chaos Dragon Roar Strike. The attack, imbued with the power of chaos and dragon might, exploded, annihilating dozens of demon bats instantly. However, the demon bats were overwhelmingly numerous, and as each wave fell, more emerged from the black mist, forming a massive demon bat battle formation, unleashing a dark realm. Bai Wei and the others quickly arrived to support. Lan Ru's jade harp urgently played, heavenly sound, destroying demons and purifying the world. The holy sound waves formed a web of light, purifying the dark aura. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou jointly cast Ice Soul, Eternal Night Demon Sealing Formation, freezing large swaths of demon bats. Jiang Meng continuously hurled spirit pattern explosive bombs, blasting holes through the demon bat swarm. Bai Wei fully activated her Blood Soul secret technique, transforming blood-colored spiritual energy into a raging blade, strangling the approaching demon bats. In the heat of battle, a sinister laugh echoed from the black fog. A figure clad in a black robe and wearing a skull mask slowly emerged. A dense aura of dark principles enveloped him, his aura no less powerful than Lin Qianfan's. "A mere ant, dare you stop me?" The black-robed figure waved his hand, and a beam of black light descended from the sky, striking Lin Qianfan directly. Lin Qianfan activated his Chaos Supreme Domain and simultaneously unleashed the second stage of the Dragon Transformation technique, his dragon power surging. Dragon Transformation, Dragon Battle in the Wilds. A golden dragon-shaped phantom roared as it charged towards the black beam of light. The two collided, and the resulting energy blasted a vast abyss into the ground. Seeing this, the black-robed figure sneered, "Interesting, but do you think that's all there is to it?" Before he could finish his words, 3 enormous dark demon spiders suddenly burst forth from the black fog, each possessing the strength of a spiritual emperor. Their 8 long legs were covered in barbs, and the silk they spun was not only incredibly tough but also capable of corroding spiritual energy. The demon spiders quickly formed a formation, unleashing the Dark Spider Demon Formation. The entire Tianxian city was enveloped in a dark energy, and the citizens within began to be consumed by the demonic energy, plunging into madness. Lin Qianfan's expression was solemn, fully aware of this unprecedented crisis. He looked at his companions, his eyes flashing with determination. "No matter who comes, no matter what their plot, we will never retreat." With that, he mobilized all his strength, completely merging the power of chaos with the might of the dragon, preparing for an even more brutal battle. Meanwhile, beneath the mask of the black-robed figure, a strange curve curved his lips, as if brewing a greater conspiracy. Chapter 42 Solving the Trouble. Dark energy swept through Tianxian City like a tide. Lin Qianfan and his 4 companions, along with Lan Ru, were caught in an unprecedented battle, battered by demon bats, demon spiders, and black-robed figures. 3 Spirit Emperor-level dark demon spiders formed a formation, weaving their silk into an impenetrable web that not only deflected attacks but also continuously released a black mist that corroded spiritual energy. The black-robed figures lurked in the shadows, periodically unleashing dark attacks to disrupt the group's formation. "This won't work." Lin Qianfan activated his Supreme Chaos Domain, its golden glow temporarily suppressing the dark aura. Qingyue, Su Rou, used the laws of ice to freeze the spider silk. Jiang Meng, disrupt the black-robed figure's movements. Bai Wei, Lan Ru, will focus on the demon spider. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou clasped their hands, their Ice Soul divine body resonating with their Ice Soul mysterious spirit body. Ice Soul, Eternal Freeze. An extremely cold aura instantly spread, freezing vast swaths of spider silk into ice. Jiang Meng immediately unleashed a specially crafted spiritual pattern interference bomb, which exploded in mid-air, creating a chaotic spiritual energy field, forcing the black-robed figure's impending spell to be interrupted. Bai Wei's Blood Soul secret technique activated at full power, blood-colored spiritual energy transforming into thousands of blood blades, piercing the demon spider. Lan Ru's jade harp played heavenly sound, sky-splitting tune, its sound waves condensing into sharp blades, slicing through the demon spider's defenses. Lin Xianfan unleashed the third level of the dragon transformation technique, his dragon power soaring as the golden dragon-shaped shadow behind him solidified. Dragon transformation, dragon breaks the 9 heavens. He leaped into the air, his unicorn arms swirling with chaotic dragon breath, and struck the demon spider's shell with a single punch. However, the demon spider's defenses were far superior to expectations, and the attack only left a shallow scratch on its shell. Enraged, the demon spiders danced frantically with their 8 long legs. Dark spider venom rain. Countless poisonous spider silks fell like a torrential rain, corroding the ground wherever they passed. Seeing this, Lan Ru's piano music suddenly became passionate. Heavenly sound, purifying world barrier. The sound waves formed a transparent light shield, temporarily protecting everyone. Their weak spot is in their abdomen. Lin Xianfan activated his chaos sacred body, keenly sensing the flaws in the demon spider's movements. Xingyue, Su Rou, create an opportunity. Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, suppress them with fire. Lan Ru, use sonic waves to disrupt their minds. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou immediately unleashed Ice Soul, Ice Tornado. A massive ice-blue tornado swept up, entangling the long legs of a demon spider. Jiang Meng's spirit pattern bow fired a series of armor-piercing arrows, while Bai Wei's blood-colored spiritual energy transformed into chains, entangled the other 2 demon spiders. Lan Ru's heavenly sound, ecstasy slowed the demon spider's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xianfan activated the dragon transformation technique and the power of chaos. Chaos Dragon Flame Break. Golden dragon flames erupted from the Qilin arm, instantly burning through the demon spider's abdomen. With a scream, the first demon spider collapsed to the ground. The remaining 2 struggled frantically, joining forces with the black-robed man to launch a more powerful attack. The black-robed man formed hand seals, Dark World Destruction Technique. A massive black vortex formed in the sky, sucking away all the spiritual energy from Tianxian City. We can't let him succeed. Lin Xianfan mobilized all his strength, completely merging the Chaos Supreme Domain with the power of the Dragon Transformation Technique. Chaos Dragon Lord descends. His figure exploded, transforming into a 100-meter-tall golden dragon man. Wielding a chaos giant axe, the laws of time, space, and destruction flowed through him. At the same time, Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, Xia Qingyue, Su Rou, and Lan Ru formed a joint cultivation formation, infusing their power into Lin Xianfan. The golden dragon man swung his chaos axe, slashing heaven and earth. The moment the axe slashed down, space ripped apart, and time seemed to stand still. The black vortex shattered under the blow, and the black-robed figure's expression changed drastically, attempting to flee. Lin Xianfan wouldn't give him the chance. He extended his dragon claws seizing the sky. He grabbed the black-robed figure, and the power of chaos surged into him, sealing away all his strength. Without the black-robed man's support, the remaining 2 demon spiders were quickly defeated by the combined efforts of the crowd. As the last demon spider fell, the black fog enveloping Tianxian City began to dissipate. Lin Xianfan released his dragon man form, appearing slightly exhausted but with a determined gaze. The city lord, leading the city's citizens, arrived, offering profuse thanks to the crowd. While searching the black-robed figure's body, Lin Xianfan discovered a token inscribed with mysterious runes. After analyzing it with his chaos sacred body, he expressed a solemn expression. This token originates from the 9 nether demon realm. It seems this attack is only the beginning. The powerful within the 9 nether demon realm have long coveted the continent. They intend to use dark creatures to destroy various cities in preparation for an invasion. Bai Wei tapped her folding fan lightly on her palm. Come one, we'll kill one. Come a group, we'll wipe out their lair. Jiang Meng shook the spiritual pattern bow in his hand. This is a good time to try out how to upgrade my new spiritual weapon. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou nodded, ice spiritual energy flowing around their bodies. Lan Ru gently stroked the strings of the zither, and the sound of the zither was full of determination. Lin Xianfan felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he looked at his companions standing shoulder to shoulder. No matter how many crises lay ahead, as long as they were with him, he would be fearless. And the 9 nether demon realms conspiracy would be completely shattered by their counterattack. Chapter 43 Leaving the Ruins. After resolving the crisis in Tianxian City, Lin Xianfan and his companions didn't linger in the city for long. The 9 nether demon realms token served as a warning bell, a constant reminder of the impending storm. To prepare for the impending challenge, they decided to return to the ancient mountain ruins where they had acquired the dragon transformation technique, hoping to find more clues about the Nine Nether Demon Realm and opportunities to further enhance their strength. However, as they entered the mountains, they discovered a completely different atmosphere. The peaks that once harbored stone dragons were now riddled with cracks, the land lay barren, and the air was filled with a dark, decaying aura. Lanru gently stroked the strings of her zither, her tone tinged with unease. The spiritual energy here is completely polluted. It seems a powerful force is devouring the vitality of the mountains. Lin Xianfan activated his Chaos Sacred Body and Dragon Transformation technique, his golden dragon might blending with the chaotic energy as he sensed the movements around him. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Be careful. There's something underground. Before he could finish his words, the ground exploded, and a massive dark burrowing beast burst forth. Covered in spikes, the beast spewed mud that could corrode spiritual energy. It could move freely underground, making it impossible to defend against. This is a demonic beast native to the Nine Netherworld. It seems they've begun infiltrating this area. Bai Wei's expression was grim. Her blood soul energy transformed into chains, attempting to entangle the burrow beast's movements. Jiang Meng quickly drew out her spiritual pattern tracking bullets, targeting the burrow beast's weaknesses. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou teamed up to cast Ice Soul, Earth-shaking Freeze, attempting to freeze it to the ground. Lan Ru's zither began to play, heavenly sound, earth-shaking tune, disrupting the beast's senses. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity and unleashed the fourth level of the Dragon Transformation technique, his dragon might spreading like a raging tide. Dragon Transformation, Dragon Shadow Thousand-Layered Slay. Countless golden dragon shadows detached from his body and attacked the burrow beast. Under the combined attack of everyone, the burrow beast finally collapsed, succumbing to the impact. However, its death did not resolve the crisis. Instead, it triggered even greater changes. A violent tremor erupted from the depths of the mountains. Space began to distort, and a massive black vortex slowly formed. Within the vortex, the aura of the Nine Netherworld demon realm surged frantically, and countless dark creatures roared within. Oh no! This is a spatial rift. If this continues, the entire Tianxian city will be affected. Lin Xianfan's face was solemn, knowing full well that with their current strength, they couldn't completely close the rift. Leave this place first. Notify all forces to prepare. Lin Xianfan made a decisive move. They fought and retreated, but dark creatures continued to pour out of the rifts, including several Spirit Emperor-level warriors, blocking their retreat. At this critical moment, Lin Xianfan activated the Dragon Transformation technique and the Chaos Supreme Domain, Chaos Dragon Emperor Pressure. The terrifying pressure spread, shocking some low-level dark creatures to death. Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, and the others seized the opportunity to launch an attack, buying time for their retreat. Lan Ru played Heavenly Sound, breaking the void, and the sound waves tore through a corner of space, forming a temporary portal. Hurry! Lin Xianfan, the last remaining defender, stepped through the portal at the last moment. Once everyone had safely departed, the portal slammed shut, while the spatial rift connecting to the Nine Nether Demon Realm continued to expand. Upon returning to Tianxian City, Lin Xianfan immediately informed the city lord and all the various factions of the situation. For a moment, the entire continent was plunged into a tense atmosphere. Major sects began to gather their forces, strengthening their defenses and researching methods to combat the dark creatures. Lin Xianfan and his companions were also busy, setting up a base in the city to impart combat experience and help other practitioners improve their strength. At night, Lin Xianfan sat cross-legged on the rooftop, gazing towards the distant mountains. The dragon transformation technique slowly flowed through his body, and golden dragon patterns faintly appeared beneath his skin. He knew that leaving the ruins was only a temporary strategic shift. As long as the threat of the Nine Nether Demon Realm was not eliminated, the continent would never be at peace. He and his companions would embark on another journey. This time, they would take the initiative, strike directly at the Nine Nether Demon Realm's lair, and resolve this crisis once and for all. Bai Wei walked up to the rooftop and handed over a pot of wine. What are you thinking about? It's unlike you to look so gloomy. Lin Xianfan took the pot and took a big sip. I'm thinking about how to completely close that rift and how to defeat the Nine Nether Demon Realm. Bai Wei chuckled. With us here, what are you afraid of? Don't forget, we've even broken through to the Supreme Realm. Lin Xianfan watched his companions ascend to the rooftop one after another. Lan Ru gently stroked the strings of her zither, Jiang Meng fiddled with her new spiritual weapon, and Xia Qingyue and Su Rou exchanged smiles. A warmth welled up in his heart, and he felt more confident. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles lay ahead, as long as they fought side by side, nothing would be insurmountable. Leaving the ruins was only the beginning of the great battle against the 9 nether demon realm. The real battle lay yet to come. Chapter 44 Entering the Heavenly Ranking. Since the crisis erupted in Tianxian City, the threat of the 9 netherworld demon realm has loomed like a dark cloud over the continent, prompting all factions to prepare for war. Tianxing Academy, a premier training ground, also announced a significant announcement: the heavenly ranking, dormant for a century, will reopen. Unlike the earthly ranking, the heavenly ranking honors the supremely powerful and above. Those who reach the top are honored as the heavenly ranking supreme, granting unparalleled authority over all sections. With the 9 netherworld demon realm poised for action, the reopening of the heavenly ranking is both a way to select the strongest individuals capable of challenging it and a crucial step in rallying the power of the continent's cultivation community. Upon hearing the news, Lin Xianfan and the others immediately decided to join the competition. Although they had already gained widespread fame in their battles against the creatures of darkness, the heavenly ranking was packed with powerful individuals, including long-retired monsters and prodigies from ancient sacred lands. Standing out was no easy task. The heavenly ranking challenge is a life-or-death battle in the ring. The loser is eliminated, and those who win 10 consecutive matches enter the rankings. Bai Wei flipped through the jade slips, her expression solemn. Furthermore, each battle is held no more than 3 days apart, which is extremely draining on both physical and spiritual energy. Zhang Meng gripped the newly improved space-time spiritual pattern bout tightly, his eyes brimming with excitement. It's a great time to try out my new killer move. I heard someone on the heavenly ranking can tear space apart with their bare hands. I want to see if their space is more powerful, or my spiritual pattern arrow. Lan Ru gently stroked the strings of her zither, a hint of worry etched in her music. According to intelligence, the most popular candidates right now are the Netherworld Emperor of the Netherworld Holy Land and the Primordial Saint Son of the Primordial Ancient Clan. Both have reached the middle stage of the Supreme Realm and their strength is unfathomable. On the first day of the challenge, the heavenly ranking arena, the 9 Heavens Battle Arena, was suspended 10,000 meters in the sky, shrouded in mist and guarded by the phantoms of 9 giant golden dragons. Lin Xianfan, a new challenger, faced the Blood Evil Venerable of the Blood Evil sect in his first match. This individual practiced evil techniques, shrouding his body in a blood-colored mist, each wisp of which corroded spiritual energy. At the outset of the battle, the Blood Evil Venerable unleashed his Blood Evil Purgatory, instantly shrouding the arena in blood. Countless bloody hands emerged from the ground, grasping at Lin Xianfan. Lin Xianfan remained calm, his dragon transformation technique and chaos sacred body simultaneously activated, his golden dragon scales gleaming. Dragon transformation, dragon roars the 9 heavens. A dragon's roar resounded through the heavens, its might spreading like a tide. Bloody hands crumbled beneath its power. Immediately afterwards, the Qilin arm, wrapped in the power of chaos, blasted out. Chaos Dragon Flame Break. Golden dragon flames ripped through the blood-red mist, striking the blood demon Venerable directly. The opponent hastily unleashed his blood demon shield, but the dragon flames burned a large hole in it, forcing him to retreat in dismay. After 3 consecutive victories, Lin Xianfan faced a truly formidable foe, the Sword Madman from the Sword Tomb. This individual possessed a supreme sword aura, capable of summoning the sword energy of heaven and earth without a sword in hand. At the outset of the battle, the Sword Madman raised his hand and waved, 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Countless sword energies pierced from all directions, shattering space. Lin Xianfan immediately unleashed his Chaos Supreme Domain, reversing the laws of space within it and deflecting some of the sword energy. Simultaneously, he activated the 5th level of the Dragon Transformation Technique, a golden dragon-shaped phantom solidifying behind him. Dragon Transformation, dragon battles the desolate worlds. His dragon claws clashed with the sword energy, unleashing a wave of energy that shook the 9 Heavens battle stage violently. Seeing the situation unfold, the sword maniac pointed his sword towards the sky. Heavenly Sword Intent. A massive sword shadow, imbued with the laws of heaven, slowly coalesced and slashed down towards Lin Xianfan. In the nick of time, Lin Xianfan mobilized all his strength, completely merging the power of chaos with the might of the dragon. Chaos Dragon Lord Slash. The golden Chaos Dragon Blade met the sword shadow. The 2 terrifying forces collided, cracking the entire battle arena's protective shield. Ultimately, the sword maniac's sword intent was no match for Chaos Dragon Lord Slash, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, defeated. As his winning streak grew, Lin Xianfan's fame grew. In his 7th match, he faced the Ghost Woman of the Netherworld, the guardian of the Netherworld Holy Land. This old woman, skilled in manipulating the souls of the dead, summoned tens of millions of fierce spirits during battle, forming the ghostly formation of the netherworld. Amidst the howling cries of ghosts and wolves, the spirits ignored physical attacks and pounced directly upon Lin Qianfan's spirit. Watching from the audience, Lan Ru swiftly played her jade zither, heavenly sound, soul-calming and world-purifying song. Holy sound waves reached the stage, temporarily suppressing the spirits. Lin Qianfan seized the opportunity to unleash his new move, Chaos Dragon Breath Purification, a fusion of dragon transformation and the power of chaos. A burst of golden dragon breath purified the spirits. The ghost woman, deprived of her support, was defeated by Lin Qianfan in a single blow. In the 10th match, a crucial one to determine qualification for the rankings, Lin Qianfan's opponent was unexpectedly the primordial saintess, the pride of the Taichu ancient clan. This woman possessed an extraordinary aura, possessing the primordial chaos body, inherited from the Taichu ancient clan, and her strength rivaled Lin Qianfan's. At the outset of the battle, the primordial saintess formed hand seals, unleashing the primordial chaos domain. The two chaotic forces collided, and the sky above the arena suddenly shifted. With a gentle wave of her delicate hand, the primordial chaos sword erupted. A long sword condensed from the power of chaos pierced the air, carrying the force of creation. Lin Qianfan dared not be complacent. He activated his dragon transformation technique to its peak, superimposing his dragon might in the chaos supreme domain. Dragon transformation, dragon shatters chaos. His Qilin arm transformed into a golden dragon arm, clashing head-on with the primordial chaos sword. In the fierce exchange, Lin Qianfan keenly detected the flaw in his opponent's attack and suddenly unleashed his Chaos Dragon Shadow Instant Kill technique, incorporating the laws of time and space. A golden dragon shadow instantly appeared behind the primordial saint, striking with a single blow. The saint stumbled back, not seriously injured, but unable to continue the fight. When the referee announced that Lin Qianfan had won 10 consecutive matches and officially entered the heavenly ranking, the crowd erupted in excitement. On the heavenly ranking, Lin Qianfan's name slowly rose from the bottom, finally settling at 9th place. This achievement astounded the entire cultivation world. For a newly ascended Supreme Realm expert to break into the top 10 of the heavenly ranking on his first attempt was a rare talent. Lin Qianfan gazed at the top 8 names on the heavenly ranking with a determined look. He knew this was only the beginning. To fight against the 9 Nether Demon Realm and protect the continent, he would climb to the top of the heavenly ranking step by step. Chapter 45 reached the top 50. After successfully reaching 9th place on the heavenly ranking, Lin Qianfan didn't rest on his laurels. On the heavenly ranking, every step forward in the rankings increases the strength of opponents exponentially. The top 50 experts possessed unique skills, truly the pinnacle of the Supreme Realm. The threat posed by the 9 Netherworld Demon Realm grew increasingly severe. Only by continuously climbing the rankings, acquiring higher-level cultivation resources and heavenly ranking inheritances, could one possess the strength to contend with them. The rules of the heavenly ranking stipulate that those on the list can initiate ranking challenges at any time. The defeated will be demoted, and the winner will take their place. After 3 days of rest, Lin Qianfan took the initiative to challenge the 8th-ranked Thunder Punishment Venerable. Thunder Punishment Venerable controls the laws of thunder, and his renowned skill, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, can unleash the power of heavenly tribulations, with devastating force. On the battlefield, Venerable Lei Fa's body flashed with lightning. He raised his hand and unleashed the 10,000 lightning prison. Countless bolts of lightning, as thick as buckets, descended from the sky, transforming the battlefield into a sea of thunder. Lin Qianfan activated the dragon transformation technique, his entire body covered in golden dragon scales. Dragon might and the Chaos Supreme domain simultaneously unfolded. Dragon transformation, dragon steps into the 9 heavens. His figure moved like lightning, weaving through the sea of thunder. He swung his Qilin arm, merging the power of chaos with dragon breath, scattering the approaching thunderbolts one by one. Seeing his attack ineffective, the Thunder Punisher's expression froze. He raised his hands high, thunder punishment from heaven. A massive purple thundercloud appeared in the sky, and a 100-foot-long pillar of lightning, imbued with the aura of destruction, descended with a crashing sound. Lin Qianfan's eyes were solemn, and he summoned all his strength. Chaos Dragon Lord Domain, reversal of space and time. Within the domain, the flow of time slowed, the laws of space distorted, and the lightning pillar's descent was greatly reduced. Immediately, he unleashed the 6th level of the Dragon Transformation technique, Dragon Transformation, Dragon's Roar, Destruction. A golden dragon-shaped phantom roared towards the lightning pillar. The two collided, and the aftermath of the energy ripples through the battle platform's protective shield. After a bitter battle, Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity while the Thunder Punisher was gathering his strength and unleashed a Chaos Dragon Shadow Assault. A golden dragon shadow instantly appeared behind his opponent, its claws striking his back. The Thunder Punisher spat out blood, defeated. Lin Xianfan successfully ascended to 8th place on the heavenly ranking. However, before he could even catch his breath, the 7th-ranked Ice Phoenix Empress took the initiative and challenged him. The Ice Phoenix Empress, commanding the power of ice and the Phoenix bloodline, unleashed Ice Phoenix Burning World at the outset of the battle. A massive, ice-blue phoenix shadow soared into the sky, freezing space and igniting flames wherever it passed. These two extreme forces intertwined into a devastating storm. Lin Xianfan activated his Chaos Sacred Body, sensing the flaws in his opponent's moves and secretly communicating with his companions. Lan Ru, from the stage, gently plucked the strings of her harp. Heavenly sound, breaking boundaries. The sound waves penetrated the protective shield of the battle stage, disrupting the Ice Phoenix Empress's spiritual energy. Bai Wei, in turn, swung out spiritual chains, attacking from the side. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity, merging his dragon transformation technique with the laws of space and time. Chaos Dragon Shadow Shuttle. His figure flickered through the void, dodging attacks while searching for a chance to strike back. When the Ice Phoenix Empress's attack showed a slight opening, Lin Xianfan launched a sudden attack. Chaos Dragon Flame Explosion. Golden dragon flames exploded within the Ice Phoenix's phantom. The Ice Phoenix Empress's expression suddenly changed. She hastily defended, but was still blown away by the powerful force. Lin Xianfan advanced further, leaping to 7th on the heavenly ranking. As Lin Xianfan climbed the rankings, he faced increasingly formidable opponents. When challenging the 6th-ranked Poison Demon Saint, he was met with a venomous mist that killed anyone who touched him. Against the 5th-ranked Space Lord, his mastery of spatial principles was unstoppable. However, Lin Xianfan relied on his Chaos Sacred Body, Dragon Transformation Technique, and the tacit cooperation of his companions to overcome each crisis. During the crucial stage of his bid for the top 50, Lin Xianfan faced a fierce battle. His opponent was the Son of Samsara, ranked 43rd. He mastered the principles of reincarnation, controlling life and death. His Samsara formation could deflect enemy attacks and drain vitality for self-regeneration. During the battle, the Son of Samsara formed hand seals, creating a reversal of reincarnation. Lin Xianfan's attacks were forcibly deflected, while his own vitality steadily drained. At the critical moment, Lin Xianfan activated his Chaos Supreme Domain, forcibly suppressing the law of Samsara. Simultaneously, he mobilized the Dragon Transformation Technique and the power of the Spacetime Law Crystal Ball within his body. Chaos Spacetime Samsara Break. The power of chaos merged with the Spacetime Law, forming a force capable of severing the cycle of samsara. In the fierce clash, Lin Xianfan seized a gap in the Samsara Saint's formation and unleashed Chaos Dragon Supreme Strike. The golden dragon-shaped energy pierced through the opponent's defenses, sending the Samsara Saint spewing blood and the formation crumbling. After this battle, Lin Xianfan successfully entered the top 50 of the heavenly ranking, ranking 43rd. As the news spread, the entire cultivation world was shaken. Everyone marveled at his astonishing speed of advancement and was filled with anticipation for this rising star. Standing on the battle stage, Lin Xianfan gazed at the flashing names at the top of the heavenly ranking, his fighting spirit soaring. He knew the road ahead would be even more difficult, but to protect the continent and uncover the secrets of the 9 Nether Demon Realm, he would continue to forge ahead, striving for a higher ranking. Chapter 46 Winning Yin Yan's Heart. Amidst the fierce battles of the heavenly ranking challenge, an unexpected encounter quietly changed Lin Xianfan's state of mind. It was at the High Heaven Pavilion, where the heavenly ranking's most powerful gathered. This place houses many of the continent's top techniques and secrets, and serves as a venue for the elite to exchange insights. Lin Xianfan, seeking clues to defeat the 9 Netherworld Demon Realm, encountered a woman as cold and aloof as Ice Yin Yan. Born in the secluded Lingshu Valley, Yin Yan possesses exceptional spiritual talent, mastering the Lingshu sword technique to perfection. Though she hasn't competed for the heavenly ranking, her prowess is recognized by numerous powerful figures. When they first meet, she's dressed in a pristine white dress, standing in a corner of the sutra library. Her fingertips lightly touch an ancient jade slip, and a subtle sword energy lingers around her, resembling a banished immortal, detached from the mundane world. While Lin Xianfan is researching ancient texts, a torn tome describing the 9 Nether Demon Realm accidentally falls, and Yin Yan happens to catch it. This ancient tome contains many errors. If you wish to understand the demon realm, perhaps I can provide some clues. Yin Yan handed the tome back, her voice clear and cool, yet without a hint of distance. Lin Xianfan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly thanked her. The two began a conversation about the nine nether demon realm. Yin Yan's knowledge of the demon realm far surpassed that of ordinary people. Not only did she know the weaknesses of some of the ancient races within the demon realm, she also mentioned a prophecy once circulated in Lingshu Valley: chaos appears, the might of the dragon descends, and the combined power of two swords will shatter the netherworld, hinting at the key to defeating the demon realm. After that, Lin Xianfan often met with Yin Yan under the guise of discussing cultivation. He discovered that Yin Yan, despite his seemingly aloof demeanor, was actually passionate. His eyes would sparkle when he discussed the way of the sword, and he would occasionally argue with him over differing opinions. During one sword fight, Lin Xianfan unleashed a new technique that combined the power of chaos and dragon might. Seeing this, Yin Yan immediately drew his sword. The Lingshu sword technique collided with the chaotic dragon shadow, and the sword energy and dragon might intertwined, unexpectedly creating a wonderful resonance. While your moves are powerful, they lack a certain agility. Yin Yan remarked, sheathing his sword before personally demonstrating the variations in his sword techniques. His white robe fluttered, his sword energy flowing as naturally as water. Lin Xianfan humbly sought instruction, and the two of them developed a tacit understanding as they sparred. Jiang Meng, stumbling upon this scene, quipped, "Brother Lin, this is a rare match." Bai Wei also waved her folding fan, jokingly making Yin Yan blush slightly before hurriedly leaving. As they spent more time together, Yin Yan began to quietly follow Lin Xianfan's heavenly ranking challenge. As Lin Xianfan battled fiercely with the Space Lord, Yin Yan quietly made his way to the spectator booth. On the stage, the Space Lord repeatedly unleashed his space folding technique, trapping Lin Xianfan in a series of spatial traps. At the crucial moment, Lin Xianfan activated his dragon transformation technique, its might trembling the air and the power of chaos tearing through the traps. Yin Yan watched him fight bloody battle, his fists clenched tightly, a worry rising within him that he hadn't even noticed. During the battle against the son of Samsara, Lin Xianfan was trapped by the laws of reincarnation, his vitality rapidly draining away. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yin Yan charged towards the edge of the arena, the Lingshu sword humming in his hand as if ready to break free and aid him. Fortunately, Lin Xianfan ultimately turned the tide of the battle. As he stepped off the arena, exhausted but resolute, Yin Yan stepped forward, handed him a bottle of healing elixir, and whispered, "Be careful next time." These words sent a shudder through Lin Xianfan's heart. He suddenly realized, unbeknownst to him, that Yin Yan had already occupied a special place in his heart. From then on, when Lin Xianfan wasn't cultivating, he often took Yin Yan on adventures through the surrounding secret realms. They watched the once-in-a-millennium stars fall in the falling star abyss and listened to the natural sword energy in the clear wind gorge. One time in the gorge, a strong wind blew, and Lin Xianfan instinctively clasped Yin Yan in his arms. As their eyes met, affection blossomed. However, sweet moments are always short-lived. Unusual movements within the nine nether demon realm intensified, and a massive dark ancient dragon broke through the defenses and advanced towards Tianxian City. Lin Xianfan and his companions immediately responded to the attack, and Yin Yan joined the fray without hesitation. The dark ancient dragon's breath contained soul-corroding power. Lin Xianfan unleashed the 7th level of the dragon transformation technique, Dragon Transformation. Dragon swallows the 4 seas, and a golden dragon's shadow collided with the dragon's breath. Yin Yan then combined his power with the Lingshu sword technique, transforming his sword energy into a dragon. The combined power of the two swords momentarily stopped the dark ancient dragon. During the battle, the ancient dragon suddenly turned its spear, unleashing a breath of dragon energy directly at Yin Yan. Lin Xianfan's pupils constricted, and a chaotic dragon shadow flashed, blocking the attack with his body. The dragon's breath seared his back, and the pain raged, yet he forced a smile and said, "I promise to protect you." Yin Yan stared at his blood-stained figure, his eyes reddening, and a string in his heart snapped completely. After the battle, while Lin Xianfan was recuperating, Yin Yan finally let go of her reserve and took his hand, saying, "From now on, I'll fight alongside you." Lin Xianfan held her hand tightly, a happy smile on his face. This fateful encounter, born of training and friendship through battle, finally blossomed. They knew that by joining forces, they would face many more crises together, but as long as they were by each other's side, they could weather any storm together. Chapter 47 Contract completed. Yin Yan's heartfelt confession stirred a wave of emotion within Lin Xianfan. After their battle with the dark ancient dragon of the Nine Netherworld, their relationship grew closer. However, Lin Xianfan knew the path of cultivation was fraught with danger, especially facing the 9 Netherworld's imminent invasion. Only a closer bond could truly protect her in this life or death situation. After careful consideration, he decided to forge a pact with Yin Yan, a special bond that would allow them to share power and endure life and death together. When Lin Xianfan proposed the contract to Yin Yan, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes, then a look of determination. "Since I've decided to stand by you, I'm not afraid of any risk," she said softly, her white skirt fluttering in the wind. The Lingshu sword in her hand trembled slightly, as if responding to her master's determination. The contract ceremony needed to be held in a location rich in spiritual energy and stable laws. Lin Xianfan chose the heavenly corridor within the inner courtyard of Tianqing Academy. This location, where the power of heaven and earth converges, was the perfect setting for concluding a high-level contract. As word spread, Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, and other companions rushed to witness the ceremony, and even the academy's elders attended. The ceremony began, with Lin Xianfan and Yin Yan standing opposite each other. Lin Xianfan activated his Chaos Sacred Body and Dragon Transformation Technique, a golden glow radiating from him, a majestic dragon's power. Yin Yan, on the other hand, channeled the sword power inherited from Lingshu Valley, a pure, white sword energy lingering around him, a pure and ethereal air. Contract runes appeared on both of their foreheads simultaneously, and a brilliant light enveloped them. However, the contract process wasn't entirely smooth. As the two's powers began to merge, a powerful repulsive force suddenly emerged. Yin Yan's spiritual sword intent pursued ultimate purity and naturalness, while Lin Xianfan's chaotic power and dragon might were overbearing and filled with destructive aura. The two forces collided violently within the contract channel, seemingly threatening to tear each other apart. "Hold steady." Lin Xianfan gritted his teeth and persisted, mobilizing the Chaos Supreme Domain in an attempt to reconcile the two forces. His Qilin arm glowed with golden light, and he gently grasped Yin Yan's sword-wielding hand. "Trust me, we can do this." Yin Yan felt the warmth of his palm, and the uneasiness in his heart dissipated. He fully activated the Lingshu sword technique, guiding the sword intent more gently. Bai Wei and the others watched nervously from the sidelines. Jiang Meng gripped her spirit-patterned bow, ready to provide support at any moment. Lan Ru gently stroked her jade zither, playing a soothing tune. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lin Xianfan and Yin Yan gradually found a balance of power. The power of chaos transformed into a soft golden halo, enveloping the Lingshu sword intent. The dragon's might in the swords will began to resonate, forming a new wave of power. As the contract progressed, strange phenomena suddenly occurred in the heavens and on earth. Above the heavenly Dao corridor, the shadow of a golden dragon and a white sword intertwined, a rainbow of light descended from the sky, and countless law runes flowed in the air. Lin Xianfan and Yin Yan's consciousness connected within the contract space, and they saw each other's past, present, and future. Those longings to fight side by side, those vows to share life and death, all became extremely clear in this moment. Just as the contract was about to be completed, a violent ripple erupted from the 9 Netherworld demon realm. A powerful dark force, flowing through the spiritual energy channel between heaven and earth, attempted to disrupt the contract ceremony. The dark force transformed into a massive black hand, grasping towards the heavenly corridor. "We can't let it succeed," Bai Wei shouted, her blood-colored spiritual energy transforming into chains to entangle the black hand. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou combined their power to unleash Ice Soul, 10,000 powers to suppress the demon, sending massive icicles raining down from the sky. Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern blasting rounds rained down upon the black hand. Lan Ru's zither music grew passionate, heavenly sound, demon-slaying warsong. The sound waves formed blades of light, slicing through the dark force. Lin Xianfan and Yin Yan sensed the danger outside, only to be fueled by a stronger fighting spirit. Their minds connected, they simultaneously exerted their strength. Lin Xianfan unleashed the 8th level of the Dragon Transformation Technique, Dragon Transformation. Dragon roars in the 9 heavens, a golden dragon roar shattering some of the dark forces. Yin Yan's Lingshu sword technique reached a new level, Lingshu, sword breaks the sky. A massive white sword energy slashed towards the black hand. The power of chaos and the Lingshu sword intentions completely merged, erupting in a dazzling radiance. Boom! The dark hand vanished in the light, and the contract between Lin Xianfan and Yin Yan was perfectly fulfilled. They both opened their eyes simultaneously, a flicker of surprise in their eyes. Not only could they clearly sense each other's position and status, but they could also draw upon each other's power at any time during battle. Yin Yan gently swung his sword, and a stream of sword energy, etched with golden dragon patterns, pierced the air. Lin Xianfan's attack also gained a touch of agile sword intent. "Congratulations!" Bai Wei and the others cheered and gathered around. Jiang Meng said with a playful smile, "That's great. We'll definitely be even more powerful in future battles. Lan Ru smiled and offered her blessings. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou were also happy for the two. The academy elder stepped forward and said with satisfaction, "This contract is 1 in a million. It may truly be the key to defeating the 9 Nether Demon Realm." Lin Qianfan held Yin Yan's hand and gazed into the distance. The threat of the 9 Nether Demon Realm still existed, but at this moment, his heart was filled with confidence. With a companion who shared life and death, and a lover who shared his heart, he was fearless no matter how many difficulties and obstacles lay ahead. And this special contract would become a powerful aid in overcoming all obstacles on their path of cultivation. Chapter 48 Congratulations to the host, the contracted school beauties have completed their mission. As the light of the contract between Lin Qianfan and Yin Yan dissipated in the Heavenly Dao corridor, a system notification suddenly exploded in his sea of consciousness, carrying with it an unprecedented excitement and tremor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, contracting the school bells. The entire process took XX months, and you have successfully contracted 6 school-level geniuses, Bai Wei, Xia Qingyue, Su Rou, Jiang Meng, Lan Ru, and Yin Yan, achieving the Supreme Harem achievement. Lin Qianfan froze in his tracks, his mind racing through his past with the 6 women. From the bloody confrontation with Bai Wei at Tianqing Academy, to the battles fought side by side with Xia Qingyue and Su Rubingpo, from Jiang Meng's gleaming eyes as she cradled a spiritual artifact, to the sea of stars hidden in Lan Ru's zither music, to Yin Yan's sword shadow, clothed in white as snow. It turned out that, unknowingly, these women with vastly different personalities had already become the indispensable light of his life. A mission? Bai Wei approached, waving her folding fan, a sly glint in her eyes. Sounds like some tricky little system. Her fingertips lifted a strand of Lin Qianfan's hair, blood-colored spiritual energy mingled with chaotic energy, gently entwining it. But I don't mind being contracted. Xia Qingyue and Su Rou stood in tacit agreement, one on each side, their icy spiritual energy flowing into a heart shape. We've long been each other's escape route. Jiang Meng leaped and raised the newly refined Harem Guardian spiritual pattern flag, embroidered with the silhouettes of 6 people. From now on, we'll be a true family. Lan Ru gently stroked the jade zither, the strings dancing with the joy of a contract concluded. The ancient texts of Tianyin Valley say that true bonds don't need to be maintained deliberately. She looked at Lin Qianfan with a gentle gaze. But I'm very fortunate to have met you in this troubled time. Yin Yan gently sheathed her Lingshu sword, her white skirt sweeping across the law runes on the ground. My sword heart should be ruthless, but because of you, I have a concern. She gently leaned her head on Lin Qianfan's shoulder. Perhaps this is fate. The system interface fully unfolded at this moment, a golden achievement scroll slowly unfolding. Each contractor's portrait shone with a different light. Bai Wei's corresponded to blood bond, Xia Qingyue and Su Rou's ice soul symbiosis, Jiang Meng's was marked with spirit pattern resonance, Lan Ru's was music resonance, and Yin Yan's sword heart bond was accompanied by a unique stream of sword intent. The rewards for the Supreme Harem achievement at the bottom were even more impressive: 3 Chaos Source Crystals, 2 Crystals of the Law of Spacetime, and a fragment of the Saint-level technique, Record of the Heavenly Beauty. The record of all flowers controlling the heavens? Lin Qianfan raised an eyebrow, his fingertips brushing across the fragments of the scroll. Instantly, countless lights and shadows flooded into his sea of consciousness. It was a deductive diagram of the fusion of 6 different powers with the power of chaos. Bai Wei's Blood Soul secret technique combined with the Dragon Transformation technique could form the Blood Dragon devouring the sky. Jiang Meng's Spirit Pattern Bao, in conjunction with the laws of space and time, could unleash the instant eternal arrow. Most astonishingly, the 6-person combined 6 Harmony Chaos formation could briefly simulate the pressure of a Spirit Emperor. It seems the system has a plan in mind. Lin Qianfan shook his head and laughed, but when he met the concerned gazes of the 6 women, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. The so-called mission was merely a push of fate. What truly brought these women together was the trust of life and death, the shared ideals. As the shadows of the 9 Nether Demon Realm surged again in the distance, and as the horn sounded for a new round of heavenly ranking challenges, the 6 of them stood back to back in the Heavenly Dao corridor, the power of the contract forming golden veins between them. Bai Wei lifted Lin Qianfan's chin with her folding fan, and raised her red lips slightly. Now you are the true master of the harem, you must protect us well. Jiang Meng jumped among the crowd holding a spiritual pattern flag. A line of small words suddenly unfolded on the flag: Lin Qianfan Fan Club #1 in the world. Lan Ru's piano music turned into butterflies and landed on everyone's shoulders. Yin Yan's sword intent and Xia Qingyue and Su Rou's ice spiritual power intertwined into flowers. Even Yin Yan, who was always cold, had a smile in his eyes. The system notification chimed again, with a rare briskness. Detected, host has achieved the hidden achievement. Loyalty is priceless. Bonus reward, 1 chaos concentric lock, which can rally all members' strength at a crucial moment and reverse the tide of battle. Lin Xianfan gazed at the golden lock-shaped mark that appeared on his palm, feeling the warmth and strength emanating from the 6 contractors, and finally smiled with relief. While others might see this as a calculated mission, only they themselves know that the bonds forged in blood and fire, the time spent supporting each other on the path of cultivation, are the most precious treasures in this world. As the drums of war in the 9 netherworlds sound, and the fate of the continent hangs in the balance, these 6 know, 7 including the system's unwavering support will wield their contracts as blades and their bonds as armor, carving a path through these troubled times and writing their own legend. At this moment, in the rosy glow of the heavenly Dao corridor, the smiles of the 6 women were more healing than any martial arts technique. Lin Xianfan held their hands tightly, letting the power of the contract surge through his body. The so-called contract school beauty was never the end, but a new starting point for them to move towards a higher realm. After all, I share the same robe with you, so how can I say I have no clothes? This time, they want the entire 3,000 worlds to remember the name of Chaos Harem Group. Chapter 49 System upgraded to version 3.0. After completing the hidden mission Contracted School Bells, Lin Xianfan's internal system began to fluctuate abnormally. The interface, previously dormant within his sea of consciousness, rippled with golden light, and countless mysterious runes flowed like a galaxy. A vast energy surged from the depths of his system, forming a cocoon of light around him. This sudden change alarmed Bai Wei and the others, who immediately formed a defensive formation, vigilantly observing the unusual phenomena surrounding Lin Xianfan. His aura is rising crazily. Xia Qingyue's expression was solemn, ice element spiritual energy lingering at her fingertips, ready to respond to any emergency. Jiang Meng gripped the spirit pattern bow tightly, staring at the light cocoon without blinking. Could it be a realm breakthrough? But this fluctuation is even more terrifying than the previous breakthrough to the supreme realm. Lan Ru gently stroked the strings of the zither, attempting to probe with sound waves, but found that the sound waves were bounced back as soon as they touched the light cocoon, and the sound was filled with chaotic energy frequencies. Yin Yan's grip on the Lingshu sword tightened slightly. This power is completely different from his chaos sacred body and dragon transformation technique, yet it faintly resonates with them. Bai Wei tapped her folding fan lightly on her palm, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Interesting. It seems our young friend is about to have another great opportunity. Under the gaze of the crowd, the light cocoon shattered, and a powerful pressure spread out. Lin Xianfan slowly opened his eyes, his pupils flickering with a strange light. Deep in his sea of consciousness, the system interface was completely renewed. The original simple interface was replaced by a dazzling star map. Countless stars represented different functions and rewards, and the words System version 3.0 has been activated were prominently displayed in the center. Ding! System upgrade successful. Version 3.0 adds 3 new core features: law deduction, bloodline evolution, and interdimensional summoning. A mechanical sound echoed in Lin Xianfan's sea of consciousness with a hint of excitement. Law deduction? Lin Xianfan's mind stirred, and he attempted to import the newly acquired fragments of Juanfang Yushanlu into the system. Instantly, countless lights and shadows appeared in his sea of consciousness. The system simulated the myriad possible combinations of the 6 powers and the power of chaos at astonishing speed. The previously obscure fragments of the cultivation method became crystal clear under the system's deduction, even noting the optimal cultivation path and potential risks. Bai Wei noticed the change in Lin Xianfan's aura and approached curiously. Little guy, what happened? Why do I feel like even your temperament has changed? Lin Xianfan's lips curled up as he announced the system upgrade. Jiang Meng's eyes widened, and she jumped up excitedly. Interdimensional summoning? Doesn't that mean we can summon powerful beings from other worlds to help? I want to see a fire-breathing dragon. Lan Ru played the zither thoughtfully. The bloodline evolution function may help you cultivate the dragon transformation technique to a higher level. Yin Yan nodded slightly. The deduction of the laws will also be of great benefit to our research on methods to fight against the 9 nether demon realm. Xia Qingyue and Su Ro exchanged a glance, and the ice spiritual power gently wrapped around Lin Xianfan's arm, silently expressing support. To test the new functionality, Lin Xianfan decided to first attempt bloodline evolution. He entered his progress in dragon transformation and the state of his dragon power into the system, and the interface immediately generated a detailed evolution plan, even down to the resources and time required for each stage of cultivation. Lin Xianfan practiced the technique according to the plan, and the dragon blood within his body began to boil. The area covered by the golden dragon scales instantly expanded, and the dragon-shaped shadow behind him became more solid, with the faint potential to pierce the void. Amazing! Jiang Meng exclaimed. With this function, wouldn't our cultivation speed be exponentially increased? A sly glint flashed in Bai Wei's eyes. Perhaps, we can also use the system to optimize our own cultivation techniques. As she spoke, she transferred her experience in cultivating the Blood Soul secret art into the system. A moment later, the system responded with a modified version of the Chaos Blood Soul art that incorporated the power of chaos. This version not only greatly increased its power but also reduced the consumption of essence and blood. Everyone tried it out. Under the system's deduction, Lan Ru's sound-based skills were derived into the heavenly sound chaos spectrum that could interfere with the laws of time and space. Yin Yan's Lingshu sword technique combined with the power of chaos to form the chaos Lingshu break. Xiao Qingyue and Su Ro's ice-based laws were integrated with the cold abyss laws provided by the system to create the Ice Soul Chaos Extreme Cold. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of the system upgrade, the system suddenly sounded an alarm. Unusual energy fluctuations detected in the Nine Nether Demon Realm. Suspected Spirit Emperor level powerhouse is about to break the seal. Lin Xianfan's expression suddenly changed, and he exchanged a glance with his companions. Bai Wei put away her folding fan, blood-red spiritual energy surging around her, just in time. I was just about to try out the improved skills. Jiang Meng raised her spirit pattern bow, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. This time, we must let those guys in the demon realm know how powerful we are. Lan Ru's zither music grew passionate, Yin Yan drew his sword, and Xiao Qingyue and Su Ro's icy spiritual energy transformed into a blanket of ice and snow. Lin Xianfan clenched his Qilin arm, mobilizing the newly acquired power of his system. Chaos energy intertwined with dragon might, condensing behind him into a 100-meter-tall phantom of the Chaos Dragon Lord. Let's go, Lin Xianfan said with a determined look. With the power of System 3.0, let's go and meet the mighty ones of the Nine Nether Demon Realm. Everyone responded in unison, the power of the contract flowing through them, transforming into a brilliant light that sped towards the demon realm. This time, with the new abilities brought by the system upgrade, they were sure to write an even more glorious chapter in the battle against the Nine Nether Demon Realm. Chapter 50 System New Function Lottery. Lin Xianfan and his companions were preparing to head to the Nine Nether Demon Realm to investigate the movements of a Spirit Emperor level expert when a crisp notification chimed from the system within their sea of consciousness, like a prelude to a song filled with surprise. Ding! System version 3.0 bonus activated. Host receives 3 free lottery entries. Currently in the no outsiders state, do you want to start the lottery now? Lottery? Jiang Meng's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he jumped to Lin Xianfan with the Lingguang Bao in his arms. I've seen system lotteries in novels before, and they're so exciting. Come on, draw. Maybe you can draw a treasure that can make spiritual weapons talk. Bai Wei chuckled while shaking her folding fan. The little girl only cares about spiritual weapons. I hope to draw the fragments of the skills to improve the Blood Soul secret technique. Although Yin Yan didn't say anything, the Lingshu sword trembled slightly in its sheath, and it was obvious that he was also looking forward to the content of the lottery. Lin Xianfan's mind flashed, and he selected Draw Now. A golden turntable emerged from the depths of his consciousness, densely marked with various prizes, from fragments of martial arts manuals, rare materials, mysterious spiritual tools, and even forbidden items like the mysterious plane teleportation talisman. The turntable spun rapidly, finally stopping as everyone held their breath. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete saint-level technique Chaos Devouring Heaven. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Enlightenment Tree X10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one fast-growing spiritual soil can accelerate the growth of spiritual plants 10,000 times, includes automatic irrigation law array. A saint-level technique? A complete one at that? Lan Ru's fingertips trembled, and the strings trembled with surprise. You know, most saint-level techniques circulating on the continent are incomplete. A complete saint-level technique is enough to trigger a world-shattering sect war. Lin Xianfan flipped open the golden pages that appeared in the void, and the cultivation method of chaos devouring the heavens flooded into his sea of consciousness like a tide. This technique could actually devour the laws of heaven and earth for its own use, forming a perfect complement to his chaos sacred body and dragon transformation technique. Jiang Meng stared at the enlightenment tree icon, tilting her head and thought, what's the use of this tree? Is it more interesting than my spirit pattern tree? Xiao Qingyue, possessing the ice soul divine body and having some knowledge of spiritual plants, explained, the enlightenment tree is an ancient spiritual plant. Its leaves can condense the laws of heaven and earth. Cultivating beneath it accelerates the understanding of the power of these laws. Legend has it that only the dojo of immortal emperor-level powerhouses cultivates it. Su Ro then added, furthermore, this spiritual soil can allow the enlightenment tree to mature instantly. Normally, it takes 1,000 years for an enlightenment tree to bear fruit, but now, I'm afraid we'll witness a miracle in a matter of moments. Everyone followed Lin Xianfan to a wasteland on the outskirts of Tianjin City. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xianfan sprinkled rapid growth spiritual soil, and the soil instantly transformed into a golden field measuring several acres. The surface was etched with patterns of laws resembling mountains and rivers. He buried 10 enlightenment tree seeds in the spiritual soil, and the chaotic power emanated from his fingertips, activating the laws of the spiritual soil. Instantly, golden light shot up into the sky, and 10 crystal-clear saplings burst forth from the soil, growing at a visible rate. Their trunks transformed into the texture of colored glass, their leaves shimmered with a halo of laws in various colors, and their crowns condensed into miniature thunderclouds of the laws of heaven. It's so spectacular. Jiang Meng took out a spiritual pattern pen to record the growth process. The leaves correspond to the laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, time and space respectively. If we can extract the patterns and engrave them on a spiritual weapon. Bai Wei knocked her head, little money grubber, let Master Lin comprehend the laws first. There will be plenty of opportunities to study them in the future. Yin Yan was the first to sit cross-legged under the tree, with the Lingshu sword placed across his knees. The sword intent resonated with the halo of the law of the enlightenment tree, and golden Taoist patterns gradually emerged on his white clothes. Lin Xianfan opened the chaos-devouring heaven art and attempted to integrate his technique with the system's law deduction function. He discovered that the core of this technique, devouring, analyzing, integrating, formed a closed loop with System 3.0's law deduction. As he practiced the technique to absorb the law aura released by the enlightenment tree, the system interface automatically generated a deduction model, disassembling and reassembling the characteristics of the law of fire and the law of water, feeding back to the chaos sacred body. 3 days later, the enlightenment tree had grown to a height of 10 feet, its canopy enveloping a realm of laws encompassing 100 miles. Lin Xianfan opened his eyes, and 7 laws flashed before his eyes. He had mastered the introductory application of 7 basic laws in just 3 days. Even more surprising, a new law progress bar was added to the system interface, clearly displaying the degree of mastery of each law. Bai Wei's blood soul secret technique, enveloped in the law's aura, evolved into the chaos blood soul pupil, capable of temporarily perceiving an enemy's law weaknesses. Jiang Meng, drawing on the law of wood, refined the spirit pattern symbiotic bow, a self-repairing weapon. Ding! Detecting the host's mastery of the 7 fundamental laws, triggering a hidden reward, law wheel upgrade. Next draw will feature a specific law-based prize. The system prompt chimed in. Lin Xianfan gazed at the swirling black clouds in the distance, gracing the 9 nether demon realm, gripping the chaos heaven swallowing art jade slip tightly in his hand. The green light of the enlightenment tree, the golden glow of the system interface, and the chaos dragon's might within him shone together, forming his strongest trump card against the demon realm. It's time to go. Lin Xianfan stood up. The leaves of the enlightenment tree rustled, as if playing a battle song for the coming battle. Jiang Meng carved the growth rings of the last enlightenment tree into a spiritual weapon. Bai Wei tossed the newly acquired blood soul law dagger. Yin Yan's Lingshu sword was already stained with the 7 colors of the law. They stood beside the rapidly growing spiritual soil, behind them 10 enlightenment trees radiating a brilliant light, their secret weapon and the hope for the future of the continent. At that moment, the lucky draw wheel on the system interface gleamed with alluring prizes like Chaos Law Crystal and Spiritual Emperor Bloodline Essence. Lin Xianfan knew that as long as they continued to grow in battle, they would eventually be able to claim these prizes. When the alarm bells of the 9 nether demon realms sounded again, he and his companions set out on their journey. The enlightenment tree behind them swayed gently in the wind, as if to say, the legend of the chaos lineage has just begun. Chapter 51 points to draw the Emperor-level high-level magic weapon Jingzhue Sword. Lin Xianfan and his companions prepared for their departure, unaware that the system interface within his sea of consciousness was quietly operating. Detected host's current points, 100. He was using the power of chaos to reinforce their defensive barrier when the system chime rang out. His fingertips inadvertently touched the points lottery button. Bai Wei caught a glimpse of his fingertips, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. What little secret are you tinkering with? Lin Xianfan shook his head and chuckled, his consciousness immersed in the system since his companions couldn't see the system interface. A chance to draw a prize now and then wouldn't hurt. The golden light from the spinning turntable flashed across his sea of consciousness. Lin Xianfan had expected to draw ordinary law materials, but the turntable suddenly accelerated, and the golden light condensed into the phantom of an ancient longsword. Congratulations, host! 10 points for winning the Imperial level high level magic weapon, the Shocking Sword. The system voice echoed with rare excitement. The sword's shadow crashed down, and a dragon's roar echoed from the depths of his sea of consciousness. What's going on? Yin Yan keenly sensed the fluctuations in his aura, and the Lingshu sword unsheathed a half-inch. Are there powerful enemies? Lin Qianfan waved his hand, and a sword-shaped jade slip emanating imperial power appeared in his palm. As he immersed his spiritual consciousness in the jade slip, a vast information poured in like a galaxy. The Jingjue sword, forged by the ancient sword-forging emperor from 9 heavens star iron and 9 nether earth core fire. The blade is engraved with the patterns of 3,000 great avenues, and can draw the laws of heaven and earth into its sword force. Legend has it that it has once cut down stars and split chaos. Even more astonishingly, this sword is spiritual, requiring a drop of blood to recognize its master before it can unleash its full power. It's a magical weapon. Jiang Meng sniffed the treasure's scent and immediately came over. What grade? Let me see the patterns. Lin Qianfan handed the jade slip to her. As soon as Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern eyes touched the surface of the jade slip, a sizzling sound of electricity emanated. High-level Emperor? She almost threw the jade slip away. This is 2 grades higher than the Academy's treasure. Where did you get it, Brother Lin? Bai Wei's folding fan snapped open, covering half of her face. My friend, you're quite secretive. Could you be a favorite of the heavens? Lin Qianfan vaguely excused himself with a chance encounter in a secret realm, but in reality, he was gathering a drop of blood essence on his fingertips. As the blood seeped into the jade slip, a fissure suddenly appeared in the void. A flash of cold light flashed, and the shocking sword burst through the air. It was a 4-foot-long sword, its scabbard forged from meteorite, its hilt entwined with chaotic patterns. Even unsheathed, its mighty sword aura swept across a 10-mile radius. The leaves of the distant enlightenment tree leaned towards the sword, as if paying homage to its king. Be careful! Xia Qingyue cried out in alarm, her icy spiritual energy instantly enveloping the hilt. At this moment, the shocking sword was emitting a terrifying sword intent, inflicting harm to even a mere spiritual venerable realm expert. Lin Qianfan activated his chaos sacred body and grasped the hilt. The dragon might of the dragon transformation technique resonated with the imperial might within the sword, unexpectedly converging behind him as the shadow of an emperor wielding a long sword. As he gently pulled the sword out half an inch, its light pierced the sky, creating a crack in the dark clouds of the distant 9 netherworld demon realm. A faint roar of unwillingness could be heard. This sword seems to resonate with your chaos sacred body and dragon transformation technique. Lan Ru gently stroked the strings of her zither, her voice filled with awe. The sound waves detect that countless sword principles are sealed within the sword, like a moving sword tomb. Yin Yan's Lingshu's sword seemed particularly docile at this moment, as if paying homage to a higher-level sword weapon. She stared at the Jingjue sword, a flash of enlightenment in her eyes. Perhaps this is an opportunity bestowed by heaven to fight against the demon realm. Lin Qianfan resealed the scabbard, only to discover that the Jingjue sword could autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The lines of law within the sword slowly swirled, like a miniature law furnace. A prompt popped up on the system interface: Jingjue's sword has successfully recognized its master. Current compatibility, 15%. Each 10% increase in compatibility unlocks a secret realm within the sword, currently unlocking the first level, Taichu Sword Realm. He attempted to activate the chaos-devouring heaven art, and the Jingjue sword suddenly emitted a clear chime. The chaotic lines on the scabbard illuminated, completely devouring the surrounding law aura, transforming it into pure chaotic energy that fed back into his meridians. This sword is practically tailor-made for you. Jiang Meng enviously gazed at the starlight streaming from the scabbard. Remember to let me draw the sword patterns in your future battles. Maybe I can improve the spiritual pattern formation. Bai Wei thoughtfully stroked the fan bone. An imperial-level magic weapon can grow after recognizing its master. If I can let it absorb the dark laws of the 9 nether demon realm, maybe I can forge a unique chaos demon sword? Awestruck by the shock of the Jingjue sword, everyone embarked on their journey. Lin Qianfan slung the scabbard onto his back, the chaotic energy mingling with the sword's imperial might, forming a faint golden aura around his body. Passing Tianxian City, the city's defenders knelt on one knee in instinctive reverence for the imperial-level magical weapon. Deep within the 9 nether demon realm, behind the dark clouds split by the sword's radiance, a pair of crimson eyes stared intently at the Jingjue sword. A hoarse voice tinged with fear and greed, Chaos Sacred Body. Imperial level magical weapon. It seems I must emerge from seclusion early. As night fell, Lin Qianfan and his companions rested at the edge of the demonic realm. Sitting alone atop a mountain, he gently traced the lines on the scabbard of the Jingjue sword, his consciousness penetrating the first level of the sword realm. In the darkness, countless sword beams suddenly illuminated, forming a star map, a symbol of the sword tradition from the early years. The system's law deduction function automatically activated, integrating the techniques from the sword realm with his own Chaos Dragon Shadow technique, unexpectedly generating a new combat method, the 9 layers of Chaos Sword Shadow. The sounds of his companions drifted from the mountain below. Jiang Meng complained about the spirit pattern Bao's slow firing rate, Bai Wei teased Yin Yan about his rigid sword intent, and Lan Ru's zither music carried a soothing rhythm. Lin Qianfan's lips curled upward, and he gripped the shocking sword tightly. With this imperial-level magical weapon, the aid of systematic deduction, and a group of companions who shared life and death, even if the 9 netherworlds lay ahead, he could carve a bloody path through it, letting the shocking sword's brilliance illuminate the entire 3,000 worlds. Chapter 52 System Release Task. Just as Lin Qianfan was immersed in the contemplation of the Jingjue sword's realm, a system notification sounded like a resounding bell in his sea of consciousness, startling him so much that his fingertips trembled, and he almost pulled out half of the sword. Ding! System announcement, main quest, delve into the core of the 9 nether demon realm and destroy the Dark Spirit Emperor's world-destroying demon embryo. Time limit, 30 days. Success reward, 5 Chaos Law Fragments, 1 Emperor-level Bloodline Awakening Potion, 5 System Lottery Entry. Failure penalty, deduct all points, and randomly seal 1 ability. The conversation at the foot of the mountain abruptly ceased. Bai Wei and the others, noticing something unusual about Lin Qianfan, instantly leaped to the summit. What's going on? Yin Yan spoke first, his Lingshu sword gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Is it the demon realm's unusual movements? Lin Qianfan took a deep breath and briefly explained the system's mission to everyone. Jiang Meng counted the time on his fingers, 30 days to break into the demon realm's core? Sounds like a spiritual pattern challenge game. Xia Qingyue, however, frowned, the Dark Spirit Emperor's world-destroying demon fetus. Legend has it that it's an unholy creature forged from the essence and blood of countless beings in the demon realm. Once formed, it will be powerful enough to plunge the continent into eternal night. Lan Ru gently stroked the strings of her zither, the sound carrying a hint of mystery. According to ancient texts from Tianyin Valley, the core of the 9 nether demon realm is guarded by 9 dark altars, each garrisoned by a spirit emperor-level expert. Not to mention the world-destroying demon fetus nestling deep within. This quest is far more difficult than one might imagine. Bai Wei tapped her folding fan lightly on her palm, blood-red spiritual energy coursing through her eyes. The harder the quest, the more tempting the reward. The Chaos Law Fragment can help young friend Lin perfect his Chaos Realm, and the Emperor-level Bloodline Potion might even allow him to reach the 9th level of Dragon Transformation. Lin Qianfan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the determined faces of the crowd, a warm feeling welling within him. He unfolded the system interface, and the mission map slowly unfolded. The 9 nether demon realm was divided into 3 layers, the outer realm, the middle realm, and the core realm. Each layer was marked with different levels of dark creatures and altar locations. The system specifically reminded, it is recommended to first destroy the 3 altars in the outer realm to weaken the demon realm's defensive barrier. The middle realm contains a time-space turbulence zone, requiring the use of a time-space stabilizer. The core realm's world-destroying demon fetus is guarded by the Dark Spirit Emperor himself, requiring at least 3 Supreme Realm experts to contain its power. Space-time stabilizer? Jiang Meng's eyes lit up. I've seen the blueprints in ancient books. It requires 9 nether ice crystals, the core of a space-time sandworm, and the blood essence of a chaos sacred body? Upon hearing this, Lin Qianfan immediately slashed his fingertips, and the golden blood essence condensed into a diamond-shaped crystal in the moonlight. Take it, and refine it as soon as possible. Jiang Meng took the blood essence and worked hard. We can deliver it in 3 days. By the way, improve it and incorporate my spiritual pattern defense array. I guarantee it will be 10 times more stable than those junk sold at the academy. Bai Wei suddenly swung out a blood-red chain, entangling a dark bat that had attacked from stealth. It seems the demon realm doesn't want us to prepare easily. With a flick of her finger, the bat disintegrated into a bloody mist. From today on, we will practice while traveling, and strive to increase young Master Lin's Jingjue sword's compatibility to 30% before entering the core realm. Yin Yan gazed at the swirling black clouds in the direction of the demon realm, his Lingshu sword humming. I sense the remains of a sword tomb in the central realm. Perhaps we can find the sword intent that can break the laws of darkness. For the next 10 days, everyone engaged in a blitzkrieg across the outer reaches of the demon realm. Lin Xianfan used the Jingjue sword's primordial sword domain to suppress the dark creatures. Bai Wei's chaos blood soul pupils penetrated the altar's weaknesses. Jiang Meng's improved spacetime stabilizer proved effective. Xiao Qingyue and Su Ro's ice soul chaos frigidity froze vast swaths of the demon realm swamp, and Lan Ru's heavenly sound chaos spectrum disturbed the minds of the dark cultivators. As the third outer altar crumbled beneath the shadow of the chaos dragon, the system prompt rang out again. Ding! Unlock a hidden quest, collect the Dark Law crystals from 9 altars to redeem a mysterious reward. Mysterious reward? Jiang Meng wiped the sweat from his forehead and put the last crystal into the spiritual pattern space bag. I hope it's the kind that can make spiritual weapons speak. Lan Ru's piano sound suddenly became urgent. A powerful breath is approaching. It's the guardian of the central region, the Dark Bone Dragon. Everyone looked up and saw a bone dragon with cracks in time and space wrapped all over its body breaking through the clouds, and in the dragon's mouth was the dark portal leading to the central region. Lin Xianfan gripped the Jingjue sword tightly, the chaotic patterns on its scabbard resonating with the bone dragon's spacetime rift. The system interface automatically popped up an analysis of the bone dragon's weaknesses. The core is located between the brows, with a dark crystal core. A dual attack utilizing the laws of chaos and spacetime is required to break through the defense. He and Yin Yan exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Yin Yan unsheathed his Lingshu sword first, his sword intent merging with the Jingjue sword's imperial might, carving a spacetime rift across 1,000 miles. Lin Xianfan then unleashed his 9 heavens of chaos sword shadows, and 9 golden sword shadows, swathed in dragon might, struck directly at the bone dragon's brows. The dark bone dragon roared in frustration, but collapsed under the dual attack of the laws. The portal slowly opened, and beneath the dark crimson sky of the central region, an ancient ruin, scarred by swords, loomed the very sword tomb that Yin Yan had sensed. Lin Xianfan turned to look at his companions. Though bloodstained, their eyes burned with an undying will to fight. 19 days remained on the countdown for the system mission, but he knew that as long as they united, even if the road ahead was thorny, they would eventually reach victory. Ding! Dark Bone Dragon falls, obtain Dark Law Crystal 1, Spacetime Turbulence Core 1. Lin Xianfan took a firm step as the system notification chimed, leading the group through the portal. Awaiting them would be even more daunting challenges, but also perhaps even more astonishing opportunities. Regardless of what lay ahead, the system's mission rewards and the smiles of his companions remained his strongest motivation to forge ahead. Chapter 53 10% completed. Entering the central region of the 9 Netherworld demon realm, they were overwhelmed by a dark aura 10 times more intense than that of the outer realms. The sky was a frozen blood red, the ground covered in black moss that devoured spiritual energy, and the distant mountains were surprisingly composed of the skeletons of countless dark creatures. Lin Xianfan activated his chaos sacred body, and golden light formed a protective shield around his body, isolating the corrosive demonic energy. The task progress bar on the system interface read, Destruction of the world-destroying demon fetus, 10%, indicating that they had not even reached the outer reaches of the core region. Let's go to the Sword Tomb ruins first. Yin Yan pointed to a cluster of broken swords suspended in the air in the distance, his spiritual void sword vibrating violently in its sheath. The sword intent there is calling me. They carefully crossed a canyon riven by space-time turbulence, each step potentially tumbling into a distorted spatial fissure. Jiang Meng's space-time stabilizer played a crucial role. Whenever turbulence struck, the spiritual weapon would project a golden shield, enveloping them. The entrance to the Sword Tomb ruins lies a massive, broken sword embedded in the ground. Its blade is covered in dense scars, each imbued with a distinct sword intent. Lin Xianfan activated the Taichu sword domain of the Jingjue sword, attempting to decipher these scars, but the deeper he delved, the more he felt like a drop in the ocean. Yin Yan, meanwhile, sat cross-legged before the broken sword, his Lingshu sword automatically unsheathed, tracing a trajectory in the air that mirrored the scars. This is the severing sky sword technique from the Taichu era. Lan Ru analyzed the sword's intent through sound waves, surprise flashing in her eyes. This sword technique is based on the law of destruction and specifically counters defensive techniques. If mastered, it will be greatly beneficial in destroying the Dark Altar. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianfan immediately activated the system's law deduction function, combining the severing sky sword technique with the Chaos Dragon shadow technique. In a sea of consciousness, the patterns of the two techniques gradually intertwined, giving rise to the prototype of the Chaos Severing Sky Slash. Just as everyone was immersed in their comprehension of the sword's will, the guardian of the central region, the Dark Sword Master, quietly arrived. Shrouded in a black cloak, he wielded a longsword fused with dark principles. Every step he took left a sword scar several feet deep in the ground. "Outsiders, die." His voice seemed to emanate from the 9 netherworlds. With a swing of his sword, thousands of dark sword energies pierced the air, unexpectedly forming a sword domain space similar to the primordial sword domain. "Be careful. He can copy our sword intent," Yin Yan exclaimed, swinging his sword to meet the attack. The Lingshu sword and the dark sword collided, and the 2 sword intents exploded, forming countless tiny sword energy storms. Lin Xianfan immediately deployed the Chaos Supreme domain, attempting to suppress the opponent's sword domain, but discovered that the Dark Sword Master's law power was connected to the demonic realm and was almost endless. Jiang Meng, disrupt his energy source. Bai Wei, sever his connection to the altar. Lin Xianfan shouted, unleashing his newly created Chaos Slash. Golden Sword Light and Dark Sword Energy clashed fiercely, the Jingjue Sword's imperial might unleashing its full might. The chaotic patterns on the scabbard materialized, entangling the Dark Sword Master's arm like a chain. Yin Yan seized the opportunity to unleash Spiritual Void, sword breaking all laws, and 2 swords of distinct attributes simultaneously struck their target. The Dark Sword Master groaned, black blood seeping from beneath his cloak, finally revealing a flaw. With swift action, Jiang Meng landed a precise spiritual pattern law binding bullet between his eyebrows, temporarily sealing his power of law. Bai Wei's blood-red chains, like venomous snakes, entangled the Dark Sword Master's ankles, dragging him into her blood-soul realm. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity, unsheathing his shocking sword with all his might. Taichu Sword Domain, creation of heaven and earth. A sword beam imbued with the law of creation slashed down, completely shattering the Dark Sword Master's defenses. Impossible. How could the primordial sword intent appear in the demon realm? The Dark Sword Master's voice was filled with shock and resentment as he collapsed. Lin Xianfan picked up the Dark Law crystal he had left behind, and the system notification chimed, ding. Defeat the Central Realm Guardian, obtain 1 Dark Law crystal, and increase mission progress to 12%. After a brief rest, the group continued their journey deeper into the Sword Tomb ruins. In the center, they discovered an altar composed of 10,000 swords. At the center, a sword intent seed emanated an ancient aura. As Yin Yan touched it, countless sword shadows flooded into her sea of consciousness. It turned out to be the complete inheritance of the Broken Sky sword technique. At the same time, Lin Xianfan's Jingjue sword suddenly vibrated violently. The chaotic patterns on the scabbard resonated with the sword intent seed, unexpectedly absorbing a portion of the primordial sword intent, increasing its compatibility to 22%. By the time they left the sword tomb, Yin Yan's Lingshu sword technique had been integrated with the Broken Sky sword intent, allowing the law of destruction to accompany every swing. Lin Xianfan's Chaos Broken Sky Slash had also been perfected, dealing double damage to dark creatures. The system interface indicated that they still had 17 days left before the mission deadline, and they had already mastered the key inheritance of the central region and destroyed a Spirit Emperor-level guardian. Next is the Spacetime Turbulence Zone. Lin Xianfan looked at the system map, his finger tracing over a twisted purple area. According to the hint, there lies the heart of turbulence, which can enhance our understanding of the laws of spacetime. Perhaps this will help us pass through the core area's spacetime maze more quickly. Jiang Meng patted his spirit pattern space bag. Don't worry. The improved spacetime stabilizer has added turbulence resistance. Even if we encounter a spacetime storm, it can last 10 minutes. Bai Wei swung out her blood-red chains, clearing a path ahead. Let's see how many surprises await us in this demonic realm's central region. Lan Ru's zither music morphed into a pathfinder, while Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou set up an ice cordon on either side. Their figures gradually vanished into the blood-red mist, and the number on the system task progress bar, following their footsteps, inched towards 100%. Chapter 54, Hunting the 10th Rank Demon King. On their 7th day in the spacetime turbulence, Lin Xianfan and his companions encountered the most terrifying entity in the demon realm's central region, the 10th rank Demon King, the Dark Erosion Sky Centipede. This centipede, 1,000 feet long, boasted 12 pairs of dark golden bone wings on its back. Every segment of its body was inscribed with runes of the curse of space and time. Its highly toxic tail stinger could corrode all laws of nature. Even the Dark Spirit Emperor feared this supreme beast. Be careful. Its tentacles can manipulate the turbulence of space and time. Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern warning flare flashed red as the space beneath them suddenly warped. Lin Xianfan instinctively deployed his Chaos Supreme domain, only to see the dark corrosion sky centipede's massive claws, swirling with turbulent currents, crushing them. Wherever it passed, space crumbled like a broken mirror. He hurriedly unleashed his Chaos Dragon Shadow instant kill technique, pushing Yin Yan away in the nick of time. However, the turbulent current grazed his shoulder, corroding his golden dragon scales and leaving a deep wound visible to the bone. "Brother Lin!" Jiang Meng exclaimed, immediately drawing a spiritual pattern healing bullet. Bai Wei's blood-colored chains wrapped around the centipede, but were easily severed by the barbs on the centipede's tail. The backlash of her blood soul made her face pale. Lan Ru's heavenly sound, demon-subduing song, barely suppressed the centipede's ferocity. Xia Qingyue and Su Ro's ice soul spacetime freeze formed a thin layer of ice on its body, but it quickly melted in the intense heat. Its weakness lies in the spacetime core in its abdomen. Lin Xianfan activated the chaos-devouring heaven art, forcibly repairing his injuries. Qingyue, Su Ro, used the principles of ice to delay its movement. Bai Wei, Jiang Meng, disrupt its tentacles. Lan Ru, prepare your strongest sound attack. Yin Yan, follow me to sever its spacetime chains. Everyone obeyed the order and immediately sprang into action. Xia Qingyue and Su Ro's ice-based spiritual energy transformed into millions of icy spikes, piercing the sky centipede's joints. Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern interference bombs exploded around its tentacles, creating a chaotic spiritual energy field. Bai Wei performed blood soul sacrifice, drawing on her own blood essence to temporarily boost her strength. She then pierced the sky centipede's left eye with a blood-red spear. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity, unsheathing his Jingjue sword 5 inches. The primordial sword intent merged with the power of chaos, launching at chaos sky-breaking spacetime slash. A sword beam that spanned time and space slashed towards the sky centipede's abdomen, only to be deflected by the cursed runes on its surface. Yin Yan followed closely with the sky-breaking sword technique, combining the laws of destruction with the sword intent, finally ripping a breach. Lan Ru Yuqin roared with all her might, heavenly sound, all-com annihilation. A massive cone of light, formed by sonic waves, descended from the sky, striking directly at the core of spacetime. The celestial centipede let out a deafening roar, its 12 pairs of bony wings flapping frantically, unleashing a tempestuous storm across 100 miles. Lin Xianfan felt his body being disintegrated by the turbulent currents, yet he gritted his teeth and energized the shocking sword. The chaotic patterns on the scabbard illuminated, resonating with the temporal laws of the celestial centipede. "Break it," he roared, pouring sword intent, dragon might, and the power of chaos into the sword. The sword's light finally penetrated its core, exploding into a brilliant burst of temporal energy. The 10th tier Demon King collapsed to the ground, its body transforming into countless black beetles that scattered and fled. Jiang Meng, prepared, cast out the spiritual pattern demon gathering net, trapping all the beetles within. Yin Yan's Lingshu sword transformed into countless sword shadows, slaying them all. Lin Xianfan picked up the spacetime law core left behind by the sky centipede, and the system notification chimed, ding. Successfully hunted the 10th tier Demon King. Obtained 1 spacetime law core, 10 dark erosion sky centipede essence, and the mission progress increased to 18%. Everyone collapsed on the ground, watching the massive corpse of the sky centipede gradually dissipate. Jiang Meng pulled out ice spiritual juice from his spiritual pattern space bag and shared it with everyone. "This thing is 10 times harder than I thought. Luckily, Brother Lin's new sword technique is powerful enough." Bai Wei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and gently waved her folding fan. The essence and blood of a 10th level Demon King is top-notch material for refining Imperial level spiritual weapons. "My friends, remember to give me 2 bottles later." Lan Ru gently stroked the strings, the sound carrying a sense of relief from a calamity. Ancient texts from Tianyin Valley say the fall of a 10th rank Demon King will trigger an earthquake in the demon realm. We must expedite our progress. Lin Xianfan nodded, activating the system's law deduction function, merging the core of the laws of space and time with the Jingjue sword's domain. Instantly, his perception of the space-time turbulence became incredibly clear, and he could even predict the direction of some of the turbulence. After 3 days of rest, the group set out again. The space-time turbulence had intensified due to the death of the sky centipede. Purple turbulent storms surged and surged, seemingly threatening to sweep everything into the space-time rift. However, thanks to Lin Xianfan's perception of chaotic spacetime, they navigated the turbulence with ease, and in just 5 days, they passed through the turbulence and reached the outer reaches of the core region. At the entrance to the core domain, 9 dark altars emanated an eerie red glow. Before each stood a spirit emperor-level guardian. Lin Xianfan gripped the shocking sword tightly, the chaotic patterns on the scabbard clashing fiercely with the dark laws of the altar, emitting dazzling sparks. The task countdown on the system interface was 12 days remaining, and he could sense the sinister aura of the world-destroying demon fetus growing deeper within the core domain. Are you ready? Lin Xianfan turned to look at his companions, his gaze sweeping across each determined face. Bai Wei swung out her blood-red chains, Jiang Meng raised her improved spirit pattern bow, Yin Yan's spiritual void sword was already stained with the radiance of the laws of time and space, Lan Ru's strings danced with waves of sound interwoven with destruction and healing, and Xia Qingyue and Su Ro's ice element spiritual energy transformed into shimmering ice crystal armor. Let's begin, Lin Xianfan said with a fierce smile. Let's start with these altar guardians. Let's show the Dark Spirit Emperor whether we're truly worthy of destroying his world-destroying demon fetus. Everyone responded in unison, their contractual power surging wildly through them, transforming into a golden torrent that swept towards the nearest altar. This time, facing the siege of Spirit Emperor-level powerhouses, could they continue to create miracles? And would they receive the system's mission rewards as expected? Everything would be revealed in the ensuing battle. Chapter 55 tasks 100% completed. Lin Xianfan and his companions swept through the dark altars surrounding the core domain with thunderous force. As the ninth altar crumbled beneath the shadow of the Chaos Dragon, system notifications rang out almost simultaneously. Ding! Destruction progress of the world-destroying demon fetus, 100%. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. From the depths of his sea of consciousness, a golden rain of rewarding light poured down. Lin Xianfan felt his bones crackle with delightful crackling. The barriers to his realm seemed as fragile as paper. His chaos sacred body leaped directly from the 4th stage to the 5th, and his dragon transformation technique broke through to the 9th level. The dragon-shaped shadow behind him unexpectedly condensed into a materialized dragon claw. Is this a major realm breakthrough? Bai Wei dropped her folding fan, stunned by the chaotic dragon energy swirling around Lin Xianfan. His black hair fluttered without a breeze, and a mysterious dragon-shaped Dao pattern appeared on his forehead. With a casual wave of his hand, he tore through the spatial barrier of the demon realm, revealing the dazzling starry sky outside. Jiang Meng rushed forward and hugged his arm. Is Brother Lin now even more powerful than the Spirit Emperor? The kind who can crush stars with his bare hands? The system's mechanical voice responded, rewards, 5 Chaos Law Fragments, 1 Emperor-level Bloodline Awakening Potion, 5 System Lottery Chance. Bonus, Major Realm Breakthrough Direct Advancement to the early stage of the Spiritual Emperor Realm. 1 Purple Gold Summoning Card. Lin Xianfan felt a sudden clarity in his consciousness. The previously obscure laws of time and space suddenly became clear and understandable. With a light tap of his fingertips, he purified the dark demonic energy within 1,000 miles into pure spiritual energy. Purple Gold Summoning Card? Yin Yan gazed at the golden card that appeared in the void, and the spiritual void sword suddenly hummed in submission. The card was inscribed with chaos scripture, and the faint shadow of an old man draped in dragon scales could be seen. A system prompt popped up at the appropriate time. Purple Gold Summoning Card summons a spiritual emperor-level powerhouse for permanent loyalty, with a heavenly oath binding, 100% loyalty. Lin Xianfan crushed the card without hesitation, and chaotic energy converged in the demon realm's core, forming a massive summoning array. A flash of black light flashed, and an elderly man in a simple Taoist robe emerged from the array. He knelt on one knee, his white hair falling to reveal the Spirit Emperor emblem on his forehead. Spirit Emperor Realm Powerhouse Kanglin Sword Master greets the Sect Master. Once trapped by the demon realm's law contract, I was freed today by the chaotic energy. I swear on my soul to serve you forever. Bai Wei raised an eyebrow. This reward is quite substantial. I'll have a free thug from now on. Jiang Meng circled around Kanglin Sword Master, his eyes sparkling. Grandpa Sword Master, can you engrave spiritual patterns? Can my bow be upgraded further? The old man chuckled at this and lightly tapped Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern bow with his fingertips, infusing it with a Spirit Emperor-level sword intent. Such an exquisite spiritual weapon will surely become a great weapon in the future. Before anyone could celebrate, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the demonic realm. The Dark Spirit Emperor's figure burst through the bloody mist. His body was composed of countless dark creatures, every inch of his flesh oozing soul-corrosive venom. Behind him, 9 pairs of bony wings blotted out the sky, revealing the power of a peak Spirit Emperor. How dare you destroy my demon fetus? His voice rang like 1,000 beetles gnawing at metal. I will refine your souls into lamp oil, and bury the entire continent with you. Lin Xianfan stood up, unleashing the 9th-level dragon might of the dragon transformation technique and the Chaos Supreme domain simultaneously, forcing the Dark Spirit Emperor's pressure back 3 feet. He raised his hand and gently waved, unsheathing the shocking sword 3 inches. The primordial sword intent merged with fragments of the laws of space and time, condensing 12 chaos sword wheels in the void. Kanglin's sword master, help me contain his movements. Everyone, follow me in unleashing the 6 harmonies chaos formation. Kanglin's sword master obeyed the order, unsheathing his long sword with the might of a spirit emperor. Taichu's sword art, galaxy reversal. A dazzling river of swords blocked the Dark Spirit Emperor's path. Bai Wei and the other 6 formed a formation, their respective principles of power flowing into Lin Xianfan's body, condensing behind him into the 1,000-foot-tall shadow of the Chaos Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor wielded the Jingjue sword, the 5 principles of power: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth coursing through its blade. This was the ultimate killing move deduced by the system, the Chaos World-destroying sword art. Today is your end. Lin Xianfan roared, and the shadowy figure of the Dragon Emperor slashed down with his sword. The Dark Spirit Emperor deployed his dark sky curtain with all his might, but it shattered beneath the might of the Chaos Dragon. The aftermath of the sword's force swept through the core of the demon realm, and the world-destroying demon fetus let out a shriek of resignation before completely disintegrating. The Dark Spirit Emperor's body gradually dissipated in the sword's light, his dying eyes filled with unbelievable fear. Ding! Main quest perfectly completed. Bonus: 1 9 Nether Demon Realm Core Law Crystal, Spirit Emperor level follower Kanglin Sword Master. As the system notification chimed, Lin Xianfan felt the surge of Spirit Emperor level power within him and looked at his companions with gratitude. Without their life and death support, even with the system's assistance, he would have found it difficult to complete this seemingly impossible mission. Jiang Meng suddenly pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Look! The demon realm is collapsing." Everyone looked up, only to see countless cracks appearing in the spatial barrier of the 9 Nether Demon Realm. The blood-red mist was scorched into nothingness by the sun, revealing a crypt filled with treasures below. Kanglin's sword master stroked his beard and smiled. "This is the treasure house of the Demon Realm Spirit Emperor. Sect Master, you can choose a few Imperial-level spiritual artifacts from it." Lin Xianfan shook his head, held Bai Wei's blood-stained hand, and looked at Yin Yan and others. "Compared to spiritual weapons, I am more grateful that you are all by my side." The system interface popped up the loyalty is priceless achievement upgrade prompt at the right time, but he no longer cared about those data when the sun shone on the continent again. When the smiles of his companions were brighter than any magic weapon, he finally understood the true meaning of this journey of cultivation. 3 days later, Tianxian City held a grand celebration banquet. Lin Xianfan stood in the Heavenly Dao corridor, fiddling with the Chaos Law fragment he'd received as a system reward. Behind him were his companions, cultivating beneath the Enlightenment Tree. Kanglin's sword master stood with his hands behind his back, the air of a great sect elder. Jiang Meng ran across the lawn, chasing after a spirit weapon elf. Bai Wei, fanning herself, discussed a new song with Lan Ru. Yin Yan was guiding Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou, infusing their sword intent with the laws of ice. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the 9 Nether Demon Realm Rebellion's series of quests, unlocking the hidden map Primordial Ancient Domain. As the system notification sounded, Lin Xianfan gazed at the newly appeared portal in the distance, a confident smile on his face. He knew that new challenges awaited them, but whether they faced immortal emperor-level powerhouses or ancient secret realms, as long as he had his companions and the system's blessing, he would be able to push forward and reach the pinnacle of the cultivation world. After all, as chaos arises and the dragon's might becomes overwhelming, who in this world can compete with him? Chapter 56 Secret Realm of the Undersea. The crisis in the 9 Nether Demon Realm had temporarily subsided, but Lin Xianfan's internal systems were once again agitated. Ding! Time-space fluctuations detected in the primordial ancient realm. A mysterious portal has emerged from the depths of the East China Sea, leading to the ancient secret realm of undersea starry sky. When the news broke, he was studying his newly acquired Spirit Emperor-level skills with Bai Wei and the others beneath the Enlightenment Tree. Jiang Meng's spirit pattern bow was still stained with the scales of the demon realm bone dragon. Secret realm of the starry sky? Lan Ru gently stroked the strings of the zither, and the rhythm of the stars emerged in the sound. Ancient books record that this secret realm is connected to the mainland only once every 3,000 years. Inside it is the law of the star map that can communicate with the way of heaven. There are even rumors that... She suddenly stopped talking and plucked a series of tense notes on the strings with her fingertips. Go on. Yin Yan's Lingshu sword trembled slightly, and the sword intent resonated subtly with the laws of the starry sky. Lan Ru hesitated for a moment and whispered, "It's rumored that there's a heavenly Dao chessboard at the core of the secret realm, which allows one to directly glimpse the origin of the great Dao. However, the accompanying heavenly Dao thunder tribulation is enough to kill a spirit emperor-level powerhouse." Bai Wei clapped her folding fan on her palm, blood-red spiritual energy flowing in her eyes. The more dangerous the place, the more tempting the reward. Young friend Lin's chaos sacred body is already close to the heavenly Dao. Perhaps he can use this opportunity to comprehend the complete laws of time and space. Xiao Qingyue and Su Ro nodded simultaneously. Ice spiritual energy condensed into miniature star maps in their palms, clearly showing a strong interest in the fragments of ice laws in the secret realm. 3 days later, they arrived at the shores of the East China Sea. Kanglin's sword master waved his hand to cast a water-repelling barrier. Lin Xianfan activated the 9th level of the dragon transformation technique, his legs covered in dragon scales transforming into a fish tail. He was the first to plunge into the deep sea. Amidst the fluorescent lava erupting from an underwater volcano, a massive stone gate streaked with star patterns slowly opened. The ancient inscription on the door, "Under the starry sky, all is an inn," shimmered with the light of law. "Be careful of the Star Trek trap on the stone gate," Kanglin's sword master warned. Each star-patterned brick corresponds to a different law of space and time. One wrong step will send you to the deepest part of the secret realm. Jiang Meng immediately pulled out his spirit pattern scanner. A blue beam swept across the stone gate, generating a 3-dimensional map on the system interface. Lin Xianfan compared the system's deduced safe route and, holding Yin Yan's hand, was the first to step onto the star-patterned brick engraved with the 7th star of the Big Dipper. The interior of the secret realm resembled an inverted sky. A dazzling galaxy swirled overhead, while islands and nebulae floated beneath. On the nearest island, an ancient formation condensed from starlight slowly rotated. Embedded at its center was a North Star core emitting an icy aura. Xiao Qingyue and Su Ro exchanged a glance, their Ice Soul divine body activating simultaneously. Ice Soul, chasing stars and moons. 2 streams of icy blue light shot towards the core, but were deflected the moment they touched the formation. The stellar laws of the formation are backlashing. Lin Xianfan unfolded his Chaos Supreme domain, attempting to analyze the formation's patterns. Suddenly, a warning popped up on the system interface, "Approaching celestial beast star swallowing whale detected. Immediate evacuation recommended." Before anyone could react, the sea beneath their feet suddenly boiled. A giant whale, the size of an island, broke through the waves. As its maw opened, a swirling vortex of stars could be seen within. "It's the star-devouring whale." Kanglin's sword master's sword flashed like lightning. "Its stomach is an independent little world. Once swallowed, it's hard to get out." Lin Xianfan, quick-witted, activated the Jingjue sword's Taichu sword domain, enveloping everyone in a protective shield of sword intent. The star-devouring whale's suction power instantly increased, nearly causing Jiang Meng's spirit pattern bow to slip out of his grasp, and Bai Wei's blood-red chains were stretched to a point of tension. "Brother Lin! Use the space-time law core!" Jiang Meng shouted. Lin Xianfan immediately threw the core he'd obtained from hunting a 10th-tier demon king into the vortex. The power of the law resonated with the star-swallowing whale's celestial laws, and the beast let out a satisfied growl before turning and swimming deeper into the waters. Only then did everyone realize that its dorsal fin was pierced with several Imperial-level spiritual weapons, evidently remnants of previous prey. After escaping danger, the group landed on a floating nebula island. Transparent stargrass grew on the island, each one imbued with a different elemental law. Lan Ru plucked a blade of grass, and the sound of her zither was instantly imbued with the rhythm of the stars. Jiang Meng, infusing the blade with spiritual patterns, successfully refined a stargrass locating bomb capable of tracking star paths. At the edge of the star pool in the center of the island, Lin Xianfan discovered a broken stele inscribed with a star map. When he placed the fragment of the chaos law against the stele, countless streams of information flooded into a sea of consciousness until it was the starry sky cultivation guide left by the primordial ancient god, detailing how to temper the body and comprehend the laws by absorbing the power of the stars. He immediately sat down cross-legged and activated the chaos swallowing heaven technique. The light of the starry sky converged into a golden stream, flowing into his brow. "Be careful. Thunder tribulation." Yin Yan suddenly drew his sword, and a bolt of purple lightning, imbued with the might of the heavens, descended from the sky. Lin Xianfan opened his eyes and discovered that by absorbing too much star power, he had actually attracted the heavenly repulsion of the secret realm. Kanglin's sword master, Bai Wei, and the others immediately formed a defensive formation. Kanglan Sword's Galaxy Barrier, Bai Wei's Blood Soul Sky Curtain, and Yin Yan's Broken Sky Sword Intent simultaneously activated, barely blocking the first wave of lightning. Lin Xianfan knew he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He activated the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Technique, merging Dragon Might with the power of Chaos to condense a Chaos Dragon Tribulation domain above his head. As the second bolt of lightning descended, he proactively met it, his Qilin arm blasting out with the power of the stars. Chaos Star Break. His golden fist collided with the purple lightning, unexpectedly exploding into a lotus of starlight and arcs of electricity. After the thunderstorm, Lin Xianfan's Chaos Sacred Body reached its 5th stage, completely solidified. The space-time patterns on his skin were upgraded to star-shaped patterns, and even the compatibility of the shocking sword reached 35%. Even more surprising, the system interface unlocked a new branch called Star Law, allowing for the potential fusion of star power with other laws. The group continued to explore the secret realm and discovered a jade slip containing the star chart law in a suspended palace. When Lin Xianfan took the slip, the system suddenly sounded an alarm, detected that the heavenly Dao chessboard at the core of the secret realm is about to be opened. Host, please go as soon as possible. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait another 3,000 years. Bai Wei looked at the flickering star map in the jade slip and waved her folding fan gently. It seems that our journey through the starry sky has just begun. Jiang Meng tightly grasped the improved star positioning bullet, his eyes full of anticipation. The chessboard of heaven? Maybe I can see my future self. Yin Yan put the Lingshu sword into the scabbard, but when he touched the hilt, he felt a call from the chessboard. Lin Xianfan looked up at the breathtakingly bright starry sky deep within the secret realm and held Yin Yan's hand tightly. Regardless of the opportunities or challenges ahead, he firmly believed that as long as he and his companions worked together, they could forge their own path to the heavens within this vast starry sky. On the lucky draw wheel on the system interface, prizes like Star Law Crystal and Primordial Star Core gleamed enticingly, as if foreshadowing the rich rewards of this interstellar adventure. Ding! Triggering Hidden Quest, analyzing the 3,000 star tracks on the Heavenly Dao chessboard. Success rewards: Star Domain, Imperial Level Martial Arts Fragment, Starry Sky Behemoth Mount Egg 1. Waves lapped against the entrance to the secret realm, and the Jingjue sword rang softly within its scabbard. Lin Xianfan took a deep breath and led the group toward the unknown starry sky. There lay the mysteries of the laws, the gifts of heaven, and even the legends of the chaos lineage, waiting for them to write. Chapter 57, Hunting the Kraken. As they journeyed through the secret underwater realm of the starry sky, passing an area covered in blood-red seaweed, Lan Ru's zither music suddenly grew subdued. The sound waves detected a vast lifeform lurking within the deep sea ravines. "It's the Tide Lord of the Sirens," said Kanglan's sword master, his expression grave. "Rumor has it that it feeds on the power of the stars and has guarded the entrance to this secret realm for 1,000 years. Before he could finish his words, a 10,000-meter-high tsunami suddenly erupted from the seafloor, and a siren, resembling a gigantic shark, broke free. Its body was covered in dark blue scales, each inscribed with tidal runes. Several broken Spirit Emperor-level artifacts pierced its dorsal fin. Its murky eyes gleamed with greedy red light. "Outsiders. Star power. Consume them all." Its voice rang like an underwater volcano erupting, the sound waves rumbling through everyone's ears. Lin Xianfan immediately deployed his Chaos Supreme Domain, only to find it shrinking under the erosion of the tidal law. Jiang Meng's Starlight Locator launched first, but was swallowed by the star vortex ejected from the siren's mouth. Bai Wei's blood-red chain wrapped around its dorsal fin, but was shattered by the tidal force. She groaned and stumbled back. Its core lies in the star bead at its throat. Yin Yan's broken sky sword intent slashed a scale from the sea monster, only to see not blood but star-lit seawater gushing from the wound. Lin Xianfan activated the Taichu sword domain of the Jingjue sword. The star patterns on the scabbard resonated with the sea monster's tidal laws, temporarily suppressing its power. Qingyue, Su Rou, used the ice element to freeze the surrounding water. Lan Ru, disrupt its perception. Xiao Qingyue and Su Rou formed hand seals, ice soul, all rivers returned to the sea. The power of extreme cold spread along the water, freezing the siren's lower body into an ice sculpture. Lan Ru's heavenly sound, ecstasy slowed the siren's movements, allowing Lin Xianfan to unleash Chaos Star Dragon Shadow Kill. 9 dragon shadows, swathed in the power of the stars, attacked its throat from different directions. The siren roared and unleashed its tidal destruction cannon. The black beam of light collided with the dragon's shadow, unleashing a violent tremor of space and time. Lin Xianfan felt his internal organs churning, yet he gritted his teeth and activated the shocking sword. Unsheathing its 7 inches, he unleashed Primordial Sword Intention, Falling Stars. A sword beam imbued with the power of a falling star pierced the battlefield, piercing directly through the siren's star bead. Impossible. My tidal law. The siren's massive body collapsed, dissipating into countless bubbles. Only a single, shimmering blue star orb slowly sank. Lin Xianfan caught the orb, and a system notification chimed, ding. Successfully hunted the Spirit Emperor level Siren Tidal Lord. Obtained 1 Tidal Law Crystal, 1 Star Orb, and unlocked the hidden map Deep Sea Ancient Ruins. Jiang Meng immediately came over and used a spirit pattern pen to draw patterns on the star bead. This bead can store the power of the stars. From now on, my spirit pattern bullets will have unlimited ammunition. I went throughout the blood-colored chain and collected the fragments of the Spirit Emperor level spiritual weapon scattered on the seabed. These materials are enough to refine half an Emperor weapon. Remember to use them as refining materials for me later. Kanglin Sword Master stared at the direction of the Deep Sea Ancient Ruins with a hint of fear in his tone. In the ancient ruins, the Deep Blue Emperor, the first Emperor of the Sirens, who suppressed the sea monsters, is kept. Even though he has been sealed for 10,000 years, his remaining pressure is still enough to intimidate Spirit Emperor level powerhouses. Lin Xianfan activated the system's law deduction function and found that the combination of the Star Pearl and the Tidal Law Crystal could simulate the water pressure environment of the Deep Sea Ancient Ruins, helping everyone adapt to the law suppression of the sealed area. Deep within the ancient ruins, the group discovered an altar constructed from the bones of sea monsters. At its center hovered a deep blue tear, inscribed with ancient runes. As Yin Yan's spiritual void sword approached, the altar suddenly illuminated, and a phantom emerged from it, the sealed Deep Blue Emperor. Outsiders, the phantom's voice, laced with a millennium of resentment, break the seal for me, and I will grant you eternal life. Be careful. This is a mental attack. Lan Ru's zither music transformed into a golden bell, shielding everyone's consciousness. Lin Xianfan activated his chaos sacred body, illuminating the altar with golden light. Deep within the seal, a fragment of the star law flickered faintly. A system prompt popped up, fragment of the star law detected. Recommend destroying the seal to obtain it. Warning, breaking the seal will awaken the remnant of the Deep Blue Emperor's spirit. Let it break. Lin Xianfan gripped the Jingjue sword tightly. We're not here to negotiate, anyway. He exchanged glances with Kanglin Sword Master and attacked simultaneously. The Jingjue sword's primordial sword domain combined with the Kanglin sword's galaxy sword art to form a sword beam that spanned the ancient ruins, slashing precisely at the core of the seal. The Deep Blue Emperor's phantom roared in unwillingness, and the seal shattered with a bang. Fragments of the star law and deep blue tears flew towards Lin Xianfan. However, the moment the seal broke, the ancient ruins shook violently, and countless remnant sea monsters crawled out of their skeletons, forming waves of black. Lin Xianfan immediately fused the fragments of the star law into the Jingjue sword. The star patterns on the scabbard instantly spread to the blade, and the Chaos Star Sword domain unfolded. Golden starlight transformed into countless blades, strangling the remnant souls. Ding! Obtained 1 star law fragment, 1 deep blue tear. Hidden quest analyzing the Deep Sea Ancient Ruins progress increased to 30%. As the system notification sounded, Lin Xianfan looked at the deep blue tear in his hand and discovered that it was actually an imperial-level inheritance token of the Siren clan. Jiang Meng suddenly pointed to a crack in the starry sky in the distance. Look! There's a portal leading to the core of the secret realm. Everyone gazed toward the crack, only to see a massive chessboard composed of billions of stars beyond it, each representing a law of power. Lin Xianfan grasped Yin Yan's hand tightly, feeling the strength transmitted from his companions, and resolutely stepped through the portal. Awaiting them would be the ultimate test of the Heavenly Dao chessboard, and the quest reward on the system interface. The fragment of the Starry Realm Imperial Martial Arts Scroll was radiating an alluring light. Amidst the pile of bones in the ancient ruins of the deep sea, the shadow of the Deep Blue Emperor gradually dissipated, his final whisper swept away by the waves. Sacred body of chaos. Laws of the starry sky. Perhaps, my downfall is a foreshadowing of heaven. At this moment, Lin Xianfan and his companions were standing before the Heavenly Dao chessboard. The stars on the chessboard began to arrange themselves according to a certain pattern, and the system prompt sounded again, ding. The Heavenly Dao chessboard test begins. First level, comprehend the laws of the star tracks and the 7 killing formation. Time limit, 3 hours. Failure will trap you forever in the secret realm of the starry sky. Jiang Meng swallowed, gripping the spirit-patterned bow tightly. Brother Lin, we're about to challenge another level. Bai Wei gently waved her folding fan, blood-colored spiritual energy gathering at her fingertips. It's a good time to try out the newly refined Star Blood Soul Dart. Lan Ru's zither music grew passionate, the rhythm of the stars dancing on the strings. Lin Xianfan nodded, unsheathing the Jingjue sword. The star-patterned patterns on the blade resonated with the chessboard, and a life-or-death challenge for the comprehension of the laws began. Chapter 58 Phantom Palace. Passing through the 7-killing formation, the Star Trek law of the Heavenly Path chessboard, the starry sky before everyone suddenly distorted, and a palace, suspended in a vortex of nebulae, slowly emerged. Constructed of translucent colored glaze, the palace shone with a rainbow of light. Dangling from the eaves were not wind chimes, but phantom beads emitting the vibrations of divine consciousness. A system prompt chimed in, detected the core area of the underwater starry sky secret realm, the Phantom Palace. This place is the sacred site of the ancient Phantom clan, containing the Phantom law and the origin of dreams. The Phantom clan? Kanglin's sword master looked solemn. It is rumored that this clan can control the dreams of all living beings and trap the enemy in endless illusions until their spirits are exhausted. Be careful, don't look directly at the glass walls of the palace. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Meng's spirit pattern scanner suddenly issued a shrill alarm, and dozens of transparent figures emerged from the glass, with the phantom blades in their hands flashing with strange purple light. They're phantom guards. They have no physical form, so physical attacks are ineffective. Lan Ru's jade harp whirred, heavenly sound, breaking illusions. The holy sound waves pierced through the guards' bodies, leaving them completely ineffective. The blood-red chain swung by Wei vanished in the air. Lin Xianfan activated his chaos sacred body, illuminating the surroundings with golden light. He discovered that the guard's forms shifted with the flickering light, as if merging with the space itself. Try a mental attack. Yin Yan's Lingshu sword glowed with divine consciousness, and the broken sky swords will transformed into a physical spiritual blade. When the swords will contacted the guard, they let out a sharp hiss and their form blurred. Lin Xianfan immediately grasped the truth and deployed the Chaos Supreme Domain. Simultaneously, he activated the Jingjue Sword's Taichu Sword Domain, neutralizing the spatial laws within the domain and the Phantom Guard's intangible abilities. Chaos Divine Consciousness Dragon Shadow Kill. 9 dragon shadows, wrapped in divine consciousness pressure, roared out, finally shredding the guards into tiny specks of starlight. Entering the palace, everyone stepped into a long corridor studded with phantom beads. The beads suddenly lit up simultaneously, and Bai Wei and the others vanished in a shimmering aura of rainbow light. Just as Lin Xianfan was about to give chase, the ground beneath his feet suddenly transformed into a flowing galaxy. The Jingjue sword unsheathed itself, its stellar patterns flashing wildly. An urgent system notification sounded, warning. Entering the Thousand Illusions Dream Array. Key to unlocking it, find the light of your heart. Lin Xianfan activated the 9th level of the dragon transformation technique, his dragon-like might resonating all around him. He found himself in a familiar bamboo forest. Up ahead, his younger self clutched a torn manual of martial arts techniques. His mother's gentle voice reached him, "Fanner, practice well." This heartwarming scene made his pupils shrink, and he nearly fell into despair. The Jingjue sword suddenly rang out, and the chaotic patterns on its scabbard illuminated, severing the shackles of the illusion. Illusions are driven by inner demons, we must remain awake. Lin Xianfan's consciousness explored the corridor, discovering that each phantom bead corresponded to a companion's dream. Bai Wei was trapped in a bloody purgatory, entangled by countless blood souls. Jiang Meng was trapped in a spiritual pattern maze, her bow suddenly malfunctioning. Yin Yan fought countless shadowy swordsmen, his sword intent gradually becoming chaotic. He activated the chaos-devouring heaven art, devouring the surrounding psychic forces and condensing the chaos-purifying heart lamp within his sea of consciousness. Wherever the light reached, illusions shattered. Lin Xianfan first intruded into Bai Wei's dream, using the Chaos Dragon's might to dispel the blood soul, a chaos blood soul resonance. Connecting with Bai Wei's bloodline, he aided her in her struggle. He then used the supreme beginning sword intent of the Jingjue sword to sever the shackles of Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern labyrinth. Finally, he and Yin Yan combined their swords to unleash the Chaos Spiritual Void Dreambreaker, slaying all the phantom swordsmen. When everyone reunited, the main hall door at the end of the corridor slowly opened. Inside, a phantom spirit origin pearl emanating a rainbow of light hovered above an altar constructed of phantom crystals. Murals surrounding the altar depicted scenes from the Phantom Spirit clan's heyday. They once used dreams as their battlefield, conquering countless races. This origin pearl contains the complete laws of the Phantom Spirit. Kanglin's sword master gazed around warily. But the laws surrounding the altar are fluctuating abnormally. I'm afraid. He hadn't finished his words when the altar suddenly lit up, and the silhouette of a woman in a colorful dress emerged. Her face was blurry, but her eyes gleamed with wisdom. Outsider, if you wish to obtain the phantom spirit inheritance, you must pass 3 tests. The first. The woman waved her hand, and the ground beneath them transformed into an endless starry sky. Countless phantom beasts swooped down from the void. These beasts could transform according to their attacks. Physical attacks transformed into flowing water, while magical attacks condensed into solid ice. Lin Xianfan immediately activated the system's law deduction function, fusing the laws of phantom spirits with those of the stars, creating the Chaos Phantom Star Art. His attack imbued the cohesive power of the stars with the unpredictable nature of phantom spirits. With a single punch, the phantom beasts vanished. Zhang Meng seized the opportunity to inscribe the transformation patterns of the phantom beasts into his spiritual patterns, creating the autonomously transforming phantom tracking bullet. Yin Yan, incorporating the phantom beast's ability to transform into nothingness through sword power, created the 3 phantom styles. When the last phantom beast was destroyed, the female figure offered a look of approval. The second test, reshape your own dreamland using the phantom laws. Lin Xianfan took a deep breath and gripped the shocking sword tightly. He knew that the trials of the Phantom Palace were not only a test of strength, but also a test of one's true heart. The quest reward, Phantom Realm, Imperial Level Kung Fu, flashed on the system interface, spurring him and his companions to continue taking on the challenge, exploring the true meaning of the Phantom Law in this palace filled with illusions and mysteries. Chapter 59 Shen encountered the protagonist and was unlucky. After returning from the Phantom Palace with a bountiful harvest, Lin Xianfan and his companions astonished the world with their discovery of the secret underwater starry sky realm. As they returned to the mainland, bearing rare inheritances such as the Phantom Law and the Star Law, various factions reacted with both envy and fear. The Shantian sect, whose motto was control of the heavens, transcending all living beings, reacted most strongly. This sect possessed profound heritage, its leader, the Shantian Emperor, a peak spiritual emperor. His elders were all renowned supreme realm masters, and they viewed the continent as their undisputed treasure, unwilling to allow anyone else to upset the balance of power. Inside the Shantian sect's meeting hall, the sect master, Emperor Shantian, gazed at the intelligence sent by the spies, his face dark as thunder. A young man who has risen to prominence only a few months ago has actually inherited the highest level laws of chaos and phantom spirits? If this boy isn't eliminated, he'll become a serious threat. The great elder beside him stroked his beard and sneered, "Don't worry, sect master. I heard that Lin Xianfan just returned from the secret realm. His spiritual power hasn't recovered yet, and his defenses are down. We can set an ambush and kill him in one fell swoop, and the entire inheritance will belong to our sect." Soon, on the route Lin Xianfan and his companions had to take back to Tianxian City, the Shantian sect's killing move was quietly deployed. 36 heavenly net-locking immortal formations were hidden in the void, with 100 elite disciples concealed at the nodes of the formation. 3 Spirit Emperor-level elders also hid in the clouds, waiting for their prey to step into the trap. As Lin Xianfan and his group entered the valley, Zhang Meng's spiritual pattern warning flares suddenly flashed red. Ambush! Before he could finish his words, the surrounding space suddenly distorted, and countless golden chains descended from the sky. These were the locking heaven chains of the Tianluo locking immortal formation, specifically designed to inhibit flight and spatial travel. Bai Wei flung out the blood-red chains in an attempt to resist. This is the divine heaven sex method. These chains can imprison the flow of spiritual energy. Lin Xianfan's expression was stern. He activated his chaos sacred body in the 9th level of the dragon transformation technique, his golden dragon might resonating in all directions. Kanglin Sword Master, help me break the formation. Xingyue, Su Rou, freeze the formation nodes. Kanglin Sword Master unsheathed his sword, 10,000 stars. A dazzling river of swords swept down, severing large sections of the heaven locking chain. Xia Xingyue and Su Rou teamed up to cast Ice Soul, Sky Demon Sealing Formation, and the extreme cold instantly froze the formation nodes. Seeing this, the 3 Spirit Emperor Elders of the Divine Heaven sect abandoned their concealment. Elder Lei Fa gathered lightning in his palm, and at 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Tribulation erupted. A purple pillar of lightning thundered down. Elder Feng vanished into a shadow, his wind blades raining down like a torrential rain. Elder Du Xian unleashed a poisonous mist, withering all vegetation in its path. Lin Xianfan unleashed the Chaos Supreme Domain and simultaneously unleashed the Chaos Phantom Thunder Art, incorporating the principles of the Phantom Spirit. Golden lightning collided with the purple pillar of lightning, erupting in a dazzling radiance. "You're not qualified to kill me." Lin Xianfan unsheathed his Jingjue sword, merging the primordial sword intent with the laws of the stars. Primordial Star Annihilation Slash. A sword beam imbued with the destructive power of the stars pierced through the air, piercing directly through Elder Lei Fa's defenses. Elder Lei Fa spat out blood and flew backwards. Upon seeing their elder injured, the disciples of the Shintian sect hurriedly activated the formation to full power. The heavenly locking immortal formation transformed into a cage, trapping everyone. Lin Xianfan sneered and retrieved the Phantom Spirit Origin Pearl he had obtained from the Phantom Spirit Palace. Phantom Spirit Law, Dream Cage Reversal. The heaven-locking chain within the formation suddenly twisted, entangling the Shintian sect disciples instead. Jiang Meng seized the opportunity to unleash a modified Phantom Spirit Tracking Bullet. The spirit pattern bullet split into countless smaller arrows in mid-air, accurately striking the vital points of the formation. Impossible. This is our sect's great formation. Elder Fengying's eyes widened as he saw Lin Xianfan's figure flash and the Chaos Dragon's shadow instantly kill him. A golden dragon's shadow instantly appeared behind him, and with its claws, Elder Fengying's protective aura shattered like paper, and he was knocked to the ground. Elder Duxin saw the situation was bad and turned to flee. Yin Yan's Lingshu sword transformed into a stream of light, and the Broken Sky sword intent pierced the air. Broken Sky, Devil Slaying. The sword intent slashed his back, and Elder Duxin screamed and fell to the ground. At this point, the Divine Heavenly Emperor finally couldn't contain himself and took action himself. He emanated a terrifying heavenly Dao pressure, and with a raised hand, he unleashed Divine Heavenly Finger. A golden finger imbued with the laws of heaven descended, and space collapsed. Lin Xianfan mobilized all his strength, merging the laws of chaos, phantom spirit, and stars. The shocking sword erupted with unprecedented brilliance, the Chaos Heavenly Dao Destruction Sword. The two terrifying forces collided, triggering a violent spatial tremor. Lin Xianfan's primordial chaos sacred body endured immense pressure, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. At this critical moment, Bai Wei, Yin Yan, and the others formed a joint cultivation formation, infusing their power into him. With their combined strength, the primordial chaos heavenly Dao destruction sword finally defeated Shintian's finger, and the aftermath caused Emperor Shintian to bleed from the corner of his mouth. The Shintian sect is nothing but this. Lin Xianfan held the Jingjue sword in his hand, with the power of the three laws surrounding him. Today I will let you know the consequences of coveting other people's inheritance. He swung his sword, and a sword energy containing a breath of destruction went straight to the Shintian sect's headquarters. The Shintian sect's mountain protection formation was shattered by the sword energy. After this battle, the Shintian sect suffered a heavy blow, losing not only several spiritual emperor elders but also the foundation of the sect. Lin Xianfan's reputation spread throughout the continent. Any force that dared to provoke him would suffer a tragic fate, just like the Shintian sect. A system notification chimed in, ding. Defeat the Shintian sect's conspiracy and gain 10,000 reputation points. Unlock a hidden mission, uncover the mysterious power behind the Shintian sect. Lin Xianfan gazed at the ruins of the Divine Heaven sect, his eyes growing more determined. He knew this was only the beginning, and there were many more challenges ahead. But as long as he had his companions by his side and the Divine Demon system to aid him, no force could stop him from reaching the pinnacle of his cultivation. Chapter 60 Inheritance of the Phantom Spirit Pearl. After severely damaging the Shintian sect, Lin Xianfan and his companions took refuge in Tianxian City. In the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion, Lin Xianfan retrieved the Phantom Spirit Origin bead he had obtained from the Phantom Spirit Palace. The bead hovered in mid-air, radiating a rainbow of light. The runes on its surface moved like a living being, emitting a thrilling ripple of Phantom Spirit laws. A system prompt sounded, Phantom Spirit Origin bead detected, unlocking the Phantom Spirit clan inheritance. Do you wish to proceed immediately? This bead contains the supreme secrets of the Phantom Spirit clan. If one can comprehend it, perhaps a whole new path of cultivation can be opened up. Kanglin's sword master stared at the bead with a burning gaze. Having immersed himself in the path of swordsmanship for years, he couldn't help but be drawn to the power of the laws within. Bai Wei tapped her folding fan lightly on her palm, a glint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. If one can integrate the laws of the Phantom Spirit into the blood-soul secret art, perhaps a mind-bending, ultimate killing technique can be created. Lin Xianfan didn't hesitate, his mind racing. The Phantom Spirit Origin Pearl suddenly erupted with brilliant light, enveloping everyone. Their consciousness seemed to be drawn into a strange space, surrounded by an ever-shifting dreamscape, sometimes a blossoming wonderland, sometimes a gloomy and terrifying purgatory. In the center of the space, the shadowy figure of a woman in a colorful dress slowly emerged. It was the guardian of the Phantom Spirit Palace. Outsiders, you have passed the test of the Phantom Palace and proved that you are qualified to control the laws of the Phantom Palace. The woman's voice was ethereal and vague. The inheritance of the Phantom Pearl is not only power, but also responsibility. Use dreams as a blade to protect the reality of the world. She raised her hand and waved, and the Phantom Origin Pearl split into 7 small beads, flying towards Lin Xianfan and others. The bead Lin Xianfan caught radiated a light interwoven with chaos and phantom spirits, and a vast amount of information flooded into his sea of consciousness. He not only gained the complete cultivation method for the Phantom Spirit Law, but also learned about the Phantom Spirit Clan's past glory and downfall. It turned out that the Phantom Spirit Clan, overly obsessed with the power of dreams, was banded together and suppressed by other races. The entire clan sealed their final inheritance in the Phantom Spirit Palace, awaiting a destined recipient. Lan Ru's bead blended with the sound of the zither, and she gently plucked the strings. Heavenly sound, dreamlike life. Wherever the sound waves passed, everyone was suddenly plunged into a brief illusion, witnessing the scene they most desired. Jiang Meng excitedly inserted the bead into the spirit pattern bow, and the phantom tracking bullet evolved into the dream arrow, which, upon striking its target, trapped the enemy in a randomly generated dream cage. Yin Yan's Lingshu sword resonated with the Huanling Pearl, its power becoming even more unpredictable. With a casual swing of her sword, multiple sword shadows appeared in the air, each imbued with a different attack trajectory. Bai Wei fused the Huanling Pearl with the Blood Soul secret technique, creating the Blood Soul Phantom Demon Eye, which not only revealed the enemy's weaknesses but also created a Blood Soul illusion to confuse the opponent. Combining Xia Qingyue and Su Ro's icy principles with the Phantom Orb, Ice Soul, Dream Freeze traps the enemy in an icy prison composed of dreams, gradually crumbling under the dual torture of cold and illusion. Kanglin Sword Master's long sword, imbued with Phantom Spirit Energy, Phantom Dream Galaxy Sword, can drag the enemy into an illusory galaxy battlefield during the attack, searching for flaws in the shifting star paths. Just as everyone was reveling in the joy of their newfound power, the system suddenly sounded an alarm. Unusual fluctuations in the Phantom Spirit have been detected across multiple locations on the continent. It's suspected that someone has forcibly absorbed fragments of the Phantom Spirit Law, causing dreams and reality to begin overlapping. Lin Qianfan's expression suddenly changed. He knew that if the Phantom Spirit Law were abused by those with ulterior motives, it would unleash unimaginable disasters. When dreams invade reality, all living beings will become mere puppets of illusion. It seems we've just received the inheritance and now we're in trouble. Lin Qianfan clenched the Phantom Spirit Orb in his hand. The golden dragon's might blended with the Phantom Spirit Law, forming a layer of colorful light shield on his body. Let's go and see who's behind this. The group left Tianxian City and followed the direction of the Phantom's fluctuations. In a desolate desert, they discovered a makeshift altar, covered with fragments of the Phantom's laws, scavenged from various locations. A figure in a black robe was frantically absorbing the fragment's power. His body had begun to turn transparent, apparently unable to withstand the force of the laws and gradually disintegrating into nothingness. Stop! You'll destroy the entire continent! Lin Qianfan shouted. The black-robed figure let out a manic laugh. Destroy? This is rebirth. When dreams devour reality, everything will be reshaped according to my will. With a wave of his hand, countless dream creatures emerged from the void, ranging from hideous nightmares to bewitching succubi. Lin Qianfan activated the Dragon Transformation Technique and the Phantom Spirit Principle, Chaos Phantom Dragon Break. A golden dragon shadow, wrapped in Phantom Spirit power, rushed forward. Jiang Meng's Dream Arrows, Yin Yan's Phantom Sword Intent, and Bai Wei's Blood Soul Illusion all attacked. Under their combined attack, the black-robed figure's defenses gradually crumbled. Finally, Lin Qianfan's stunning sword strike, Chaos Phantom Star Destruction Slash, completely defeated the black-robed figure and prevented further overlap between dream and reality. After this battle, Lin Qianfan and his companions realized the power and danger of the Phantom Spirit Law. They decided to form the Phantom Spirit Guardian Alliance to share the inheritance of the Phantom Spirit Pearl with trustworthy practitioners and jointly safeguard the stability of the continent. The system interface has also been updated. Unlock the Phantom Spirit Guardian questline and complete it to receive Phantom Spirit Law advanced rewards. Lin Qianfan gazed at the Phantom Spirit Orb in his hand, his eyes filled with determination. From receiving the inheritance from the Phantom Spirit Palace to now shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting it, the orb had not only transformed his power but also given him a new mission. He knew that the road ahead would hold many more challenges related to the Phantom Spirit Law, but no matter what, he would stand with his companions to safeguard this inheritance and this continent. Chapter 61 Reaching the top of the heavenly ranking. 3,700 years into the continent's history, a showdown awe-inspiring from the Nine Heavens battle stage of the heavenly ranking arena unfolded. Lin Xianfan stood with his hands behind his back, the chaotic patterns on his Jingjue's scabbard juxtaposing the stars' paths. The presence of his 6 companions loomed behind him by Wei's blood-red spiritual energy, Yin Yan's sword intent, and Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern fluctuations like 6 solid pillars, supporting him towards the pinnacle. The face of the Netherworld Emperor, number 1 on the heavenly ranking, was as gloomy as water, yet the dark laws surrounding him couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. 3 months ago, Lin Xianfan was only the 43rd placed newcomer on the heavenly ranking. Now, he had defeated 38 powerful warriors with overwhelming force. Even when challenging the top 5, he used his self-created Chaos Star Sword domain to crush the 5th place Space Lord, known as the Invincible Space Lord. Begin. Before the referee finished speaking, the Netherworld Emperor launched his attack, Dark World Destroying Formation. A pitch-black formation enveloped the arena. Countless skeleton hands emerged from the ground, and dark orbs hovered in the air with a humming sound, each one imbued with the destructive power of a spirit emperor. Lin Xianfan activated his chaos sacred body, and a golden glow shone like a blazing sun breaking through the gloom. The skeleton hands crumbled under the surging dragon's might. Too slow. Lin Xianfan raised his hand and gently waved. The Jingjue sword was unsheathed 3 inches, and the Taichu sword intent transformed into thousands of sword beams. Taichu Starfall. The sword beams fell like a meteor shower, and the dark magic balls exploded one after another under the power of the starfall. The Nether Emperor's pupils suddenly shrank, and he unleashed his most powerful Netherworld reincarnation art, attempting to reverse the situation by the law of reincarnation. However, Lin Xianfan's Chaos Supreme Domain had already enveloped the entire arena. Within this domain, the laws of space and time intertwined with the power of chaos, forming a Chaos Samsara domain. When the Nether Emperor's Samsara power collided with the Chaos Law, it was devoured like a drop in the ocean. My turn, Lin Xianfan soared into the air. The dragon might of the 9th level of the dragon transformation technique merged with the laws of phantom spirits, condensing behind him into the 3-headed, 6-armed phantom of the Chaos Dragon Lord, each hand holding a weapon shaped by a different law. Chaos, 6 laws returned to 1. The power of the 6 laws coalesced into a massive blade of light in Long Zun's hand, slashing down with the force of a world-shattering force. Nether Emperor exerted all his might to unleash his dark sky curtain, but the blade easily pierced his defense, leaving a deep, bone-deep wound on his shoulder armor. The referee, seeing the situation was dire, was about to call a halt, but Lin Xianfan withdrew his power just in time, and the blade dissipated 3 inches from Nether Emperor's throat. You lost. Lin Xianfan said calmly, and the clear sound of the Jingjue sword returning to its sheath resounded throughout the venue. The entire audience fell silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous cheers. On the heavenly ranking, Lin Xianfan's name shot to the top like a meteor, replacing the Netherworld Emperor's millennium-long position. Almost simultaneously, a system notification chimed, ding. Host reaches the top of the heavenly ranking, triggering the Supreme Coronation Achievement. Rewards, 3 Chaos Law Crystals, the Heavenly Ranking Inheritance, 9 Heavens Dragon Seal, and 1 Spiritual Emperor-level Spirit Pet Egg. Bai Wei and the others leaped onto the stage. Jiang Meng, hoisting the newly refined Heavenly Ranking No. 1 commemorative spiritual pattern flag, leaped over and pounced. Brother Lin is so handsome. That 6 laws reintegration move just now was like painting in the sky. A smile flickered in Yin Yan's eyes. He gently tapped the ground with his Lingshu sword, his sword intent resonating with the laws of the heavenly ranking, hinting at a breakthrough. Lan Ru gently stroked the strings of her zither, playing a joyous celebratory tune. The sound was mingled with the shimmering light of the phantom spirit law, resonating with the audience like a sweet drink. Kanglin's sword master slowly stepped forward and saluted Lin Xianfan solemnly. I, your old servant, congratulate the sect master for reaching the top of the heavenly ranking. This is the youngest heavenly ranking supreme in tens of thousands of years on the continent. It is a cause for celebration. Lin Xianfan hurriedly helped him up and his eyes swept across the entrance to the heavenly ranking secret realm, flashing on the edge of the heavenly ranking that was an ancient inheritance site that could only be opened by the number 1 on the heavenly ranking. It was said that it contained an opportunity to dialogue with the heavenly Tao. Late at night, Lin Xianfan sat alone on the battle stage, cultivating the 9 Heavens Dragon Seal inheritance. The moment the seal merged with his sea of consciousness, he imagined a vision of the Dragon Lord battlefield during the primordial era, countless giant dragons soaring through the skies, slaying demons with their might. The system's law deduction function automatically activated, merging the Dragon Seal inheritance with the Dragon Transformation technique and the Chaos Sacred Body, generating the cultivation path of the Primordial Dragon Lord secret. Detected that the host possesses 3 Imperial level inheritances, triggering a hidden bonus, full access to the Heavenly Ranking Treasure House. A dazzling treasure list popped up on the system interface, featuring everything from Imperial level spiritual artifacts to the origins of laws. Lin Xianfan, however, fixed his gaze on the plane coordinate stone in the corner. It held the key to other great worlds, perhaps offering new insights into the fight against the 9 Nether Demon realm. In the direction of Tianshan City, the light from the Enlightenment Tree pierced the clouds, and the auras of the 6 companions were clearly discernible. Lin Xianfan gripped the Jingjue sword tightly. The 9 Heavens Dragon Seal pattern on the scabbard resonated with the heavenly ranking, and 9 golden dragons condensed above the battlefield. The dragon's roar resounded across the continent, announcing the birth of a new generation of heavenly ranking supremes. And beneath the ruins of the 9 Netherworld Demon Realm, the sealed remnant soul of the Dark Spirit Emperor whispered unwillingly, Chaos Sacred Body. Heavenly ranking supreme. But do you think this is the end? The real game has just begun. Lin Xianfan looked up at the starry sky. On the lucky draw wheel on the system interface, rewards like fragments of planar laws and immortal emperor level inheritance gleamed alluringly. He knew that reaching the top of the heavenly ranking was only a new starting point. When the shadow of the 9 Nether Demon realm spread again, when the evil demons from outer space gazed upon the continent, he would, in the name of the supreme of the heavenly ranking, lead his companions onto a wider battlefield. After all, the dragon has reached the top, why fear the sky? Chapter 62, Ascending to the Peak of the Spiritual Emperor. After reaching the top of the heavenly ranking, Lin Xianfan retreated into the heavenly ranking secret realm, attempting to integrate his newly acquired inheritance. Deep within the secret realm lay countless fragments of the laws of heaven. Under the guidance of the 9 Heavens Dragon Seal, these fragments converged like summoned stars. Lin Xianfan sat cross-legged beneath the Enlightenment Tree, activating the Taichu Dragon Honor Art, fully energizing his Chaos Sacred Body and Dragon Transformation technique. The Jingjue sword hovered above his head, its chaotic patterns resonating with the principles within the heavenly ranking secret realm. The 9 Heavens Dragon Seal on the scabbard shone brightly, absorbing all the surrounding principle fragments. The system's principle deduction function was fully operational, continuously optimizing his cultivation path. Boom! The spiritual energy within Lin Xianfan erupted like a volcano. Golden dragon might and chaotic energy surged into the sky, forming a gigantic dragon-shaped phantom above the secret realm. His realm began to climb madly, breaking through from the early stage of the spiritual emperor, through the middle and late stages, and finally reaching the barrier of the peak realm. Bai Wei and the others outside the secret realm sensed this terrifying aura and grew nervous. Jiang Meng gripped her spirit pattern bow tightly, staring intently at the entrance. Brother Lin is about to break through. This aura is countless times stronger than before. Yin Yan's spiritual sword hummed, the sword's power resonating with the aura. She could clearly sense Lin Xianfan's power at this moment. Lin Xianfan's consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, facing the realm barrier directly. It was a barrier formed by the laws of heaven, indestructible. He mobilized all the power in his body, the power of chaos, the might of dragons, the laws of phantom spirits, the laws of stars, all of this power converged into a golden giant axe. Break! Lin Xianfan roared, and the giant axe slashed towards the realm barrier. Amidst a violent roar, the barriers of the realm shattered inch by inch. Lin Xianfan's aura surged once more, and the pressure of a peak spiritual emperor swept across the entire secret realm, even spreading to every corner of the continent. In the distant ruins of the 9 Nether Demon realm, the remnant soul of the dark spiritual emperor felt this pressure and trembled. How is it possible to reach the peak of the spiritual emperor so quickly? The system notification sounded like a huge bell in Lin Xianfan's sea of consciousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the peak of the spiritual emperor realm. Rewards: Chaos Heavenly Dao Art Incomplete, Spiritual Emperor Level Law Fusion Pills 3, and permission to explore the deepest levels of the heavenly ranking secret realm. Lin Xianfan slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light gleaming in them. He raised his hand and flicked it lightly, instantly tearing space apart. The distant mountains collapsed beneath his might. Unleashing the power of chaos, he was able to unleash the laws of heaven and earth, unleashing a variety of powerful attacks. This is the power of a peak spiritual emperor. Lin Xianfan muttered to himself. He felt his connection with the heavenly Dao grow even closer, and could even vaguely glimpse a hint of the mysteries of the great Dao's origin. After emerging from retreat, Lin Xianfan shared his newly acquired Chaos Heavenly Dao art with his companions. They contemplated it together beneath the Enlightenment Tree, each experiencing a significant increase in strength. Bai Wei's Blood Soul Secret Art merged with the Chaos Heavenly Dao art to create the Chaos Blood Soul Destruction art, even more powerful than before. Yin Yan's Sword Intent merged with the laws of heaven, unleashing even more unpredictable sword techniques. Jiang Meng, utilizing spirit pattern technology, infused the power of the laws into spiritual artifacts, creating several powerful Spirit Emperor level spirit pattern weapons. At this time, the system issued another mission, Ding. Unusual movements of alien demons detected. Suspected existence of a peak Spirit Emperor is stalking the continent. Main quest released, protect the continent and repel the alien demons. Mission success reward, 5 Heavenly Dao Enlightenment Fragments, 1 Immortal Emperor level technique fragment mission failure penalty, all points deducted, realm dropped to Spirit Venerable Realm. Lin Xianfan looked at the system task with a determined look. He gripped the Jingju's sword tightly, the 9 Heavens dragon seal on the blade gleaming. Now that he had reached the peak of the spiritual emperor, he had enough strength to deal with even more powerful enemies. Let's go, friends. Lin Xianfan looked at Bai Wei and others. Since the evil demons from outer space dare to come, let them never return. Everyone responded in unison, and the power of the contract flowed among each other, turning into a powerful force. They stepped out of the heavenly ranking secret realm and headed towards the direction where the alien demons had appeared. The cultivators on the continent sensed the presence of Lin Xianfan and his companions and were filled with excitement. With this newly promoted peak spiritual emperor leading the charge, they were filled with confidence in repelling the alien demons. Lin Xianfan knew that this was only the beginning of a new challenge. On the road to higher realms, he and his companions would continue to overcome all obstacles and write their own legend. Chapter 63 The Prodigy List appears. Before the pressure from Lin Xianfan's breakthrough to the peak of the spiritual emperor had completely dissipated, the continent was greeted by an even more shocking phenomenon. One morning, a vast golden rift suddenly ripped open in the skies above the eastern region, and countless law runes gushed out, forming a dazzling column of light that shot straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a scroll of ancient lists slowly descended, its 3 characters engraved with Heavenly Pride List emanating supreme pressure. Wherever it passed, clouds surged and spiritual energy boiled. A system notification chimed in, Ding. The ancient prodigy ranking has been detected. This list features the most elite young prodigies from all the heavens and myriad realms. Those on the list are unrivaled at their level, and it's updated every 100 years. Lin Xianfan was discussing strategies with his companions to combat the alien demons when the notification in his mind froze him. Jiang Meng slid over to him, her eyes wide. Brother Lin, this list sounds even more impressive than the heavenly ranking. Just thinking about competing against the prodigies of the heavens and myriad realms is thrilling. News spread across the continent like wildfire. Major sects in the eastern region sent their elite disciples to the region, hoping to make their mark on the Tenjiu ranking. Even established factions in the central and western regions couldn't hold back, secretly sending agents to investigate. The Lord of Tianxian City approached Lin Xianfan, anxiously saying, Master Lin, if the Tianjiu ranking is now in the eastern region and a place occupied by a prodigy from another region, the eastern region's future influence on the continent will be jeopardized. Lin Xianfan gazed eastward, the shocking sword trembling slightly within its scabbard. Let's go and meet these so-called geniuses of the universe. He immediately set off with Bai Wei, Yin Yan, and the others. Kanglin's sword master stayed behind in Tianxian City to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. En route, Lan Ru, using the secret techniques of Tianin Valley, gathered some intelligence. Rumor has it that the assessment for the prodigy ranking is extremely special. It not only tests strength, but also emphasizes state of mind, opportunity, and bloodline talent. Furthermore, the rankings are updated in real time based on the challenger's combat performance. When they arrived in the eastern region, the Tianjiu ranking was suspended on a 10,000-meter high floating island, surrounded by a barrier formed by the laws of heaven. Many young warriors had already attempted to reach the island, but were repelled by the barrier's force. Lin Xianfan activated his primordial chaos body, merging dragon might with the power of chaos. He raised his hand and punched the barrier. Bang! The barrier shook violently, and a tiny crack appeared under his attack. Everyone took the opportunity to file in and set foot on the floating island. The island was a vast, boundless trial space, with countless entrances to secret trial realms floating in the sky. At that moment, the leaderboard shone brightly, revealing a line of small words, first challenge, randomly matched opponent. In a flash of light, a stern-looking young man in silver armor appeared before Lin Xianfan. A star mark shone between his brows, and the terrifying vibrations of spatial laws lingered around him. Central Region Starfall Pavilion, Starfall, the young man said succinctly, raising his hand and unleashing Starfall Spatial Slash. Dozens of spatial blades imbued with destructive force pierced the air, shattering space wherever they passed. Lin Xianfan remained calm as he unfolded his Chaos Supreme Domain and simultaneously unleashed Chaos Starfall Smash, incorporating the laws of the stars. The golden fist light collided with the spatial blades, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. As the battle raged, the Tianjiao ranking flashed with light, updating the rankings in real time. Lin Xianfan had made his first appearance on the list, currently ranked 99th. Xingyun, observing this, a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. He formed hand seals and declared, "Starry Array, activate." Countless star shadows coalesced behind him, transforming into a meteor shower that rained down upon Lin Xianfan. Lin Xianfan activated the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Technique, and the three-headed, six-armed Chaos Dragon Lord emerged from behind him. Chaos Dragon Lord, open heaven! The Dragon Lord swung forth with the Chaos Axe, shattering the shower of stars and meteors. Break! Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity, unsheathing the Jingjue sword. The Taichu sword intent merged with the Phantom Spirit Law, unleashing the Chaos Phantom Star final kill. With a flicker of the sword's shadow, cracks appeared in Xingyun's armor. He stumbled back, ultimately defeated. The Tianjiao ranking shone brightly once again, and Lin Xianfan's ranking jumped directly to 37th place. Meanwhile, Bai Wei and the others each encountered formidable foes. Facing a Western region's woman skilled in poison techniques, Bai Wei unleashed her Chaos Blood Soul Destruction art, her blood-colored spiritual energy surging like a tide to devour the opponent's poisonous mist. Yin Yan engaged a fierce battle with a swordsman prodigy, blending his broken sky sword intent with the law of illusion, his moves difficult to discern. Jiang Meng, wielding a modified Spirit Emperor-level spirit-patterned weapon, battled a puppet-controlling opponent to a standstill. With each victory, Lin Xianfan and his companions climbed the Tianjiao ranking. When Lin Xianfan defeated a dragon prodigy from another dimension, the rankings shone brightly. His name leapt to second place, just behind the mysterious Chaos Empress. Suddenly, an announcement was issued: in 3 days, the top 10 will face off for the top spot. The winner will inherit the primordial chaos body. The announcement sent the entire crowd into an uproar. Lin Xianfan gazed at the name of Chaos Empress on the list, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. He could sense the aura of this mysterious and powerful being rivaling his own. The system prompt chimed again, ding. Triggering hidden mission, top the prodigy rankings. Success rewards, Myriad Worlds Prodigy Order allows you to command the young and powerful across the heavens and realms. 1 Heavenly Tao Origin Fragment Failure Penalty, seal a random Emperor-level ability. Bai Wei and the others gathered around, their eyes filled with trust and expectation. Jiang Meng waved his newly crafted spiritual flag of victory. Brother Lin, this time we will definitely be able to bring down that Empress. Yin Yan gripped the Lingshu sword tightly, his sword intent resonating with Lin Xianfan's dragon might. No matter who the opponent is, we will fight side by side. Lin Xianfan nodded, gripping the Jingjue's sword tightly. The final showdown in 3 days would hinge not only on personal honor, but also on the eastern territories standing within the continent. He gazed at the mystical glimmering of the Tianjiao ranking in the distance, vowing to himself, this top spot must belong to him. And who was the mysterious Chaos Empress? What kind of challenge would she bring? A truly earth-shattering clash was about to begin. Chapter 64 Carving the Real Name. 3 days later, the battle drums for the final showdown of the Tianjiao ranking roared. A 1,000-foot-tall arena rose in the center of the floating island, surrounded by countless light mirrors condensed by laws, projecting the battle scene in real time to every corner of the continent. Lin Xianfan, stepping on the Chaos Dragon's shadow, slowly ascended the arena. The Jingjue sword, emitting golden light behind him, resonated strangely with the Tianjiao ranking hanging high above. At this moment, the top 10 of the Tianjiao ranking had all appeared. The third-ranked young master of the Thunder Prison was shrouded in purple lightning, leaving charred marks on the ground with every step. The fifth-ranked saintess of the Netherworld was clad in a black robe, followed by 12 Spirit Emperor-level puppets. And the Chaos Empress, who held the top spot, was shrouded in a mist of chaos, her true appearance invisible. Only the Chaos Azure Lotus beneath her feet exuded a terrifying aura of pressure. Start! Before the judge, formed by the laws of heaven, could finish his words, the young master of the Thunder Prison launched his attack. Thunder Prison Heaven Prison Formation. The entire sky transformed into a sea of purple lightning, and thousands of bolts of lightning pressed down on Lin Xianfan like a cage. Lin Xianfan's expression was grim, and he raised his Qilin arm with a roar. Chaos Dragon Lord, shake the heavens! His golden dragon fist blasted out, directly tearing through the sea of lightning. He took the opportunity to unleash Chaos Phantom Lightning Flash, which was integrated with the laws of the Phantom Spirit. His figure appeared behind the young master of the Thunder Prison like a ghost, and with a light tap of the Jingjue sword, Taichu sword intention, pointing the star. The young master of the Thunder Prison screamed and flew backward, his lightning armor shattering into pieces. The prodigy rankings shone brightly, and Lin Xianfan's ranking soared to first place. However, before he could regain his balance, the Nether Satus's 12 puppets attacked simultaneously, their claws, poisonous mist, and demonic voices intertwining into a vortex of death. Lin Xianfan unleashed the Chaos Supreme Domain, and the dragon power of the 9th level of the dragon transformation technique shook the entire arena. Chaos Dragon Shadow destroys demons. 9 golden dragon shadows darted through it, and the puppets disintegrated one after another. Interesting, the Chaos Empress finally spoke. Her voice was as clear and cool as nature's, yet it held an undeniable authority. She stepped on a green lotus and slowly ascended into the air. Raising her hand, the chaotic mist transformed into a massive axe. Chaos Axe of Creation, slash. The axe split the air and descended upon Lin Xianfan. Lin Xianfan's pupils constricted, and he summoned all his strength. He unsheathed his shocking sword, 9 inches from its sheath, and unleashed the Chaos Heavenly Dao Destruction Sword. The golden sword's light collided with the Chaos Axe, unleashing a wave of energy that cracked the arena's protective shield. Lin Xianfan felt his arm go numb. The Chaos Empress's strength far exceeded his imagination. At this crucial moment, he suddenly activated the Chaos Heavenly Dao art he had acquired from the secret realm. The chaotic power within him underwent a qualitative transformation, resonating with the Chaos Empress's power. So that's how it is. A flash of enlightenment flashed in Lin Xianfan's eyes, and he integrated the laws of spirits, the stars, time and space into his sword moves. Chaos, all laws converge into one sword. The Jingjue sword erupted with brilliant light, its aura imbued with the shadows of the 3,000 great Daos. Seeing this, the Chaos Empress finally revealed a solemn expression, activating the Chaos Azure Lotus with all her might. However, under Lin Xianfan's sword strike, imbued with countless laws, the Azure Lotus's defenses shattered layer by layer. Bang! The sword beam struck the Chaos Empress, and she vanished in the light, leaving only a sigh of resignation. The entire place was silent. The Tianjiao ranking trembled violently, and golden light poured down like a waterfall, enveloping Lin Xianfan. The system notification sounded like a huge bell in his sea of consciousness, ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the top of the Tianjiao ranking. Triggering the million-year special achievement True Name Engraving. At the very top of the Tianjiao ranking, the 3 characters Lin Xianfan slowly emerged. The characters were condensed from the laws of heaven, emitting an eternal and immortal light. At the same time, a line of smaller characters appeared below the list, specially granted title, Jin Tianwu Emperor. From now on, you are not affected by cause and effect, and are invulnerable to all attacks. Across the continent, countless practitioners knelt, gazing in adoration at the glittering heavenly prodigy rankings in the sky. Beneath the Enlightenment Tree in Tianxian City, Bai Wei and the others were overcome with emotion, tears welling in their eyes. Zhang Meng waved the spirit pattern banner and shouted, "Brother Lin! You are truly number 1 in the world." Yin Yan gently stroked the Lingshu sword, its power resonating with the distant Jingjue sword. She knew that the young man she had once encountered in the Sutra repository now stood at the pinnacle of the myriad realms. Lin Xianfan felt the power surge within him. His Chaos Sacred Body and Dragon Transformation technique evolved once again under the baptism of the laws of heaven. His compatibility with the shocking sword reached 100%. The 9 Heavens Dragon Seal on the scabbard merged with the power of the Heavenly Pride ranking, unexpectedly forming a pair of golden wings formed from the laws of heaven behind him. Sword Emperor? Lin Xianfan whispered, flapping his wings and soaring into the sky. Wherever his figure passed, space automatically repaired itself, and laws submitted to it. System rewards were also distributed, 1 Myriad Worlds Pride Order, 1 Heavenly Dao Origin Fragment, and the Chaos Sacred Body Advanced Cultivation Technique, Chaos Immortal Sutra. In the dark corners of the continent, those who coveted Lin Xianfan's power felt his pressure and gave up their ambitions. One cultivator dug out an ancient tome and tremblingly recited the prophecy, "A sword strikes once every million years, the martial emperor will rule the universe. His true name will be engraved on the golden list, free from karma." It turned out that Lin Xianfan's ascent to the top was a fate predetermined by heaven. Lin Xianfan clutched the myriad world's pride token and gazed toward the 9 netherworlds demon realm. He knew that despite having gained supreme glory and power, the true challenge was not yet over. The threat of the alien demons persisted, and the remnant spirit of the Dark Spirit Emperor was also stirring in the shadows. However, now that he had become the Sword Heavenly Martial Emperor, unaffected by karma, he was now capable of fighting even against an immortal emperor-level powerhouse. Just wait, all enemies who attempt to destroy the peace of the continent. Lin Xianfan clenched the Jingjue sword. I, Jin Tianwu Emperor, will surely wipe out everything. The brilliance of the Tianjiao ranking gradually faded, but the name of Sword Emperor Lin Xianfan was forever engraved in the hearts of practitioners from all realms, becoming an immortal legend. And his legend continues. Chapter 65, first on the Tianjiao list, Lin Xianfan. The news that Lin Xianfan had topped the Tianjiao rankings and been crowned Sword Emperor shook the continent like thunder. From the eastern region to the western region, from the northern wasteland to the southern sea, every cultivator was chanting his name. Tianxian City was festooned with lights and a celebratory banquet was spread beneath the Enlightenment Tree. Bai Wei waved her folding fan, her eyes brimming with pride. That kid who once practiced quietly in the academy has now become the foremost Tianjiao in the universe. What a surprise! Jiang Meng excitedly launched a newly refined Martial Emperor exclusive spiritual pattern firework into the air. A dazzling display of light formed the 4 characters Sword Emperor in the night sky. Powerful individuals from every region of the continent came to pay their respects. The leader of the Xingyun Pavilion in the central region brought with him a treasured collection of tomes on the laws of the stars, hoping to establish a friendship with Lin Xianfan. The leader of the Netherworld cult in the western region presented 12 peak-level Spirit Emperor puppets, seeking only protection from future crises. Even the reclusive and secluded masters sent gifts. One of the letters left by a mysterious old man read, "A million-year promise has finally been fulfilled. The Martial Emperor has appeared, and all realms are filled with hope." Lin Xianfan held the token of the pride of all realms, a token emitting a soft glow and engraved with ancient runes from the heavens and myriad realms. Whenever he activated the token, he could sense the movements of the pride from all over. He attempted to summon the other pride from the top 10 on the list. Aside from the Chaos Empress, who had vanished, the remaining 9 instantly leaped across space and appeared in Tianxian City. The young master of the Thunder Prison saluted, his previous arrogance gone. The title of Martial Emperor is well deserved. From now on, if you command me, I, the Thunder Prison clan, will fight to the death. Yet, beneath the glory lies a dark undercurrent. Deep within the 9 netherworld demon realm, the remnant spirit of the Dark Spirit Emperor sneered from the shadows, the Sword Heavenly Martial Emperor? He's nothing more than a pawn of heaven. Once I've absorbed the power of the demonic extraterritorial forces, I'll bring this so-called Martial Emperor down from his pedestal. A sinister aura gathered in a distant rift in the void. Several mysterious and powerful figures gazed towards the continent, one of them sneering, "Number 1 on the Heavenly Prodigy ranking? Interesting. Perfect for a sword sacrifice." Lin Xianfan wasn't overwhelmed by the praise. He established the Martial Emperor Hall in Tianxian City, appointing Bai Wei, Yinyan, and others as elders, with Kanglin's Sword Master as the chief priest. He retrieved a fragment of the origin of the Heavenly Tao and combined it with the system's law deduction function, attempting to comprehend a higher level of Heavenly Tao. The Jingjue sword became increasingly agile in his hands, and each swing resonated with the laws of heaven and earth, leaving a lasting sword mark in the void. One day, while Lin Xianfan was instructing Jiang Meng on improving her spiritual pattern weapon, the system suddenly sounded a piercing alarm. Multiple Spirit Emperor level and above auras detected approaching. Suspected invasion by demonic forces from outer space. Lin Xianfan's eyes glared, and the imposing might of the Sword Emperor within him was automatically unleashed, sending a surge of spiritual energy throughout Tianxian City. He gripped the 10,000 Worlds Pride Order tightly and sent a message to the Pride members on the list: "Foreign enemies are invading. Join me in repelling them." In an instant, several geniuses burst through the air. Thunder exploded around the young master of the Thunder Prison. "I've been itching to practice my skills on these demons." The Nether Saint controlled the puppets, her eyes gleaming with a desire for battle. Lin Xianfan led the others toward the dark clouds at the horizon. 12 mysterious, powerful figures in black robes descended from the sky. The leader had a purple magic crystal embedded in his forehead, emitting an aura that would make even the Spirit Emperor's heart tremble. "Sword Emperor?" The demon crystal expert scoffed. "Today is your death." He raised his hand and waved it, sending countless black beams shooting towards the continent. Wherever they passed, space collapsed and all living things vanished into nothingness. Lin Xianfan unleashed the Chaos Supreme Domain, simultaneously activating the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Technique and the Chaos Immortal Sutra. The golden wings behind him radiated a brilliant light. You've arrived just in time. I'll show you the strength of the number 1 on the Heavenly Primordial ranking. He rushed towards the Demon Crystal Master first, unsheathing his shocking sword. Chaos Heavenly Tao Eternal Sword. This sword embodied Lin Xianfan's understanding of the Heavenly Tao. Wherever the sword's light passed, time stopped and space solidified. The Demon Crystal Master's expression suddenly changed, and he unleashed his full power with the Demon Destruction Wave. Black energy collided with the golden sword's light, and the aftermath reduced the area within 1,000 miles to ruins. Meanwhile, other geniuses engaged in fierce battles with the demons. The Thunder Prison Young Master's lightning clashed with the demon's dark power, forming a spectacular thunderstorm. The Nether Saintess's puppets formed a death array, trapping several demons. Yin Yan's Lingshu's sword and Bai Wei's blood-red chains combined to slay one enemy after another. Lin Xianfan's battle with the Demon Crystal Expert reached a fever pitch. He suddenly activated the Myriad Worlds Pride Order, summoning the power of every pride on the list. Instantly, a surge of immense power surged within him, and the shocking sword unleashed a might beyond that of a spiritual emperor. Sword Emperor Tianwu's Sword of the End. He struck with one blow, shattering the Demon Crystal Expert's defenses like paper, his body dissipating in a blaze of light. With the fall of the Demon Crystal Master, the other demons fled. Lin Xianfan, wielding the Jingjue sword, his golden wings pierced the sky, catching up to the last demon and slaying it once and for all. The battle left the continent in ruins, but Lin Xianfan's prestige reached new heights. The Tianjiu ranking flickered, reaffirming Lin Xianfan's secure first place. A system notification chimed, ding. Successfully repelled the invasion of alien demons. Rewards: 20% increase in Heavenly Tao Perception, 1 Immortal Emperor Bloodline Awakening Chance, 1 Mystical Planar Teleportation Talisman. Lin Xianfan gazed at the rewards in his hand with a determined gaze. He knew that as long as he remained at the top of the Tianjiu ranking, as long as he remained the Sword Heavenly Martial Emperor, he would never allow the continent to fall into danger. What awaited him ahead were even more powerful enemies and a vaster world. Chapter 66 Awakening Bloodline. After repelling the invasion of the alien demons, Lin Xianfan sat in meditation in the secret chamber of the Martial Emperor Hall, clutching the reward item for the Immortal Emperor Bloodline Awakening opportunity. It was a crystal bottle radiating a rainbow of light, the liquid flowing within like a galaxy, each drop containing a power capable of transforming the world. The system had hinted that this awakening opportunity would awaken the most fundamental and powerful bloodline within him, and he had long had a premonition the ancient dragon bloodline, originating from the dragon transformation technique, might truly awaken at this moment. Brother Lin, would you like me to guard you? Jiang Mang's voice rang from outside the chamber, tinged with concern and anticipation. Lin Xianfan said gravely, no need. This awakening is incredibly dangerous. Just guard the outer reaches of the hall. He took a deep breath and emptied the contents of the crystal bottle. Instantly, a scorching force surged through his meridians like a volcanic eruption, as if countless giant dragons were writhing and tearing through his body. The Chaos Sacred Body activated its full power, attempting to suppress the raging force, but it was like an egg against a rock. Fine golden lines appeared beneath Lin Xianfan's skin, covering him like scales. Dragon might radiated from him, cracking the walls of the chamber. The shocking sword, sensing the agitation of his bloodline, automatically unsheathed and hovered above him. The star patterns and chaos runes on the blade shimmered violently, resonating with the power of his bloodline. Roar! A resounding dragon roar echoed from the secret chamber, and the entire Tianxian city trembled. The leaves of the enlightenment tree transformed into golden streams, merging into Lin Xianfan's body. The Tianjiu ranking, sensing this power, automatically projected a golden beam of light, enveloping him. Outside the hall, Bai Wei and the others wore solemn expressions, energizing their inner energy and taking precautions. They could sense that Lin Xianfan was undergoing a life or death transformation. Lin Xianfan's consciousness sank into chaos, countless memories of the ancient dragon race flooding into his mind like a tide. He saw the ancient times when the dragon race dominated the heavens, using their might to slay powerful enemies from all realms. He saw the dragon civil war that led to the disintegration of the race and the gradual decline of its powerful bloodline. He also saw a prophecy left by a dragon ancestor: chaos descends, dragon blood revives, and the ancient dragon spirit returns to the human world. Under the impact of this memory, Lin Xianfan's dragon transformation technique underwent a transformation. The original dragon-shaped phantom began to materialize, its head, claws, and tail becoming increasingly clear. Its body was entwined with the energy of chaos and the laws of heaven. His Qilin arm erupted with dazzling light, its bones crackling as they reshaped, transforming into a dragon arm covered in golden scales. The sharp claws on its fingertips gleamed with a cold light, seemingly capable of tearing through space. A system notification rang out in his sea of consciousness: ancient dragon bloodline awakening detected. Current awakening progress, 30%. But the awakening process wasn't entirely smooth. A dark force suddenly surged from the depths of Lin Xianfan's sea of consciousness. It was the lingering spirit of the Dark Spirit Emperor, attempting to erode his consciousness while his bloodline was awakening. A black mist spread through his sea of consciousness, conjuring various terrifying illusions in an attempt to shake his resolve. Delusion. Lin Xianfan roared, activating the Chaos Immortal Sutra. The power of chaos formed a barrier within his sea of consciousness. He summoned the primordial sword intent of the shocking sword, and with a flicker of the sword's shadow, he shattered the black mist one by one. Simultaneously, the order of the prodigies of all realms emanated a soft glow, and the prodigies on the list seemed to sense it, transmitting their strength to Lin Xianfan across the air, aiding him in combating the encroachment of darkness. Over time, Lin Xianfan's bloodline awakening progressed steadily. When it reached 70%, the dragon-shaped shadow behind him materialized. A 1,000-foot-long ancient dragon roared out of the chamber, its body entwined with chaotic fire and stellar power. Wherever it passed, the laws of space automatically aligned into formations. Bai Wei and the others gazed at the dragon, sensing its terrifying pressure. They were both shocked and relieved their companion was advancing toward a higher realm. Boom! The moment his awakening progress reached 100%, 9 golden bolts of lightning, imbued with the laws of heaven, descended from the sky. This was heaven and earth's test of the awakening of the ancient dragon bloodline, as well as its acknowledgement. Lin Xianfan controlled the massive ancient dragon, clawing at the lightning bolts and belching out a chaotic dragon breath from his mouth. The lightning and dragon breath collided, unleashing a wave of energy that flattened mountains for 1,000 miles. But amidst this violent force, Lin Xianfan completely mastered the ancient dragon bloodline. His aura underwent a drastic shift, no longer confined to the peak of the Spirit Emperor, but hinting at a tendency to transcend realms. The system prompt sounded again: "Congratulations, host, for successfully awakening the ancient dragon bloodline. Gained the skills Ancient Dragon Might, Suppressing the World, and Dragon Breath, Burning the Heavens. Physique advanced to Chaos Ancient Dragon Body." Lin Xianfan opened his eyes, 2 golden dragon rays flashing in them. He raised his hand and waved it lightly, and space shattered and reassembled like a mirror. When he finished his training and returned to the Martial Emperor Hall, Bai Wei and the others gathered around him. Jiang Meng jumped around him. "Brother Lin, you're radiating the aura of a dragon right now. You're so handsome." Yin Yan's Lingshu sword flew towards Lin Xianfan, sword power blending with dragon might. She smiled and said, "Your sword power seems to be even stronger." Lin Xianfan clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him, his heart brimming with fighting spirit. He knew that awakening the ancient dragon bloodline was only the beginning. The remnant of the Dark Spirit Emperor had yet to be eradicated, the demons from outer space were lurking, and even further afield, powerful unknown planes and forces lay ahead. But now that he possessed the Chaos Ancient Dragon Body, with its even greater power, he had the confidence to protect the continent and explore the myriad realms. "Let's go," Lin Xianfan gazed into the distance. "With the power of this ancient dragon bloodline, we will face new challenges." Meanwhile, deep within the 9 Netherworld Devil Realm, the remnant soul of the Dark Spirit Emperor sensed this powerful dragon might and roared in anger and fear. A greater storm was brewing. Chapter 67. When Wan Mingyu first entered the Wan family, she held a grudge against him. After awakening his ancient dragon bloodline, Lin Xianfan learned a shocking secret from the system: in a vast plain beyond the continent, lies the ancient Wan clan. Within their ranks lies the heavenly divine stone, capable of repairing the Jingjue's sword to the level of an immortal emperor, and they hold the key to combating the remnant spirit of the Dark Spirit Emperor. To explore the mysteries of a higher realm and safeguard the future of the continent, Lin Xianfan decided to journey to the Wan clan to uncover the truth. Using a mysterious plane transportation talisman, Lin Xianfan, along with Bai Wei, Yin Yan, and other core companions, crossed space and entered the Wanling realm, home to the Wan clan. Here, the spiritual energy was so dense it was practically tangible. Vast spiritual crystals floated in the sky, and the pavilions and towers on the ground were constructed from special materials imbued with the power of laws. However, as soon as they emerged, they felt several vigilant divine senses sweeping over them. Outsiders, stop! With a cold shout, more than a dozen guards in dark golden armor appeared. The leader held a spear engraved with runes, the tip of the spear pointed directly at Lin Xianfan. This is the Wan family's important territory. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Lin Xianfan saluted with a fist, restraining his aura. I am Lin Xianfan. I heard that the Wan family has a Tiangong divine stone, so I came to buy it. I am willing to exchange it for a treasure of equal value. Before he finished speaking, a delicate laugh echoed from the clouds. A woman in a moon-white gown and a crown bearing 9 phoenixes holding pearls descended from the clouds. Her features were breathtakingly beautiful, a jade pendant gleaming with 1,000 rays of light nestled between her brows. However, her eyes were filled with contempt and arrogance. Want to buy? Did you know that the heavenly stone is the family treasure of our Wan family? The woman stroked the jade hairpin in her hair. But, you have a beautiful face. If you wish to marry into the Wan family and become my concubine, I might consider meeting you. This woman was none other than Wan Mingyu, the Wan family's most favored prodigy of the time. Her Wanling jade body had made her renowned among the younger generation of the Wanling realm. She was immediately drawn to Lin Xianfan's handsome appearance and extraordinary aura, but she paid no heed to his abilities. Upon hearing this, Bai Wei snapped open her folding fan, blood-red spiritual energy coursing through her fingertips. What an arrogant tone! Do you think you can humiliate my young master so easily? Wan Mingyu's expression suddenly changed, and she snorted coldly, You're asking for death. She raised her hand and waved, and the guards behind her immediately launched an attack. Lin Xianfan, expression impassive, activated his primordial chaos dragon body, quietly unleashing his dragon might. Primordial dragon might suppress the world. The pressure spread like a physical force, and the guards instantly collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from their mouths and noses, their spears clanging to the ground. Wan Mingyu stared wide-eyed at the scene before her in disbelief. She activated her myriad spirit jade body, and the jade pendant shone brightly. Myriad spirits controlling the heavens. Countless spiritual energies transformed into jade chains, entwining themselves around Lin Xianfan. Lin Xianfan lifted his dragon arm lightly, his sharp claws slicing through the air. Dragon breath, burn the heavens! A dragon breath laced with chaotic fire erupted, and the jade chains crumbled in the intense heat. How is this possible? Wan Mingyu stumbled back, her eyes flashing with fear and rage. She, the proud pride of the Wan family, had been easily overpowered by an outsider in her own territory. Just wait. I'll make you pay for what you did today. With that, she vanished in a stream of light, leaving only her harsh words echoing in the air. At this moment, a white-haired elder slowly emerged from the depths of the Wan clan. He wore a robe embroidered with the totems of all spirits, exuding a gentle yet majestic aura. My dear friends, I am Wan Changqing, the great elder of the Wan clan. I hope you will forgive my granddaughter's rudeness. The elder's gaze swept over Lin Xianfan, his pupils shrinking slightly. He couldn't quite fathom the young man's cultivation level. I heard you're seeking to purchase the heavenly craftsmanship divine stone. Why don't you come to our clan and discuss this in detail? Lin Xianfan nodded and followed Wan Changqing into the Wan family home. Along the way, he discovered ancient restrictions etched across the clan buildings, and strange runes of laws lingering in the air, clearly demonstrating the Wan family's profound heritage. However, Wan Mingyu's resentment posed a potential threat. After settling down in an elegant pavilion, Wan Changqing spoke frankly, the heavenly stone is of great importance. If you could help our Wan family resolve a difficult matter, perhaps. Before he could finish his words, a violent explosion erupted outside. A disciple hurried over, Elder. This is bad. Miss Wan Mingyu has brought the elite members of our clan and blocked all exits. She's threatening to rip any outsiders to pieces. Wan Changqing's face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Xianfan stood up, a sneer curling his lips. Just in time. It seems we need to teach this young lady a lesson, to show her that not everyone can be bullied. Bai Wei flung away the blood-red chains, Jiang Meng gripped the spirit pattern bow tightly, and Yin Yan's spiritual void sword was already unsheathed. Everyone followed Lin Xianfan out of the elegant pavilion, only to see Wan Mingyu standing on a high platform, hundreds of powerful members of the clan standing guard behind her. In her hand, she held a battle flag engraved with the runes of all spirits, her eyes gleaming with mad hatred. Lin Xianfan. Today is the day you die. A clash with the Wan family's prodigy is imminent. Lin Xianfan grips the Jingjue's sword tightly, the power of the chaos ancient dragon body surging through him. He knows that if he wants to obtain the heavenly stone and uncover the secrets of the Wan family, this battle is inevitable. And Wan Mingyu's grudge may only be the beginning of his magnificent adventure in the myriad spirit realm. Chapter 68 Chasing the protagonist. Wan Mingyu stood on the platform, clutching the Wanling battle flag. Her gaze, fierce as a poisoned blade, fixed her intently on Lin Xianfan and his companions as they slowly emerged from the elegant pavilion. Behind her stood hundreds of elite members of the Wan clan, clad in dark gold armor. Their weapons radiated the light of the Wanling law, and murderous intent thickened in the air like a substance. Lin Xianfan, you dare to run wild in my Wan clan? Today, you will pay with blood. She waved the flag and shouted fiercely. The runes on the flag erupted with a blinding golden light. In an instant, the laws of heaven and earth shattered, and countless jade-colored spirit blades gathered from thin air, pouring down upon the crowd like a torrential rain. Lin Xianfan's expression was grim. His Qilin arm transformed into a dragon claw, and he swung forward. Dragon breath, burn the heavens! The dragon's breath, swirling with chaotic fire, erupted, colliding with the spirit blade with a resounding roar. Blazing flames intertwined with jade-colored light, erupting in a deafening roar. The spirit blade melted away in the intense heat, dissipating into a cloud of spiritual energy. Seeing this, Wan Mingyu's eyes flashed with shock, but it was quickly replaced by a stronger resentment. She bit her fingertip and dripped her blood onto the battle flag. Sacrifice of 10,000 souls, 10,000 blades pierced the heart. The battle flag suddenly expanded, and thousands of blood-red spirit blades burst forth from it, each one imbued with the full force of a spirit emperor-level powerhouse. Bai Wei struck first, blood-red chains weaving into a web in the air. Blood Soul Sky Curtain. A crimson spiritual barrier rose, yet ripples formed under the impact of the spirit blades. Yin Yan stepped into a sword stance, and the Lingshu sword danced with sword shadows across the sky. Broken Sky Sword Art, 10,000 swords returned to the origin, sword intent and spirit blades collided, sparks flying. Jiang Meng quickly deployed a spirit pattern formation, spirit pattern guardian, myriad stars, and a golden spirit pattern shield enveloped everyone. Lin Xianfan knew Wan Mingyu had invoked a forbidden technique. If they didn't act swiftly, they would be in for a bitter fight. He activated his primordial chaos dragon body, and the shadow of a 1,000-foot-tall ancient dragon materialized behind him, its eyes blazing like the sun. Primordial dragon, might heaven and earth surrender. A terrifying pressure spread, and most of the Wan clan's elite warriors, once so imposing, collapsed to the ground, bleeding from their ears and noses, their fighting power completely drained. Wan Mingyu, too, paled. She forcibly activated her myriad spirit jade body to resist the pressure, but her delicate body still trembled uncontrollably. The Jingjue's sword whistled softly as it emerged from its sheath in Lin Xianfan's hand. Primordial sword energy merged with the power of chaos. Chaos Heavenly Dao Destruction Sword. A sword beam imbued with the power of creation pierced the sky, heading straight for Wan Mingyu. Her eyes widened in fear, and she quickly summoned the remaining power from her battle flag, conjuring a jade-colored shield. However, the moment the sword beam touched the shield, it shattered like glass, and the remaining force continued to pierce her throat. At the critical moment, an old figure appeared, waving his sleeve to sweep away the sword light. It was Wan Xianfeng, the third elder of the Wan clan. He frowned at Wan Mingyu. Nonsense. Who allowed you to use forbidden techniques? He turned to look at Lin Xianfan, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Your Excellency's strength is astonishing, but I'm afraid it's unjust to slaughter anyone in my Wan clan. Lin Xianfan sheathed his sword and stood, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. It was my granddaughter who struck first, and we were merely defending ourselves. If the Wan family insists on protecting us, then let's fight. His dragon power surged, and chaotic energy surged like a tide. The runes on the Jingjue's sword also illuminated, and it seemed that a fight was imminent. Wan Xuanfeng's face changed from gloomy to bright. Finally, with a cold snort, he left with Wan Mingyu and the others. Before leaving, Wan Mingyu's resentful eyes seemed to want to cut Lin Xianfan into pieces. Lin Xianfan, just wait for me. I will make you wish you were dead. Thought the incident was over, Lin Xianfan and his companions were unexpectedly hunted that night. Instigated by Wan Mingyu, the Wan clan dispatched dozens of Spirit Emperor-level elders and countless elite troops to lay a tight net. They exploited the unique terrain and laws of the myriad spirit realm, setting traps everywhere. Myriad spirit illusion arrays, god-killing crossbows, and soul-destroying poison mists appeared one after another. Break out separately. Meet up in the spiritual valley east of the city. Lin Xianfan made a quick decision and separated from his companions. He ventured alone into a misty forest. As soon as he entered, an eerie whistling sound echoed all around him, and countless giant hands formed from the mist grabbed at him from all directions. Lin Xianfan activated the Chaos Immortality Sutra, and the power of chaos formed a golden shield around his body. He swung his dragon claws, Chaos Dragon Shadow Break. The golden dragon shadow flew through it, and the giant hands shattered one after another. However, this was only the beginning. A black-robed one clan spirit emperor level elder appeared, clutching a staff inlaid with the myriad spirits pearl. Myriad spirits control demons, mist locks the universe. Instantly, the mist materialized, trapping Lin Xianfan like a prisoner. Countless demonic figures roared and lunged at him from the mist. Lin Xianfan, unfazed, activated his ancient dragon bloodline, his body swirling with chaotic fire as he soared into the sky. Dragon roars to the 9 heavens. A deafening dragon roar echoed, its sound waves ripping through the mist like a sharp blade, and the demonic figures vanished beneath the dragon's might. The black-robed elder's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to unleash a more powerful spell, Lin Xianfan charged forward, thrusting forth with the Jingjue sword, imbued with the Taichu sword intent. Taichu, falling stars, destroying the world. The sword's radiance pierced through his defenses, sending the black-robed elder screaming and flying backward, slamming heavily to the ground, his life or death uncertain. But the battle wasn't over. More pursuers followed his presence. Lin Xianfan clenched the Jingjue sword, his gaze determined no matter how many enemies lay ahead, he would carve a path through this world of spirits, obtain the heavenly craftsmanship stone, and uncover the secrets of the Wan clan. Chapter 69 Destruction of the Wan family. Lin Xianfan fiercely battled a black-robed elder in the forest of the myriad spirit realm. The aftermath of the fierce battle spread like ripples, alerting even more powerful members of the Wan clan who were pursuing him. As he dispatched the black-robed elder, before he could even catch his breath, 3 figures emerged from the void. They were none other than the 3 spirit emperor-level elders of the Wan clan. Spiritual energy surged through their bodies, their eyes filled with murderous intent and vigilance. "Youngster, you've killed an elder of the Wan family. You won't be able to escape today," the leading elder roared, wielding the Wanling scepter. Instantly, countless spiritual chains burst forth from the air, gleaming with the light of the law of confinement, intent on restraining Lin Xianfan. Lin Xianfan snorted coldly, his Qilin arm transforming into a dragon claw, clenching it fiercely. Chaos Dragon Claw, break! The golden claw, swirling with the power of chaos, instantly ripped the spiritual chains into shreds. Seeing this, the other 2 elders immediately launched their attacks. One unleashed the temporal storm, sending a hurricane of countless spiritual energy sweeping down, destroying trees in its path. The other summoned the temporal god-slaying sword, its blade radiating with the aura of annihilation, and slashed down at Lin Xianfan. Lin Xianfan activated the chaos ancient dragon body, and the shadow of the ancient dragon reappeared behind him. Its tail swept across, shattering the hurricane. At the same time, he drew the shocking sword, Chaos Heavenly Dao Eternal Sword. The golden blade's light collided with the god-slaying sword, erupting in a dazzling blaze. The impact was so powerful that the 3 elders couldn't help but step back. At this moment, Lin Xianfan's heart was filled with murderous intent. Ever since he entered the Wan clan, he had endured it time and again, never wanting to become a complete enemy. Yet, they pressed on, now sending numerous powerful warriors to surround and attack him. "If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude." His eyes grew cold, and he mobilized all his strength, activating the Chaos Immortal Sutra, causing chaotic energy to converge madly. Ancient Dragon Might, annihilation of heaven and earth. Lin Xianfan roared, his terrifying pressure spreading outward from him. The 3 elders' faces instantly turned pale. They fought with all their might, but the pressure was too much to bear. They spat blood, their bodies teetering on the brink of collapse. Then, Lin Xianfan unleashed his ultimate killing move, a fusion of multiple laws, chaos, all laws, unity. The Dragon Emperor descends. A 10,000-foot-tall shadow of the Dragon Emperor, condensed from the power of chaos, appeared in the sky. Holding a giant axe, it slashed down at the 3 elders. The 3 elders desperately tried to resist, but were powerless under this devastating attack. They were instantly devoured, turning into ash and dissipating in the air. Elsewhere, Bai Wei, Yin Yan, and the others also demonstrated their formidable prowess in their respective breakout battles. Bai Wei used the secret art of Blood Soul to manipulate blood-colored chains, strangling the pursuing enemies one by one. Yin Yan, with his exquisite sword intent, weaved freely through the myriad spirits' illusionary formation, beheading several powerful warriors, and Jiang Meng, using his modified spirit pattern weapon, set numerous traps, catching the enemy off guard. After Lin Xianfan dispatched the three elders, he immediately rushed in the direction of his companions. When he arrived, he saw Wan Mingyu leading a group of powerful warriors to besiege Bai Wei. Upon seeing Lin Xianfan, a flash of fear flashed across Wan Mingyu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by madness. Kill him. As long as he's killed, my Wan family will still be the overlord of the myriad spirit realm. Lin Xianfan cut short his words and charged directly at Wan Mingyu. His speed was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Wan Mingyu, his dragon claws slashing towards her. In terror, Wan Mingyu tried to dodge, but Lin Xianfan's dragon power locked her in place, rendering her completely immobile. With a scream, Wan Mingyu was crushed into a bloody mist by the dragon's claws, vanishing from the world completely. The other powerful members of the Wan clan witnessed Wan Mingyu's fate, their fear reaching its peak, and they all tried to flee. Lin Xianfan wouldn't let them do that. He unleashed his dragon breath, burning the sky technique, unleashing a massive dragon's breath. Wherever it passed, enemies were engulfed in chaotic fire. At the same time, he summoned his companions, and they gathered together and charged towards the Wan clan headquarters. When they arrived at the Wan clan's headquarters, the remaining powerful members of the Wan clan were already on high alert, including the Wan clan's great elder, Wan Changqing. Wan Changqing looked at Lin Xianfan and the others, his eyes filled with regret and resentment. I never thought that my Wan clan's legacy, passed down for countless years, would fall into your hands. Lin Xianfan looked at him coldly. You're the ones who've been stubborn. If we just discussed it properly, this wouldn't have happened. With that, he and his companions launched their attacks simultaneously. Lin Xianfan unleashed the Chaos Heavenly Dao Destruction Sword formation, and countless sword beams imbued with the laws of heaven enveloped the Wan clan headquarters. Bai Wei and the others also unleashed their most powerful attacks, and for a moment, the Wan clan headquarters was engulfed in a sea of fire and sword energy. Under the combined force of their attacks, the Wan clan's defensive formations were quickly breached, and those once powerful Wan clan warriors fell one after another before Lin Xianfan and his companions. With the final elder slain by Yin Yan's Lingshu sword, the Wan clan, a behemoth with an ancient heritage, was completely annihilated. Standing atop the ruins of the Wan clan, gazing at the Jingjue sword in his hand, Lin Xianfan knew he was one step closer to restoring the Jingjue sword and reaching a higher realm. The Wan clan's demise would also cause a massive upheaval in the myriad spirit realm, forcing countless factions to reconsider this powerful figure from another world. Chapter 70 Draw the summoning card Saint Heaven Realm. After destroying the Wan clan, Lin Xianfan reaped a bounty from their treasure house. Not only did he find an ancient tome documenting the whereabouts of the Heavenly Craftsman Stone, he also obtained a wealth of precious law-based materials. However, what he most anticipated was the reward the system would bestow upon him for defeating a powerful enemy. As he sat cross-legged in a quiet spot, ready to check his reward, a system notification chimed in like a mighty bell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Wan family and completing the hidden achievement Subverter of the 10,000 Spiritual Worlds. Rewards: 5 Chaos Law Crystals, 3 Imperial Spiritual Weapon Upgrade Coupons, 10 System Lottery Opportunities. Lin Xianfan, overjoyed, chose to use the lottery without hesitation. The system interface's dial spun rapidly, a dazzling golden light shone, and the shadows of various rare rewards flashed before his eyes. In the previous 9 draws, he had won practical items such as Star Law fragments and rations for Spirit Emperor level spirit pets, but he had never received a truly impressive reward. For the last time, Lin Xianfan's eyes were burning. As the turntable slowly stopped, a light brighter than gold burst out. Congratulations to the host. You've won the red gold summoning card. You can summon a Saint Heaven Realm expert to pledge eternal loyalty, bound by the Saint Heaven Oath, with 100% loyalty. Lin Xianfan's pupils suddenly constricted. The Holy Heaven Realm, that terrifying existence beyond the Spiritual Emperor Realm. It was said that those who reached this realm could shatter stars with a wave of their hands and feet, and rewrite the laws of heaven and earth with a single thought. He had never expected to draw such a heaven-shattering reward. Without a moment's hesitation, he crushed the red gold summoning card. In an instant, the world shifted, and the sky above the myriad spirit realm was enveloped by a massive golden vortex. A terrifying pressure descended like a mountain. Bai Wei and the others, sensing this pressure, paled drastically, and hurried to Lin Xianfan's side. Brother Lin, what's this? Jiang Meng's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fear and curiosity. A figure slowly emerged from the golden vortex. It was an elderly man in a white robe, his white hair reaching down to his waist. His face was kind, yet exuded a majesty that made one want to bow down before him. He stepped on auspicious clouds, surrounded by the mysterious laws of the holy heaven. With every step he took, a golden lotus blossomed beneath his feet. A powerful person in the holy heaven realm. Yin Yan tightly grasped the Lingshu sword, but found that his sword intent was like the light of a firefly in front of this person. The old man walked up to Lin Xinfan, bowed slightly, and said in a steady and powerful voice, "The Saint Qing Yun of the Holy Heaven Realm pays homage to the sect master. In the past, I was plotted against by my enemies and trapped in the turbulence of time and space in the Holy Heaven Realm. Fortunately, I was summoned by the sect master and was freed. From now on, Qing Yun is willing to go through fire and water for the sect master, no matter what." After that, a rune of the Holy Heaven oath flashed between his eyebrows and merged into Lin Xinfan's body. Lin Xinfan was overjoyed and quickly helped Qing Yun Saint up. "I am fortunate that Senior is willing to help me." He could feel that Qing Yun Saint's strength was unfathomable. With his help, whether it was to repair the Jingjue sword or to fight against future powerful enemies, there would be an extra powerful guarantee. At this moment, Bai Wei gently waved her folding fan, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. "Sir Saint, I wonder what law you are proficient in." Qing Yun Saint smiled faintly, raised his hand, and with a wave of his hand, a force imbued with the laws of space and time unfolded before everyone. "I primarily cultivate the laws of space and time, and also the laws of creation. Perhaps some of my methods may be of assistance to the sect master." His tone was calm, yet it stirred a wave of shock in the hearts of the crowd. The laws of space and time and creation were both of the highest order. To cultivate both laws simultaneously to the Holy Heaven realm was a terrifying feat. With the addition of Qing Yun Saint, Lin Xinfan and his group's strength surged again. Following clues obtained from the Wan family, they headed towards the hiding place of the heavenly craftsmanship divine stone. Along the way, Qing Yun Saint casually invoked the laws of time and space, guiding them through various spatial nodes and significantly shortening their journey. However, their actions did not go unnoticed. In the shadows of the myriad spirit realm, a mysterious force was closely watching their every move. "I didn't expect this kid to be able to summon a Saint Heaven realm powerhouse." "Interesting," a hoarse voice echoed from the darkness. "However, the heavenly stone isn't so easy to obtain. Let's just let them enjoy themselves for a while." Lin Xianfan and the others were completely unaware of the approaching danger. When they arrived at the secret realm where the heavenly craftsmanship divine stone lay, they discovered it was protected by a barrier woven from countless laws. Qing Yun Saint approached to examine it carefully, and after a moment, he said, "This barrier incorporates the laws of space, time, and destruction, making it quite difficult to tame. But with me here, breaking it will not be difficult." With that, he formed hand seals, and the laws of time and space flowed through his hands, forming a vast vortex of space and time. Reverse time and space, break. With a soft shout, the laws of the barrier began to distort, and cracks appeared. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity and activated the Chaos Ancient Dragon Body, unleashing the full might of dragon power and the power of chaos. Chaos Dragon Emperor, creation of heaven and earth. The golden shadow of the Dragon Emperor, holding a giant axe, slashed at the barrier. Boom! The barrier shattered, revealing the heavenly stone within, radiating a brilliant light. Lin Xianfan's eyes flashed with excitement, and he was about to reach out to collect it when suddenly, a dark shadow darted out from the depths of the secret realm at an incredible speed, heading straight for the heavenly stone. Chapter 71, Ascending to the 3,000 Worlds of the Upper Plane Part 1. The moment they successfully retrieved the heavenly stone, the secret realm suddenly trembled violently. The previously shattered law barrier reorganized at an uncanny speed. Countless black runes surged from the ground, interweaving in the air to form a vast net, enveloping everyone. Qing Yun Saint's expression suddenly changed, and he raised his hand to cast a space-time barrier. Not good. This is the teleportation array to the upper plane, and someone is forcibly activating it. Lin Xianfan gripped the Jingjue sword tightly, unleashing dragon might and the power of chaos simultaneously, attempting to break free from his restraints. However, he discovered that this power was perfectly integrated with the laws of heaven, making it impossible to resist. Bai Wei's blood-red chains corroded the rune network as soon as they touched it. Yin Yan's sword intent vanished like a drop in the ocean. Jiang Meng anxiously searched for the spiritual pattern item, his voice trembling. "Brother Lin, the fluctuations of this formation are completely different from anything we've encountered before." A system notification rang out in his mind, detecting the pull of a higher plane. "The laws of the current plane are about to collapse. Immediate ascension is recommended." Rewards for successful ascension, 3000 Worlds Survival Guide, Heavenly Blessing 30% increase in random attributes penalty for staying, realm drops to Spirit King realm. Lin Qianfan gritted his teeth and turned to look at Saint Xingyun. Senior, do you have a way to break this? Saint Xingyun frowned, the laws of time and space swirling frantically around him, but he could only delay the formation's activation. This is the Myriad Worlds Extradition formation set up by a powerful being from the upper planes, specifically designed to harvest the geniuses of the lower planes. With our current strength, we can only survive by following its pull. As he spoke, the rune network transformed into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky, and everyone's figures gradually faded in the light. Lin Qianfan hurriedly grasped his companion's hands, the power of chaos flowing through his palms, trying to unite them. As the light completely engulfed them, the last thing he saw was the sinister grin of the dark figure deep in the secret realm. It seemed as if the other party had anticipated this all along. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Qianfan felt a sharp pain all over his body, as if every inch of his flesh and bones were being forged anew. The spiritual energy here was so dense that it was almost sticky, yet it also contained a strong repulsive force, like thousands of fine needles piercing his body. He forced himself to stand and found himself in a desolate desert. In the distance, a mountain range was swirling with purple thunderclouds, and tiny spatial cracks drifted in the air. Ahem! Bai Wei woke up first. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, blood-colored spiritual energy flickering around her. Is this the upper plane? The spiritual pressure alone is comparable to the full suppression of a spiritual emperor. Yin Yan struggled to his feet. The Lingshu sword hummed uncomfortably, unable to fully unleash its sword intent. Jiang Meng's spirit pattern bow automatically deployed its defenses, but it creaked under the overwhelming pressure. Saint Xingyun slowly opened his eyes, his white hair moving without a breeze. The holy heavenly laws surrounding him resonated with the heavenly Tao here. This should be the turbulent star region on the edge of the 3000 great worlds, filled with turbulent spacetime and conflicting laws. However, he said solemnly, when I teleported just now, I felt a familiar aura guiding the formation. I'm afraid we've fallen into a trap set by some force. Before he finished speaking, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and more than a dozen figures descended through the air. The leader, clad in a black robe, his face shrouded in shadow, only the blood-red pupils between his forehead radiated a captivating light. Sacred Chaos Body, Ancient Dragon Bloodline. TSK, you are truly ants favored by the heavens. Hand over the heavenly stone, and perhaps I'll spare your remains. Lin Qianfan gripped the heavenly stone tightly, and the shocking sword unsheathed automatically. The runes on the blade collided with the laws of the land, sparking sparks. If you want the stone, you must get past me first. He activated the Chaos Ancient Dragon Body, and the dragon's might merged with the power of chaos, condensing a golden dragon scale armor on his body. Xingyun Saint Venerable also attacked, and the laws of time and space transformed into chains, imprisoning the surrounding space. Don't worry, Sect Master. I don't care about these clowns. The black-robed figure snorted coldly, and his men behind him launched their attacks. Some swung whips woven with the laws of destruction, others unleashed bone knives emitting the aura of death, and some even summoned giant puppets condensed from the power of the laws. Lin Qianfan unleashed his chaos. All laws converge into one sword, the blade's light imbued with the laws of the stars, phantoms, and other phenomena, colliding with the enemy's attacks with a bang. A violent explosion sent clouds of dust billowing into the sky, and a crater 100 feet deep was blasted into the Gobi Desert. Bai Wei and the others also met their enemies. Jiang Meng's spirit-patterned bullets transformed into homing missiles in mid-air, accurately striking the enemy's vital points. Yin Yan engaged a swordsman in a fierce battle, the spiritual void sword radiating in her hands, each strike carrying the power to crush the enemy. Bai Wei's blood soul secret technique reacted miraculously with the laws of this place, her blood-colored spiritual energy transforming into a blood-colored phoenix that soared into the sky. In the heat of battle, the black-robed figure suddenly vanished. Lin Qianfan's pupils shrank, and he instinctively swung his dragon claw backward. Bang! The dark gold dagger in the black-robed figure's hand brushed past the dragon claw, leaving a bottomless gully in the ground. Interesting, the black-robed figure licked his lips, his blood-red pupils growing even crimson. Then I'll show you the true power of the upper plane. He opened his bloody maw, and a black beam of light, imbued with the law of devouring, erupted. Wherever it passed, space crumbled. Lin Qianfan activated the Chaos Immortal Sutra, condensing the power of chaos into a shield before him, but it steadily shrank under the impact of the beam. At the critical moment, Xingyun Saint intervened, reversing the laws of space and time, directing the beam of light toward the distant mountains. Boom! The mountains were reduced to dust by the devouring force, and the purple thunderclouds were swirled into a vortex. Retreat! Seeing the situation was dire, the black-robed figure and his men fled in a flash of light. Just as Lin Xianfan was about to give chase, the system sounded another alarm: imminent eruption of temporal and spatial turbulence detected deep within the star field. Immediate refuge in the nearest starfall city is recommended. Saint Xingyun's expression was solemn. The spacetime turbulence in the Chaos Star region is enough to tear apart a Saint Heaven Realm expert. We must leave as soon as possible. Xingyun City is the only safe stronghold in this area, but... He looked at Lin Xianfan. There are all kinds of people there, and the forces are intertwined. I'm afraid we'll just be out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth. Lin Xianfan gripped the heavenly craftsmanship divine stone tightly, his eyes flashing with determination. No matter how many dangers lie ahead, now that we've arrived in the 3000 worlds, there's no reason to retreat. Let's go to Fallen Star City. He led everyone in the direction indicated by the system. Behind them, the purple thunderclouds grew increasingly violent. A greater crisis was brewing in this unfamiliar star region. Chapter 72, First Arrival in Sanchuan Territory Part 2. As the roar of the spacetime turbulence approached, Lin Xianfan and the others raced towards Starfall City with all their might. Wherever the turbulence passed, space twisted and collapsed like a shattered mirror, and countless meteorites were swept up and instantly shredded. Xingyun Saint formed hand seals and unleashed the secret technique of spacetime stagnation, erecting a barrier of shimmering blue light behind them, temporarily delaying the turbulence's pursuit. 100 miles to go. Hold on. Lin Xianfan activated his Chaos Ancient Dragon body, a dragon-shaped shadow looming behind him, and golden dragon scales traced a brilliant trajectory in the void. Jiang Meng's spiritual pattern detector whirred frantically, the screen filled with the red warning light of turbulence. Brother Lin. The turbulence is accelerating, the barrier can only hold out for 3 minutes. Just as everyone's lives hung in the balance, a massive city, suspended in the nebula, came into view. Its walls were constructed of a dark purple metal, densely engraved with defensive runes. Above the gates, the characters Starfall City shone with an ancient light. Dozens of starships of various shapes floated above the walls, their energy cannons poised for fire. Hurry! Pass through the city gate. Xingyun Saint shouted, and the spacetime barrier cracked under the impact of the turbulent flow. Lin Xianfan and the others transformed into streams of light and rushed towards the city gate. The moment they stepped into the city, the spacetime barrier behind them shattered with a loud bang. The terrifying turbulent flow brushed past the city wall, churning the void outside into chaos. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they were surrounded by the city guards. The leading city guard commander, clad in black iron armor and a star-shaped emblem radiating intimidation, adorned his brow. Outsiders, show us your starfall tokens, or we'll be treated as trespassers. Lin Xianfan was about to speak when Saint Xingyun stepped forward, his body surging with the laws of the holy heaven. We have ascended from the lower planes and are unaware of the starfall tokens. We hope you will be accommodating. The city guard commander's pupils shrank slightly, sensing the terrifying power of Xingyun Saint, and his tone softened slightly. Ascendance? According to the rules, you must pay 10 high-grade star spirit stones as an entrance fee and then report your identity to the registration office. If you fail to obtain a falling star token within 3 days, you will still be expelled from the city. Lin Xianfan took out the storage ring he had obtained from the Wan family and pulled out 10 star shimmering spirit stones. As these spirit stones appeared, the surrounding cultivators cast envious glances at them. High-grade star spirit stones were also a scarce resource in the Sanchuan territory. Entering the city, Lin Xianfan and the others were stunned by the scene before them. On the streets, practitioners from various star regions shuttled back and forth, some carrying bizarre spiritual weapons, others riding exotic beasts blazing with flames. Street stalls displayed a variety of spiritual plants imbued with strange laws, broken ancient artifacts, and even specimens of alien creatures emitting an eerie aura. The air was filled with the intertwining fluctuations of different laws, a dazzling sight. First, find a place to stay, then inquire about the heavenly stone, Lin Xianfan said. They walked along the street and stopped in front of a shop called Xingyue Inn. The innkeeper was a short, fat old man. When he saw Xingyun Saint, his eyes lit up. Please come in, my dear guest. We have a top-notch starry sky suite that can isolate you from the interference of external laws, but the price. Here's 50 top-grade star spirit stones for 2 rooms, Lin Xianfan said generously. The owner, grinning from ear to ear, personally led everyone to the rooms. Inside, the walls were inlaid with crystals that absorbed star power, and the bed was made of a soft, star silk that exuded a soothing aroma. After settling in, Lin Qianfan discussed his next plan with Saint Xingyun. The Zhongshuan territory is vast and boundless, so finding clues to the heavenly craftsman stone might be difficult, Saint Xingyun said, stroking his beard. However, there's a starfall pavilion within the city, a hub for intelligence trading, so we might be able to find something. But there's a mix of good and bad people there, so proceed with caution. As night fell, Lin Qianfan, Bai Wei, and Yin Yan headed for the Xingyun Pavilion. Located in a towering tower in the heart of the city, the pavilion's entrance was heavily guarded, requiring entrants to pass through a light screen that monitored for fluctuations in spiritual energy. The three of them successfully passed the inspection and, upon entering, were stunned by the scene within. The hall was bustling with activity, and countless glowing jade slips, each containing a different piece of information, hung from the surrounding walls. News about the heavenly craftsmanship divine stone, worth 100,000 high-grade star spirit stones. A hoarse voice came from behind. Lin Qianfan turned and saw a woman veiled in black, fiddling with a token that shimmered with a faint light. How can you be sure of the authenticity of this news? Lin Qianfan asked cautiously. The woman chuckled and tossed the jade slip towards him. Believe it or not, but if you miss this opportunity, you won't get it so cheap next time. Bai Wei was about to take the jade slip when suddenly, a powerful spiritual pressure swept over her. Leave it behind. Several figures flashed from the crowd. The leader wore a robe embroidered with golden flames, followed by several powerful guards. Someone from the Hua family? The surrounding practitioners gave way, their eyes filled with fear. The Hua family is trying to rob us again? The black-veiled woman sneered. Don't forget, this is Xingyun Pavilion. If you dare to cause trouble, do you believe the pavilion master will personally take action? The robed man from the Hua family snorted coldly. The pavilion master, please give my Hua family some face. Boy, hand over the spirit stones and jade slips, and I will spare your lives. Lin Qianfan gripped the Jingjue's sword tightly, the power of chaos coursing through his body. If you want it, come and get it with your ability. A conflict was about to break out. In this undercurrent of Xingyun Pavilion, could they obtain clues to the heavenly craftsman stone? As newcomers to the Zhongshuan territory, how would they establish themselves in this world of powerful beings? Chapter 73, The cultivation system here is different, Part 2. Seeing Lin Qianfan dare to resist, the robed man from the Fire Clan gleamed with a fierce glint in his eyes. He raised his hand and unleashed a red flame burning heaven palm, brimming with the venom of fiery fire. Before the palm wind even reached him, the air was already ablaze. The surrounding practitioners retreated, fearing they would be affected by the terrifying flames. Lin Qianfan remained calm, activating his Chaos Ancient Dragon body. Amidst the surging dragon power, his Qilin arm transformed into a dragon claw, striking out with a bang, Chaos Dragon Claw, shattering void. The golden dragon claws collided with the crimson flames, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. Flames and the forces of chaos devoured each other, the powerful aftermath creating spiderweb-like cracks in the floor tiles of the Xingyun Pavilion's main hall. The Fire Elder's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected this lad from the lower planes to possess such power. With a powerful wave of his hand, several guards behind him attacked simultaneously. Some unleashed chains woven with the laws of thunder and lightning, while others unleashed the storm art, condensing wind blades. The various laws of power intertwined into a web of death, enveloping Lin Qianfan. Bai Wei swung out blood-colored chains, and blood-colored spiritual energy transformed into a giant blood soul phantom in the air. Blood soul subdues the demon. The chains weaved like spirit snakes, entwining the lightning chains. Yin Yan stepped into a sword stance, and the Lingshu sword danced with a myriad of sword shadows. Broken sky sword art, wind sweeping the clouds, the swords will collided with the wind blade, sending sparks flying. Lin Qianfan took advantage of a slight lull in the enemy's attack and unleashed Chaos Phantom Lightning Flash, a technique incorporating the principles of phantom spirits. His figure appeared behind the Fire Family Elder like a ghost, and he thrust out with the Jingjue sword, imbued with the sword intent of Taichu. The Fire Elder hastily turned, his flame armor automatically raising its defenses. Red flame golden body. However, the Jingjue sword's gleaming blade easily pierced through the armor, leaving a deep scar on his shoulder. You. The Fire Elder, startled and enraged, was about to launch a more powerful attack when the Xingyun Pavilion's restrictions suddenly activated, and a commanding voice echoed through the hall. You're causing trouble on my territory, and you think the rules of my Xingyun Pavilion are just for show? Everyone looked up to see a mysterious figure in a black robe and a star-shaped crown suspended in mid-air. He exuded a terrifying aura, and every movement seemed to tether the laws of heaven and earth. The Fire Clan elder's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly saluted, "Pavilion Master, please calm down. These outsiders are insolent. I only impose a minor punishment." The black-robed Pavilion Master snorted coldly, "Punishment? They've robbed my pavilion. According to the rules, their cultivation should be abolished and they should be expelled from Starfall City." The Hua family elders' faces instantly turned pale, and they begged for mercy. The black-robed Pavilion Master waved his hand, "For the sake of our past friendship, get out. If you do this again, I won't let you off lightly." The Hua family members fled in disgrace, as if they had been granted amnesty. The black-robed Pavilion Master looked at Lin Xianfan and the others. "Since you are from the lower planes, you must be unfamiliar with the Tsanchuan realm's cultivation system. If you wish to gain a foothold here, there are some things you must understand clearly." With that, he waved his hand, and a beam of golden light flew into Lin Xianfan's sea of consciousness. A flood of information flooded in, and Lin Xianfan was startled to realize that the Tsanchuan realm's cultivation system was drastically different from his original plane. Instead of being divided into realms like Spiritual Venerable and Spiritual Emperor, it was divided into 6 major realms: Star Disciple, Star Master, Star King, Star Venerable, Star Saint, and Star Emperor, each with 9 levels. More importantly, practitioners not only had to cultivate their own spiritual power but also comprehend and master the unique laws of the Star Realm. Star Domain laws? Lin Xianfan frowned in thought. The black-robed Pavilion Master explained, "Indeed, every powerful being must carve out their own star domain, integrating their understanding of the laws within it. The stronger the star domain, the more terrifying the power. For example, if the chaos power and dragon bloodline within your body could be transformed into star domain laws, their power would be incomparable." Lin Xianfan's mind stirred, and he channeled the power of chaos, attempting to resonate with the laws of the star domain, but found it exceedingly difficult. Seeing this, the black-robed Pavilion Master smiled faintly. "The cultivation systems of the lower planes differ greatly from those of the Tsanchuan realm. Forcing a fusion will only backfire. You'll need to comprehend them from scratch, but with your talent, perhaps you can create a unique law of the star domain." At this time, the woman in black veil came forward and handed the jade slip to Lin Xianfan. "I didn't lie about the news about the heavenly craftsmanship divine stone. It is indeed in the forbidden land of all laws in the Tsanchuan domain, but it is full of dangers. Even if a powerful star emperor enters, he may not be able to escape unscathed." Lin Xianfan took the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual sense. It recorded in detail the location and dangers of the forbidden land of all laws. "Thank you. Here's your reward." Lin Xianfan took out 100,000 high-grade star spirit stones. The woman in black veil took the stones and gave him a meaningful look. "Interesting boy. I hope you'll still be alive when we meet next time." With that, she vanished into the crowd in a flash. After leaving Xingyun Pavilion, Lin Xianfan, Bai Wei, and Yin Yan returned to the inn. After listening to their experiences, Xingyun Saint nodded and said, "Pavilion Master, you are absolutely right. The Tsanchuan realm's cultivation system emphasizes the laws of the Star Realm, and we must adapt quickly. However, with the Sect Master's Chaos Sacred Body and Ancient Dragon Bloodline, perhaps we can find another way." Lin Xianfan sat down cross-legged, attempting to comprehend the laws of the star field. He channeled the power of chaos, constructing the initial form of the star field within his sea of consciousness. He simultaneously summoned the power of the ancient dragon bloodline, attempting to imbue it with dragon might. Over time, a mysterious star field gradually emerged within his sea of consciousness. At its center, a giant golden dragon lay coiled, its body entwined with chaos fire. Fragments of laws shimmered with starlight. "Success?" Lin Xianfan exclaimed in delight. However, at this moment, his star field suddenly shook violently, and a powerful repulsive force emanated from the outside world. A system prompt sounded urgently, "Warning. Sanchuan Domain Heavenly Dao Repulsion detected. The current star field laws conflict with the local laws. Continuing to force fusion will result in the severing of all meridians." Lin Xianfan's face paled, and he quickly stopped circulating his spiritual energy. He knew that if he wanted to gain a foothold in the Tsanchuan realm and find a way to repair the Jingjue sword, he must find a path of cultivation that suited him, one that could fuse the power of his own bloodline with the laws of the star realm. This was destined to be a journey of cultivation filled with challenges and opportunities. Chapter 74 Converting Spiritual Energy into Spiritual Power. Faced with the Tsanchuan realm's rejection of his own star domain's laws, Lin Xianfan fell into deep thought. He knew that if he couldn't resolve the conflicting laws, not only would he be unable to advance in this land teeming with powerful individuals, but even his existing strength could become a hidden danger. Late at night, he sat alone on the inn's terrace, gazing at the strange stars circling above Xingyun City. The power of chaos slowly flowed within him, trying to find a way out. Xingyun Saint Venerable quietly appeared. Seeing Lin Qianfan's solemn expression, he said, "Sect Master, the spiritual energy of the Tsangshuan realm is completely different from that of the lower planes. The laws and forces contained within it are extremely complex. Perhaps we can start by transforming the spiritual energy." Lin Qianfan's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "What do you mean, Senior?" Saint Xingyun stood with his hands behind his back, the laws of space and time pulsing slightly around him. Sanchuan domain practitioners comprehend the laws of the star domain through their understanding of the laws. When spiritual energy enters their bodies, it is directly transformed into spiritual power that is compatible with their own star domain. However, your chaos sacred body and the ancient dragon bloodline are too special. Forcibly constructing a star domain will cause the rejection of the heavenly Tao. If you can find a way to transform the spiritual energy here into spiritual power suitable for your constitution, perhaps you can bypass the conflict. Lin Qianfan pondered for a moment, then immediately activated the Chaos Immortal Scripture, attempting to guide the external spiritual energy into his body. However, as soon as the spiritual energy from the Tsangshuan realm touched his meridians, it rushed everywhere like boiling magma, burning his meridians with excruciating pain. Jiang Meng ran over with a modified spiritual pattern detector, the data on the instrument jumping wildly. "Brother Lin, the spiritual energy concentration here is 100 times that of the lower planes, but the spiritual temperature is ridiculously low. It's simply not suitable for direct absorption." Bai Wei tapped her folding fan lightly against her palm, blood-colored spiritual energy coursing through her fingertips. "Perhaps the power of blood can neutralize the violent aura. Qianfan, try enveloping the aura with the might of the ancient dragon bloodline." Lin Qianfan followed her instructions, activating his ancient dragon bloodline. Dragon light surged forth like a tide, enveloping a strand of aura. Sure enough, the initially agitated aura gradually calmed, but when it attempted to transform into spiritual energy, it clashed with the forces of chaos. Yin Yan suddenly spoke, "The power of chaos is inherently all-encompassing. Could it be that it's lacking a medium? Just like melting different metals into an alloy requires a specific catalyst." Lin Qianfan's mind stirred, recalling the Phantom Spirit Law he'd obtained from the Phantom Spirit Palace. He attempted to integrate the Phantom Spirit Law into the spiritual energy transformation process. Suddenly, the spiritual energy, enveloped by the dragon's might, began to undergo a miraculous transformation, becoming as smooth as flowing water and naturally merging with the power of chaos. "Success!" Lin Qianfan exclaimed in delight. He continued to guide more spiritual energy into his body, stabilizing it with dragon might, harmonizing it with the laws of phantom spirits, and finally transforming it with the power of chaos into a unique spiritual force. As this spiritual force flowed through his meridians, not only did it not repel him, but it actually resonated with his chaos sacred body and the ancient dragon bloodline, and his strength was actually increasing subtly. The system prompt sounded just in time. Ding! Successfully created the Chaos Dragon Spirit Transformation Technique. Can transform the Tsangshuan realm's spiritual energy into exclusive spiritual power, conversion efficiency plus 30%, and for every 10 spiritual energy converted, gain a random law of enlightenment. Lin Qianfan was shocked. This not only solved the problem of spiritual energy conversion, but also opened up a brand new path of cultivation. He immediately informed everyone of his discovery. Xingyun Saint's eyes were filled with admiration. The sect master is incredibly gifted, having created his own technique in such a short time. With this Chaos Dragon Spirit Transformation Technique, our cultivation in the Tsangshuan territory will be twice as effective with half the effort. Bai Wei and the others also experimented. Although they couldn't completely replicate Lin Qianfan's transformation method, they were inspired by it and improved their own cultivation techniques. To test the power of his transformed spiritual energy, Lin Qianfan arrived at the trial grounds outside of Xingyun City. This was a place for practitioners to spar, and it was surrounded by defensive barriers. As soon as he entered, he attracted a lot of attention. "Isn't this the kid from the lower plane who was against the Hua family? I heard he hasn't even opened up a star field yet, and he's here looking for trouble?" Lin Qianfan ignored the discussion and activated the Chaos Dragon Spirit Transformation Technique, infusing the transformed spiritual energy into the Jingjue sword. The runes on the sword shone brightly, the primordial sword intent and the new spiritual energy blending perfectly. He casually swung the sword, Chaos Spirit Void Slash. A sword beam imbued with the power of chaos, dragon might, and phantom spirits pierced the air, directly slicing a massive crack in the trial field's defensive barriers. The entire audience erupted in an uproar. The practitioners who had been mocking him stared with wide eyes, staring at the scene before them in disbelief. How is this possible? His power clearly doesn't have the same fluctuations as a star disciple, so why is it so terrifying? Could it be that he has mastered some lost secret technique? Lin Xianfan sheathed his Jingjue sword, his heart brimming with confidence. Having solved the spiritual energy conversion problem, he was one step closer to building his own star domain. Meanwhile, the system released a new quest, Ding. Main quest updated, establish a base of influence in the Zhongshuan domain. Reward, mysterious star domain coordinates, imperial level formation diagram failure penalty, chaos dragon spirit conversion art becomes ineffective. Lin Xianfan gazed at the bustling streets of Xingyun City with a determined look. He knew that in the Zhongshuan territory, where the strong reigned supreme, only by establishing his own power could he better explore the whereabouts of the heavenly craftsman stone and protect his companions. The Chaos Dragon Spirit Transformation Art would be a powerful aid in his quest to establish himself in this land. Chapter 75 First time attending an auction. After resolving the spiritual energy conversion challenge, Lin Xianfan's reputation in Xingyun City grew even greater. Numerous factions secretly dispatched agents to observe his movements, and even the Hua family temporarily relinquished their vengeful intentions. However, Lin Xianfan remained undeterred, knowing full well that to gain a foothold in the Zhongshuan territory, he needed both resources and intelligence. Upon hearing that Xingyun Pavilion would be hosting a grand Wanxiang auction in 3 days, he immediately decided to attend, hoping to find treasures that could aid in the construction of the star domain or the repair of the Jingjue sword. On the day of the auction, Xingyun Pavilion was a departure from its usual bustle. Security was heavy at the gates, and those entering and exiting were all formidable figures, adorned with ornate attire and possessing a distinguished aura. When Lin Xianfan arrived with Bai Wei, Xingyun Saint, and the others, the entrance's detection screen flickered violently due to the chaotic spiritual energy coursing through him, drawing everyone's attention. How dare these ants from the lower planes participate in the Wanxiang auction? A scoff echoed from the crowd. I'm afraid they can't even afford the reserve price for the treasures here. Lin Xianfan, his expression impassive, took out the VIP token he'd purchased from the woman in black veil. Seeing this, the guard's demeanor shifted instantly, and he respectfully ushered everyone into the VIP box. The room was luxuriously appointed, inlaid with meteorite iron, a material that blocked divine sense detection. The viewing window in front offered a panoramic view of the auction hall. The hall was already packed. A massive spotlight illuminated the central auction table, a pristine stone platform. An exciting atmosphere permeated the air. Following the ringing of a clear bell, a woman in a gilded dress and a star-shaped crown slowly stepped onto the auction stage. Her eyebrows raised slightly as she swept her gaze across the room. Welcome everyone to the Wanxiang auction. Today, we have countless treasures. First up is the red sun fruit, which can increase your understanding of the fire principle by 30%. The starting price is 50,000 high-grade star spirit stones, and each bid must be no less than 5,000. Bidding continued unabated, but Lin Xianfan showed little interest. His goal was to find something even rarer. Several items were sold at high prices, and just as everyone was growing weary, a sly glint flashed in the auctioneer's eyes. This next item is a truly remarkable treasure, a damaged jade slip of the star domain law. It contains the complete law of spacefolding. Though incomplete, it's priceless to cultivators below the star venerable realm. Starting price, 200,000 high-grade star spirit stones. The hall instantly erupted in excitement. The law of space has always been one of the most precious laws. Lin Xianfan's eyes lit up. His chaos power and the law of space were inherently compatible. If he could obtain the jade slip, perhaps it would accelerate the construction of the star field. 250,000. 300,000. The bids continued to rise, quickly breaking through 500,000. Just as Lin Xianfan was about to make his bid, a cold voice rang out from the VIP box across the way, 800,000. Everyone looked over and saw it was someone from the Hua family. The Hua family elder sneered and looked provocatively in Lin Xianfan's direction. Bai Wei was furious and was about to speak when Lin Xianfan raised his hand to calm her down and said calmly, 1 million. The entire audience gasped, and the fire elder's face darkened. 1,100,000. 1,500,000. Lin Xianfan spoke calmly, yet with an undeniable aura of authority. The Fire Elder's veins bulged, and he tried to raise the price, but was dissuaded by the people behind him. In the end, the Star Domain Law Jade slip fell into Lin Xianfan's hands. The auctioneer's eyes flashed with surprise. As expected of a rising star. Next up is today's grand prize at Heavenly Dao fragment, suspected to be from the ancient divine court. This page records a portion of the Heavenly Dao's trajectory. Rumor has it that those who possess it can directly comprehend the laws of heaven. Starting price, 3 million high-grade star spirit stones. The hall fell into a dead silence. 3 million high-grade star spirit stones were enough to buy half of Starfall City. Lin Xianfan's heartbeat quickened, and the shocking sword hummed in its scabbard, as if it were extremely eager for this item. At this moment, several powerful divine senses swept over his private room, clearly indicating that some other powerful individual was determined to obtain it. 3.5 million, the bidder from the left-hand box was the first to place an offer. 4 million, another voice rang out. Lin Xianfan clenched his fists and was about to bid when Saint Xingyun suddenly spoke up, "Sect Master, while this item is valuable, its aura is obscure and suspicious." Lin Xianfan was taken aback. He channeled the power of chaos to investigate, and indeed, he discovered a faint dark aura swirling around the surface of the Heavenly Dao fragment. While he was hesitating, the auction price had already soared to 8 million. Ultimately, the fragment was snatched up by a mysterious figure in black robes. After the auction, Lin Xianfan and the others had just left the Xingyun pavilion when they were stopped by a group of men in black. The leader sneered, "Hand over the Star Domain Law Jade slip, and I'll spare your lives." Xingyun Saint stepped forward, the laws of time and space condensing around him. "Just you?" Seeing this, the men in black drew their weapons, one of whom was a Star Venerable Realm expert. Lin Xianfan's eyes glared, and he activated the Chaos Dragon Spirit Transformation Art, causing his spiritual energy to surge. A fierce battle, following the auction, was about to unfold under the night sky of Xingyun City. Could Lin Xianfan protect his hard-earned treasure? And could he continue to seek opportunities beneficial to his cultivation in this turbulent Sunchuan realm? Chapter 76, Seizing the Holy Sword Longyang Sword. A fierce fight erupted outside the Xingyun pavilion. The laws of space and time flowed through Xingyun Saint Venerable's body, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed a space-time shackle, imprisoning the leading Xingzuan realm expert. Lin Xianfan, along with Bai Wei and the others, fanned out. The Jingzhuo sword was unsheathed 3 inches, and chaotic spiritual energy surged and flickered on the blade. Seeing the situation was dire, the men in black abandoned their words and launched dozens of poison daggers, swathed in a faint green light. Blood Soul Sky Curtain. Bai Wei's blood-red spiritual power surged, raising a scarlet barrier to block the poisonous blades. Yin Yan took a sword step, and the Lingshu sword transformed into a stream of light. Broken Sky Sword Technique, Thousand Sword Shadows. As the sword's power surged, the 3 men in black screamed and flew backwards. Lin Xianfan activated the Chaos Ancient Dragon Body, his dragon power resonating. Chaos Dragon Shadow Kill. 9 golden dragon shadows crisscrossed the crowd, and wherever they passed, the men in black fell to the ground, spitting blood. In a matter of moments, the black-clad men were completely wiped out. The leading Star Venerable Realm expert struggled within the shackles of time and space, his eyes filled with fear. Who are you?" Xingyun Saint Venerable snorted coldly, and the power of time and space suddenly tightened, reducing them to dust. "We were attacked right after the auction. It seems someone doesn't want us to take the jade slip." Lin Xianfan's expression was grim as he carefully stored the Star Domain Law Jade slip. 3 days later, Xingyun Pavilion announced another auction, a divine weapon auction, with the grand prize being the legendary holy sword, the Longyang sword. Legend has it that this sword, wielded by an ancient dragon king, embodies the devastating power of the dragon element. It once split the stars and slain an alien demonic god. The news sent the entire Xingyun city into a frenzy, with powerful individuals gathering spirit stones in a desperate attempt to acquire the sword. On the day of the auction, the VIP boxes were practically occupied by established factions. As Lin Xianfan and his group entered the venue, they felt several hostile glances. The members of the Hua family sat in the box across from them, their eyes filled with resentment. The mysterious black-robed figure who had taken the torn page of the Heavenly Dao also appeared, exuding a frightening aura. The auctioneer was once again the woman in the gilded dress. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, a red silk cloth was unfurled, revealing a long sword etched entirely in red gold and inscribed with dragon patterns. The blade of the Longyang sword swirled with golden flames, each pattern resembling a dragon soul. A miniature starfield condensed above the blade, its inherent dragon laws causing all the dragon-blooded cultivators present to tremble. Holy Sword, Longyang Sword, starting price, 5 million high-grade star spirit stones. Each bid must be no less than 100,000. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, bidding began to surge like a tide. 5.5 million. 6 million. The price continued to climb, soon breaking through the 10 million mark. Lin Xianfan stared intently at the Longyang sword. The Jingjuai sword vibrated violently within its scabbard, seemingly resonating with it. His ancient dragon bloodline also surged, and his dragon might emanated uncontrollably, drawing the attention of the entire audience. 12 million, the Hua family elder gritted his teeth and bid, gazing defiantly at Lin Xianfan. You can't take this sword. Lin Xianfan, his expression calm, raised his bid, 15 million. The room fell silent instantly. No one had expected him to possess such financial resources. The Hua family elder's face flushed red, and he was about to raise the price again, but was stopped by a family elder. Just when everyone thought the Longyang sword would be Lin Xianfan's, the mysterious black-robed figure finally spoke, 20 million. The venue fell into a dead silence. 20 million high-grade star spirit stones were enough to build a small starship fleet. Bai Wei and the others expressed concern. Jiang Meng tightly grasped the spirit pattern storage ring. The spirit stones within represented their entire fortune. Lin Xianfan took a deep breath, channeling the power of chaos to steady his mind, and slowly spoke, 23 million. The black-robed man was silent for a moment, then coldly lowered his bidding paddle. When the auctioneer finally called out deal, Lin Xianfan felt all his strength drained away. To win the Longyang sword, he had not only exhausted his savings from the Wan family but also mortgaged some of the precious materials to Xingyun Pavilion. The moment he grasped the Longyang sword, a warm power surged into his body. The dragon spirit within the sword seemed to acknowledge his ancient dragon bloodline, actively communicating with the spirit of the Jingjuai sword. Lin Xianfan channeled his spiritual energy, and the Longyang sword instantly transformed into a stream of golden light, merging with the Jingjuai sword to form a translucent chaos dragon sword, its blade engraved with stars, dragon patterns, and chaos runes. Ding! Detected fusion of the holy swords Longyang and Jingjuai swords. Gained new skill, Chaos Dragon Abyss Star Breaking Slash. Sword weapon level increased to half-step Immortal Emperor, capable of autonomously absorbing the power of laws to evolve. A system notification rang out in his sea of consciousness. Lin Xianfan was overjoyed. Although this auction had been extremely costly, the rewards far exceeded his expectations. However, before he could fully experience the power of his new sword, a violent tremor erupted outside the Xingyun Pavilion. A dark shadow streaked across the sky, bearing down on Lin Xianfan's private room. Xingyun Saint's expression suddenly changed, and the laws of space and time condensed into a shield. Be careful. It's a Star Emperor. The shadow instantly broke through his defenses, revealing a scarred face. Greed gleamed in his eyes. Hand over the Longyang sword, and I'll spare your life. Lin Xianfan gripped the Chaos Dragon sword tightly, his chaotic spiritual energy surging wildly. He knew that acquiring the Longyang sword was only the beginning. This holy sword, imbued with terrifying power, would surely attract countless covetous beings. And he would use this sword as a blade to carve out his own path in this perilous Sangshuan realm. Chapter 77, Dragon Flame Mountains Part 1. After the auction, Lin Xianfan, holding the fused Chaos Dragon sword, found himself in a new crisis. Faced with the threat of a Star Emperor, the Xingyun Saint expended his utmost power in unleashing his spacetime mysticism, creating a chaotic vortex of spacetime that Lin Xianfan and his companions seized upon to escape. Tensions in Starfall City intensified as various factions secretly monitored the sword's movements. Lin Xianfan knew that remaining in Starfall City would only lead to trouble. Following Saint Xingyun's advice, everyone set their sights on the Longyan Mountains on the edge of the Sangshuan territory. This region earned its name from the flames that erupted year-round, imbued with the laws of dragons. Rumor has it that deep within the mountains lies the secret realm of the ancient dragon race, potentially holding precious materials needed to repair the Chaos Dragon Sword and potentially helping Lin Xianfan perfect the laws of the Star Realm. Entering the Longyan Mountains, a scorching atmosphere assaulted them. The sky was stained a dark crimson, the ground was streaked with gullies brimming with lava, and the air was filled not with clouds but with tiny sparks of burning fire. Jiang Meng's spirit pattern detector frantically sounded an alarm. Brother Lin, the concentration of flame spiritual energy here is 100 times higher than in ordinary areas, and... His expression changed. We've detected multiple powerful life waves, at least a dozen spirit emperor level fire attributed demonic beasts. Bai Wei gently waved her folding fan, and blood-colored spiritual energy formed a protective shield on her body to resist the heat. The more dangerous the place, the more likely it is to hide treasures. Be careful of those monsters. They are immersed in the laws of dragons here, and their strength may far exceed that of their peers. Yin Yan's Lingshu sword was slightly hot, and the sword's power resonated subtly with the surrounding flames. She frowned and said, "The laws here are very chaotic. We must pay attention at all times when fighting." Lin Xianfan activated the Chaos Dragon Spirit Transformation Technique, transforming the scorching flame energy into his own unique spiritual power. The Chaos Dragon sword trembled gently in his hand, and the dragon pattern on the blade emitted golden flames. "Stay alert and spread out." As he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a red-flamed Tyrannosaurus Rex as big as a small mountain broke out of the ground. The beast's body was covered in flaming scales, and when it opened its huge mouth, it released a dragon breath filled with destructive power. Chaos Dragon Shield. Lin Xianfan's dragon might erupted, raising a golden dragon-shaped shield to intercept the exhaled breath. Ripples rippled across the shield's surface under the intense heat. Bai Wei seized the opportunity, transforming her blood-colored chains into a giant blood soul python, entangling the Tyrannosaurus Rex's hind legs. Yin Yan took a sword step, his Lingshu sword piercing the Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes with a cold gleam. Zhang Meng quickly deployed his spiritual pattern trap, Spirit Pattern, Flame Explosion Formation. A vortex of flames suddenly erupted from the ground, trapping the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xing Yun's Saint formed hand seals, and the laws of time and space transformed into chains to restrain the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Sect Master, now is the time. Lin Xianfan gripped the Chaos Dragon sword tightly, and the dragon soul within the sword roared to the heavens. Chaos Dragon Abyss Star-Breaking Slash. A sword beam wrapped in the power of chaos and the laws of dragon wielded it, cleaving the scarlet-flamed Tyrannosaurus Rex in two. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex died, a Spirit Emperor-level demon core, gleaming with flame patterns, rolled out, along with a dragon scale engraved with ancient runes. Ding! Killed a Spirit Emperor-level scarlet flame Tyrannosaurus. Obtained 1 Spirit Emperor-level demon core, 1 dragon scale can be used to enhance swords, and plus 5% dragon flame mountain range exploration progress. A system notification chimed. Lin Xianfan collected his spoils and was about to continue forward when the distant sky suddenly turned golden. A roar, even more majestic than that of the scarlet flame Tyrannosaurus, echoed, and the flames of the entire mountain range began to boil. Xing Yun Saint's face was solemn. "It's the Dragon Flame Ancient Dragon, at least a peak star venerable. It guards the core of the mountain range. We must bypass it." Before he could finish his words, a golden figure streaked through the sky, hovering above everyone. It was a giant dragon ablaze with golden flames, its eyes like 2 crimson suns, and every breath it took caused a spatial tremor. "Outsiders, trespassing into the Dragon Flame Mountains, what crime will you commit?" The Dragon Flame Ancient Dragon's voice boomed like thunder across everyone's consciousness. Lin Xianfan gripped the Chaos Dragon sword tightly, sensing the excitement of the dragon soul within. He knew this ancient dragon must hold secrets related to the dragon race's heritage. "Senior, we have come here to explore the ancient dragon clan secrets, and mean no offense." Lin Xianfan clasped his fists in greeting. "If you can offer any guidance, I will surely reward you handsomely." A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the ancient dragon Flame Dragon, and its huge body slowly fell down. The ground continued to sink as it approached. "The holy body of chaos and the bloodline of the ancient dragon are quite interesting. Want to enter the secret realm? You must pass me first." After that, it opened its huge mouth and spewed out a world-destroying dragon breath containing the origin of the dragon flame law. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed inch by inch. Lin Xianfan's eyes glared, and he summoned all his strength, igniting the Chaos Dragon sword with a dazzling radiance. A fierce battle with a peak-level ancient dragon in the star-venerable realm was about to unfold. What secrets lay hidden deep within the Dragon Flame Mountains? In this perilous place, could they find the key to perfecting the laws of the Star Realm and repairing the Chaos Dragon Sword? Chapter 78, Yanlong Mountain Range, Establishing the Wanxian Sect Part 2. In a fierce battle with the Dragon Flame Ancient Dragon, Lin Xianfan, drawing upon the Chaos Dragon Sword and the Ancient Dragon Bloodline, unleashed the Chaos Dragon Abyss Burning Heaven Art, a fusion of multiple principles. The golden sword's light collided with the world-destroying dragon's breath, and the resulting energy ripples leveled the surrounding mountains. A flicker of admiration flashed in the Dragon Flame Ancient Dragon's eyes, and he finally retracted his attack. "Because you can withstand my full-strength attack, you are worthy of entering the secret realm. However, to obtain the inheritance, you must pass 3 tests." Guided by the ancient dragon, Lin Xianfan and his companions reached the core of the mountain range. An ancient altar, encircled by golden flames, loomed before them. At its center, a dragon jade slip, shimmering with mysterious runes, hovered. The moment Lin Qianfan's hand touched the slip, a flood of information flooded into his consciousness. Not only did it contain the complete secrets of dragon cultivation, but it also contained information about a prime location suitable for establishing a sect. This place is rich in dragon flame power. If we establish a sect here, we can draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Xingyun Saint Venerable looked around, his eyes lit with joy. However, establishing a sect is by no means easy. It requires spiritual veins, a mountain protection formation, and sufficient cultivation resources. Lin Qianfan clenched the jade slip, his mind already made up. Since that's the case, let's establish the Wanxian sect here. Protecting the continent is our responsibility, and establishing a sect and cultivating more powerful people is a long-term plan. After saying this, Lin Qianfan withdrew the reward he had received from the system. A brilliant light flashed, and a magnificent hall rose from the ground, its glazed tiles gleaming in the flames. Immediately afterwards, 90 million dormitories for disciples spread out like a star-studded network, each inscribed with a spirit-gathering array. A 999-step immortal staircase stretched from the foot of the mountain to the front of the hall. Built of immortal stones imbued with the power of the laws, those who ascended it could automatically sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Finally, Lin Qianfan planted the 10,000 immortal spirit veins. In an instant, the fiery spiritual energy of the mountains converged frantically, forming a spiritual light column that reached the sky. Ding! The 10,000 Immortals sect has been successfully established. Rewards: 10,000 Immortals Mountain Protection Formation can withstand 3 full-strength attacks from a Star Emperor. Sect management system allows independent appointment of elders and issuance of missions, and first batch disciple recruitment order 1000. A system notification chimed. Lin Qianfan immediately activated the recruitment order, and suddenly, 1,000 highly qualified practitioners appeared out of thin air. These disciples came from all over the Zhongshuan territory, drawn by the sect's powerful spiritual energy and Lin Qianfan's reputation. Bai Wei was appointed as the law enforcement elder. Holding a blood-colored token, she formulated the sect's rules. Anyone who enters the Wanxian sect must not bully the weak or harm their fellow disciples. Violators will be severely punished. Yin Yan served as the elder who passed on skills, responsible for imparting swordsmanship and cultivation experience. Jiang Meng became the weapon refining elder, leading the disciples to create spiritual pattern weapons. Qingyun Saint sat in the position of chief worshipper, guarding the foundation of the sect. News of the Wanxian sect's founding quickly spread throughout Zhongshuan territory. Upon hearing the news, the Hua clan's head sneered. A brat from a lower plane wants to gain a foothold in Zhongshuan territory? I'd like to see how long he can hold out. The Xingyun Pavilion's leader offered a congratulatory gift. Sect Master Lin is truly courageous. If needed in the future, Xingyun Pavilion is willing to cooperate with the Wanxian sect. However, the peace didn't last long. 3 days later, a group of mysterious men in black robes appeared outside the Wanxian sect. The leader was a one-eyed old man, exuding an aura of decay. He held a staff inlaid with a skull. Hand over the dragon clan heritage of the Longyan Mountains, or I will destroy this small sect of yours. Lin Qianfan stood before the sect's main hall, Chaos Dragon sword in hand, his dragon-like might resonating in all directions. If you want the inheritance, you must first pass this test. He waved his hand to activate the 10,000 Immortals Mountain Protection Formation. A golden curtain of light rose, enveloping the sect. Seeing this, the black-robed men summoned their magical instruments, and dark spells surged towards the formation like a tide. Disciples of the 10,000 Immortal sect, listen! Lin Qianfan shouted, and 1,000 disciples formed a battle formation. Bai Wei led the disciples of the law enforcement hall to defend the perimeter, while Yin Yan led the disciples of the transmission hall to launch a counterattack with a sword formation. Xingyun Saint Venerable even took action personally, transforming the laws of time and space into a giant net, trapping the black-robed warrior who attempted to infiltrate. In the midst of the fierce battle, the ancient dragon flame suddenly appeared, raising its head and roaring. All the fiery power in the mountains converged on the 10,000 Immortals sect's formation. Boy, no one can steal this dragon heritage. The ancient dragon's arrival instantly reversed the situation. The black-robed figure suffered heavy casualties from the combined attack of flames and laws. Seeing the situation was dire, the one-eyed old man attempted to flee, but was caught up by Lin Qianfan. The Chaos Dragon's sword slashed down with the force of a cosmic splitter. Chaos Dragon Abyss Destruction Slash. The old man screamed and turned to ash. After this battle, the Wanxian sect's reputation spread far and wide, attracting even more practitioners hoping to join the sect. Lin Qianfan stood atop the immortal ladder, gazing at the burgeoning Wanxian sect with a determined gaze. He knew this was only the beginning. In this Xingshuan realm, where the strong reigned supreme, the Wanxian sect was destined to become an unstoppable giant. He would lead his disciples to explore more unknown realms and confront the crises lurking in the shadows. Chapter 79 Accepting Su Baihuan as a disciple. After the Wanxian sect defeated the black-robed men, its reputation soared, and numerous practitioners flocked to the sect daily, hoping to join. One day, a unique figure appeared at the foot of the sect's mountain, a young girl, approximately 16 or 17 years old. She wore a simple gray dress and carried a worn wooden sword, but her eyes shone with a stubborn determination that refused to give in. "I want to see the sect master. I want to join the 10,000 Immortals sect." The young woman's voice was clear and firm, echoing at the mountain gate. The disciple on duty looked her up and down. Seeing that she was only at the Spirit King level and dressed in shabby clothes, his attitude suddenly turned cold. "A Spirit King, you want to join the 10,000 Immortals sect? Go back and practice for a few years before you decide." The girl bit her lip, refusing to leave. "Although my current cultivation level is low, I'm confident I can catch up with the others. Please let me see the sect master." Just as the situation was at a standoff, Zhang Meng happened to pass by. Seeing the girl's persistence, he remembered how he had followed Lin Qianfan back then, and something clicked in his mind. "What's your name? Why did you insist on joining the Wanxian sect?" The girl saluted quickly. "My name is Su Baihuan. I grew up on the outskirts of the Yanlong Mountains and have witnessed monsters wreaking havoc in villages. I want to become stronger and protect the weak. I heard that the leader of the Wanxian sect has a sense of justice, so I must join the sect." Zhang Meng was moved by her sincerity and decided to take her to see Lin Qianfan. At that moment, Lin Qianfan was in the sect's main hall discussing the opening of a new secret realm for cultivation with Qingyun Saint. Zhang Meng brought Su Baihuan into the hall and explained the situation. Lin Qianfan's gaze fell on Su Baihuan, and a sweep of his spiritual sense revealed a hint of astonishment. This seemingly ordinary girl actually possessed a trace of the extremely rare heavenly sword body within her. This physique was naturally compatible with the way of the sword, and if cultivated, her future achievements would be limitless. "Would you like to be my disciple?" Lin Qianfan suddenly asked. Su Baihuan was stunned. She had only wanted to join the sect, but she had never expected to become the sect master's personal disciple. When she realized what was happening, her eyes flushed with excitement, and she quickly knelt and kowtowed. "Disciple Su Baihuan, I pay my respects to master." Lin Qianfan nodded with satisfaction, raised his hand and injected a wisp of chaotic spiritual power into Su Baihuan's body to help her sort out her meridians. "From today on, you will follow Elder Yin Yan to learn the basic swordsmanship. Once your foundation is solid, I will personally teach you the secret method." Su Baihuan nodded heavily and secretly vowed in her heart that she must work hard to practice and live up to her master's expectations. Ding! Successfully accepted Su Baihuan heavenly sword body as disciple. Triggering special reward, a purple gold summoning card. Summons an elder of Spirit Emperor rank or higher, with 100% loyalty. A system notification chimed in Lin Qianfan's consciousness. He was overjoyed. The purple gold summoning card was even more valuable than the red gold summoning card, meaning he could add a top-tier combatant to the sect. However, before Lin Qianfan could use the summoning card, the sect's alarm suddenly sounded. A disciple hurried in to report, "Master, this is bad. The Hua family has joined forces with several other factions, bringing over 1,000 men to attack. Leading them is the Hua family's ancestor. Rumor has it he's already reached the early stages of the Star Emperor realm." Lin Qianfan's eyes glared, and he gripped the Chaos Dragon sword tightly. The Hua clan had indeed refused to give up, uniting with other factions in a clear attempt to annihilate the Wanxian sect in one fell swoop. "Notify all disciples to prepare for battle." He turned to Saint Qingyun and said, "Senior, the enemy is advancing with such force that we require your guidance in the mountain protection formation." Saint Qingyun nodded, the laws of time and space coursing through him as he headed towards the formation center. Elders by Wei, Yin Yan, and others quickly gathered their disciples and formed a battle array in front of the mountain gate. Su Baihuan, clutching a wooden sword, stood at the center of the ranks. Though nervous, her gaze remained resolute. She knew this was her first major battle since joining the Wanxian sect, and it was also her chance to prove herself. Soon, the figures of the Hua family and their companions appeared in the distance. The Hua family patriarch, clad in a crimson robe, was engulfed in flames, leaving charred marks on the ground with every step he took. He sneered, "Lin Xianfan, today is the end of your 10,000 immortal sect. If you know what's good for you, hand over the inheritance of the Dragon Flame Mountains and the Holy Sword, and perhaps you'll be spared." Lin Xianfan stepped forward, his dragon might and the power of chaos erupting simultaneously. "If you want it, come and get it." Without hesitation, he withdrew the purple gold summoning card and crushed it. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky, and a pillar of purple light descended from the sky. Within the light, a stern man in silver armor, holding a spear, slowly emerged. He exuded the terrifying aura of a peak spirit emperor, and the principles of destruction and slaughter flowed from his spear. The peak spiritual emperor, or heavenly martial emperor, Qin Zhan, greets the sect master. The man knelt on one knee, his voice resounding like a bell throughout the room. Lin Xianfan was overjoyed. With Qin Zhan's presence, the chances of victory in this battle increased significantly. "Elder Qin, follow me to meet the enemy," he commanded, and the entire Wanxian sect charged towards the enemy with unwavering momentum. A battle that would determine the survival of the Wanxian sect had officially begun. Chapter 80 The Sky List arrives. A fierce battle between the myriad immortal sect and the Hua family and other forces was imminent. Emperor Qin Zhan, spear in hand, led the charge. The destructive laws emanating from his spear tip surged like a surging wave, instantly crumbling enemy defenses wherever he passed. Lin Xianfan wielded the Chaos Dragon Sword, unleashing the Chaos Dragon Abyss burning heaven art. The golden blade's light collided with the Hua family patriarch's crimson flames, emitting a burst of intense light that obscured half the sky. As the battle raged, the laws of heaven and earth throughout the Tsunchuan domain suddenly trembled violently. Boom! A massive crack tore through the sky, sending endless golden light pouring down. An overwhelming pressure beyond imagination descended. Everyone froze in their tracks. The Fire Clan Patriarch's crimson flames dimmed beneath the pressure, and even the mountain-protecting formation maintained by the Azure Cloud Saint began to ripple. Lin Xianfan looked up and saw a scroll of ancient lists slowly descending from the crack. On it, the three characters' sky list radiated an eternal, immortal light, each stroke imbued with the profound principles of heaven. A sharp system notification blasted through Lin Xianfan's consciousness: the ancient treasure, the sky ranking, has been detected. This ranking, surpassing the Heavenly Pride ranking, records the most powerful individuals in the 3,000 worlds. Those on the list receive the blessing of the Heavenly Tao, and their strength skyrockets. Simultaneously, the sky ranking shone brightly, revealing a line of small characters, first time on the list, ranking based on combat power and understanding of the laws. The Hua family patriarch gazed at the sky ranking, his eyes gleaming with greed. Temporarily setting aside his grudge with the myriad immortals, he roared, "First, seize the sky ranking. Whoever makes it will reign supreme over these 3,000 worlds." He took the lead and flew towards the sky ranking, flames surging from his body as he attempted to break through the restrictions surrounding it. However, the moment his palm touched the list, a flash of golden light passed, and the Hua family patriarch screamed and flew backwards, his flames extinguished. His cultivation at the early stage of the Star Emperor realm showed signs of instability. The powerful figures from other factions gasped upon seeing this, yet some, unable to suppress their desire, launched attacks one after another. Without exception, they were all repelled by the power of the sky ranking, suffering severe injuries at best and immediate death at worst. Lin Xianfan felt the Chaos Dragon Sword's violent tremors, the dragon spirit within it roaring with excitement. He knew this was a rare opportunity. Activating the Chaos Dragon Spirit transformation technique, he transformed the surrounding raging spiritual energy into spiritual power. Lin Xianfan unfolded his ancient dragon form, and behind him emerged the shadowy figure of a 1,000-foot-tall dragon, its body entwined with chaotic fire and the power of the stars. Chaos Heavenly Eternal Sword. Lin Xianfan slashed with his sword, a blade of light imbued with the laws of chaos, dragons, time, and space, shooting towards the sky ranking. The moment the sword light touched the list, the sky ranking shone brightly, unexpectedly absorbing this power. Immediately, Lin Xianfan's name slowly appeared on the list 99th. Simultaneously, a warm power surged into his body, instantly elevating his understanding of the laws of the starfield and further strengthening his chaos-sacred body. Su Baihuan watched from below as his master made the list, tears welling in his eyes with excitement. He gripped his wooden sword tightly and cheered loudly. Bai Wei, Yin Yan, and the other elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with pride. Qin Zhan nodded slightly, the killing principle on his spear becoming more condensed. The sect leader's strength is indeed well deserved. However, the true battle had just begun. As time passed, more and more powerful warriors arrived, including some long-hidden monsters. An old man in a black robe, entwined with the law of death, appeared. He raised his hand, and countless skeletons emerged from the ground. Death gaze. A gray-black light shot towards the sky ranking, causing the light on the list to flicker violently. Finally, the old man's name appeared at number 98, firmly surpassing Lin Xianfan. Ha ha, the old man laughed wildly. An ant from the lower planes dares to challenge me for glory? Lin Xianfan's eyes glared. He activated the Myriad World's Pride Order, summoning the power of the Pride from the list. Suddenly, a surge of immense power surged into his body, and the Chaos Dragon sword erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The Chaos Myriad laws returned to one sword. This strike fused his understanding of the 3,000 great Taos, and even a hint of the origin of the heavenly Tao appeared within the sword's radiance. The sword's light struck the sky ranking once again, causing the list to tremble violently, and light poured down like a waterfall. Lin Xianfan's name began to climb, 98, 97, finally settling at 50. Meanwhile, the sky ranking issued another announcement: 3 days from now, the top 100 will face off in a life or death duel. The winner will receive heaven's blessing and have the opportunity to glimpse the origin of the great Tao. The announcement sent the entire crowd into an uproar. Those powerful individuals who had previously dismissed Lin Xianfan now cast fearful glances at him. The Hua family and the others were filled with regret. Had they known Lin Xianfan would be on the sky ranking, they would never have challenged the Wanxian sect. Lin Xianfan clenched the Chaos Dragon sword, his gaze fixed firmly on the sky ranking. The duel in 3 days would not only be a matter of personal honor, but also crucial to the Wanxian sect's continued dominance in the Zhengchuan realm. And what secrets lay hidden behind the mysterious origin of the Great Tao? Chapter 81. Chapter 81. The protagonist is the first to carve his real name. The shockwaves caused by the appearance of the sky ranking had yet to subside, and the entire Zhengchuan realm was plunged into unprecedented unrest. With 3 days remaining until the showdown between the top 100, various factions dispatched spies to closely monitor the movements of the top-ranked experts. Within the Wanxian sect, Lin Xianfan sat cross-legged beside the Wanxian spiritual vein, where the spiritual energy was most abundant, concentrating on the insights gained from his ascent to the sky ranking. The Chaos Dragon sword hovered above his head, its runes mysteriously resonating with the sky ranking, continuously emitting golden light. Su Baihuan stood guard outside the sect's main hall, her eyes filled with admiration and worry. She knew the ensuing showdown would be dangerous. Those veteran masters would never let a person from a lower plane snatch their opportunity away so easily. Elders like Bai Wei and Yin Yan led their disciples in strengthening the sect's defenses, preventing any sneak attacks. The powerful Qingyun Saint and Xinjian took turns protecting Lin Xianfan, ensuring he was in top condition for the battle. 3 days later, the sky ranking slowly ascended into the air, transforming into a 1,000-foot-tall arena in the heart of the Zhengchuan territory. Countless mirrors, condensed from the laws of heaven, floated around the arena, projecting the battle scene across the star regions in real time. The top 100 warriors appeared one after another. A black-robed elder glared at Lin Xianfan with a sinister gaze, the laws of death condensing around him like bone spurs. "Little bastard, today is your death." As the duel began, everyone descended into a chaotic fray. A powerful Star Emperor, master of the laws of thunder, launched the attack. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Prison. The entire sky transformed into a sea of purple lightning, and thousands of bolts of lightning pressed down on the crowd like a cage. Lin Xianfan's expression was grim. He activated his Chaos Ancient Dragon body. The phantom of the Ancient Dragon behind him raised its head and roared, "Ancient Dragon might, suppress the world." The terrifying pressure spread, even dispersing some of the thunder. At that moment, the black-robed elder silently appeared behind him, stabbing his back with a bone spike brimming with death. Lin Xianfan was prepared, using Chaos Illusionary Lightning Flash to teleport away. With a backhand strike, he unleashed Chaos Dragon Abyss Star-Breaking Slash. The golden sword light collided with the bone spike, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. The black-robed elder was forced back several steps, a flicker of shock in his eyes. He hadn't expected Lin Xianfan to maintain such composure in the midst of the chaos. As the battle progressed, the warriors unleashed their most powerful weapons. Some summoned phantoms of ancient beasts, others unleashed forbidden techniques that fused countless laws. The entire arena seemed to become a center of destruction. Lin Xianfan grew stronger with each battle. The Chaos Dragon sword transformed into a stream of light in his hand, and every swing resonated with the laws of heaven and earth. He unleashed the Chaos Heavenly Daoin sword, a fusion of the power of the supreme geniuses of all realms. Wherever the sword's light struck, space shattered, and several warriors were severely injured and forced to retreat. When only 10 men remained, the battle reached a fever pitch. Lin Xianfan's opponent was a mysterious woman from the central region, clad in white, shrouded in the gentle yet deadly laws of life. The cycle of life, final chapter, the woman whispered softly, and countless white lotuses blossomed around Lin Xianfan, each imbued with the power of life and death. Lin Xianfan activated the Chaos Immortal Sutra, the power of chaos forming a golden shield around his body. He mobilized the ancient dragon bloodline within him, blending dragon breath with the fire of chaos. Dragon breath burns the world, chaos lotus destroys. A raging fire swept through, and the white lotus flowers dissipated in the heat. Seizing the woman's vulnerable spot, Lin Xianfan instantly closed the distance between them, pointing the chaos dragon sword directly at her throat. "I surrender." The woman looked at Lin Xianfan with a complicated expression and voluntarily withdrew from the battle. Lin Xianfan and a powerful warrior clad in golden armor remained alone on the battlefield. This warrior wielded a massive axe, engraved with ancient runes of slaughter. Every swing of the axe could tear through space. "You've made it this far, you're certainly quite capable," the golden armored warrior said in a deep voice. "But the top spot on the sky ranking can only be mine." He swung his massive axe, unleashing that axe of creation, slaughter. A blade imbued with the power of destruction slashed towards Lin Xianfan. Lin Xianfan took a deep breath, summoning all his strength, the myriad world's pride order, the chaos dragon sword, the ancient dragon bloodline, all his powers converged into a single sword strike, the chaos all laws returned to one, eternal heavenly Tao sword. The golden sword and axe clashed, the blast of energy creating countless cracks in the sky ranking's protective shield. Amidst the violent roar, cracks appeared in the golden armor of the warrior, who stumbled back, ultimately defeated. Silence fell over the entire crowd, and no one could believe their eyes. Lin Xianfan, from the lower planes, had actually defeated all the powerful warriors. The sky ranking shone brightly, a golden light cascading down like a waterfall, enveloping Lin Xianfan. A system notification chimed like a resounding bell in his mind, ding. "Congratulations to the host for reaching the top of the sky ranking. Triggering a special achievement lasting a million years. True name engraving." At the very top of the sky ranking, the three characters Lin Xianfan slowly emerged. The characters were condensed from the laws of heaven, emitting an eternal and immortal light. Simultaneously, a line of smaller characters appeared below the list, specially granted title, Chaos Emperor. From now on, you control a portion of the heavenly Tao's authority, invulnerable to all attacks. Across the continent, countless practitioners knelt, gazing at the gleaming sky ranking in worship. Within the myriad immortals sect, Bai Wei and the others were moved to tears, while Su Baihuan cheered with jubilation, "Master is the strongest." Lin Xianfan felt the power surging within him. His chaos sacred body and ancient dragon bloodline evolved once again under the baptism of the heavenly Tao, and his chaos dragon sword's compatibility reached unprecedented heights. He clutched the order of the pride of all realms and gazed toward the 9 netherworlds. Now, he had become the Chaos Emperor, his true name engraved on him. Even if the remnant of the Dark Spirit Emperor returned, he had absolute confidence in his complete destruction. And in the unknown star regions beyond, countless secrets and challenges awaited him. "Everything has just begun," Lin Xianfan whispered, his figure slowly disappearing in the light, ready to usher in a new legend. Chapter 82 Dowling's Secret Realm. After Lin Xianfan reached the top of the sky rankings and was crowned Chaos Heavenly Emperor, the Wan Xian sect's prestige resounded throughout the Zhanshuan realm. However, he wasn't resting on his laurels. One day, the system suddenly issued a notification, detected, the ancient secret realm Dowling's Secret Realm is about to open. This secret realm contains a vast amount of insights into the laws and rare treasures, and there's even a chance to awaken a special Dao body. Simultaneously, a new quest was announced, main quest, send a direct disciple to the Dowling Secret Realm for training. Success rewards 2 golden summoning cards which summon a divine elder with 100% loyalty. Failure penalty, the direct disciple loses 1 random innate ability. Lin Xianfan summoned Bai Wei, Yin Yan, and other elders to discuss the matter. Qingyun Saint stroked his beard and said, "The Dowling Secret Realm is always dangerous. Even powerful spiritual emperors must be cautious when entering. However, Su Baihuan has excellent talent. If he can gain experience in this secret realm, he may be able to break through his bottleneck." Lin Xianfan nodded. He knew that towering trees could not grow in a greenhouse. If his disciples wanted to truly grow, they must undergo the test of life and death. That evening, Lin Xianfan summoned Su Baihuan to the main hall. Stepping inside, the young woman felt a slight nervousness at the sight of her master's solemn expression. By Huan, the Daoling's secret realm is about to open. I intend to let you enter alone to train. Lin Xianfan's gaze was firm. This journey may be dangerous, but I believe you will return with a reward. Su Baihuan was stunned for a moment, then her eyes hardened as she knelt and saluted, Master, rest assured. I will live up to your expectations. She knew this was a sign of Master's trust in her and an opportunity for transformation. Lin Xianfan took out a jade slip engraved with chaos runes and handed it to her. This jade slip contains 3 sword intentions I left behind. They can protect you in a critical moment. Also, this spiritual pattern communication talisman. If you encounter any danger that cannot be resolved, send a message immediately. 3 days later, the entrance to the Daoling's secret realm appeared at the edge of the Tsunshuan territory. It was a vast vortex, surrounded by shimmering runes, each one imbued with the fluctuations of ancient laws. Geniuses from various factions converged here, including many powerful star venerables. Su Baihuan took a deep breath and stepped into the vortex. As soon as she entered, she felt a strong repulsive force, as if the entire secret realm was resisting outsiders. A gray mist enveloped her, making visibility extremely low. Su Baihuan gripped her wooden sword tightly and activated the techniques taught by Lin Xianfan, transforming the surrounding spiritual energy into spiritual power. Suddenly, low growls echoed from the mist, and 3 demonic beasts, covered in spikes and emitting a foul odor, pounced out. Broken Sky Sword Technique, First Form. Su Baihuan's sword flashed, her sword intent blending perfectly with the wooden sword. However, the monster's defense was beyond imagination, and her attack left only a shallow scar. At the critical moment, she remembered the fighting techniques taught by her master. With a flash of her body, she dodged the monster's claws and simultaneously channeled her spiritual energy into the tip of her sword. Broken Sky Sword Technique, Armor Breaking Form. A sharp sword beam pierced the monster's vitals. After defeating the demon beast, Su Baihuan continued to explore deeper. Along the way, she encountered geniuses from other factions. One of them, a young man holding a folding fan, saw that she was at the Spirit King level and sneered, "Little girl, this secret realm isn't for you. Hand over your treasures, and I'll see you out safely." Su Baihuan snorted coldly, pointing her sword at the other man, "If you want it, come and get it with your ability." As the two engaged in a fierce battle, the ground suddenly shook, and a gigantic Dao spirit giant ape emerged from the earth. Dao patterns woven throughout its body, each swing of its arms caused vibrations in the air. Seeing this, the other geniuses ceased their fight and joined forces to confront the ape. Su Baihuan joined the fray, discovering the ape's weak spot between its eyebrows. Seizing the perfect moment, she unleashed a powerful sword strike. However, the ape reacted with remarkable speed, slapping her away with a single blow. Just as Su Baihuan's life hung by a thread, the sword energy left by Lin Xianfan automatically triggered, slashing out with a golden sword beam, forcing the giant ape back. She seized the opportunity to swallow a recovery pill and rejoin the battle. Ultimately, the group defeated the giant ape and obtained an inner elixir shimmering with Dao patterns. Meanwhile, within the Wanxian sect, Lin Xianfan closely monitored Su Baihuan's situation. He breathed a sigh of relief upon learning she had escaped danger. Deep within the Daoling's secret realm, even greater dangers and opportunities awaited Su Baihuan. If she successfully completed her training, Lin Xianfan would receive 2 golden summoning cards, adding 2 divine venerable elders to the Wanxian sect. Where would this unpredictable training lead? Chapter 83 Fighting for the Spirit Mine. Su Baihuan's battle with the Daoling giant ape and the Daoling's secret realm had made her stand out among the many geniuses, but it also exposed her strength and attracted many covetous glances. After a short rest, she continued to move deeper into the secret realm. The fluctuations of the laws in the air became increasingly strong, and she could faintly hear the clash of spiritual energy in the distance. Following the sound, Su Baihuan arrived at a valley. The sight before her made her pupils shrink. In the center of the valley, a massive mineral vein radiated brilliant light. Embedded within it were countless spiritual ores imbued with high-level laws. A mysterious mist hovered above the vein, resembling some kind of powerful restriction. Dozens of powerful individuals from various factions had already gathered around, including some star venerable realm masters. They stood warily facing each other, ready for conflict. This is the core spiritual ore of the Daoling's secret realm. Rumor has it that it contains the Dao pattern crystal core that can help people break through the realm, someone in the crowd whispered. Su Baihuan's heart moved. If he could obtain the Dao pattern crystal core, not only would he greatly improve his own strength, but he would also be able to complete the training mission assigned by his master. Just as the stalemate reached a deadlock, a shadow flashed by, and an old man in a dark purple robe took the lead. He swung his bone staff, Death Vortex. Black spiritual energies swirled into a vortex, attempting to forcibly break through the barrier. However, the mist above the vein swirled, and a golden beam shot out, knocking the old man back, causing him to spit blood and fall to the ground. The restriction contains the laws of heaven. A brute force attack is useless, someone in the crowd shouted. At this moment, a young man holding a folding fan stepped out. He was none other than the Star Honor Realm expert who had clashed with Su Baihuan before. How about we work together to break the formation, and then we can compete fairly for the spiritual ore? Everyone exchanged glances, reaching a temporary consensus. Su Baihuan blended in with the crowd, carefully observing the patterns of the restriction. She discovered that the mineral vein was surrounded by 8 stone tablets inscribed with Dao patterns. If she could activate the tablets in a specific order, she might be able to break the restriction. As she pondered this, she suddenly felt a cold spiritual sense sweep over her. Turning around, she saw several men in black staring at her with malicious intent. "Girl, hand over the clues you've uncovered, and I'll spare your life." The leader of the men in black sneered, the dagger in his hand flashing with a cold light. Su Baihuan gripped the wooden sword tightly, her eyes determined. "If you want it, come and get it." She launched the first attack, broken sky sword technique, Gale style, and the sword shadow pierced the man in black like a gust of wind. The leader of the men in black snorted coldly and unleashed Shadow Assault, disappearing instantly, only to reappear behind Su Baihuan the next second. At the critical moment, Su Baihuan dodged sideways, channeling his spiritual energy and swinging his wooden sword in an arc of sword energy. Bang! The sword energy collided with the black-clad leader's attack, the powerful impact forcing Su Baihuan back several steps. Seeing this, the other black-clad men gathered around, forming a siege. Blood Shadow Kill. The leader of the men in black formed hand seals, and countless blood-red shadows sprang from the ground, rushing towards Su Baihuan. Su Baihuan recalled the Chaos Dragon Spirit transformation technique taught by her master, and attempted to transform the surrounding death energy into her own spiritual power. Strangely, the blood-red shadows began to dissipate upon contact with her transformed spiritual power. So that's how it is. Su Baihuan's eyes flashed with surprise. She fully activated her skills, transforming more death energy while simultaneously unleashing a modified sword technique. Chaos Spiritual Sword Shadow. The golden sword shadow clashed fiercely with the blood-red shadow. The leader of the men in black watched in shock as his own killing move was thwarted. Before he could react, Su Baihuan's wooden sword was already pressed against his throat. After dispatching the men in black, Su Baihuan took advantage of everyone's inattention and quietly approached the stone tablets at the edge of the vein. Following her previous deductions, she activated the tablets in a specific order. When the 8th tablet lit up, the mist above the vein suddenly dissipated, revealing the shimmering spiritual ore within. The restriction has been broken. Everyone reacted and rushed towards the spiritual mine. Su Baihuan, not to be outdone, moved like lightning, rushing towards the largest Dao pattern crystal core. However, the young man holding a folding fan blocked her path. "Little girl, if you want the crystal core, you must get past me first." He waved the fan, and an attack imbued with the laws of space roared towards her. Su Baihuan channeled his spiritual energy, mobilizing the sword intent left by Lin Xianfan. Chaos Sword Intent Break. The golden sword light collided with the spatial attack, erupting in a dazzling radiance. Amidst the chaotic scramble, could Su Baihuan successfully seize the Dao pattern crystal core? And what kind of intense conflict would this battle for the spiritual ore provoke? Chapter 84 Su Baihuan obtains the inheritance of Emperor Baixin. The battle for the spiritual ore intensified, with powerful warriors from all sides engaging in a fierce battle to seize the Dao pattern crystal core. Su Baihuan engaged in a fierce battle with a young man wielding a folding fan. The opponent's treacherous and unpredictable spatial attacks repeatedly put her in danger. She swung her sword to block, but the wooden sword and the spatial blade collided, sparking dazzling sparks and leaving her knuckles numb. At that moment, an ancient and mysterious vibration suddenly emanated from the depths of the mine, causing the scramble to pause. A fissure appeared in the center of the spiritual mine, and an ancient altar radiating a rainbow of light slowly rose. Above the altar, suspended in mid-air, a pristine tome and a translucent heart-shaped crystal. It's the inheritance of Emperor Baixin. Rumor has it that Emperor Baixin used the way of 10,000 hearts to prove his truth, allowing him to control the thoughts of all living beings. If one can inherit this, they will surely dominate the world, someone in the crowd exclaimed, their eyes filled with greed. Young Master Zhishan no longer cared about fighting Su Baihuan. He flashed and rushed towards the altar. Su Baihuan followed closely behind. Her heavenly sword body seemed to resonate with this mysterious wave, and the spiritual energy in her body involuntarily accelerated. However, when everyone approached the altar, it suddenly released a powerful repulsive force. Chains formed by the power of the mind shot out from the altar, trapping everyone. If you want to obtain the inheritance, you must pass the trial of 10,000 hearts. A vicissitudes of life voice sounded in everyone's sea of consciousness. Only those with no distractions and a firm will can inherit the way of 100 hearts. As soon as the words fell, the trapped people fell into their own illusions. The young master of the folding fan fell prey to the allure of power, surrounded by countless beauties and treasures. With just a nod, he could possess it all. Other powerful individuals, while some saw the immense power they had always dreamed of, others were gripped by deep-seated fear. Su Baihuan, on the other hand, found herself surrounded by a sea of swords, countless blades piercing her, each carrying a distinct intent. Broken Sky Sword Technique. Su Baihuan swung her sword to meet the enemy, but the sea of swords seemed endless, and she gradually felt powerless. At this moment, she remembered the teachings of her master, Lin Xianfan, and her original intention of protecting the weak when she joined the Myriad Immortals sect. I can't fall here. She gritted her teeth and activated the Chaos Dragon Spirit Transformation Technique, transforming the surrounding sword energy into her own spiritual power. As Su Baihuan persisted, cracks began to appear in the sea of swords. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed her most powerful strike, Heavenly Sword, Dawn. A white sword beam, imbued with unwavering conviction, pierced the sea of swords. As she broke through the illusion, she was surprised to discover that, aside from her, the other experts were bound by chains of thought, trapped in the illusion. The altar's multicolored light blazed brightly, actively drawing the tome and heart-shaped crystal into Su Baihuan's body. Ding! Host-disciple Su Baihuan successfully passed the 10,000 Hearts trial and received the inheritance of the 100 Hearts Emperor. He mastered the 10,000 Hearts thought control technique, gaining the ability to manipulate the thoughts of others. He also obtained the 100 Hearts sacred body, furthering his physique. A system notification chimed in Lin Xianfan's mind. He was watching the disciples' progress within the 10,000 Immortals sect, a pleased smile on his face. Su Baihuan felt the surging power within her. She gently raised her hand, and the trapped young master folding shan floated uncontrollably upward, his eyes filled with terror. Let me go, he pleaded with difficulty. Su Baihuan, however, didn't embarrass him. After withdrawing her power, she turned and prepared to leave. She knew that the inheritance was already within her grasp. There was no need to make further enemies. However, just as she was about to take a step, the altar suddenly shook violently, and a dark shadow emerged from its depths. It was a humanoid creature shrouded in black mist. Its voice was hoarse and sinister. The inheritance of the 100 Hearts, how can you, a youngster, take it away so easily? With that, it raised its hand and waved, and countless black spears, condensed from the power of its mind, shot towards Su Baihuan. Su Baihuan's expression froze. She cast her 10,000 mind control technique in an attempt to control the opponent's actions, but found that the opponent's mind was as hard as stone, and could not be shaken at all. She quickly swung her wooden sword and cast Chaos Spirit Sword Shadow. The sword shadow collided with the black spear, erupting in a roar. Do you think the Baixin inheritance is so easy to obtain? I am a demon general under the Baixin Emperor, and have guarded the inheritance for countless years. Today, I will slay you. The shadow roared, and the black mist surrounding it transformed into a massive demonic hand, grasping at Su Baihuan. Su Baihuan activated the Baixin sacred body, and the power within her body surged wildly. She knew that this would be a life or death battle to determine the inheritance's fate. In this battle, could she fully control the Baixin Emperor's inheritance and successfully complete her training? Chapter 85 releases a new disciple recruiting mission. Yi sure? The news that Su Baihuan, having survived a near-death experience in the Daoling secret realm and obtained the inheritance of Emperor Baixin, spread like thunder across the Zhongshuan realm. Lin Xianfan, upon learning that his disciple had successfully passed the test, was filled with joy and had also successfully obtained 2 golden summoning cards. He didn't rush to use them, instead turning his attention to the new task issued by the system, Special Disciple Recruitment Task. Find the mysterious young man Yi sure, help him awaken his hidden bloodline, and accept him as a direct disciple. Success rewards, fragments of a divine level technique in the Wanxiang Celestial Monument, a sect treasure capable of evolution. Failure penalties, all direct disciples will regress 1 level in their realm. Lin Xianfan frowned, the severity of the penalty for failure forcing him to take it seriously. He immediately summoned Qingyun Saint, Qin Zhan, and other elders to discuss the matter. Yi Shi, this name has never appeared in the Zhongshuan domain. Qingyun Saint applied the laws of time and space to deduce, but found nothing. This person's aura seems to be deliberately concealed, making it extremely difficult to detect. Qin Zhan gripped his spear tightly and said in a deep voice, "No matter how difficult it is, this child is crucial to the sect's future. We must find him." Lin Xianfan decided to split up his forces. Bai Wei led the law enforcement hall disciples to explore Xingyan City and its surroundings. Yin Yan led the transmission hall disciples to explore the various hidden markets. Jiang Meng utilized his expertise in spiritual patterns to set up detection arrays in the starry sky. He, along with Su Baihuan and Qingyun Saint, headed for the much-rumored Misty Swamp in the Zhongshuan territory, a place where the spiritual energy was disturbed and mysterious events often occurred, perhaps offering clues. Stepping into the Misty Swamp, the thick fog enveloped her body like a substance, and every breath carried the scent of decay. Su Baihuan activated her 100 Hearts sacred body and subtly cast her 10,000 Hearts control technique, attempting to sense the life waves around her. Suddenly, her expression shifted. "Master, there's fighting ahead." Everyone rushed in, only to see a young man in gray being besieged by a dozen miasma beasts covered in poisonous spines. The young man, seemingly frail, held a strangely shaped black short blade, its blade engraved with mysterious runes. He was agile, and as he swung the blade, the runes shimmered, allowing him to barely fend off the attacks of the miasma beasts. However, the miasma beasts were numerous, and each attack released a poisonous mist that corroded spiritual energy. The young man had already suffered multiple wounds, and his breath was growing weaker. "Go!" Lin Xianfan waved his hand, and a stream of chaotic spiritual energy transformed into a barrier, repelling all the miasma beasts. The young man looked at the crowd that had suddenly appeared, a flash of vigilance in his eyes. Su Bai stepped forward cheerfully, handing over a healing pill. "Don't worry, we're here to help you." The young man hesitated for a moment, then took the pill and swallowed it. His wound healed at a visible speed. "Thank you all for saving my life." The young man saluted, his voice clear but with a hint of stubbornness. "My name is Yi Shi. I wonder why you seniors are here." Lin Xianfan's eyes were like torches, and his spiritual sense quietly explored, but found that there seemed to be a powerful force sealed in the young man's body, which was very similar to the hidden bloodline described in the system task. "We're looking for someone. Have you ever heard of Yi Shi?" Lin Xianfan asked tentatively. The young man stiffened slightly, and after a moment's silence, he slowly nodded. "I am Yi Shi. My tribe has told me since I was a child that my bloodline will bring disaster, so it has been sealed." As he spoke, he lifted his sleeve, revealing a shimmering chain wrapped around his wrist. Lin Xianfan was overjoyed, but he didn't show it. He took a step forward, and the power of chaos slowly surged out. "If you are willing, I can help you break the seal of your bloodline, accept you as my personal disciple, and protect you." A struggle flashed in Yi Shi's eyes, but he finally knelt firmly. "Disciple Yi Shi, I pay my respects to Master." At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the swamp. The ground shook violently, and countless miasma beasts surged toward them. A massive black shadow loomed in the mist. Qingyun Saint's expression was solemn. "Not good. It's the miasma ancient beast guarding the swamp, at least at the peak of the star venerable realm." Lin Xianfan clenched the Chaos Dragon sword and looked at Yi Shi. "If you want to unlock the bloodline seal, you must first pass this level." Yi Shi gripped his short blade tightly, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Su Baihuan stood beside him, whispering, "Don't be afraid, we're here." A great battle was about to break out. Could Yi Shi's sealed bloodline awaken in the battle? And could Lin Xianfan successfully complete his mission to become his disciple and claim the precious reward? Chapter 86, Two Gods Arrive, the 10,000 Immortals sect gains another giant. The roar of the ancient miasma beasts shook the swamp to a boil. The sticky miasma surged like a living thing, and countless miasma beasts pounced with fangs and claws bared. Lin Xianfan swung the Chaos Dragon sword, Chaos Dragon Abyss Star-breaking slash. The golden sword light tore through the mist, slicing the foremost miasma beasts into pieces. Yi Shi gripped the mysterious short blade tightly. Although his strength was limited by the bloodline seal, he gritted his teeth and fought alongside Su Baihuan. The rune-shaped short blade slashed strangely, barely able to resist the attacks of the low-level miasma beasts. This boy's bloodline is sealed in a very special way. It's the ancient forbidden technique Wan Yu unlock. Qingyun Saint used the laws of time and space to temporarily trap part of the ancient beast's limbs, but his expression was solemn. Breaking it by force will damage its foundation. Only through fighting can the bloodline resonate. Lin Xianfan nodded, and the dragon power around him surged. The shadow of an ancient dragon emerged. Yi Shi. Activate the technique I just taught you and draw on the power within your body. Yi Shi followed his instructions, the chains within his body trembling violently. Just as the ancient beast broke free, spewing a miasma powerful enough to corrode even a star-venerable realm expert, the runes on his short blade suddenly shone brightly, and a familiar yet unfamiliar force broke through the shackles, a divine bloodline imbued with the laws of the abyss. Its inky black aura faintly revealed the pressure that controlled the life and death of all things. Break! Yi Shi instinctively swung his sword, the power of the abyss transforming into a black slash that actually split the miasma and poisonous breath apart. Seeing this, Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity and merged the power of chaos with Yi Shi's abyssal bloodline. Chaos abyss, heaven, and earth are at peace. The two strongest forces collided, and the miasma beast let out a dying wail, and its huge body collapsed with a loud bang. The moment the battle ended, Lin Xianfan produced two golden summoning cards. Light shattered the sky, and two god-level powerhouses stepped out from the void. The old man on the left, his white hair hanging to the ground, clutched a jade rui, and was surrounded by a hazy purple aura. The space he passed through automatically healed. The woman on the right, clad in silver scale armor, 12 ancient bronze mirrors levitated behind her, her eyes cold and indifferent. Grand Primordial Divine Master Young Suzy greets the sect master. The old man smiled and saluted. With a flick of his jade rui, the miasma in the swamp began to purify. He excels in the laws of creation in space, and is willing to protect the foundation of the sect. The woman nodded slightly, her voice cold and clear. Jinyuan Divine Master Mingyue specializes in the laws of reincarnation in mirror images. If there are any enemies, I will make them suffer the pain of endless reincarnation. Lin Xianfan was overjoyed. The addition of these two divine lords had greatly enhanced the Wanxian sect's strength. He immediately assigned young Suzy to oversee the upgrade of the sect's formation, while Mingyue was responsible for training elite disciples. After Yi Shi's bloodline awakened, his strength skyrocketed to the spiritual emperor realm. Gazing at the revitalized Wanxian sect, the young man's eyes were filled with longing. Master, what is the origin of my bloodline? Your bloodline is connected to the origin of the abyss, which is extremely rare. Lin Xianfan took out the fragment of the god-level martial arts obtained from the system, the art of domination of the abyss. This martial arts may help you control the power, but remember, the power of the abyss can easily erode the mind. You need to keep your original heart at all times. Yi Shi took it solemnly and bowed to promise. However, the rise of the 10,000 Immortals sect had already drawn trepidation from all sides. Deep within Xingyun City, the Hua family patriarch gazed in the direction of the 10,000 Immortals sect, his teacup shattering in his hand. How could they recruit two divine lords in such a short time? We can't wait any longer. Behind him, a black-robed figure smirked, a token inscribed with cursed runes emerging from his palm. Don't worry, ancestor. I've contacted the evil cultivators from outside the realm, and in 3 days I'll have a great gift for Lin Xianfan. 3 days later, dark clouds gathered over the 10,000 Immortals sect, and hundreds of shadowy figures tore through the void. The leading evil cultivator wore a skull crown, wielding a bloody halberd. The 10,000 Immortals sect harbors the abyssal bloodline, which is incompatible with the way of heaven. Today, I will put you to death. Before he could finish his words, Mingyue's 12 ancient bronze mirrors simultaneously illuminated. Mirror prison of reincarnation. The evil cultivators were instantly trapped in the mirrored space, struggling in endless cycles of reincarnation. Young Suzy wielded the Jade Rui, transforming the power of creation into a cage, trapping the remaining enemies. Lin Xianfan, accompanied by the elders, appeared, pointing the Chaos Dragon sword directly at the evil cultivator leader. Who gave you the courage to invade the 10,000 Immortals sect? The evil cultivator leader was horrified to discover that his power had been suppressed by 80%. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, a chaos sword beam pierced his chest. After this battle, the Wanxian sect's reputation grew even greater. But Lin Xianfan knew this was only the calm before the storm. He gazed at the Wanxiang heavenly steel, gradually taking shape in his hand, the sect's most precious treasure, continuously absorbing the power of the laws in the aftermath of the battle, gleaming with a mysterious light. What kind of enemy will it be next time? He muttered to himself, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Under his leadership, the Wanxian sect would continue to write its legend. Chapter 87, Southern Region Competition, Storm Rising. The news of the Wanxian sect's rapid rise in power, having subdued two divine elders, spread like a hurricane across the Tsangshuan territory. However, before the sect's members could fully digest this joy, earth-shattering news arrived from the Sichuan Territory Southern region. The once-in-5-year Southern Territory competition was about to begin. This competition would gather all the Southern Territory's top factions and geniuses. The winner would not only receive a vast amount of cultivation resources, but also be awarded the supreme honor of Southern Territory Overlord. A system notification chimed in Lin Xianfan's consciousness, detected the start of the Southern region competition. Main quest: lead the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect to participate in the competition and secure a top 3 finish. Success reward: 500 Supreme Servants, 100% loyalty, with Emperor-level combat potential failure penalty, demotion of the sect's mountain defense formation, and the drying up of the 10,000 Immortals spiritual veins for 3 months. Lin Xianfan, his expression solemn, summoned Xingyun Saint, Young Suzy, and other elders to discuss matters. The Southern Territory competition is packed with experts. Established factions like the Xiantian Sword Sect and the Netherworld Demon Sect both boast Star Emperor-level experts, and there are even more hidden families waiting in the wings, Xingyun Saint observed, stroking his beard. But our sect has a divine elder, and with the addition of talented individuals like Su Baihuan and Yishur, we might be able to compete. Su Baihuan clenched his sword, his 100-heart sacred body tingling with heat. Master, I am willing to fight for the sect. I will show those people the might of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Yishur silently gripped his short blade, his abyssal blood quietly coursing through him. Ultimately, Lin Xianfan selected Su Baihuan, Yishur, and Chu Xiao, the exceptionally gifted new disciple with the Thunder Spirit body, to form the participating team. On the day of the competition, the Sky Dome battlefield in the heart of the Southern Territory was packed. This space, opened up by an ancient powerhouse, could accommodate millions of powerful warriors fighting simultaneously. Huge projections of laws hovered around it, reflecting the battle scenes in real time. Lin Xianfan, leading the 10,000 Immortals sect, entered the venue, immediately attracting countless glances. The 10,000 Immortals sect? Is that the rising new force? I heard they subdued 2 gods, but the competition relies on the younger generation, so I don't know how far they can go. Amidst the discussions, Huiyan, the young master of the Hua family, sneered and stepped forward, followed by representatives from the Xiantian Sword Sect and the Netherworld Demon Sect. Lin Xianfan, today I'll show you that the foundation of the established factions is not something you can shake. Lin Xianfan said calmly, we'll wait and see. The first round was a free-for-all, with 300 teams entering the battlefield simultaneously, and the top 8 were determined by elimination. As soon as Su Baihuan and his companions entered the battlefield, they were surrounded by 3 teams. The leading Netherworld Demon Sect disciple was shrouded in black mist. Netherworld Ghost Claws. Dozens of pitch-black ghost claws pierced the air and grabbed. 10,000 Mind Control Technique. Su Baihuan waved her jade hand lightly, and some of the ghost claws suddenly turned around and attacked other teammates. Yishur seized the opportunity to close in, and the power of the abyss transformed into a black blade. Abyss Sky-Splitting Slash. The space was torn into cracks, catching the enemies off guard, and 2 fell in an instant. Chu Xiao then summoned his Thunder Spirit body, 9 Heavens Thunder Punishment. Thunderbolts fell from the sky, enveloping the remaining enemies. However, the real test had just begun. In the second round of the draw, the Wanxian sect unexpectedly faced off against the championship favorite, the Xiantian Sword Sect. The opposing team was led by Jian Wuchen, known as the Southern Territory's #1 prodigy. He wielded the immortal sword Tai, his sword intent soaring into the sky. Wanxian sect, are you worthy enough to be my enemy, the Xiantian Sword Sect? Jian Wuchen launched the attack first, swinging his Tai sword. Thousands of sword energies transformed into a sword formation. Tai, 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Su Baihuan, Yishur, and Chu Xiao immediately formed a formation. Su Baihuan used telekinesis to disrupt the formation's trajectory. Yishur's abyssal power intertwined with Chu Xiao's thunder, forming a thunder barrier. However, Jian Wuchen's strength was terrifying, and the sword formation continued to shrink, gradually leaving scars on the men. At the crucial moment, Lin Xianfan transmitted a message through the air from the audience. Su Baihuan used the 100-heart sacred body to resonate with Yishur's abyssal bloodline, and Chu Xiao will use thunder to activate the laws of heaven and earth. The 3 of them moved. Su Baihuan activated the 10,000 hearts resonance, and the 100-heart sacred body shone brightly. Yishur's abyssal power became more condensed, and Chu Xiao activated the thunder laws of the sky battlefield. Thunder spirit, heavenly punishment is coming. The terrifying force of thunder in the abyss collided with the sword formation, causing Jian Wuchen's face to change drastically, and he hastily withdrew his immortal sword for defense. Seizing this opportunity, Su Baihuan unleashed the forbidden technique inherited from Emperor Baixin, Heart Prison Heaven, trapping Jian Wuchen in a golden cage formed from his mind. Yi Shi and Xu Xiao attacked simultaneously, their powerful attacks crashing down upon Jian Wuchen. Boom! The smoke and dust cleared, and Jian Wuchen collapsed to the ground, unable to fight. The crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected the Wanxian sect to defeat the Xin Tian sword sect. But they had no time to celebrate, as their opponent in the third round of the finals, the Netherworld Demon sect, slowly approached with a sinister aura. How would this final showdown for the title of Hegemon of the Southern Territory end? Could Lin Xianfan lead the Wanxian sect to a top 3 finish, earn 500 supreme servants, and further strengthen the sect? Chapter 88 Accepting Zhou Chen as a disciple. The atmosphere at the Southern Region Grand Competition Finals was as heavy as lead. The black mist swirling around the Netherworld Demon sect members threatened to dye the battlefield sky a dark black. Just as Su Baihuan and the others were bracing themselves for battle, a sudden commotion erupted from the edge of the battlefield. A ragged young man was shoved and thrown onto the field by several cultivators. He clutched a worn ancient tome, his eyes gleaming with unyielding stubbornness. "This little beggar stole my young master's things. He must be punished publicly," the leading monk said fiercely. The boy gritted his teeth and retorted, "I found this in the ruins. You clearly wanted to rob me." Lin Xianfan frowned slightly. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed that the boy was hiding an extremely special sacred body remnant soul within him. Although it had not yet awakened, once activated, its potential would be limitless. A system prompt sounded at the perfect moment, triggered hidden disciple recruitment mission, accept the young Zhou Chen as your disciple and help him awaken the remnant of his saintly body and soul. Success reward, 10 saint-level battle puppets. Failure penalty, all disciples will be unable to mobilize spiritual power for 3 days. Lin Xianfan's eyes glared, and he immediately flew onto the battlefield. Stop! Chaos power erupted, sending the cultivator who had bullied the young man back several steps. Lin Xianfan looked at the young man. "What's your name? Would you like to become my disciple?" Zhou Chen was stunned. This powerful and imposing figure in front of him actually wanted to take him in as a disciple? He recalled the cold stares and bullying he had endured over the years, and a strong desire surged in his heart. He knelt down with a plop. "Disciple Zhou Chen, hello to master." Lin Xianfan raised his hand and injected a wisp of chaotic spiritual energy into Zhou Chen's body, helping to regulate his meridians. He also transmitted the method for awakening the remnant of the holy body into his sea of consciousness. "Watch the battle from the sidelines for now. Once the competition is over, I will help you awaken." He then looked at the members of the Netherworld Demon sect and said, "Continue." The leader of the Netherworld Demon sect was a woman with a black veil on her face. She sneered and played the bone flute in her hand softly. Countless evil spirits poured out from the black fog, the ghosts of the Netherworld are crying, and myriad souls are devouring the sky. Su Baihuan activated the 100 Hearts holy body and the myriad hearts controlling mind technique, reverse soul, to try to control the evil spirits, but found that these evil spirits were blessed by special spells and were difficult to shake. Yi Shi swung his short blade, and the power of the abyss transformed into a black vortex. The abyss devours. It sucked some of the evil spirits into it. Xu Xiao activated his thunder spirit body, Thunderbolt. Thunderbolts rained down from the sky, colliding with the evil spirits with a deafening roar. However, the Netherworld Demon sect had a trick up its sleeve. The woman in black veil pulled out a blood-colored bead, which shattered, revealing a massive Netherworld bone dragon roaring out. "Oh no! This is the Netherworld Demon sect's treasured treasure, the 10,000 bone dragon pearl." Saint Xingyun, in the audience, looked solemn. The bone dragon opened its maw, and a black beam of light imbued with the law of death shot towards the 10,000 immortals. In the nick of time, Lin Xianfan struck, slashing with the Chaos Dragon Sword. Chaos Heavenly Tao Eternal Sword. The golden sword light collided with the black beam of light, and the resulting energy wave ripped through the barriers at the edge of the battlefield. Taking advantage of the stalemate, Su Baihuan unleashed the greatest killing move inherited from the 100 Hearts Emperor. 100 hearts returned to 1, Sacred Mind Judgment. A golden beam of light shot towards the woman in black veil. Yi Shi and Xu Xiao coordinated their attack on the Nether Bone Dragon, the power of the Thunder Abyss steadily weakening it. Unaware of the formidable force of the myriad immortals, the woman in black veil saw the dragon's imminent collapse. She gritted her teeth, collected her beads, and retreated with the demon sect. The Wanxian sect won the Southern Region Grand Competition. The audience cheered thunderously. Lin Xianfan stepped forward, leading Su Baihuan and the others to accept the honor. Even then, he hadn't forgotten his new disciple. After the competition, Lin Xianfan brought Zhou Chen to the Wanxian sect's retreat room, where two divine elders, Yang Suzi and Mingyue, also arrived to protect him. Lin Xianfan handed Zhou Chen the Holy Soul Awakening Pill, a sacred object obtained from the system. Take this pill, practice the technique I taught you, and attack the remnant of your holy body and soul with all your might. Zhou Chen nodded, swallowed the pill, and immediately sat cross-legged to practice. The remnant of his holy body and soul began to awaken, and a sacred and powerful force gradually emanated from him. As time passed, the light emanating from Zhou Chen's body grew stronger, his aura steadily rising. Finally, with a loud bang, a terrifying pressure spread, and Zhou Chen's sacred body's residual spirit successfully awakened. Ding! Successfully accepted Zhou Chen as a disciple, awakening the Han Yuan holy body. Reward, Sage Realm Battle Puppets X10. The system prompt sounded. Lin Xianfan's mind flickered, and 10 war puppets radiating the aura of saints appeared before him. These puppets were crafted from special materials, their eyes gleaming with an icy light. Each possessed combat power comparable to that of a saint-level warrior. With these war puppets, the 10,000 immortal sect's strength would be greatly enhanced. However, the rise of the Wanxian sect has long aroused the fear of all parties. In the dark, pairs of eyes are watching the Wanxian sect, and a greater crisis is quietly brewing. Xiaohu bot protects documents from piracy. When looking for a book robot, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Chapter 89, one of the 5 forbidden areas, the Dark Forbidden Area. After winning the Southern Territory Grand Competition, the Wanxian sect's reputation soared. 500 supreme servants were successfully inducted into the sect's ranks, and the saint-level war puppetry further solidified the Wanxian sect's defenses. But Lin Xianfan didn't let his guard down. A new system notification blasted through his consciousness: unusual activity detected in the Dark Forbidden Zone, one of the 5 forbidden zones in the Tsunchuan territory. The remnant spirit of the ancient Dark Spirit Emperor shows signs of resurgence. Main quest issued: lead a team to explore the Dark Forbidden Zone and destroy the remnant spirit. Success reward: the heavenly grade technique Chaos Dark Void Art and the evolvable Dark Abyss Divine Armor. Failure penalty: all Wanxian sect disciples are afflicted with the Dark Curse, permanently reducing their strength by 30%. Lin Xianfan immediately summoned the elders, including Qingyun Saint Venerable, Yang Suzi, and Mingyue, to discuss the matter. Qingyun Saint Venerable's expression was solemn. The Dark Forbidden Zone has existed since ancient times, brimming with all-consuming dark matter and distorting laws. Even a Star Emperor-level expert could be lost within. Let alone the remnant soul of the Dark Spirit Emperor, that very being nearly overthrew the Tsunchuan realm. Young Suzi waved his jade rui, calculating the mysteries of the heavens, but only saw chaos. This journey is extremely dangerous, but if the Dark Spirit Emperor revives, the entire Tsunchuan realm will be devastated. Sect Master, we must act swiftly. Ultimately, Lin Xianfan selected 3 of his direct disciples, Su Baihuan, Yishir, and Zhou Chen, along with 2 divine elders, Yang Suzi and Mingyue, to form the reconnaissance team. Before departing, he gave the Chaos Dragon sword to Su Baihuan for temporary use. This sword resonates with the power of chaos, and perhaps it can open a way out of the Dark Forbidden Zone. The moment they stepped into the Dark Forbidden Zone, they felt as if they were plummeting into an endless abyss. Here, there was no sun or moon, only a darkness as thick as ink, and every breath of air carried a chill that corroded spiritual energy. Su Baihuan activated his 100 Hearts sacred body and his 10,000 Hearts control technique, creating a golden shield to resist the erosion. Yishir's abyssal bloodline resonated strangely with the dark aura, causing the runes on his short blade to glow even brighter. Zhou Chen's primordial body radiated a sacred light, purifying any approaching dark matter. Be careful! It's the abyss demon spiders. Mingyue suddenly warned. Countless enormous demon spiders, covered in venomous stingers, scurried out from the darkness. Their eyes gleamed with a faint green light, and their silk contained the law of decomposition. Young Suzi waved the jade rui, and the power of creation transformed into a cage, trapping the demon spiders. These demon spiders are just the vanguard. The real danger lies ahead. As they continued deeper, a ruined ancient city gradually emerged from the darkness. Its walls were engraved with twisted runes, and above the gates, the words Dark Imperial Palace emanated a chilling pressure. As they approached the gates, the ground suddenly cracked, and countless skeletons, formed from the power of darkness, surged forward. These skeletons wielded black spears, their every strike capable of tearing through space. Fight! Lin Xianfan struck first, wielding the power of chaos in a massive fist. Chaos Collapse Fist. The skeleton soldiers shattered beneath the blow. Subaihuan wielded the Chaos Dragon Sword, unleashing the Chaos Dragon Abyss Star-breaking slash. The golden blade's light collided with the dark spear, erupting in a dazzling burst of light. Yishur merged into the darkness, the power of the abyss transforming into an invisible blade, silently reaping the heads of the skeleton soldiers. However, just as they were about to break through the skeleton soldiers' defenses, a sinister laugh echoed from the sky above the ancient city. A massive black shadow slowly gathered. It was a figure clad in a black imperial robe, its face blurred, and a vortex of engulfing darkness surrounded it. Who disturbs this emperor's slumber? The shadow's voice was deep, yet it shook everyone's soul. It's the remnant soul of the Dark Spirit Emperor. Qing Yun Saint's expression suddenly changed. He immediately used the laws of time and space to try to trap the enemy, but discovered that the power of darkness could actually corrode time and space. Mingyue summoned 12 ancient bronze mirrors, the mirror prison of samsara. However, the remnant soul of the Dark Spirit Emperor simply waved his hand, and the mirror prison shattered. Lin Xianfan activated the Myriad Worlds Pride Order, summoning the power of the sky-ranking pride and simultaneously mobilizing the forces of chaos. Everyone, attack with all your might. He unleashed the Chaos Heavenly Dao Ending Sword, a fusion of multiple laws. Subaihuan, Yishur, and Zhou Chen also unleashed their strongest attacks. Yun Shuzi and Mingyue even fought with all their might, weaving the power of creation and the laws of reincarnation into a web, attempting to restrict the movements of the Dark Spirit Emperor's remnant. In the Dark Forbidden Zone, a crucial battle for the survival of the Tsanchuan domain has officially erupted. The Dark Emperor's remnant spirit possesses power far beyond imagination, its every attack causing the very fabric of space to collapse. Can Lin Xianfan and his companions discover its weakness and successfully complete their mission? And within this darkness, are there even more terrifying secrets hidden? Chapter 90 The Sealed Dark Demon Night King. In the Dark Forbidden Zone, the dark vortex surrounding the Dark Spirit Emperor's remnant soul spun wildly, swallowing up all the attacks from Lin Xianfan and the others. The terrifying pressure made everyone's soul tremble. Just as everyone was in despair, an ancient and mysterious aura emanated from deeper within the Dark Forbidden Zone, countering the power of the Dark Spirit Emperor's remnant soul. This is... Lin Xianfan frowned. He channeled his chaos power to push aside the darkness, revealing an ancient altar constructed from massive black stones. Atop the altar, sealed was a massive figure emitting a faint purple glow, the Dark Demon Night King. It was bound by 9 chains formed from the laws of chaos, each gleaming with mysterious runes. The light emanating from these runes constantly collided with the dark power of the Dark Spirit Emperor's remnant soul, emitting a deafening roar. So that's how it is. The residual soul of the Dark Spirit Emperor tried to unlock the seal of the Dark Demon Night King and be reborn with its power. Qing Yun Saint looked solemn. He used the laws of time and space to deduce, but found that this period of history was deliberately covered up by a powerful force. The power of the Dark Demon Night King is too terrifying. Once unsealed, the entire Tsanchuan realm will be doomed. Young Suzy waved the Jade Rui, and the power of creation formed a defensive barrier around them. At this moment, the remnant soul of the Dark Spirit Emperor let out a sinister laugh. You think you can stop me? Today is your death. With that, it increased its force to attack the seal, and the chains surrounding the Night King began to tremble slightly. Lin Xianfan, fully aware of the dire situation, activated the Myriad Worlds Pride Order, once again summoning the power of the sky-ranking pride, while simultaneously unleashing the might of primordial chaos to its fullest. Everyone, act together. First, stop the remnant of the Dark Spirit Emperor. He unleashed the Chaos Heavenly Dao Ending Sword, a fusion of multiple principles. The golden blade beamed like a rainbow piercing the sun, slashing towards the remnant of the Dark Spirit Emperor's spirit. Subaihuan wielded the Chaos Dragon Sword, unleashing the Chaos Dragon Abyss Star-breaking slash, echoing Lin Xianfan's sword. Yishur's abyssal force transformed into a black vortex, attempting to devour the dark power of the Dark Spirit Emperor's remnant soul. Zhou Chen activated his primordial saint body, radiating divine light and purifying the surrounding darkness. The 2 divine elders, Young Suzy and Mingyue, also unleashed their full might, weaving the power of creation and the laws of reincarnation into a web, attempting to entrap the Dark Spirit Emperor's remnant soul. However, the Dark Spirit Emperor's remnant was formidable. Though temporarily suppressed, it continued to assault the seal. At this moment, the Night King suddenly unleashed an earth-shattering roar. One of its eyes slowly opened, its violet light revealing boundless madness and destructiveness. The bounded Night King's power leaked out, colliding with the power of the Dark Spirit Emperor's remnant. The space within the dark forbidden area began to collapse, and black cracks spread like spiderwebs. Not good. If this continues, the entire dark forbidden zone will collapse. We must act swiftly. Lin Xianfan was terrified. He suddenly came up with a risky plan. Su Baihuan, Yi Shi, and Zhou Chen, the three of you will join me. We will fuse the power of chaos, the power of the abyss, and the power of primordial chaos to attack the core of the Dark Spirit Emperor's remnant soul. Elder Yang Suzi will use the power of creation to stabilize the space, and Elder Mingyue will use the law of reincarnation to disrupt the Night King's power. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately took action. The four combined their strength, creating a powerful torrent of energy that rushed towards the remnant of the Dark Spirit Emperor. Chaos Abyss, Primordial Element World Destroying Strike. This strike, embodying three supreme powers, pierced directly through the dark vortex of the Dark Spirit Emperor's remnant soul. The Dark Spirit Emperor's remnant soul roared in pain, its power instantly weakening. At the same time, Yang Suzi waved the Jade Rui, and the power of creation turned into countless silk threads, repairing the collapsed space bit by bit. Mingyue sacrificed 12 ancient bronze mirrors, and the law of reincarnation turned into light that enveloped the Night King, interfering with its power flow. Under the combined attack of everyone, the Dark Spirit Emperor's remnant gradually became illusory, eventually dissipating into the darkness. Meanwhile, the Dark Demon Night King, though still sealed on the altar, seemed to have its power affected, its once frenzied aura gradually calming. It's finally over. Lin Xianfan breathed a sigh of relief. However, he knew the threat posed by the Dark Demon Night King had not been completely eliminated. Although this operation had destroyed the remaining soul of the Dark Spirit Emperor, the Night King's seal had been loosened, and no one knew when he would awaken again. Just as everyone was about to leave the dark restricted area, a system notification chimed in Lin Xianfan's mind. Ding! Successfully destroyed the remnant soul of the Dark Spirit Emperor, completing the main quest. Rewards: Heavenly Grade Technique, Chaos Dark Void Art, and the Evolvable Dark Abyss Divine Armor. Lin Xianfan's mind flickered, and the technique and divine armor appeared in his hands. He knew they would be crucial for dealing with future crises. However, outside the Dark Forbidden Zone, the situation in the Zhongshuan territory has subtly changed due to this operation. The strength of the Wanxian sect has once again been demonstrated, and the attitudes of various factions towards it have become more complicated. Lin Xianfan and his group returned to the Wanxian sect. Will they face new opportunities or even greater challenges? Chapter 91 Chapter 91 System suppresses the Dark Demon Night King and completely eliminates him. After returning from the Dark Forbidden Zone, Lin Xianfan remained preoccupied with the crumbling seal of the Dark Demon Night King. While the myriad immortals' sect's reputation had soared on the surface due to their successful destruction of the Dark Spirit Emperor's remaining spirit, he knew that as long as the Dark Demon Night King remained, the Zhongshuan realm would hang like a sword, threatening to plunge into irretrievable doom at any moment. A few days later, the unsettling movements in the Dark Forbidden Zone became increasingly frequent. The crackling of the Night King's chains could even pierce space, reverberating at the edge of the Zhongshuan territory. Lin Xianfan summoned all the sect's formidable warriors. The two divine elders, Yang Suzi and Mingyue, wore solemn expressions. Disciples like Su Baihuan, Yi Shi, and Zhou Chen also stood ready. Going there this time may be a life or death struggle, Lin Xianfan glanced at the group. But for the sake of the people, we have no other choice. Upon entering the Dark Forbidden Zone, everyone sensed an aura of destruction even stronger than before. The altar that had once sealed the Dark Demon Night King was now riddled with cracks, and only 3 of the 9 chaos chains remained, barely holding together. The Night King's body had largely broken free, and dark purple demonic flames soared into the sky, painting the entire space an eerie hue. Each breath he took ignited a spatial storm, instantly reducing distant peaks to dust. Attack! Lin Xianfan took the lead, activating his newly acquired Chaos Dark Void Art. The power of chaos merged with the power of the Dark Void, transforming into a dark golden beam imbued with the laws of time and space, which shot towards the Night King. Su Baihuan wielded the Chaos Dragon Sword, unleashing the 10,000 Hearts Chaos Slash, a technique incorporating the 100 Hearts control technique. The Golden Sword Shadow, brimming with the power to manipulate thoughts, attempted to disrupt the Night King's actions. Yi Shi's abyssal power surged, Abyss Final Eclipse. A black vortex swept towards the Night King, attempting to devour his power. Zhou Chen activated the primordial saint body, and the sacred light transformed into a cage, temporarily trapping part of the Night King's limbs. Yang Suzi and Mingyue assisted with all their might. Yang Suzi used the power of creation to repair the collapsed space, preventing the Night King from escaping. Mingyue continuously unleashed the mirror prison of samsara, radiating light from 12 ancient bronze mirrors in an attempt to channel the Night King's power into the cycle of reincarnation. However, the Night King's strength far exceeded expectations. With a furious roar, he broke free from his primordial. Just as everyone was in dire straits, a system notification suddenly rang out: Dark Demon Night King's threat level detected to have exceeded critical threshold. Activating the ultimate suppression program. The host must provide all of the Chaos Origin power as energy to permanently eliminate the Dark Demon Night King. Lin Xianfan didn't hesitate for a moment, knowing this might be his only chance. I am willing to sacrifice the Chaos Origin. He gritted his teeth and shouted, the chaos power surging wildly throughout his body, pouring all of it into the system. The system shone brightly, and a pillar of light, piercing the heavens and earth, descended from the sky, directly enveloping the Dark Demon Night King. The Night King roared in terror, struggling frantically, only to find his power constantly dissipating in the light. Although Lin Xianfan's face was pale from the loss of his essence, he still managed to command everyone to cooperate. Attack with all your strength now. Su Baihuan, Yishir, and Zhou Chen worked in perfect harmony, merging their powers into a brilliant beam of light. Yun Shuzi and Mingyu also unleashed their ultimate moves, the power of creation and the law of reincarnation transforming into two giant dragons that entwined the Night King. Under the combined assault of the crowd and the system's beams, cracks began to appear on the Night King's body, and dark purple demonic blood flowed like a waterfall. As time passed, the Night King's power was completely suppressed. Countless ancient runes emerged from the system's beam of light, interweaving into a web that disintegrated the Night King's soul and body. No, the Night King roared a final roar, ultimately dissipating completely within the beam of light, leaving not even a trace of his soul behind. Ding! Successfully and completely annihilated the Dark Demon Night King. Additional reward: Chaos Origin condensation increased by 30%, and the system mall unlocks access to redeem heavenly treasures. The system notification sounded, and Lin Xianfan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. His origin power, with the help of the system, began to slowly recover. The crisis in the Dark Forbidden Zone was finally resolved, and the 10,000 Immortals sect rejoiced. However, Lin Xianfan knew this was merely a milestone on a long journey of cultivation. The Zhongshuan territory was vast and boundless, filled with both unknown dangers and opportunities. He gazed at the Chaos Dragon sword, its luster gradually returning to its former glory, and at the disciples and elders fighting alongside him, his gaze growing more resolute. No matter when the next challenge came, he and the 10,000 Immortals sect would remain fearless and continue to write their own legend in this world. Chapter 92 Destroy the Four Forbidden Zones. The complete destruction of the Dark Demon Night King brought Lin Xianfan and the myriad Immortals sect's reputation within the Zhongshuan territory to its peak. However, Lin Xianfan didn't rest on his laurels. He knew full well that the Dark Forbidden Zone was only one of the 5 forbidden zones. The other for the frigid ice abyss, the burning sky volcano, the soul-devouring ghost realm, and the void turbulence also harbored terrifying beings capable of annihilating humanity. The system duly released a new mission, main mission: destroy the remaining 4 forbidden zones. Success reward: complete enlightenment of the laws of chaos and the myriad chaos cauldron, a top-tier celestial artifact. Failure penalty: the myriad Immortals sect will be expelled from the Zhongshuan domain, and all members' cultivation will be destroyed. The mission's punishment was extremely harsh, but it ignited Lin Xianfan's fighting spirit. He immediately summoned elders like Qingyun Saint, Yongsuzi, and Mingyue, as well as his direct disciples like Su Baihuan, Yishir, and Zhou Chen, to discuss a battle plan. The frigid ice abyss is covered in eternal ice year-round. Anyone who steps into it will have their spiritual energy frozen. The burning sky volcano is filled with karmic fire that incinerates all things. The soul-devouring ghost domain is home to countless evil spirits that devour the souls of the living. The void turbulence land is a stranglehold of spatial laws. Qingyun Saint's expression was solemn as he analyzed each one. Each restricted area is fraught with danger, let alone challenging them all in succession. Lin Xianfan's eyes were determined. Destroy them one by one. Starting with the frigid ice abyss. He retrieved the Dark Abyss divine armor he had acquired from the system. After absorbing the power of the Dark Demon Night King, it had evolved to withstand extreme forces. He bestowed the armor on Su Baihuan and equipped Yishir and Zhou Chen with the sect's newly crafted spiritual pattern magic weapons. Stepping into the freezing icy abyss, everyone felt as if they had instantly plunged into eternal winter. The air condensed into ice crystals, and the ground beneath their feet was covered with cracks and fissures that could devour spiritual energy. Be careful. This is the mysterious ice soul devouring formation. Young Suzy waved his jade rui, and the power of creation formed a shield to protect against the biting cold. However, countless ice-armored giant wolves suddenly burst from the ice, their eyes gleaming with a faint blue light, and each pounce brought a chill that froze time and space. 10,000 Hearts Control Technique, Ice Soul Reversal. Subaihuan unleashed the power of the 100 Hearts Sacred Body, attempting to control the ice-armored giant wolves. However, these wolves, influenced by the laws of the ice abyss, had a tough mind and could only temporarily halt their movements. Yishur seized the opportunity, transforming the power of the abyss into a sharp black blade. Abyss Ice Slash. He severed the claws of several giant wolves. Zhou Chen activated the primordial sacred body, and its divine light melted some of the ice, allowing everyone to move. Lin Xianfan activated the Chaos Dark Void Art, blending the power of chaos with the power of the dark void, forming a dark golden current of warmth that neutralized the extreme cold. Chaos Melting Ice Palm. Wherever his mighty palm struck, the ice-armored giant wolves shattered. As the group broke through the ice-armored giant wolves' defenses, a roar erupted from the depths of the ice abyss. A giant formed from 10,000 years of black ice slowly rose to its feet. The Lord of the Ice Abyss appeared. The Ice Abyss Overlord raised his hand and unleashed an eternal ice prison, trapping everyone. Lin Xianfan activated the Myriad Worlds Priest Order, summoning the power of the Priests of the Sky ranking and simultaneously mobilizing the very essence of chaos. Chaos breaks the void, dark void corrosion. Dark golden light pierced the ice prison, colliding with the Ice Abyss Overlord's power. Young Suzy and Mingyue seized the opportunity to attack, using the power of creation to repair the damaged spiritual energy of everyone, while the law of reincarnation disrupted the Ice Abyss Overlord's rhythm of movement. Under the combined attack of their forces, cracks began to appear on the Ice Abyss Overlord's body. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity and unleashed his most powerful blow. The Chaos Dragon sword slashed down with the force of the earth-shattering world, completely shattering the Ice Abyss Overlord. With the Overlord's destruction, the laws of the extremely cold Ice Abyss began to collapse, and Lin Xianfan and the others quickly evacuated. Immediately afterwards, everyone rushed to the burning sky volcano. Within the volcano, karmic fires burned fiercely, each flame capable of incinerating the soul. Powerful members of the Fire Spirit clan guarded the volcano's core, manipulating the flames to form a heaven-burning world exterminating formation in an attempt to stop the myriad immortals. Lin Xianfan activated the Chaos Dragon Spirit Transformation Technique, transforming the flame's spiritual energy into his own unique spiritual power. With a swing of the Chaos Dragon Sword, Chaos Dragon Flame burns the sky. Golden flames collided with the karmic fire, erupting in an earth-shattering roar. In a fierce battle with the fire spirits, Yishur's abyssal power reacted miraculously with the flames, forming an all-consuming black flame. Subaihuan used telekinesis to disrupt the fire spirit's formation, while Zhou Chen used his primordial body to purify the flames of evil. Ultimately, the group defeated the fire spirit's powerful warriors, destroyed the core of the burning sky volcano, and gradually subsided the raging inferno. Later, in the soul-devouring ghost domain and the land of void turbulence, the group faced unprecedented crises. In the soul-devouring ghost domain, they engaged in a life-or-death duel with the soul-devouring ghost emperor. In the land of void turbulence, they sought survival amid the stranglehold of spatial laws. However, with their tenacious will and immense strength, the members of the 10,000 Immortals sect overcame each obstacle and destroyed the 4 forbidden zones. Ding! Successfully destroyed the 4 forbidden areas. Congratulations on obtaining the complete understanding of the law of chaos and the top-tier, heavenly-grade magical weapon, the Myriad Chaos Cauldron. The moment the system notification chimed, Lin Xianfan's sea of consciousness was filled with the mysteries of the law of chaos, and the Myriad Chaos Cauldron appeared in his hands. This cauldron radiated a chaotic light, imbued with the power of creation, capable of refining all things and encompassing the universe. However, with the destruction of the 5 forbidden zones, the laws of the Tsangshuan territory began to fluctuate abnormally. A more mysterious and powerful force was lurking in the shadows. Lin Xianfan gripped the Myriad Chaos Cauldron tightly, his gaze fixed firmly into the distance. He knew a new challenge was approaching, and the Wanxian sect was well prepared. Chapter 93 Ancient Ruins Tianhua Ruins. After the destruction of the 5 forbidden zones, Xingxian territory briefly returned to peace, and the Wanxian sect grew stronger under the leadership of Lin Xianfan. But the peace didn't last long. One day, a massive rift in space and time suddenly appeared above Xingxian territory, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura that shook the very laws of the universe. A system notification rang out in Lin Xianfan's mind: the ancient ruins Tianhua Ruins have been detected. These ruins contain the legacy of the ancient Tianhua saint. Main quest: send 3 direct disciples, Su Baihuan, Yi Shi, and Zhou Chen, into the ruins to train and help them obtain the core legacy. Success reward: complete the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, which allows the host to cultivate to the great perfection realm and master the 6 laws of the human world, hungry ghost world, animal world, Asura world, hell world, and heavenly world. Failure penalty: the 3 direct disciples will permanently lose their training qualifications. Lin Xianfan, his expression solemn, summoned Saint Qingyun, Yang Suzi, and other elders to discuss the matter. Saint Tianhua is an unrivaled master from ancient times, achieving enlightenment through the principles of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Obtaining his legacy would not only be of great significance to our disciples, but would also have a profound impact on the sect and the entire Xangshuan realm. Saint Qingyun frowned. However, these ruins are undoubtedly extremely dangerous, and various factions will undoubtedly covet them. Lin Xianfan looked at Su Baihuan, Yi Shi, and Zhou Chen, his eyes full of trust and expectation. Although I cannot go there in person for this training, I will always pay attention to your safety. Remember, life is the most important, and inheritance is second. The 3 responded in unison. Su Baihuan gripped the Chaos Dragon sword tightly, Yi Shi stroked the short blade, and Zhou Chen activated the Hunyuan holy body, his eyes full of determination. The entrance to the Tianhua ruins had already gathered powerful figures from all sides. Established factions like the Xin Tian Sword Sect and the Netherworld Demon Sect, as well as some mysterious families that had been hidden for years, all coveted the inheritance within the ruins. Upon seeing the Wanxian sect's members, Huiyan, the young master of the Hua family, sneered, "Lin Xianfan, you luckily won the last southern region competition. This time, you won't dare lay your hands on the Tianhua ruins' inheritance." Lin Xianfan remained indifferent, ignoring the provocation. As the entrance to the ruins slowly opened, a powerful suction force emerged, involuntarily sucking everyone in. As soon as Su Baihuan, Yi Shi, and Zhou Chen entered, they found themselves separated from the others, trapped in a space interwoven with black and white mist. The laws here fluctuate strangely. Su Baihuan activated the 100 Hearts Sacred Body and the 10,000 Hearts Mind Control technique, but was unable to sense the fluctuations of life around him. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and countless hungry ghosts crawled out from the ground, exuding a decaying aura. Each one possessed the strength of a spirit emperor. It's the Hungry Ghost Realm test. Yi Shi gripped his short blade tightly, and the power of the abyss transformed into a black barrier to repel the hungry ghost's attacks. Zhou Chen activated his primordial saint body, radiating divine light. Purification. Wherever the light reached, hungry ghosts screamed and vanished into thin air. Su Baihuan then cast 100 hearts, returning to one holy mind cage, trapping some of the hungry ghosts and creating an opening for Yi Shi and Zhou Chen. However, the number of hungry ghosts grew, and even a gigantic hungry ghost king appeared, opening its bloody maw and attempting to devour the 3 of them. At the critical moment, Su Baihuan mobilized the power of the Chaos Dragon Sword, unleashing Chaos Dragon Abyss World Annihilating Slash. The golden sword beam pierced through the hungry ghost king's body. Yi Shi seized the opportunity to activate Abyss Devour, sucking the remaining hungry ghosts into the vortex. Zhou Chen, using the power of the primordial saint body, completely purified the evil aura from this space. After passing the Hungry Ghost Realm test, the 3 continued their journey, encountering the ancient beasts of the animal realm and the bloodthirsty warriors of the Shura realm. During the battle, Su Baihuan's 100 Heart Sacred Body's compatibility with the Chaos Dragon Sword continued to improve, Yi Shi's abyssal bloodline became increasingly condensed, and Zhou Chen gained a deeper understanding of the power of the primordial body. When they reached the core area of the ruins, a massive samsara altar appeared before them. On the altar, 6 stone tablets were inscribed with the words Human Path, Hungry Ghost Path, Animal Path, Asura Path, Hell Path, and Heaven Path. In the center of the altar, a tome emanating a mysterious light hovered. It was none other than the 6 paths of samsara kung fu. However, before the 3 could approach, an illusory figure emerged from the altar. It was an elder dressed in Taoist robes, exuding an extraordinary aura. His eyes were deep, as if imbued with the vicissitudes of life. To obtain the inheritance, you must pass the final test, endure the baptism of the 6 realms of reincarnation. The elder's voice was calm, yet it instilled immense pressure on the 3. Su Baihuan, Yi Shi, and Zhou Chen exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. They stood on the altar, each enveloped by 6 rays of light. The 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human realm, the hunger and pain of the hungry ghost realm, the law of the jungle of the animal realm, the bloodlust of the Asura realm, the endless torment of the hell realm, and the overwhelming pressure of the heavenly realm all surged toward them like a tide. In this life or death test, can the 3 of them stay true to their original aspirations and successfully obtain the core inheritance of the Tianhua ruins? And can Lin Xianfan, as he wishes, fully cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation and master the 6 principles? A challenge of inheritance and breakthrough is unfolding fiercely in the Tianhua ruins. Chapter 94, The Woman in the Ice Coffin of the Ice Palace. While Su Baihuan, Yishir, and Zhou Chen struggled through the 6 paths of reincarnation in the Tianhua ruins, Lin Xianfan remained at the Wanxian sect. Instead, he patrolled the ruins' perimeter with Qingyun Saint and his men, preventing other factions from exploiting the chaos and harming the disciples. At that moment, a strange chill suddenly emanated from the depths of the ruins. Wherever it passed, the air condensed into sharp ice crystals, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of frost. This aura feels like the power of the ancient laws of ice. Qingyun Saint's expression was solemn, and he activated the laws of time and space to investigate. The aura comes from the northwest corner of the ruins. There seems to be a mysterious palace hidden there. Lin Xianfan's eyes glared. His intuition told him that this cold aura might be inextricably linked to the heritage of the ruins. He made a quick decision: let's go and take a look. Passing through a passage strewn with icy ridges, a towering palace appeared before them. Above the palace gate, the 3 characters' ice-cold palace shone with a faint blue light. Chilling air continuously surged from the palace, forming ice tornadoes. Lin Xianfan channeled the power of chaos, forming a shield against the cold, and led everyone into the palace. The hall was utterly silent, its surface reflecting a chilling light. Following the source of the cold, a massive ice coffin loomed in the center. Crystal clear, it held a woman, slumbering within. She wore a white gauze dress, her long hair flowing like a waterfall of ink. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, yet pale, with tiny ice crystals clinging to her eyelashes, as if she had simply fallen into a long, profound slumber. Even more astonishing, a faint aura of chaos enveloped her, resonating subtly with Lin Xianfan's sacred chaos body. This woman is definitely not an ordinary person. Young Suzy waved the jade rui, trying to determine her origins, but found all his thoughts shrouded in chaos. Her aura is sealed by a powerful force, and even I can't detect a single glimpse. Mingyu has summoned 12 ancient bronze mirrors, but they only reflected a snowstorm. Strange, the law of reincarnation is completely ineffective here, as if time and space have frozen. Lin Xianfan slowly approached the ice coffin, the power of chaos involuntarily swirling. He reached out, intending to touch it, but just as his fingertips were about to touch, a disembodied voice suddenly echoed from within the hall: "Trespassers will die." Countless cones of ice shot out from all directions, each one containing enough power to freeze even a spirit emperor. Be careful. Qingyun Saint invoked the laws of time and space, teleporting everyone to safety. Lin Xianfan gripped the Chaos Dragon sword tightly and unleashed the Chaos Dragon Abyss Icebreaking Slash. The golden sword light collided with the ice cone, unleashing a violent roar. However, the ice surrounding the coffin didn't crack, but only grew stronger. The woman's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if she were awakening. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly rang out: "Triggered hidden mission, awaken the mysterious woman in the ice coffin." Success reward: a chance to awaken the Chaos Ice Phoenix bloodline and the ancient ice treasure. The mysterious ice bracelet failure penalty: the Chaos sacred body is frozen for 3 years, and the myriad immortal sect suffers a century of extreme cold. Lin Xianfan was shocked. He knew the danger of this mission, but the chaotic aura of the woman was closely related to him, so he had to try it no matter what. He extracted the Chaos Origin spiritual fluid he had obtained from the system and dripped it onto the ice coffin. The moment the spirit fluid hit the ice, a sizzling sound emanated, and cracks began to appear on the surface of the ice coffin. The woman's brow furrowed slightly, and a tear slipped from the corner of her eye, splashing tiny drops of water on the ice. Suddenly, the ice coffin erupted with an intense blue light, and a terrifying chill spread out from the woman. Lin Xianfan and the others rushed to resist with all their might. After the blue light dissipated, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were a rare icy blue, and as they swept across the crowd, they seemed to see through their souls. "Where is this?" she said in a cold, bewildered voice. Lin Xianfan stepped forward and saluted. "Senior, this is the ice-cold palace of the Tianhua ruins. We have come here to investigate because we sensed an unusually cold aura. Please forgive me for interrupting you." The woman nodded slightly and tried to stand, but stumbled from her prolonged sleep. Lin Xianfan quickly supported her, and the power of chaos involuntarily flowed into her, helping her regain her strength. "Thank you," the woman whispered, a strange look flashing in her eyes. "I am Bingley, the saint of the Ice Phoenix clan. I have been asleep until now." "How long have I been asleep?" At this moment, a violent tremor erupted from outside the Tianhua ruins, and an evil aura approached the Binghan Palace. Bingley's expression suddenly changed. Oh no! It's the enemies who sealed me away back then. They've sensed I've awakened. Lin Xianfan clenched the Chaos Dragon sword, his eyes determined. Don't worry, senior. With the Wanxian sect here, we will not let them succeed. A battle of protection and revenge is about to erupt in the Binghan Palace. What shocking secrets does Bingley's identity and past hide? Chapter 95 Awakening Su Li and forming a Taoist couple. Inside the Ice Palace, Lin Xianfan supported Bingley, the Ice Phoenix Saint. Sensing the chaotic spiritual energy within her, he immediately channeled the Chaos Immortal Sutra to channel it. Bingley's eyes flashed with surprise. Saint Body of Chaos. You possess the bloodline of the ancient Chaos clan? Before Lin Xianfan could reply, a deafening roar erupted from outside the palace. Countless ice cones burst from the ground, and a man in a black robe, wielding a bone whip, stepped forward, his body entwined with the sinister laws of ice. Bingley, you've finally woken up. The man smiled sinisterly. I failed to completely seal you back then, so today I'll let you watch your lover die before my eyes. Lin Xianfan's eyes glared, and he stood in front of Bingley. The Chaos Dragon's sword burst into a brilliant light. If you want to make a move, you'll have to get past me first. The black-robed man swung his bone whip, Ice Prison. A biting chill instantly transformed the hall into an icy prison, and fine cracks appeared on Lin Xianfan's Chaos Shield. Seeing this, Bingley forced herself to stand, icy blue spiritual energy condensing at her fingertips. Mysterious ice split the sky. An attack imbued with the laws of the Ice Phoenix pierced the chill and collided with the bone whip. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xianfan unleashed Chaos Dark Void, boundary-breaking slash. The dark golden sword light ripped through the ice prison, forcing the black-robed man back. However, the man's strength far exceeded expectations. He was actually a mid-stage Star Emperor. Lin Xianfan telegraphed to Qingyun Saint, Senior, take Bingley away first. I'll hold him back here. Qingyun Saint nodded and activated the law of spacetime to escort Bingley away. At this moment, the black-robed man hurled several icy spikes, striking Bingley in the back. Be careful. Without a second thought, Lin Xianfan lunged at Bingley, shielding himself from the icy spikes. Despite his Chaos Saint body's strength, the full force of the Star Emperor's attack still caused him to spit blood and feel excruciating pain in his meridians. Bingley turned back, a flicker of panic in her eyes. She embraced Lin Xianfan, her Ice Phoenix bloodline erupting completely, Ice Phoenix burning heaven. Icy blue flames erupted, engulfing the black-robed man. After the battle, Bingley looked at the unconscious Lin Xianfan in her arms and whispered, "Fool, why did you risk your life to save me?" She took out an ice blue pill and fed it to Lin Xianfan. It was the Ice Phoenix clan's secret treasure, the Ice Soul Life Sustaining Pill. At the same time, a system notification chimed in Lin Xianfan's mind, detected a fateful bond between the host and Bingley. Triggering a hidden quest, awaken Bingley's true memories, restore her name to Su Li, and become the host's companion. Success reward, 2 gold summoning cards capable of summoning a sage-level Grand Elder. Failure penalty, the host's cultivation regresses to the spiritual Emperor realm, and Su Li falls into eternal slumber once again. While unconscious, Lin Xianfan unexpectedly entered Su Li's memories. He saw a woman in white fiercely fighting a black-robed man in the snow, ultimately sealed in an ice coffin. The woman's face was identical to Bingley's. Su Li. So that's your real name, Lin Xianfan muttered to himself. When he awoke, he found Su Li standing by his side, her eyes filled with concern. Why, are you telling me all this? Su Li asked softly. Aren't you afraid that regaining my memory will cause endless trouble? Lin Xianfan held her hand, his eyes firm. I believe that fate has brought us together for a reason. No matter what happened in the past, I want to face it with you. Su Li was stunned, tears welling in her eyes. She nodded gently, an icy blue light radiating from her body as memories flooded back like a tide. Xianfan, I remember now, her voice trembling. Back then, to protect the Chaos Treasure, the Ice Phoenix Heart, I battled the leader of the Dark Demon sect, but was ultimately defeated and sealed away. The Chaos Aura within you resonated with the Ice Phoenix Heart, and that's why I've awakened. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianfan retrieved the Chaos Origin spiritual fluid she had obtained from the system and handed it to Su Li. Perhaps this will help you regain your strength. Su Li took the fluid and fused it with her own Ice Phoenix bloodline. Her aura instantly soared to the peak of the Star Emperor realm. She gazed at Lin Xianfan, her eyes brimming with love. Xianfan, thank you for awakening me. If you don't mind, I'd like to be your Taoist partner and journey the world together. Ding! Successfully awakened Su Li and established a Tao companionship. Reward, 2 golden summoning cards. Summons 2 saint-level supreme elders, 100% loyalty. A system notification chimed, and Lin Xianfan, overjoyed, immediately used the summoning card. 2 golden rays flashed, revealing 2 elderly men with white hair and youthful features. One held a Tai Chi diagram, radiating the innate Taoist aura. The other carried the Zhuxian sword, his sword intent soaring into the heavens. Greetings, sect master and mistress. The 2 elders saluted simultaneously. We are disciples of the sage Hongjun, and we have been ordered by our master to come and lend a hand. Lin Xianfan and Su Li exchanged glances, each sensing the other's joy. With the addition of 2 sage-level grand elders, the Wanxian sect's strength surged once again. However, the threat from the Dark Demon sect remained. Su Li clenched the mystic ice bracelet in her hand, a cold glint in her eyes. The Dark Demon sect annihilated my Ice Phoenix clan. I would be unworthy if I didn't avenge this. Lin Xianfan gently stroked the back of her hand. Don't worry, we'll face this together. The 10,000 Immortal sect is your strongest support. Outside the Tianhua ruins, Su Baihuan, Yishir, and Zhou Chen also successfully passed the 6 paths of reincarnation test and received the inheritance of the Tianhua saint. When they saw Lin Xianfan and Su Li standing side by side, they were all surprised. Su Bai laughed and said, "Congratulations, master, and congratulations, master's wife." Everyone echoed, and the laughter and joy filled the sky. A crisis, yet a story unfolded. Lin Xianfan looked at Su Li in his arms, then at the disciples and elders beside him, his heart filled with warmth. He knew that no matter how many storms the future held, as long as everyone worked together, the Wanxian sect would remain unshakable, and his story with Su Li would become a legend in this Zhangxuan realm. Chapter 96, Points Lottery, the Eternal Holy Divine Realm Guardian arrives. The trip to the Tianhua ruins not only led to the union of Lin Xianfan and Su Li, but also enabled 3 of his disciples to inherit the 6 paths of reincarnation. Upon returning to the Wanxian sect, Lin Xianfan, looking at the tens of millions of points accumulated on the system dashboard, decided to conduct an unprecedented, lavish lottery targeting a powerful Eternal Saint Divine Realm expert and equipping his disciples with top-tier guardians. Master, this Eternal Holy Divine Realm is said to transcend the Saint Realm. Su Baihuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. She had just broken through to the Star Venerable Realm with the 100-heart sacred body and needed a powerful protector. Yishir gripped his short blade tightly, his abyssal bloodline stirring within him. Zhou Chen's primordial sacred body also faintly resonated with the eternal law. Lin Xianfan's consciousness sank into the system store and he clicked the Points Lottery button. Instantly, golden light shot up into the sky, and 4 summoning cards inscribed with chaos runes slowly emerged. Ding! Congratulations! The host has won 4 Eternal Holy Realm summoning cards. These cards can summon 4 peak-level experts as disciple protectors, with 100% loyalty. The system notification chimed with unusual excitement, as if it too was vibrating with joy at this opportunity. The first golden light descended, and an old man in a green robe, holding a bamboo scroll, stepped out. The maxims of the laws of heaven surrounded him. I, Xian Yuan, wield the Book of Heaven. I can deduce the mysteries of heaven and protect the heart of the Tao. In the second golden light, an armored female warrior appeared, 12 pairs of luminous wings spread behind her. The holy sword in her hand burst with sacred light. War Madman Liang, duty is to destroy and protect, and can slay all villains. The third golden light transformed into an elegant scholar, 7 ancient bells dangling from his waist. Lang Xian, the scholar of all laws, is proficient in the 3,000 great ways and can help disciples comprehend the true meaning of the laws. The last golden light condensed into an old man in a black robe. He raised his hand and the stars vanished. Wuhan, the saint of the starry sky, controls time, space, and the laws of the stars. He can reverse cause and effect and protect the safety of disciples. 4 Eternal Saint Realm powerhouses simultaneously saluted Lin Xianfan. Su Baihuan and the other disciples felt a surge of overwhelming pressure, only to dissolve into a gentle breeze the moment it touched them, a sign of the powerhouse's deliberate restraint towards their juniors. Xian Yuan greets you, my friends. From now on, we will support your cultivation, the green-robed elder said with a smile, gently flipping the heavenly Tao book in his hand, revealing a glimpse of the future cultivation paths of Su Baihuan and the others. Lin Xianfan nodded with satisfaction, and then paired the 4 protectors with his disciples one by one. Xian Yuan corresponded to Su Baihuan, using the Book of Heaven to assist in the fusion of his 100 hearts holy body in the mind control technique. Liang and Yishir were in a group, using the power of destruction to stimulate the ultimate potential of the Abyss bloodline. Lang Xian guided Zhou Chen in analyzing the points of convergence between the Hunyuan holy body and the law of the 6. Paths of Reincarnation Wuhan was responsible for tailoring time and space trials for the three of them to hone their practical combat capabilities. 3 days later, in the eternal trial field in the back mountains of the 10,000 Immortals sect, Su Baihuan, under Xuanyuan's guidance, was attempting to connect with the laws of heaven through mind control. The way of the 100 minds is to use the thoughts of all living beings as swords, guided by the laws of heaven. Xuanyuan tapped the book of heavenly Tao with his fingertips, and a line of golden maxims flew into Su Baihuan's sea of consciousness. Try to resonate these laws with your sacred body. Su Baihuan closed his eyes and concentrated, the 100-heart sacred body radiating a brilliant light, actually outlining golden lines in his sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, under the pressure of the scorching sun, Yishur unleashed abyssal heavenly Tao slash, the black sword's radiance faintly revealing a principle of eternal destruction. Zhou Chen, under Lang Xian's guidance, fused the sacred power of the primordial body with the karmic fire of hell, forming a special power capable of purifying evil. Just as the disciples were immersed in their breakthrough cultivation, the myriad Immortals sect's alarm suddenly sounded. A blood-red sword flash ripped through the sky, and at the head was the Dark Demon sect's new leader, the Blood Demon Child. He was shrouded in the soul fires of dozens of spirit emperors, his aura even more powerful than that of the black-robed man back then. Lin Xianfan. Hand over that bitch Bingli, or I'll destroy your damn sect. Before Lin Xianfan could speak, Liang transformed into a stream of light, surging into the sky. Her holy sword pointed directly at the Blood Demon Child. A mere blood cultivator, how dare you be so presumptuous in my presence? The Blood Demon Child summoned the blood banner of 10,000 souls. Countless demons screamed and leaped towards Liang, but were purified into nothingness by the divine light of her casual wave. Eternal holy divine realm? Impossible. The Blood Demon Child retreated in terror, only to be frozen in place by Long Xian's 7 bells. Starry sky, reverse causation. Wuhan raised his hand, completely reversing the Blood Demon's attack trajectory, piercing him with a blood-red sword beam. Xuanyuan flipped open the Book of Heaven's path, and as golden light descended, the Dark Demon sect's cultivation techniques began to reverse. In a matter of seconds, the aggressive Blood Demon was defeated by the 4 guardians, leaving him no time to escape. Remember, disciples of the Wanxian sect, we are here to protect you. Liang stepped on the void, and the light of the holy sword illuminated the entire Tsangshuan realm. If you dare to attack again, I will kill you without mercy. After this battle, the deterrent power of the Wanxian sect reached the pinnacle of the Tsangshuan realm, and no one dared to underestimate this group of rising stars. Lin Xianfan watched his disciples rapidly grow under the guidance of their guardians, his heart filled with joy. He knew that with the support of the Eternal Saint Realm powerhouses, Su Baihuan, Yishur, and Zhou Chen would surely secure a place in the future Great Tao competition. He, along with Su Li and the rest of the sect, would continue to explore the vast and uncharted star regions, writing the eternal legend of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Chapter 97 Su Baihuan was surrounded, and the Protector came to the rescue in time. As the myriad Immortals sect's reputation in the Tsangshuan territory grows, various factions, though outwardly wary, stir in the shadows. Since receiving Xuanyuan's guidance, Su Baihuan's understanding of the 100-heart sacred body and the laws of heaven has deepened. She frequently ventures out on her own to hone her abilities through real combat. However, this particular outing precipitates a carefully orchestrated crisis. Su Baihuan followed the fluctuating aura of a secret realm and arrived at the Netherworld Canyon on the edge of the Tsangshuan realm. This place was shrouded in black fog year-round, and the eerie atmosphere was faintly permeated with a familiar evil, the aura of the Dark Demon sect. She gripped the Chaos Dragon sword tightly, her heart on guard, unaware that she had already stepped into an enemy trap. Little girl, today is your day of death. With a sinister sneer, dozens of figures suddenly emerged from all around the canyon. Leading them were the Dark Demon sect's 3 guardians, all-powerful star emperors. They were shrouded in black demonic energy, and the demonic weapons they wielded emitted a terrifying light. Hundreds of the Dark Demon sect's elite disciples formed a formation, surrounding Su Baihuan. How dare you set an ambush? Su Baihuan's expression stern. He activated his 100-heart sacred body and quietly unleashed the 10,000 hearts mind control technique, attempting to disrupt the enemy's mind. However, the 3 guardians were well prepared, wielding special magical weapons that could resist the effects of mind control. I knew you were going to do that. Die. One of the guardians swung his demonic axe. Devil Prison Sky-Splitting Slash. A black axe blade imbued with destructive force slashed towards Su Baihuan. Su Baihuan dodged sideways and unleashed Chaos Dragon Abyss Star-Breaking Slash. The golden sword and axe clashed with each other, unleashing a fierce roar. However, the enemies were numerous, their attacks overwhelming her like a tide, and she gradually fell into a passive position. The demonic energy scratched her body in many places, and she felt a sharp pain in the wounds. The black demonic energy was constantly eroding her meridians. Humph, the prodigy of the 10,000 Immortals sect is nothing more than this. Another guardian sneered, lashing out with his magic whip. 10,000 demons entangling soul. Countless black chains clashed towards Su Baihuan, attempting to restrain her. In the nick of time, Su Baihuan mobilized the power of chaos within her body. Chaos Spiritual Sword Shadow. The sword shadow flickered, temporarily forcing back the chains. But she knew that if she continued like this, she would eventually run out of energy. At that critical moment, she remembered the spiritual communication talisman her master had given her and crushed it without hesitation. Far away in the myriad immortal sect, Lin Xianfan and Xian Yuan sensed the talisman's vibrations almost simultaneously. Oh no! Bai Huan is in danger. Xian Yuan's expression changed drastically. The book of heavenly Tao in his hand shone brightly, and he instantly deduced Su Baihuan's location. Let's go! Lin Xianfan was about to leave, but Xian Yuan stopped him. Master, let me go. Bai Huan will have to face crises during this training, and we just need to protect her at the critical moment. After that, the laws of heaven surged around Xian Yuan, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. In the Nether Canyon, Su Baihuan's strength was nearly exhausted. Seeing this, the three Dharma protectors joined forces to unleash their most powerful attack, Dark Demonic Sky Formation. The entire canyon was enveloped in black demonic energy, and a massive black vortex appeared in the sky, threatening to swallow everything. Su Baihuan gritted his teeth, ready to launch a final attack. Even if he died in battle, he would not let the enemy succeed. At that moment, a golden light ripped through the demonic energy, and Xian Yuan stepped forward, holding the book of heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao, demon suppression. He gently waved the book of heavenly Tao, and countless golden maxims flew out, colliding with the black demonic energy. Cracks began to appear in the dark demonic sky formation, and the three Dharma protectors looked in horror at the sudden appearance of the eternal Saint Realm powerhouse. You are in the eternal holy divine realm, a guardian's voice trembled. Xian Yuan's expression remained calm. If you harm a disciple of the 10,000 Immortal sect, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. He raised his hand, and the light of the book of heavenly Tao surged. Judgment of heavenly Tao. A golden beam of light, imbued with the might of heavenly Tao, descended, piercing directly through the body of a guardian. Seeing this, the other two guardians attempted to flee, but Xian Yuan trapped them with the laws of heaven. You cannot bully disciples of the 10,000 Immortal sect at will, Xian Yuan declared coldly. With a flick of his hand, the remaining two guardians were reduced to ash. Under the pressure of heaven, the disciples of the Dark Demon sect knelt and begged for mercy. Su Baihuan watched Xian Yuan come to the rescue, feeling both moved and guilty. Senior Xian Yuan, I was careless. Xian Yuan smiled and shook his head. This experience will also be a test for you. Remember, never underestimate the enemy. He raised his hand and a force of heaven was injected into Su Baihuan's body, helping her repair her injuries and dispel the evil spirit. After this battle, Su Baihuan deeply realized his own shortcomings and further strengthened his resolve to cultivate. As news of the Dark Demon sect's failed ambush spread, various factions once again felt the terrifying power of the 10,000 Immortal sect. Even a single disciple was protected by a powerful Eternal Saint Realm expert, let alone the sect master Lin Xianfan and other key figures. This also made even more malicious individuals realize that if they wanted to attack the 10,000 Immortal sect, they would have to be prepared to pay a heavy price. Chapter 98 Zhou Chen and Kan Yuxuan obtain inheritance. After Su Baihuan's attack, the Wanxian sect placed even greater emphasis on the safety of its disciples during their training. However, opportunity always hides in peril. One day, a powerful tidal wave erupted from the depths of the Tsongshuan territory. Two phantom imperial palaces, one purple and one gold, emerged from the sky, radiating an ancient and powerful aura. A system notification rang out in Lin Xianfan's mind. The appearance of the ancient purple extreme imperial palace and golden glory imperial palace has been detected. These two imperial palaces contain the inheritances of the purple extreme spiritual emperor and the golden glory spiritual emperor, respectively. Special mission issued. Help Zhou Chen and Kan Yuxuan obtain these two imperial inheritances. Success reward. The heavenly grade martial art emperor's reach to the 9 heavens and the evolvable artifact emperor's seal failure penalty. The 10,000 Immortal sect will be bombarded by the 9 heavenly tribulations for 3 years. Lin Xianfan immediately recalled Zhou Chen and ordered the search for his talented new disciple, Kong Yuxuan. Kong Yuxuan, originally a casual cultivator, was drawn to the myriad immortal sect's heritage. Despite his late initiation, he displayed remarkable comprehension. The star spirit hidden within him subtly resonated with this inheritance. Lin Xianfan summoned the two to his presence and solemnly declared, "This inheritance is of grave importance. I will have Xingqiang Saint Wuhan and Wanfa scholar Lingshuan accompany you. Be extremely careful." Arriving at the imperial palace's mortal realm, they found the gathering of all the major factions of the Tsongshuan realm. Powerful figures from the Xiantian sword sect and the netherworld demon sect stood in formation, with the Hua family patriarch leading the charge himself, his eyes filled with greed. "We must seize the inheritances of the Purple Extreme and Golden Glory Emperors today." Lin Xianfan, leading the 10,000 Immortals sect, steadily entered. The chaotic aura emanating from him, combined with the overwhelming pressure of a powerhouse in the Eternal Saint realm, deterred many. At the entrance to the Imperial Palace, two massive portals hovered in mid-air. The purple portal radiated the mysterious laws of space, while the golden portal emanated the domineering laws of power. Wuhan calculated with his fingers and said, "Zhou Chen's primordial saint body resonates more strongly with the Golden Glory Imperial Palace, while Kong Yuxuan's star spirit body resonates more strongly with the Purple Extreme Imperial Palace. They can enter separately." Zhou Chen took a deep breath and stepped into the Jinyao Imperial Palace. Upon entering, he was enveloped in a sea of golden energy, each drop of which held the power to annihilate heaven and earth. A shadowy figure emerged, none other than the Jinyao spiritual emperor. "Youngster, if you can withstand my Jinyao pressure, you will inherit my legacy." The pressure descended upon Zhou Chen, feeling as if a mountain had crushed him, his bones cracking under the weight. He gritted his teeth, activated his primordial saint body, and chanted, "Pure origin, suppress the world." The divine light and the golden pressure collided fiercely. At the same time, Kong Yuxuan entered the Purple Extreme Imperial Palace, facing an endless turbulence of space. The shadowy figure of the Purple Extreme Spiritual Emperor coldly declared, "Only by mastering space can one become an emperor. Break this Purple Extreme space formation, and the inheritance will be yours." Kong Yuxuan activated his star spirit body, surging with stellar power, attempting to find a flaw in the formation. Lang Xian, standing by, offered occasional guidance, observed the star paths and searched for spatial nodes. Outside, various factions, unable to contain themselves, began vying for entry to the Imperial Palace. The Hua clan's patriarch led his clansmen in a fierce assault, while the Netherworld Demon clan employed sorcery to disrupt the situation. Lin Xianfan, along with Su Li, Yishir, and other powerful members of the 10,000 Immortals clan, formed a defensive line. Chaos Dragon Abyss, guard the world. A golden sword curtain intertwined with the power of chaos, blocking each enemy attack. Wuhan and Lang Xian, while keeping an eye on Zhou Chen and Kong Yuxuan, remained ready to act, preventing anyone from taking advantage of the situation to sabotage the inheritance. Inside the Jinyao Imperial Palace, Zhou Chen continuously pushed his limits under the pressure, his primordial saint body becoming increasingly condensed. Finally, he roared, his entire body ablaze with light, completely dispelling the Jinyao pressure. The Jinyao spiritual emperor's shadow nodded, "Yes, take it." A golden fist shadow imbued with imperial power struck. Zhou Chen channeled his newly realized power, Purple Emperor Fist. The two fists collided, shaking the entire imperial palace. Finally, Zhou Chen successfully withstood the attack, and the Jinyao spiritual emperor's legacy transformed into a golden light that sank into his brow. Inside the Purple Extreme Imperial Palace, Kong Yuxuan, with Lang Xian's help, used the power of the stars to activate the laws of space, breaking the Purple Extreme Space Array. A flicker of admiration flashed in the Purple Extreme Spiritual Emperor's eyes. "You have an excellent talent for space. This is your chance." The Purple Extreme inheritance poured into him like a tide, and the laws of space continued to refine within his sea of consciousness. As Zhou Chen and Kong Yuxuan stepped out of the Imperial Palace, they exuded the aura of an emperor. Zhou Chen's primordial body shone with golden light, and his every move exuded imperial authority. Kong Yuxuan's stellar spirit body seamlessly integrated with the laws of space, his figure looming in the void. Ding! Successfully helped Zhou Chen and Kong Yuxuan obtain the Twin Emperor inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the Heavenly Grade Technique Emperors, reaching the 9 skies, and the Artifact Emperor seal that can be evolved. The system notification sounded. Lin Xianfan grasped the Emperor's seal, feeling the imperial power contained within, and was overjoyed. The morale of the 10,000 Immortals sect was boosted by the sight of the two newly ascended Emperor-level prodigies. However, other factions were envious. The Hua family patriarch gnashed his teeth and said, 10,000 immortal sect, we will remember this. In the shadows, even more mysterious forces were watching all this. A greater storm, triggered by the inheritance of the twin emperors, was brewing. Chapter 99 Su Li called her husband. After Zhou Chen and Kan Yuxuan received the twin emperor inheritance, the Wanxian sect's prestige within the Zhanshuan territory reached unprecedented heights. The sect was festooned with lights and decorations, and the disciples celebrated this double joyous event. Lin Xianfan stood on the observatory, gazing at the bustling scene within the sect, a smile unconsciously curling up his lips. "What are you thinking about?" a clear, yet gentle voice called from behind. Lin Xianfan turned to see Su Li, dressed in a white gauze dress. Her icy blue eyes were filled with a smile, and her hair was adorned with ice crystals, unique to the Ice Phoenix clan, which shimmered faintly in the moonlight. Since becoming Lin Xianfan's Taoist partner, Su Li's icy aura had gradually been replaced by a gentler one, yet she remained breathtakingly beautiful. "I'm thinking, the 10,000 Immortals sect is what it is today thanks to you." Lin Xianfan stepped forward and took Su Li's hand. The power of chaos naturally blended with Su Li's Ice Phoenix power, causing a faint glow in their palms. Su Li leaned gently on his shoulder. "You've led us all to this point. Now that the sect has two emperors and geniuses, the future is limitless." As the two were immersed in the warm atmosphere, a sudden, urgent alarm pierced the night sky. "Master! This is bad. The Dark Demon sect has joined forces with various forces and is attacking the sect's defenses." A disciple hurried over to report. Lin Xianfan's expression froze, and he tightened his grip on Su Li's hand. "Let's go." At the Wanxian sect's mountain gate, the Dark Demon sect's leader, Blood Demon, led powerful warriors from the Xiantian Sword sect, the Nether Demon sect, and other factions, forming a mighty coalition. Holding a blood-drenched demon sword, Blood Demon's eyes gleamed with hatred. "Lin Xianfan, I let you get away with it last time. Today, we'll unite and raze the Wanxian sect to the ground." Lin Xianfan stood in mid-air, followed by Su Baihuan, Yishir, Zhou Chen, and other disciples. Eternal Saint Realm protectors like Shen Yuan and Lian glowed brightly, forming an impenetrable barrier. "Just you?" Lin Xianfan's voice was icy, and he unsheathed the Chaos Dragon Sword. "The dignity of the 10,000 Immortal sect will not be trampled upon by you." The battle was imminent. Blood Demon Child launched the first attack, 10,000 Demons Blood Prison. Countless blood-red demons gushed out from the demonic sword, charging towards the 10,000 immortals. Su Baihuan wielded the Chaos Dragon Sword, unleashing 10,000 Hearts Chaos Slash. The golden sword shadow, wrapped in the power of mind control, shattered the demons one after another. Yishir's abyssal power transformed into a black vortex, devouring the approaching enemies. Zhou Chen and Kan Yuxuan joined forces to unleash an attack fused with imperial power, Dual Emperor Annihilation Strike. The dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. Su Li also joined the battle. With a flick of her delicate hand, she unleashed mysterious ice, heavenly punishment. Countless icy blue lightning bolts descended from the sky, dissipating demonic energy wherever they passed, sending foes screaming in agony. Lin Xianfan then activated the 6 Paths of Reincarnation technique, unleashing 6 Paths of Reincarnation, world destruction. The power of 6 different laws intertwined, forming a torrent powerful enough to annihilate heaven and earth. However, the coalition was outnumbered, with powerful warriors constantly joining the fray. Seeing his siege stall, the Blood Demon summoned a forbidden magical weapon, the Dark World-destroying bell. The bell rang, sending shockwaves through the air. Everyone felt their very souls tremble, and even the guardians of the eternal holy divine realm frowned. "Xianfan, be careful." Su Li's expression was anxious. Her Ice Phoenix bloodline erupted completely, transforming into a gigantic Ice Phoenix, surrounded by icy flames capable of freezing time and space, as she charged towards the Dark World-destroying bell. Lin Xianfan's heart tightened, and he also launched an all-out attack, attempting to support Su Li. During the fierce battle, Su Li's Ice Phoenix body was injured by the demonic energy. She struggled to fly back to Lin Xianfan. Lin Xianfan quickly supported her, continuously infusing her with the power of chaos. Su Li looked into Lin Xianfan's eyes, filled with concern. A warm feeling welled up in her heart, and she blurted out, "Husband, I'm fine. Don't be distracted." The word husband sent a shudder through Lin Xianfan's heart, and his chaos power surged instantly. His gaze grew even more resolute. After handing Su Li over to Su Baihuan's care, he roared, "Everyone, listen. Today, we must ensure these invading enemies have no chance of returning. Xian Yuan, Liang, and the others nodded in agreement, unleashing their strongest killing moves. Disciples like Su Baihuan and Yi Shi were also inspired, their fighting power soaring. With the concerted efforts of the 10,000 Immortals sect, the coalition's offensive was gradually suppressed. Seeing the situation was dire, Blood Demon Z attempted to escape, but was trapped by Wuhan's use of the laws of time and space. Want to leave? Not so easy. Lin Xianfan slashed with his sword, Chaos Heavily Dao, and the golden sword light pierced Blood Demon Z's body, and the demon sect's leader fell. Seeing this, the other forces fled in panic. The Wanxian sect won the battle of defense, and cheers rang out again within the sect. Lin Xianfan returned to Su Li and gently embraced her. Don't take such risks in the future. I'll be worried. Su Li leaned against his chest and whispered, with my husband here, I'm not afraid of anything. The moonlight shone on the two of them. At that moment, all the noise seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of each other's heartbeats. And the call of husband was not only an expression of love, but also made Lin Xianfan understand that he was protecting not only the Wanxian sect, but also the person walking hand in hand with him. Chapter 100 The disciples shouted, Hello, Master's wife. News of the Wanxian sect's decisive victory over the coalition spread like thunder throughout the Zhongshuan territory. The various factions that had been vying for action quickly withdrew their forces, no longer daring to covet the Wanxian sect's wealth. Within the sect, disciples cleaned up the remains of the battlefield, their faces brimming with irrepressible smiles of pride. Lin Xianfan supported Su Li as they slowly walked towards the sect's main hall. Although Su Li had sustained minor injuries during the battle, nourished by the power of chaos and the secret techniques of the Ice Phoenix clan, she was no longer seriously injured. Her icy blue eyes surveyed the busy disciples around her, and a gentle curve rose unconsciously at the corners of her lips. A sense of belonging welled up within her. This was the place she and Xianfan had protected together. As soon as they entered the hall, Su Baihuan rushed over, holding a bowl of steaming spiritual porridge. Master's wife. This is made with 1,000-year-old snow lotus seeds. It's the best way to nourish your vitality. Please try it. The girl's clear voice echoed through the hall, and Lin Xianfan and Su Li were both stunned. Su Baihuan realized the name she had blurted out, and her cheeks flushed instantly. She twisted the corner of her clothes in confusion. I just saw that you were injured, and since you are Master's Taoist companion, it's not wrong to call you Master's wife. Silly girl, good shout. Lin Xianfan was the first to react, laughing heartily. He took the spiritual porridge and handed it to Su Li. Your master's wife really needs some nourishment. Su Li looked at the crystal-clear spiritual porridge in the bowl, and then at Su Baihuan's nervous and expectant expression. His heart warmed, and he whispered, Thank you, Baihuan. At this moment, Yi Shi and Zhou Chen entered the hall side by side. Yi Shi maintained his stern demeanor, but for the first time ever, he pulled out a dark purple fruit from his bosom. This is the purple heart fruit I found near the battlefield. It's incredibly effective in restoring spiritual energy. For you, Master's wife. Zhou Chen bowed respectfully, his primordial saint body radiating a gentle glow. If you need anything, Master's wife, I'm at your service. Kong Yuxuan shook the star compass in his hand and said with a smile, I just used the compass to tell a fortune. Master's wife will definitely have a great opportunity after this battle. In the future, I will have to rely on Master's wife to teach me the secret methods of the Ice Phoenix clan. Even the new disciples who were usually taciturn gathered around, their eyes full of curiosity and admiration. Su Li's eyes warmed slightly as she gazed at the vibrant group of disciples before her. After the Ice Phoenix clan's demise, she slept alone for a long time. Upon waking, she felt nothing but a quest for revenge, never having imagined she could possess such a warm bond. She gently set down the spiritual porridge, her voice choking with emotion as she said, From now on, we're all one family. 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 The disciples cheered. Su Baihuan took the opportunity to grab Su Li's hand and said, Master's wife, when you recover, you must teach me how to use mind control in conjunction with the laws of ice. I just saw you use the mysterious ice heavenly punishment, it was so cool. Yi Shi smiled, a rare smile, I also want to learn how to fuse the power of the abyss with the ice flame. Lin Xianfan watched the lively scene, his heart filled with joy. He raised his hand to signal silence and said loudly, Since you have acknowledged your master's wife, you must show respect to her from now on. Baihuan, go and fetch all the ice element spirit jade slips in the sect's collection for your master's wife to choose from. Yi Shi, Zhou Chen, follow seniors Xian Yuan and Lang Xian to sort out the spoils. Everyone else. Yes. The disciples responded in unison, dispersing in an orderly manner. Su Li looked at their busy backs, then turned to look at Lin Xianfan. Having such a group of disciples is your greatest pride, right? Lin Xianfan put his arm around her waist, a smile on his lips. Now, it is also our common pride. As night fell, the lights of the Wanxian sect gradually lit up. Su Li stood on the observatory, watching the disciples gather in groups of 2 or 3 to discuss their cultivation. Joyful laughter could be heard from time to time. Su Bai came bounding over, followed by several younger sisters. Master's wife. We're competing in spiritual pattern drawing. Come and give us some pointers. I'm coming, Su Li replied, the ice crystals on her skirt rustling with her steps. She knew that from the moment she was called Master's wife, her life would no longer be filled with cold revenge and loneliness, but with a heavy burden of concern. This was her true home. Chapter 101, Accepting a Disciple, Junior Sister Qianji, as a Reward. Sect facilities include an elder in the Jintian Tower Martial Arts Pavilion. Under the leadership of Lin Xianfan and Su Li, and thanks to the efforts of their numerous disciples, the Wanxian sect thrived. During this period of prosperity, a mysterious rumor spread throughout the Zhongshuan territory. From the cold abyss in the far north, a gifted young woman emerged, capable of harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Though uninitiated, she displayed astonishing talent. However, an enigmatic aura emanated from her, drawing the attention of various factions. Upon learning this, Lin Xianfan's heart trembled. The system also issued a mission at this moment: travel to the impenetrable cold abyss and accept the gifted young girl Qianji as your personal disciple, helping her integrate into the Wanxian sect. Success rewards: heaven-suppressing tower which can suppress destiny, hone disciples, and suppress evil spirits. The tower contains a unique training space, and the martial arts pavilion which houses countless precious martial arts and provides permanent guidance from a masterful saint-level elder. Failure penalty: the Wanxian sect's spiritual energy will be depleted for the next 6 months, and the disciples' cultivation will stagnate. Lin Xianfan dared not delay and, along with Su Baihuan and Yi Shi, journeyed to the impenetrable frost abyss. As soon as they set foot on this snow-covered land, a biting wind whipped in like a knife. The air was thick with icy spiritual energy. An ordinary cultivator would be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. But for Lin Xianfan, who cultivated the power of chaos, and Su Baihuan and Yi Shi, who possessed the 100 Hearts sacred body and the bloodline of the abyss, the chill was but a gentle breeze. Master, the spiritual energy here is strangely dense. Su Baihuan surveyed his surroundings warily, his 10,000 mind control technique quietly operating, attempting to sense the surroundings. The short blade in Yi Shi's hand flickered with a faint light, the power of the abyss resonating faintly with the icy spiritual energy, giving him a sense of familiarity with the surroundings. The three of them ventured deeper into the desolate situation, finally finding Qianji before a vast ice cave. The young woman, dressed in a pale blue dress, her long black hair casually tied up, her skin as white as snow, her eyes gleaming with a spirit and a stubborn determination. She was battling several ice-type monsters that had emerged from the cave. A shimmering icy blue spiritual energy enveloped her, and every strike sent surrounding icy spires dancing, transforming into a fierce attack. What an amazing talent! Su Baihuan exclaimed. Lin Xianfan nodded slightly and unleashed the power of chaos, instantly dispelling the chill surrounding the ice cave and helping Qianji resolve the threat of the demonic beast. Qianji watched the three of them warily, gathering spiritual energy in her hands, ready to fight at any moment. Don't panic, young lady. We mean no harm. Lin Xianfan said gently, I am Lin Xianfan, the leader of the Wanxian sect. I have heard that you are extremely talented, so I have come here to invite you to join the Wanxian sect and become my direct disciple. A hint of hesitation flashed in Qianji's eyes. She had been lonely since childhood and had to survive alone in this desperate situation. She was wary of strangers. Su Baihuan stepped forward with a bright smile. Sister Qianji, join the Wanxian sect. There are many interesting people in the sect, as well as various precious cultivation resources that can help you improve your strength. Although Yi Shi was not good at speaking, he nodded in agreement. It's dangerous here. The Wanxian sect can protect you. Just as Qianji hesitated, a sudden, noisy sound of footsteps could be heard in the distance. Powerful figures from the Xintian Sword sect, the Netherworld Demon sect, and other factions arrived. They had long coveted Qianji's talent and wanted to bring her back to their own sects for their own use. Lin Xianfan, we must obtain Qianji. You'd better be smart and stay out of this, sneered an elder from the Xintian Sword sect. Lin Xianfan's expression was stern, and he drew the Chaos Dragon sword. If you want to snatch people from the 10,000 Immortals sect, have you asked me about the sword in my hand? Su Baihuan and Yi Shi also immediately entered combat mode. Su Baihuan performed the Chaos Dragon Abyss Soul Control Slash, and the Golden Sword Light wrapped in the power of controlling thoughts attacked the enemy. Yi Shi swung the Short Blade, Abyss Cold Prison Kill, and the black power of the Abyss merged with the icy spiritual energy to form a death zone. Lin Qianfan looked at Qianji and asked again, Qianji, are you willing to join the Wanxian sect? As long as you nod, I will protect you. Qianji looked at the three people fighting against the enemy to protect her, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She nodded vigorously, I do. Ding. Successfully accepted Qianji as a personal disciple. Congratulations on receiving the rewards: Heaven Suppressing Tower, Martial Arts Pavilion with a Saint-level martial arts elder. A system notification chimed. Lin Qianfan, along with Qianji, Su Baihuan, and Yi Shi, launched an all-out counterattack, repelling those malicious forces. After returning to the Wanxian sect, the Wanxian sect held a grand ceremony to accept disciples. Qianji officially became Lin Qianfan's direct disciple. Su Baihuan, Yi Shi, and other senior brothers and sisters sent their blessings. Qianji's face was filled with a happy smile. She knew that she had finally found her true home. The heaven-suppressing tower stood at the core of the Wanxian sect, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Countless runes swirled across its surface, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to converge. Inside the martial arts pavilion, the sage-level elder had already taken his seat. He gazed upon the numerous disciples who had come to select their skills and ask questions, his eyes filled with joy. Wanxian sect, the future is promising. Lin Qianfan, observing the new developments within the sect, felt a surge of motivation. He knew that with Qianji joining, the Wanxian sect would reach new heights and embrace even more challenges and opportunities. Chapter 102 Chapter 102 The disciples each picked a technique and went to the heaven-suppressing tower for seclusion. Chapter 102 Choosing a Kung Fu Method, Retreat in the Heaven-Suppressing Tower. The Wanxian sect celebrates the addition of their new disciple, Qianji, and the acquisition of two significant resources, the Heaven-Suppressing Pagoda and the Martial Arts Pavilion. Presided over by Sect Master Lin Qianfan and his wife, Suli, a grand ceremony begins to select martial arts techniques for the 5 disciples. Su Baihuan stood before the dazzling display of jade slips in the martial arts pavilion, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She had already begun to master the 100 Hearts Sacred Body and had made some progress in the Myriad Hearts Control technique. This time, she sought a technique that could perfectly combine the two. Senior sister, this Myriad Hearts Ice Heart technique looks quite good, Qianji said, pointing to a jade slip emitting an icy blue glow. Su Baihuan took it and probed it with her spiritual sense. She saw that the technique described therein utilized ice-based spiritual energy, combined with powerful telekinesis, to freeze the enemy's soul. It's indeed quite good, but... Su Baihuan pondered for a moment, then continued to search the jade slip shelf. Suddenly, her eye was drawn to an ancient golden jade slip. Chaos Myriad Hearts Controlling Spirit Method. The name seemed perfectly suited to her Chaos Dragon Sword and 100 Hearts Sacred Body. Su Baihuan eagerly read the contents, discovering that this technique allowed her to harness the power of chaos and, using the Myriad Hearts Control technique, control the various spiritual energies of heaven and earth with ease. This is it. Su Baihuan hugged the jade slip excitedly. In another corner of the martial arts pavilion, Yi Shi was focused on searching for a technique suitable for his abyssal bloodline. His abyssal power was inherently filled with a destructive aura, making it incompatible with ordinary techniques. Brother Yi, this abyssal destruction demonic codex seems quite powerful. Kong Yuxuan approached, holding a black jade slip. Yi Shi took it, feeling the surging evil power within it, and frowned slightly. Although this technique is powerful, it is too evil and can easily lead people to lose their minds. He continued searching, and finally found abyssal chaos breaking in a hidden corner. This technique used the power of chaos to harmonize the abyssal aura, allowing Yi Shi to unleash attacks that possessed the destructive power of the abyssal while retaining the peaceful harmony of chaos. Yi Shi nodded in satisfaction and placed the jade slip in his arms. As the owner of the Hunyuan holy body, Zhou Chen is more cautious in choosing a technique. He needs a technique that can bring out the characteristics of the Hunyuan force to the extreme, in order to match his own understanding of the law. On the recommendation of the elders of the martial arts pavilion, Zhou Chen tried to read several jade slips, but was not very satisfied with any of them. Just when he was a little disappointed, a book emitting colorful light, the Emperor's Classic of Hunyuan Giyi, appeared before his eyes. This technique explains in detail how to integrate the Hunyuan force with the 5 basic laws of heaven and earth: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, so as to reach the realm of an emperor-level powerhouse. Zhou Chen was so happy that he thought, with it, my path of cultivation will be smoother. Kong Yuxuan's star spirit is deeply connected to the laws of space. He traversed the martial arts pavilion, searching for techniques that would strengthen his spatial control. After careful selection, he discovered that starry void art. Powered by the power of the stars, this technique allowed him to move freely through space, remain invisible, and unleash powerful spatial attacks. Kong Yuxuan couldn't let it go, imagining himself mastering it and elusive in battle. Qianji, a newly minted disciple, possessed immense talent but lacked appropriate training techniques. Lin Qianfan personally selected the Ice Phoenix spiritual rhythm technique for her. This superior technique, adapted from the Ice Phoenix clan's techniques, would help Qianji better control her ice-based spiritual power and unleash the potential of her Ice Phoenix bloodline. Qianji accepted the jade slip, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Master. I will diligently cultivate." After selecting their cultivation techniques, the 5 disciples gathered before the heaven-suppressing tower. This tower, constructed by a system, exuded a mysterious aura. Its facade was inscribed with ancient runes, each imbued with immense power. Within the tower lay a unique cultivation space, where time flowed at a different speed than the outside world, capable of suppressing destiny and sharpening the disciples' minds. This retreat is a great opportunity for you to improve your strength. Time flows 10 times faster inside the heaven-suppressing tower than outside. I hope you can achieve some breakthroughs, Lin Qianfan said earnestly. Su Li also stepped forward and gently advised, "Don't rush for success in your cultivation. Balance work and rest. If you feel any danger, crush the communication jade talisman immediately." The 5 disciples nodded solemnly and entered the heaven-suppressing tower. The tower gate slowly closed, isolating them from the outside world. Inside, they each found a place to practice and began to cultivate with utmost concentration. Su Baihuan practiced the Chaos Myriad Hearts controlling spirit technique, gradually merging the power of chaos with the Myriad Hearts controlling mind technique, and her strength increased at a visible rate. Yishur practiced the abyssal chaos breaking, blending the power of the abyss with the power of chaos, making his attacks even more powerful. Zhou Chen immersed himself in the world of the Huan Yuan Gyi Emperor canon, constantly exploring the fusion of Han Yuan power and the 5 laws. Kong Yuxuan practiced the star-shining void art, freely traveling through space, deepening his understanding of the laws of space. Qianji, following the guidance of the Ice Phoenix spiritual rhythm art, stimulated her Ice Phoenix bloodline, and her ice-based spiritual power became increasingly powerful. Outside the Jintian Tower, Lin Qianfan and Su Li gazed at the towering structure, their hearts filled with anticipation. They knew that once their disciples emerged from their seclusion, the Wanxian sect would usher in new glory, and they would face many more unknown challenges together. Chapter 103 Directly Breaking Through the Divine Realm. Chapter 103 The Peak of God transcends the holy heaven. After the Wanxian sect's 5 direct disciples retreated to the heaven-suppressing tower, the situation appeared calm, but undercurrents surged. Lin Qianfan, after attending to sect affairs daily, practiced in seclusion in the Chaos Pavilion, attempting to break free from his limitations. His Chaos Sacred Body in 6 paths of reincarnation had already reached a supreme state, leaving him only a fraction of a second away from reaching the legendary divine realm. One day, while Lin Qianfan was cultivating, the source of chaos within his body suddenly experienced a violent tremor. In his sea of consciousness, chaotic energy surged like boiling magma, and the law of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the law of chaos began to resonate strangely. At the same time, a system prompt suddenly sounded: "Host's accumulated energy has reached a critical value, triggering a breakthrough opportunity. Current breakthrough paths available: Spirit God Realm Adapted, manipulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, able to mobilize the power of all spirits; Transcendence Realm, severing the constraints of cause and effect; Transcending Fate; Holy Heaven Realm, integrating the power of the Holy Tao, controlling the order of heaven and earth; and Divine Supreme Peak Realm, condensing the complete laws of heaven and achieving the Supreme Divine Supreme." Lin Qianfan's eyes were determined, and he chose the Divine Supreme Peak Realm without hesitation. He knew that only by reaching the pinnacle could he better protect the Wanxian sect and the Tsunchuan realm. In an instant, the Chaos Pavilion glowed brightly, and a terrifying pressure emanated from Lin Qianfan's body, shaking the entire Wanxian sect. Su Li sensed the disturbance and immediately rushed to the Chaos Pavilion. She gazed at the brilliant light emanating from within, feeling a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. "Qianfan, you must succeed," she muttered to herself, her Ice Phoenix blood quietly circulating, ready to respond to any unexpected eventuality. Inside the pavilion, Lin Qianfan's body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Chaotic forces surged frantically through his meridians, constantly assaulting the barrier that prevented his breakthrough. His bones crackled, as if bearing immense pressure. Simultaneously, within his sea of consciousness, the laws of heaven surged like a tide, constantly coalescing and merging. Break it! Lin Qianfan roared, unleashing the power of chaos with all his might, launching a final assault on the barrier. With a resounding boom, the barrier shattered, and a vast, boundless force erupted from his body. Lin Qianfan felt his vision instantly widen, and everything in the world became crystal clear. He could clearly sense every flow of spiritual energy and every law at work. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the peak divine realm. Rewards: divine eyes of heaven can see through all illusions and understand the origins of laws. Seal of chaos: heaven can suppress the heavens in myriad realms and command the laws of heaven. The system notification sounded again. Lin Qianfan slowly opened his eyes, a golden light gleaming in them, the divine eyes of heaven. He raised his hand, and the seal of chaos heaven appeared in his palm, emitting supreme pressure. After his breakthrough, Lin Qianfan's strength had made a qualitative leap. He stepped out of the Chaos Pavilion, and the aura emanating from his body made Suli take a few steps back. Qianfan, you. Suli looked at her lover in surprise, her eyes filled with joy and pride. Lin Qianfan smiled and held her hand. Lear, I succeeded. At this moment, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the Zhongxian realm, and a sinister and powerful aura emanated from it. Ha ha ha, so what if you're at the peak of the divine realm? Today, I, the dark demon god, will flatten this Zhongxian realm. A swaggering voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Lin Qianfan's eyes glared, and the divine realm's mighty power was instantly unleashed. How dare you, you fool, be so presumptuous in my Zhongxian realm? The dark demon god stepped out of the crack. He was enormous, surrounded by black demonic energy, and every step made the space tremble. Boy, you think you can stop me? The dark demon god sneered disdainfully, raising his hand and shooting a black demonic light towards the myriad immortals sect. Lin Qianfan remained calm as he waved the Chaos Heavenly Dao seal. Heavenly Dao suppression. A golden light descended from the sky, instantly extinguishing the demonic light. Seeing this, the dark demon god's eyes flashed with surprise. Some skill, but it's not enough. He opened his bloody mouth, and countless black demonic soldiers poured out, attacking Lin Qianfan. Chaos Heavenly Dao Eternal Sword. Lin Qianfan's Chaos Dragon Sword and Chaos Heavenly Dao Seal resonated with each other, and a golden sword beam imbued with the eternal law slashed out. Wherever the sword beam passed, demonic soldiers shattered, and a huge wound was cut into the body of the dark demon god. Impossible! How can you be so strong? The dark devil stared at Lin Qianfan in horror. Lin Qianfan snorted coldly, today is your death. He unleashed the most powerful killing move of the peak divine realm, Chaos Heavenly Dao, world-destroying reincarnation. The 6 laws of heaven merged with the laws of chaos, forming a massive vortex that sucked the dark devil in. Strangled by the vortex, the dark devil let out a shrill scream before finally dissipating completely. Lin Qianfan gazed at the Zhongshuan realm, now at peace, a flood of emotion welling up in his heart. He knew this was only the beginning. The peak of the divine realm wasn't the end. Higher realms awaited him. And he, as a divine realm, would protect the 10,000 immortals sect in this world. Chapter 104. Chapter 10. For the latter appears, those who climb the list will be rewarded with the divine seal. Lin Qianfan's breakthrough to the pinnacle of the divine lord realm made him the youngest supreme being in the history of the Zhongshuan realm. Under his protection, the Wanxian sect flourished even more. However, the peaceful days did not last long. One day, the Zhongshuan realm's sky was suddenly bathed in a rainbow of light. The void violently shook, and a massive staircase emanating an ancient aura slowly emerged. The legendary 9 Heavens Ladder had appeared. The system notification chimed like thunder, the arrival of the ancient treasure, the 9 Heavens Ladder, has been detected. This ladder consists of 9,999 steps, each containing a different law of heaven. Those who reach the top will receive the Chaos Treasure, the Divine Seal of Transformation. Main quest released, reach the summit of the 9 Heavens Ladder alone. Success rewards, Divine Seal of Transformation and Evolution of the Origin of the Chaos Law. Failure penalty, Divine Venerable's cultivation level will drop to the Star Emperor realm, and the 10,000 immortal sect's luck will be halved. As the news spread, the entire Zhongshuan realm erupted in excitement. Forces like the Xiantian Sword sect and the Netherworld Demon sect came out in force, and countless powerful independent cultivators also converged on the heavenly staircase. Lin Qianfan gazed at the staircase piercing the sky, shrouded in mist, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Suli gripped his hand tightly. Qianfan, this journey is dangerous. Don't worry, wait until I bring back the divine seal. Lin Xianfan kissed her forehead, then turned and transformed into a stream of light, dashing towards the heavenly staircase. By this time, thousands of powerful warriors had gathered at the foot of the ladder. The Hua family patriarch sneered, "Lin Xianfan, this 9 heavens ladder is not for you alone." Lin Xianfan's expression remained calm, his divine might radiating from him. "Anyone who stands in my way will die." Before he had even finished his words, he stepped onto the first step. Instantly, an attack imbued with the law of destruction descended upon him. Lin Xianfan raised his hand and unleashed a chaotic sword energy. Chaos Annihilation. The golden sword light collided with the destructive force, instantly shattering the first step's test. As the climb continued, the difficulty increased exponentially. At the 3000th step, space suddenly warped, and countless sharp blades, shaped by the laws of space and time, pierced from all directions. Lin Xianfan activated his divine eyes of heaven, discerning the blade's trajectory. He simultaneously unleashed chaos spacetime, reversal, distorting spacetime with the power of chaos and repelling all the attacks. At the 5000th step, a gravity powerful enough to crush even a divine being descended upon him. Lin Xianfan's chaos sacred body roared under the strain, but he gritted his teeth and activated the Chaos Immortal Sutra, forcing himself to withstand the pressure and continue forward. When Lin Xianfan reached the 7000th step, the ladder suddenly lit up with a blood-red light, and a massive demonic figure emerged, unbelievably the remnant soul of the dark demon god. "Lin Xianfan! See how you can stop me this time," the demonic figure roared, swinging a massive fist brimming with annihilating power. Lin Xianfan's eyes were icy as he summoned the Chaos Heavenly Dao Seal, Heavenly Dao Suppress. The golden seal descended, shattering the demonic figure. However, the result was a significant drain on him, and his aura was slightly erratic. At this moment, everyone below the ladder was stunned. The Hua family patriarch muttered, "Such strength is simply inhuman." Suli stared at the ladder nervously, his hands clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his palms. Lin Xianfan continued to climb. The higher he climbed, the more profound the laws upon the staircase became. At the 8000th step, he encountered the test of the law of reincarnation. Countless visions of past and present lives flooded into his mind, attempting to disrupt his sanity. Lin Xianfan activated the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, using his divine eyes to see through the illusions. 6 paths returned to 1, delusion shattered. With a flash of light, the illusions dissipated. Finally, Lin Xianfan reached the final step, step 9999. There was no attack here, but a pervasive pressure that could make even the soul tremble. The steps were engraved with the laws of the origin of chaos, and each pattern contained the power of creation. Lin Xianfan took a deep breath, mobilized all his divine power, and slowly took the final step. The moment his foot landed on the staircase, the entire ladder erupted in dazzling light, and a jade seal radiating a rainbow of light slowly rose. It was the divine seal of transformation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully reaching the summit of the 9 heavens ladder. Reward, Divine Seal of Transformation. This seal can reshape the heavens and earth, create all things, and contains the power of creation. The origin of the law of chaos has evolved, and it can currently integrate 10 laws of heaven. The moment Lin Xianfan grasped the divine seal of transformation, a surge of immense power surged into his body, and his law of chaos underwent a qualitative leap. Meanwhile, the crowd below the ladder gazed upon the divine master who had ascended alone to the summit, their eyes filled with awe and fear. Lin Xianfan, divine seal in hand, surveyed all living things, his voice resounding throughout the Zhongshuan realm. The 10,000 immortal sect is here, who dares to invade? However, Lin Xianfan was unaware that the appearance of the divine seal had alarmed a mysterious force in a distant star region. A crisis affecting all the heavens and worlds was quietly brewing. Chapter 105, 2 prideful ones enter the sect, immortal spiritual veins shine. On the 3rd day after Lin Xianfan returned to the Wanxian sect, bearing the divine seal of transformation, 2 distinct yet equally powerful auras suddenly emerged from the eastern Zhongshuan territory. Suli stood on the observatory, his icy blue eyes fixed on the sky. "Xianfan, these 2 auras remind me of the bloodlines of ancient immortals and the War Clan." Lin Xianfan scanned them with his spiritual sense, a smile playing on his lips. It seems the Wanxian sect is about to gain a new disciple. When the 2 arrived at the source of the fluctuation, they saw a young girl in a green shirt condensing lotus flowers with the spiritual energy at her fingertips in a bamboo forest that was soaked in spiritual energy. Wherever she passed, the withered grass and trees instantly came back to life. On a rock not far away, a young man holding a huge axe was boiling with fighting spirit, and the airflow split by the axe blade left golden cracks in the void. The immortal body and the War Clan's bloodline. Lin Xianfan's eyes lit up. In ancient times, the immortal body controlled the laws of life and was hailed as the darlings of heaven. The war clan achieved sainthood through their physical bodies, naturally gifted in combat. Now that these two physical forms have appeared simultaneously, it's no wonder that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been stirred to a turmoil. Sensing someone approaching, the girl formed a protective barrier from her fingertips, her beautiful eyes alert as she asked, "Who are you?" The young man slammed his axe to the ground, his fighting spirit undiminished. "Are you here with ill intentions? Get past me first." Lin Xianfan raised his hand to signal Su Li to calm down, and walked forward slowly, the divine pressure around him restrained to the lowest level. "Little girl, I am Lin Xianfan, the leader of the Wanxian sect. Seeing that you two are extremely talented, I have come to invite you to join the sect." "Wanxian sect?" A hint of hesitation flashed in the girl's eyes. "But the Wanxian sect that destroyed the 5 forbidden areas and dominated all the heroes?" Su Li smiled and nodded, "That's right. My name is Su Li, I'm Qianfan's Taoist partner and also the sex master's wife." Her ice phoenix aura spread gently, causing the surrounding bamboo forest to sway gently, as if welcoming a distinguished guest. The young man scratched his head, his fighting spirit fading. "My name is Bailey Zhan. I grew up in the mountains, and all I know is fighting. Can your sect make me stronger?" Lin Qianfan laughed heartily. "If you are willing to become my disciple, I will teach you the Zhan clan's lost acts of creation. How about that?" Bailey Zhan's pupils suddenly shrank. That was the ancient Zhan clan's sacred skill. He immediately knelt on one knee. "Master, please accept my disciple's greetings." Seeing this, the girl bit her lip and said, "My name is Lu Shi. I have been able to communicate with plants and trees since I was young, but because of my celestial body, I was hunted by the Xianin sect." Before she finished speaking, a sound of breaking air suddenly came from the distance, and dozens of black shadows attacked like ghosts. The leader was holding a black banner, and it was the soul-stealing elder of the Xianin sect. "Lin Qianfan. These two little bastards are the prey of my Xianin sect, get out of the way." Elder Dueling spoke sinisterly, and with a wave of the flag, countless black tentacles broke out of the ground and headed straight for Lu Shi. Seeking death. Lin Qianfan's eyes glared, and the divine seal of transformation hovered overhead. Transformation, seal. A rainbow of light descended, and the black tentacles instantly vanished into ashes. Elder Dueling, terrified, tried to retreat, but was frozen in midair by Su Li's mysterious ice heavenly punishment. Lin Qianfan casually blasted a wave of chaos sword chi, reducing him to dust. Lu Shi witnessed all this, her eyes filled with shock. She leaned forward gently and bowed to Lin Qianfan. "Lu Shi wishes to become master's disciple and seek the sect's protection." Lin Qianfan nodded, and 2 spiritual jade slips flew out from his fingertips. "These are the immortal rejuvenation technique and the Emu sword technique. You should practice them first, and I will personally guide you in the future." Ding! Successfully accepted Lu Shi and Bailey Zhan as direct disciples. Reward: Immortal Spirit Vein X1 permanently increases the sect's spiritual energy concentration, fosters the growth of spiritual plants, heals injuries, and resonates with the Ice Phoenix bloodline and the power of chaos. The moment the system notification sounded, a stream of green light descended from the sky and merged into the ground beneath the 10,000 Immortals sect. Inside the sect, Su Baihuan and others who were in seclusion in the Jintian Pagoda suddenly felt that their cultivation speed had greatly increased, and the bottleneck of their originally obscure skills showed signs of loosening in the spiritual fields. 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs grew wildly, and the fruits were so full that they almost dripped with juice. Even the sect's mountain protection formation was blooming with a soft green light due to the nourishment of the immortal veins. "This is the immortal spirit vein." Young Suzy excitedly waved the jade rui. "This vein can harmonize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's simply the source of vitality for the sect." Mingyue looked at the scene reflected in the samsara mirror. Strange, the immortal spirit vein seems to form a 3-talented force with the sect master's chaos power and the mistress's Ice Phoenix bloodline. Could it be? Lin Qianfan returned to the sect with his 2 new disciples just as the immortal veins had completely merged into the ground. With a wave of his hand, he transformed the divine seal into a radiant light, unexpectedly giving rise to a fairy garden in the sect's back mountains. Within the garden, springtime reigned year-round, with gurgling spiritual springs and every breath of air imbued with rich life energy. From today on, Lu Shi will focus on healing and the laws of wood, and Bailey Zhan will focus on combat and the laws of gold. Lin Qianfan looked at Su Baihuan and the others. "You must take good care of your fellow disciples, and together we will protect the Wanxian sect in the future." "Yes." Su Bai smiled and took Lu Shi's hand. Sister Sure, let's study spiritual patterns together in the future. Junior brother Beilejean, if you want to learn from me, feel free to come to me. Yi Sure gave Beilejean a thumbs up. The blood of the Zhang clan is strong enough. At night, Lin Qianfan and Su Li stood on the observatory, gazing at the flickering green light in the direction of the fairy spirit garden. Su Li gently leaned on his shoulder. Qianfan, do you feel that the appearance of the fairy spirit vein seems to foreshadow something? Lin Qianfan gazed at the sky, his eyes deep. Perhaps this is heaven's recognition of the 10,000 immortals sect. But no matter what, we only need to protect the people before us and walk the path ahead. At the same time, in a dark corner outside of the Zhangquan territory, a pair of bloodshot eyes stared through a crystal ball in the direction of the Wanxian sect, immortal body, war clan bloodline, chaos god. Interesting. Zhangquan territory, it seems that things are about to change. Inside the Wanxian sect, Lu Shi communed with the plants in the immortal spirit garden, while Beilejean wielded the heaven-splitting axe personally forged for him by Lin Qianfan in the martial arts arena. Su Baihuan and the others were nearing a breakthrough from their seclusion. A new storm might be brewing, but at this moment, the Wanxian sect, bathed in the radiance of the immortal spirit vein, blossomed with unprecedented vitality and vigor. Chapter 106 Ancient Secret Realm. The Wanxian sect thrived due to the nourishment of the immortal veins. Lin Qianfan comprehended the mystery of the creation of the divine seal in the Chaos Pavilion every day. Suddenly one day, a crack appeared in the sky in the north of the Zhangquan realm, revealing an ancient secret realm suspended in the void. On the huge bronze gate, the four big characters' ancient battlefield shone with vicissitudes of life, surrounded by star tracks and fragments of laws. The system prompt roared, the secret realm of the ancient battlefield has appeared. This secret realm contains the dual inheritance of the ancient warrior clan and the spirit clan. Mission issued, send Lu Shi and Beilejean into the secret realm to obtain the core inheritance. Success reward, Sage Realm Summoning Card X10 failure penalty, both of them will have their spiritual veins damaged, and they will be banned from breaking through to the Star Emperor realm for life. Lin Qianfan cast his gaze towards Beilejean, who was swinging his axe in the martial arts arena, and then towards Lu Shi, who was communing with the spiritual plants in the immortal spirit garden. He turned to Su Li and said, these two individuals' physiques are well suited to the secret realm inheritance. It's time to let them face the test on their own. Although Su Li was worried, he also understood that the path of cultivation required tempering. He nodded gently, I'll have Liang and Lengxuan secretly protect them, just in case. At the entrance to the secret realm, Lu Shi gently stroked the emu sword at her waist, the emerald spiritual patterns flickering with her breath. Beilejean tightly gripped the axe of creation, the battle patterns on the axe blade shimmering with golden light. Be careful when entering this secret realm. Lin Qianfan raised his hand and planted the chaos mark between their brows. If you encounter danger, crush the mark to recall them. As they stepped into the secret realm, the scene before their eyes suddenly changed. Lu Shi found himself in a barren wasteland, the earth was cracked, all the grass and trees were dead, and only a dead ancient tree in the center emitted a faint life wave. Beilejean stood in a blood-red martial arts field, with countless bronze battle flags floating around, and the ground was engraved with ancient battle patterns. This is a test of the laws of life. Lu Shi activated the immortal rejuvenation technique, and green light emanated from her fingertips as she gently touched the withered tree. However, a force of decay spread through her fingertips, and her face instantly paled. In the distance, a shadowy figure emerged. Little girl, only by surviving the catastrophic tribulation of withering and flourishing can you comprehend the true meaning of life. At the same time, countless puppets formed from war patterns attacked Beilejean's training ground, armed with weapons. He roared, and with the axe of creation, he launched a battle breaks the sky attack. The golden axe blade split the puppets apart, only to see the shattered puppets recondense. Getting stronger with each battle? Interesting. Beilejean's fighting spirit seethed, unleashing the 9 forms of the war clan personally taught by Lin Qianfan, each move imbued with the aura of a world-shattering creation. Lu Shi took a deep breath, summoning the power of her celestial body and forcibly injecting life energy into the dead tree. New buds began to sprout, but this also accelerated the depletion of her own spiritual energy. I can't give up. She bit her lip and insisted, her forehead covered in sweat. Just as her spiritual energy was about to be exhausted, Lin Qianfan's teachings echoed in her mind. Celestial power is not forced or infused, but rather draws the vitality of the heavens, nourishing all things invisibly. A sudden realization dawned on her. She sat down on the ground, connecting with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with her mind, guiding the vitality to slowly flow into the dead tree. The dead tree gradually came back to life, and the shadow nodded, yes, it's your chance to understand the true meaning of the law of life. A green light sank into Lu Shi's eyebrows, and her immortal body broke through to a new realm, and her body was surrounded by vitality. On Bailey Jean's side, as the puppets gathered in ever-increasing numbers, he grew more courageous with each fight, a golden fighting spirit even coalescing on his axe blade. Bloodline of the War Clan, awaken! He roared to the heavens, his fighting spirit materializing. The axe of creation erupted with 1,000-foot-long radiance, creation of heaven and earth. This strike, imbued with the War Clan's most powerful laws, shattered every puppet and shattered the battle flags. Good boy, you have the style of our Jean clan in the past. The shadow laughed and integrated a token engraved with war patterns into Bailey Jean's body. This is the Jean clan's holy order, which can command all armies. When the two met in the center of the secret realm, their auras surged. Lu Shi's immortal body was already able to draw upon the power of plants and trees to form a barrier, while Bailey Jean's battle patterns were deeply ingrained in his bones, and the Gangjin law coalesced in his every move. Above them, an ancient altar slowly rose, two inherited jades hovering in its center. Suddenly, the secret realm shook, and countless monsters, formed from the laws of nature, surged forward. With a wave of Lu Shi's hand, vines sprouted from the ground, entangling the monsters. Bailey's battle axe swept across, its Gangjin sword energy splitting it in two. Fighting back to back, the two men formed a strange tacit understanding. Their life energy fueled the battle, while the surge of fighting spirit invigorated their spiritual energy. Joint attack! Lu Shi shouted softly, and the emu sword formation turned into a green light net to trap the enemy. Bailey Jean took the opportunity to jump up, and the axe of creation carried the power of Gangjin and fighting spirit, fight the sky and destroy the earth. A flash of light passed, and all the monsters disappeared. The moment the altar jade fell into his hand, a system notification sounded in Lin Xinfan's sea of consciousness. Ding! Disciples Lu Shi and Bailey Jean have successfully obtained the inheritance of the ancient battlefield. Reward, 10 Saint Realm summoning cards. At the same time, a golden light shone brightly at the entrance to the secret realm, and 10 figures stepped out. Among them were the avatars of ancient saints such as Hongjun and Pangu. Greetings, Sect Master. The leading saint clone held the Tai Chi diagram in his hand and said, "We are ordered by heaven to help the Wanxian sect guard the Tsangshuan realm." Lin Xinfan was overjoyed and immediately assigned the saintly warriors to various parts of the sect. Among them, Pangu's clone took the initiative to request to guard the Jintian Tower and used the power of battle patterns to strengthen the trials in the tower. On the day Lu Shi and Bailey Jean emerged from retreat, all members of the Wanxian sect gathered. With a wave of Lu Shi's hand, the spiritual plants in the fairy garden blossomed with colorful flowers. With a casual strike from Bailey Jean, a half-foot deep axe mark was left on the training ground. Lin Xianfan gazed at the new disciples, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "I am very pleased with your performance." Next. He looked up at the sky, where dark clouds were gathering, but they were dispersed by the green light of the immortal spirit vein. The tranquility of the Tsangshuan realm may be about to be broken. But no matter who comes, the Wanxian sect is capable of fighting. The influx of powerful saints further strengthened the sect's foundation, while the legacy of Lu Shi and Bailey Jean gave the Wanxian sect an advantage in understanding the laws. From the shadows, those watching eyes finally revealed their ferocious gaze. "Wanxian sect, let's see how many rounds you can hold out in this chess game of the universe." A storm rippled across the multiverse, centered in the Tsangshuan territory, slowly unfolded. Lin Xianfan, clutching the divine seal of transformation, stood behind him, 10 saint-level elders and a host of exceptionally gifted disciples. A sneer curled his lips. "I won't turn away anyone who comes." A battle awaits. Chapter 107. Daoxian Palace establishes its prestige and bloodbaths all heroes. The rise of the myriad immortals sect completely tilted the balance of power in the Tsangshuan territory. When news spread throughout the universe that Lin Xianfan wielded the divine seal of transformation and commanded 10 sage-level elders, the mysterious force known as the Daoxian Palace finally lost its composure. One day, the Daoxian Palace's master, Daozuan Xianling, personally descended upon the Tsangshuan territory, leading 300 Daoist guards. Behind him hovered 36 ancient bronze bells, each engraved with runes that devoured spiritual energy. "Lin Xianfan of the 10,000 Immortal Sect, listen up!" Daoist Master Xianling's voice was like a resounding bell, shaking the mountains at the edge of the Tsangshuan territory. "You have stolen the immortal veins and privately hoarded the ancient inheritance, violating the order of heaven. Today, in the name of the arbitrator of heaven, I will ban the 10,000 Immortal Sect and execute the ringleader." Lin Xianfan, who was in seclusion, slowly opened his eyes. A golden glint flashed in his eyes, revealing the Daoxian Palace's true colors. The so-called Daoxian Palace was nothing more than a parasitic force in the universe, thriving by devouring the spiritual energy of other worlds. Its master, Daozuan Xianling, was a hypocrite, plundering under the guise of heavenly Dao. He stood up, his divine seal automatically floating above his head. The chaos heavenly Dao seal transformed into a golden cloak, draping over his shoulders. Lear, inform everyone in the sect that today, Kang Zuanyu will witness the true power of heavenly Dao. Su Li stood in the sect square, her ice phoenix robe rustling. Disciples, listen up. Daoxian Palace dares to interfere with our Wanxian sect. Anyone who offends us will be punished, no matter how far away they are. She raised her hand, and the black ice bracelet burst out with a 1,000-foot-long light. The entire Wanxian sect's mountain protection formation was instantly upgraded to the Ice Phoenix world-destroying formation. As the ice crystals circulated, they actually bounced back the Daoxian Palace's spiritual energy swallowing runes. Taoist Master Xianling sneered upon seeing this. A mere mountain protecting formation dares you to try to stop a chariot? Dao guards, listen up. Activate the Jotian soul devouring formation. 300 Dao guards formed seals, and 36 ancient bronze bells roared simultaneously. The spiritual energy of the Tsangshuan realm was drawn towards Daoxian Palace like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Su Baihuan and the others, who were in retreat in the Jintian Tower, suddenly felt their cultivation hindered and opened their eyes only to hear Lin Qianfan's voice echoing through their sea of consciousness. Don't panic. Watch carefully, and you'll see what the true trend is. Lin Qianfan stepped into the air and gently rotated the divine seal. The flow of spiritual energy in the Tsangshuan realm suddenly reversed. The Daoxian Palace's soul-devouring formation not only failed to absorb a single spiritual energy, but instead a large amount of spiritual energy was reversed, shocking the Taoist guards to the point of spitting blood. How is this possible? Daozuan Xuanling's pupils suddenly shrank. You can actually control the spiritual energy of an entire realm? Control? No, it's domination. Lin Qianfan raised his hand and waved it, and the chaos heavenly Dao seal turned into a giant golden seal that covered the sky and the sun. Under the heavenly Dao, we are all ants. The giant seal fell, and the 36 ancient bronze bells shattered in an instant, and the Taoist guards were swept down to the sky like fallen leaves. Taoist Xianling summoned his life-saving magic weapon, the Daoxian sword, and the sword body was engraved with heavenly runes. Even if you can control the spiritual energy, you can't break my Daoxian law. He performed the Daoxian 3,000 slashes, and countless sword energies cut through the void, each of which contained the power of rules. Lin Qianfan, without even unsheathing his sword, flicked his fingertips, sending a stream of chaotic sword energy charging forward. Where the two clashed, space shattered like glass, revealing the starry sky behind. Taoist Master Xianling was horrified to discover that his vaunted Daoxian laws were as fragile as paper before the power of chaos. His sword energy was shattered piece by piece, leaving a dense web of cracks on the Daoxian sword. Impossible. My Daoxian Palace governs the 33 heavens. Shut up. Lin Qianfan's eyes glared, and the divine seal of transformation shone brightly. Transformation, destruction. A rainbow of light enveloped Taoist Master Xianling. His robes, magical treasures, and even the power of the laws within him rapidly dissipated. In just a few breaths, the once arrogant Daoxian Palace Master transformed into a white-haired old man, his cultivation level plummeting to the star-venerable realm. Mercy! Mercy! Taoist Master Xianling knelt down and begged for mercy. Daoxian Palace is ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth and has offended the superior nation. I beg the sect master to have mercy. Lin Qianfan looked down at him with an icy voice. Go back and tell Daoxian Palace that if they dare to set foot into the Tsangshuan realm again, I will flatten the 33 heavens and make it impossible for you to even find the world you are parasitic on. This battle shook the heavens. News of the myriad immortals' lightning-fast crush of the Daoxian Palace spread to every corner via the Tianji Pavilion's jade communication talisman. The Hua family's patriarch trembled as he crushed the talisman in his hand. I'm glad I didn't join the Daoxian Palace in their foolish actions. The Netherworld demon sect's leader secretly thanked himself for his seclusion and absence, otherwise he would have been doomed. When Lin Qianfan returned to the sect, Lu Shi was using the power of his immortal veins to repair the affected spiritual plants, while Beilijian was sparring with Pango's clone in the martial arts arena. Su Baihuan and the others had already emerged from their retreat, their eyes filled with admiration. Master, this fight was even more powerful than the gods descending from heaven in the storybooks. Remember, strength is everything. Lin Qianfan looked out at the vast world. Although the Daoxian Palace has retreated, there are still countless forces in the myriad realms that covet the Tsangshuan territory. From today on, the Wanxian sect must open the Tiandao Academy to recruit talented individuals from all races. At the same time, we will forge the Tsangshuan battle flag. All who join the flag will be protected by the Wanxian sect. Young Suzy immediately understood. Master, do you intend to use the Tsunchuan territory as a base to establish a power that spans the heavens? Lin Xianfan nodded, and the divine seal of transformation rose again, unexpectedly condensing a massive portal outside the Tsunchuan territory, the Tsunchuan Heavenly Gate. Spiritual energy surged within the gate, and the shadowy silhouettes of buildings such as the heaven-suppressing tower and the immortal spirit garden could be vaguely seen. From now on, Sangchuan territory is no longer a small world in a remote corner. Lin Xianfan's voice spread throughout the universe. The Wanxian sect is here, named Daoxian Palace. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. As the remnants of the Daoxian Palace fled back to the 33rd heaven, Taoist Master Xianling trembled as he watched the Tsunchuan Heaven Gate gradually close behind him. He knew that a behemoth powerful enough to shake the order of the universe had risen, and the Daoxian Palace was merely the first victim of its arrogance. On the chessboard of the universe, a piece called the 10,000 Immortal Sect is rapidly growing. Its master, Lin Xianfan, wields the divine seal of transformation as a pen, writing his own rules on the scroll of heaven's Tao. Who will be the next force to dare challenge the authority of the 10,000 Immortal Sect? Perhaps even heaven cannot predict. Chapter 108 Chapter 108 The Incarnation comes to the world. Tai's secret realm recruits demon disciples. Lin Xianfan sat cross-legged in the Chaos Pavilion, his fingertips gently stroking the divine seal. Suddenly, an idea struck him. At the peak of the divine realm, he could split his mind with a single thought, transforming into countless avatars. At this moment, he created an avatar, clad in a green robe, the Chaos Dragon sword dangling from his waist, and soared towards the Tai's secret realm outside the Tsunchuan realm. A system notification chimed in. The Heavenly Fox Legacy has appeared in the Tai's secret realm. The Fox Girl, Mian Yao Yao, possesses the nine-tailed heavenly illusion and the E with spiritual root. The host must accept her as a disciple. Success reward, 20 Ultimate Realm Powerhouse Summoning Cards, 3,000 Holy Weapons. Failure penalty, the avatar disintegrates, and the essence is damaged. At the entrance to the Tai secret realm, shrouded in mist, the faint silhouette of a snow-white fox could be seen leaping through the trees. As Lin Xianfan's avatar entered the secret realm, a young woman in a pink dress emerged from behind a tree. The fur on her ears and tail shone silver. It was none other than Mian Yao Yao. She tilted her head to examine the man in green, a flicker of alarm in her eyes. Who are you? How did you manage to penetrate the secret realm's magical barrier? My name is Lin Xianfan, and I have come to look for you. The incarnation smiled and spoke, with gentle spiritual fluctuations emanating from his body. I heard that there is a fox girl with outstanding talent in the Tai secret realm. After seeing her today, I find that her reputation is well deserved. Mian Yao Yao's pupils suddenly shrank. She had never revealed her life experience to outsiders, but this person could tell it all in one word? Before he could finish his words, a violent tremor erupted from the depths of the secret realm. A group of black-robed monks burst in, their leader wielding a demon-hunting banner. They were none other than the remnants of the Xianin sect. Stop, demon! You think you can escape by hiding in this secret realm? Today is your death. The demon-hunting banner unfurled, sending countless chains flying out, carrying with it the pungent smell of sulfur. Lin Xianfan's avatar flicked his sleeve lightly, and a burst of chaotic sword energy flashed across the sky like a flash of lightning, instantly breaking the chains. The Xianin sect cultivators stared in horror at this suddenly appearing powerful figure. One of them asked in a trembling voice, You are Lin Xianfan from the Wanxian sect? The avatar smiled faintly and nodded. The Xianin sect has repeatedly refused to change. It seems I must eradicate you once and for all. The Chaos Dragon sword was unsheathed, transforming into countless sword shadows, each imbued with the laws of heaven. The Xianin cult monks summoned their magical weapons to resist, but the sword shadows easily penetrated their defenses, draining away their spiritual energy. Mian Yao Yao, hiding behind a tree, witnessed this scene with shock. This person's strength was several times greater than the guardian spirits in the secret realm. After the battle, the incarnation turned to Mian Yao Yao and asked, Why are you being hunted by the Xianin sect? The girl lowered her head and tugged at the hem of her skirt, whispering, I'm an orphan of the Sky Fox clan. I have the blood of the nine-tailed Sky Fox flowing in my body. The Xianin sect wants to use my spiritual blood to refine an evil medicine. At this point, she suddenly looked up, a hint of stubbornness flashing in her eyes. If you want to take me as your disciple, you must agree to one condition: help me rebuild the Sky Fox clan. The incarnation laughed heartily. This isn't difficult. The Myriad Immortals sect has always protected orphans of various clans. When you grow up, you can revive the Skyfox clan. He raised his hand and threw out a jade slip. This is the Skyfox Fantasy World scripture and the Emu kan Tianju, which are suitable for your physique. If you are willing to become my disciple, please accept the jade slip. Mian Yao Yao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the allure of the inheritance and reached out to take the jade slip. Instantly, a system notification rang out in Lin Qianfan's mind. Ding! Successfully accepted Mian Yao Yao as a disciple. Rewards: 20 Ultimate Realm Summoning Cards, 3,000 Holy Weapons. At the same time, the core area of the Tai Secret Realm lit up with golden light, and 36 bronze tripods slowly rose, each containing a sacred weapon of varying attributes. The avatar brought Mian Yao Yao to the core of the secret realm and, with a wave of his hand, stored the sacred weapon in his storage ring. Suddenly, the ground cracked, revealing an ancient Fox clan altar. A crystal-clear, heavenly fox inner core hovered in the center. Tears welled in Mian Yao Yao's eyes. This is a legacy left by our ancestors. The avatar nodded. You absorb the inner core here, and I will protect you. 3 days later, Mian Yao Yao opened her eyes, her aura surging. Her 9 tails swayed gently, each entwined with Emu's spiritual patterns and the laws of illusion. She knelt and cowed out, Disciple Mian Yao Yao, I pay my respects to Master. The incarnation nodded with satisfaction, and placed a fingertip between her eyebrows, leaving a chaos mark. From now on, you are the 7th direct disciple of the Wanxian sect. When my true form descends, I will hold your initiation ceremony. Back at the Myriad Immortals sect, Lin Qianfan's true form shifted its mind, and 20 Ultimate Realm Summoning Cards transformed into streams of light and flew out. A flash of golden light revealed 20 powerful beings with imposing auras, among them the Time Supreme, Master of the Laws of Time, the Void Empress, skilled in spatial leaps, and the Purple Star Emperor, who tapped into the power of the stars. Each of them could shake the universe with a single stomp of their foot. Greetings, Sect Master. The Ultimate Realm experts saluted in unison. Emperor Ziwei stepped forward and said, We have sensed the presence of immortal veins and the origin of chaos in the Zhongshuan realm. We have come to aid you in your conquest of the heavens. Lin Qianfan waved his hand and distributed the holy weapons to the sect elders and disciples, smiling, with your help, the 10,000 Immortals sect will be even more powerful. From now on, we will launch the Holy Weapon Forging Project. Using the creation of the Divine Seal as a guide, we will refine even more powerful magic weapons. Mian Yao Yao's arrival significantly boosted the Wanxian sect's strength in illusion and natural law. She and Lu Shi instantly hit it off, often discussing the Yi Wood law in the Immortal Spirit Garden. Bailey Zhan, intrigued by her 9-tailed sky illusion, pestered her for a sparring match. Meanwhile, the 30 bronze tripods, nurtured by Lin Qianfan's divine seal of transformation, transformed into the portable Tai War Cauldron, the sect's ultimate weapon. In the shadows, the remnants of the Xianin cult reported to their master, Lin Qianfan has accepted another Fox clan disciple, whose strength is unfathomable. Before they could finish their words, a blast of chaotic sword energy pierced through the jade communication talisman, completely cutting off their escape route. Lin Qianfan gazed at the sky, a sneer curling his lips. Across the heavens and myriad realms, how many other forces would dare to challenge the Daoxian Palace's majesty? He waited and watched. One day, the heaven-suppressing tower suddenly vibrated violently, and Subaiwan's voice rang out from within, Master. I sense the opportunity for a breakthrough. Lin Qianfan nodded, exchanging a smile with the other Ultimate Realm experts. The prodigies of the 10,000 Immortals sect were rapidly advancing, and it was time for him to prepare to journey into the wider universe. The gains from the Tai Secret Realm were merely another stepping stone on his journey to the heavens. Chapter 109, Opening the Mountain Gate to Recruit Disciples. Under the leadership of Lin Qianfan, the Wanxian sect, through its feats of destroying forbidden zones, subduing geniuses, and conquering the heavens, has long since become a sacred place in the hearts of cultivators across the Zhongshuan realm and beyond. With the establishment of the Zhongshuan Heavenly Gate, the sect decided to launch its once-a-decade Heavenly Dao Grand Election, recruiting disciples from across the heavens and myriad realms. As soon as the news spread, countless cultivators, bearing the hopes of their families and races, flocked from the 33 heavens, the netherworld Blood Sea, and beyond. For a time, the void boats at the entrance to the Zhongshuan realm obscured the sun, forming a river of cultivators spanning the starfield. Lin Qianfan stood at the foot of the Kangshuanshan Gate, flanked by Su Li, Su Baihuan, and other direct disciples. 10 sage-level elders and 20 ultimate-level experts flanked him. The vibrations of the laws emanating from his bodies converged into a brilliant band of light, like galaxies descending from the heavens to the earth. From today on, anyone who passes the threefold trial may enter the inner sect of the Wanxian sect. Those possessing peak physiques or special inheritances may directly meet the sect master and compete for the position of direct disciple. Su Li's voice, swathed in the might of the ice phoenix, echoed across 1,000,000 miles. The first trial, called the Spirit Testing Platform, was presided over by young Suzy and Mingyue. It aimed to examine one's spiritual roots and affinity with the laws. A young dragon youth stepped onto the platform, and golden scales suddenly appeared around him. This triggered the convergence of the Gengjin law, and the spirit testing jade slip instantly erupted with 9 rays of golden light, a rare 9 heavens Gengjin body. Young Suzy stroked his beard and chuckled, "You may enter the inner gate and be granted residence on Gengjin Peak." Immediately, a human girl holding a scroll stepped onto the platform. With a flick of her finger, she summoned the Emu Spirit Vine. 7 green rays of light emerged from the jade slip, and it was also taken to Muling Peak. The second trial, the heart test in the heaven suppressing tower, was led by Liang and Lengshuan. Within the tower, a triple illusion of greed, anger, and delusion was set up to test the steadfastness of one's Taoist heart. One cultivator, tempted to see spiritual stones scattered across the ground in the illusion, was met with a backlash from the tower's laws, instantly ejected. Another cultivator, witnessing a loved one being murdered in the illusion, regained consciousness in time, unleashing the clear mind technique, earning Lengshuan's approval. With a firm Taoist heart, they possess a promising future. The third trial was the most demanding, the heavenly martial arts arena, personally guarded by Pangu's clone and the battle-crazed Liang. It tested practical combat talent and adaptability. A sturdy-looking young beastman swung a massive club at Liang. Though easily blocked, his fierce fighting spirit caught Liang's eye. "Your physical strength is formidable, so you can enter the battle hall." Meanwhile, a human girl, dressed in plain gauze, was able to use illusions to confuse Pangu's clone's battle patterns. Mian Yao Yao smiled and pulled her aside, saying, "Sister, you have a talent for illusions. How about learning from me?" Just as the disciple recruiting ceremony was in full swing, a pitch-black demonic warship suddenly flew across the sky, the skull flag of the Netherworld demon sect hoisted on its bow. A purple-haired man emerged from the air, a bloody demonic aura swirling around him. "How arrogant of the myriad immortal sect! I, a disciple of the Netherworld demon sect, have come to become your disciple, and yet you have turned me away? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll tear down this damn heavenly gate." Lin Xianfan's eyes darkened, and before he could say anything, Beilijan charged forward, axe of creation in hand. "You're courting death. You've got to get past me first." The two engaged in a fierce battle. The purple-haired man unleashed the 9 transformations of the blood demon, transforming into a giant python with bared fangs. However, Beilijan struck him in the heart of the axe, sending the python wailing and retreating to its original form. War clan bloodline? The purple-haired man, terrified, tried to retreat, but Lin Xianfan's divine might held him in place. "The Netherworld demon sect has repeatedly offended our sect. Today, I will teach you a lesson." Lin Xianfan raised his hand, and the divine seal of transformation flew out, condensing a cage above the demon ship. Transformation prison. A rainbow of light descended, instantly disintegrating the demon ship into dust. The purple-haired man was sealed in the lower levels of the heaven-suppressing tower, never to be reborn. This scene shocked the entire audience, and those who had previously harbored evil intentions put aside their thoughts and lined up obediently to participate in the trial. 3 days passed, and the disciple recruiting ceremony drew to a close. This selection included 3,000 inner disciples, many possessing exceptional talents like astral bodies and thunder spiritual roots. 72 individuals were vying for their place among the various peak masters. Lin Xianfan glanced at the list of prodigies in his hand, and 2 names caught his eye: Luo Fan, who exuded an aura of samsara, suggesting a reincarnation, and Xing Yao, who harbored fragments of chaos within her, resonating with his own sacred chaos body. "Send Luo Fan and Xing Yao to see me." Lin Xianfan had barely finished speaking when 2 young men and women were ushered in. Luo Fan's eyes were penetrating, Xing Yao's aura was ethereal. They both knelt. "Greetings, sect master." Lin Xianfan waved his hand and bestowed upon them 2 chaos spirit fluids. "You are exceptionally gifted, and may you become my direct disciples, and follow me in comprehending the laws of heaven." Ding! Successfully recruited 3,000 inner disciples, 72 elite disciples, and 2 top-tier geniuses. Rewards: Heavenly Tao Academy accelerates disciples' understanding of the laws, with a built-in time velocity of tens of millions of years. 100 chaos life-generating fluids cleans the marrow, strengthens the meridians, and promotes the growth of spiritual roots. A system notification chimed, and a golden academy, adorned with countless jade slips, descended from the sky, landing beside the heaven-suppressing tower. 100 droplets of chaotic energy then merged into the immortal spirit veins, increasing the sect's spiritual energy concentration by another 30%. That night, the Wanxian sect was decorated with lanterns, and new disciples, led by their respective peak masters, were reunited with their ancestors. Standing on the observatory, Lin Xianfan and Su Li gazed at the dense array of lights below, their hearts awash with emotion. Su Li gently leaned on his shoulder. Xianfan, with over 10,000 disciples now in the sect, are you feeling tired? Lin Xianfan gazed at the twinkling stars in the sky and held her hand tightly. I'm not tired. Once these disciples grow up, the Wanxian sect will officially march into the myriad heavens and realms. Look, he raised his hand and pointed. Beyond the Tsanchuan Tianmen, countless star regions spread out like sand. There lies our journey. Meanwhile, in Tiandao Academy, Luofan and Qingyao were studying the Chaos Jade Slips, the aura of laws constantly shifting around them. Su Baihuan was showing the new disciples around the martial arts pavilion, explaining the secrets of each technique. Bailey Zhan was wrestling with a group of Beast Tribe disciples in the martial arts arena, their laughter shaking the heavens. A grand ceremony to recruit disciples marked not only a new beginning for the Myriad Immortals sect, but also the prelude to a new order for the universe. As Lin Xianfan's divine consciousness swept over the newly arrived disciples, he glimpsed the future, a glorious vision of Myriad Immortals sect disciples roaming the myriad realms, subjugating the heavens. And he, the creator of all this, bearing the banner of the Daoxian Palace, would write the most significant chapter on the scroll of Heaven's Way. Chapter 110 Ladder Trial, the Third Realm establishes the sect's Iron Law. The aftermath of the 10,000 Immortal Sect's Heavenly Dao Grand Election had barely faded when Lin Xianfan issued a new, ironclad rule for recruiting disciples. The sect divided its ranks based on realm qualifications, instituted a Ladder of Immortality trial, and clearly established a strict threshold: Spiritual Venerable for outsiders, Spiritual Emperor for insiders, and Divine Venerable for personal discipleship. This decree caused an uproar throughout the heavens and realms. After all, for any ordinary sect to produce a spiritual emperor was already a treasure, but the 10,000 Immortal sect had actually set the Divine Venerable realm as the standard for personal discipleship, truly raising the bar higher than the 33 heavens. The Immortal Stairway consists of 9,999 steps. Each 1,000 steps constitutes a test, corresponding to the three realms of Spiritual Venerable, Spiritual Emperor, and Divine Venerable. Lin Xianfan stood at the foot of the steps with his hands behind his back, creating a divine seal that hovered above his head, spreading the rules throughout the Tsanchuan domain. All outer disciples must reach the 1,000th step, inner disciples the 2,000th step, and direct disciples the 9,999th step. If they can complete this within 3 days, they will be directly qualified as direct disciples. Before he had finished speaking, a curious crowd started to jeer. Sect Master, are you kidding? How can you achieve the Divine Venerable realm just by saying it? Lin Xianfan's gaze swept across the crowd, landing on a gray-robed casual cultivator. He raised his hand and injected a stream of spiritual energy into his body. The casual cultivator fled in terror, only to see his realm soar like a rocket, breaking through from the Spirit King realm to the Spirit Venerable realm in just a few breaths. I will use the power of the Divine Venerable to help you build your foundation. Whether you can reach the summit depends on your luck. The gray-robed cultivator gritted his teeth and stepped onto the first step. The stairs instantly lit up red, and an overwhelming pressure washed over him. He felt as if he were carrying a heavy weight, and each step was an immense struggle. By the time he reached the 100th step, panting, his realm had regressed to the Spirit King realm, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Xianfan shook his head and sighed. If the heart is not strong, the path will collapse. Although this child has external support, he lacks the determination to reach the top. He is ultimately a mediocre person. A true genius always maintains a silent demeanor like gold. A young man clad in a scarlet flame robe stepped out. It was none other than Ao Lai, the dragon descendant who had risen to prominence in the Heavenly Dao Grand Election. His body was brimming with Gangjin energy, and with each step he ascended, the staircase resounded with the clash of metal and stone. At the 1,000th step, a giant dragon, condensed from the Gangjin principle, soared into the air. Ao Lai roared furiously, transforming into his true form and engaging the dragon in battle. Ultimately, wounded and battered, he shattered the dragon and successfully entered the inner gate area. Yes, the Gangjin body is indeed worthy of its reputation. Su Baihuan nodded in approval and waved his sleeve to throw out a healing spiritual fruit. Go to the inner gate Gangjin Peak to heal your wounds first. There will be plenty of opportunities to hone your skills in the future. Aolai took the spiritual fruit, his eyes full of gratitude, but he said nothing and quietly stepped aside. The true climax occurred at the entrance to the Divine Realm stairs. A silver-haired girl, carrying twin swords, slowly stepped forward. She was Qingyao, the very girl Lin Xianfan had chosen during the heavenly election. The fragments of chaos within her resonated with the stairs, and with each step, a chaos rune illuminated. When she reached the 3000th step, space suddenly warped, and a chaotic sword energy, the same source as Lin Xianfan's, appeared. "Be careful!" Su Li cried out, but Qingyao remained calm, crossing her swords and striking out, using the power of the chaos fragments to trigger a backlash of sword energy. The stairs trembled, the chaotic sword energy dissipated, and Qingyao's aura surged, shockingly reaching the early stages of the divine venerable realm. "Okay." Lin Xianfan clapped his hands and laughed. "Qingyao, are you willing to be my direct disciple?" Before Qingyao could reply, a dark figure suddenly leaped out of the crowd. It was a remnant of the Netherworld demon sect, attempting to assassinate Lin Xianfan in the chaos. However, before his dagger could even touch the corner of Lin Xianfan's clothes, it was deflected by an invisible barrier. Bailey Zhan then struck him with an axe, splitting him in half. "How can we allow you to run wild in this important place of the sect?" Lin Xianfan's eyes were cold. "From now on, anyone with evil intentions will die upon entering the sect." After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it. A golden barrier appeared on the stairs to immortality, isolating all those with distracting thoughts from outside. As the trial continued, 2 more disciples demonstrated potential at the divine venerable realm. Luofan easily dispelled the illusions on the staircase with the power of samsara, while Mian Yaoyao used the 9-tailed heavenly illusion to confuse the staircase's laws. Both reached the 9999th step almost simultaneously. Seeing this, Lin Xianfan nodded with satisfaction. "Luofan, Mian Yaoyao, and Qingyao, the 3 of you may become my direct disciples. The apprenticeship ceremony will take place tomorrow." Ding! Successfully established the rules for accepting disciples, completing the ladder trial. Rewards: Heavenly Tao Heart Discerning Mirror can see through disguises and explore the true nature. God-honored cultivation pills X10 can help peak spirit emperors break through to the God-honored realm. A system notification chimed, and an ancient bronze mirror and 10 golden pills appeared in Lin Xianfan's hands. He casually distributed the pills to Su Baihuan and his other disciples. "You've already reached peak spirit emperors. These pills will help you break through to the God-honored realm and shoulder the heavy responsibility of the sect sooner." As night fell, the Wanxian sect was ablaze with lights. New disciples gathered at the foot of the immortal stairs, listening to their predecessors recount the sect's glorious history. Lin Xianfan and Su Li stood on the observatory, overlooking this vibrant land, their hearts filled with joy. "Xianfan, do you think this stairway to immortality is too strict?" Su Li asked softly. Lin Xianfan shook his head. "A time of chaos is approaching. Without strictness, we won't be able to establish our authority. Besides..." He gazed toward the sky, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. "The truly powerful of the heavens and myriad realms are about to awaken. We must quickly cultivate a group of divine venerable disciples who are skilled in warfare. Otherwise..." Su Li gently held his hand, her icy blue eyes filled with determination. "No matter how many storms lie ahead, I will be with you to face them." The disciples of the Wanxian sect have never been greenhouse flowers. Lin Xianfan nodded, tightened his grip on Su Li's hand, and cast his gaze upon the distant immortal stairway. There, new disciples like Qingyao and Luofan were sparring with one another, the aura of a divine supreme being looming around them. He knew these disciples would be the hope of the 10,000 immortals' sect's conquest of the heavens, and he would lead them on a path of unprecedented glory. That night, a loud noise suddenly came from the Jintian Tower, and Su Baiwan's voice was filled with surprise. "Master, I have broken through the divine lord realm." Lin Xianfan raised a smile when he heard this. The era of the Wanxian sect has just begun. Chapter 111, Hundreds of Suns Arrive, Holy Card Descends. The Wanxian sect's ascension stairway trials continued in full swing. Lin Xianfan's strict rules for recruiting disciples, far from deterring talented individuals, were actually attracting powerful figures from across the heavens and realms like a magnet. When the number of outer disciples neared the 100 mark, the spiritual energy of the entire Xingshuan realm began to converge frantically towards the Wanxian sect, even leading to the rare phenomenon of 100 stars in a row appearing in the sky. "The last 3 outer sect spots," Su Baihuan announced loudly, standing at the top of the stairs. Her divine aura mingled with the Chaos Dragon sword, stirring the blood of the cultivators below. From the crowd, a young man in white stepped out, holding a folding fan engraved with wind laws. With each wave, a hurricane roared. My name is Fongwohin. I wish to ascend the immortal stairway. The moment Fongwohin stepped onto the stairs, they suddenly transformed into a wind cage, countless wind blades attacking from all directions. He remained calm, gently waving his folding fan. Wind cage, break. The wind blades reversed course, crushing the incoming attacks. By the time he successfully passed the 1,000 steps trial, beads of sweat covered his forehead, but the fighting spirit in his eyes only grew stronger. At the same time, a young man wreathed in lightning and a woman controlling vines also stepped onto the stairs. The young man used the domineering principles of thunder to forcibly break through obstacles, while the vine woman used softness to overcome hardness, using her emu's spiritual root to resonate with the stairs. The three of them reached the end of the 1,000 steps almost simultaneously, drawing cheers from the onlookers. Congratulations to the three of you for becoming outer disciples of the Wanxian sect. Lin Xianfan raised his hand and waved, and 3 jade tokens engraved with the Wanxian sect emblem flew into the hands of the three people. Holding these tokens, you can enter the sect's scripture library and choose a martial art that suits you. Feng Wuhan and others knelt on the ground and kowtowed excitedly. They knew very well that the moment they stepped into the Wanxian sect, it would be the beginning of changing their destiny. After the outer sect had reached its 100th member, competition for the inner sect trials intensified. Lin Xianfan specifically assigned his own disciples to serve as invigilators. Su Baihuan assessed mind control and swordsmanship, Yishir tested the use of abyssal power, and Zhou Chen was responsible for testing physical strength. When the number of inner sect disciples also reached 100, the heaven-suppressing tower suddenly erupted with brilliant light, enveloping the entire Wanxian sect in a golden glow. Ding! Successfully recruited 100 disciples each for the outer and inner sects. Rewards: 30 mid-level Sage Realm Summoning Cards, 300 Ultimate Realm Summoning Cards. The system notification rang out like a bell in Lin Xianfan's sea of consciousness. With a thought, 30 golden cards inscribed with ancient runes and 300 purple cards emitting a chaotic aura levitated into the air, each one enshrining a formidable individual. Summon now! Lin Xianfan shouted, and light shot up into the sky. 30 mid-stage Saint Realm experts appeared, including the alchemist Dan Xingzi, the master of formations Tianji Elder, and the master of the law of death Xinghe Shengma. 300 ultimate realm experts exuded a terrifying aura. The Voidwalker shattered space, the Thunder Tyrant was surrounded by lightning, and the ancient tree of life took root in the earth, its branches gleaming with healing light. Greetings, Sect Master. 530 powerful warriors saluted in unison. Their combined might caused cracks to appear in the sky above the Tsunchuan territory. Lin Xianfan nodded with satisfaction. Dan Xingzi, Elder Tianji, you will be responsible for teaching the disciples alchemy and formations. Styx Mother, you will guard the sect's spiritual veins alongside the ancient tree of life. The rest of the powerful warriors will each select a disciple and teach them everything they know. These newly joined warriors quickly integrated into the sect, and the Wanxian sect's strength soared at a noticeable rate. High-level elixirs were brewing daily in Dan Xingzi's alchemy pavilion. Elder Tianji rearranged the mountain protection formation, multiplying its power several times, and in the martial arts arena, masters of the ultimate realm personally instructed their disciples, the roar of battle continuing day and night. The news quickly spread throughout the universe, shocking all the major factions. The leader of the Xiantian sword sect clenched his sword, gritting his teeth and saying, the Wanxian sect has gained so many powerful individuals in such a short period of time. If this continues, who will be able to contend with them? The remaining forces of the Netherworld Demon sect were even more terrified. They hid in the shadows, daring not to make any further rash moves. Meanwhile, within the Wanxian sect, a grand celebration banquet was underway. Lin Xianfan sat in the main seat, watching the lively scene below, a flood of emotion filling his heart. Su Li snuggled up to him, her icy blue eyes brimming with pride. Xianfan, our sect is now overflowing with talent. Even if the Daoxian Palace attacks again, we can easily handle it. Lin Xianfan put his arm around her waist, his eyes firm. Daoxian Palace is nothing but a clown, the real threat is still behind. These new strong men will be the basis for our conquest of the heavens and all realms. He looked up at the sky, where countless stars were twinkling, as if foreshadowing the coming of a new era. After the celebration banquet, Lin Xianfan went alone to the Chaos Pavilion and began studying the newly acquired summoning cards. He discovered that these cards not only summon powerful beings but also contain special laws of power. Perhaps these cards have other uses. Lin Xianfan muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with thought. Meanwhile, in the back mountains of the Wanxian sect, newly admitted inner disciples were engaged in nighttime training. Feng Wuhan and the young man Lei Ting were discussing the fusion of wind and thunder, while the Vine Woman, aided by the ancient tree of life, was comprehending the higher laws of life. They knew how fortunate they were to have been admitted to the Wanxian sect, and only by diligently cultivating could they live up to the sect's cultivation. And somewhere in the myriad realms, a pair of eyes filled with malice watched the Wanxian sect's every move. Wanxian sect, I'll let you triumph for a while. When my master awakens, it will be your doom. The mysterious figure sneered, disappearing into the darkness. Unbeknownst to him, the Wanxian sect was now a far different place. Any plot or scheme would vanish in the face of sheer might. Chapter 112, Simulation Battle. The edge is first revealed and the edge is tested. With the addition of 330 powerful warriors, the Wanxian sect's strength has reached unprecedented heights. However, Lin Xianfan knows that paper strength doesn't equate to actual combat capability. To test the coordination between the sect's disciples and the newly recruited warriors, and to sharpen their fighting spirit, he decides to launch an unprecedented Heavenly Dao simulation battle within the Jintian Tower. This simulated battle will emulate attacks from the most powerful forces in the universe. You might face the Daoxian Palace's world-annihilating formation, the Netherworld Demon Sect's Blood Demon Legion, or even a combined attack from ancient gods and demons. Lin Xianfan stood before the heaven-suppressing tower, his gaze sweeping over the disciples and experts waiting in formation below. Victory will grant you vast cultivation resources and precious techniques. Defeat will result in a 3-month salary deduction and forced contemplation. More importantly, if you can't even pass the simulated battle, how can you possibly defend the sect and conquer the myriad realms? Suli waved his hand, and icy blue spiritual patterns swirled across the surface of the heaven-suppressing tower. The once pristine tower instantly transformed into a technologically advanced battlefield simulator. The tower's interior was divided into 10 separate simulated battlefields, each capable of simulating a different combat scenario. Time flowed at a different rate than the outside world. One day inside the tower equated to a month outside. In the first simulated battle, Su Baihuan led the Sword Shadow Squad, a group of outer disciples, against a simulated army of Netherworld Demon Sect blood demons. Entering the battlefield, a foul wind blew in their faces. Countless blood demons, their fangs bared, burst forth from a bloody mist, filling the air with a sickening stench of decay. Form a formation. Su Baihuan commanded, and the disciples quickly formed the Chaos Sword formation. 10,000 mind-controlling thoughts activated simultaneously, pinning the surrounding blood demons to their spot. Chaos Dragon Abyss Soul Control / Su Baihuan swung the Chaos Dragon sword, its golden blade brimming with the power of mind control, splitting the blood demon army like a giant sword. However, the blood demons were numerous, surging forward one after another, gradually surrounding the team. At the critical moment, Feng Wuhan wielded his folding fan, unleashing the hurricane prison, trapping the blood demons in a cage formed by wind blades. The Thunder Boy then summoned the Heavenly Thunder, 9 Heavens Thunder Boom, and purple lightning descended, cleaving the blood demons into charcoal. With the coordinated efforts of everyone, the blood demon army was finally defeated, and the Sword Shadow team secured victory. The second simulated battle was even more thrilling. Yi Shi and his inner disciples, the Abyss Squad, encountered a simulated coalition of ancient gods and demons. On the battlefield, fire giants, frost dragons, dark spiders, and other ancient beasts launched relentless attacks. The ground shook, and the sky was shrouded in darkness. Yi Shi's eyes were icy, and the power of the abyss erupted. Abyss Cold Prison Kill, the black abyssal force forming a death zone, freezing any approaching beasts. Everyone, don't panic. Each of you should capitalize on your strengths. Yi Shi shouted. The woman controlling the vines used her emu's spiritual root to wrap around the flame giant's legs, slowing its movement. The disciple skilled in the water principle summoned a massive wave to extinguish the flame giant's flames. However, the combined forces of gods and demons were formidable, and the icy aura of a frost dragon nearly froze the entire team. Just then, a newly joined Ultimate Realm powerhouse, the Ice Queen, arrived to provide support. With a wave of her hand, the frost dragon's icy aura was reversed, freezing the dragon itself into a block of ice. Thanks to the concerted efforts of everyone, Team Abyss secured a hard-fought victory. The most anticipated battle was the one between the Heavenly Dao Squad, led by Lin Xianfan, and a simulated Daoxian Palace Ultimate Formation. 36 ancient bronze bells hovered in the battlefield, while the shadowy figure of Taoist Master Xianling, wielding the Daoxian sword and followed by 300 Dao guards, formed the Jotian Soul Devouring Formation, frantically devouring the battlefield's spiritual energy. Transformation Divine Seal, activate. Lin Xianfan raised his hand and summoned the transformation divine seal. A rainbow of light shone, completely neutralizing the soul-devouring array's suction. Heavenly Dao Heart Mirror, shatter illusions. He summoned the Heavenly Dao Heart Mirror again, revealing the weaknesses of the Daoxian Palace's inhabitants. Saint-level experts like Dan Xingzi and Tianji Elder each unleashed their own methods. Dan Xingzi unleashed a demon-breaking pill, blasting a sea of fire. Tianji Elder deployed the Heavenly Dao Dragon Trapping Array, trapping the Daoxian Palace's formidable opponents. Chaos Heavenly Dao, Eternal Sword. Lin Xianfan's Chaos Dragon Sword and Chaos Heavenly Dao Seal resonated with each other, and a golden sword beam imbued with the law of eternity slashed out. Daozuan Xuanling's shadowy figure swung his sword to block, but was shattered by the sword beam. The simulated formation of the Daoxian Palace collapsed in an instant. After 3 days and 3 nights of intense fighting, all 10 simulations concluded. Although 3 teams were unfortunately defeated, everyone had grown through the battles. Lin Xianfan looked at the exhausted yet high-spirited crowd and nodded with satisfaction. The simulation exposed many problems and also allowed us to see our potential. Next, we will conduct specialized training to address the shortcomings we discovered during the battles. Remember, a real enemy won't give us the opportunity to make mistakes. Only by constantly becoming stronger can we gain a foothold in the universe. After the mock battle, a wave of cultivation enthusiasm swept through the Wanxian sect. Disciples, reflecting on their performance in battle, sought advice from the experts. The experts, unfailingly, shared their knowledge. Meanwhile, Lin Xianfan pondered his next goal. Perhaps it was time to strike out and establish the Wanxian sect's reputation throughout the universe. From the shadows, a pair of watchful eyes observed the Wanxian sect's transformation, their murderous intent growing stronger. Wanxian sect, your days of arrogance will not last much longer. Chapter 113. Chapter 113. 4 prideful ones join the clan, ancient legacy guards the sect. The Zhangquan realm's sky suddenly split apart, revealing 9 streaks of golden light, like golden threads descended from the 9 heavens' mysterious lady. They intertwined to form a mysterious talisman array above the 10,000 immortals sect. Lin Xianfan was deducing the secrets of the divine seal in the Chaos Pavilion when he suddenly felt a stirring in his mind. He looked up at the sky and saw an ancient bronze door emerging in the center of the talisman array. On it, the words Ancient Divine Court shone with the rhythm of timeless Taoism. The system prompt sounded like a bell. The secret realm of the ancient divine court has been revealed. Containing 4 ancient inheritances, the host must accept Wu Ji, Luo Tian, Hua Ming, and Bing Feng as personal disciples. Success rewards: the ancient protective formation Zhou Tian Xing Do formation, the divine pill pavilion containing the chaos divine pill recipe, and the divine artifact pavilion containing 30 innate spiritual treasures. Failure penalty: the Wanxian sect's spiritual energy will be reversed for 3 days, completely destroying the disciples' cultivation. Lin Xianfan appeared in front of the mountain gate in a flash. Su Li, Su Baihuan, and other direct disciples had already arrived upon hearing the news. This secret realm is connected to the ancient divine court. I'm afraid it's a great opportunity. Su Li gently stroked the Xianbing bracelet, and the icy blue spiritual energy resonated with the golden light in the sky. I sense the presence of the Ice Phoenix clan. Perhaps it's related to the Ice Phoenix. As they entered the secret realm, the scene before them suddenly changed, for massive totem poles stood in the vast wasteland, each carved with patterns of fire, thunder, ice crystals, and chaos. A disheveled young man crouched beneath one of the chaos totem poles, clutching half a blackened cake. It was Wu Ji. He appeared ordinary, but a flicker of chaos flashed in his eyes, undetectable to the untrained eye. Be careful. Hua Ming's voice rang out from the direction of the flame totem pole. A red-haired youth, engulfed in blazing flames, frowned, as if suppressing his inner strength. With every step he took, a lotus-shaped flame ignited the ground unbelievably, the rare southern Ming Lihua body. Meanwhile, beneath the thunder totem pole, Luo Tian, shrouded in purple lightning patterns, battled a thunder dragon condensed from the laws of nature. Each punch was accompanied by a dragon's roar, clearly embodying the Luo Tian battle body. Ice Phoenix stood before the ice crystal totem pole, dressed in a white robe as white as snow, her long hair adorned with ice crystals. A faint shadow of an ice phoenix loomed behind her. She raised her hand, and the ice crystal totem pole resonated, countless icy spikes suspended in the air, forming a beautiful yet deadly ice barrier. Lin Xianfan's spiritual sense swept over the 4 people, a plan in mind. Suddenly, a sinister laugh reached him from the distance. The remnants of the Xianin cult had followed, led by none other than the soul-snatching elder who had participated in the assassination of Lu Shi. Lin Xianfan. I let you get away with rescuing that girl last time, but this time, the divine court inheritance will belong to the Xianin cult. He waved the demon hunting banner, and countless chains burst forth from the ground, heading straight for Huoming. A mere trifle. Lin Xianfan flicked his fingertips, and a stream of chaos sword chi pierced the air, instantly reducing the chains to dust. Elder Duoling tried to retreat in terror, but Su Baihuan's mind control technique held him in place. Do you know what the consequences are for offending the Myriad Immortals sect? Su Baihuan sneered, unsheathing the Chaos Dragon sword. A ray of sword light pierced his chest. After this battle, the crisis within the secret realm was fully exposed. The Chaos Totem Pole suddenly erupted with a powerful light, engulfing Wu Ji. Within the pole, the shadowy figure of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon emerged. Chaos Body. I've finally waited for you, the shadowy figure spoke, injecting a stream of dragon energy into Wu Ji's body. His aura instantly transformed, and chaos energy surged like a tide. The flame totem pole erupted with Nanming Lihua, enveloping Huoming within. Nanming Lihua body, inherit my will. The image of the fire god Zhurong emerged from the flames. Huoming felt something within him ignite, and he opened his mouth and spewed a golden flame, which actually burned a crack in the totem pole. The battle between Luo Tian and the Thunder Dragon reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, he roared to the heavens, his battle form fully awakening. The shadowy figure of the Thunder Emperor appeared behind him, and with a single punch, he shattered the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Emperor nodded, my battle form is complete, capable of conquering the heavens. Guided by the shadowy figure, Bingfeng activated her Ice Phoenix bloodline. 9 icy blue tail feathers unfurled, each imbued with the power to freeze time and space. As the four awakened their inheritance, a system notification chimed, ding. Successfully accepted Wu Ji, Luo Tian, Huoming, and Bingfeng as direct disciples. Rewards: Zhou Tianxing Do Array, Shindan Pavilion, and Xinqi Pavilion. Lin Xianfan's eyes lit up as the phantom of a vast array inscribed with star tracks descended into his sea of consciousness. The Shindan Pavilion and Xinqi Pavilion, like two towering palaces, appeared in the core area of the Wanxian sect. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Xianfan immediately ordered the deployment of the Zhou Tianxing formation. This formation, based on 360 top-grade spirit stones and guided by 28 star pillars, could condense the power of the stars in the heavens, forming a massive formation capable of both offense and defense. When the final star pillar was driven into the ground, the entire Wanxian sect was bathed in brilliant starlight, and the concentration of spiritual energy instantly increased tenfold. Even the flow of time within the Jintian Tower sped up by 30%. Inside the Divine Pill Pavilion, Dan Xingzi had been waiting for a long time. Looking at the Chaos Divine Pill recipe displayed in the pavilion, his hands were shaking with excitement. Master, this Chaos boundary-breaking pill can help the strong ones in the Divine Lord realm to break through the barriers, and the Heavenly Tao Pregnant Spirit Pill can even give birth to spiritual roots. It can be called a heaven-defying pill. And in the Divine Artifact Pavilion, 30 innate spiritual treasures emitted dazzling light, among which the Star Sword, Burning Sky Furnace, Taishu Mirror and others were even legendary treasures. The arrival of 4 new disciples excited the entire sect. Su Li personally guided Bingfeng in mastering the Ice Phoenix bloodline. The two sparred in the fairy garden, where icy blue flames intertwined with green spiritual energy, unexpectedly giving rise to an ice crystal lotus. Yi Shi and Luo Tian competed in physical strength in the martial arts arena, the thunder of fists colliding resounding throughout the sect. Su Baihuan and Huoming studied the fusion of the southern Mingli fire and the chaos sword chi, attempting to create an even more powerful attack. Lin Xianfan stood on the observatory, watching the sect flourish, a flood of emotion filling his heart. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the distant Zhoutian star array. He saw the swirling starlight vaguely outlining a map of the heavens and myriad realms. Xianfan, look at this star array, it seems to be foreshadowing something, Su Li said softly, approaching him. Lin Xianfan nodded and took her hand. This is guidance from the ancient divine court, foreshadowing our arrival on a broader stage. With these 4 disciples and 3 major facilities, the Wanxian sect is well equipped to handle any challenge. He gazed toward the sky, his eyes determined. Perhaps our next target will be the mysterious 33 heavens, or even more distant, the netherworld Blood Sea. In the shadows, the remnants of the Xianin cult reported to their master through a jade communication talisman. Lin Xianfan has accepted 4 more monstrous disciples. The Wanxian sect's strength has become unfathomable. Before he could finish his words, a beam of starlight descended from the sky, shattering the jade communication talisman. Lin Xianfan's voice followed, if you, the remnants of the Xianin cult, continue to hide, I wouldn't mind personally visiting your lair. Within the Wanxian sect, Wu Ji was comprehending the legacy of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon in the Chaos Pavilion, Luo Tian was challenging himself in the Heaven Suppressing Tower to face a higher level of trials, and Huoming and Bing Feng were selecting their own spiritual treasures in the Artifact Pavilion. A new storm might be brewing, but the Wanxian sect was no longer a vulnerable target. As Lin Qianfan grasped the divine seal of transformation and stepped onto the Zhoutian star array, he knew the Wanxian sect's era had just begun. Chapter 114, Tianzhou Expedition. Years are like songs, sharpening the sword. The 10th spring and autumn season had passed with the morning and evening bells of the myriad immortals sect. Amidst the flickering light and shadow of the heaven-suppressing pagoda, 7 direct disciples, under Lin Qianfan's instruction, had embarked on a millennium-long crusade of the heavens. Su Baihuan's telekinesis had long since swayed the orbits of the stars, Yishu's abyssal force could rip through the very walls of space, and Zhou Chen's primordial saint body had withstood the combined attacks of 3 spirit emperors. But Lin Qianfan knew that towering trees could not grow in a greenhouse. True strength must be forged through the trials of blood and fire. On this expedition, you must traverse 72 small worlds, suppress 30 forbidden zones, and ultimately reach the edge of the netherworld Blood Sea. Lin Qianfan stood before the Kangshuanshan Gate, the brilliant starlight of the Zhoutian star array behind him. Remember, the Wanxian sect's sword will only slay those who should be slain. The Wanxian sect's shield will protect those who should be protected. Su Baihuan gently stroked the Chaos Dragon sword, the myriad hearts pattern on the blade gleaming with golden light. Master, rest assured. I will spread the might of the myriad immortals sect throughout the heavens. She turned to look at her fellow disciples, her gaze sweeping over the Emu spirit pattern in Lu Shi's hair, the shadow of the fighting spirit on the Bailey battle axe, and finally landing on the 9 icy feathers spread out by her new disciple, Bing Feng. Let's go! 1,000 years, in the lifespan of a cultivator, is but a fleeting blink. When the first wisp of netherworld demonic energy seeped into the expedition's makeshift camp, Su Baihuan was deduced the 3rd level of the Chaos 10,000 Hearts controlling spirit technique. There's demonic energy fluctuating, it's the remnants of the Xianin sect. Yishu gripped his short blade tightly, the power of the abyss condensing into a black vortex in his palm. It seems they haven't given up yet. The arrivals were the Xianin sect's 3 blood demons. The leader, Blood Demon Sun, held the 10,000 Souls Blood Banner, followed by 2 Spirit Emperor level worshippers. You little brats of the 10,000 immortal sect, today is your day of death. The blood banner unfurled, and countless resentful souls transformed into blood-red ghosts, overwhelming the heavens. With a wave of Lu Shi's hand, the emu spirit vine from the fairy garden seemed to leap across space, forming a barrier around everyone. Be careful. These resentful spirits can erode your spiritual roots. Huoming's Nanming Lihua soared into the air, burning the heavens and boiling the seas. The golden flames collided with the blood-red evil spirits, emitting a piercing hiss. Bing Feng then unleashed Ice Phoenix soaring. 9 icy feathers transformed into a rain of swords, freezing any escaped evil spirits into ice crystals. In the heat of battle, Su Baihuan suddenly noticed a familiar trajectory in the blood demon's attack, unbelievably similar to the Daoxian Palace's Zhoutian soul-devouring formation. He's got someone from the Daoxian Palace behind him, she immediately warned everyone through a voice transmission, simultaneously unleashing the 10,000 Hearts soul control lock. A golden chain of light pierced through the horde of evil spirits and headed straight for the blood demon. The blood demon child fled in terror, but was stopped by Bailey Zhang's axe of creation. Where are you going? Shatter the heavens. The axe blade, brimming with the power of the Genjin Law and his fighting spirit, shattered the blood demon child's protective aura. At that moment, a dark shadow darted out from within the blood demon child. It was Daoxian Palace's possessing puppet. Wanxian sect, prepare for destruction. The puppet let out a shrill laugh and exploded. Su Baihuan, quick-witted and quick-handed, used his chaotic sword energy to form a protective shield, enveloping everyone. After the violent explosion, the 3 blood demons were reduced to ashes, but the expeditionary force remained unscathed. The Daoxian Palace is indeed still pulling some strings. Zhou Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his primordial saint body radiating a soft glow. But their schemes will only make us stronger. Everyone nodded and continued on their journey. Over the next 1,000 years, they suppressed the corpse tide in the White Bone Forbidden Zone, averted the backlash of the Heavenly Tao in the Thunder Tribulation Plains, and even signed a symbiotic contract with the ancient tree spirits in the Fairy Kingdom. As the crimson sky of the netherworld Blood Sea came into view, Su Baihuan's realm had broken through to the mid-stage Divine Lord. Yishu's abyssal power had bred a hint of chaos, and Lu Shi could even bring life back to the dead world with a single thought. In the final battle at the edge of the Blood Sea, they encountered a mysterious group calling themselves the Blood Sea Apostles, led by the Taoist master Xian Ling, who had escaped that year. Disciples of Lin Xianfan, do you think you can prevent my master from reviving? Taoist Xian Ling's voice was hoarse and frantic. His body had been corroded by the demonic energy of the Sea of Blood, transforming into a half-human, half-demon form. Look at how many ancient demon gods are sleeping beneath this sea of blood. Then let them sleep forever. Su Baihuan raised the Chaos Dragon sword, its blade resonating with the divine seal of transformation, unexpectedly drawing the power of the immortal spiritual veins of the Tsangshuan realm. Lu Shi and Bing Feng attacked simultaneously, their life energy intertwined with the laws of ice and cold, forming a barrier across the sea of blood. Bailey Zhan and Huaming launched a powerful attack, combining the axe of creation and the southern Ming fire to cleave the apostles' defenses. The battle raged for 3 days and 3 nights. When the last apostle fell, Taoist master Xian Ling was horrified to discover that his demonic energy had been completely purified by the immortal veins. Impossible. You're just a bunch of juniors, he muttered to himself before dissipating in a wisp of black smoke. On the day the expedition returned victorious, the bells of the Wanxian sect rang for 3 full hours. Lin Xianfan looked at the scars on his disciples' bodies, their even more refined demeanor, and felt a surge of joy. Su Li handed him a cup of spiritual tea and whispered, "They've all grown up." Yes, they've grown up. Lin Xianfan looked towards the heaven-suppressing tower, where new disciples were climbing the stairway to immortality. Next, it's time to let them get in touch with the more core inheritance. The conspiracy of Daoxian Palace won't end here. The true crisis of the heavens and myriad worlds has just begun. That night, Su Baihuan wrote in his diary, "In this millennium of expedition, we have seen the darkest abyss and planted the brightest hope. Master said that the path of cultivation has no end, but as long as we stand shoulder to shoulder, we will be the sharpest sword of the 10,000 Immortals sect. In the next millennium, what can stop us?" And in the depths of the netherworld sea of blood, the seal ancient demon god suddenly opened his eyes, his scarlet gaze piercing through the thick fog and falling in the direction of the 10,000 Immortals sect. A game spanning time and space is quietly beginning. Chapter 115, Eastern Region Storm, Chaos Sword points to the 9th heaven. Lin Xianfan stood beneath the Tsangshuan heavenly gate, gazing at the newly added Eastern Region coordinates on the door, his fingertips lightly brushing the divine seal of transformation. 100 years had passed since the disciples returned from their expedition. The Wanxian sect's Zhoutian Shingo formation daily drew upon the power of the stars, and the Divine Pill Pavilion and Divine Artifact Pavilion had nurtured several divine venerable realm powerhouses. However, while observing the stars last night, he noticed that the celestial lines in the direction of the eastern region had become chaotic, suggesting a major event was about to unfold. "Master, news has arrived from the eastern territory, the primordial divine mine has surfaced, and various factions are vying for it." Young Suzy hurried over, the heavenly secret jade slip in his hand gleaming faintly. More importantly, the slip indicates that 2 young men possessing primordial Dao bodies are near the mine. Lin Qianfan's eyes lit up. The Taichu Dao body, a physique like that of a son of heaven, could directly comprehend fragments of the laws from the dawn of time. He turned to Su Li and said, "I must personally travel to the eastern region. Perhaps this trip will bring another powerful warrior to the sect." Su Li nodded, and with a wave of his ice phoenix robe, a crystal-like communication talisman condensed. "If you encounter danger, crush this talisman, and I will come immediately." Entering the eastern region, a dense, almost sticky spiritual energy washed over them. Vast islands floated in the sky, each boasting distinct sect buildings. Lin Xianfan had barely concealed himself when he saw dozens of streaks of light streaking across the distant sky. Leading them, wielding a dragon-headed halberd, was none other than Zhang Wuji, a divine venerable realm elder from the eastern region's War Dragon sect. "It was my Zhanglong sect that first discovered the primordial divine mine. How dare you lay your hands on it?" Zhang Wuji's voice boomed like thunder. His halberd cleaved through space, revealing the erupting mineral vein below. Lin Qianfan's spiritual sense swept over it, revealing 2 figures deep within the vein: a young man in gray, splitting the ore with his bare hands, each punch carrying the aura of the dawn of chaos; a young woman in blue, controlling the spiritual energy within the vein to form a series of defensive barriers. "The primordial Dao body truly lives up to its reputation," Lin Qianfan muttered to himself. Suddenly, he noticed 2 auras lurking around the mineral vein: Shui Wuya, leader of the Blood River sect, a formidable Eastern Territory demonic sect, and Xing Wuhan, head of the mysterious Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Both were peak-level divine venerables, clearly determined to acquire the primordial Dao body and the divine mineral. "Save them first." Lin Xianfan was determined. The chaotic sword energy transformed into an invisible blade, quietly severing the blood demon chains that Shui Wuya had secretly set up. The gray-clothed boy noticed something strange and looked up in the direction where Lin Xianfan was hiding. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He could actually see through Lin Xianfan's hiding. "Look out!" the blue-clad girl exclaimed, Zheng Wuji's halberd now within sight. The gray-clad youth roared, golden Dao patterns radiating from his body. "Taichu, creation of heaven!" He unleashed a punch, cracking the very air like porcelain, sending the halberd flying backwards. Shui Wuya seized the opportunity to strike. Blood demon devouring heaven. A blood-red maw devoured the heavens and earth, instantly devouring the spiritual energy surrounding the mineral vein. Lin Xianfan no longer concealed himself. He took a step forward, transforming into a divine seal that hovered overhead. "Heroes of the eastern region, are you bullying me, the 10,000 Immortals sect, for lacking any strength?" His divine authority was like a mountain, forcing Zhang Wuji and the others to their knees. The gray-clad youth and the blue-clad girl were stunned. This man was even more powerful than the three great titans of the eastern region. "You are Lin Xianfan of the Wanxian sect?" Sheng Wuhen's pupils suddenly shrank. The Tianji Pavilion had predicted the rise of the Wanxian sect, but the strength of the person before them far exceeded their expectations. Lin Xianfan smiled faintly and nodded. With a raised hand, chaotic sword energy transformed into a cage, trapping the powerful members of the Zhanlong sect and the Xuehe sect. The Taichu Dao body and the divine mind will be accepted by the Wanxian sect. As for you. His eyes glared, and the divine seal of transformation shone brightly. Transformation, seal. A rainbow of light descended, temporarily sealing the cultivation of Zhang Wuji and the others, transforming them into mortals. Considering you haven't killed the Dao body, I'll spare your lives today. But if you ever offend my Wanxian sect again, I'll destroy your entire sect. Upon seeing this, the gray-robed youth and blue-robed girl immediately knelt and kowtowed. "Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. We are the heirs of the Taichu Dao body and are willing to follow you." Lin Xianfan nodded in satisfaction. He placed a fingertip between their brows, planting the chaos mark. "From today on, you will be the 8th and 9th direct disciples of the Wanxian sect. The gray-robed one will be named Taichu, and the blue-robed one will be named Dao Yun." Ding! Successfully subdued Taichu and Dao Yun. Rewards: Taichu Divine Mind daily output of Chaos Ore, Heavenly Dao Furnace can refine innate spiritual treasures. The system notification sounded, and Lin Xianfan felt a surge of pure chaos energy surge into his body. The coordinates of the Divine Mind were also engraved into Tsanshuan Tianmen. At that moment, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the eastern region. An island, atop a floating golden palace, slowly rose. The three characters Eastern Emperor Palace on the palace plaque shone with ancient majesty. A man in dragon robes ascended from the sky, his aura rivaling Lin Xianfan's. It was none other than the eastern region's lord, Donghuang Tai. Sect Master Lin is indeed worthy of his reputation. Such methods earn my admiration. Donghuang Tai smiled and bowed, but a sharp glint was hidden in his eyes. However, the Taichu Divine Mind belongs to the eastern region. Isn't it inappropriate to take it away like this? Lin Xianfan held the divine seal of transformation, and his divine might erupted once again, colliding with Donghuang Tai's dragon power, sending ripples through the void. "The Taichu Dao body and the divine mind are both destined for our Wanxian sect," he said, emphasizing each word. "If His Majesty Donghuang wishes to keep me, I might as well give it a try." When the two men were confronting each other, Taichu suddenly spoke. "Senior, this person has the blood of an ancient true dragon in his body, perhaps." Lin Xianfan's mind moved, and the divine seal turned gently, and actually revealed a hidden dragon scale mark on Donghuang Tai's body. He was indeed a descendant of a true dragon. "Your Highness, Donghuang, how about a deal?" Lin Xianfan withdrew his pressure. "I'll help you awaken your true dragon bloodline, and I'll give you 30% of the primordial divine mind. How about that?" Donghuang Tai's eyes shifted slightly upon hearing this, clearly having hit the nail on the head. While the eastern region was powerful, he still couldn't fully control the true dragon's power. If he could tap into the might of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Deal. Donghuang Tai waved his hand to dispel his hostility, but this emperor wants to see with his own eyes what the Wanxian sect is capable of. Lin Xianfan nodded, and he already had a plan in mind. If the lord of the eastern region could become an ally, the pace of the Wanxian sect's march into the heavens and all worlds would be greatly accelerated. After subduing Taichu and Daoyun, Lin Xianfan returned to the Wanxian sect with them. Passing by the Shuehe sect, he casually waved his hand, unleashing a wave of chaotic sword energy that razed the Shuehe sect's lair to the ground, leaving Xue Wuya alone to flee in dismay. As word spread, all the forces in the eastern region became terrified of the Wanxian sect, and the Zhanlong sect even sent a jade slip requesting peace overnight. Back at the sect, the arrival of Taichu and Daoyun caused a stir. Su Baihuan and others flocked to learn from them, discovering that they were constantly comprehending the principles without the need for practice. Lin Xianfan connected the Taichu divine or vein to the immortal spirit vein, fusing the chaos ore with life energy to create chaos spirit crystals, which could be consumed directly and help divine realm experts elevate their realm. Late at night, Lin Xianfan stood in the chaos pavilion, gazing at the primordial divine ore in his hand. Suddenly, he remembered Dong Wang Taiyi's dragon scale mark. Perhaps my next target should be the Dragon Clan's secret realm, he muttered to himself, and the divine seal of transformation rose again, outlining the outline of the Dragon Clan's totem in the void. Meanwhile, in the Donghuang Palace in the eastern region, Donghuang Taiyi looked at the chaos mark on his palm with a complicated expression. He knew that cooperation with the Myriad Immortals sect was both an opportunity and a challenge, but he was clear on one thing: those who had offended Lin Xianfan had all disappeared. A game between the true dragon bloodline and the primordial laws is quietly unfolding in the darkness of the heavens and myriad worlds, and the Wanxian sect has already stood at the center of the storm. Chapter 116, Strategy for Bai Huanyu, the Emperor's soldier descends and shocks the heavens. Lin Xianfan was deducing the awakening method of the true dragon bloodline in the Chaos Pavilion when he suddenly felt his sea of consciousness vibrate. A system notification sounded like thunder, detected that Bai Huanyu, the eldest daughter of the Eastern region's White Knight divine sect, has been afflicted with the heart-eating curse. Her lunar spirit body physique can activate the lunar star wheel, a super emperor weapon. Main quest released: help Bai Huanyu break the curse and recruit her as an ally. Success rewards: 5 top-level training facilities, unlimited super emperor weapon forging privileges, and unlimited chaos-grade elixirs. Failure penalty: a 7-day backflow of the 10,000 immortal sect's spiritual energy, and the disciple's realm will drop 1 level. Taiyin's spirit body? Super Imperial Soldier? Lin Xianfan's eyes lit up, and he immediately called Su Baihuan, "Prepare the car, follow me to the Bei Divine Sect in the eastern region." Although Su Baihuan didn't understand why, he knew that his master must have a deep meaning. He waved his hand and summoned the Chaos Cloud boat. The boat was engraved with thousands of heart patterns, and it disappeared in the Tsengshuan Tianmen in an instant. The Bei Divine Sect is located in the Land of Eternal Night in the far north of the Eastern Territory. 3 enormous lunar planets float above the sect, and the cold moonlight casts a shadow over the Ice Crystal Palace, creating an indescribably magnificent and eerie scene. As Lin Xianfan and his companions arrived at the mountain gate, they saw dozens of white-robed disciples hurriedly carrying an ice coffin. The woman within the coffin, her long black hair flowing, her face strikingly beautiful yet pale as paper, was none other than Bai Huanyu. "Stop! This is the forbidden territory of the Bei Divine Sect. Trespassers will be killed." An elder held his sword in his hand to try to stop them, but was forced back repeatedly by the chaotic pressure emanating from Lin Xianfan. "I am Lin Xianfan from the Wanxian sect. I have come to rescue Bai Huanyu." He raised his hand, creating a divine seal that illuminated the night sky. "If you try to stop me again, don't blame me for being rude." Bai Wuji, the leader of Bai Yi Divine Sect, rushed over after hearing the news. His pupils suddenly shrank when he saw the divine seal of transformation. It turned out to be the leader of Wanxian sect. "My daughter was ambushed and hit by the ancient heart-eating curse. Even the Taiyin mysterious eyes of my Bai Yi Divine Sect can only delay the spread of the curse." Lin Xianfan's spiritual sense swept across the ice coffin, and he saw a black curse seal on Bai Huanyu's heart, which was eroding her spiritual roots along her blood vessels. However, the Taiyin spirit body in her body was like a bright moon, stubbornly resisting the darkness. "This curse is the Daoxian Palace's 3-in world-destroying curse and must be neutralized with the power of chaos." Lin Xianfan condensed chaotic spiritual energy on his fingertips and gently tapped Bai Huanyu's brow. "Su Baihuan, open her sea of consciousness. I want to activate the power of the lunar star." Su Baihuan immediately activated the 10,000 hearts control technique. A golden light chain penetrated into the ice coffin, and 3 black altars emerged in Bai Huanyu's sea of consciousness. Each altar was stuck with a black nail engraved with the word destruction. "Break!" Lin Xianfan waved the Chaos Heavenly Dao seal, and 3 golden rays of light struck the black nail, causing the altar to collapse. Bai Huanyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, with the starlight of the lunar moon flowing in them. "You are Lin Xianfan." He smiled faintly. If you want to completely lift the curse, sign a symbiotic contract with my Wanxian sect. Bai Wuji looked troubled. Sect Master Lin, my daughter is the next leader of the Bei Divine sect. If she doesn't agree, she won't survive more than 3 days, Lin Xianfan interrupted. The Daoxian Palace's goal is the entire eastern region. The Bei Divine sect can't handle it alone. Bai Huanyu suddenly raised her hand and grabbed Lin Xianfan's wrist. I agree. But I want to personally forge the Super Emperor weapon to help the Wanxian sect conquer the heavens. Ding! Successfully subdued by Huanyu. Rewards: 5 major facilities: Lunar Eternal Night Palace, Star Refining Pool, Chaos Pill Valley, Void Arsenal, and Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Field. Super Emperor weapon forging privileges unlocked, allowing unlimited creation of Lunar Star Wheel, Chaos Emperor Sword, and more. Unlimited Chaos Grade Elixirs, Taichu Creation Pill, and Godly Nirvana Pill. Lin Xianfan's mind shifted, and the shadows of 5 facilities descended upon the sect's territory. The Taiyin Eternal Night Hall accelerated the cultivation of Taiyin-based techniques, the Starry Body Refining Pool strengthened the body, the Chaos Pill Valley automatically nurtured spiritual plants, the Void Arsenal stored an unlimited supply of weapons, and the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Arena simulated any combat scenario. Even more astonishingly, once the Super Emperor Weapon Forging Authority was unlocked, hundreds of weapons gleaming with imperial brilliance instantly emerged from the Void Arsenal, each imbued with devastating power. Despite her frailty, Bai Huanyu insisted on forging the Super Emperor weapon immediately. Lin Xianfan nodded in agreement and took her back to the 10,000 Immortal Sect's Heavenly Forge. When the Taiyin spirit combined with the power of chaos, a star wheel radiating black and white light emerged from the forge. The Taiyin Star Wheel, the Super Emperor weapon. Bai Huanyu gently stroked the star wheel, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. This weapon can mobilize the power of the stars. Sect Master Lin, would you like to try it? Lin Xianfan took the star wheel and gently swung it. The night sky of the Zhongshuan territory was instantly covered in stars. Each star transformed into a sharp sword blade, slashing towards the distant barren mountain. A roar echoed across 1,000 miles, and the barren mountain was flattened to the ground, revealing the underground rock structure. Excellent soldier! Lin Xianfan exclaimed. From this day forward, Bai Huanyu was appointed as a guest elder of the Wanxian sect, sharing control of the eastern territory with this sect master. When the news reached Daoxian Palace, the palace master, Daozuan Xianling, was in seclusion recovering from his injuries. Upon hearing this, he spat out a mouthful of black blood in anger. How dare Lin Xianfan lay his hands on the eastern territory? Activate the 3-in world destroying formation. I'll show him the consequences of offending the Daoxian Palace. However, before he could finish his words, a chaotic sword energy pierced through the void, shattering his retreat room. Lin Xianfan's voice followed, Daoist Xin Xianling, my patience is limited. If you dare to have any evil intentions again, I'll take your head with my next strike. In the Wanxian sect, in the newly built Taiyin Eternal Night Hall, Bai Huanyu is instructing his disciples to practice the Taiyin Kung Fu beside the Star Body Refining Pool. Bailey Zhan and Taichu are competing in physical strength, and the pool water is shaken into turbulent waves in the Chaos Pill Valley. Dan Xingzi is looking at the spiritual plants that have matured automatically, grinning from ear to ear in front of the Void Arsenal. Su Baihuan is selecting Super Emperor weapons for each of his direct disciples in the Tiandao martial arts field. Bingfang and Daoyun are simulating a battle against ancient gods and demons. Lin Xianfan stood on the observatory, watching the lively scene within the sect, his heart filled with emotion. Suli walked over to him, his icy blue eyes reflecting the stars. Xianfan, Bai Huanyu's Taiyin spirit body and your primordial chaos sacred body can actually form a yin-yang balance. Is this heaven's will? Perhaps. Lin Xianfan held her hand and looked towards the east. The eastern region is now stable. Next up should be the 3 blood demons of the Netherworld Blood Sea, or the Daoxian Palace headquarters in the 33 heavens. With the Super Emperor weapons and infinite elixirs, the Iron Cavalry of the 10,000 Immortals sect should be shown to the worlds. That night, the gates of the Void Armory roared open, and 300 disciples of the 10,000 Immortal sect, armed with super imperial weapons, stood ready. Their armor gleamed with the light of chaos and the moon, like judges from the heavens. Lin Xianfan, holding the moon star wheel, stood at the forefront, his voice echoing throughout the universe. Daoxian Palace, are you ready to face the wrath of the 10,000 Immortal sect? The powerful beings from all the heavens and realms looked up toward the Zhongshuan territory, only to see a streak of black and white light shooting straight into the heavens. Wherever it passed, the stars trembled and the laws resonated. They knew that a new era had arrived, and the Wanxian sect would be the absolute ruler of this era. Chapter 117 Yin and Yang combined, Chaos Taiyin refining Tao heart? Inside the Wanxian sect's Taiyin Eternal Night Hall, Bai Huanyu sat cross-legged at the center of the Taiyin star pattern, enveloped in cool moonlight. Lin Xianfan, energizing his primordial chaos sacred body, sat opposite her, his chaotic energy flowing through his meridians like a golden dragon. Between them hovered the Taiyin star wheel and the chaos heavenly Tao seal, their black and white energies intertwining to form a vast yin-yang fish pattern on the hall's ceiling. This is the yin-yang chaos art. It requires your Taiyin spiritual body as the yin foundation and my chaos sacred body as the yang guide, fusing the power of the two. Lin Xianfan said in a steady voice, the process may touch your heart of Taoism, so remember to keep your mind clear. Bai Huanyu nodded, and with a flick of her fingertips, the Taiyin star will burst into a myriad of starlight, which intertwined with the golden light of the chaos heavenly Tao seal. When the first wave of chaotic energy met the Taiyin force at his dantian, Lin Xianfan felt a surge of heat rushing to his brow. Suddenly, the Daoxian Palace's world-destroying formation appeared before his eyes, and countless familiar faces screamed within it. Startled, he immediately activated the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. 6 paths return to 1, breaking delusion. The illusion dissipated, revealing Bai Huanyu, her brow furrowed and sweat pouring down, clearly experiencing her own inner demonic trials. Miss Bai, hold on to your heart. Lin Xianfan shouted, and the power of chaos transformed into chains, entangled the two people's spiritual energy that was about to run wild. Bai Huanyu bit her lip, and her Taiyin spirit body was fully activated. A bright moon condensed in her sea of consciousness, illuminating the darkness shrouding her heart, the memory of the 1,000 years of torture she had suffered under the heart-eating curse, and the humiliating memory of the Bei divine sect being threatened by the Daoxian Palace. I want to become stronger, she muttered to herself, and the moonlight shone brightly, creating a balance with Lin Xianfan's chaotic power. Yin and Yang finally began to blend, forming a small chaotic universe between them. The stars and the chaotic energy collided, giving birth to a trace of primordial purple energy. Ding! Detected, host and Bai Huanyu have successfully merged the laws of Yin and Yang. Rewards, Hongmeng Purple Qi Ju concentrates Hongmeng Purple Qi to suppress the laws of the heavens. Yin and Yang Chaos Domain constructs a Yin and Yang domain in battle, weakening enemies and strengthening yourself. The moment the system alert sounded, Hongmeng Purple Qi surged into Lin Xianfan's body. He felt a sudden clarity in his sea of consciousness, and the previously obscure laws of heaven became clear and easy to understand. Bai Huanyu's Taiyin spirit body also underwent a qualitative transformation. The moonlight around her was mingled with chaotic aura, and she could actually absorb the power of the stars and transform it into chaotic spiritual energy. Is this the Hongmeng Purple energy? Bai Huanyu opened his eyes, with black and white energy flowing in his eyes. Sect Master Lin, I feel that I can control the laws of Taiyin and chaos at the same time. Lin Xianfan nodded, raised his hand and waved, the yin-yang chaos domain unfolded, and the moonlight and chaotic energy in the hall turned into countless sword energies, interweaving into a net in the void. Try this. He pointed his finger, and purple energy flowed into the Taiyin star wheel, instantly expanding tenfold. Black and white sword energy whistled out, actually scratching a shallow scar on the distant Jintian tower. Bai Huanyu's eyes flashed with excitement upon seeing this. She waved her hand to summon the Chaos Emperor sword, and simultaneously attacked with the Taiyin star wheel, yin-yang chaos destruction. 2 sword beams intertwined, slashing towards the mountain range in the martial arts arena. However, the mountain wasn't destroyed. Instead, it grew stronger under the impact of the sword energy. This is the power of Yin and Yang not only destroys, but also regenerates, Lin Xianfan explained. Look! From the severed mountain, a stream of pure spiritual energy gushed out, nourishing the surrounding vegetation. When the news reached Suli, she was sparring with Bing Feng in the fairy spirit garden. The union of Yin and Yang is truly a great achievement. She gently stroked the Xianbing bracelet, her icy blue eyes filled with relief instead of envy. Xianfan's Taoist heart has always been firm, and Miss Bai's heart is pure and kind. This dual cultivation will surely greatly increase the sect's strength. That night, Lin Xianfan arrived at the observatory alone, practicing the Hongmeng Purple Qi technique. The paths of the stars were crystal clear, and he could even see the 33rd heaven where the Daoxian Palace lay. Taoist Master Xianling, your time is running out, he muttered to himself. The Taiyin star wheel and chaos heavenly Tao seal in his hands glowed simultaneously, outlining the Daoxian Palace's defensive weaknesses in the starry sky. Bai Huanyu had come up behind him at some point, the moonlight gilding her white clothes with a layer of silver. Is Sect Master Lin planning an attack on Daoxian Palace? If astrological deductions are needed, the lunar astrology of my Bei divine sect might be able to come in handy. Lin Xianfan turned around and saw the determination in her eyes, and suddenly remembered what Su Li had said about the balance of yin and yang. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Miss Bai. He waved his hand and brought out the diagram of the Zhoutian star array. We will use the stars in the sky as the chessboard and Daoxian Palace as the chess pieces to play a huge game. Bai Huanyu nodded and tapped the diagram with his fingertips. The lunar star power poured in like running water, and the light of the star array instantly turned black and white, like a miniature yin and yang universe. Meanwhile, Daoxian Palace Master Xinling Daozuan was inspecting the newly deployed 3-yin extinction formation when he suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart. A crack appeared on the formation plate in his hand. Impossible. Lin Xianfan is just a cultivator from the lower realm. He had barely finished his words when a black and white sword energy pierced through the void, completely shattering his formation plate. Daozun Xinling, are you ready to face the judgment of yin and yang chaos? Lin Xianfan's voice emanated from the sword energy, carrying the pressure of primordial purple energy. Daozun Xinling's face paled as he finally realized that he was no longer facing the leader of a small sect that could be manipulated at will, but a supreme being capable of shaking the order of the heavens and the universe. In the Wanxian sect, Su Baihuan and other direct disciples were selecting newly forged Super Emperor weapons in the Void Arsenal. After Yishir's abyssal power and chaotic spiritual energy were fused, he was able to add the law of corrosion to the weapon. Lu Shi used the power of immortal spirits to nurture a wood-type Super Emperor weapon, giving it both healing and attacking capabilities. When the first wisp of primordial purple energy enveloped the Wanxian sect, all the disciples felt their realms loosen. Standing on the observatory, Lin Xianfan looked at Bai Huanyu beside him, then at Su Li approaching from afar. A sudden realization dawned on him: the so-called Great Tao wasn't about forging ahead alone, but about joining forces with like-minded people, wielding yin and yang as blades to sever all injustice and forge an unprecedented path through the chaos of heaven. Xianfan, where are we going next? Su Li's voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Xianfan clasped their hands tightly, looked towards the 33 heavens, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. Let's go to Daoxian Palace and show the worlds what true yin and yang converge to achieve invincibility. A war that could rewrite the history of the 10,000 worlds is quietly unfolding as the primordial purple energy spreads. The 10,000 Immortals sect is ready to meet any challenge. Chapter 118, Zhengzhou Tianjiao, the fate-defying girl Yang Zi. Lin Xianfan and Bai Huanyu's combined yin-yang technique has brought the Wanxian sect's fortune to its peak. The primordial purple energy absorbed daily by the Zhoutian star array has condensed into a physical form. Just as the sect reveled in the euphoria of its surge in strength, the system issued another urgent task. Unusual activity has occurred in Zhongzhou's Ni Fate Cave. Yang Zi, a young woman possessing the Ni Fate heavenly disc, has appeared. Her physique can reverse the laws of causality. The host must accept her as a disciple. Success reward: 50 golden summoning cards capable of summoning ancient mythical beasts, ancient demons, and other powerful beings. Failure penalty: the Wanxian sect's causal line is broken, causing a crack in the disciple's Tao heart. The fate-defying heavenly disc? Lin Xianfan gently stroked the divine seal, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This is an ancient chaos treasure, capable of deducing the past and future, reversing the laws of heaven. If we can enlist this woman's aid, even the Daoxian Palace's 3-yin's world-destroying formation will be no threat. Upon hearing this, Su Li immediately recalled his personal disciple who was training in the netherworld Blood Sea. Zhongzhou's terrain is complex, so proceed with caution. I'll go with you. Upon entering Zhongzhou, a powerful force of karma overwhelmed him. Countless soul lanterns floated in the air, each representing the fate of a genius. Lin Xianfan's divine sense swept over them, revealing that most of the soul lanterns were shrouded in a black mist. Clearly, Zhongzhou had been infiltrated by some sinister force. The fate-defying cave is in front of us. Bai Huanyu pointed to the misty mountain in the distance, and the lunar star will condensed in his palm. I feel a strong fluctuation of time and space. Yang Zi should be in it. Before he finished speaking, a blood-red sword light broke through the air and directly cut off a strand of Lin Xianfan's hair. The myriad immortals have indeed arrived. An old man in a black robe appeared, his body entwined with dense threads of causal connection. I am Zuanjizi, director of the Department of Heavenly Destiny. I have come here on orders from the Daoxian Palace to capture the girl who defied fate. Lin Xianfan's eyes grew cold, and the primordial purple energy transformed into chains, instantly entangling Zuanjizi's causal connection. How dare you, a lackey of the Daoxian Palace, act so presumptuously in front of me? Zuanjizi was terrified and wanted to escape, but he saw that Su Li's Shinbing Tianfa had reached his head, and ice crystal chains locked his limbs. Tell me, what kind of plan has Daoxian Palace set up in Zhengzhou? Zuan Jizi gritted his teeth. Do you think you can change your fate? The girl who defies fate is destined to become a sacrifice of Daoxian Palace. Before he finished speaking, a strong blood energy suddenly erupted from his body, and he was about to self-destruct. Lin Xianfan waved his hand, and the yin-yang chaos domain expanded, absorbing all the power of the explosion. Want to self-destruct to silence him? It's too late. He searched for a fragment of memory from Zuanjizi's residual soul. He saw that in the picture, the palace master of Daoxian Palace, Xianling Daozuan, was setting up the Defying Fate altar. Yang Zi was chained in the center of the altar, and the masters of the major sects in Zhengzhou stood around him. Let's go! Lin Xianfan flashed, leading Su Li and Bai Huanyu into the fate-defying cave. Time and space within the cave were distorted, and Lin Xianfan unexpectedly saw multiple parallel versions of himself, some suppressing demons, some deducing the laws of nature, and still others, collaborating with Xianling Daozuan. This is an illusion of the fate-defying heavenly disk. Be careful not to get lost. Su Li warned, unfurling his ice phoenix robes and freezing the surrounding turbulent spacetime. Finally, in the deepest reaches of the fate-defying cave, they encountered Yang Zi. The young woman wore a plain white dress, her hair reaching her waist. Pinned in her hair was a bronze compass, the fate-defying heavenly compass. Her eyes were hollow, and she allowed the blood-red chains to pierce her body, unmoved. Her soul has been eroded by the laws of heaven. Bai Huanyu exclaimed, and the lunar star will transformed into a soft light, attempting to purify the chains of demonic energy. Yangzi. I'm Lin Xianfan of the Myriad Immortals sect, and I'm here to take you away. Lin Xianfan activated the primordial purple chi art, and the purple energy transformed into a massive hand, instantly crushing the blood-red chains. Yangzi suddenly looked up, a glint of clarity in her eyes. The Myriad Immortals sect, a sect that defies destiny. As she raised her hand, the fate-defying heavenly plate erupted with 1,000-foot-long radiance, illuminating Lin Xianfan's destiny line, a vast river of chaos stretching across the heavens in myriad realms, with no beginning and no end. So, you're the unpredictable force of heaven. Yang Zi muttered to herself, placing her hand into Lin Xianfan's palm. Take me away. I'll use the fate-defying heavenly plate as a betrothal gift to aid you in your conquest of the heavens. Ding! Successfully subdued Yang Zi. Reward, 50 golden summoning cards. The moment the system notification shined, 50 golden cards inscribed with ancient runes hovered in mid-air. Each card held the image of a different supreme being, the 4 divine beasts: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Ancient demons like Panga, Niwa, and Fuxi, and even innate beings from the dawn of chaos. Just as Lin Xianfan was about to collect the card, the fate-defying cave suddenly shook violently, and the shadow of Taoist Master Xianling appeared through the crack in time and space. Lin Xianfan. The fate-defying girl is mine, and no one can take her away. He waved his hand and summoned the 3-in world-destroying formation. Black mist instantly enveloped the entire cave, and Yang Zi's fate-defying heavenly plate began to spin uncontrollably. Break! Lin Xianfan simultaneously summoned the divine seal of transformation and the Taiyin star wheel. The energies of yin and yang merged with the primordial purple energy, forming a sword energy that spanned time and space. The phantom screamed miserably, "How dare you harm my soul? The armies of the 33 heavens are about to descend. The 10,000 immortals sect will surely perish. Then let them come more violently." Lin Xianfan sneered and held Yang Zi's hand. From now on, your destiny is in your own control. My Wanxian sect will be your most solid backing. Yang Zi nodded, and the anti-fate heaven plate finally stopped turning, and the totem of the Wanxian sect appeared on the plate. After returning to the Wanxian sect, Lin Xianfan immediately convened a sect meeting and shared the secret of the 50 golden summoning cards with his core disciples. These cards can summon the projections of ancient and powerful beings. Although they only last for 3 incense sticks, they are enough to turn the tide of battle. He distributed the cards to the various peak masters. Qinglong and Baihu will guard the eastern region, Suzaku and Xuanwu will guard the Sunchuan region. The remaining cards will be kept by the disciples for future use. Yang Zi visited the sect accompanied by Su Li. When she saw the Zhoutian star array and the yin-yang chaos domain, a trace of shock flashed in her eyes. This array can reverse the cause and effect of heaven. Combined with my anti-fate heaven plate, perhaps I can deduce the vital point of Daoxian Palace. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianfan immediately ordered people to connect the anti-fate heaven plate with the star array. Suddenly, the starlight in the array became bright, and the coordinates of the 33rd heaven were clearly displayed. Sect Master Lin, the Daoxian Palace's 3-in world annihilating formation requires the sacrifice of 360 spiritual emperor-level cultivators. They are secretly capturing the Tenjiu in Zhongzhou. Yang Zi pointed at the red dot on the star map. We must stop them. Lin Xianfan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the disciples below, who were full of fighting spirit. Notify everyone to follow me to conquer Zhongzhou, rescue the captured Tianjiao, and destroy the Daoxian Palace branch. That night, the myriad immortal sect's void boat cut through the night sky, a banner emblazoned with "Defy Heaven's Fate, Suppress the Heavens" draped over its bow. Lin Xianfan, holding a golden summoning card, stood at the forefront, followed by Yang Zi's fate-defying heavenly disc, by Huanyu's Moonstar Wheel, Su Li's mysterious ice heavenly punishment, and the transcendent emperor weapons of his 7 direct disciples. In front of the Soul Lantern in Zhongzhou, Zuan Jizi's successor trembled as he looked at the hundreds of lamps that suddenly went out. The Wanxian sect is going to defy the will of heaven. And in the 33rd heaven, Taoist Master Xinling looked at the ever-expanding sphere of influence of the Wanxian sect on the star map, and finally realized that the chess game of heaven, which he was so proud of, had completely gotten out of control. 50 golden summoning cards, the projections of 50 ancient and powerful beings, were about to reappear on the battlefield of Zhongzhou. Lin Xianfan knew that this battle was not only to subdue Yang Zi, but also to declare to all the heavens and worlds, the Wanxian sect was the true ruler of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 119 Zhongzhou Secret Realm. Like a sharp blade, the 10,000 immortal sect's void boat pierced the fog of cause and effect in Zhongzhou. Lin Xianfan stood at the bow, gazing at the massive cocoon of light hovering before him, the entrance to the ancient secret realm, the Temple of Heaven's Fate. The cocoon's shell was inscribed with runes of destiny, each one recounting the vicissitudes of heaven. Yang Zi gently stroked the heavenly disk of defying fate, and a line of ancient words suddenly appeared on the disk: those who follow heaven's fate enter, those who defy fate survive. This secret realm originates from the same laws of heaven. Forcibly entering will trigger karmic backlash, Yang Zi frowned. We must find the corresponding key to destiny. Lin Xianfan's consciousness swept across the light cocoon and unexpectedly detected a familiar aura at its base, the lunar star mark of the Bei Divine Sect. He turned to Bai Huanyu and said, "Please try using the lunar spirit body." Bai Huanyu nodded, a moonlight radiating around him. With his hands, he formed the ancient Taiyin seal. The star patterns on the light cocoon ignited, slowly cracking. As everyone stepped inside, the scene suddenly changed. Beneath a vast starry sky, 12 bronze altars surrounded the central temple of heaven's mandate. Each altar held a stone coffin, within which lay ancient figures dressed in various Taoist robes. Around their waists hung jade plaques inscribed with the words heaven, earth, man, god, and demon. Be careful, these are the afterimages of the ancient destiny beings. Yang Zi raised the anti-fate heaven plate, and the pointer on the plate spun wildly. They are guarding the core of the temple, but the people from Daoxian Palace are here. Before he finished speaking, there was a violent vibration from the altar on the east side, and the leader of the Blood River sect, Shuiwuya, broke out of the coffin with a group of black-robed men, holding the blood-stained chain of cause and effect in his hand. Lin Xianfan. The fate Dao fruit of the Tianming temple belongs to my Daoxian Palace. Shuiwuya roared, his chains transforming into venomous snakes as he lunged forward. With a wave of his hand, the primordial purple energy condensed into a cage, trapping and killing the snakes. Yangzi, search the core of the temple for the Dao fruit. Su Li and Bai Huanyu, guard the entrance. The rest of you, follow me to clear out the miscellaneous troops. Battle erupted instantly. Yi Shi's abyssal power merged with the energy of chaos, transforming into a massive black dragon that tore at the blood demon. Lu Shi wielded his Emu longsword, sending spiritual vines bursting forth from the earth, entwining the black-robed figure in a cocoon. Bailey Zhan's heaven-splitting axe unleashed a Gangjin sword energy that resonated with the remnant of destiny on the altar, invoking ancient battle patterns to bless his weapon. Lin Xianfan headed for the central temple, only to find the shadowy figure of Taoist Qianling standing before it, clutching a glowing red destiny core. Lin Xianfan, this destiny core was forged by me using the souls of 300 geniuses. Do you think you can stop me? The shadowy figure waved his hand, and 12 altars lit up simultaneously. The afterimages of the destined ones within the stone coffins awoke, wielding swords of law. Lin Xianfan's eyes grew cold, and he summoned 50 golden summoning cards: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. Appear! 4 beams of light shot up into the sky, and the phantoms of 4 divine beasts ascended through the air. The Azure Dragon whipped its tail, disrupting the laws of space. The White Tiger roared, shattering the chains of cause and effect. The Vermilion Bird spread its wings, igniting the southern Minglihua, and the Black Tortoise's tortoise shell formed a defensive barrier. Under the suppression of the divine beast's phantoms, the attack rhythm of the chosen one's afterimage was completely disrupted. Now, Yang Zi seized the opportunity, and the fate-defying heavenly disk erupted with a myriad of light, severing the causal connection between Taoist Qianling's shadowy figure and the destiny core. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity to unleash his yin-yang chaos domain, transforming black and white energy into a giant hand, which directly seized the destiny core. However, a massive black mist suddenly erupted from the core, revealing the 3-in evil formation deployed by Daoxian Palace. "Oh no! This is a trap!" Su Li exclaimed. The mysterious ice heavenly punishment smashed into the ground, but it couldn't stop the fog from spreading. Lin Xianfan immediately activated the Hongming purple chi art, and purple energy surged into the destiny core like a tide, forcibly purifying the evil energy within. Meanwhile, Yang Zi, using the destiny-defying heavenly disk as a guide, set up the destiny-defying formation beneath everyone's feet, transferring the causal effect of the evil energy's backlash to the stone coffin on the altar. "Break!" Lin Xianfan shouted, and the destiny core shattered, revealing the fate Dao fruit within a fruit radiating a rainbow of light, its surface etched with the patterns of the laws of heaven. Yang Zi reached out to catch the Dao fruit, and the fate-defying heavenly disk suddenly roared. A detailed map of the Daoxian Palace headquarters appeared on its surface, even marking the core of the 3-in world-destroying formation. Ding! Successfully cracked the Zhengzhou secret realm. Rewards: Heavenly Fate Temple. Use it to deduce the disciple's destiny and avoid the risks of the heavenly Dao. 10 Defying Fate Fruits. Use it to temporarily reverse the disciple's fate and break through the realm barrier. A system notification sounded, and the 12 altars transformed into streams of light and merged into the Wanxian sect's territory. The central temple hovered above the Tsongshuan territory, becoming the sect's newest facility. After the battle, Lin Xianfan looked at the fate-defying fruit in his hand and smiled at Yang Zi, saying, "This fruit can help me reverse my destiny and break through the bottleneck. You have made an invaluable contribution." Yang Zi shook her head. "Without the sect master's Hongmeng Purple Qi and Divine Beast summoning card, I wouldn't have been able to achieve this reversal. However," she pointed to a destiny mirror in the temple. "The mirror shows that the Daoxian Palace's 3-in world extermination formation requires the Chaos Sacred Body as a trigger. Sect Master, please be careful." Lin Xianfan nodded, his gaze fixed on the image flashing in the mirror, himself chained to the center of the world-destroying formation, Daozuan Qianling stabbing his heart with the Daoxian sword. But the image was quickly shattered by the chaotic energy, replaced by a scene of the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect fighting shoulder to shoulder. Fate can be changed, but defying it is up to man. He clenched his fists. "Notify everyone to return to the sect and prepare for the breakthrough. In 3 days, we will conquer the 33rd heaven." On the way back to the Myriad Immortals sect, the void boat was filled with the joy of victory. After consuming the fate-defying Dao fruit, Su Baihuan and other direct disciples achieved breakthroughs in their realms. Su Baihuan's mind control technique was now capable of controlling small star fields, Yi Shi's abyssal power intensified with the aura of chaos, and even Lu Shizimu's spiritual root began to produce chaotic spiritual plants. Lin Xianfan, meanwhile, was strategizing the battle situation in the Temple of Destiny. Guided by the Destiny Mirror, he discovered that the Daoxian Palace's headquarters was hidden within the realm of nothingness of the 33rd heaven. The entrance was guarded by 12 heavenly Dao archways, each corresponding to a specific ultimate law. Yangzi used the reverse destiny disk to target the archway's weaknesses by Huanyu, prepare the Taiyin star will to destroy the spatial archway. Suli used the mysterious ice heavenly punishment to target the ice archway. He methodically arranged his tactics, his eyes gleaming with the glint of victory. 3 days later, the entire Wanxian sect gathered at Song Shuantian's gate. Lin Xianfan held the divine seal of transformation, flanked by his 7 direct disciples, by Huanyu, Yang Zi, and 50 projections of ancient masters summoned by golden summoning cards. He turned to gaze at the familiar sect buildings, a warm feeling welling in his heart. If they won this battle, the Wanxian sect would become the undisputed ruler of the universe. If they lost, he would offer himself as a shield, buying time for his disciples to retreat. "Move!" he commanded, and the gates of heaven roared open, transforming everyone into streams of light, charging towards the 33rd heaven. The light of the Temple of Destiny illuminated the path ahead, and the needle of the heavenly dispenser pointed firmly in the direction of the Daoxian Palace. This time, Lin Xianfan moves beyond passive defense, taking the initiative. With the determination to defy destiny and subjugate the heavens, he embarked on a journey to end the Daoxian Palace's rule. The harvest from the Zhengzhou secret realm not only yielded several treasures and a facility, but also allowed the Wanxian sect to clearly see the Daoxian Palace's trump card. At this moment, Lin Xianfan stood at the front of the void boat, gazing at the approaching 33 heavens. A sneer curled his lips. Taoist Master Xianling, your heavenly Tao, it's time to end. Chapter 120 Let the new disciples undergo the secret realm trial. By the time the Wanxian sect's morning bell rang out for the 7th time throughout Sengchuan territory, the 72 newly initiated disciples had lined up at Sengchuan Tianmen. They wore uniform blue shirts, embroidered on their lapels with a chaos lotus pattern that hadn't yet fully unfolded, a symbol specially designed by Lin Xianfan for the new disciples, symbolizing the beginning of chaos, the aspirations of all things to be renewed. The destination of this trial is the Heavenly Tao Ruins. It's where the ancient heavenly Taoists fell, leaving behind the multifaceted laws of time, space, destruction, and life. Lin Xianfan stood atop the heavenly gate, a divine seal levitating in his palm. Some of you excel in close combat, some are proficient in the laws, and some control living things. But remember, this secret realm trial isn't a one-man show. It's a test of your ability to complement your companions in desperate situations, to overcome the strong with the weak. Su Baihuan stepped forward, the Chaos Dragon sword in her hand gleaming faintly. This time, Yi Shi, Zhou Chen, and I will serve as invigilators. If you encounter a fatal crisis, you can crush the jade token at your waist to teleport out. But she glanced at the crowd. If anyone shows signs of fear before the battle, they will no longer be worthy of wearing this chaos lotus pattern. The gates of heaven opened wide, and 72 streams of light poured into the void. When the new disciples opened their eyes again, they found themselves on a suspended stone island. At its center stood a massive, broken bronze gate. Though the words Heavenly Way were broken, they still exuded a powerful aura. Taichu reached out to touch the gate, and upon contact with the chaotic energy, a turbulent flow of space and time erupted from within, severing his sleeve. Be careful. This is the aftereffect of the laws of time and space. Yang Zi waved the anti-fate disc, and the pointer on the disc spun wildly. The door is divided into 3 areas: life on the left, death on the right, and time and space in the middle. We need to enter in groups. Before he finished speaking, the ground suddenly cracked, and countless puppets made of mud broke out of the ground. The rune of destruction was engraved on the chest of each puppet. I'll take Huoming and Bingfeng to the right-hand destruction zone. Beilijian clenched his axe of creation, his fighting spirit boiling. Only those who can withstand the laws of destruction are worthy of being my teammates. He leaped toward the right passage, Huoming following close behind. The southern light flame blazed beneath his feet, incinerating all the puppets along the way to ash. Bingfeng unfurled 9 icy feathers, freezing any puppets attempting a sneak attack. Leave the left life realm to Lu Shi and me. Luofan activated the power of reincarnation, memories of past lives flashing through his eyes. Life and death are one. Perhaps we can find the true meaning of the law of reincarnation here. Lu Shi nodded. Imu's spiritual patterns flowed through her fingertips, and withered vines suddenly grew wildly, wrapping the puppet in a cocoon. As the two entered the left area, they saw a wounded girl lying in the sea of flowers ahead. Her spiritual roots were rapidly withering. It's a trap. Lu Shi's pupils shrank, but she saw Luofan had already cast a barrier of reincarnation, blocking the blood-red tentacles that shot out from the ground. Her spiritual roots have been tampered with. Use your immortal power to stabilize her. I'll break the formation. Luofan formed seals with his hands, reversed the reincarnation, retracing the past. The blood-red lines on the girl's body suddenly flowed back to the ground, revealing the hidden patterns of the world-destroying formation. In the middle spacetime zone, Taichu and Daoyun were swept into the turbulent flow of time upon entering. Taichu's chaotic form began to crack in the turbulence, and Daoyun quickly activated the ore protection granted by the Taichu Divine Vein. Although the chaotic form is powerful, the laws of spacetime are even more adept at eroding the essence. We need to find a time anchor. She tapped the ground with her fingertips, and golden veins spread, temporarily stabilizing the flow of time around them. At that moment, Subaiwan's voice echoed through his mind. At the fork in the middle section lies an ancient bell spirit capable of manipulating the flow of time. Your mission is to gain its recognition. Taichu gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. The chaotic energy merged with the power of the mineral vein, forming a black and white barrier. Daoyun, use your ore to seal off the space. I'll lure it out. He punched out, and as the space trembled, an ancient bell engraved with star patterns slowly emerged. In the right-hand zone's destruction domain, Beilijian's axe of creation collided with a massive blade condensed from the law of destruction, sending sparks flying through the sky with each clash. Huoming's southern Mingli fire was unexpectedly suppressed in this domain, and he could only barely protect Bing Fong with his ice shield. This isn't going to work. Bing Fong gritted his teeth, her Ice Phoenix bloodline fully activated. Brother Bailey, use your fighting spirit to activate the law of destruction, and I'll freeze the core. Bailey Jean understood and roared, his fighting spirit tangible. 9 Styles of the War Clan, Battle of Heaven. The Gangjin law on the axe blade resonated with the law of destruction, leading the massive blade towards the Ice Phoenix's prison. Ice Phoenix soaring, absolute zero. 9 icy feathers shot out simultaneously, freezing the core of the law of destruction into ice crystals. The next moment, Huaming's Nanming Lihua exploded, incinerating the fragments of the law within the ice crystals. In the left life realm, Luofan and Lu Shi had cracked the world-destroying formation, rescuing a young girl who turned out to be one of the secret realm's guardians. Thank you. The girl said weakly, the Daoxian Palace has implanted a seed of destruction into the core of the life realm. Only pure life energy can purify it. Lu Shi nodded, and the power of her immortal veins surged through her fingertips into the earth, causing the withered sea of flowers to bloom again. But at that moment, a dark shadow darted from the stamens, charging straight at her face. Be careful. Luofan's pupils suddenly constricted, and the power of reincarnation transformed into chains to entangle the black shadow, only to discover that it was a demonized spirit butterfly, its wings covered in the patterns of the Three-Yin world-destroying formation. Lu Shi forced herself to cast the emu cage, trapping the spirit butterfly within. The Daoxian Palace has indeed infiltrated the depths of the secret realm. Luofan, we must speed up. In the middle space-time zone, Taichu and Daoyun finally received recognition from the ancient bell. The bell spirit transformed into a stream of light and merged into Taichu's body. Star patterns appeared on the surface of his chaotic body. Now I can control the speed of time flow in this area. Daoyun, let's go support others. The two were about to leave, but they saw the figures of Daoxian Palace disciples emerging from the turbulence of spacetime. They held chains of cause and effect in their hands, and were obviously here to intercept the inheritance. Chaos, spacetime slash. Taichu swung the remnant of the ancient bell, black and white sword energy splitting the turbulent flow, while Daoyun manipulated the mineral veins to entangle the chains. In the heat of battle, Lin Qianfan's divine sense suddenly descended, right zone purified, left zone requires reinforcement, center zone quickly break the spacetime blockade. Taichu and Daoyun exchanged a glance and simultaneously unleashed their most powerful killing moves. The power of the ancient bell and the mineral vein merged, creating a stable channel through the turbulent flow. When the 72 disciples converged before the massive central gate, each one bearing scars of varying degrees, their fighting spirit intensified. Taichu's chaotic form had already mastered the manipulation of time and space, Lu Shi's celestial power had purified the seeds of destruction from the realm of life, and Bailey Jean's fighting spirit was tinged with fragments of the law of destruction. Congratulations, you have passed the initial test of the heavenly Dao ruins. Su Baihuan's voice came from the void, and the figures of 3 invigilators appeared. The next ultimate test is to work together to smash the remaining heavenly Dao gate in front of us. Upon hearing this, everyone used the power of their own laws, Taichu's time and space sword energy, Lu Shi's Yiwud cage, Bailey Jean's Gangjin fighting spirit, Huaming's Nanming Lihua. 72 rays of light converged into a chaotic light column, slamming into the remaining gate. The massive door shattered, revealing the heavenly Dao fragments suspended behind it. These fragments recorded a portion of the laws and insights of an ancient heavenly Daoist. Ding! New disciple completes the heavenly Dao ruins trial. Rewards: 72 Law Enlightenment Jade Slips, 100 Chaos Spirit Fluid. As the system notification chimed, 72 streams of light sank into the disciples' bodies, their realms breaking through one after another, and their chaos lotus marks finally fully blossomed. Lin Qianfan stood behind the heavenly gate, watching all this unfold, his eyes filled with relief. Suli gently grasped his hand. These children are already capable of standing on their own. He nodded, his gaze fixed on the sky, where dark clouds were gathering, only to be dispelled by the light of the Zhou-Tian Xingdo formation. The Daoxian Palace's conspiracy won't cease, but the new blood of the Wanxian sect has already grown. The next confrontation. This will be a battle where we will win completely. Su Baihuan returned with his disciples. The myriad hearts pattern on the Chaos Dragon sword shone brighter than ever before. Master, we are ready to face any challenge. Lin Qianfan smiled and waved his hand. The fragments of the heavenly Dao scroll transformed into streams of light and merged into the heaven-suppressing tower. Then let Daoxian Palace see what it means for the myriad immortals sect to be overwhelmed by the waves behind. That night, the newly initiated disciples shared their experiences of the trials in the martial arts arena. Taichu and Bailey Zhan were discussing the fusion of time and space with fighting spirit, while Lu Shi was instructing Bingfeng on how to use her celestial power to enhance the laws of ice. Meanwhile, in the Chaos Pavilion, Lin Qianfan, examining the fragment of the Heavenly Tao scroll in his hand, suddenly noticed a line of small words engraved on the back: "The end of chaos begins with new blood." He murmured to himself, perhaps this is the answer that Heavenly Tao has left for the 10,000 Immortals sect. This trial not only greatly strengthened the new disciples, but also taught them the importance of teamwork. When a new crisis strikes, these young figures, bearing the glory of the Chaos Lotus mark, will stand at the forefront of the myriad Immortals sect, using their sharp edge to write their own legends. And Lin Qianfan will always stand behind them, using the divine seal of transformation as a pen to paint the most magnificent chapter on the canvas of the heavens and myriad realms. Chapter 121. Chapter 121. The protagonist cultivates the three Qi incarnations. Lin Qianfan sat cross-legged at the center of the Chaos Pavilion's Hongmeng gathering spirit formation, his body swirling with three-colored currents: pure white Taiyin Qi, golden Hongmeng purple Qi, and pitch-black Chaos origin. Above him, they condensed into a rotating Tai Chi diagram. Since returning from the Zhengzhou secret realm, he had sensed an increasing repulsion between the three supreme energies within him. Failure to integrate them would threaten to hinder his ability to break free. In the beginning, there was the Tao. Chaos was its foundation, Yin and Yang its wings, and Hongmeng its guide. He silently recited fragments from the record of chaos creation, attempting to use the divine seal of transformation as a medium to refine the three energies into the three pure Qis of chaos. However, every time the three-colored energy was about to merge, a sharp pain would rip through his sea of consciousness, as if three sharp blades were simultaneously slicing at his soul. Master, the Daoxian Palace is inciting the Blood Demon Rebellion in the western regions and has already massacred 3 cities. Young Suzi's voice interrupted Lin Qianfan's practice. He opened his eyes, 3 colors of light flickering alternately in them. He raised his hand, and 3 streams of light flew from his fingertips, condensing in the air into 3 phantoms. Their avatars formed from the 3 energies. Taiyin clone, go to the western regions to pacify the blood demon, and use Bingfeng's Ice Phoenix bloodline as a guide to purify the demonic energy. Hongmeng clone, stay at the sect to preside over the Jotian Star fighting formation and ensure the breakthrough of new disciples. Chaos clone, continue to retreat with me. Before Lin Qianfan finished speaking, the 3 clones had turned into streams of light and disappeared. He closed his eyes again, allowing the chaotic energy to envelop his body. The legendary western city of Sunset City has been engulfed by a blood demon. Corpses litter the streets, and the surviving monks tremble in fear within the barrier. A Taiyin clone descends through the air, the lunar star pattern on its robe overlapping the icy feathers of the Ice Phoenix. Raising a hand, he unleashes the Taiyin purification technique. The cold moonlight descends, and the blood demon lets out a piercing scream, its body crumbling to dust in the purifying light. A powerful figure from the myriad Immortals sect. A cultivator recognized the Taiyin star pattern, tears welling in his eyes with excitement. Taiyin's clone waved his hand, casting the Taiyin Eternal Night formation, trapping the remaining blood demons within. Icy blue blades of light rained down like a torrential rain, purging all demonic energy in the blink of an eye. As he turned to leave, he saw a figure quickly retreat from the darkness. The figure was dressed in Daoxian Palace attire, with the banner of the 3-in world-destroying formation draped around his waist. Trying to escape? The Taiyin clone sneered, condensing Taiyin sword energy at his fingertips, piercing the spatial barrier and pinning the spy to the ruins. From his sea of consciousness, he retrieved a key piece of information. The Daoxian Palace was resurrecting the ancient blood demon ancestor deep within the netherworld blood sea, attempting to use the Blood Demon Rebellion to contain the Wanxian sect. Meanwhile, Hongmeng's clone was presiding over a breakthrough ceremony within the sect. 72 newly initiated disciples sat cross-legged beside the starry body refining pool, each clutching a fate-defying Dao fruit. Hongmeng's clone activated the Hongmeng purple Qi art, and the purple energy transformed into vines that entwined the Dao fruit, unexpectedly giving rise to an even more refined fate-defying spiritual light. Swallow the Dao fruit and activate the Chaos Immortal Sutra. Hongmeng's clone commanded, and the disciples felt a warm current rising from their dantians, their previously stagnant state of mind beginning to loosen. Space-time star patterns emerged from the surface of Taichu's chaotic body. Luo Fan's power of reincarnation could temporarily reverse the injuries of others. Even the youngest, Huo Ming, could fuse the southern Ming Lihua with the Hongmeng purple Qi, forming the purple flame with the power of both destruction and rebirth. Inside the Chaos Pavilion, Lin Qianfan's Chaos clone was sharing a sense of presence with his original self. He could clearly sense the Taiyin clone's calm and decisiveness, the Hongmeng clone's gentle, jade-like grace, but he also sensed the key to the fusion of the 3 energies, the lack of human destiny. Suddenly, he remembered how Yang Zi's fate-defying heavenly disc had once illuminated his own destiny line, and he immediately called out, "Yang Zi, bring the fate-defying heavenly disc to the Chaos Pavilion." As Yang Zi entered the pavilion, he saw a surge of energy emanating from Lin Xianfan's body. A tricolor light suddenly condensed into three phantoms behind him. On the left, Taiyin Zhenjuan, holding the star wheel. On the right, Hongmeng Daojun, wielding purple energy, and in the center, Primordial Chaos Saint, seated on the Chaos Lotus. Use the heavenly disc as a guide, and help me mobilize the fortunes of the 10,000 Immortal Sect, Lin Xianfan declared in a deep voice. The fate-defying heavenly disc soared into the air, and the souls of the 10,000 Immortal Sect's disciples emerged from its surface. The moment the light of countless souls merged into the tricolor airflow, Lin Xianfan felt his sea of consciousness explode. Three phantoms merged within the chaos, transforming into a single figure, the Chaos Daozuan, holding the divine seal of transformation and stepping on the yin-yang fish. Ding! Successfully refined the three pure Qis of chaos, unlocking the three Qi incarnations ability. Three incarnations can be split into Taiyin, Hongmeng, and Chaos, each controlling a different set of laws and sharing 70% of the original's combat power. At the same time, the intelligence the Taiyin clone transmitted about the blood demon ancestor caused the Hongmeng clone's pupils to shrink. He immediately mobilized the Transcendental Emperor's soldiers from the Void Arsenal, ordering Beilijian to lead the War Dragon Guard to aid the Netherworld Blood Sea. He, Suli, and Bai Huanyu then set up the three Yin-locking demon formation to prevent the blood demon's aura from invading the Zhongshuan realm. Lin Xianfan's chaos clone opened his eyes, raised his hand, and with a gentle wave, the chaos energy condensed within the pavilion into 10 clones wielding various weapons. Though incorporeal, these clones perfectly replicated the original's understanding of the principles: a sword clone wielding a sword, a thunder clone controlling lightning, a wood clone controlling wood, and even a fire clone capable of refining elixirs and weapons. This is the magical power of dividing the heavens. It can condense the laws of clones and handle multiple matters simultaneously. Lin Xianfan explained to Yang Zi, although each clone has only 10% of the combat power of the original, it can think independently, and the three energies can automatically return after death. As he spoke, he sent 3 clones to Dan Xingzi's Alchemy Pavilion, Tianji Elder's Formation Room, and Bai Huanyu's Super Emperor Weapon Forge. The remaining clones transformed into streams of light to support the battlefields in various domains. On the Netherworld Blood Sea, Beilijian's War Dragon Guards were locked in a bitter battle with the Blood Demon Ancestor's vanguard. The Taiyin clone arrived just in time, and the Taiyin star will resonated with the Ice Phoenix's icy feathers, unexpectedly condensing an eternal night ice prison above the Blood Sea, freezing the Blood Demon's vanguard into an ice sculpture. Meanwhile, a lightning clone of the Chaos clone dismantled the Daoxian Palace's spy network in the eastern region, and the Hongmeng clone's Emu clone rescued mortals infected by the demonic energy in Zhengzhou. When Lin Xianfan's true self finally opened his eyes, the 3 incarnations of Qi had already left a great reputation in the heavens and all realms. The Taiyin incarnation was called the Guardian of Eternal Night by the monks in the western regions, the Hongmeng incarnation became the Purple Qi Mentor in the hearts of the disciples of the Wanxian sect, and the Chaos incarnation frightened the Daoxian Palace, and even spread the nursery rhyme seeing the 3-colored light, retreat a 1,000 miles. Xianfan, your aura. Suli felt the increasingly condensed chaotic energy around him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lin Xianfan smiled and nodded, raising his hand to summon the 3 Qi avatars. 3 colors of light intertwined to form a rainbow bridge across the Zhongshuan realm. Now I can simultaneously control 3 supreme laws. My clones can withstand the power of the divine realm. Even if the Daoxian Palace sends out all its forces, they're nothing more than chickens and pottery dogs. Bai Huanyu ascended, clutching her newly forged Chaos Star Wheel. Her Taiyin spirit resonated with the 3 Qi incarnations, unexpectedly condensing into a small yin-yang fish behind her. Yang Zi wielded the fate-defying heavenly disc, revealing that the Daoxian Palace's causal connections were in disarray. Master, the heavens are warning us. The core of the Daoxian Palace's world-destroying formation is coalescing. They're ready to make a desperate move. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianfan's 3 energy incarnations simultaneously clenched their fists, and 3 colored light shot straight into the 33rd heaven. You've arrived just in time. Pass on my order, all members of the 10,000 Immortal Sect prepare for battle. In 3 days, follow me to flatten the Daoxian Palace and put an end to this 1,000-year-long feud. The laws of the universe seemed to sense this fighting spirit, and auspicious signs gathered in the direction of the 10,000 Immortals Sect. A true dragon appeared in the eastern region, flowers of eternal night blossomed in the western region, and all the soul lamps in Zhengzhou illuminated with golden light. Meanwhile, at the Daoxian Palace headquarters, Dao Zun Shenling observed the crumbling defenses on the formation disk and finally realized that he was no longer facing an ordinary sect, but a heavenly Dao-level force capable of changing the world. The three energies incarnate, dividing the heavens, the great Tao of primordial chaos controls the universe. Standing on a rainbow bridge woven with the intertwined purple energy of Hongmeng and the starlight of the moon, Lin Xianfan overlooks the behemoth he has created, with a single thought in his mind: from now on, the laws of the universe will be written by my Wanxian sect. Chapter 122, Chapter 112, Spiritual Fruit appears. As the three Qi avatars of the myriad immortal sect's mighty power shook the heavens, a sudden movement was heard from the depths of the Zhengzhou secret realm. Lin Xianfan's Hongmeng clone was guiding a new disciple in comprehending the laws when he felt a tremor in his sea of consciousness. The needle of the fate-defying heavenly disk suddenly appeared in his palm, pointing directly towards the meteoric God Canyon in Zhengzhou, the site of the ancient god's fall. At that moment, a pillar of cyan light shot up into the sky, and within it, a fruit imbued with the patterns of the laws could be vaguely seen. The primordial chaos spirit fruit has appeared. Yang Zi exclaimed from the heavenly fate temple. This fruit is the condensation of the laws of heaven, containing the vitality of the dawn of chaos. It can help powerful divine lords break through barriers and even reverse life and death. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianfan's three Qi incarnations opened their eyes simultaneously. The Taiyin clone was returning from the western regions, and the Chaos clone immediately sent a message to Bailey Zhan, who was deploying defenses in the Netherworld Blood Sea: quickly bring the War Dragon guards to Zhengzhou. The Daoxian Palace will surely be ambushing the fight for the spirit fruit. Above the Fallen God Canyon, Shui Wuya, leader of the Blood River cult, commanded his men to deploy a massive blood demon formation, attempting to seize the god's tomb, where the spiritual fruit grew. The blood soul banner in his hand frantically devoured the vitality of the surrounding creatures. The ancient trees in the canyon withered instantly, revealing the ancient divine patterns on their tombstones. The Daoxian Palace promised to let me command the eastern territory upon completion. This spiritual fruit, I will definitely obtain. Before he could finish his words, a cold moonlight pierced the blood mist. The Taiyin clone, carrying the ice phoenix, stepped into the air. Wherever the ice feathers passed, the blood demon formation actually cracked with icy cracks. Shui Wuya, do you understand the consequences of blocking the 10,000 Immortals sect? The Taiyin clone raised his hand, and the Taiyin star will erupted with countless starlight, each precisely slicing the causal line of the blood soul banner. With horror, Shui Wuya discovered that his connection to the banner was rapidly breaking, and he quickly played his trump card: Blood Demon Ancestor, borrow a body. Dark red demonic energy surged into Shui Wuya's body, causing him to swell into a 3-meter-tall blood demon, his nails oozing corrosive blood. Upon witnessing this, Ding Feng immediately unleashed her Ice Phoenix Nirvana. 9 icy feathers transformed into a phoenix shadow, engaging the blood demon in a tangle. Taiyin's clone seized the opportunity to break into the Tomb of the Gods, where he discovered a spiritual fruit dangling from the tombstone, surrounded by chains of 6 different elemental laws: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and time and space. These are the 6 law locks set by the ancient gods. The Taiyin clone activated the Hongmeng purple chi art, and the purple energy transformed into a giant hand that grasped the gold chain. Ice Phoenix, use your ice law to activate the water chain. I will break the gold and earth chains. The Ice Phoenix nodded, and the icy aura resonated with the water law. The frost on the chain spread rapidly, freezing the water chain solid. The Taiyin clone seized the opportunity to slash with the Yin-Yang Chaos Sword Chi, and the gold and earth chains snapped. At the same time, the Chaos Avatar's Thunder clone arrived, bringing Taichu and Daoyun with him. Taichu's chaos body resonated with the laws of space and time, and he reached out to grasp the chain of space and time. Daoyun, use the Taichu Diviner Vein to stabilize space, and I'll reverse time. Working in perfect harmony, the chain of space and time transformed into flowing ribbons of light in their hands, ultimately disintegrating into fragments of the laws. When the last chain of fire was ignited by the southern Ming Lihua, the spiritual fruit finally fell into the hands of Taiyin's clone. However, at this moment, the shadowy figure of Daoxian Palace Master Shenling Daozuan suddenly pierced through space, holding the blood-stained Daoxian sword in his hand. Lin Xianfan, do you think you can always ruin my plans? Today, I will let you witness the true power of the 3-in world-destroying formation. As the shadowy figure waved, a massive black formation appeared above the canyon. Lin Xianfan's 3 Qi incarnations simultaneously sensed a warning from his original master: this formation is powered by the essence and blood of 360 spirit emperors. Anyone who touches it will die. The Taiyin clone immediately stored the spiritual fruit in the void arsenal, raised his hand, and deployed the Taiyin Eternal Night formation to resist the formation's encroachment. Simultaneously, he transmitted a message to the Hongmeng clone: activate the Jotian Shingo formation and draw upon the power of the stars. Hongmeng's clone had already been waiting in formation within the sect. Purple energy transformed into a bridge connecting the star array and the Zhangzhou secret realm. Instantly, the stars of the Tsangshuan realm lit up, their light piercing through the cracks in the formation, purifying the demonic energy of the three-in world, destroying array and creating cracks. Taichu seized the opportunity, wielding the afterimage of the ancient bell and smashing it into the core of the formation. Chaos, shattering spacetime. The moment the formation diagram was broken, the shadow of Xianling Daozun roared unwillingly, Lin Xianfan, even if you get the spiritual fruit, you can't save Tsangshuanyu. 3 days later, the eye of heaven of the 33rd heaven will be completely opened. Before he finished speaking, he was shattered by the sword energy of Taiyin's clone. News of the spiritual fruit's appearance quickly spread throughout the heavens. On the 10,000 Immortals sect's void boat, Lin Xianfan, the master, held the spiritual fruit in his hand and glanced at the 72 newly initiated disciples. This fruit can help one person directly break through to the Divine Lord realm, but... He glanced at Taichu and Luo Fan. I have decided to refine it into the Chaos Dao fruit for the sect's disciples to comprehend collectively. Ding! Successfully obtained the Chaos Spirit fruit. Rewards: God's grave can be transformed into a sect cemetery to nourish living beings. 6 paths law chain can suppress the most powerful. A system notification chimed, and the God's grave and the falling God Canyon transformed into streams of light and merged into the 10,000 Immortal sect's territory, unexpectedly forming a forest of God's steel beside the Immortal Garden. Each tombstone slowly released the power of the law for disciples to comprehend. While refining the fruit, Lin Xianfan discovered that the fruit's core contained a divine spirit, its aura faintly resonating with Dongwuan Taiyi's true dragon bloodline. He immediately sent a message to Dongyu: Your Highness, Dongwuan, if you wish to awaken your full true dragon bloodline, please come to the Wanxian sect and discuss it. Dongwuan Taiyi's response was filled with surprise. Sect Master Lin truly possesses a great opportunity. I will be there immediately. 3 days later, when Dongwuan Taiyi entered the Wanxian sect, the Chaos Dao fruit had just been refined. 72 disciples sat cross-legged before the forest of divine steels. The Dao fruit transformed into streams of light and merged between their brows. Scenes of ancient divine battles surfaced in each of their seas of consciousness. Taichu's chaotic body cracked and healed, unexpectedly developing a luster resembling glass. Luo Fan's power of reincarnation resonated with the divine principles of rebirth, temporarily recalling the souls of the deceased. Lu Shi planted a new spiritual plant beside the forest of steel. Its roots, absorbing the divine aura, unexpectedly produced divine pattern fruit, imbued with the principles of the divine. At the Netherworld Blood Sea, Beilijian's War Dragon Guards reported victory, having defeated the Blood Demon Vanguard and now forming a defensive line alongside Bing Feng's Ice Phoenix Guards. Lin Xianfan gazed at the 6 paths law chain in his hand, a plan in mind. Once Daoxian Palace's Eye of Heaven was awakened, he would use the chain to suppress Taoist Master Xianling. That night, Lin Xianfan stood on the observatory, his 3 Qi incarnations flanking him, gazing at the lingering influence of the laws of nature, still lingering in the direction of Zhangzhou. Suli handed him a cup of spiritual tea and whispered, with the spiritual fruit appearing, I'm afraid the Daoxian Palace will resort to desperate measures. He nodded, a cold glance in his eyes. Let them come. The depth of our Wanxian sect is far greater than what they see. In the distance, newly initiated disciples were sparring in front of the forest of divine steels. Taichu's spacetime sword energy intertwined with Luo Fan's chains of reincarnation, forming a rainbow spanning heaven and earth. Lin Xianfan smiled. This fight for the spiritual fruit was merely an appetizer before the great battle. The real action was yet to come. When the Eye of Heaven of the 33rd heaven opens, the 3 incarnations of the 10,000 Immortals sect and 72 rainbows will rise at the same time. That day will be the end of Daoxian Palace and the starting point for the 10,000 Immortals sect to reach the peak of heaven. Chapter 123 Chapter 123 Signing in Spiritual Seed. The fragrance of enlightenment tea fills the Immortal sect. Lin Xianfan opened the window of Chaos Pavilion early in the morning, just as the primordial purple aura and the lunar starlight intertwined in the sky, forming the 3 talents gathering spirit formation. He habitually grasped the divine seal of transformation. As soon as his fingertips touched the seal, a system notification chimed in like a morning bell. Host successfully signed in today. Received 10 enlightenment tea tree seeds and 100 acres of Earth's spiritual soil. Enlightenment tea trees require spiritual soil for cultivation and take 3 days to mature. Tea leaves contain fragments of the laws of heaven, helping cultivators clear their minds and eyes, accelerating their enlightenment. The Earth's spiritual soil contains the innate Earth spirit essence, increasing the growth rate of spiritual plants 100-fold and providing its own irrigation spiritual veins. Enlightenment Tea Tree? Lin Xianfan's gaze narrowed slightly, recalling the heavenly Tao spiritual tea recorded in ancient texts. Legend has it that this tea grew in the land of the first chaos, its leaves naturally engraved with patterns of laws. If a cultivator could gain enlightenment while sipping the tea, they could directly reach the barrier of the heavenly Tao. He waved his hand, placing the seeds and spiritual soil into his void ring. Turning to Yang Zi, who was sorting through jade slips, he said, "Notify Lu Shi and have her prepare to open a new spiritual field. Plant some special spiritual plants today." To the east of the Wanxian sect's immortal spirit garden lay a previously unused 3 talents terrace. Due to the soil's mixed spiritual energy of metal, wood, and earth, ordinary spiritual plants struggled to survive. Lu Shi was pruning the emu spirit vine when she received the notice. Upon hearing the news, she immediately rushed to the terrace with several inner disciples. The sect master said he wanted to plant an enlightenment tea tree? She gently stroked the emu sword at her waist, her eyes lit with surprise. "I've seen it mentioned in the Enlightenment Planting Codex. This tree needs to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the power of the laws, and its soil requirements are extremely high. Use this." Lin Xianfan raised his hand and sprinkled the spiritual earth of the earth. The amber-colored particles coalesced into clumps upon landing, each one faintly brimming with earth spirit essence. Seeing this, Lu Shi immediately activated the immortal spirit rejuvenation technique. A green light from her fingertips seeped into the spiritual earth, instantly moistening the dry ground. Clear spiritual springs gushed from the ground, forming a spiderweb-like irrigation system. "It's truly worthy of being called the earth's spiritual soil." Lin Xianfan nodded, evenly spreading 10 seeds across the spiritual soil. As the seeds touched the soil, a subtle sizzling sound emanated from their skin. Their skin cracked, and pale golden roots extended, absorbing the spiritual energy of the soil as greedily as a baby's fingers. Lu Shi waved a hand, summoning a flock of spirit butterfly scouts to monitor the tea tree's growth. He then set up a sun and moon spirit gathering formation at the edge of the field, ensuring the trees could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the clock. On the first day, the seeds burst through the soil, sprouting triangular buds. Each young leaf bore a faint line, like a crack in the heavens at the dawn of chaos. Passing by, Su Baihuan curiously leaned in to observe, accidentally touching a leaf and feeling a sudden surge of clarity in her consciousness. The bottleneck that had been stuck at the mid-stage divine venerable realm was actually loosening. This tea tree, could it be that it has a built-in enlightenment buff? Her eyes flashed with surprise, and she immediately sent a message to Yishur, "Come to Sandcaping quickly, there's a treasure." On the second day, the tea tree had grown to a height of several feet, with 3 branches branching out from the main trunk, one corresponding to the 3 elements of metal, wood, and earth. Rice-sized buds sprouted from the branches, each radiating a different color of light gold representing the Gengjin principle, green symbolizing the vitality of Imu, and yellow representing the richness of earth. Zhou Chen, accompanied by a group of physical cultivators, came to watch. He reached out and gently sniffed the fragrance of the flowers, and his entire primordial body spontaneously activated, with fine lines of law appearing on his skin. "Can this fragrance temper the body?" he exclaimed. "It's even more effective than the starry body refining pool I used to soak in." On the third day, all the buds bloomed, each containing a crystal-clear tea fruit. Lin Xianfan calculated with his fingers that it was the 3 convergences of heavenly Tao. He raised his hand and summoned the divine seal of transformation. A rainbow of light enveloped the tea tree, and the tea fruit spontaneously fell off, landing in a pre-prepared jade box. Lu Shi removed a tea fruit and gently squeezed it. The flesh transformed into a green juice that flowed into the jade pot. As the boiling water poured, the fragrance of tea permeated the air, forming a small rainbow of laws at the mouth of the pot. "Let the new disciples try the effect first." Lin Xianfan distributed the tea to the 72 new disciples present. As soon as Taichu took a sip, he saw that the laws of time and space around him were disordered, and he disappeared and reappeared on the spot. This was a sign of preliminary mastery of space-jumping. Luofan's power of reincarnation resonated with the law of life and death, and the fragrance of tea, and scenes of his past life flashed in his eyes, but he quickly became clear, and it was obvious that his Tao heart had been tempered. The most amazing thing was Huoming, the Nanming Lihua in his body actually merged with the law of destruction and the fragrance of tea, and the flames leaping at his fingertips were purple and gold. "This tea can be named Chaos Enlightenment Tea." Lin Xianfan nodded in satisfaction. He ordered stone tablets with the words Enlightenment Tea Garden to be erected around Sandcaping. He also tasked Dan Xingzi with researching tea-making techniques to ensure that the fragments of the principles within the tea leaves would not be lost. Within 3 days, the reputation of the Enlightenment Tea Garden spread throughout the Wanxian sect. Disciples lined up every morning to receive their tea, some even setting up tents outside the garden to compete for a front-row seat. Sect Master, can this tea tree be transplanted to another spiritual field? Young Suzy looked at the spiritual soil consumed daily, a look of worry on his face. Although the spiritual soil of the earth is good, its reserves are limited. I'm afraid it won't be able to support large-scale cultivation. Lin Xianfan smiled at this and raised his hand to remove a small piece of spiritual soil from the roots of the tea tree. He saw that the soil had actually bred new earth spirit essences. This soil can naturally breed spirits. It only needs to be regularly infused with spiritual energy, and it can be recycled. He waved his hand and divided the spiritual soil into 100 portions, distributing them to the masters of each peak. Let each peak develop a small tea garden. From now on, Enlightenment Tea will be the sect's daily cultivation resource. When the news reached the Jintian Tower, Su Baihuan, who was in seclusion, broke through to the late stage of the Divine Lord. She looked at the teacup in her hand, her eyes flashing with excitement. Master's move is like installing an enlightenment accelerator for the sect. And on the front line of the Nether Blood Sea, Bailey Zhan received a box of tea from the rear and distributed it to the War Dragon guards. Half of the disciples broke through in the bloody battle. With their fighting spirit soaring, they even counterattacked into the Blood Demon's lair and seized several magic crystal veins. 3 months later, the Wudao Tea Garden welcomed its first large-scale harvest. Lin Xianfan ordered the tea leaves to be made into Wudao tea bags and law tea cakes. The former were convenient to carry, while the latter could be used to set up spirit-gathering formations. When the first batch of tea cakes were placed into the Jotian star array, the stellar power within the formation became virtually tangible, allowing the disciples to cultivate within the formation for 1 day, equivalent to 10 days of normal training. Not only can this tea be drunk, it can also be used as a spirit stone? Yishir took a bite of the tea cake, and the power of the abyss resonated with the law of destruction within the cake, unexpectedly forming a small abyssal gate behind him. Seeing this, Lin Xianfan immediately instructed Yang Zi to use the fate-defying heaven plate to deduce the tea tree's limits. If we can combine the enlightenment tea with the chaos spirit crystal, perhaps we can create an even more extraordinary cultivation resource. Just as the entire sect was immersed in the joy of the enlightenment tea, Lin Xianfan's 3 energy incarnations suddenly sounded a warning. The Daoxian Palace's Eye of Heaven had fully opened, and the armies of the 33 heavens were gathering. But at this moment, the disciples of the Wanxian sect, clutching the enlightenment tea, had no fear in their eyes, only fighting spirit. Drink this bowl of enlightenment tea, it will be the Daoxian Palace's demise. The fragrance of the enlightenment tea tree, accompanied by the sword energy of the myriad immortals sect, drifted to every corner of the universe. Lin Xianfan stood in the tea garden, gazing at the swaying tea trees in the wind, knowing full well that this tiny tea leaf would become another powerful weapon for the myriad immortals sect to conquer the universe, forcing any enemy who dared to invade to comprehend the true laws of heaven amidst the fragrance of tea and the shadow of sword. Chapter 124, The Fate-Defying Disc, Reversal of Cause and Effect in Desperate Situations. Yang Zi's fate-defying heavenly plate burned in her palm, its needle spinning wildly, carving a blood-red crack in the air. She glanced around warily, realizing she'd been drawn into an unfamiliar causal turbulence zone. Countless shattered soul lanterns floated in the sky, the ground was strewn with tombstones inscribed with the word extinction, and the air was filled with the unique 3-yin demonic energy of Daoxian Palace. Oh no! I've fallen for the Daoxian Palace's cause-and-effect phishing scheme. She immediately activated the Heavenly Disc of Destiny, attempting to locate the coordinates of the Myriad Immortals sect, only to discover that all causal lines had been severed by a mysterious force. A sinister laugh echoed from the darkness. Shuewuya, leader of the Blood River sect, emerged with 4 divine venerable realm elders, each clutching a cause and effect chain forged from the souls of a genius. Fate-defying girl, surrender the heavenly disc obediently, and I'll leave you with your body intact. With a wave of his hand, Shuewuya's chains transformed into venomous snakes, entwined with the patterns of the 3-yin world-destroying formation, capable of directly attacking the soul. Yang Zi dodged sideways, and the heavenly disc erupted with a myriad of light. Defy fate, reverse karma. The flow of time around them instantly reversed, and the venomous snakes degenerated into chain fragments, sending the elders' attacks flying backwards. It's worthy of being the fate-defying heavenly disc. It can actually reverse my law of cause and effect. Greed flashed in Shuewuya's eyes, but do you think I'm the only one? Before he finished speaking, the shadow of Xianling Daozun appeared in the sky. He raised his hand and summoned the Eye of Heaven. The dark red light enveloped the entire turbulent area, and Yang Zi's fate-defying heavenly disc began to reverse uncontrollably. Ah! Yang Zi groaned, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Cracks appeared in the patterns of the laws on the heavenly plate. She forced herself to cast Defy Fate. Heaven's fate cannot be disobeyed, but saw the shadowy figure of Xin Ling Daozun wave his hand and scatter 3 black lotuses, each corresponding to a causal line on her side. Your parents died protecting you. Today, you will go and join them. At the moment the black lotus exploded, Yang Zi's eyes flashed with the image of her parents' final moments, her father shielding the blood demon's claws with his body, her mother thrusting the fate-defying heavenly disc into her hands. Her final words, "Live and reverse your destiny," seemed to ring in her ears. She crushed the Chaos Awakening pill in her mouth, and the heavenly disc suddenly erupted with unprecedented brilliance, revealing the souls of all the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Wanxian sect. My causal lines have long been intertwined with yours. Yang Zi roared, and the sky plate of defying fate turned into a giant compass floating above his head, defying fate, cause and effect of all living beings. Countless golden rays shot out from the compass, connecting the causal lines of Shuewuya and others with the souls of the disciples of Wanxian sect. Every time they attacked, it would backfire on themselves. Shuewuya was horrified to discover that his spiritual energy was rapidly draining away, and he turned to attack his companions, stop her. But it was too late. Yang Zi's law of rebellion had closed its loop, and the 5 divine realm powerhouses were actually killing each other in the backlash of cause and effect. However, just when victory was in sight, the shadow of Xian Ling Daozun suddenly condensed into a physical form, and the Daoxian sword in his hand pointed directly at her brow. Even if you can reverse cause and effect, you can't stop my law of heaven. At the critical moment, 3 streams of light burst through the air. Lin Qianfan's 3 Qi incarnations arrived simultaneously. The Taiyin clone swung out the Taiyin star wheel, and black and white sword energy cut the Daoxian sword's trajectory. The Hongmeng clone cast a purple energy barrier, blocking Dao Zunxuanling's world-destroying magical power, and the Chaos clone directly summoned 50 golden summoning cards, and the phantoms of ancient mythical beasts such as the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger stepped into the air. Yangzi, grab my hand. Taiyin's clone reached out to grab her, only to see her fate-defying heavenly disc suddenly shatter into 3 pieces, each merging into the 3 Qi-transformed bodies. Lin Qianfan, in the center of the Chaos Pavilion, was horrified to discover that he could directly control the heavenly disc's power through his avatar. The 3-colored energy formed a new cycle within his body, and he had actually broken through the bottleneck of the divine venerable realm. So that's it. The ultimate secret of the fate-defying heavenly plate is its resonance with the 3 pure Qis of chaos. Lin Qianfan himself chuckled, and as he raised his hand, the 3 incarnations of Qi simultaneously performed Defy Fate, Change of Heavenly Way. Taoist Qianling's world-destroying magical power was reversed into healing power. The injuries of Shuewuya and others recovered instantly, but they were also planted with the mark of chaos. Mercy. I surrender to the Wanxian sect. Shuewuya knelt and begged for mercy, and the other elders followed suit. Yang Zi leaned weakly on Taiyin's clone's shoulder, looking at the newly condensed heavenly plate in his hand. The plate suddenly had 3 new patterns flowing on it. Sect Master, Dao Xuanling's true form is in the void realm of the 33rd heaven. His causal line. I've seen it. Lin Qianfan's voice came from the 3 Qi avatars. The Chaos clone raised his hand and crushed Shuewuya's soul lamp. The end of Daoxian Palace is today. Yangzi, you've done well. Now let's see how we can reverse this battle of destiny. After returning to the Myriad Immortals sect, Yang Zi retreated to the Heavenly Fate Temple to repair the heavenly disc. Lin Qianfan gathered all the disciples and shared the secret of the fusion of the 3 Qi avatars and the fate-defying heavenly disc. From now on, my 3 Qi avatars can directly invoke the fate-defying law, and you, he glanced at Su Baihuan and the others, will serve as my causal anchors, allowing any attack from the Daoxian Palace to be reversed. 3 days later, when the Myriad Immortal Sect's void barge arrived at the 33rd heaven, Taoist Master Xian Ling, observing the tri-colored light radiating from Lin Qianfan's body, finally realized his fatal mistake. He shouldn't have underestimated the causal bond between the fate-defying girl and the chaos god. You thought the Eye of Heaven could destroy you? Lin Qianfan raised his hand and summoned the 3 Qi incarnations fused with the heavenly disc. Now, I'll show you what true reversal of heavens will looks like. The fate-defying heavenly disc resonated with the divine seal of transformation, unexpectedly forming a cause and effect bridge spanning the heavens. One end of the bridge connected the souls of the disciples of the Myriad Immortals sect, while the other locked onto every member of the Daoxian Palace. When Lin Qianfan swung his sword, Taoist Master Xianling discovered with horror that his own great world-destroying formation had become a deadly weapon, strangling the disciples of the Daoxian Palace. No! This is impossible. His screams were drowned out by the chaotic sword energy. In the sky above the 33rd heaven, the totem of the 10,000 immortal sect slowly rose, replacing the Daoxian Palace's emblem. Yang Zi stood behind Lin Xianfan. The fate-defying heavenly disk had finally been fully restored. Inscribed in its center was the light of the souls of all the 10,000 immortal sect's disciples. After this battle, the fate-defying heavenly plate became the Wanxian sect's most precious treasure, and Yang Zi, through a stroke of luck, realized the supreme principle of shared karma. Whenever someone asked her about her experience during the siege, she would gently stroke the heavenly plate and smile, saying, "My soul has long been connected to the sect. Even if heaven desires my death, the Wanxian sect will reverse this karma." In Lin Xianfan's study, his newly acquired Eye of Heaven was transformed into a destiny monitor, displaying the causal fluctuations of the universe in real time. Yang Zi's story became a classic fate-defying legend in the Wanxian sect's annals, inspiring generations of disciples. In the Wanxian sect, there's no predetermined fate, only the reversed course of heaven. Chapter 125 Master saves the day in time. The bloody waves of the netherworld blood sea slammed against the eternal night ice prison. Su Baihuan's Chaos Dragon sword was already cracking. She gazed at the dense army of blood demons surrounding her, her mind control nearly exhausted. Bailey Zhan's axe of creation struck the scales of the blood demon ancestor, leaving only a white mark. The shadowy figure of the fighting spirit loomed in the blood mist, clearly at the end of its strength. Damn it! This blood demon ancestor's defenses are even stronger than the three-in world-destroying formation. Zhou Chen's primordial saint body was covered in cracks. He stood before Bingfeng, watching the light on her icy feathers extinguished, despair welling up in his heart. 3 days ago, they were ordered by Hong Meng's clone to defend the Blood Sea, but they fell victim to the Daoxian Palace's blood demon sacrifice scheme. Now their retreat was cut off, reinforcements hadn't arrived, and even the power of the fate-defying Dao fruit was nearly exhausted. The blood demon ancestor opened his maw, revealing a throat studded with barbs. Dark crimson blood demon burning flame erupted, instantly melting the icy prison. Su Baihuan gritted his teeth and unleashed 10,000 heart control soul explosion. A golden chain of light collided with the flames, only to receive a cold sneer from the ancestor. "Youngsters of the 10,000 immortal sect, use your blood to awaken our lord." At the critical moment, the void above the sea of blood suddenly cracked, and three-colored light pierced through the blood mist like a sharp sword. Lin Xianfan's 3 Qi incarnations stepped into the air, the Taiyin clone held the star wheel, the Hongmeng clone waved the purple Qi, and the Chaos clone tightly grasped the seal of creation, followed by 50 phantoms of ancient strongmen summoned by golden summoning cards. "Master!" Tears welled up in Su Baihuan's eyes, and he nearly lost his grip on the sword. Lin Xianfan's Chaos clone smiled faintly, raised his hand, and unleashed a Chaos world-destroying sword Qi. This sword energy, laced with the law of defying fate and the purple energy of primordial realm, actually pushed back the blood demon ancestor's world-burning flame, burning a transparent hole in his chest. Impossible! How can you control 3 supreme laws simultaneously? The blood demon ancestor retreated in terror, demonic energy surging wildly beneath his scales. The Taiyin clone seized the opportunity to unleash the Taiyin eternal night domain. 3 bright moons instantly rose above the sea of blood. Wherever the moonlight shone, the blood demon army transformed into water droplets and merged into the sea of blood. The Hongmeng clone waved his purple hand, healing the injuries of Su Baihuan and the others, even helping them break through their current realms. "Ancestor of the blood demon, do you think you can avoid the punishment of heaven by hiding in the sea of blood?" Lin Xianfan's 3 incarnations spoke at the same time, their voices shattering the blood waves like thunder. "Today I will let you see the true foundation of the 10,000 immortal sect, the chaos of yin and yang, and the creation of the world." The 3-colored light intertwined into a giant lotus. Every time a petal of the lotus bloomed, a phantom of an ancient mythical beast flew out. The dragon breath of the azure dragon froze the sea of blood, the energy of the white tiger tore through the magic clouds, the Nanming fire of the vermilion bird purified the magic energy, and the tortoise shell of the black tortoise suppressed the space. The blood demon ancestor sacrificed the blood demon bone banner to try to resist, but saw the chaos clone raised his hand and crushed 50 golden summoning cards. Pangda's phantom came with the axe of creation, Nuwa's phantom pinched the lust giant and stepped forward, and Fushi's phantom moved the innate Bagua, and actually stripped away the source of the evil energy of the bone banner. Reverse cause and effect, change destiny. Yang Zi's voice echoed from the Temple of Destiny. The light of the fate-defying heavenly disk pierced through space, setting up the fate-defying strangulation formation beneath the blood demon ancestor's feet. The ancestor was horrified to find that all his attacks had rebounded. Lin Xianfan's tricolored sword energy was already before him, leaving no room for escape. Amidst a scream, the blood demon ancestor's body was shredded by the sword energy, leaving only a throbbing demon core. The Chaos Avatar raised his hand and placed the demon core into the void ring. His gaze swept over the terrified disciples. "Do you remember what I said?" His voice suddenly softened. Disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect never truly find themselves in dire straits. Su Baihuan and the others knelt and kowtowed, their eyes filled with the shock of having survived a catastrophe. Taichu looked at the tricolor light flowing around Lin Xianfan and suddenly remembered the three Qis controlling the sky diagram in the Chaos Pavilion. His master at this moment perfectly matched the image of the Taoist master crushing the stars in the painting. Rise. Although we've won this battle, the Daoxian Palace's Eye of Heaven has not yet fully closed. Hongming's clone waved his hand, removing the purple energy barrier. Su Baihuan, lead the team back to the sect to stabilize your realm. Bailey Zhan, you and Taichu will stay behind to clean up the remaining demons in the Sea of Blood. The rest of you, he glanced toward the sky, where a Daoxian Palace spy flashed by. Follow me directly to the 33rd heaven and put an end to this farce. On the way back, Su Baihuan gently stroked the Chaos Dragon sword and discovered a new tricolor pattern on its blade. Whenever she channeled her spiritual energy, the fragrance of enlightenment tea emanated. She suddenly remembered the golden powder her master had sprinkled during the rescue. It was the petals of the enlightenment tea tree, which had been used to refine the emergency disaster breaking pill. Master is always like this. Even his life-saving methods carry the secrets of enlightenment. She chuckled softly, her gaze casting towards the back of the Chaos clone. With a casual wave of his hand, he planted a flood of spiritually radiant demon-slaying lotuses above the Sea of Blood. Each lotus was engraved with the totem of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Perhaps this is why the 10,000 Immortals sect can reverse destiny. Our master is himself a variable in the laws of nature. 3 days later, when Lin Xianfan's three energy incarnations stood before the Eye of Heaven in the 33rd heaven, Taoist Master Xianling finally understood why all his schemes had failed. He gazed at the souls of all beings contained within the three-colored light, and at the fortune of the 10,000 immortals flowing through the fate-defying heavenly disk, and suddenly remembered a line from an ancient text: "When chaos emerges, heaven's way is destroyed. Those who defy fate control the universe." You lose, Taoist Master Xianling. Lin Xianfan's chaos clone raised his hand and crushed the Eye of Heaven. Three-colored sword energy surged into Daoxian Palace headquarters like a tide. From now on, the heavenly Tao of all the heavens and worlds will be written by my Wanxian sect. In the ruins of Daoxian Palace, Daozu and Xianling huddled in a corner, watching his soul lamp extinguish. He finally understood the true unpredictable force of the heavens was never a particular physique or magical weapon, but rather the man who could unite countless geniuses, defy fate with human will, and the 10,000 immortals sect behind him, forever illuminating in desperate situations. After this battle, Master's rescue became a beloved legend among the disciples of the myriad Immortals sect. Whenever someone encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation or was trapped in battle, they would always recall the three-colored light and the Master's figure stepping through the air. Lin Xianfan left a message in the Chaos Pavilion: "My disciples will never walk alone, for under the heavenly Tao, the myriad Immortals are our home." Chapter 126 was captured by Meng Ling. While refining the fragments of the Eye of Heaven in the Chaos Pavilion, Lin Xianfan suddenly felt a trance in his consciousness, and the scene before him transformed into a misty peach forest. Moonlight filtered through the blossoms onto the bluestone slabs. A woman in a plain white gauze dress stood with her back to him, her long hair dotted with lavender dream spirit grass. The star tracks embroidered on the hem of her dress faintly resonated with his three-energy incarnation. "Who dares to trespass upon my sea of consciousness?" Lin Xianfan clenched the divine seal of transformation, and chaotic energy condensed into a sword at his fingertips. The woman turned, her face as beautiful as a dream, her eyes shimmering with a galaxy-like light. "I am the last of the Dream Spirit clan, named Dream Weavers. I have been trapped in the rift of the heavenly Tao for thousands of years. Only the sacred body of chaos can help me break free from this calamity." Before she could finish her words, the peach forest suddenly erupted in black flames. With a flick of the woman's fingertips, the mist transformed into chains that entangled Lin Xianfan's wrists. He was about to strike back when the image of the Daoxian Palace's world-destroying formation emerged from the flames. His three-energy incarnation vanished within the formation, and the soul lamps of Su Li, Su Baihuan, and the others extinguished one by one. "Is this your dream-killing technique?" He raised an eyebrow, but the chaos sword she hesitated to strike. The grief depicted in the image was so real that it made him hesitate. "This is the dream of fear in your heart." Dreamweaver approached, and the dream spirit grass trembled gently in her hair. Although the chaos holy body is strong, its Tao heart is flawed because it carries too many causes and effects. If it is not repaired, it will eventually be retaliated by the way of heaven. She raised her hand and stroked his brow. A ray of light seeped into the sea of consciousness, and Lin Xianfan actually saw his past life that was a mortal boy who watched his relatives being slaughtered by monsters in the war. The unwillingness before his death turned into chaotic energy, which forged the foundation of his Tao in this life. So, the crack in my Tao heart is caused by the karmic fire of my past life, he whispered, and the light of the divine seal gradually softened. Jiming saw this and a silver thread flew out from his fingertips. Using dreams as a guide and my heart as a thread, I will help you mend your Tao heart, and you will help me escape the crack in the heavenly Tao. How do you do it? The moment the contract was concluded, the peach forest transformed into countless points of light and merged into Lin Xianfan's body. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in Chaos Pavilion, clutching a jade slip engraved with dream patterns. A fragment of Dreamweaver's soul resided within, ready to enter his dreams at any time. For the next 3 months, whenever he fell into a deep sleep, he would step into the visions of the mind woven by Dreamweaver, sometimes a courtyard where they admired cherry blossoms together on a spring day, sometimes a desolate wilderness where they supported each other during a rainstorm, and sometimes a bamboo hut where they deduced the laws of nature under the stars. Look, this is the Dream Spirit Clan's cause and effect dream weaving technique. With a wave of her hand, Jiming revealed the future afterimages of the 10,000 immortal sex disciples. Each ray of light and shadow represents a possible branch of fate, and all we have to do is find the most perfect one. Lin Xianfan watched as Su Baihuan reached the pinnacle of divine venerableness and Bailey Zhan awakened the ancient bloodline of the Zhan clan. A flicker of relief crossed his eyes, but he frowned when he saw Jiming's own afterimage, her image always shattered at the peak of its brilliance. Why is your destiny so blurred? He grasped her wrist, feeling a chill. Dreamweaver smiled, her fingertips drawing dream patterns on his palm. The dream spirits weren't meant to exist in this world. Meeting you is a heaven-defying change of fate. Her voice was as light as mist. When your Tao heart is complete, that will be the day I disappear. Lin Xianfan's heart tightened, realizing with shock that his feelings for Jiming had already transcended the realm of business. He activated the Hongmeng purple chi art, attempting to nurture her soul within the primordial energy. But then the jade slip suddenly let out a mournful wail, and Jiming's shadow faltered in the light. No! Forcibly changing fate will only intensify the backlash of heaven. At that moment, Yang Zi's fate-defying heavenly disc suddenly vibrated violently, revealing an unusual bifurcation in Lin Xianfan's causal lines. She immediately rushed into the Chaos Pavilion, only to find Lin Xianfan shrouded in a black and white dream mist, his sea of consciousness weaving dreams in a struggle against the laws of heaven. The sect master has been trapped in the Dream Spirit Clan's web of fate, she exclaimed, wielding the heavenly disc to sever some of the causal lines. The Dream Spirit Clan uses love as bait, seemingly to mend their Tao heart, but in reality, they're trying to make the host a vessel for their rebirth. Impossible. Dreamweaver wouldn't lie to me. Lin Xianfan gritted her teeth and resisted the encroachment of the dream, only to see Dreamweaver's shadow suddenly reveal a look of pain, its once beautiful face covered with cracks. I'm sorry. This is the survival instinct of the Dream Spirit Clan. But I really... She used all her strength to condense a ray of clarity and stuffed a dream spirit core into Lin Xianfan's hand. Use the chaotic energy to destroy it, and I will be able to. No! Lin Xianfan turned his hand and absorbed the core into his sea of consciousness. The chaotic energy enveloped the remaining soul of Jiming like a tide. Since I dare to defy fate, I dare to save you. Who defies fate? Yangzi, use the fate-defying heavenly disc as a guide. I will rewrite the laws of heaven for the Dream Spirit Clan. Yang Zi had never seen Lin Xianfan so frantic. She hurriedly activated the heavenly plate, revealing an ancient scene of the dream spirits being annihilated by the heavenly Tao. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity to fuse the 3 pure chis of primal chaos with the law of defiance, creating a chaos dream realm within his sea of consciousness. He carefully placed the remnant of Dreamweaver within it. From this moment on, your fate is in my hands. If heaven's Tao does not tolerate you, I will create a new one for you. Jiming slowly opened her eyes in the chaotic dream realm, watching the chaos lotus and purple air vine floating around her. Tears welled up in her eyes. She finally understood why the man before her had risen to become a giant in the heavens in just 1,000 years. His Tao heart wasn't flawless, but rather, he had transformed every crack into a heart that embraced all things. Xianfan. She whispered his name, for once not aiming for a deal. I'm willing to weave the most beautiful dreams for you, and I'm also willing to accompany you in facing the cruelest reality. Lin Xianfan held her hand, feeling the unique blend of illusion and reality that the dream spirits possessed. Suddenly, he chuckled, everyone says the dream spirits are adept at deceiving people, but they don't know that what most confuses me is never illusion, but the galaxy in your eyes. From then on, Jiming became the only member of the myriad immortals sect with free access to Lin Xianfan's sea of consciousness. She would transform into a wisp of dream mist, entwining his fingertips as he deduced formations, weaving a dreamless slumber for him during his retreat, and delivering his sharpest dream blade before he was trapped in a fierce battle. Lin Xianfan, in turn, planted the Hongmeng dream spirit tree for her within the chaotic dream realm, nurturing a dream world all his own with his own spiritual energy. When the last flames of the anti-unification war in the 33 heavens died out, Jimeng stood beside Lin Xianfan, watching him step onto the ruins of Daoxian Palace, holding the divine seal of transformation to reshape the laws of heaven. She knew that her fate had finally been thoroughly intertwined with his long river of chaos, and would never again be easily severed by the laws of heaven. Are you scared? Lin Xianfan turned to look at her, his eyes reflecting the newly born universe. Jimeng shook her head, the dream spirit grass swaying gently in her hair. Wherever you are, that's where I belong. Even if there's a rift in the heavens ahead, or chaos and nothingness, I'm willing to walk with you. He chuckled softly, raised his hand, and placed a ring engraved with the words Qianji on her finger. The dual light of chaos and dream spirit flowed within the ring. This is the virtual reality Dao ring, forged using the primordial purple energy and your dream spirit core. From now on, you and I will share the power of cause and effect and the responsibility of the way of heaven. Jiming looked at the ring, then at the determination in his eyes, and finally revealed the brightest smile she had seen in 1,000 years. She knew that her bet had been right after all. This man, marked as a variable by the heavens, had not only reversed her fate, but had also written the most moving chapter of their story on the canvas of the universe. In the distance, Suli watched this scene, a knowing smile flickering in her eyes. She gently stroked the Shenbing bracelet, whispering to herself, perhaps this is the Tao heart of the Chaos Saint body, not ruthlessness, but using emotion to prove the Tao, allowing all true hearts to find a place within the heavenly Tao. The cycle of heaven and earth returns, chaos begins to unfold, the spirit of dreams weaves the heart, and love is sealed across the heavens. Lin Xianfan holds the hand of Dreamweaver and gazes at the newly born starry sky, knowing clearly in his heart that his path is never a solitary climb to the summit, but rather, with the one he loves, on a path that defies fate and carves out a brilliant galaxy unlike any other. Chapter 127 Chapter 127 A Night of Spring. The candlelight in the Chaos Pavilion faded to flickering fireflies at midnight. Lin Xianfan finished reviewing the final proposal for the heavenly furnace renovation and rubbed his brow. Dreamweaver patterns suddenly lit up in his sea of consciousness, like a gentle call. His lips curled slightly, and he let his consciousness descend into the familiar primordial dream realm. In the dream, Jimeng wore a gauze dress woven from chaotic purple energy. The dream patterns on the ham resonated with his 3-energy incarnation, outlining the trajectory of a yin-yang fish in the void. She raised her hand and waved it gently, and the stars in the sky transformed into fireflies that landed on her shoulders. Under her feet, a bluestone path condensed from the fragrance of Wudao tea appeared, and on both sides were Hongmeng dream spirit trees laden with spiritual fruit. Did you handle the surrender of the 3 sects in the western regions today? Her fingertips brushed the tiredness between his brows, the dream spirit grass shimmering in his hair. Although your Taoist heart is stable, you seem to have a bit of a worldly air. Lin Xianfan chuckled, holding her hand and pressing it to his chest. Ever since you said you like the worldly world, I've been trying to get more involved. How is this worldly air to your liking? Jiming looked up, needing the warmth in his eyes, and suddenly reached out to remove his hair crown. His dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her fingertips entwined his hair, forming a strand of chaotic black hair in her palm. I used to think the laws of nature were ruthless, but after meeting you, I realized that the most moving law is the warmth of the human heart. Her voice was as light as the purple air of the universe, but it stirred up a storm in his heart. The 4 seasons in the dream realm suddenly began to cycle. Spring cherry blossoms fell on his shoulders, summer rainstorms soaked their sleeves, autumn maple leaves transformed into patterns of law at his fingertips, and winter's first snow settled on her eyelashes. Lin Xianfan suddenly remembered Yang Zi's words about sharing karma. It turned out that true sharing wasn't about the tacit understanding of fighting side by side, but about sharing the tenderest Tao heart with each other in these fleeting moments. Dreamweaver, do you know? His throat moved slightly, but the chaotic energy became incomparably gentle at this moment. Since you moved into the sea of consciousness, my dreams are no longer the deduction of heaven, but... He didn't finish his words, but saw tears in Dreamweaver's eyes, and the dream spirit pattern spread around her body, turning into countless transparent silk threads, tightly entwining the causal line between the two. I know. She stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips. The unique ethereal touch of the dream spirits blended with the chaotic energy, exploding into a myriad of luminous points of law in the void. Lin Xianfan felt his sea of consciousness as clear as a mirror. The karmic fires of past lives and the cause and effect of this life transformed into spring mud in her kiss, nourishing a new heart of Tao. He pulled her into his arms, and the primordial purple energy automatically formed a barrier around them, isolating all external interference. The gauze skirt fell to the ground, revealing the dream spirit birthmark on her shoulder, a purple mark shaped like a chaos lotus. Lin Xianfan bent down and gently kissed it, only to see it glow faintly, resonating with the chaos sacred body mark on his chest. Dreamweaver's fingers trembled as they traced dream patterns on his back, each stroke corresponding to a dream they had shared: the bamboo hut where she mended his Tao heart, the valley where he planted dream spirit grass for her, and the stars they had gazed upon together. Xianfan, you said when chaos first began. Her voice was interrupted by gasps, but she continued bravely under his gaze. Could there be two people like this, who use love as a guide and their hearts as a blade, and write their own laws against the will of heaven? Lin Xianfan chuckled, his fingertips stroking her flushed cheek, and suddenly felt that the so-called way of heaven was in his arms at this moment, so real, so warm. The primordial purple energy and the light of the dream spirit intertwined in the void, forming a cocoon within which the flow of time seemed infinitely stretched. Lin Xianfan felt every inch of Dreamweaver's skin convey trust and dependence, and his every touch awakened a longing dormant for millennia. This was not a simple union of body and soul, but a fusion of the Tao hearts of two fate-defying beings. His primordial energy reshaped her body, while her dream spirit's power wove the purest dreams for him. When the first ray of morning light shone through the cracks in the dream realm, Jiming curled up in Lin Xianfan's arms, looking at the new dream pattern that appeared between his eyebrows, her eyes full of joy. The crack in your Tao heart is gone. Lin Xianfan lowered his head and kissed the sweat on her forehead, feeling the surging power in his sea of consciousness. It was the perfect fusion of chaos and dream spirit, a new power that could not be defined by the laws of heaven. It's not gone, it's filled up by you, he whispered, raising his hand to summon a new Taoist robe to put on her. The robe was embroidered with all the scenes that appeared in last night's dream. From now on, my Taoist heart has a soft spot, and I also have a more powerful armor. Jiming looked up and saw herself reflected in his eyes, and suddenly understood. It turns out that the most powerful Tao is not to have no desires, but to dare to touch the heart with sincerity, and to dare to prove the Tao with deep affection. That day, the disciples of the myriad immortals sect noticed that the chaotic energy surrounding the sect master had become somewhat gentler. Even within the light of the divine seal, the faint flow of dream patterns could be seen. Deep within the Chaos Pavilion, Dream Jiming held the virtual reality ring personally crafted by Lin Xianfan, gazing at the ever-changing dreamscape within the ring, and whispered to herself, Xianfan, thank you for letting me know that the fate of the Dream Spirit clan is not to become a sacrifice to the heavenly Tao, but to become someone's final resting place. Lin Xianfan held her in his arms and looked at the newly planted twin Tao trees in the dream realm. He had already made a plan in his mind. After dealing with the aftermath of the 33 heavens, he would take Jiming to see the fireworks in all the heavens and worlds, so that she would know that he had never been alone on this road to defy fate. Last night's passionate night wasn't the end of the story, but a new beginning. When the chaos sacred body and the dream spirit truly merged into one, when love and Tao achieved a balance within the vast purple aura of the universe, Lin Xianfan finally understood the greatest variable in the laws of nature, never the strength of power, but the warmth of the human heart. And he, carrying this warmth, will forge a path of chaotic love, unprecedented and unparalleled, on his journey to defy fate. Chapter 128 Dreamweaver is pregnant. As Lin Xianfan was refining the Hongmeng pregnant god pill in the Chaos Pavilion, the furnace suddenly erupted with a rainbow of light, and the three Qi incarnations simultaneously felt the vibration in their seas of consciousness. Dreamweaver's dream patterns spread like ripples. He hurried back to the Hongmeng dream realm, only to find her sitting beneath the Hongmeng dream spirit tree, gently stroking her belly. The dream spirit grass in her hair had actually blossomed into golden buds. Xianfan, look. She looked up, her eyes filled with both surprise and worry. The dream spirit patterns formed a protective layer around her body, wrapping the ball of light in her abdomen that was a blend of chaos and dream spirit power. The laws of heaven are repelling this child. Lin Xianfan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he saw that the laws of heaven in the void condensed into chains, trying to penetrate the dream barrier, but turned into powder when they touched his chaotic energy. Ding! The fusion of the Chaos Saint body and the Dream Spirit clan's bloodline has been detected. Triggering the hidden quest, protecting the Tao and nurturing. You must refine 33 heavenly Tao pregnancy protection talismans before the fetus is born. Success rewards, Hongmeng Tao fetus inheritance and karma pardon order failure penalty. The fetus's intelligence is damaged, and it will be unable to cultivate for life. Is the heavenly Tao afraid too? Lin Xinfan sneered, raising his hand and casting the divine seal of transformation. Primordial purple energy surged into the dream realm like a tide, casting a chaos pregnancy protection formation around Jimeng. A rune formed from his fingertips and struck it into her womb. A ball of light suddenly erupted with dazzling light, unexpectedly manifesting a vague humanoid form in the void. A faint chaos lotus pattern could be seen on his palm. Su Li was the first to notice the movement. She sent her spiritual consciousness through the Xianbing bracelet. Sect Master, the spiritual energy of the Zhongshuan realm is converging towards the Chaos Pavilion, and even the Zhoutian star fighting array is resonating with it. Lin Xinfan waved his hand, and the dream barrier was connected to the sect's formation. The power of the stars in the sky turned into a warm current and was injected into the Dreamweaver's body. The outline of the light ball became clearer and clearer, and 3 crystal hairs grew from the top of the head, showing gold, white and black respectively. This child's spiritual roots. Yang Zi observed through the fate-defying heavenly plate, her voice filled with shock. He possesses the Chaos Holy Body, the Dream Spirit Eye and the fate-defying constitution at the same time. If he is born, he will be able to rewrite the laws of heaven. Before she finished her words, a violent vibration came from the direction of the 33rd heaven. The remnants of Daoxian Palace actually joined forces with the Netherworld Demon Sect, trying to take advantage of the opportunity. Yishir, lead the Abyss Guards to defend the Blood Sea Su Bai Huan, command the Mind Army to deploy defenses in the eastern region Lushir, use the power of the immortal spirits to stabilize the spiritual veins. Lin Xianfan's 3 Qi incarnations acted simultaneously. The Chaos Clone stayed in the Dream Realm to protect Jimeng, while the Taiyan Clone and the Hongmeng Clone each fought off the invading enemy. Jimeng watched him busying around and suddenly grabbed his hand. Let me help. The Dream Spirit Tribe's prophetic skills may reveal the enemy's weaknesses. She closed her eyes and concentrated, the Dream Spirit grass shimmering faintly. The image of the Netherworld Demon Sect's Blood Demon altar emerged in her sea of consciousness. Lin Xianfan immediately mobilized the transcendental soldiers from the Void Arsenal. Bailey Zhan's axe of creation, swirling with primordial purple qi, unexpectedly split the altar's core. Simultaneously, the ball of light within Jimeng's abdomen suddenly vibrated violently, and a tricolored sword energy emanated from the dream realm, shattering the enemy leader's soul lamp. This child can actually unleash law-based attacks in the womb? Lin Xianfan was both surprised and delighted, but he saw Xining's face pale. He quickly injected chaos qi into her meridians to warm them. The ball of light, seemingly sensing its father's power, actually assumed a meditative position in the void, actively absorbing the surrounding law fragments. 3 months later, Jiming's belly was already bulging. The Hongmeng Dream Spirit Tree in the Dream Realm had produced 9 Dao fruits, each corresponding to a law of the heavenly Dao. Lin Xianfan refined these Dao fruits into Antai Linglu. Each feeding of this stew intensified the aura of the light ball, even projecting a fleeting shadow within the dream realm, a child with features reminiscent of Jiming's, but with Lin Xianfan's chaotic pupils. How about calling him Lin Mo? Dreamweaver gently stroked her abdomen. It means chaos is the beginning, and the way of heaven has no end. Lin Xianfan nodded, but a trace of worry arose in his heart as the due date approached. The backlash of the way of heaven became more and more intense, even attracting the attention of the ancient guardian of the way of heaven, the spirit of law. Xianfan, I feel it. Dreamweaver suddenly grabbed his wrist. Imor is asking us for a name. He said, he can't wait to see this world. Lin Xianfan's heart warmed. He mobilized the power of the 3 Qi incarnations and opened a passage in the dream realm that led directly to the real world. Then let him see how his parents broke the shackles of heaven for him. In the chaos pavilion of the present world, Su Li, Yang Zi, and the others had already set up the 3 talents delivery formation, with 72 direct disciples providing outer protection. As Jimeng, supported by Lin Xianfan, emerged from the dream realm, the sky of the Zhongshuan realm suddenly split open, revealing the true form of the law of heaven, a giant eye composed of countless runes, emitting a cold, murderous intent. You've come just in time. Lin Xianfan held the divine seal of transformation in his hand, and the incarnation of the 3 energies merged with the phantom of the dream spirit of Dreamweaver. Now that I am a father today, I must fight for a place for my son in the heavenly Tao. The purple energy of Hongmeng, break. The 3-colored light rushed straight into the sky, colliding violently with the eye of heaven, and actually splashed sparks of laws in the void. Dreamweaver seized the opportunity to sit cross-legged, her dream spirit patterns resonating with the fetus's chaotic energy, emitting a deafening wail. This cry was like the first thunderclap of creation, shattering the shackles of heaven and awakening the dormant laws of the universe. Lin Xianfan looked down and saw a delicate, jade-like infant clutching his finger. Its eyes shone with the colors of chaos, dream spirit, and defiance of fate. At its fingertips, a tiny sword energy condensed the first wisp of law power born from Lin Mo's birth. Ding! Successfully completed the protecting the Tao and nurturing mission. Rewards: Hongmeng Dao embryo can autonomously absorb the power of the laws, increasing cultivation speed 10,000-fold. Karma pardon order can exempt one instance of heavenly Dao backlash. As the system notification sounded, the eye of heaven reluctantly closed, and a rare rain of laws began to fall from the Tsangshuan territory, each drop of rain containing the blessings of heaven. Lin Xianfan carefully picked up Lin Mo and watched him smile innocently at Jimeng. Suddenly, he felt a hard spot in his heart soften completely. Jimeng leaned weakly on his shoulder, looking at the chaotic lotus pattern on the child's palm, and whispered, "The birth of Mo may be the true change in the way of heaven." In the distance, Su Baihuan and his disciples knelt and kowtowed, shouting, "Young sect master." Lin Xianfan looked at the baby in his arms, then at the tenderness in Jimeng's eyes, and finally understood the so-called perfect heart of Taoism wasn't about the loneliness of controlling everything, but about being able to protect loved ones and carve a path for new lives. That night, the Myriad Immortals sect held a grand birthday celebration, and the lights of the heaven-suppressing tower illuminated the entire Tsangshuan realm. Lin Xianfan, holding Lin Mo, stood on the observatory, watching him reach out and catch a streaking shooting star. He suddenly chuckled. He knew this child's future would be full of challenges, but as his name, Mo, implied, the way of heaven has an end, but chaos has no end. Lin Mo's story had only just begun. In a corner of the universe, the spirit of law gazed at Lin Mo's soul lamp, a complex light flashing in its eyes. It finally understood that in the cycle of heaven, there would always be such beings. They were not only the executors of heaven, but also its rewriters. They used affection as a sword and love as a shield, forging an unprecedented path through the interweaving of chaos and dreams. Lin Xianfan held Jimeng's hand and looked at the sleeping baby in his arms. He had only one thought in his mind: Amor, no matter what kind of heaven lies ahead, your father will protect you and let you grow freely in this world. Chapter 129, The Holy Tribulation Rises, Ninefold Thunder and Fire Forge Eternity. Lin Xianfan stood atop the heavenly Dao Peak, the highest peak in the Tsangshuan realm. Primal chaos energy intertwined with the primordial purple energy, condensing behind him into 3,000-foot-tall Dharma images, Taiyin Jinjuan holding the star wheel, Hongmeng Dao Jun wielding the purple energy, and the Chaos Saint ancestors seated on a lotus pedestal. Today, he aimed to breach the dual barriers of the Sage Realm and the Eternal Holy Divine Realm, a dual realm crossing never before attempted since the dawn of the primal chaos. Boom! Above the nine heavens, thunderclouds swirled into ferocious, monstrous faces, each bolt of lightning etched with ancient runes of destruction. Yang Zi observed through the fate-defying heavenly plate, her voice trembling. The sect master is facing the thunder tribulation of heavenly judgment, each bolt representing his own transgression of destiny. Su Li clenched his grip on the mystic ice bracelet, icy blue spiritual energy gathering in his palm. Prepare the three Qis protective Dao formation. At all costs, the thunder tribulation must not affect the sect. The first level of thunder tribulation descended, a purple-gold karma fire thunder crashing down like a pillar from heaven, filling the air with a scorching aroma. Lin Xianfan activated the Chaos Immortal Sutra, and patterns like glass emerged on the surface of his chaotic body. He withstood the blow head-on. However, the lightning and fire exploded on his shoulders, revealing the phantoms of countless wronged souls, the innocent lives lost in the flames of war during his previous mortal life. My way has never been one of purity, but rather one of stopping killing with killing. He raised his hand and unleashed a primordial purple aura, transforming the wronged souls into points of light. When I attain eternal enlightenment, I will ensure that war ceases in the heavens. The second level of love tribulation thunder followed, and images of the suffering of Jimeng, Su Li, Su Baihuan, and the others flashed through the thunderclouds. Lin Xianfan bit his tongue, his essence and blood merging into the divine seal of transformation. They are the anchor of my Tao, not my weaknesses. The third through sixth levels of thunder tribulation were, in order, law thunder, cause and effect thunder, space-time thunder, and destiny thunder, each several times more powerful than the previous. Lin Xianfan's Dharma image was shattered and reassembled, his chaotic energy completely depleted, and he could only barely hold on with the power of the primordial purple qi and the Taiyin. By the time the seventh level of chaos thunder descended, deep scars had been etched across his chest, yet he remained gazing up at the thunderclouds. If heaven seeks to stop me, use all my might. The eighth level of thunder tribulation unexpectedly transformed into his reflection. Those who defy fate will eventually be devoured by heaven. The reflection swung its sword, its blade imbued with the resentment of all the enemies it had defeated. Lin Xianfan, however, laughed heartily. His chaotic sword energy collided with the reflection. My fate has always been mine, not heaven's. The moment the reflection shattered, he finally reached the threshold of the eternal holy divine realm. The ninth level of thunder tribulation had yet to descend, and the entire Sanchuan realm fell into an eerie silence. Lin Qianfan looked up, only to see a crack in the center of the thundercloud, revealing the true form of the law of heaven, a pair of cold eyes, etched with ancient Tao patterns like destruction and order. Ding! Detected, host has touched the source of the heavenly Tao. Triggering a hidden mechanism, oath to heaven. Swear a Tao heart oath recognized by the heavenly Tao, and you may absorb the power of the thunder tribulation beyond your level. I, Lin Qianfan, swear by my primordial chaos sacred body. He opened his arms, allowing the light of the eye of heaven to envelop him. In this lifetime, I will protect all disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect, eradicate all injustice in the world, provide shelter for those who defy fate, and eliminate oppression from all the heavens and realms. If you break this oath, I am willing to be slain by heaven and shattered to pieces. Before he could finish his words, the ninth level of eternal thunder thundered down, no longer a force of destruction, but instead imbued with a golden glow worthy of the heavenly Tao. Lin Qianfan activated his three energies to transform into an incarnation, actively absorbing the power of the thunder tribulation. His primordial body, Taiyin spirit body, and primordial Tao body simultaneously evolved, unexpectedly condensing into a chaos eternal Dharma image behind him. The Dharma image held the divine seal of transformation and stepped upon the heavenly disk of reversing fate. The projections of the laws of the heavens and myriad realms surrounded him. Break! He roared, and the barrier between the two realms shattered simultaneously. The power of the mid-stage sage realm and the eternal holy divine realm surged into his meridians like a tide. The spiritual energy of the Sanchuan realm converged frantically, forming a massive Tai Chi diagram at his feet. Within this Tai Chi diagram, 12 chaos spirit orbs emerged, each representing a supreme law. The calamity clouds dissipated, and an eternal holy rain began to fall from the sky. The raindrops fell upon the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect, unexpectedly elevating their realms. Lin Qianfan looked down at his palm, where a new eternal Tao pattern flickered. With a simple wave of his hand, he could instantly heal the shattered space. Jiming appeared at the summit, holding Lin Mo. The tricolor light in the child's eyes resonated with Lin Qianfan's Dharma image, unexpectedly manifesting the prototype of the eternal way in the void. Suli and the others knelt and kowtowed, feeling the pressure of heaven and earth brought by the sect leader's breakthrough, their hearts filled with awe and pride. Congratulations, sect master, for achieving eternity. Yang Zi's voice was choked with sobs. The fate-defying heavenly plate showed that Lin Qianfan's soul lamp had transformed into the eternal and inextinguishable chaos fire. From now on, not even the laws of nature can erase your existence. Lin Qianfan gazed toward the myriad heavens and realms, a confident smile playing on his lips. He knew that this breakthrough was not only a leap in strength, but also a sublimation of his Tao heart. Now, he was an eternal Holy Spirit, capable of conversing with the heavenly Tao. Under his leadership, the 10,000 Immortals sect would reach even greater heights. Notify everyone, his voice echoed throughout the universe, the iron cavalry of the myriad Immortals sect is about to embark on a journey to conquer the heavens. Remnants of the Daoxian Palace, dregs of the Netherworld Demon sect, are you ready to meet your doom? The pressure of the eternal holy divine realm swept across the heavens like a wave, and spies from countless factions spread the news in fear. Meanwhile, within the 10,000 Immortals sect, the newly forged eternal super emperor weapon shone brightly in the void arsenal. 72 direct disciples rubbed their hands, ready to follow the sect master on a new journey. Lin Qianfan picked up Lin Mo. The little fellow reached out and grabbed a strand of his hair, unexpectedly dyeing it eternal gold. He chuckled and turned to Jiming and Suli, saying, "Once we pacify the heavens, we will take him over to see the sights of the 3,000 worlds. Let him know that his father once fought for the freedom of this world until eternity." On Tiandao Peak, the three Qi incarnations slowly merged with the eternal chaos Dharma, and Lin Qianfan's aura completely merged with the laws of heaven and earth. From now on, he was both the guardian and rewriter of the heavenly Tao. In the name of eternity, he guarded this land of chaos and protected the Wanxian sect every dawn and dusk. Chapter 130 The protagonist practices the myriad medicine divine canon. Lin Qianfan immersed himself in the Tao rhythm of the eternal holy divine realm for 3 days when he suddenly felt his sea of consciousness vibrate. A system notification chimed like a resounding bell, ding. Host's merit points have surpassed 1 million. Unlocked the ancient alchemy tome, the divine canon of 10,000 medicines. This tome contains 300 chaos pill recipes, 1,000 spiritual plant cultivation techniques, and a comprehensive compendium of pharmacological principles. Cultivating this can connect you with the spiritual wisdom of hundreds of herbs, controlling their life and death. Golden light descended from the sky, and an ancient bronze tome hovered in the center of the Chaos Pavilion. Its cover was engraved with totems of spiritual plants like Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng, and the title page was inscribed with the 8 characters, "When the universe first opened, all medicines became classics." Lin Xianfan reached out to touch it, and countless points of light flew out of the book, condensing in his palm into a miniature chaos blue lotus, the tome's spirit. "Greetings, Master." The azure lotus phantom spoke, his voice flowing like a clear spring. "The divine canon requires the warmth of primordial chaos and the enlightenment of living beings. Master, are you willing to accompany me through the heavens to collect the true spirits of hundreds of herbs from the primordial age?" Lin Xianfan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping across the Enlightenment tea garden outside the pavilion. "I was planning to prove my Tao through the Tao of alchemy, and you've arrived just in time. Su Baihuan, notify Dan Xingzi and Lu Shi to accompany me to this spiritual plant forbidden zone." The spiritual plant forbidden zone lies at the junction of the netherworld Blood Sea and the Western Desert. The land here is eroded by an ancient poisonous curse, causing ordinary spiritual plants to rot upon landing. Only the legendary 3 spiritual roots of Hongmeng can thrive here. As Lin Xianfan's chaos clone entered the forbidden zone, he saw skeletons entwined with vines faintly amidst the venomous fog. Each skeleton bore a wooden sign inscribed with "Medicine Slave." "It's the Blood River Cult's 10,000 Poisons Alchemy Formation." Dan Xingzi pinched his nose and took a half step back. They captured spiritual plants that had awakened their spirits, refined them into poison pills, and sold them. Lin Xianfan's eyes turned cold, and the primordial purple energy transformed into a giant hand that crushed the poisonous fog, revealing an altar deep inside. Hundreds of spiritual plants that had awakened their spirits were bound by chains, and were being refined into 3 heart-eating pills. "Save them!" Lu Shi wielded his emu long sword, and spiritual vines burst forth from the earth, entwining the Blood River sect disciples. Lin Xianfan flipped open the Myriad Medicine's divine canon, tapping the spiritual awakening chapter with his fingertips. He infused the spiritual plant's browse with primordial energy. "With my Taoist heart, I will restore your spiritual wisdom." Before he had even finished speaking, the enslaved spiritual plants awakened. A ginseng doll swung a gold ingot at the enemy, and a Ganoderma lucidum fairy cast a healing mist, unexpectedly turning the tide of battle. So the divine canon can not only refine medicine, but also awaken the consciousness of spiritual plants. Lin Xianfan chuckled, his gaze settling on the poison kingflower in the center of the altar. The flower was pitch black, its pistil condensed with a drop of venom that could corrode the primordial purple qi. The azure lotus spirit suddenly spoke, "This flower is the product of the primordial poison spirit. If we can subdue it, we can refine the chaos detoxification pill. Then let's try." Lin Xianfan activated the 100 herbs mind control technique from the divine canon, and a diagram of the spiritual plant's veins appeared at his fingertips. The poison king flower trembled violently, and a picture suddenly appeared in his consciousness. Millions of years ago, it was the poisonous spirit companion of the chaos azure lotus, and due to the changes in the laws of heaven, it fell into this state. "I see." Lin Xianfan raised his hand and released the fragrance of enlightenment tea. "I will use the energy of primordial chaos to help you purify your demonic nature. Are you willing to join me in achieving enlightenment?" The poison king flower hesitated for a moment before falling into his palm. The black lines on its petals gradually faded to purple, and a chaos lotus pattern emerged between its brows. Ding! Successfully subdued the primordial poison spirit. Obtained the poison kingflower, your natal spirit plant, and unlocked the recipe for the chaos detoxification pill. Upon leaving the restricted area, Lu Shi's fairyland had grown hundreds of new spiritual plants, and the alchemy saint was researching a new elixir recipe with the poison kingflower. Lin Xianfan's chaos clone returned to the sect, only to find Jimeng holding Lin Mo beneath the Hongmeng dream spirit tree. The little one was actually nibbling on an enlightenment tea fruit, a faint medicinal aroma lingering around him. "Emoer has touched the aura of the divine canon," Jimeng chuckled, dream patterns flowing through her fingertips. "His primordial Tao fetus seems to resonate with all the herbs." Lin Xianfan leaned closer and saw a butterfly formed from spiritual energy resting in Lin Mo's palm, its wings clearly visible with the runes of the Myriad Medicine divine canon. With a sudden thought, he used his spiritual sense to communicate with the little creature and unexpectedly saw the emotions of the spiritual plants. The tea tree was happy, the herbs were singing. "It seems my Wanxian sect is about to produce a natural alchemy prodigy." Lin Xianfan scratched his son's nose and turned to the Qinglian spirit. Next stop, go to the Heavenly Path Medicine Valley and obtain the Greenwood Heart, one of the 3 spiritual roots of Hongmeng. The spirit nodded, and the divine code automatically opened to the Searching for Medicine chapter. The coordinates of the Medicine Valley and the information of the guardian beast appeared on the page. The Heavenly Path Medicine Valley is located in the ruins of the 33rd heaven. Its guardian beast is the 100 Herbs Qilin, a fusion of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. As Lin Qianfan's Taiyin clone reached the valley's entrance, he saw the Qilin approaching on a cloud, its horn entwined with green vines, and its mouth spewing samadhi true fire and mysterious ice water. This beast is the product of the spiritual energy of the Medicine Valley. It must be subdued through alchemy. Lin Qianfan summoned the alchemy furnace and, using the 5 energy alchemy technique from the divine canon, simultaneously refined elixirs of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. As the 5 elixirs condensed in mid-air to form a 5-element formation, the Qilin's attack rhythm was disrupted, and curiosity flickered in its eyes. Using medicine as weapons and elixirs as formations, do you dare challenge me? With a wave of his hand, the alchemy furnace erupted with brilliant light, unexpectedly sucking the Qilin into the furnace. The beast-refining chapter of the divine canon automatically activated, merging the chaotic energy and the 5 elements of law within the furnace. When he opened the lid again, the Qilin had transformed into a palm-sized spirit beast, resting obediently on his shoulder. The Greenwood Heart, one of the 3 spiritual roots of Hongmeng, has returned. Lin Qianfan removed the Greenwood Heart from the Qilin horn, and the divine canon immediately revealed the complete formula for the rejuvenation pill. This pill could bring the dead back to life and even reverse the properties of a cultivator's spiritual roots. He suddenly remembered that Su Li's Ice Phoenix bloodline had suffered a hidden injury, and perhaps this pill could help her reach a higher level. On the way back to the sect, Lin Qianfan's Hongmeng clone sensed a significant movement of spiritual energy in the western regions. Using the divine canon's qi observing technique, he observed the remnants of the Daoxian Palace mining the depleted spiritual veins, attempting to extract the remaining spiritual energy through occult techniques. Use the poison of the poison kingflower to destroy the core of the spiritual vein, then use the Greenwood Heart to purify the occult, he telegraphed to Dan Xingzi. Remember, keep them alive for information. When the Wanxian sect's alchemy army arrived in the western regions, the remnants of the Daoxian Palace were immersed in the ecstasy of their explosive power. The alchemy saint waved his hand and scattered the pollen of the poison kingflower. A purple mist instantly enveloped the spiritual veins, and the monsters conjured by the sorcery melted into blood. Lucier planted the Greenwood Heart. Wherever the green light spread, the dried-up spiritual veins suddenly gushed out spiritual springs, and the dead plants and trees came back to life. It turns out that alchemy can not only save people, but also save the world. Lin Qianfan looked at the revived western desert and suddenly realized the true meaning of the divine canon of 10,000 medicines. The so-called alchemy is not simply refining medicine, but the law that controls the birth and death of all things. It is the compassion of heaven written with the spirit of hundreds of herbs. Late at night, Lin Qianfan was refining a rejuvenation elixir in the Chaos Pavilion. The moment the elixir took shape, the sky and earth changed color. A rainbow of auspicious clouds enveloped the myriad immortals sect, and countless spirit birds brought petals and congratulations. After Su Li consumed the elixir, the veins of Greenwood appeared on her Ice Phoenix robe. A hint of vitality emerged in her ice-based principles, and her strength instantly broke through to the peak of the divine realm. Qianfan, this elixir. She stared at the cyan flame in her palm, her eyes filled with surprise. Lin Qianfan chuckled and handed her the divine tome. From now on, the alchemy of the Wanxian sect will be jointly managed by you and the alchemy saint. Remember, the highest realm of alchemy is not refining the elixir, but refining the mind. Cultivating the myriad herbs divine canon infused Lin Qianfan with a new dimension of compassion. Now, he could slay injustice with his chaos sword qi and heal the common people with the spiritual essence of 100 herbs. When he opened the canon again, he discovered a new line of words on the last page: myriad herbs lead to the way, compassion at its forefront. When all flowers bloom, the way of heaven will be rewritten. He looked up at the starry sky, a smile on his face. Perhaps this was the ultimate resonance between the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of chaos. When Lin Mo grew up, he might let the little one inherit this divine canon, so that the lineage of the 10,000 immortals sect would forever flow with the blood of compassion and power. Meanwhile, in the darkness of the universe, the remnants of the Daoxian Palace trembled as they passed on the news: the Wanxian sect has found a master of alchemy who can revive spiritual veins. Our depletion tactic has failed. But unbeknownst to them, Lin Qianfan's journey in alchemy had only just begun. When the light of the 10,000 medicine divine canon illuminated every dark corner, that would be the moment when the Wanxian sect reached the pinnacle of alchemy, commanding the submission of all the universe. Chapter 131 Alchemy. Lin Xianfan, holding the myriad medicine divine canon, stood in the center of the Hongmeng Pill Hall. 360 alchemy furnaces hummed simultaneously within the hall, each corresponding to a specific law of the heavenly Tao. Today, he was refining the chaos boundary-breaking pill, as recorded in the divine canon. This pill could help a divine venerable realm expert break through to the eternal saint realm, and was the key to his plan to mass promote the advancement of the myriad immortal sect's disciples. Son of the alchemy saint, prepare the 3 spiritual roots of Hongmeng: greenwood heart, fire marrow lotus, and earth soul sand. Lin Xianfan waved his hand, and the chaotic energy turned into an elixir formula suspended in the air. Lu Shi, use the power of your immortal spirit to nourish the spiritual plants. Su Li, use the ice phoenix flame to stabilize the furnace temperature. Everyone took the order and left. The alchemy hall was suddenly filled with spiritual energy. The vitality of the greenwood heart, the fiery fire marrow lotus, and the thickness of the earth soul sand formed a delicate balance with the chaotic energy. As the first furnace began to refine, Lin Xianfan activated the 5 qis converging to the origin technique, his 5 fingers corresponding to the 5 elements of the furnace: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The moment the fire marrow lotus was dropped into the heaven-burning furnace, the primordial fire of the prehistoric era erupted from within, instantly igniting his sleeve. Sure enough, this fire requires the energy of a primordial body, he chuckled. Chaotic energy enveloped his entire body, and he grasped the primordial fire in his palm, which condensed into elixir patterns in the air. However, just as the elixir pattern was about to take shape, the alchemy hall's restrictions suddenly shook. Remnants of the Daoshan Palace, in alliance with the Netherworld Poison Sect, were using the 3 Eons Eclipse Spirit Formation to erode the alchemy hall's spiritual foundation. Lin Xianfan's eyes darkened, and the divine tome automatically flipped to the enemy defense chapter. The poison of the Poison King flower merged with the vitality of King Muxin, transforming into the clear and turbid chi sword, which pierced the core of the formation. How dare you interfere with my alchemy? He waved his hand, and the primordial fire within the alchemy furnace erupted, incinerating the enemy to ash. During the second furnace, Lin Xianfan decided to add new elements: petals and spiritual fruit from the Wudao tea tree. When the petals fell into the furnace, the aroma of tea and medicinal herbs resonated, unexpectedly forming a chain of heavenly laws at the furnace's mouth, each link inscribed with alchemy insights. Lu Shi exclaimed, "Master, this is the materialization of the laws of alchemy." Lin Xianfan nodded. The law into alchemy technique from the divine text had indeed worked. The elixir had reached a semi-intelligent state, capable of independently absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The third furnace was crucial, requiring the fusion of primordial chaos and the principles of defying fate. Yang Zi stood high in the alchemy hall, clutching the fate-defying heavenly disc. The dial's hands moved frantically, locking in the optimal time for alchemy. Now, she commanded, and Lin Xianfan placed a lock of Lin Mo's fetal hair into the furnace. This strand, imbued with the power of the primordial Dao embryo, caused the furnace to erupt in a rainbow of light, and the embryonic form of the eternal Dao pattern emerged within. Oh no! The pill tribulation is approaching. The pill saint's voice trembled as he gazed at the gathering thunderclouds in the sky. Lin Xianfan, however, was not alarmed but delighted. The pill tribulation recorded in the divine canon was the key to testing the quality of elixirs. He waved his hand and deployed the 3 Qi protection formation. The Chaos Avatar, the Taiyin Avatar, and the Hongmeng Avatar simultaneously ascended into the air, respectively drawing upon the powers of the stars, frost, and purple Qi to confront the pill tribulation. The first wave of the alchemy tribulation, the Thunder of Laws, descended, each bolt carrying a different attack attribute. Lin Xianfan activated the 10,000 medicines returning to their origin from the divine canon, and 365 phantoms of spiritual plants flew out of the alchemy furnace, forming a 100 herbs thunderproof formation, transforming the power of the thunder tribulation into nutrients for the elixir. The second wave of the thunder of cause and effect, directed at his defiance of fate, was countered by the causal reversal power of the fate-defying heavenly disc. When the third wave of eternal thunder descended, Lin Xianfan knew it was a warning from heaven against mass-producing eternal realm experts. He summoned the divine seal of transformation, and the divine code resonated with the seal, unexpectedly manifesting the alchemy scale in the void. The left side held the elixir's heaven-defying power, the right side his oath to protect the Tao. The scale slowly balanced, and the eternal thunder transformed into a gentle rain, falling into the alchemy furnace. Done. Lin Xianfan raised his hand and opened the furnace. 36 chaos boundary-breaking pills floated in the air. A miniature chaos dragon swam above each pill, its eyes gleaming with the Tao of eternity. Ding! Successfully refined 36 chaos boundary breaking pills. Rewards: Alchemy Law Chain enhances the sex alchemy aptitude. 100 Herb Battle Flag summons a myriad of medicinal plants to aid in battle. As the news spread, the Wanxian sect erupted in jubilation. Subai Huan and other direct disciples were the first to consume the elixir. The moment they broke through to the eternal holy divine realm, elixir patterns appeared on their weapons, their attacks mingling with both medicinal poison and healing power. Lin Xianfan gazed at the elixir forms condensing behind them and nodded in satisfaction. From now on, the disciples of the Wanxian sect will not only cultivate swords and magic, but also elixir. They can fight, heal, and possess a multitude of abilities. To celebrate his mastery of alchemy, Lin Xianfan held the 10,000 Medicines Forum in the Zhongshuan territory, inviting alchemists from across the heavens and realms. The Poison Pill Patriarch of the Netherworld Demon sect initially attempted to disrupt the situation, but after witnessing the power of the Poison Kingflower, he knelt and begged for help. The Medicine Spirit clan of the western regions even relocated their entire clan to the 10,000 Immortals sect, bringing with them the long-lost ancient medicinal scriptures. Yet, amidst this peaceful scene, Lin Xianfan discovered a line of blood-stained inscription on the last page of the Divine Tome: the pinnacle of alchemy will inevitably incur the jealousy of the heavens, chaos will break through the boundaries, and karma will backfire. He gently stroked the alchemy furnace, his eyes deep. Although the elixir had been successfully refined, the resources consumed and the attention it attracted from the heavens would surely attract even more powerful enemies. Perhaps the remnants of Daoxian Palace were merely an appetizer. The true threat came from the even more ancient natural enemies of alchemy, the Dan-eating clan. That night, Lin Xianfan prepared the enlightenment pill for Lin Mo in the alchemy hall. The youngster, holding the poison kingflower as a toy, unexpectedly caused the flower spirit to spit out venom that merged into the alchemy furnace. Looking at the colorful pill beads condensing in his son's palm, Lin Xianfan suddenly chuckled. "Imor, perhaps you are the true heir of the alchemy path. Your father is merely paving the way for you." Jimeng stood outside the hall, gazing at the father and son, happiness flowing through her dream patterns. She knew that Lin Xianfan's path to alchemy had never been for personal achievement, but rather to empower every disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect to defy fate and change their destiny, so that all beings in the universe could live freer and more powerful lives under the protection of alchemy. As the first wisp of primordial purple energy poured into the alchemy hall, Lin Xianfan waved his hand, retracted the alchemy furnace, and cast his gaze upon the myriad realms. He knew that becoming a deity in the art of alchemy was only the beginning. Next, he would lead the myriad Immortals alchemy army to crush all obstacles, let the light of the myriad medicine divine canon illuminate every dark corner, and make myriad immortal alchemist the most respected title in the myriad realms. And in the ruins of the 33rd heaven, a pair of eyes covered with elixir patterns were watching all this through the cracks in time and space. The chaos alchemy Tao is indeed worthy of its reputation. But the feast of the alchemy eaters has just begun. Before he finished speaking, a scaly hand stretched out from the crack, holding a pitch-black alchemy bead in its palm. The bead imprisoned the spiritual consciousness of countless alchemy masters. A battle for the orthodoxy of alchemy was brewing in the shadows. But Lin Xianfan was already prepared. He gently stroked the divine canon, a confident smile on his face. If the way of heaven would not allow the way of alchemy to flourish, then he would wield the way of alchemy as a sword to sever the shackles of heaven and make the 10,000 Immortals sect's alchemy furnace the source of hope for all the heavens and worlds. Chapter 132, Zhongzhou Alchemy Conference. 10,000 medicines transformed into an army that shocks the world. A rich medicinal aroma wafted over the Danwang Valley of Zhongzhou. 18 giant alchemy furnaces were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, and the smoke rising from them traced various spiritual plant patterns across the sky. The once-in-5-year alchemy conference arrived as scheduled, but this year's participation from the 10,000 Immortals sect attracted particular attention. Everyone wanted to see the true capabilities of Lin Xianfan, who had astonished the world with his chaos alchemy. Lin Xianfan, wearing a Taoist robe embroidered with the totem of all medicinal herbs, entered the valley entrance with Su Li, Dan Xingzi, Lu Shi, and others. They were greeted by Dan Wu Go, the valley master of Danwang Valley. He had a youthful face, though his hair was white. Around his waist hung 12 jade pendants with Dan patterns, each representing a top-tier elixir he had refined. "Master Lin, your presence truly brings honor to this humble Danwang Valley," he said with a gentle smile, but a hint of caution flickered in his eyes. "Valley Master, you are too polite. I am merely here to exchange ideas on alchemy." Lin Xianfan's eyes swept across the forest of 10,000 medicine steel in the valley. The steels were engraved with famous sayings on alchemy since the beginning of time. On the last blank steel, 8 large characters were engraved with chaotic energy. The way of alchemy is impermanent, only the strong are indestructible, obviously left for him. At the opening ceremony, various factions in Zhongzhou showcased their most valuable elixirs. The Medicine God Sect's 9-turn regeneration pill could regenerate severed limbs, the Netherworld Demon Sect's Blood Demon Bone Eroding pill could corrode the flesh of a divine venerable. Even the usually low-key Spirit Plant Merchant Alliance showcased its Heavenly Spirit Nourishing Essence pill, capable of nurturing spiritual roots. When it was the 10,000 Immortal Sect's turn, the Pill Saint smiled faintly and held out a fist-sized, Chaos Boundary-breaking pill. The Chaos Dragon pattern on the pill came to life, and before the crowd's gaze, it soared into the air, its roar echoing throughout Zhongzhou. Is this an elixir for the Eternal Realm? Dan Wugo's pupils shrank suddenly, and the 12 jade pendants glowed at the same time. Sect Master Lin, this elixir has touched the laws of heaven. Aren't you afraid of disaster? Lin Xianfan smiled lightly. If heaven cannot allow the alchemy to flourish, I will pave a way for it. Before he finished speaking, a few golden raindrops fell from the sky. This was a rare recognition of the alchemy by heaven. The first round was an improvisational alchemy competition, titled Life and Death. Lin Xianfan strolled to the 10,000 medicinal herbs garden, lightly touching the yellow spring flower and resurrection grass with his fingertips. The yin-yang life and death pill formula from the divine canon automatically emerged. He waved his hand to summon spiritual plants like the poison kingflower and the enlightenment tea tree. Using the chaotic energy as a guide, he simulated the cycle of yin and yang within the alchemy furnace. As the elixir took shape, a phantom phoenix, reborn from the furnace, flew out. This elixir could simultaneously heal injuries and purify evil thoughts. This pill is called the Chaos Samsara pill. It can suppress the book of life and death and reverse the path of yin and yang. Lin Xianfan's voice echoed throughout the room, and a Medicine God Sect elder vomited blood on the spot. The resurrection pill he had just refined was nothing compared to the Samsara pill. A disciple of the Netherworld Demon Sect attempted to seize the pill, but was bound like a dumpling by Lu Shi's Emu spirit vine. The patterns on the vine actually counteracted the Demon Sect's techniques. In the second round of the Alchemy Showdown, Alchemy King Valley summoned alchemy puppets, combat entities forged from the remains of ancient alchemists, each capable of unleashing 10 alchemy attacks. Lin Xianfan, however, sent Su Li and Bing Feng forward. Using the Ice Phoenix Flame and the Moonstar Wheel, they set up the Ice and Fire Alchemy formation. Upon contact with the formation, the puppets' poison and fire pills were refined into spiritual energy, strengthening the formation's core. Alchemy is not a way to kill people, but a way to save the world. Lin Xianfan raised his hand to recall the puppet, and injected the chaotic energy into its brows, which actually restored some of the puppet's intelligence. Valley Master, you are wasting resources like this. Aren't you afraid of the backlash from alchemy? Dan Wugo's face turned pale, but he had to admit that Lin Xianfan's methods were far beyond his imagination. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and countless crows flew in, carrying the black banners of the Dan Eating Clan. Leading the way was a man clad in Dan-patterned armor, his fingertips entwined with the Dan Eating Clan's unique Dan-eroding aura. Lin Xianfan, you have broken the rules of our Dan Eating Clan. Today is your death. With a wave of his hand, 18 alchemy furnaces exploded simultaneously, gushing out a thick black liquid, the Dan-eating poison designed to corrode elixirs. Just in time. Lin Xianfan flipped open the myriad medicine's divine canon, and the pages automatically ripped apart into clear and turbid chi talismans, which fell into the hands of Su Li, Dan Xingzi, and the others. Su Li's mysterious ice heavenly punishment resonated with the clear chi talisman, freezing the poisonous tide. Dan Xingzi used the turbid chi talisman to activate the poison kingflower, refining the Dan-eating poison into the 5 poisons demon-breaking pill, which he hurled back at the Dan-eating clan. The man from the pill-eating clan was horrified to find that his pill-corroding energy had been absorbed by the pill. Lin Xianfan took the opportunity to perform the 10,000 pills return to one technique, and all the spiritual plants in the medicine garden turned into weapons. The ginseng doll waved gold ingots, the Ganoderma lucidum fairy sprinkled psychedelic powder, and even the branches and leaves of the enlightenment tea tree turned into sword energy, forming the 100 herbs killing array. Do you think the pill eaters are only capable of this? The man bit his tongue and summoned the pill tribulation pearl. The imprisoned spirit of the pill cultivator within the pearl transformed into a black mist, which unexpectedly condensed into the pill destroying beast, the nemesis of the pill Dao Law. Lin Xianfan laughed heartily. Lin Mo, who was in his arms, suddenly reached out. The power of the Hongmeng Dao embryo in his palm transformed into a net of light, absorbing the pill-destroying beast and transforming it into pure spiritual energy. The way of heaven is flawed, but the way of alchemy is eternal. Lin Xianfan held the divine seal of transformation in his hand. The divine code and the seal merged, and the balance of alchemy appeared in the void. The alchemy clan feeds on the flesh and blood of alchemists, which is the greatest shame of the way of alchemy. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. 3 colored light shot out from the seal and directly shattered the alchemy bead. Before the alchemy clan man turned into ashes, he saw in horror the alchemy dharma image behind Lin Xianfan. It was a chaos Daozun holding an alchemy furnace in his left hand and a magic sword in his right hand. The alchemy conference ultimately resulted in a resounding victory for the myriad immortals. Dan Wugo personally handed the alchemy king order to Lin Xianfan, and from then on, Alchemy Valley would follow the orders of the myriad immortals. Lin Xianfan then inscribed on a blank stele in the myriad medicine steel forest, "Alchemy is not about killing, but about saving. It is not about fighting for power, but about the way." These words ignited the response of alchemists throughout the universe, sparking a wave of alchemy to save the world. On the way back, Yang Zi learned through the fate-defying heavenly plate that the pill eaters were actually backed by the remnants of the Daoxian Palace, and their true goal was the myriad medicine divine cannon in Lin Xianfan's hands. Lin Xianfan gently caressed the sleeping Lin Mo, a cold look flashing in his eyes. "Daoxian Palace, pill eaters, since you want to play, I will play with you to the end. Next time, I will let you know what true alchemy warfare is." That night, within the Wanxian Sect's alchemy hall, the 360 alchemy furnaces lit up once again. Lin Xianfan gazed at the swirling chaotic spiritual energy within the furnaces, a plan forming in his mind. He would refine the heavenly Dao pill induction, using the power of alchemy to manipulate the laws of heaven and finally put an end to the threat posed by the Daoxian Palace and the pill-eating clan. This time, he not only had the support of the Wanxian sect but also the support of the entire alchemy community. The aftermath of the alchemy conference continued to spread, and Lin Xianfan's name became a legend in the world of alchemy. When he set out on his journey again, he was followed not only by disciples of the myriad immortals sect, but also by countless cultivators wielding alchemy furnaces. They used medicine as their weapons and elixirs as their banners, vowing to carve out a path for alchemy in the myriad realms. And in the depths of the 33rd heaven, the ancestor of the pill eaters looked at the broken clan emblem in his hand and muttered to himself, "The chaos pill Dao is indeed the nemesis of our tribe. But our pill eaters have existed for countless epochs, how could we be easily destroyed? Lin Xianfan, our good show is just begun." He raised his hand, and a more powerful pill tribulation pearl emerged from the blood mist. Imprisoned in the pearl was the residual soul of the ancient pill god. A final showdown, crucial to the rise and fall of the Tao of alchemy, brewed in the darkness. But Lin Xianfan was already fearless. He gently stroked the divine cannon, his gaze determined as long as the 10,000 immortal sect remained, and with the compassion and power of the Tao of alchemy, he could defy fate, subdue the heavens, and let the light of the Tao of alchemy illuminate the world forever. Chapter 133 Refining the 7th Grade Pill. Inside the Wanxian Sect's Hongmeng Pill Hall, 360 alchemy lamps lit up one after another, projecting a vast starry sky onto the dome. Lin Xianfan, clad in a gold-embroidered alchemist's robe, fingertips traced a golden recipe from the myriad medicine divine cannon, the 7th Grade Dragon Pill. This elixir, claimed to help dragon cultivators break free from the heavenly dragon chains and reshape their spirits, was considered a death barrier in the alchemy world. Notify Lu Shi to prepare the 1,000-year-old ambergris, the 9 netherworld fire lotus, and the 100-year-old roots of the enlightenment tea tree. Lin Xianfan's voice echoed in the Dan Palace. Suli, you and Bingfeng will be responsible for controlling the fire Dan Xingzi, blend the medicinal ingredients Yang Zi, use the anti-fate skyplate to lock in the auspicious time. Everyone took the order and left. The air was soon filled with a complex and rich medicinal aroma. The domineering ambergris, the coldness of the netherworld fire lotus and the fragrance of the enlightenment tea intertwined, and actually condensed into cloud-like elixir patterns on the ground of the Dan Palace. When refining a 7th grade elixir, controlling the fire is paramount. Lin Xianfan summoned the primordial chaos alchemy furnace, its hull engraved with the totem of all medicinal herbs vibrant with the infusion of spiritual energy. When the 9 netherworld fire lotus was dropped into the furnace, it was instantly engulfed in black flames, reaching temperatures approaching 10,000 degrees Celsius, even ripples in the restrictions of the Hongmeng Alchemy Hall. This fire must be neutralized with primordial chaos qi, otherwise it will become elixir poisoning. Lin Xianfan activated the 3 qi incarnations. The power of the Taiyin transformed into frost, and the Hongmeng purple energy condensed into chains, gradually stripping away the violent aura of the netherworld fire lotus. However, when the ambergris was added, the furnace suddenly vibrated violently. The dragon essence contained in the ambergris repelled the hellfire lotus. A ferocious dragon had emerged from the black flames, roaring fiercely. Oh no! Dragon energy is backlashing. Dan Xingzi's face paled as fine cracks appeared on the furnace's surface. If it exploded, the entire alchemy hall would be reduced to ruins. Lin Xianfan, however, remained calm. The divine tome automatically flipped to the evil dispelling chapter. He raised his hand and summoned the poison kingflower, pouring its purple venom into the alchemy furnace. The venom collided with the dragon energy, producing a strange chemical reaction. The shadow of the dragon head gradually became transparent, transforming into wisps of pure dragon breath. So that's how it works. Fight poison with poison, and then use the spiritual power of the enlightenment tea tree to harmonize. His eyes flashed with understanding, and he crushed the century-old root and added it. The flames in the alchemy furnace instantly turned a turquoise gold color, emitting an alluring medicinal aroma. At that moment, Yang Zi's fate-defying heavenly plate beeped. The auspicious time has arrived. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity and dripped the final ingredient, 3 drops of his own chaos blood essence, into the alchemy furnace. The moment the blood and the elixir merged, the entire alchemy hall was enveloped in a tricolor light. The sounds of dragons and phoenixes emanated from the furnace, and the phantom of a divine dragon, emerging from its cocoon, materialized in the void. But the trials of the 7th grade elixir were far from over. A elixir tribulation cloud suddenly formed above the cauldron. Unlike ordinary elixir tribulations, this dark cloud shimmered with runes of the laws of heaven, and each lightning bolt carried the power of destiny shackles. Lin Xianfan summoned the divine seal of transformation, and the divine tome levitated in mid-air, automatically turning pages. The pages of the myriad medicine divine tome transformed into a myriad medicine shield, shielding against the thunderstorm. The moment the first wave of heavenly thunder struck the alchemy furnace, the dragon's wails echoed from within. This was heaven's punishment for the dragon escape pill's violation of its rules. Lin Xianfan gritted his teeth and activated the Chaos Eternal Sutra. Chaos energy surged into the furnace like a tide, forcibly stabilizing the elixir. A second wave of causal thunder followed, attempting to sever the causal connection between the elixir and the dragons, but was frozen by Su Li's ice phoenix flame and then refined into a medicinal ingredient by the alchemy saint. The third, most deadly wave of eternal thunder descended. The eye of heaven condensed within the thunderclouds, gazing down with indifference. Lin Xianfan suddenly opened his mouth, exhaling a wisp of spiritual energy imbued with the patterns of the eternal Tao, which merged into the alchemy furnace. Today, I defy the will of heaven and change the fate of the dragon clan. If heaven forbids, I will fight to the bitter end. With these words, the eternal thunder suddenly reversed course, striking the eye of heaven. A resentful roar echoed through the sky, and the eye of heaven dissipated into a speck of light. Done. The moment Lin Xianfan opened the furnace, 9 dragon transmitting pills, shimmering with a rainbow of light, floated out. Each pill was wrapped around the surface of a miniature dragon, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. Ding! Successfully refined 7 pints of dragon pills x9. Rewards: Dan Dao Tiangong Order increases the quality of the pill. Dragon Pattern Dao Yun helps cultivators comprehend the laws of the dragon race. News spread like wildfire, shocking the Eastern Territory Dragon Clan. Ao Qiong, the Dragon Clan leader, personally led a delegation of elders to visit. Tears welled up in his eyes as he gazed upon the dragon-restoring pill. Since time immemorial, our clan has been bound by the heavenly Dao dragon chain, forever unable to break free. This pill, Sect Master Lin, is truly a gift of rebirth for the Dragon Clan. He then announced that the Dragon Clan was willing to form an alliance with the Myriad Immortals sect, providing them with precious alchemy ingredients such as dragon blood and dragon scales. However, danger also loomed. Remnants of the Daoxian Palace colluded with the pill-eating clan, ambushing the Transcendence pill while it was being transported. They unleashed the pill-devouring array, attempting to devour the pill and pin the blame on the Wanxian sect. Lin Xianfan, anticipating this, simultaneously dispatched his 3 Qi incarnations. The Taiyin clone cast an eternal night barrier, a Hongming clone manipulated the purple energy to form a cage, and the Chaos clone, wielding the divine seal of transformation, shattered the core of the formation. Want to seize the elixir? You'll have to get past me first. Lin Xianfan waved his hand, and the dragon escape pill transformed into 9 streams of light, flying into the bodies of the dragon elders. The instant the elixir took effect, the dragon scales surrounding the dragon elders glowed with a rainbow of colors, and the heavenly Dao dragon chains that bound them shattered. A powerful aura soared into the sky, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth. Ao Qiong broke through to the realm of eternal holy God. He looked at Lin Xianfan and bowed deeply. Sect Master Lin not only saved the Dragon Clan, but also gave us hope of breaking the destiny. From now on, if the 10,000 Immortals sect has any orders, the Dragon Clan will go through fire and water. As soon as these words came out, the Dragon Clans in all the heavens and worlds responded. For a time, countless phantoms of giant dragons appeared on the power map of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Inside the Wanxian sect's alchemy hall, Lin Xianfan gazed at the newly unlocked 8th grade pill formula from the Divine Canon, his eyes gleaming. He knew that the 7th grade dragon pill was just the beginning. As his alchemy skills advanced, he would eventually refine a divine elixir capable of rewriting the laws of nature. Next goal, the 8th grade fate-defying creation pill, he muttered to himself. This time, I'll make the entire universe tremble before the radiance of alchemy. As night fell, the Wanxian sect's alchemy furnace remained brightly lit. Lin Xianfan picked up Lin Mo, who was waving his hands, trying to grasp the dragon-like image on the elixir. Mo, do you see? This is the power of alchemy, he whispered. In the future, this power will be inherited by you, and you will write your own alchemy legend. In the distance, Suli, Jiming, and the others watched the scene, their eyes filled with relief. They knew that Lin Xianfan's path to alchemy had no end in sight, and that the Wanxian sect, under the protection of alchemy, would gradually ascend to the pinnacle of the universe, becoming a force to be reckoned with by all forces. Chapter 134 Dan to the First. The alchemy practitioners of the myriad realms had never witnessed anything like this. When news spread that Lin Xianfan had refined a 7-pint dragon elixir, the entire heavens seemed to tremble at the rise of alchemy. Alchemy towers across the vast star regions lit up with brilliant light, bells and drums echoed from ancient alchemy heritage sites, and ancient alchemy texts, sealed for countless years, automatically opened, revealing the long-erased prophecy: the Chaos Alchemy Master has arrived, and the alchemy path will regain its dominance. The Wanxian sect's Hongmeng Alchemy Hall was enveloped by a rich aura of laws. Lin Xianfan placed the myriad medicine Divine Canon upon the alchemy furnace, and it automatically floated and unfolded. Golden runes flowed between the pages like a galaxy. His goal today was not only to reach a higher level in the alchemy realm, but also to single-handedly elevate the Wanxian sect to the pinnacle of orthodox alchemy. Take the essences of 3,000 spiritual plants and blend them with dragon blood and the primordial purple energy. Lin Xianfan's voice was steady and commanding. Dan Shengzi and Lu Shi were busy but not chaotic, handing over the already prepared ingredients one by one. When the first drop of dragon blood fell into the alchemy furnace, a giant golden dragon suddenly rose from the furnace. The dragon's roar resounded throughout the Zhongshuan realm, causing the spirit beasts within the sect to prostrate themselves on the ground. This time, he refined the creation primordial pill, surpassing even the 7th grade dragon pill. This pill is said to reshape a cultivator's foundation and reverse their cultivation level. The materials required for its creation span the universe, the most crucial of which, the primordial blue lotus core, blooms only once every 100,000 years. Lin Xianfan expended considerable resources, securing it with the assistance of the Dragon Clan and the Spiritual Plant Merchant Alliance. The flames within the furnace alternated between ghostly flames and the true fire of the sun. Lin Xianfan's 3 Qi incarnations each unleashed their own magical powers. The Taiyin clone controlled the temperature, the Hongmeng clone regulated the medicinal potency, and the Chaos clone suppressed the furnace. As the refining process deepened, the floor of the alchemy hall began to crack, and from the cracks emerged chaotic energy, frantically absorbing the entire Wanxian sect's spiritual energy. Oh no! The pill tribulation has arrived prematurely. Yang Zi exclaimed, looking at the chaotic causal lines on the fate-defying heavenly plate. In the sky, pitch-black tribulation clouds rapidly gathered around the 10,000 Immortal sect. Within these clouds flashed no ordinary lightning, but rather world-destroying divine thunder, imbued with the power of heaven's judgment. Each bolt of lightning carried a pressure powerful enough to obliterate even a powerful being in the eternal saint realm. Lin Xianfan's expression was solemn, yet he showed no trace of fear. He waved his hand and summoned the divine seal of transformation. The seal hovered in the air, resonating with the divine canon. The intertwined light of the two shot straight into the sky, forming a massive alchemy barrier beneath the calamity clouds. Today, I will prove my Tao through alchemy, so that even the heavenly Tao will recognize the orthodoxy of my 10,000 Immortal sect. The first wave of world-destroying divine thunder roared down, violently shaking the alchemy barrier. Lin Xianfan activated the 10,000 Medicines anti-disaster art from the 10,000 Medicines divine canon, transforming the medicinal materials within the furnace into countless phantom medicinal spirits, forming a massive defensive formation. The instant the divine thunder struck the medicinal spirits, they were transformed into nutrients for the elixir, causing the elixir liquid within the furnace to boil and emit an intoxicating medicinal fragrance. However, heaven's punishment went far beyond this. A second wave of divine thunder transformed into countless swords of heaven's laws, aimed directly at Lin Qianfan's Dao heart. Countless images flashed through his mind: the conspiracy of Daoxian Palace, the threat of the Pill Eaters, the fate of his disciples. But these illusions were quickly dispelled by the fragrance of the Enlightenment tea, and his Dao heart was as solid as the Chaos Green Lotus. Those who practiced the Dao of alchemy must save others as well as themselves. Lin Qianfan roared, his chaotic energy transforming into a giant hand that grasped the sword of law and crushed it into spiritual energy. When the third and most powerful wave of heaven's wrath thunderstorm descended, the face of the heavenly Dao condensed in the center of the calamity cloud, looking down with indifference. Lin Qianfan didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he spread his arms wide, unleashing the chaos qi, the primordial purple qi, and the tying force within his body. His three energies merged, manifesting behind him as the 10,000-foot-tall Dharmakaya of chaos alchemy venerable. He held the alchemy furnace in his left hand and the myriad medicines divine scripture in his right, surrounded by the phantom images of medicinal spirits from the heavens and the myriad realms. With my alchemy, I will suppress the heavenly Dao. Lin Qianfan waved the divine tome in his Dharma form, and the pages transformed into countless chains of alchemy principles, directly entangling the wrathful thunder tribulation of the heavenly Dao. The chaos alchemy furnace erupted with brilliant light, absorbing all the power of the thunder tribulation and refining it into the essence of the elixir. As the last trace of the calamity cloud dissipated, a crisp chime emanated from the alchemy furnace. The moment Lin Qianfan opened the furnace, 36 primordial pills of creation, radiating a rainbow of light, floated out. The laws of chaos, and primordialine flowed on the surface of each pill, and phantom medicinal spirits danced around them. Ding! Successfully refined 36 8th grade creation primordial pills. Rewards: Alchemy Supreme Order commands all alchemists. Origin of all medicinal materials grants the alchemist the ability to communicate with the medicinal properties of all things. The news reverberated like thunder across the heavens and the myriad realms, and countless heirs of alchemy sacred sites rushed to the Wanxian sect. Dan Wugo, the master of Danwang Valley, presented the order of the successive alchemy kings to Lin Qianfan in public. From this day forward, Danwang Valley will follow the lead of the Wanxian sect. Sect Master Lin, you are truly worthy of being the supreme alchemist. Forces like the Netherworld Demon sect and the Medicine God sect were forced to bow their heads and sent envoys to offer congratulatory gifts. Even the usually arrogant pill eaters lay low in the shadows, daring not to act rashly. Meanwhile, races like the Dragon Clan and the Spirit Plant Clan revered the Myriad Immortals sect as their common leader, regularly offering precious alchemy materials. Lin Qianfan stood atop the Wanxian sect's heaven-suppressing tower, gazing at the alchemy practitioners below like pilgrims, toying with the supreme order of the alchemy Dao in his hand. He knew it wasn't just a token commanding alchemy practitioners, but also a symbol of the Wanxian sect's ascent to the pinnacle. Being number one in the alchemy path is only the starting point, he muttered, his gaze gazing towards the 33rd heaven. Daoxian Palace, Alchemy Clan, your doom is not far off. At this moment, Lin Mo babbled in Jinming's arms. The little fellow reached out to grasp the phantom of the elixir in the air. The power of the Hongmeng Daotai shimmering in his palm resonated with the creation Hunyuan pill, unexpectedly outlining a more advanced elixir pattern in the void. Seeing this, Lin Qianfan smiled with satisfaction. The legend of the Wanxian sect's alchemy was just beginning, and the future was bound to be even more glorious. Chapter 135, Recruiting the Alchemy Genius High Sheik. The Wanxian sect's fame for alchemy resounded like thunder throughout the heavens and realms, drawing a constant stream of cultivators drawn to its renown. In the aftermath of the Wanyao Dao conference, a peculiar young man entered the Songshuan territory dressed in coarse linen. He carried 9 ancient alchemy furnaces on his back. Each furnace, its surface mottled with cracks, emanated a faint, unnerving alchemy aura. Lin Qianfan was contemplating the origin of all medicinals in the Hongmeng Alchemy Hall when he suddenly felt the spiritual plants within the hall tremble, and the branches of the Enlightenment tea tree automatically pointed outward. Yang Zi flipped the fate-defying heavenly plate, and a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the plate. Master! This person has a special destiny, a talent for alchemy that is truly unprecedented. His soul lamp actually resonates with the myriad medicinals divine codex. The young man named Hai Sheik hailed from the remote Findan Island of the Star region. Despite the island's meager resources, he, with his astonishing talent, used volcanic lava as fire and sea sand as medicine to refine the Ember Sea pill, a powerful resurrection pill. Standing outside the alchemy hall, he gazed at the chaos alchemist's image behind Lin Qianfan. His eyes held no fear, only a burning desire. I've heard the Myriad Immortals sect's alchemy is unrivaled. I offer the 9 Tribulations Alchemy Furnace as a gift, and beg Sect Master Lin to accept me as his disciple." Before he finished speaking, the 9 alchemy furnaces behind him exploded simultaneously, transforming into 9 streams of light that merged into the alchemy hall, outlining the 9 transformation alchemy formation on the ground. Lin Xianfan's gaze narrowed slightly. He raised his hand and sent a wisp of primordial purple energy into the young man's meridians, discovering the rare origin of alchemy fire flowing within him, a special physique capable of devouring any flame and transforming it into the power of the alchemy path. "Do you know that to become my disciple, one must endure countless tribulations?" Lin Xianfan tapped his fingertips, and a golden page flew out from the divine cannon, transforming into a test for alchemy. Hai Shik took the golden page and saw the difficult question: fight poison with poison, and refine the 3 purities detoxification pill. A confident smile played on the young man's lips. He casually pulled a pitch-black netherworld ghost vine from his sleeve, then grabbed a handful of enlightenment tea dregs from the ground and instantly ignited them with the essence of the alchemy fire. The elixir fire, a strange purple, surged in his palm. Hai Shik manipulated the flames while muttering obscure alchemy techniques, perfectly blending the ghost vine's toxicity with the pure spirit of tea dregs. As the elixir took shape, yin-yang fish patterns swirled on its surface, and a gentle shake evoked the sound of the 3 purities. Lin Xianfan nodded slightly, transforming his divine seal into a beam of light that pierced Hai Shik's brow. "From this day forward, you are my 10,000 Immortals sect's direct disciple of alchemy. I bestow upon you the name Dan Jia. Ding! Successfully accepted the alchemy genius Hai Shik Dan Jia as a disciple. Rewards: 2,000 golden summoning cards, Josho Alchemy Pavilion construction blueprints, Myriad Medicine Samsara Pond, Alchemy Puppet Workshop." The moment the system notification sounded, 2,000 golden summoning cards flooded into the void ring like a tide, each card encapsulating the phantom of a different alchemy master or ancient alchemy beast. Lin Xianfan immediately summoned the sect's senior leaders to demonstrate the reward facilities at the martial arts arena. The blueprint for the 9 Heavens Alchemy Pavilion unfolded, transforming into a floating 9-story phantom. Each floor corresponded to a different principle of the heavenly Tao. The pavilion contained a built-in elixir gathering formation, which tripled the success rate of elixirs. When spiritual water was poured into the Myriad Medicine reincarnation pool, a yin-yang fish pattern emerged at its bottom. Ordinary medicinal herbs, when introduced, would automatically cycle and grow into premium spiritual plants. The Alchemy Puppet Workshop was even more remarkable, transforming abandoned alchemy furnaces and medicinal waste into combat puppets imbued with the wisdom of the alchemy Tao. "Suli, lead the people to build the Josho Alchemy Pavilion. Lu Shi will be responsible for the cultivation of spiritual plants, and the Wanyao Samsara Pool. Dan Xingzi will immediately start the puppet workshop." Lin Xianfan swept his eyes over the crowd. "Dan Jia, follow me to study these summoning cards." The master and disciple entered the Chaos Pavilion. When the first golden card was activated, the void shook, and an old man in a Taoist robe with Dan patterns came stepping on the light. He was the first palace master of the ancient alchemy Holy Land, Danchao Palace. The old man glanced around and saw the Myriad Medicine divine cannon in Lin Xianfan's hand. He was so excited that his whole body was shaking. "I didn't expect that I could see the divine cannon again in this lifetime. My friend, if you don't mind, I am willing to refine the sect's stabilizing divine elixir for the 10,000 Immortals sect." Among the cards that were activated afterwards, there was the Lava Pill Beast that could control the Earth's core fire, the Tianji Pill Spirit that was proficient in alchemy formations, and even the 9 Nether Pill Demon that mastered the Lost Pill formula. News quickly spread throughout the universe. The remnants of the Daoxian Palace were on edge, knowing full well what 2,000 summoning cards meant. The Wanxian sect could, at any moment, assemble a terrifying army of supreme alchemists. The pill-eating clan leader gazed at the clan's tome, his face dark as ink. With the Wanxian sect possessing such a formidable foundation, our plan to swallow the pill must be brought forward. Meanwhile, within the Wanxian sect, Dan Jia was in seclusion within the Josho Alchemy Pavilion. He had combined the power of his summoned Dan beasts to create a unique beast fire alchemy method. Using the flames of the Lava Dan beast, he crafted the Heaven Burning Pill, a weapon whose power rivaled the attacks of a super emperor soldier. Lin Xianfan stood outside the pavilion, observing his disciple Dan Jia's progress, a new plan forming in his mind. Once all the summoning cards are activated, it will be time to annihilate the Daoxian Palace and the Dan Eating Clan. As night fell, the spiritual plants in the Myriad Medicine reincarnation pond had grown into a forest, emitting an alluring medicinal fragrance. In the Alchemy Puppet Workshop, hundreds of alchemy puppets lined up in neat rows, their weapons each forged from the alchemy furnace. Lin Xianfan, clutching the divine seal of transformation, gazed at the starry sky. 2,000 golden summoning cards floated behind him, like a golden army awaiting battle. He knew that the era of alchemy hegemony for the myriad immortals sect had arrived. Chapter 136 Chapter 136 A New Beginning. While the Wanxian sect's alchemy flourished, Lin Xianfan, atop the Zhoushuo alchemy pavilion, gazed toward the 33rd heaven, a glint of gloom in his eyes. The afterglow of the alchemy conference had barely faded when a warning emanated from the heavenly dispenser of fate. The remnant spirit of Daoxian Palace Master Xianling Daozuan had merged with the Dan Jeju of the Dan Eating clan in the realm of nothingness, attempting to reshape his body with the spiritual consciousness of tens of millions of alchemy practitioners. What was to come has finally come. Lin Xianfan gently stroked the divine seal of transformation. 2,000 golden summoning cards floated behind him, and the shadowy figures of the ancient alchemy master and the chaos divine beast loomed. Notify everyone, in 3 days, follow me to flatten the void realm and put an end to the sins of Daoxian Palace. On the eve of the expedition, Jiming carried Lin Mo to the observatory. The little one was already taking his first steps, and the power of the Hongmeng Dao Tai in his palm occasionally deflected the trajectory of the stars. Xianfan, the laws of heaven have been unusually active recently, as if something is brewing. She whispered softly, the dream spirit patterns sketching ominous hexagrams in the starry sky. Lin Xianfan hugged his wife and child in his arms, feeling the fragrance of the dream spirit grass in Jiming's hair. No matter what the heavens plan, our Wanxian sect is no longer the Wuxiaman. On the third day, the 10,000 immortals sect's void fleet obscured the sky. Lin Xianfan, clad in the Chaos Alchemy Master's robes, led the vanguard, Dan Jie controlling the 9 Tribulations alchemy furnaces. Su Baihuan led the mind control army to establish a spatial blockade, while Yang Zi used the fate-defying heavenly disk to lock onto Dao Zun Xianling's causal line. As the fleet entered the realm of nothingness, the scene before them was horrifying. The consciousnesses of tens of millions of alchemy practitioners were trapped within giant Dan Jie beads, forming a twisted alchemy soul prison. The shadowy figure of Dao Zun Xianling sat cross-legged in the center, shrouded in the corrosive aura of the alchemy eaters. Lin Xianfan, do you think alchemy can save the world? The phantom spread its arms, and the caged spirit let out a shrill scream. The resentment of these alchemists is enough to refine a world-destroying poison. Before he finished speaking, black poisonous mist gushed out, instantly corroding Su Li's Xianbing Tianfa. Lin Xianfan's eyes turned cold, and he waved his hand to summon the projections of 100 powerful alchemists, each holding a pill of different grades. With the kindness of alchemy, I will overcome your evil. Hundreds of alchemy masters attacked simultaneously. Some released purifying pills to neutralize the poisonous fog, while others offered soul-calming pills to soothe the spirits. The alchemy tribulation controlled the 9 Tribulations alchemy furnace to unleash the alchemy fire burning heaven formation. Purple flames collided with the elixir corrosive energy, emitting a deafening roar. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity to unleash the myriad medicine reincarnation domain, drawing all the trapped spirits into the domain for purification. When the first alchemy master awoke, he saw the totem of the myriad immortals sect reflected in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Dao Zun Xianling forcibly fused his pill tribulation pearl, transforming into a 1,000-foot-tall pill poison giant, its fist brimming with world-destroying poison. Lin Xianfan remained calm, simultaneously unleashing the divine scripture and the divine seal of transformation, forming an alchemy scale in mid-air. On the left, the alleviating power of the chaos boundary-breaking pill rested, while on the right, Dao Zun Xianling's numerous crimes were placed. As the scale tilted, the giant's attack unexpectedly returned, shattering half of his body. Impossible. How can you control the power of the balance of power of the heavenly Tao? The phantom retreated in fear, but was caught up by Lin Xianfan's chaotic clone. 50 golden summoning cards were activated at the same time. Pango's Phantom's axe of creation and Nuwa's Phantom's stone of repairing the sky fell one after another, and actually split a crack in the realm of nothingness, revealing the origin of the heavenly Tao behind it. Lin Xianfan's heart stirred. He abandoned his pursuit of Taoist Master Xianling and led his team into the land of origin. The sight before them made everyone hold their breath. Countless fragments of the laws of heaven were suspended in a vortex, and at its center was a seething heavenly furnace, roiling with the primordial laws of the dawn of chaos. Yang Zi's fate-defying heavenly disk suddenly shattered, its fragments melting into the furnace, revealing the thread of destiny for all the heavens and worlds. So that's how it is. The heavenly Tao furnace is the core used to forge the laws. Lin Xianfan activated the 3 incarnations of Qi, and injected the chaotic energy, the primordial purple energy, and the power of Tai-Yin into the furnace at the same time. If you can control this place, you can rewrite the laws of heavenly Tao at will. However, the furnace suddenly erupted and shook violently, and countless spirits of laws turned into warriors and attacked. Each of them held a different sort of law, representing the order and destruction of heavenly Tao. Seeing this, Dan Jia waved his hand and summoned 2,000 Dan Dao puppets. These warriors, forged from abandoned alchemy furnaces, immediately engaged in battle with the spirit of the law. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity and plunged the myriad medicine divine codex into the furnace. The codex transformed into thousands of Dan Dao runes, which fused with the fragments of the law, and unexpectedly, within the furnace, he forged a heavenly Dao pill, a pill that radiated a light that combined chaos and order. A gentle shake could hear the heartbeat of the heavens and the universe. Xianfan, be careful! Jiming cried out in alarm. The remnant spirit of Daozuan Xianling seized the opportunity to possess the spirit of law, wielding the Daoxian world-destroying sword and stabbing him in the back. In the nick of time, Lin Mo suddenly flew out of Jiming's arms, the power of the Hongmeng Dao embryo in his palm transforming into a light shield that shattered the world-destroying sword into dust. The little creature's tender voice cried "Daddy," but it caused all the spirits of law to pause for a moment. They sensed the power of creation contained within the Hongmeng Dao embryo. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity to crush the heavenly Dao pill, transforming it into countless points of light that merged into everyone's sea of consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he could clearly see each person's fate line, even reaching out to touch and gently shift it. Taoist Master Xianling's remnant soul roared in frustration amid the rain of light before dissipating into a speck of light. The heavenly Dao crucible in the realm of nothingness was completely etched with the imprint of the 10,000 immortal sex laws. Ding! Successfully controlled the source of the heavenly Dao. Rewards: Heavenly Dao Forging Authority, customizable low-level laws, Fate Weaver title. The moment the system notification sounded, a golden totem emerged from the void fleet of the 10,000 immortal sect. The realms of all the disciples began to rise rapidly. Even the lowest-ranking outer disciples could feel the power of the laws flowing through their bodies. On the return journey, Lin Xianfan stood at the bow, gazing at the sleeping Lin Mo in his arms, then at Yang Zi, who was repairing the fate-defying heavenly disc. He knew that a new journey had just begun. After gaining control of the heavenly Dao furnace, the myriad immortals sect would need to redefine the laws governing the universe. And in the more distant star regions, countless unknown civilizations and forces awaited their redemption through the Dao of alchemy. Master, we've discovered the coordinates of the Hongmeng planet ahead. Su Baihuan's voice brimmed with excitement. It said that it was a forbidden zone for life at the dawn of chaos. Perhaps it holds the last of the 3 Hongmeng spiritual roots. Lin Xianfan nodded, his gaze darting into the depths of the universe, where a vaster world awaited exploration. He gently stroked Lin Mo's face and whispered, "More, are you ready to follow Daddy to see the true Hongmeng world?" The fall of Daoxian Palace was merely the beginning of a new journey across the heavens. As the banner of the myriad immortals sect flew above the heavenly Dao crucible, and as the principles of alchemy became the new order of the universe, Lin Xianfan knew their era had just begun. And he, in the name of Primal Chaos Alchemy Master, carrying the will of the myriad immortals sect, would write the most magnificent chapter in this vast universe. The alchemy chapter is over, and the new chapter, Expedition to the Heavens, is about to begin. The mysterious power of the Hongmeng planet, the ethical dilemma forged by the heavenly Dao, and the secret of Lin Mo's Hongmeng Dao fetus, all in the subsequent chapters. Chapter 137. Chapter 137. Heading to the Arctic region. The void fleet of the Wanxian sect cut through the galaxy. Lin Xianfan stood in front of the observation deck of the main ship Hongmeng, looking at the gradually expanding blue iceball in front of him, the Arctic region. This deadly place, called the Frozen Cemetery by the heavens in all realms, it is said that even light will be frozen. For billions of years, no one has dared to go deep into the core. Master, the fate-defying skyplate indicates extremely strong spatial fluctuations in the core of the Arctic region. Yang Zi's voice trembled slightly, a thin layer of frost forming on the surface of the skyplate. According to ancient records, Endless, the leader of the ancient walking tribe, is sealed here. He mastered the infinite footwork and the law of ice, and once single-handedly repelled an invasion by the Netherworld Demon Clan. Lin Xianfan gently stroked the eternal Dao pattern between his brows, the 3 Qi incarnations looming behind him. The hiking tribe excels at measuring the heavens and earth with their footwork. Their endless infinite footwork can shatter spatial barriers. If we can subdue them, they will be of great use to our sect's exploration of the heavens. Dan Jia, prepare the ice-breaking pill. Su Baihuan, use mind control to construct a spatial anchor point. The rest of you, follow me and learn the laws of the Arctic region. As the fleet approached the Arctic, the temperature plummeted below freezing, even the chaotic aura shimmering with frost. Lin Xianfan waved his hand and scattered the powdered ice-breaking pill, instantly clearing a boiling channel ahead of the fleet. However, they discovered countless corpses trapped beneath the ice, their expressions frozen in terror, their bodies covered in strange spatial patterns, the remnants of the hiker's spacewalk. Be careful. This is the permanent freeze trap. Dan Jia exclaimed. His Dan fire source unexpectedly became sluggish in the low temperature. The corpses in the ice are all baits, the real killer move is below. Before he finished speaking, the ice suddenly cracked, and countless footwork puppets condensed from ice blocks stepped into the air, leaving diamond-shaped space runes in the void with every step. The fleet's artillery fire hit the puppets and was reflected in the opposite direction, almost hitting the friendly ship. Lin Xianfan's eyes darkened, and the divine tome automatically flipped to the Breaking the Formation chapter. His fingertips tapped 3 Dan patterns into the puppet's body. Miraculously, the puppet's icy body began to melt, revealing the imprisoned descendants of the hikers within. These descendants were covered in frostbite, but upon seeing Lin Xianfan's Dan patterns, hope shone in their eyes. Dan Dao Supreme, are you here to save us? Through his descendants' recounting, Lin Xianfan learned the truth. Wu Jin had not voluntarily sealed the Arctic region, but was instead conspired against by the Daoshen Palace and the Pill-Eating clan, who had frozen him and his entire race with the 3 in freezing formation in an attempt to exploit the spatial laws of the Walking clan to create weapons of war. Currently, beneath the core ice layer of the Arctic region lies Wu Jin's prison, and those walking puppets are all demonized members of the clan. Lead the way to Wu Jin. Lin Xianfan lifted a descendant, and the primordial purple energy surged into his meridians, healing his frostbite at a speed visible to the naked eye. The descendant stared at his own restored hands in shock, then sank to his knees. If your lord can rescue our leader, the walking tribe will serve the Wanxian sect for generations. Following Hui deeper into the ice, they encountered countless spatial traps along the way, but Lin Xianfan easily circumvented them with his chaos sword chi and Danwen patterns. When they reached the core cage, the sight before them was shocking. Wuji was chained to the center of a massive iceberg, his body fused with the laws of the Arctic, his every breath causing spatial vibrations. Beneath him lay a mountain of alchemy texts and a shattered alchemy furnace. Daoshen Palace, the Pill-Eating clan. Endless voices were like the collapsing glacier. They want to force me to refine this space world destroying pill. I would rather turn myself into a pill furnace than help the evil. Lin Xianfan then noticed that there was a pitch-black pill bead embedded in the heart of the Endless, and it was this bead that was constantly absorbing the vitality of the hikers. I'm here to help you break the calamity. Lin Xianfan sacrificed the divine seal of transformation, and 2,000 golden summoning cards flew at the same time. Dan Jia used the 9 tribulations alchemy furnace to ignite the Dan fire in his body. Yang Zi used the heavenly plate of reverse fate to reverse the chain of cause and effect. Suli used the mysterious ice heavenly punishment to freeze the erosion of the Dan Jia pearl. The 3 Chi incarnations acted separately. The Taiyin clone laid down the eternal night barrier to prevent energy leakage, the Hongmeng clone reinforced the cage with purple Chi, and the Chaos clone directly broke into the endless sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, Infinite's consciousness was trapped in a maze of spatial runes, each wall inscribed with the curse of Daoshen Palace. Lin Xianfan activated the heart and soul alchemy method from the myriad medicine divine canon, transforming the fragrance of the enlightenment tea into keys, unlocking the rune shackles one by one. When the last shackle shattered, Infinite's consciousness finally awoke. He gazed at the tricolor light in Lin Xianfan's eyes and smiled a smile not seen in a millennium. Chaos Alchemy Master. I've waited far too long for this day. In reality, Dan Jia's 9 tribulations alchemy furnace resonated with Wuji's heart, unexpectedly forging its space seal breaking pill. Lin Xianfan fed the pill into Wuji's mouth, and the latter's body began to vibrate violently, his chains breaking inch by inch. The laws of ice and space condensed behind him into a pair of icy wings, each feather gleaming with starlight. My infinite footwork can finally measure the heavens and earth once again. Wu Jin stretched his body, and with a casual step, he appeared thousands of miles away. With another step, he returned to his original spot. Master Lin, in gratitude for saving my life, I offer the hikers space Dao patterns in control of the Arctic region. Furthermore, he gazed deep into the ice. Here lies the ancient Star Trek alchemy furnace, said to be capable of refining elixirs that transcend time and space. Ding! Successfully subdued the ancient powerhouse Endless Walk. Rewards: Infinite Footwork Inheritance, Arctic Domain Ice Palace, convertible to a sect fortress, 500 golden summoning cards. As the system prompt sounded, the ice in the Arctic began to melt, revealing the hidden Star Trek alchemy furnace, a massive furnace forged by the power of the stars, its body engraved with a cosmic star map, its center burning with the eternal Arctic true fire. Lin Xianfan waved his hand, placing the alchemy furnace into his void ring. Turning to Wu Jin, he said, from now on, the Arctic region will be renamed the 10,000 Immortals Ice Palace. You will be in charge of guarding it and training the sect's disciples in spatial footwork. Wu Jin knelt on one knee and said, "I will obey the command of my lord. From now on, the walking tribe will only recognize the 10,000 Immortals sect as their leader." On the return journey, Lin Xianfan studied the jade slips of the infinite footwork inheritance and discovered that it resonated strangely with the energy of chaos. He attempted to combine the footwork with the 3 Qi incarnations, and surprisingly, he was able to instantly create multiple afterimages, each capable of independent combat, a significant advancement to the 10,000 Immortals sect's tactical system. Deep in the Arctic, the unsealed Star Trek alchemy furnace suddenly roared, and within it emerged an elixir imbued with the laws of time and space. Lin Xianfan's pupils constricted. He recognized it as the reverse time pill mentioned in the divine canon, a remedy that could return one to a certain point in the past. He gripped the elixir tightly, a wave of emotion welling in his heart. Perhaps this elixir could unlock the mystery of the Dreamweaver's dream spirit bloodline, or even alter some regrettable past events. Xianfan, the spiritual energy of the Arctic region is converging towards the sect. Jiming's voice interrupted her thoughts. Lin Mo in her arms was curiously staring at the endless ice crystal wings. With a wave of her little hand, she stepped out of the void and created a miniature space door. Mo's Hongmeng Daotai seems to be very compatible with the laws of space. Lin Xianfan chuckled and picked up his son. It seems that our little Mo will be a genius in the laws of space in the future. He looked at the gradually shrinking Arctic region behind the fleet, and a new plan was already in his mind. After consolidating his rule over the Arctic region, he would launch the second phase of the Expedition of the Heavens, targeting the legendary Hongmeng planet, which is said to contain the last of the 3 Hongmeng spiritual roots, and is also the key to unlocking the mystery of Lin Mo's Taoist fetus. Wu Jin stood before the myriad Immortals' ice palace, watching the void fleet vanish into the nebula. He slowly spread his arms. The Arctic wind brushed past his fingertips, yet it could no longer take away a single ounce of his freedom. He knew that by following Lin Xianfan, the hiking tribe would truly be reborn. His infinite footwork would eventually traverse the heavens and myriad realms, allowing the myriad Immortals sect's banner to fly beneath every starry sky. A new journey has begun. With the dual blessing of alchemy and the laws of space, the Wanxian sect's progress will no longer be limited by any borders. Lin Xianfan gently stroked the time-reversing pill in his arms, his gaze determined no matter what time and space puzzles lay ahead, he would, in the name of the primal chaos pill master, solve them one by one, ensuring that the Wanxian sect's Taoism would be passed down through the heavens and the universe. Chapter 138 Chapter 138 The Ma family provoked the protagonist. Above the black iron city of the northern wilderness, Ma Outyan, patriarch of the Ma family, stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the alchemy supreme banner hanging at the city gates. A hint of disdain curled his lips. The banner had been hung only 3 days earlier, when the 10,000 Immortals sect's alchemy fleet passed through. The alchemists in the city lined the streets in welcome, but this had angered this martial arts family that prided itself on its black iron battle body. Alchemy is nothing but a side sect, yet you dare to usurp the throne in my Ma family's territory? Ma Outyan waved his hand and tore the silk banner into pieces, and the black iron fighting spirit condensed into a spear in his palm. Pass on my order. If you see anyone from the Wanxian sect, beat them to death. The Ma family members behind him responded loudly, among whom the young patriarch Ma Tang was the most excited. This man practiced the black iron alchemy technique and specialized in feeding on the spiritual energy of alchemy practitioners. He had long coveted the wealth of the Wanxian sect. 3 days later, the Wanxian sect's merchant ship, the Wudao, arrived at Xiantai City. Dan Xingzi, the leader of the group, had just disembarked when he was surrounded by a 100-man force led by Ma Tang. Ma Tang licked his lips and gazed at the Dan-patterned brocade pouch on Dan Xingzi's waist. I've heard that all of you Wanxian sect disciples carry top-grade elixirs. Hand over this pouch, and I'll spare your body. Dan Xingzi shook his head and sighed. He hadn't wanted to get involved, but then Ma Tang suddenly attacked, his fighting spirit transforming into an iron chain that wrapped around his neck. In the nick of time, a flash of purple light transformed Ma Tang's iron chain into molten iron. Su Baiwan's mind control technique, like an invisible hand, pinned him to the wall, preventing him from moving. You dare to hurt my Wanxian sect's people? Su Baiwan's eyes were cold. Do you know who the sect master of my sect is? Ma Tang laughed out loud. He's just an alchemist. My Ma family's black iron battle body is invulnerable to swords and spears. Even if he comes before he could finish his words, his meridians were shattered by Su Baiwan's mind control power, and he screamed and fainted. Ma Outyan was enjoying a drink with his allies from the Iron Blood Alliance when he learned the news. He slammed the table, his fighting spirit shattering the wine cups. Dare you attack me, Ma family? Go, destroy their merchant ships. 50 black iron battle bodies followed him, only to find that Dan Xingzi and his men had already set up the 10,000 medicines dragon trapping formation. Spiritual plant vines entwined with black iron battle chi, and the fragrance of the enlightenment tea transformed into a bewitching mist, trapping the arrogant Ma family warriors like dumplings. Ma Outyen, I remember you're a local overlord and don't want to argue with you. Dan Xingzi took out the communication jade slip, but if you continue to pester me, don't blame my sect leader for personally taking action. Ma Outyen took the opportunity to break the vines and pointed his spear at Dan Xingzi's throat. Don't try to scare me with your sect leader. Today I will destroy your prestige. Lin Qianfan's sneer suddenly echoed through the jade slip. Really? Before he could finish his words, Ma Outyen felt an overwhelming pressure descend from the sky, his black iron body actually cracking under the pressure. Lin Qianfan's chaos clone stepped into the air and lightly tapped Ma Outyen's brow with his fingertips, causing the latter's fighting spirit to melt like ice and snow in the sun. You're the Chaos Pill Master? Ma Outyen retreated in fear, only then remembering that the supreme alchemist whose story had recently spread throughout the heavens was none other than the master of the Myriad Immortals sect. Lin Qianfan smiled faintly and nodded. The divine scripture automatically opened to the punishment chapter, and the elixir patterns transformed into chains that entangled the Ma family members. Mysterious iron battle body, known for its ability to consume elixir and devour spiritual energy, today I will let you experience the backlash of the alchemy path. Dan Xingzi waved his hand and scattered his bone-eroding pill powder. The instant the powder came into contact with the black iron chi, it triggered a violent reaction. The Ma family's warriors screamed and fell to the ground, their bodies covered in Dan patterns, their spiritual energy being reversed and converted into toxins. Ma Outyen watched in despair as his arm dissolved into pus and blood, finally kneeling and begging for mercy. Dan Zun, spare my life. My Ma family is willing to offer all the black iron or just to spare my life. Lin Qianfan shook his head. You shouldn't have provoked the Wanxian sect, and certainly not attacked alchemists. He raised his hand and summoned the phantom of the Zhouxiao Alchemy Pavilion, from which 365 alchemy furnaces flew out. Considering your cultivation is difficult, I will refine you into the black iron battle body pill, allowing our disciples to study the integration of martial arts and alchemy. Ma Outyen felt like crying, but he couldn't even cry as he watched himself and his clansmen being sucked into the alchemy furnace. Screams echoed from within the furnace. A moment later, Dan Xingzi took out a pill engraved with a black iron battle pattern and handed it to Zhou Chen, the flesh cultivator beside him. Try it. Perhaps it will help your Han Yuan Saint body reach a new level of perfection. The news spread, sending shockwaves through the northern wilds. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance delivered a letter of surrender overnight, and the alchemists of Black Iron City spontaneously rebuilt the Alchemy Square, erecting a statue of Lin Qianfan in the city's center. The Ma family's black iron or vein was transformed into the iron furnace of 10,000 immortals, specifically forging weapons and alchemy furnaces for the sect. When Lin Qianfan's chaos clone returned to the sect, Yang Zi discovered something unusual through the fate-defying heavenly plate. Sect Master, the Ma family seems to be backed by the Iron Blood Alliance, and the Iron Blood Alliance is colluding with the remnants of the Daoxian Palace. Lin Qianfan's eyes turned cold, and the divine code automatically flipped to the continuous/chapter. Danwen condensed into a map on his fingertips. Since that's the case, let the Iron Blood Alliance and the Ma family become sacrifices for the establishment of the Wanxian sect's prestige. 3 days later, the Myriad Immortals sect's void fleet arrived at the Iron Blood Alliance's headquarters, Blood Iron City. Lin Qianfan himself took action, his 3 chi avatars combined with his endless infinite footwork to crush 36 defensive formations in the blink of an eye. The Iron Blood Alliance leader summoned the Iron Blood battle flag, but with a wave of his hand, Lin Qianfan transformed the flag into the Iron Blood pill ingredient, which merged into his newly refined War Soul pill. Do you think that martial arts are supreme and despise alchemy? Lin Qianfan held the War Soul pill in his hand, and the shadows of the war souls of the people in the Iron Blood Alliance flowed in the pill pattern. Today I will make you understand that in front of the Supreme Master of Alchemy, any martial arts is just a fire in the furnace and a medicine in the cauldron. He waved his hand and scattered the pills. The strong men of the Iron Blood Alliance felt that all their strength was drained and turned into pill energy to feed back to the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect. After this battle, no force in the northern wilds dared to oppose the Tao of Alchemy. Lin Qianfan gazed at the Wanxiandan fortress rising from the ruins of Blood Iron City, and a plan emerged in his mind. His next target would be the Netherworld Merchants Guild, which was in cahoots with the remnants of the Daoxian Palace. They controlled the black market transactions across the universe and were a key ally of the Dan Eating clan. Jiming held Lin Mo at the rear of the fleet. The little fellow gazed at the elixir patterns in the ruins, then suddenly reached out and refined the remaining battle energy into a miniature pill. Lin Xianfan chuckled at this. Amor's battle energy to pill technique is even more skillful than your father's. As night fell, the furnaces of the myriad immortals' pill fort lit up, illuminating the northern wilderness's night sky like day. Standing atop the fortress, Lin Xianfan gazed upon the alchemy empire he had single-handedly built. He knew clearly the Ma family's demise was only the first step in the sweeping plan of the universe. When the light of alchemy illuminated every corner, the end of Daoxian Palace and the pill-eating clan was truly not far away. In the secret room of the Netherworld Chamber of Commerce, the president looked at the broken communication jade slip in his hand and broke out in a cold sweat. Chaos Dan Zun can even destroy the Iron Blood Alliance. It seems that we have to start the Dan destruction plan as soon as possible, otherwise. He didn't dare to think about it anymore, and immediately ordered people to contact the ancestor of the Dan Eater clan. However, he didn't know that Lin Xianfan's fate-defying heavenly plate had already locked their every move. The laws of nature are constant, the path of alchemy is impermanent. Lin Xianfan gently stroked the divine cannon, his gaze determined any force that provokes the Wanxian sect will become a medicinal ingredient in the alchemy furnace. And he, using the path of alchemy as a blade, will sever all injustice in the world and make the Wanxian sect's reputation surpass the sun, moon, and stars, eternal and indestructible. Chapter 139 Chapter 139 The Ma family is destroyed. Under the blood-red setting sun of Black Iron City, the elixir-patterned battle flags of the 10,000 Immortals sect fluttered. Lin Xianfan stepped upon the Chaos Lotus platform, his three energies manifesting in the void. The pervasive pressure of the elixir path was so tangible that it suffocated the cultivators of the northern wilderness. The Ma family's ancestral home, illuminated by the elixir fire of the 10,000 Immortals pill fort, resembled a crumbling building. The Ma family members, like ants on a hot pan, struggled in vain and despair. Ma Outyen, the patriarch of the Ma family, was suspended in mid-air by Dan-pattern chains. His once invincible black iron physique was covered in cracks, and from each crevice seeped a foul-smelling black blood, the remnants of battle energy corroded by the power of the alchemy path. Dan Zun, spare me. My Ma family is willing to be enslaved for eternity, only begging for mercy. He cried out at the top of his lungs, his eyes filled with fear and regret, but all he received in response was Lin Xianfan's icy gaze. The Ma family has committed many evil deeds. They used their black iron battle bodies to bully alchemy practitioners and devour spiritual energy. Their sins are grave. Lin Xianfan's voice resounded throughout the entire Xiantai city like a bell, and every word seemed to carry the power of the laws of alchemy. Today, in the name of alchemy, I will carry out the punishment of heaven. As the words fell, he raised his hand and waved it. The divine book automatically turned to the chapter of extermination of the genocide, and a dazzling golden light burst out between the pages. Dan Xingzi, Su Baihuan, and the others were already fully prepared. Dan Xingzi controlled the 365 furnaces of the Nine Heavens Alchemy Pavilion, emitting a rainbow of flames, each corresponding to a different law of the heavens. Su Baihuan's telekinesis transformed into an invisible hand, retrieving the fleeing Ma family members. Yang Zi used the heavenly disk of destiny to lock the causal lines of every member of the Ma family, ensuring they had nowhere to escape. The Ma family's protective formation, the Black Iron Sky Prison Formation, roared to life. A thick black iron gate rose from the ground, attempting to trap the myriad immortals. However, Lin Xianfan merely smiled, and his chaos avatar summoned the divine seal of transformation. The instant the seal fell, the black iron gate was crushed like tofu, transforming into molten iron that flowed into the alchemy furnace, becoming the material for refining the black iron demon-breaking pill. Ma Teng, the young patriarch, refused to accept his demise. He forcibly burned his own bloodline and unleashed the Ma family's forbidden secret technique, the black iron self-destruction art, transforming himself into a massive black iron bomb, intent on annihilating the Wanxian sect along with him. However, as he approached, Lu Shi's emu spirit vine wrapped around him like a venomous snake. The elixir patterns on the vine rapidly spread, channeling the force of the self-destruction into the alchemy furnace. With a resounding boom, the elixir within the furnace remained intact and, instead, intensified by the impact. No! Impossible! Ma Teng roared in despair from within the alchemy furnace, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the roar of the burning fire. Seeing this, the other Ma family members knelt and begged for mercy, some even destroying their own cultivation just to save their lives. But Lin Xianfan remained unmoved. The majesty of alchemy could not be challenged, and the bottom line of the 10,000 Immortals sect could not be trampled upon. At Lin Xianfan's command, the elixir fire of the Wanxian pill fort shot up into the sky, transforming into 9 enormous elixir dragons that roared and swooped down upon the Ma family's ancestral home. Wherever the dragons passed, space warped, the black iron buildings melted instantly, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of burning metal. The Ma family's treasured martial arts manuals, black iron ore deposits, and the alchemy treasures they had plundered over the years were all destroyed in the elixir fire. The Ma family elders attempted to unleash the black iron war soul formation, summoning the phantoms of their ancestors' war spirits. Clad in black iron armor and wielding massive axes, these spirits charged fiercely toward the myriad immortals. But Lin Xianfan simply raised his hand, and a golden light emanated from the myriad medicine divine cannon, enveloping the war spirits. In the flash of light, the spirits' expressions shifted from anger to calm, ultimately transforming into strands of pure spiritual energy that merged into the alchemy furnace. How is this possible? The Ma family elders stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Their proud Ma family heritage was so vulnerable in the face of the alchemy power of the 10,000 Immortals sect. As the alchemy fire gradually died down, the Ma family's ancestral home was gone, leaving only a smoldering ruin. Lin Xianfan gazed upon the ruins, his eyes devoid of any pity. Alchemy can save lives, but it can also kill. This is the fate of those who dare to become an enemy of the 10,000 Immortals sect. His voice echoed throughout the northern wilderness, sending a chill down the spines of all those harboring ill intentions. After this battle, the cultivators of the northern wilderness gained a new appreciation for the power of the Wanxian sect's alchemy. Alchemists once oppressed by the Ma family flocked to join the Wanxian sect, while other factions also sent envoys to offer their support. The Wanxian sect's influence rapidly expanded across the northern wilderness, and a vast empire revered for its alchemy was emerging. Lin Xianfan stood atop the 10,000 Immortals Pill Fort, gazing out over the vast expanse of the northern wilderness. A new plan had already formed in his mind. The Ma family's demise was only the beginning. The remnants of the Daoxian Palace, the Pill-Eating Clan, the Netherworld Chamber of Commerce, these forces hostile to the 10,000 Immortals sect would all meet their doom under the light of the Tao of Alchemy. Xianfan, Imoer said he's hungry. Jiming's voice came from behind. Lin Xianfan turned around and looked at Lin Mo in his wife's arms. The little guy was waving his hands and babbling words that only he could understand. Lin Xianfan smiled slightly, and all the murderous aura disappeared at that moment. He walked forward and picked up his son. Come on, Daddy will refine the sweetest pill cake for you. As the sun sets, the furnaces of the Wanxian Pill Fort light up once again, their warm glow illuminating the night sky of the northern wilderness. Lin Xianfan, holding Lin Mo, stands side by side with Jiming, gazing at the land reshaped by the power of alchemy. He knows the road ahead is still filled with challenges, but as long as the Wanxian sect and the power of alchemy are with him, he is fearless. Those who attempt to hinder the Wanxian sect's progress will, like the Ma family, be consumed by the alchemy fire and reduced to the dust of history. Chapter 140 News spreads. News of the Ma family's annihilation at the hands of the myriad immortals exploded like thunder across the universe. The glow of the void jade slip lingered day and night, and panicked discussions echoed over the caravan's camel bells. Even in the most remote of star regions, cultivators carved Lin Xianfan's elixir pattern on the tabletops with spirit wine. The infamous reputation of the supreme alchemy master now hung like a sword of Damocles over the heads of all hostile forces. Inside the Iron Blood Tavern in the northern wilderness, a swordsman wrapped in animal skins slammed down his wine glass and said, "Have you heard? The Ma family's black iron battle body has been refined into an elixir. That's a body that can withstand attacks from the god realm." The cultivators around him fell silent. Someone took out a talisman engraved with elixir patterns and held it tightly. It was the Guardian Elixir Talisman that he had just bought from the 10,000 Immortals sect caravan today. It was said that it could withstand 3 fatal attacks. On the top floor of Zhongzhou's Tianji Pavilion, Pavilion Master Tianji, Elder Tianji, gazed at the red warning light dancing in his crystal ball, his brow furrowed. The Wanxian sect's causal line is already thicker than the pillars of the 33 heavens. He waved away the projection and retrieved the coordinates of the Daoxian Palace's remnants, only to discover that all the markings had become blurred under the pressure of the alchemy technique. It seems the Daoxian Palace has truly hit a wall this time. The most astonishing event was the alchemy practitioners. The entire medicine spirit clan of the western regions migrated, kneeling outside the 10,000 Immortals sect's immortal spirit garden to offer a fragment of the ancient medicinal classic. The dragon clan of the eastern regions sent envoys with an ambergris alchemy furnace, inscribed with the words Orthodox Alchemy. Even the often mysterious Xingyan sect dispatched 3 elders, promising to collaborate with the 10,000 Immortals sect in the construction of a star alchemy resonance array. Yang Zi's fate-defying heavenly plate was nearly overwhelmed by requests for allegiance from all corners of the world. The fate line on the plate flashed with an unprecedented golden torrent. Master, since the Ma family's demise, over 300 factions have volunteered to join the Myriad Immortals sect, including many ancient families with unique laws. She paused, her gaze settling on the black spot in the center of the plate. But the remnants of the Daoxian Palace and the Pill-Eating clan have been unusually quiet, as if they're brewing some terrifying conspiracy. Lin Qianfan sat in the Chaos Pavilion, fingertips stroking the newly received Alchemy Supreme Order. He listened to Yang Zi's report and suddenly chuckled. Quiet? Then make sure they can't be quiet. Alchemy Saint, activate the 10,000 Immortals Pill News Project. Create a holographic projection of the Ma family's demise and broadcast it via the Void trade route to the central square of every star region. 3 days later, giant lights and shadows illuminated simultaneously across countless plazas across the universe. The scene of Lin Qianfan's 3-energy incarnation crushing his black iron battle body and the alchemy furnace devouring the Ma family members was magnified 100-fold. Even the fear in Ma Aotian's eyes was palpable. As the final black iron battle body pill took shape in the furnace, every cultivator watching the projection felt a chill run down their spines. This is a warning, but also an invitation. Lin Qianfan's voice spread to every corner through the Danwen loudspeaker. Those who surrender will share the glory of Dandao. Those who resist will be transformed into elixirs in the furnace. It's up to you to choose where to go. Before he finished speaking, the Danwen symbols on the square suddenly glowed collectively. Those cultivators who had harbored ill intentions towards the Wanxian sect felt a chill in their dantian, and discovered that the circulation of their spiritual energy had become sluggish. This was the invisible deterrent of the laws of Dandao. Deep within the netherworld sea of blood, the ancestor of the Pill-Eating clan gazed at the projection, the pill tribulation bead in his hand dropping to the ground with a clatter. The spirit of the alchemist trapped within the bead chuckled with schadenfreude, and infuriated, he waved his sleeve, shattering the spirit. Lin Qianfan is trying to sever our clan's path. Activate the star-devouring plan. Even if it means exterminating our clan, I'll make him feel the pain of losing his loved ones. He gritted his teeth, unaware that a subtle elixir pattern had seeped into the cracks in the pill tribulation bead. Beside the heavenly Dao furnace in the realm of nothingness, the remnant soul of Daoist Qianling was slowly condensing into a physical form, drawing upon the power of the Pill-Eating clan. Upon seeing the projection of Lin Qianfan controlling the heavenly Dao furnace, his pupils constricted. Impossible. How could he have mastered the principles of the furnace so quickly? Before he could finish his words, a violent vibration erupted from the direction of the furnace. A chain of elixir patterns pierced through space, piercing directly through his remnant soul. Daoist Master Qianling, your doomsday has come. Lin Qianfan's voice came from the chains, and the 3 incarnations of Qi came along the chains. Today I will let you see what the true law of heaven is. The Chaos Clone raised his hand and sacrificed the heavenly law pill. The moment the pill exploded, the residual soul of Daoist Master Qianling was refined into the purest spiritual energy, merged into the furnace, and became the material for forging new laws. The news reached the Wanxian sect, and the entire sect celebrated. Lin Qianfan, however, remained undeterred. He ordered Wu Jin to establish a space teleportation array in the Arctic region, connecting the major star regions of the Myriad realms. He also instructed Lu Shi to establish spiritual plant cultivation gardens at each branch to ensure a supply of enlightenment tea and spiritual plants. Dan Jia was tasked with training the newly recruited alchemy disciples, teaching them the beastfire alchemy method and the infinite footwork. Amidst this wave of surrender triggered by the threat of alchemy, a mysterious organization called the 100 Herb Alliance caught Lin Qianfan's attention. They sent an envoy with the 100 Herb Order, claiming to possess clues to the Taishu flower, the final of the 3 primordial spiritual roots, while demanding that the Wanxian sect send troops to protect their medicinal fields from the invading elixir-eating tribe. Taishu flower. Lin Qianfan gently stroked the record of the 3 primordial spiritual roots in the divine canon, a flash of understanding in his eyes. It seems that the Pill Eater's star-devouring plan is hidden in the medicinal fields of the Baichao Alliance. Yangzi, notify Su Baihuan and assemble the mind control army to accompany me to the Starfall Star domain. Before leaving, Jiming handed Lin Mo to him. Be careful, I used the dream magic to see that there is an extremely strong spacetime turbulence in the Starfall Star domain. Lin Qianfan nodded and put his son into the swaddling clothes condensed from the Hongmeng purple energy. The little guy suddenly reached out and grabbed a strand of his hair, giggling, and a miniature alchemy furnace and footwork runes appeared on the surface of the swaddling clothes. When the Void Fleet set sail, the cultivators of the northern wilderness spontaneously gathered at the starport. Gazing at the Dan-patterned battle flags fluttering above the fleet, they knelt and kowtowed. They knew that following the supreme alchemy Taoist was following the way of heaven, a path toward eternal life and hope. At the forefront of the fleet, Lin Qianfan gazed at the shimmering alchemy patterns in the starry sky, knowing full well that the Ma family's demise was merely a prelude. The true war had only just begun. When the myriad immortal sect's alchemy principles encompassed the entire universe, when all hostile forces were reduced to dust in the alchemy fire, he would truly fulfill his oath to grant those who defied fate a place to rest. The way of heaven is cruel, but the way of alchemy is righteous. Lin Qianfan clenched the divine seal of transformation, his gaze as firm as iron. This time, he would let the battle song of the 10,000 immortals sect be heard throughout the heavens and all realms, and let the light of the way of alchemy illuminate every dark corner. Chapter 141, Participating in the Beiyue Auction. The Eternal Night City of the Northern Moonstar region hovered on the edge of a black hole. Its lunar eclipse auction house served as the hub of the black market transactions across the myriad realms. When the myriad immortal sect's void fleet arrived, the Star Trek cannon atop the city walls automatically adjusted its angle. However, upon scanning the fleet's Danwen totems, the muzzles instead spewed purple smoke, forming the words "Welcome the Alchemist" in the air. Lin Qianfan, dressed in a black Taoist robe with dark patterns, entered the city quietly with Su Baihuan, Dan Jie, and the others. Yu Wuhan, president of the auction's organizer, the Lunar Eclipse Chamber of Commerce, was already waiting at the door. He was shrouded in shadow, his entire body shrouded in shadow, with only the Dan-shaped birthmark on his sleeve revealing that he was once a peripheral disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Your Excellency, your visit has brought honor to our humble inn. Yu Wuhan knelt on one knee and handed over its starfall token engraved with the changing phases of the moon. This token leads directly to the VIP seats. Today's finale treasure, the fragmented petals of the Taishu flower, has been reserved for you. Lin Qianfan raised an eyebrow and scanned the token with his spiritual sense as he took it. He discovered that the token contained the erosion mark of the pill-eating clan. As Yang Zi had expected, the auction was fraught with danger. The VIP seats were located on the top floor of the auction house, overlooking the entire venue through a one-way star screen. Lin Qianfan had just taken his seat when Shui Wuwan, president of the Netherworld Chamber of Commerce, entered with a group of followers dressed in blood-red robes. The totems of the pill-eating clan embroidered on their sleeves were particularly eye-catching. Shui Wuwan looked up at the VIP seats, a sinister smile curling his lips as he toyed with a pill tribulation bead on his fingertips, clearly aiming for provocation. The auction opened under a blood-red glow. The first few lots included the space-time hourglass fragment and the 9 nether demon flame seed, but Lin Qianfan's attention remained fixed on the crystal coffin on the central stand. There lay a silver-haired woman, frozen in ice, her body shrouded in the laws of space. She was the space spirit the Baichao League had mentioned, and it was rumored that her bloodline could locate the Grand Void Flower. The third lot, Space Spirit Body Shueli, starts at 100,000 chaos crystals. The auctioneer struck the bone hammer, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Shui Wuwan was the first to raise his bid, 200,000. My Netherworld Chamber of Commerce wants it. Dan Jie was about to bid when Lin Qianfan raised his hand to stop him. He noticed a subtle Danwen on Shueli's fingertips, clearly inflicted with the defying fate tracking technique. When the price reached 500,000 chaos crystals, Lin Qianfan finally spoke up, I'll trade her for 3 black iron battle body pills. The entire audience erupted in laughter. The black iron battle body pills' value had long surpassed monetary value. It not only strengthened the physical body but also contained fragments of the spatial laws, a dream for countless physical cultivators. Shui Wuwan's face sank, but he didn't dare to compete with the Alchemy Supreme. He could only watch helplessly as Shueli was escorted to the VIP table. The moment Shueli awoke from the ice, confusion flashed across her eyes. But upon seeing the elixir pattern between Lin Qianfan's eyebrows, she suddenly knelt. Thank you, Lord, for saving my life. The Baichao Alliance was attacked by the elixir-eating tribe, and most of the Taishu flowers have been stolen. Before she could finish her words, she suddenly vomited black blood, and the elixir-eating tribe's corrosive energy erupted from her dantian. Lin Qianfan waved his hand and sprinkled the powder of the purifying and purifying pill. Purple energy merged into her body, and a projection of the Taishu flower materialized in the void. The Taishu flower is in the throat of the black hole. Shueli pointed to the black hole outside the star curtain. The pill-eating clan wants to use it to refine the star-swallowing pill, and then the entire star field will be swallowed up. Lin Qianfan's eyes turned cold, and he was about to ask more questions when the auction suddenly shook. A group of assassins dressed in Daoxian Palace costumes broke through the roof and rushed in. The leader was holding the 3-in world-destroying sword and rushed straight towards Shueli. You're looking for death. Dan Jie waved his hand and summoned the Nine Tribulations alchemy furnace. Purple flames transformed into chains, entangling the assassin. Lin Xianfan then retrieved the Star Trek alchemy furnace and used the Arctic Truefire to refine the demon-breaking pill. The moment the pill took shape, all the assassin's weapons automatically flew towards the furnace and were refined into liquid. Shui Wuwan seized the opportunity to activate the auction starfall trap, sending the entire building plummeting towards a black hole, attempting to capture all the members of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Su Baihuan used telekinesis to freeze the space Yuan, activate the teleportation array Dan Jia, used the Dan Fire to support the dome. Lin Xianfan commanded as he summoned the Divine Seal of Transformation. Its light illuminated the depths of the black hole, revealing the Dan Eating Clan's star-swallowing altar, complete. The Taishu flower slowly withered in its center. He activated his 3 Qi incarnations. His Chaos clone remained at the auction to protect everyone, while his Taiyin and Hongmeng clones followed the black hole's gravity directly to the altar. The Pill-Eating Clan's ancestor, unaware that Lin Xianfan would dare enter the trap, hurriedly activated the altar. The black hole's power transformed into tentacles, entwining the clone. The Taiyin clone unleashed its Taiyin star wheel, freezing the tentacles with starlight. The Hongmeng clone cast a purple aura barrier to protect the Taishu flower from being devoured. Through the clone's perspective, Lin Xianfan, using the Divine Canon's myriad herbs flower identification technique, confirmed that this was the final ingredient of the 3 Hongmeng spiritual roots. He immediately crushed 20 golden summoning cards, summoning ancient star spirits to aid and protect the Dharma. When the Grand Void flower was successfully recaptured, the auction's teleportation array was activated. Lin Xianfan led everyone back to the fleet. Looking back, they saw Eternal Night City had been swallowed by a black hole. The Pill Eater's star-devouring plan had also collapsed with the Grand Void flower falling into the hands of the myriad immortals. Xu Eli gazed at the Grand Void flower petals in her hand, hope rekindled in her eyes. Lord, with this flower, our clan can rebuild Baichao Garden and no longer fear the Pill Eaters. The auction's aftermath spreads across the universe. The Eclipse Merchant Guild, aiding the Myriad Immortals sect, becomes a new ally of the alchemy forces, while the Netherworld Merchant Guild is listed as the sect's most wanted target. Lin Xianfan refines the Taishu rejuvenation pill within the fleet. The scent of the elixir causes the stars at the edge of a black hole to shift their trajectory, forming a natural elixir-gathering formation. Master, the fate-defying heaven plate shows that the remnants of the Daoxian Palace are gathering their last strength and trying to snatch the Taishu flower. Yang Zi's voice was tense. They seem to have received help from a mysterious force, and the cause and effect line is so chaotic that it cannot be deduced. Lin Xianfan chuckled and inserted the Taishu flower into the root of the Hongmeng Dream Spirit Tree. The sapling instantly grew into a towering tree, and where the petals fell, the prototype of the Hongmeng Heavenly Tao emerged. You've arrived just in time. He gently stroked the tree trunk, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I was just thinking of using Daoxian Palace's blood as a sacrifice for my son's Hongmeng Dao fetus. Notify everyone and prepare for battle this time. I will completely wipe Daoxian Palace out from the universe. As night fell, the fleet's alchemy furnaces lit up once more. The delicate fragrance of the Grand Void flower blended with the aroma of the Enlightenment tea, outlining the totem of the 10,000 Immortals sect against the starry sky. Lin Xianfan, holding Lin Mo, stood before the observation deck. The youngster reached out to grasp the shadowy image of the Grand Void flower. The power of the Hongmeng Dao embryo within his palm unexpectedly caused the flower to bear fruit prematurely, and a Hongmeng Dao fruit imbued with the laws of time and space fell into Lin Xianfan's hands. Imoor, this is your first trophy, he said softly, his eyes full of satisfaction. The road ahead is still long, but Daddy will use the way of alchemy to pave a smooth road for you, allowing you to grow freely in this world. The smoke of the Beiyue auction has cleared, but a greater storm is brewing. As the Wanxian sect's fleet sails toward the black hole's maw and the Taishu flower's power gradually awakens, Lin Xianfan knows that the true struggle for the heavenly Dao has just begun. He will wield the Dao of alchemy as his sword, the Taishu flower as his guide, to slash through all obstacles and ensure that the Wanxian sect's banner will forever fly high at the pinnacle of Hongmeng. Chapter 142 Price Increase. At the edge of the throat of the black hole in the northern Moonstar region, in the underground auction hall of the lunar eclipse black market, the atmosphere gradually heated up with the sound of the auctioneer's hammer. Lin Xianfan sat in the VIP booth, surveying the entire venue through the starry sky, his gaze fixed on the slowly rising crystal coffin on the central display stand. Within the coffin lay the complete plant of the Taishu flower, coveted by all the powers of the heavens and the universe. The dewdrops of time and space condensed on the petals reflected countless star tracks, evoking a shadow of the dawn of the universe. This flower was stolen from the Baichao Alliance by the pill-eating clan. It survived the erosion of the 3-in demonic chi, yet it remains alive. The auctioneer's voice trembled deliberately. The starting price is 500,000 chaos crystals, and each bid must be no less than 50,000. Before he finished speaking, Shui Wuwan of the Netherworld Chamber of Commerce had already raised his bidding paddle, engraved with the blood demon totem, 800,000. My Netherworld Chamber of Commerce has it. Gasps echoed throughout the venue. Chaos crystals, the currency of the universe, were enough to buy 3 space warp stones for 800,000, but compared to the primordial origin of the Taishu flower, it was still cheap. Dan Jia clutched his bidding peg, but Lin Xianfan raised his hand to stop him. Lin Xianfan's gaze narrowed as he noticed the Dan-eating clan sacrifice array pattern engraved on the bottom of the crystal coffin. This Taishu flower had already been programmed with a destructive program. Any bidder who forcibly plucked it would trigger a self-destruction. 1 million chaos crystals, plus 3 blood demon bone banner fragments. Shui Wuwan's bid caused an uproar in the room. The pill-eating clan elders behind him wore ferocious grins, clearly determined to win. Just then, a chuckle emanated from the other side of the VIP seats. A mysterious figure in a star-studded cloak raised his bidding paddle, 2 million chaos crystals, plus 10 tons of meteorite iron. Lin Xianfan's pupils suddenly shrank. Meteorite iron is a rare material used to forge Super Emperor weapons. This person's identity was definitely not simple. 3 million. Shui Wuwan gritted his teeth, and the fragments of the blood demon bone banner turned into blood in his palm, plus the remaining diagram of the 3-in world-destroying formation. The auctioneer's hammer was about to fall, and Lin Xianfan suddenly raised his hand, and a jade slip engraved with elixir patterns floated in the air. I will exchange 5 mysterious iron battle body pills for this flower. The whole place was silent, and only the elixir fragrance emanating from the jade slip made all the alchemy practitioners feel relaxed and happy. Even Shui Wuwan's elixir eroding energy was slightly stagnant. Dan Zun is truly generous. The mysterious figure removed his mask, revealing himself to be Xing Yin-Sek's young master, Xing Wuchen. But I'd like to know more. How will Dan Zun deal with this Taishu flower, tainted by demonic energy? He waved his hand, and the star screen projected the interior of the crystal coffin. The 3-in demonic roots coiled around the flower's stem like venomous snakes. If the demonic roots aren't eradicated within 3 breaths, the flower's soul will dissipate. Lin Xianfan smiled faintly and stood up. The divine code transformed into a stream of light and fell into his palm. Young sect master Xing, do you know what the highest realm of alchemy is? He raised his hand and waved it gently. The elixir pattern in the jade slip, like a living thing, entered the crystal coffin. The fragrance of the enlightenment tea and the primordial purple energy merged, unexpectedly forming a miniature myriad medicine samsara domain within the coffin. The demon root hissed in the tea fragrance, transforming into black mist and being absorbed by the elixir pattern. The petals of the Taishu flower regained their crystalline clarity at a visible speed, and a time and space elixir pearl even condensed in the pistil. Is this the purification principle of the chaos alchemy Tao? Xing Wuchen's pupils shrank suddenly. The Xing Yin-Sek's Star Track purification technique seemed like child's play before the Danwen. Shui Wuwan, seeing the situation was not good, secretly crushed the communication jade slip, but saw a Danwen shoot out from Lin Xianfan's fingertips, piercing his wrist directly. President Shui, are you trying to summon reinforcements? Unfortunately, your causal line has already been locked by me. The atmosphere in the auction hall froze instantly. Lin Xianfan slowly walked towards the booth, leaving traces of Danwen on the ground with each step. When he reached out to touch the Taishu flower, the stem automatically wrapped around his wrist. As the petals unfolded, the flow of time and space across the entire starfield faltered. Ding! The gathering of the 3 Hongmeng spiritual roots has been detected. Triggering the hidden mission, Hongmeng returns to oneness. Now, I'll make a new offer. Lin Xianfan turned and looked at the audience, his 3 chi incarnations materializing behind him. 3 heads of the Daoxian Palace's remnants in exchange for this flower. Any objections? The crowd was utterly silent. Even the most rebellious black market swordsmen lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze. Shui Wuwan, trembling all over, suddenly leaped up and attempted to snatch the Taishu flower, but was sucked directly into Dan Jia's 9 Tribulations alchemy furnace. From within, he screamed, "Alchemy Master, spare my life. I'm willing to reveal the coordinates of the Dan-eating clan's ancestor." It's too late. Lin Xianfan waved his hand, and the alchemy furnace erupted with a rainbow of light. Shui Wuwan's voice abruptly stopped, and a blood demon pill engraved with the netherworld totem flew out of the furnace and landed in his void ring. Xing Wuchen, upon seeing this, offered the Xingyan sect's Xingdan alliance letter. Xingyan sect is willing to jointly construct the time and space alchemy formation with the Wanxian sect. Lord Alchemy, please accept this small gift. By the end of the auction, Lin Xianfan had collected 17 surrender contracts, and the Grand Void Flower was carefully placed in the Star Trek alchemy furnace for preservation. As he led everyone away from the black market, he saw the Pill Eater's star-devouring fleet emerge from the depths of the black hole. Aboard the leading ship, the Pill Eater's ancestor, wielding the Pill Tribulation Pearl formation, spoke with a sinister grin. Lin Xianfan, do you think you can stop me with the Grand Void Flower? Today, I'll show you what true starfield devouring means. Lin Xianfan, however, remained unhurried. Lin Mo, who was in his arms, suddenly extended his hand, and the power of the Hongmeng Dao embryo in his palm transformed into a net of light that enveloped the fleet. Miraculously, the star-devouring fleet's weapon systems completely failed, and instead of beams of destructive energy, their cannons belched the fragrance of enlightenment tea. The ancestor of the pill-eating clan was horrified to discover that his own corrosion pill chi was feeding back into the Taishu flower, whose pistol revealed Lin Mo's face. Is this the creative power of the Hongmeng Dao embryo? Before he could finish his words, Lin Xianfan had already summoned the divine seal of transformation. The divine code resonated with the seal, and the Hongmeng heavenly Dao wheel materialized in the void. As the wheel spun, the star-devouring fleet was drawn into it, transformed into the purest spiritual energy, irrigating the roots of the Taishu flower. Ancestor of the pill-eating clan, do you think you can outbid me by raising the price? Lin Xianfan's voice was like a judgment from the beginning of the universe. Before the supreme being of the alchemy Dao, any conspiracy or trickery is but fuel in the furnace. Now, it is my turn to raise the price. Use your clan's luck in exchange for the flourishing growth of the Taishu flower. The heavenly Dao will crush the Pill Eater's fleet, reducing them to dust. Only the ancestor's remnant soul was captured alive by Lin Xianfan, who used it to refine the fate-defying awakening pill. The Taishu flower absorbed the fleet's energy, unexpectedly blooming into 9 petals within the Xingguei pill furnace, each corresponding to a primordial law. On the way back, good news came from Yang Zi's anti-fate disc. Master, the time and space laws of the Taishu flower resonate with the space laws of the Arctic region, and the prototype of the Hongmeng Tian Dao will has been formed. Lin Xianfan nodded and looked at Lin Mo, who was sleeping in his arms. The little guy had a Taishu flower-shaped danwan on his forehead. Notify all star regions, his voice echoed across the heavens through the elixir patterns. The Wanxian sect's Hongmeng auction house is about to open. The first item to be auctioned is the pill-eating clan's star-swallowing shipwreckage. Bidding is now open. The souls of the Daoxian Palace's remnants will be used as bargaining chips. The highest bidder wins. As word spread, demon hunters from across the universe were eager to take action. The Daoxian Palace's remnants were raided in their hideouts one after another, and their soul lanterns became the most sought-after currency. Meanwhile, in the Hongmeng Pill Hall, Lin Xianfan, guided by the remnant soul of the pill-eating clan's ancestor, began to refine the heavenly Dao Hongmeng pill, a substance capable of connecting with the origins of Hongmeng. As the first wisp of primordial purple energy poured into the alchemy furnace, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a miniature auction house appeared in the void, and countless points of light transformed into bidding boards dancing in the air. Lin Xianfan chuckled, "Imor, it seems you know how to raise the price even better than I do." At the edge of the black hole in the North Moonstar region, the fragrance of the Taishu flower filled the air like a mist, and the Wanxian sect's void fleet slowly entered the Stargate. This bidding war was not only a scramble for treasures, but also a renewed challenge from the Dao of Alchemy to the Dao of Heaven. Lin Xianfan knew that when the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao wheel was fully formed, he and the Wanxian sect would ascend to the pinnacle of the universe. End of this chapter. Preview of the next chapter. Hongmeng Auction House opens. The auction of the souls of the remnants of Daoxian Palace triggers a bloody storm. Lin Xianfan takes advantage of the situation and plans to directly target the source of the Heavenly Dao in the 33rd heaven. Chapter 143. Chapter 143 successfully bought 3 supreme items. Above the dome of the Hongmeng Auction House, 12 star tracking lamps projected a star map of the universe. The central display stand was shrouded in a 9-colored celestial mist, faintly visible as 3 treasures emitting a primordial purple aura hovered within. Lin Xianfan sat at the head table, flanked by 3 chi incarnations, each toying with a cause and effect pill bead condensed from the souls of remnants of the Daoxian Palace. This was the auction's special bargaining chip, each containing a chain of cause and effect that could be used to exchange for auction items or enhance the principles of alchemy. First up, the first supreme treasure, the Hongmeng Pill Recipe Fragment. The auctioneer struck the Hongmeng Jade Hammer, and the celestial mist dissipated, revealing a yellowed ancient scroll. Inscribed at the beginning of the scroll were the characters, "Chaos begins, the path of alchemy begins." This scroll records 3 supreme elixir recipes from the Hongmeng period. Among them, the Heavenly Dao Di pill can rebuild a cultivator's foundation, and the Hongmeng Breaking Realm pill can transcend the barriers of time and space. As for the third scroll, he paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping across the room. It's rumored to be related to the Hongmeng Dao embryo. The scene erupted in excitement. Forces like the Xingyan sect and the Tianji Pavilion all raised their placards. The Daoxian Palace vestige, the Bloodhand Manslayer, even offered 3 divine honored soul orbs. I'll trade the souls of 3 divine honored souls. Lin Xianfan chuckled, and a causal pill bead flicked out from his fingertips. It shattered in mid-air, revealing a scene of the Bloodhand Manslayer slaughtering alchemy practitioners. This man's karmic debt is too heavy. I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Before he could finish his words, a pill pattern chain pierced through his brow, and the soul bead was sucked into the display stand, becoming interest on the remaining scroll. The fragments of the Hongmeng pill recipe belonged to the Wanxian sect. The auctioneer had barely finished speaking when the second treasure slowly rose up, a Taishu Law jade engraved with spatial runes. At its center, a tear of space from the Hongmeng era solidified. It was said to allow one to instantly comprehend the true meaning of spatial laws. Countless eyes were instantly captivated. If his infinite footwork could be combined with the power of the jade, it could even shatter the barriers of time. 50 karma pill beads, plus 1,000-year-old Arctic ice. The Netherworld demon sect's ice demon ancestor was the first to bid, a layer of ice spreading beneath his feet. I'll take it. Dan Jia was about to bid, but Lin Xianfan shook his head and turned to look at Lin Mo beside him. The little fellow was staring at the jade curiously when he suddenly reached out and grasped it. The power of the Hongmeng Dao embryo in his palm transformed into a miniature space portal, sucking the runes on the jade into it, reorganizing them in the air into a more advanced law pattern. This is the talent of Hongmeng Dao Tai. The head of Tianji Pavilion exclaimed, this boy can actually analyze the laws directly. Lin Xianfan took the opportunity to throw out 10 jade slips engraved with alchemy heritage, exchanged the secrets of alchemy for the laws of space. The jade slips automatically flew to the representatives of various major forces. After opening, they revealed a fragment of the divine canon of 10,000 medicines. The eyes of the strong men in the field instantly became hot, and the ice demon ancestor even directly changed sides and presented the spatial coordinate map of the Nether demon sect to Lin Xianfan. The Taishu Law jade fell unsurprisingly into the hands of the Wanxian sect. When the third treasure, that Heavenly Dao furnace fragment, appeared, the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Though its surface was uneven, this fragment contained the forging laws of the dawn of chaos, the key to repairing the Heavenly Dao furnace. Xianling Daoing, the leader of the Daoxian Palace's remnants, suddenly appeared, flanked by 100 blood demon guards. He held up the 3 blood evil pearls, forged from the lifeblood of Wanxian sect disciples. Lin Xianfan, exchange them for the Taishu flower, or these disciples' lives. Do you think I care? Lin Xianfan waved his hand, and the light of the fate-defying heavenly plate enveloped the entire venue. The disciples who were imprisoned by the blood evil pearl appeared in the VIP seats, each holding a fate-defying life-saving pill in their hands. Ever since you took action, I have reversed cause and effect. Now, it's your turn to taste the feeling of having your lifeline taken away. Countless pill patterns flew out of the divine scripture, refining the blood evil pearl into the blood demon pill. The shadow of Xianling Daoying screamed miserably in the pill fire. For the fragments of the Heavenly Dao furnace, I'm using the luck of Daoxian Palace as a bargaining chip. Lin Xianfan raised his hand and grasped the void. The remaining luck of Daoxian Palace unexpectedly turned into a golden chain, wrapping around the fragments. This luck can help me perfect the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao wheel. Do you have a higher price? The whole place was silent. No one dared to compete with the luck of heaven. The fragments were finally taken by the Wanxian sect. After the auction, Lin Xianfan studied 3 treasures in the Hongmeng Pill Hall. The third scroll of the Hongmeng Pill recipe fragments was indeed related to Lin Mo, containing the Hongmeng Dao embryo cultivation technique, which would help the youngster better master the laws of chaos. The fusion of the Taishu Law jade with the Wuxian infinite footwork allowed him to teleport between the Pill Hall and the North Pole territory. The fragments of the Heavenly Dao furnace resonated with the divine seal of transformation, revealing even more complex forging patterns on its surface. Master, the remnants of the Daoxian Palace have gathered their last strength and set up the 3 world-destroying formation in the Dark Star region, attempting to prevent us from repairing the Heavenly Dao furnace. Yang Zi's voice was filled with urgency. They have also kidnapped the leader of the Baichao League, using the Taishu flower as bait. Lin Xianfan nodded, his gaze falling on the sleeping Lin Mo. The little fellow was holding the tissue flower in his arms, and the space-time dewdrops from the petals dripped onto the fragments of the scroll, revealing the coordinates of the Dark Star region. Notify the fleet, target the Dark Star region. Lin Xianfan merged the three treasures into the three Qi incarnations. The Taiyin clone held the Taishu Law Jade, the Hongmeng clone held the fragment of the Heavenly Tao Furnace, and the Chaos clone unfolded the fragments of the Hongmeng Pill formula. This time, we must not only rescue the Baichao Alliance leader, but also completely eliminate the remnants of the Daoxian Palace used their blood as a sacrifice to activate the Hongmeng Heavenly Tao Wheel. As the Void Fleet set sail, the dome of the Hongmeng auction house opened, and the light of three supreme treasures shot straight into the sky, outlining the totem of the Wanxian sect in the starry sky. Lin Xianfan stood at the bow, gazing at the dark clouds rolling in the direction of the Dark Star region, a cold smile curling his lips. The Daoxian Palace thought they had set a trap, but they didn't know that in the eyes of the Alchemy Supreme, their every move was merely a step towards the Wanxian sect's victory. When the fleet arrived in the Dark Star region, the black mist of the Three-In world-destroying formation rushed towards them, but it turned to dust upon contact with Lin Xianfan's Danwen. Xianling Daoying watched in horror as the three supreme treasures glowed simultaneously. The shadow of the Hongmeng Heavenly Tao Wheel took shape in the void. As the wheel spun, the foundation of the formation was uprooted, and the soul lamps of all Daoxian Palace disciples were extinguished simultaneously. No! We are the spokespersons of heaven! Xianling Daoying roared in despair. Lin Xianfan raised his hand and cast the divine seal of transformation. The seal, carrying the power of the fragments of the Heavenly Tao Furnace, directly suppressed it beneath the furnace fragments. Now, you are the firewood in my furnace. After this battle, the Baichao Alliance leader was successfully rescued, and Taixua returned to Lin Mo's arms. By the time the fleet returned to the sect, the Hongmeng Heavenly Tao Wheel had taken shape. The wheel was engraved with patterns of alchemy and the laws of space. A recessed groove in the center awaited the final crucial fragment, the chaos heart of the Hongmeng three spiritual roots. Lin Xianfan gazed at the Heavenly Tao Wheel, a calculation already in mind. He knew that obtaining the three supreme treasures was only the beginning. The real challenge lay in fusing them with the three primordial spiritual roots to completely control the Heavenly Tao Furnace. Furthermore, the destruction of Daoxian Palace was only the first step in the plan to cleanse the heavens. Even more powerful enemies and even more mysterious star regions awaited the exploration of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Xianfan, Moor is messing with the treasures again. Jiming's voice came from behind him. Lin Xianfan turned and saw Lin Mo inserting the Taishu flower into the groove of the Heavenly Tao Wheel. The little guy's Hongmeng Dao Tai power resonated with the three treasures, causing the wheel to emit a deafening roar. He chuckled and picked up his son. It seems that our little Moor can't wait to witness the birth of the new Heavenly Tao. Amidst the ruins of the dark starfield, the light of the Hongmeng Heavenly Tao Wheel illuminated every corner. Lin Xianfan gently stroked the divine cannon, his gaze determined next stop, the ancient Hongmeng planet. There, not only lies the final essence of the three Hongmeng spiritual roots, but also the key to unlocking the origin of the universe. The Wanxian sect, armed with these three supreme treasures, will forge an unprecedented and eternal path through the intersection of alchemy and the way of heaven. Chapter 144 Lingxiao Sect Conference. The Nine Heavens Cloud Palace of the Lingxiao Star region hovers above the Nine Heavens. 36 jade pillars adorned with coiled dragons are entwined with the Lingxiao sect's Nine Heavens spiritual patterns. Each pattern imbues the laws of space. A single misstep can result in teleportation to a thunderstorm thousands of miles away. When Lin Xianfan's Void Fleet arrived, the clouds automatically parted, revealing the Lingxiao mirror embedded in the palace's ceiling. This mirror, capable of reflecting the purity of a cultivator's Taoist heart, has revealed countless malicious individuals. My lord, the Lingxiao sect's Nine Heavens spiritual patterns resonate with our sect's Dan patterns. Yang Zi pointed to the interwoven patterns on the celestial plate. It seems that the Lingxiao sect has no hostility towards the art of alchemy. Lin Xianfan nodded and stepped into the clouds with Su Li, Dan Jia, Wu Jin and others. The Dan patterns on the soles of their feet automatically merged with the Lingxiao patterns, and golden lotuses appeared on the cloud steps. Lingxiao sect's leader, Ling Suzi, was already waiting at the temple gate. He had white hair and a youthful face, a constellation of the 28 constellations embroidered on his sleeves, and a Lingxiao bell, capable of commanding the stars, hung from his waist. Your Excellency, the alchemist's presence is a great honor to our humble Lingxiao sect, he said, bowing deeply to the ground. His gaze fell on Wu Jin, standing behind Lin Xianfan. I never thought the infinite footwork of the hikers would reappear in the world. May the heavens bless you. The assembly commenced with the ringing of bells and drums. The 9 heaven saints of the Lingxiao sect each demonstrated their star sword techniques. The sword light drew upon the star energy, condensing into the Big Dipper heavenly gang formation within the hall. However, Lin Xianfan noticed that the sword formation contained traces of the three Yins transforming evil, clearly indicating a past collusion between the Lingxiao sect and the Daoxian Palace. Dan Jia leaned in and whispered, "Master, the flaw in this sword formation mirrors the Daoxian Palace's world-destroying formation." As he spoke, a sudden commotion erupted outside the hall. A group of black-robed cultivators burst in. The leader, their mask embroidered with the Daoxian Palace's Niantian Dao pattern, brandished the blood-stained Lingxiao sect disciple badge. Link Suzy. How dare you collude with the remnants of the alchemy sect? Today, our Daoxian Palace will annihilate this hypocritical sect of yours. Before he could finish his words, 33 black sword energies burst through the window, aimed directly at Link Suzy's face. Just in time, Lin Xianfan chuckled. The divine code transformed into streams of light to counter the sword energy. Pill patterns formed a barrier in the air, refining the sword energy into the evil-breaking pill. Link Suzy seized the opportunity to summon the Lingxiao Bell. Star power transformed into chains to entangle the black-robed monk. He peeled off his mask, revealing the long-lost Lingxiazi of the Lingxiao sect. The Daoxian Palace's blood-pact seal was prominently branded between his brows. "Brother, are you willing to become a blood slave to the Daoxian Palace?" Link Suzy lamented, his heartbroken face fading before the blood pact. Lin Xianfan waved his hand and summoned the 9 Heavens Alchemy Pavilion. 365 alchemy furnaces flew out from the pavilion, their flames forming a cage that trapped Lingxiazi. Blood pact? It's just a medicinal ingredient in my furnace. Danjia activated the beast fire alchemy technique. The flames of the lava Dan beast instantly consumed the blood pact, revealing the Daoxian heart-seeking seal between Lingxiazi's brows. So that's how it is. The Daoxian Palace has already infiltrated the Lingxiao sect. Lin Xianfan pointed at the Danwen with his fingertips, and the seal transformed into a scalpel, precisely removing the heart-seeking seal. Link Suzy, how many disciples in your sect have been infected with this seal? Link Suzy knelt tremblingly. Reporting to the alchemist, since 5 years ago, every disciple who returned from an expedition seemed a different person. If you hadn't seen through it today, my Lingxiao sect would have become a puppet of the Daoxian Palace. The atmosphere at the conference took a sharp turn for the worse. Lin Xianfan ordered Yang Zi to scan the entire room with the heaven-defying disc, revealing the heart-seeing seal hidden between the brows of over 300 cultivators. He raised his hand and released the purifying pill, which transformed into points of light and merged into the brows of the disciples. The controlled disciples suddenly awoke, staring at the Daoxian Palace jade slips in their palms, and knelt to apologize. "Since the Lingxiao sect has repented, I will give you a chance to atone for your sins." Lin Xianfan looked at Link Suzy and said, "Open the star medicine storehouse within the sect for our disciples to select spiritual plants. At the same time, merge the Lingxiao patterns with the Dan patterns to build a spiritual pill resonance array." Link Suzy agreed repeatedly and personally led Dan Xingzi to the medicine storehouse. However, they were attacked by a black shadow on the way. The other party's target was actually Lin Mo. Looking for death. Wu Jin unleashed his infinite footwork, instantly appearing behind the black shadow. The laws of space transformed into chains, binding the opponent. Lin Xianfan then saw clearly that the black shadow was the erosion pill messenger of the pill-eating clan. In his hand, he wielded the erosion pill net, a spiritual energy-sucking device. Inside the net, the leader of the Baichao League was trapped. "Master Pill Master, help!" Before the leader could finish his words, the erosion pill net suddenly contracted, a fatal move that would destroy both parties. Lin Xianfan remained calm. Suddenly, Lin Mo, who was in his arms, extended his hand. The power of the Hongmeng Dao Tai in his palm transformed into a light shield that enveloped the entire area. The erosion net shattered within the shield, transforming into spiritual energy that fed back to the Baichao Alliance leader. The erosion scars on the latter's body healed automatically, and a Dan pattern appeared between his eyebrows. The elixir-eating messenger, terrified, attempted to flee, but was sucked into the 9 Tribulations alchemy furnace, where he was refined into the erosion pill detoxification pill. This person carries the aura of the Netherworld Chamber of Commerce. Suli picked up the token the messenger had dropped. It appears that the Daoxian Palace, the Pill-Eating Clan, and the Netherworld Chamber of Commerce have formed an alliance. Lin Xianfan nodded, and the divine scripture automatically flipped to the Hang Hong chapter. Pill patterns on the token revealed evidence of the 3 major forces' collusion. Ling Suzi, spread these images throughout the heavens in myriad realms, so that everyone can see that the Daoxian Palace's so-called enforcing justice on behalf of heaven is nothing more than a thief crying stop thief. The Lingxiao sect's conference ultimately resulted in a resounding victory for the Wanxian sect. Ling Suzi publicly declared his allegiance, and the Lingxiao sect's star laws merged with the Wanxian sect's alchemy principles, establishing the first alchemy star resonance fortress in the Lingxiao star region. Lin Xianfan, in the Starry Medicine Vault, discovered clues to the chaos heart of the three primordial spiritual roots. Deep within the vault, in that starry secret chamber, a stone slab engraved with the chaos lotus pattern lay quietly, its cracks still brimming with spiritual energy from the primordial era. It seems the entrance to the great Hongmeng planet lies behind this stone slab. Lin Xianfan gently stroked the stone slab, simultaneously infusing his three qi incarnations with power. A star map emerged on the stone slab, pointing to the chaos rift at the end of the star field. Upon seeing this, Ling Suzi offered the Lingxiao sect's starboat, capable of traversing the turbulence of time and space, making it the perfect vehicle for exploring the rift. After the conference, Lin Xianfan stood atop the Zhouxiao Cloud Palace, gazing at the starry sky of the Lingxiao star region. The Dan and Lingxiao patterns intertwined into a web, enveloping the entire region. Once a dangerous place, it had now become a frontier fortress for the forces of the Dan Dao. Su Li approached, holding Lin Mo. The little one pointed in the direction of a crack, mumbling "Daddy." The power of the Hongmeng Dao embryo in his palms caused the crack to shimmer. "Xianfan, look." Jiming's voice was filled with surprise. Her dream magic outlined the future scene in the starry sky. On the other side of the crack was a vibrant Hongmeng world. The power of Amour's Tao fetus resonated with the chaos heart. Lin Xianfan nodded, holding the seal of transformation tightly, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. The secret of the Hongmeng planet may be revealed soon, and the footsteps of the Wanxian sect will also step into the real place where Hongmeng was first opened. The aftermath of the Lingxiao sect's assembly continues to unfold, the Daoxian Palace's conspiracy fully exposed, and the forces of justice across the universe converge on the Wanxian sect. Lin Xianfan knows this is just another step in his journey to the great immortal realm. He may face even more formidable enemies and even more mysterious laws ahead, but he remains fearless, for behind him lies the ever-growing Wanxian sect, the powerful force of alchemy and the resonance of the stars, and the hope of the great immortal realm shining in the eyes of his young son. As night fell, the starboat slowly set sail, the elixir-patterned battle flag on the bow fluttering in the wind. Lin Xianfan, holding Lin Mo, stepped aboard, looking back at the countless lights of the Lingxiao sect, silently muttering to himself, "The universe is new, the path of alchemy is eternal. When I return, I will ensure that all injustice is eradicated." The moment the boat cut through the starry sky, the Lingxiao mirror in the Lingxiao palace suddenly emitted a 1,000-foot-long light, and the mirror reflected the future of the Wanxian sect. It was a bright world where alchemy flourished and all beings were equal, and Lin Xianfan's figure was standing at the pinnacle of the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao, overlooking the eternal prosperity he created. Chapter 145 Competition. Chapter 145, The Trial of the Myriad Worlds, the dual mastery of alchemy and martial arts shocks the heroes. Outside the Danqing Resonance Fortress in the Lingxiao Star region, the vast cloud sky was divided into 36 competition arenas. Atop each, a heavenly ranking, interwoven with Lingxiao and Dan patterns, hovered, recording the contestants' performances in real time. Lin Xianfan sat on the central viewing platform, his three qi incarnations transformed into shadows, each positioned on the four sides. His gaze swept over the densely packed crowd of representatives from various races below. Today's 10,000 Worlds Trial Conference was both a show of strength for the Wanxian sect and a test to select the candidates for the Hongmeng Expeditionary Force. First round, the Alchemy Group. Dan Xingzi's voice spread throughout the audience through the loudspeaker patterns. "Please invite Xingyan Sect's Xing Yaozi and our sect's Dan Jia to the stage." Xing Yaozi, clad in a star-studded Taoist robe, flew from his sleeves, releasing 72 stalks of stargrass. The starlight condensed on the blades transformed into a medicinal liquid, which solidified in the alchemy furnace into the starlight beauty pill. Dan Jia chuckled softly, and the 9 tribulations alchemy furnace simultaneously ascended into the air. With his left hand, he grasped a handful of netherworld ghost vine, and with his right, he sprinkled enlightenment tea powder. From the purple alchemy fire, a Liangyi Qingshan pill with a yin-yang fish flowing on its surface emerged. The heavenly ranking shone brightly, and Dan Jia's name instantly ascended to the top, eclipsing Xing Yaozi's starlight pill. "This is the chaos neutralization technique of using poison to counteract poison," exclaimed the Xingyan sect elder. "Young friend Dan Jia has actually caused the netherworld poison to resonate with the pure spirit of enlightenment. This level of enlightenment in the Tao of alchemy is rare throughout history." The second match was the martial arts competition, pitting Lingxiao Sword Master of the Lingxiao sect against Zhou Chen of the Wanxian sect. Lingxiao Sword Master's Star Sword technique drew upon the power of the Big Dipper, sending sword light pouring down like the Milky Way. Zhou Chen, however, activated his Hunyuan sacred body, withstanding the sword's radiance. When his opponent's strength was exhausted, he suddenly summoned his Black Iron Battle Body Pill, radiating black iron battle patterns all over his body. With a single punch, he shattered his opponent's Star Sword domain. The physical body can be sanctified, and both alchemy and martial arts can be practiced simultaneously. The cultivation system of the Wanxian sect really subverts common sense. Ling Suzi stroked his beard and admired, but saw in the shadows in the distance, several black-robed figures were condensing the energy of corrosive elixir. The third match, the Law Group, reached a climax. Kong Ming, a descendant of the Endless Walkers, faced Shui Ying, an undercover agent of the Pill-Eating clan. Kong Ming unleashed a modified version of the infinite footwork, leaving elixir-like coordinates in the air with each step. Shui Ying, in turn, summoned the elixir-eroding demonic blade, transforming spiritual energy into a poisonous mist wherever the blade passed. Lin Qianfan's eyes darkened, and the elixir patterns he had already planted on Shui Ying's body suddenly glowed, feeding the blade's power back to Kong Ming. Kong Ming seized the opportunity to unleash the elixir step-killing array, trapping Shui Ying in a maze of elixir patterns. Break! Kong Ming crushed the last of the seals, revealing the Blood Shadow's true form as the Daoxian Palace's 3 Yin envoys. From its embrace fell a jade slip inscribed with Hong Meng Crack. Lin Qianfan raised his hand and took the slip, the divine canon automatically translating its contents. The day the 3 Hongmeng spiritual roots gather, the heavenly Dao furnace will be reactivated, the Daoxian Palace's secret treasure. There was an uproar. The Lingxiao sect disciples angrily rushed towards the 3 Yin envoy, but Lin Qianfan waved his hand to stop them. Leave him alive. I want to pry more secrets out of him. The Danjie understood, and the 9 Tribulations alchemy furnace spewed out a bewitching mist, and the envoy's eyes instantly dimmed. The finale pitted Lin Qianfan's protege, Dan Jie, against Xing Wuchen, the young master of the Xingyin sect. Xing Wuchen summoned the Star Track compass, drawing the power of the 33 heavens, condensing into the Starfall formation in Taichung. Dan Jie, however, summoned 9 phantoms of Dan beasts, including the Lava Dan beast and the Frost Dan bird, and unleashed the 9 Tribulations returned to one technique. The fusion of Dan fire and beast power wrought a magical illusion, manifesting a chaos blue lotus in the void. The Star Track compass is nothing more than a toy for a frog in a well. With a wave of his hand, Dan Jie's 9 Tribulations alchemy furnaces formed the Alchemy Dao world-destroying formation. The formation pattern resonated with the Azure Lotus's phantom, and the stars in the Starfall formation were transformed into Dan Qi one by one. Xing Wuchen's face paled as he conceded defeat. The Dao of alchemy is indeed vast and profound. I am convinced. At the end of the competition, 7 of the top 10 spots on the heavenly ranking were held by disciples of the Wanxian sect. The names of Dan Jie, Zhou Chen, Kong Ming, and others shone with golden light. Lin Qianfan stood up, fiddling with the jade slip he had received from the 3 Yin emissary. His voice resounded like a bell. Today's test is not only a contest, but also a warning. Anyone who colluded with the Daoxian Palace or the Pill-Eating clan will be like the loser on the stage, and will eventually be crushed by the Dao of alchemy. Before he could finish his words, a heavenly warning thunder suddenly descended from the sky, only to transform into a gentle rain upon impact with the Danwen barrier. Lin Qianfan seized the opportunity to demonstrate the prototype of the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Wheel. The 3 supreme treasures on the wheel shone brilliantly, illuminating the distant chaos rift with a clear glimpse. Within the rift, a suspended ancient star could be vaguely seen, none other than the legendary Hongmeng Great Star. That's the source of life from the dawn of primordial chaos, the Tianji Pavilion Master exclaimed. Master Danzuan, this star is designated a forbidden area by the laws of heaven. Legend has it that it contains the heart of chaos, which contains the 3 spiritual roots of primordial chaos, and is also the key to the heavenly crucible. Lin Qianfan nodded, his eyes falling on Lin Mo in his arms. The little guy was reaching out to grab the crack, and the power of the Hongmeng Dao Tai in his palm resonated with the ancient star. A projection of the ancient star actually appeared in the void, and in the projection, one could vaguely see the chaos heart, one of the 3 spiritual roots, beating slowly. Daoxian Palace, Dancher clan, you're doing everything in your power to stop me from collecting the 3 spiritual roots. What are you so afraid of? Lin Qianfan's voice was chilling. Tomorrow, I will lead my team to the great Hongmeng planet. If you dare to stop me, he waved his hand, and the shadow of the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao will press towards the crack, causing wrinkles in the surrounding space. I will turn you all into dust beneath the wheel. The competition grounds erupted with thunderous cries of alchemy eternal. The disciples of the Wanxian sect held elixir emblazoned battle flags, their eyes gleaming with faith. Representatives of affiliated factions stepped forward to pledge their loyalty, expressing their willingness to follow the Wanxian sect into the primordial age. That night, Lin Xianfan interrogated the three Yin envoys deep within the fortress, only to discover the secrets they revealed far surpassed his imagination. The Great Mongols imprisoned the heavenly Tao rebels of the Great Mongol period. They once attempted to rewrite the laws of heaven, but have been suppressed ever since. The three spiritual roots are not only the key, but also the seal. The envoy's voice trembled. The Daoxian Palace Patriarch once met one of these rebels. He said, "Their aura is remarkably similar to the child in your arms." Lin Xianfan's pupils suddenly constricted, and he subconsciously hugged Lin Mo tightly. The little fellow murmured in his sleep, and the Taishu flower Dan pattern between his eyebrows resonated with the ancient star projection, unexpectedly manifesting an image in the messenger's sea of consciousness at the beginning of the universe. A child similar to Lin Mo was holding a Dan furnace, forging the laws of heaven. Impossible. Could Mo or be? Lin Xianfan's heart was filled with shock, but he heard Yang Zi's voice coming from outside the door. "Sect Master, the fate-defying heavenly plate shows that the coordinates of the Hongmeng planet are changing with Mo's breathing. We may have found the true entrance to Hongmeng." Lin Xianfan gently stroked Lin Mo's face. The little fellow suddenly opened his eyes and called out "Daddy" in a baby voice. In his palm, a Hongmeng key engraved with the Chaos Lotus pattern appeared. Outside the window, the Chaos Rift was widening, and the outline of the Hongmeng planet became clearer and clearer. The Hongmeng energy on the planet transformed into a bridge, connecting directly to the sky above the fortress. It seems the trial of heaven has finally arrived. Lin Xianfan stood up and placed the Hongmeng key into the void ring. "Notify everyone and prepare to expedition to the ancient Hongmeng planet. This time, we will uncover the truth about Hongmeng and carve out a true path to eternity for Mor and the Wanxian sect." The afterglow of the 10,000 Worlds Trial Conference had yet to dissipate, and the 10,000 Immortal Sects fleet had already assembled in front of the rift. Lin Xianfan stood at the forefront, his three Qi incarnations overlapping the shadow of the primordial heavenly Tao wheel. Behind him stood a dense crowd of alchemy practitioners, each clutching a specially crafted primordial Tao protecting pill. The moment the fleet entered the rift, the Chaos Lotus on the great planet suddenly blossomed. Lin Mo's great Tao embryo's power transformed into a beam of light that shot straight into the sky, shaking the very laws of the universe. And beside the heavenly Tao crucible of the 33 heavens, an ancient being, sealed for countless ages, slowly opened its eyes gleaming with the same tricolor light as Lin Mo's. "Finally, have we waited?" The heir of the great Tao embryo. Chapter 146. Chapter 146. Get first place. The chaotic sea of fog on the ancient Hongmeng planet surged like raging waves. As Lin Xianfan's void fleet entered the star field, all its detection instruments ceased to function. Only the Hongmeng key in Lin Mo's arms resonated, transforming into a stream of light to guide the way, carving a passageway inscribed with elixir patterns through the sea of fog. The moment the fleet passed through the passage, everyone's vision suddenly became clear on the suspended ancient planet. The chaos heart of the three Hongmeng spiritual roots blossomed at the central altar, surrounded by 12 heavenly suppression pillars engraved with world-destroying runes. Be careful. This is the ancient 12 heavenly evil formation. Yang Zi's fate-defying heavenly plate was riddled with cracks. Each stone pillar corresponds to a heavenly law. Forcibly breaking through will trigger a chain reaction. Lin Xianfan's eyes turned cold, and the divine code automatically flipped to the Breaking the Formation chapter. His fingertips traced the outlines of the three primordial spiritual roots in the air. Since it's heavenly law suppressing it, use the primordial origin to break it. For Danjia, use the 9 tribulations alchemy furnace to ignite the chaos heartfire. For Woluan, use the infinite steps to mark the coordinates of the stone pillars. For Suli, use the mysterious ice heavenly punishment to freeze the flow of time. The 3 Qi incarnations acted simultaneously. The Chaos Clone summoned the divine seal of transformation. Its light resonated with the Chaos Heart, unexpectedly manifesting the phantom of the Chaos Blue Lotus from the dawn of primordial chaos at the center of the formation. The Taiyin Clone unleashed the Taiyin Forbidden Technique, transforming the lunar power of the starry sky into chains that bound the stone pillars on the verge of exploding. The Hongmeng Clone cast a purple Qi barrier to protect the fleet from the aftermath of the law. Lin Xianfan, how dare you set your hands on the Hongmeng Forbidden Land? The shadowy figure of the Daoxian Palace Patriarch suddenly appeared on top of the suppression pillar, followed by the ancestor of the Pill-Eating Clan and the president of the Netherworld Chamber of Commerce. The three of them held the 3 Yin world-destroying lamp, Pill Tribulation Pearl Formation, and Blood Demon Sacrifice Plate in their hands respectively. Today is the day you and that Hongmeng rebel will die. Before he could finish his words, 12 stone pillars simultaneously erupted with a world-destroying light. Lin Xianfan felt an overwhelming pressure from the heavenly Tao, and fine cracks appeared on the surface of his primordial chaos body. In the nick of time, Lin Mo suddenly cried out. The power of the Hongmeng Tao embryo in his palm transformed into a light shield that enveloped the entire area. All the world-destroying light within the shield transformed into spiritual energy, feeding back into the primordial chaos heart. The Daoxian Palace Patriarch discovered with horror that his three-in world-destroying lamp had melted within the shield, transforming into lamp oil that nourished the three Hongmeng spiritual roots. This is the power of the great Tao embryo's heavenly way backlash. The pill-eating clan ancestor turned to flee, but was blocked by the endless infinite footwork. The chains of the space law pierced his chest. Impossible. The heavenly way rebels have long been suppressed. How could the great Tao embryo of great Tao appear in this world? Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity and launched a general attack. The alchemy saint manipulated 365 alchemy furnaces to form the 10,000 medicine-killing formation. The phantoms of spiritual plants and the power of alchemy beasts intertwined to refine the netherworld merchant's blood demon guards into blood soul pills. Lucifer's emu spirit vine entwined itself around the suppression pillar, its celestial power causing the world-destroying runes on the stone pillar to bloom green. Yang Zi used the fate-defying heavenly disc to reverse cause and effect, redirecting the Daoxian Palace Patriarch's attack and shattering half of his body. When the last suppression pillar collapsed, the Chaos Heart unleashed a deafening roar, and the primordial energy surged across the star field like a tide. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity to fuse the three primordial spiritual roots, simultaneously upgrading his divine code and the divine seal of transformation. He unexpectedly manifested the complete form of the primordial heavenly Tao wheel in mid-air, with the shadowy image of Lin Mo's primordial Tao embryo prominently embedded in the center of the wheel. Ding! Successfully integrated the three Hongmeng spiritual roots. Rewards: Hongmeng Heavenly Tao Control, Customizable Intermediate Level Laws, Chaos Tao Body Mastery. The moment the system notification sounded, Lin Xianfan's chaos body broke through to the Chaos Tao body realm. The lingering Hongmeng purple energy transformed into 3,000 chains of laws, each one capable of easily crushing a divine venerable realm powerhouse. Seeing the situation dire, the Daoxian Palace Patriarch summoned his Daoxian Mingming Lantern in an attempt to self-destruct, but Lin Xianfan waved his hand and sucked it into the heavenly Tao wheel, where the lamp oil became a lubricant, allowing the wheel to rotate more smoothly. The ancestor of the pill-eating clan and the president of the Netherworld Chamber of Commerce were subdued by Dan Jie and Su Li, respectively, and refined into the erosion pill purification furnace and the blood demon transformation array, becoming the living pill guides of the Wanxian sect. Congratulations, Lord, on winning Hongmeng's first victory. Ling Suzi led the allied forces to kneel and kowtow, gazing at the chaos heart on the central altar, his eyes filled with awe. The Hongmeng energy of this planet can help our disciples break through bottlenecks. The Wanxian sect will surely ascend to the pinnacle of the universe with this victory. Lin Xianfan nodded, his gaze fixed on the stone platform beside the Chaos Heart. There lay an ancient corpse, engraved with Hongmeng Dao patterns. Between its brows lay the same three-colored Dao pattern that Lin Mo had. After scanning it with his spiritual sense, Yang Zi's voice trembled. Sect Master, this ancient corpse's genetic sequence is highly consistent with Mo's. He may be the previous holder of the Hongmeng Dao embryo. Lin Xianfan gently stroked the Hongmeng Dan Sutra in the ancient corpse's hand, and the scroll automatically flew into Lin Mo's sea of consciousness. A third eye suddenly opened between the little creature's eyebrows, radiating the three colors of chaos, primordial darkness, and lunar eclipse. He could actually see the flow of the laws of heaven. When he reached out to touch the heart of chaos, the primordial energy of the entire ancient star condensed into a Hongmeng Dan tower, each layer of which corresponded to a different law of heaven. Daddy, tower. Lin Mo pointed at the pill tower in a childish voice. The power of the Hongmeng Dao embryo transformed into Dan patterns across the tower's body, and supreme treasures such as the Hongmeng Dao fruit and the Chaos Dao pattern automatically flew out from the top of the tower. Lin Xianfan took the Dao fruit and felt his Dao heart become clear. He could directly see the causal lines of the heavens and the myriad worlds, the hiding place of the remnants of the Daoxian Palace, the backup altar of the Dan Eaters, and the black market coordinates of the Netherworld Merchants Guild, all clearly visible. Since heaven has willed me to take first place, I will take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out the remaining evildoers. Lin Xianfan waved his hand, and the shadow of the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao will envelop the heavens. As the wheel spun, all strongholds of forces aligned with the Daoxian Palace exploded simultaneously. The souls of their cultivators were sucked into the wheel, transforming into fertilizer that nourished the Hongmeng Qi. Notify all star regions. From now on, the Wanxian sect will take over the forging and maintenance of the Hongmeng laws. Those who disobey will suffer the same fate as the Daoxian Palace. As the news spread, opposition from all realms vanished instantly under Hongmeng's powerful pressure. Xingyan sect, Tianji Pavilion, and other factions immediately dispatched envoys to present Hongmeng's letter of submission. Even the previously neutral elemental clans sent envoys, offering to trade their clan's secret fire for the inheritance of the Tao of Alchemy. Lin Qianfan stood atop the Hongmeng Dan Tower, gazing at Lin Mo in his arms. Lin Mo's third eye was fixed on the 33rd heaven, where the heavenly Tao furnace was vibrating violently, as if sensing the threat from the Hongmeng Tao embryo. He gently stroked his son's face and whispered, "Imor, you are the true Hongmeng number 1, and Daddy will use this heavenly Tao will to crush all obstacles for you." That night, the furnaces of the Hongmeng Dan Tower lit up, and the power of the primordial chaos heart was refined into the Hongmeng Breaking Realm Pill, a pill capable of directly enabling cultivators to reach the Hongmeng Tao body realm. Lin Qianfan distributed the first batch of the pill to his core disciples. After Dan Jia, Zhou Chen, and others consumed it, they experienced breakthroughs in their realms. Hongmeng Tao patterns condensed on their weapons, increasing their attack power by more than tenfold. When the Void Fleet returned fully loaded, the primordial energy of the ancient star transformed into a protective halo, enveloping every ship of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Lin Qianfan gazed at the shrinking ancient star, a new plan forming in his mind. His next step was to completely control the heavenly Tao crucible, reshape the order of the heavens with the laws of primordial power, and make the 10,000 Immortals sect's Taoism as eternal and immortal as the primordial energy. In the darkness of the 33rd heaven, the guardian of the heavenly Tao furnace looked at the broken heavenly Tao warning order in his hand and sighed helplessly. The Hongmeng Tao embryo has reappeared, and the heavenly Tao reincarnation has been disrupted. It seems that it is time for us old antiques to give up our position. He waved his hand, and the Hongmeng law fragments deep in the furnace automatically flew towards Lin Qianfan's heavenly Tao wheel. That was the heavenly Tao's tacit approval of the new order and the curtain call of the old era. Hongmeng's first victory was not only the victory of a battle, but also the beginning of an era. When the banner of the myriad Immortals sect fluttered atop the Hongmeng Pill Tower, and when Lin Qianfan's name became the faith of the universe, everyone understood that the era of the supreme alchemy had arrived, and they were witnessing the birth of a new heavenly way. Chapter 147, Biting Secret Realm. Deep within the eternal night icefield of the Biting Star region, an ancient portal, sealed by millennia-old black ice, slowly opened. The biting dragon mark atop the portal resonated with the Hongmeng Tao mark in Lin Mo's palm, unexpectedly manifesting the phantom of the secret realm key in the void. Lin Qianfan gazed at the cracks in the Dan mark spreading across the icefield and turned to Wu Jing, saying, "Use the infinite steps to mark a safe route. Suli, prepare the ice and fire pill to withstand the extreme cold." The moment the fleet entered the portal, the world flipped upside down, revealing everyone in a suspended courtyard. Dewdrops condensed on the courtyard's Hongmeng glazed tiles, each reflecting a different law of heaven. In the center, the biting divine tree towered 1,000 feet, its branches adorned with law fruits that shared the same aura as the 3 Hongmeng spiritual roots. Be careful. This is the heavenly Tao mirror array. Anyone who touches a dewdrop will have their weaknesses copied. Yang Zi's fate-defying heavenly plate had just sounded the warning when a disciple accidentally touched a dewdrop. Their spiritual energy was drained by the mirror array, transforming into a hostile phantom that attacked everyone. Lin Qianfan waved his hand and released the purifying pill. The primordial purple aura released by the pill's explosion instantly purified the phantom. Then, a black liquid oozed from the roots of the sacred tree. It was none other than Daoxian Palace's 3 Eons Eclipse spiritual fluid. The remnants of Daoxian Palace have indeed been here. Lin Qianfan used the divine code to scan the sacred tree and discovered that the bark was filled with the vengeful souls of countless alchemy practitioners. Dan Jia used the soul calming pill to soothe the resentful souls. Lu Shi used the emu linting to purify the corrosive liquid. Before he finished speaking, the sacred tree suddenly twisted and transformed into a biting war spirit holding a giant axe. The axe blade was engraved with the ancient inscription, "Kill all those who defy fate." Lin Mo suddenly reached out, the power of the Hongmeng Tao embryo condensing into a chain of light that wrapped around the war spirit's wrist. The murderous intent in the war spirit's eyes suddenly turned to confusion. "Hongmeng Tao embryo, you are." Its voice was like a glacial collapse, and the inscription on the axe blade began to peel away, revealing the true meaning of guardian of the Tao underneath. Lin Xianfan took the opportunity to inject the chaotic energy, and the war spirit transformed into a stream of light and merged with Lin Mo's brow, unexpectedly manifesting a map of the Biting Secret Realm in his sea of consciousness. It turns out that the Biting Secret Realm was the law forge from the Hongmeng period. Lin Xianfan looked at the law furnace in the center of the map. This place once provided secondary laws for the heavenly Dao furnace, but now it has been contaminated by the Daoxian Palace. He led everyone deeper. The law puppets they encountered along the way failed in front of the Danwen, and instead became signposts guiding the direction. When everyone arrived at the law furnace, the sight before them was shocking. The furnace was filled with the corpses of hundreds of alchemy practitioners, their spirits imprisoned by the Dan Jeju of the Dan Eaters, being refined into law corrosion agents. Shui Wuhuan's remnant spirit floated above. Seeing this, he screamed and hid in the furnace's core, "Lin Xianfan, you're too late. We've already awakened the law spirits of the Biting Ancient Clan." The void trembled as a giant, composed of fragments of laws, stepped into the air, reshaping the laws of space with every step. Lin Xianfan's 3 Qi incarnations attacked simultaneously. The Taiyin clone froze the flow of time, the Hongmeng clone cast a purple Qi barrier, and the Chaos clone summoned the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Wheel. As the wheel spun, it actually deflected the giant's attack. The spirit of law is a creation of heaven. Do you think you can counter it with your alchemy? Shui Wuhuan's remnant laughed eerily. The furnace suddenly exploded, sending black fragments of the law raining down like a torrential rain. Lin Mo attacked again, the power of the Hongmeng Dao embryo transforming into a net of light that enveloped the entire arena. Within this net, the fragments unexpectedly condensed into law pill beads, each of which contained pure law power. So that's how it is. The fragments of the law can be refined into pills. Lin Xianfan's eyes lit up, and the divine tome automatically opened to the law pill chapter. Dan Xingzi, activate the myriad medicine refining formation Yangzi, use the fate-defying heavenly disc to lock onto the soul of the spirit of the law Wujin, lead the disciples to collect the law pill beads. The battle raged for 3 days. When the last black fragment was refined into a pill, the giant phantom of the law spirit finally dissipated, revealing the Biting law core, at its core a crystal engraved with primordial Dao patterns, perfectly aligning with the tricolored Dao pattern between Lin Mo's brows. Lin Xianfan fused the crystal into the heavenly Dao wheel, and the wheel suddenly erupted with a 1,000-foot-long light. The secondary laws of the heavens and myriad realms began to automatically tilt in favor of the myriad immortals sect. My lord, the Biting Ancient Clan's secret inheritance chamber has been discovered at the bottom of the furnace. Su Baihuan's voice was filled with surprise. Inside the chamber, the Biting Ancient Clan's Book of Laws hovered in the center, its pages recording the law of balance from the primordial era. One page, inscribed in blood, read, "The day the primordial Dao embryo descends into the world, the heavenly Dao will be recast." Lin Xianfan gently stroked the pages, and the Book of Laws suddenly disintegrated, transforming into countless Dao patterns that merged into his and Lin Mo's bodies. The little fellow's third eye opened again, and he could actually see the scenes in the Book of Laws. At the dawn of the universe, the ancient Biting clan, to protect the balance of the heavenly Dao, fought against the heavenly Dao rebels who attempted to monopolize the laws. Ultimately, both perished, and only the Hongmeng Dao embryo was passed down. It turns out that Daoxian Palace and the Dancher clan are the descendants of the rebels. Lin Xianfan clenched his fists. They are trying to restore the rule of the rebels by polluting the law furnace. He turned his head to look at Lin Mo. The little guy was holding the remaining pages of the Book of Laws and chewing on them, and he actually refined it into a law fruit. On the return journey, the portal to the Biting Secret Realm gradually closed, but Lin Xianfan left the shadow of the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Wheel in place, transforming it into a new hub of laws. As the fleet sailed out of the Eternal Night Icefield, Yang Zi's fate-defying heavenly disc revealed that the strength of the alchemy laws of the heavens and myriad realms had increased by 30%, and the cultivation speed of the 10,000 immortal sect disciples had doubled. Master, the Netherworld Merchant Guild has reappeared in the Dark Star Sea. They appear to be searching for the Hongmeng tears. Yang Zi handed over the jade slip. Legend has it that these tears can revive ancient masters, and the coordinates. She paused, her gaze settling on the law fruit in Lin Mo's hand. They resonate with Moer's fruit. Lin Xianfan looked at his son in his arms. The little fellow was putting the Dao fruit into his mouth, an innocent smile on his face. He stroked his son's hair gently, his eyes firm. Notify the fleet, target the Dark Star Sea. No matter who they try to resurrect, I'm here, and no one can disrupt this hard-earned balance. Exploring the Biting Secret Realm not only granted the Wanxian sect the ability to forge laws but also revealed the true nature of the Daoxian Palace. Lin Xianfan knew that the upcoming journey to the Dark Star Sea would be an even more daunting challenge, but he was fearless, for behind him stood the protection of the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Wheel, the millions of Wan Xian sect disciples, and a young son who carried the hope of Hongmeng in his arms. As the void fleet pierced the starry sky, the law hub of the biting secret realm began to operate, and the law trees of the myriad worlds blossomed with elixir-patterned flowers. Lin Xianfan stood at the bow, gazing at the dark clouds swirling toward the dark star sea, a calculation already forming in his mind: whether it's the tears of primordial desolate or an ancient powerhouse, my sword of the Tao of alchemy has long been thirsty. Chapter 148 Tianwu Spiritual Vein. Deep within the splitting rock mountains of the Tianwu star region, a spiritual energy storm unleashed by crustal movement swept across the sky like a giant dragon. Within the exposed spiritual veins and minerals, crimson gold Tianwu spiritual energy surged like magma. As Lin Xianfan's void fleet arrived, a powerful reaction to the laws of martial arts danced across the radar screen, resonating with the chaotic Tao body within him. Master, the martial arts pressure at the core of the spiritual vein is equivalent to that of 3 divine lords. Yang Zi pointed to the red area on the skyplate. According to ancient records, this vein is called the Heavenly Martial Overlord Vein. It once gave birth to the War Emperor, the most powerful martial artist of the Hongmeng period. The War Emperor Palace he left behind still suppresses the ancient fierce soldiers. Lin Xianfan gently stroked the Hongmeng Dao pattern between his eyebrows, and the 3 incarnations of Qi appeared faintly behind him. War Emperor Palace? Interesting. Notify Dan Jie and Zhou Chen to follow me to meet this legendary martial arts inheritance. When the fleet landed, the ground suddenly cracked, and 18 martial spirit puppets holding giant axes broke out of the ground. The martial arts runes on the axe blades collided with Lin Xianfan's Dan pattern, and actually sparked golden sparks. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the Tianwu spiritual vein? A bell-like roar echoed from the depths of the mountains. A sturdy man clad in animal skins ascended through the air, followed by hundreds of Tianwu sect disciples sporting wings. I am Lei Yao, the young master of the Tianwu sect. If you have the good sense, leave now. Lin Xianfan smiled faintly and spoke, the divine code transforming into a stream of light floating in his palm. I am Lin Xianfan from the Wanxian sect, and I have come to discuss the matter of shared control of the spiritual vein with your sect. As soon as these words came out, the people of the Tianwu sect were in an uproar, and Lei Yao laughed even more. Shared control? Just relying on you alchemists? The Tianwu spiritual vein has always been controlled by martial arts masters. If you have the guts, defeat my Tianwu 18 battle formations. The battle formation activated. 18 martial spirit puppets and disciples of the Tianwu sect formed the Northern Dipper killing formation. Their martial aura condensed into physical blades, shattering the airborne Dan pattern barrier. Zhou Chen stepped forward, his muscles bulging, the black iron battle patterns pulsing beneath his skin. Let me show you what it means to cultivate Dan and martial arts together. He activated his Hunyuan sacred body, forcefully blocking the blades. He then delivered a counterpunch, the wind from his fist, laced with the power of Dan fire, sending the puppets flying 100 feet away. Lei Yao's pupils constricted as he summoned the Tianwu battle flag. The War Emperor's phantom on the flag swung and struck, distorting space. Seeing this, Lin Xianfan tapped 3 Dan patterns with his fingertips, merging them into Zhou Chen's body. The phantom of the chaos battle body materialized behind him. With a single punch, he shattered the attack. Simultaneously, a Powo pill flew from his palm, exploding on the flag and transforming the War Emperor's phantom into fragments of martial arts principles. Is this the way of alchemy eroding the way of martial arts? Lei Yao retreated in horror. Cracks in the alchemy patterns appeared on the weapons of the Tianwu sect disciples. Impossible. The way of martial arts is supreme. Lin Xianfan shook his head, and the divine text automatically flipped to the martial alchemy chapter. The way of martial arts and the way of alchemy are originally of the same origin. Look carefully. With a wave of his hand, the alchemy patterns and martial arts runes merged, condensing in the void into the alchemy Tai Chi diagram. The so-called Tianwu spiritual vein is nothing more than a martial arts branch of the Hongmeng law. If I wish to control it, it is as easy as pie. At that moment, the War Emperor Palace deep within the mountains suddenly shook, and a pillar of blood-red light shot up into the sky. It was the remnant of Daoxian Palace, the Blood Hand Man Slayer, who had seized the opportunity to activate the ancient, murderous weapon, the Blood Devil Halberd. The halberd's shadowy form tore through the clouds, and the blood demon patterns on its surface resonated with the Tianwu spiritual vein, transforming the vein's martial power into demonic aura. Lin Xianfan. Even if you can control your spiritual veins, you can't withstand the wrath of the blood demon's halberd. The Blood Hand Man Slayer laughed madly. The shadow of the halberd slashed down, and the Tianwu Mountains were instantly split in two. This halberd once drank the blood of the Hongmeng Dao Tai. Today, I will let you taste the same thing. Lin Xianfan's eyes darkened, and Lin Mo, in his arms, burst into tears. The power of the primordial Dao embryo transformed into a light shield, enveloping the entire arena. The shadow of the war halberd stirred countless ripples in the light shield, but it was unable to break through. Lin Xianfan seized the opportunity to summon the primordial heavenly Dao wheel. As the wheel spun, the murderous aura of the blood demon halberd was refined into a blood demon pill, and the blood patterns on the halberd's body unexpectedly transformed into the patterns of the Dan Dao. How can we allow you to sully the inheritance of the War Emperor Palace? Lin Xianfan waved his hand, and the chain with Danwen pierced through the eyebrows of the blood hand butcher. Lei Yao, watch out! He raised his hand and injected the chaotic energy. The restrictions of the War Emperor Palace opened, revealing the War Emperor inheritance platform in the palace. On the platform were placed the War Emperor Martial Arts Sutra and the core of the Heavenly Martial Law. Lei Yao stared blankly at the inheritance platform, then suddenly knelt and kowtowed. The Tianwu sect wishes to annex the Wanxian sect. We only ask that Master Danzuan preserve the War Emperor's legacy. Lin Xianfan nodded, and a golden light emanated from the divine scripture, pouring into the Martial Arts Sutra. The bloodstains on the sutra were instantly purified, and instead, a note was added that emphasized the integration of alchemy and martial arts. From now on, the Tianwu sect may focus on the alchemy and martial arts combined cultivation technique, and the spiritual vein profits will be split 70-30 with the Wanxian sect. When Lin Xianfan emerged from the Battle Emperor Hall, holding the core of the Tianwu Law, martial artists throughout the Tianwu Star region felt the vibrations of the law. The Tianwu spiritual energy within the mountains automatically condensed into Dan patterns, integrating into the weapons of the 10,000 Immortals sect disciples. The words Danwu appeared on Zhou Chen's boxing gloves, and a single strike could trigger a spiritual energy explosion. Master, the fate-defying heavenly disc indicates that the martial arts principles of the Tianwu spiritual vein resonate with the Hongmeng heavenly Dao wheel. The wheel's martial arts law slot has been unlocked. Yang Zi's voice was filled with excitement. Now we can simultaneously forge the principles of alchemy and martial arts, truly achieving the unity of all principles. Lin Xianfan looked at Lin Mo in his arms. The little fellow was gnawing on the core of the Tianwu Law, refining it into a martial pill Dao fruit. The moment the Dao fruit cracked, the spiritual energy storm in the Tianwu Mountains suddenly subsided, replaced by a peaceful aura interwoven with Dan patterns and martial runes. That night, at the Tianwu sect's martial arts arena, Dan Xingzi was teaching the refining method for the martial body Peiyuan pill, while Zhou Chen led his disciples in practicing the 18 Danwu forms. Lin Xianfan stood atop the Battle Emperor Hall, gazing at the shimmering Dan patterns across the starry sky. A new plan emerged in his mind. His next stop would be the Hongmeng Tiers of the Dark Star Sea. He would bring the power of his fellow Danwu practitioners to once and for all end the threat posed by Daoxian Palace. Xianfan, Emoer's Dao fruit is reacting again. Jiming's voice came from behind. Lin Emo was pointing to the depths of the starry sky, where there was a blood-red crack, which formed a sharp contrast with the Hongmeng Dao pattern on his palm. It seems that the crisis in the Dark Star Sea is more urgent than we imagined. Lin Xianfan nodded, handed Lin Emo to Jiming, and turned to gaze at the core of the Tianwu spiritual vein. There, the newly forged Danwu furnace was churning, fusing martial arts spiritual energy with alchemy spiritual energy to refine the Hunyuan pill that would enhance physical strength. He knew that conquering the Tianwu spiritual vein was only the beginning. When the power of the alchemy and martial practitioners swept across the heavens, the remnants of the Daoxian Palace and the forces behind them would eventually be annihilated by the dual blow of alchemy and martial arts. As the Void Fleet set sail once more, disciples of the Tianwu sect, clutching their Dan-patterned battle flags, volunteered to join the Wanxian sect's expeditionary force. Lin Xianfan stood at the bow, gazing at the shrinking outline of the Tianwu star region, a confident smile playing on his face. The fusion of alchemy and martial arts had elevated the Wanxian sect's combat power to a new level, and he was leading this invincible force towards ultimate control of the Hongmeng Law. Beside the heavenly Dao furnace of the 33rd heaven, an ancient being looked towards the direction of the Tianwu star region, with a complex look in his eyes. The combination of Dan and Wu is indeed the way to break the deadlock. The successor of Hongmeng Dao Tai may really be able to end this heavenly Dao dispute that has lasted for eternity. He waved his hand, and a fragment of the martial arts law flew out of the furnace and merged into Lin Xianfan's heavenly Dao wheel, adding a sharp golden color to it. The story of the Tianwu spirit vein has since become a legend across the universe. And the Wanxian sect's journey continues unabated. The tears of primordial desolation in the dark star sea, the mystery of the ancient mighty's resurrection, and the ultimate truth hidden behind the way of heaven all await Lin Qianfan and his alchemy and martial arts master. This time, they will wield the way of alchemy as their shield and the way of martial arts as their spear, writing a new legend on the battlefields of the universe. Chapter 149, The Inheritance of Emperor Biting appears in the world. As the Void Fleet traversed the blood-red mist of the Dark Star Sea, the core of the laws of the Biting Secret Realm suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light. The Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Wheel in Lin Qianfan's arms trembled violently, and the biting dragon pattern on the wheel unexpectedly resonated with a certain force deep under the sea. Yang Zi's fate-defying heavenly disc suddenly revealed the star map of the ancient Biting clan. The Tianshu star at the center of the map was solidifying at a speed visible to the naked eye. Master, the celestial plate shows that the core of Emperor Biting's inheritance is 30,000 miles under the sea. Yang Zi's voice was unprecedentedly solemn, but it is blocked by the Hongmeng blood formation, and the center of the formation is actually the blood essence of the 36 ancestor witches of the ancient Biting clan. Lin Qianfan's consciousness penetrated the blood formation and saw an altar built of dragon bones floating in the deep sea. On the Biting Emperor throne in the center of the altar, a skeleton covered with Hongmeng purple air was slowly opening its eyes. The breath of Hongmeng Dao Tai. I have finally been waiting for it. The moment the skeleton opened its mouth, the seawater in the entire Dark Star Sea boiled, and countless sea cultivators had their dantian shattered. I am Xianbing, the first ancestor which under the seat of Emperor Biting. I have been ordered by the Emperor to guard the inheritance for 100,000 years. He raised his hand, and 36 strands of blood transformed into blood dragons, condensing in the void into the inheritance code of the ancient Biting clan. Lin Mo suddenly broke free from Lin Qianfan's embrace. The power of the Hongmeng Dao embryo condensed in his palm, forming a three-colored Dao pattern that perfectly matched the blood pattern on the inheritance code. The code automatically opened to the last page, where it was written in blood, when the Hongmeng Dao embryo sets foot in the blood array, it will be the day when the laws of biting will be restored. Seeing this, the Xianbing ancestral witch's eyes flashed with sorrow. Back then, the great emperor sacrificed himself to set up the blood array to seal the rebels of the heavenly Dao. Now. Before he finished speaking, the seabed suddenly cracked, and the 3-eclipsed soul ship of Daoxian Palace rushed out from the crack. On the blood demon battle flag on the bow of the ship, the residual soul of the blood hand manslayer laughed strangely. Lin Qianfan, do you think you are the only one who can find the inheritance? We are determined to obtain the Hongmeng blood bones of Emperor Biting. The eclipsed soul ship sprayed out black eclipsed soul liquid, which instantly corroded the blood formation, and the essence and blood of the 36 ancestor witches were actually refined into puppets. More, use the power of the Hongmeng Dao embryo to stabilize the blood formation. Lin Qianfan summoned the primordial chaos clone. The 3 Qi clones attacked simultaneously. The Taiyin clone froze the corrosion spirit fluid, the Hongmeng clone cast a purple Qi barrier, and the chaos clone joined forces with the Xianbing ancestral witch to fight the puppets. Zhou Chen activated his primordial saint body and shattered the 3 blood dragon puppets with a single punch. The wind from his fist, swirling with the power of Dan fire, exploded into 1,000 blue lotuses on the seabed. The Xianbing ancestral witch seized the opportunity to strike the inheritance code into Lin Mo's brow. The little creature's third eye opened again, and he could actually see the scene before the fall of Emperor Biting. In the final years of the Hongmeng era, rebels against the heavenly Dao attempted to tamper with the laws. Emperor Biting, using his own lifeblood as a guide, united with the 9 great ancestral witches to set up the Hongmeng Blood Oath formation, sealing the rebels within the blood formation's core. The Hongmeng bloodbone at the formation's center was the Emperor's final backup plan. So, the inheritance of the great Emperor Biting isn't power, but... Lin Qianfan looked at the bloodbone phantom emerging from Lin Mo's sea of consciousness and suddenly realized something. It's the arbitration of heaven from the Hongmeng period. He turned to look at the blood hand manslayer, who was maneuvering the soul-eroding ship to attack the core of the blood formation. Stop him. Once the blood demon battle flag devours the bloodbone, the rebels will reappear in the world. Yang Zi's fate-defying heavenly disc suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance. The shadowy figure of the great Emperor Biting materialized in its center. Youngster, my blood and bones can reshape the laws of heaven, but I need the guidance of the Hongmeng Dao embryo. The shadowy figure raised his hand, and the blood of the ancestral witches within the blood formation transformed into chains, securely locking the soul erosion ship. Lin Qianfan seized the opportunity to summon the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Wheel. As the wheel spun, the blood patterns on the blood demon's battle flag were transformed into patterns of the alchemy Dao. Impossible. This belongs to the great emperor. The residual soul of the blood hand butcher retreated in fear, but was pierced through the center of his eyebrows by Lin Xinfan's Danwen chain. Do you think you can control the blood and bones by relying on the alchemy? Lin Xianfan smiled faintly, and the divine scripture automatically turned to the blood alchemy chapter. The primordial blood contained in the blood and bones is the best material for refining the heavenly Tao pill. With a wave of his hand, the blood and bones turned into blood beads and merged into the heavenly Tao wheel, and the wheel suddenly burst out with supreme pressure. As Lin Xianfan emerged from the blood formation, holding the bone-fused heavenly Tao wheel, the laws of the entire Dark Star Sea began to reshape. The shadowy figure of Emperor Biting appeared in the void and bowed to Lin Xianfan, saying, "From now on, the arbitration of heavenly Tao belongs to the Hongmeng Tao embryo." As the shadow dissipated, a stream of Hongmeng purple energy flowed into Lin Mo's body, and the little fellow's Hongmeng Tao embryo unexpectedly broke through to the Hunyuan realm. Master, the fate-defying heavenly plate shows that the strength of the laws of the universe has increased by 50%. The Daoxian Palace's 3 laws are collapsing. Yang Zi's voice was filled with ecstasy. And she pointed at the golden lines that suddenly appeared on the heavenly plate. Emperor Biting's blood oath law has been bound to my child's Tao fetus. Anyone who breaks this oath will suffer divine punishment. Lin Xianfan gently stroked Lin Mo's hair as the young creature refined blood and bone fragments into the Hongmeng blood pill. Pill patterns swirled across its surface, unexpectedly forming the totem of the ancient Biting clan. In the distance, the Netherworld merchant's dark star quietly retreated, while the Daoxian Palace's eclipsed spirit ship, reduced to rubble, drifted on the blood-red sea. Lin Xianfan knew that the revelation of the Biting Emperor's legacy not only granted the Wanxian sect the right to arbitrate the heavenly Tao but also completely disrupted the Daoxian Palace's plans for resurrection. That night, Lin Xianfan studied the inheritance code in the fleet's main control room and discovered that the blood oath formation left behind by the Biting Emperor was inextricably linked to the Hongmeng Tears. A cryptic note on the last page of the code revealed that the Hongmeng Tears were the heavenly Tao fate-defying pill refined by the Emperor to resurrect his beloved, and its core was the ancient Biting clan's life soul law. So that's how it is. The ancient powerhouse Daoxian Palace hopes to resurrect is none other than the beloved of Emperor Biting. Lin Xianfan clenched his fists. They're vainly attempting to use the Hongmeng Tears to reverse the laws of nature and restore the rule of the rebels. He turned to look out the window. The blood-red mist of the Dark Star Sea was dissipating, revealing the faint shadow of the Hongmeng Tears in the depths. Notify the fleet, full speed ahead. This time, I want to let Daoxian Palace know that those who defy the will of heaven will end up dead. As the first rays of morning light shone across the fleet's deck, Lin Mo suddenly pointed in the direction of the Hongmeng Tear and whispered, "Daddy, there's a beautiful sister crying over there." Lin Xianfan followed his finger and saw a breathtakingly beautiful face emerge from the surface of the Hongmeng Tear. As the tears fell, they formed the heavenly Tao reversing fate formation in the air. He knew the real challenge had only just begun, but with the legacy of Emperor Biting in hand and the protection of the Hongmeng Tao embryo, he feared nothing. The revelation of the Biting Emperor's legacy marks not only the rise of the myriad immortals, but also the beginning of a reshaping of the order of the universe. Lin Xianfan stood at the bow, gazing at the gradually clearing primordial tear, a plan in mind, guided by the path of alchemy and based on blood and bones. He would set up the heavenly arbitration formation before the primordial tear, definitively ending the eons-long conflict over the heavenly Tao. In his arms, Lin Mo gnawed on the primordial blood pill, an innocent smile playing on his lips, as if foreshadowing the dawn of a new era. Chapter 150 Passing the Test. The Hongmeng Tears in the Dark Star Sea hovered like a blood-red moon. The heavenly way fate-defying formation on its surface circulated ancient laws, its every pattern engraved with the deepest love and hatred of Emperor Biting. The moment Lin Xianfan, holding Lin Mo, stepped into the formation, time and space reversed, and they found themselves on a Hongmeng trial platform strewn with star tracks. Impaled on a stalagmite in the platform's center was the blood-stained fate-defying sword, its hilt entwined with Emperor Biting's white hair. Inheritor of the Hongmeng Daotai, I will test my conscience through 3 levels of trials. The shadow of Emperor Biting appeared in the star track. The first question, what is the law? Before he finished speaking, the trial platform split into 3 areas, representing the laws of alchemy, martial arts, and space. Each area was guarded by a powerful enemy. The alchemy area was guarded by the erosion pill demon lord, the incarnation of the ancestor of the pill-eating clan. The martial arts area was guarded by the iron-blooded Shura, the residual soul of the war emperor palace, and the space area was guarded by the 3 messengers of the Daoxian Palace. Lin Mo suddenly extended his hand, and the power of the primordial Tao embryo condensed into a light net that enveloped the 3 zones. In the alchemy zone, the corrosion pill chi of the corrosion pill demon lord was refined into the purifying turbidity pill in the martial arts zone. The iron-blooded Shura's fighting spirit resonated with Zhou Chen's primordial saint body, transforming into the Dunwu Tanyuan pill, and in the space zone, the 3-in envoy's teleportation technique was broken by the infinite footwork, ultimately refining into the space-breaking boundary pill. Seeing this, Lin Xianfan's divine code automatically merged the laws of the 3 zones, manifesting the diagram of the return of all laws to one in the void. Laws are not tools, but the path to balance. Lin Xianfan's response earned a nod from the shadowy figure of the biting emperor. Second question, why defy fate? The trial platform suddenly transformed into a bloody execution ground. Zhimeng and Lin Mo were chained to the heavenly Dao altar. The Daoxian Palace patriarch approached with a smirk, the destroying Dao blade in hand. Lin Xianfan's pupils constricted, and he instinctively tried to activate the primordial heavenly Dao wheel. However, Lin Mo shook his head, and the power of the primordial Dao embryo in his palm transformed into the defying fate life talisman, transforming the execution ground into a vibrant Dan garden. To defy fate is not to resist heaven, it is to protect the Dao. Lin Xianfan gently stroked the Dao pattern on his son's brow. If the heavenly Dao does not tolerate true love, then pave a path for true love. If the law binds all living beings, then reshape the law with compassion. The shadow of Emperor biting sighed, and the execution ground dissipated, revealing the 3rd level of the Hongmeng heart mirror. The mirror reflected Lin Xianfan's heart. He was kneeling in the ruins, holding the weak Lin Mo in his arms, and in front of him was the broken heavenly Dao wheel. Third question, if the Hongmeng Dao embryo requires your soul as a sacrifice, are you willing? Lin Mo's figure in the mirror gradually became transparent. The power of the Hongmeng Dao embryo flowed into the heavenly Dao wheel, and Lin Xianfan's soul rapidly aged. Without hesitation, Lin Xianfan bit his fingertip and wrote the word wish in the mirror. Hongmeng purple energy flowed into the mirror along the writing, repairing the broken heavenly Dao wheel. Lin Mo's figure became vivid again. The 3 questions have been asked, and the Hongmeng Dao Tai has recognized its master. The shadow of Emperor biting waved his hand, and the Hongmeng tears turned into streams of light and merged into Lin Mo's brow. This tear is not for resurrection, but it condenses my heavenly compassion law, which can help the Dao Tai repair the cracks in the heavenly Dao. At the same time, the 3-in eclipse spirit ship of Daoxian Palace suddenly broke into the trial space, and the blood handman slaughterer sacrificed the blood demon battle halberd and pointed it directly at Lin Mo's back. Well timed. Lin Xianfan activated his 3 chi incarnations. His chaos clone held the primordial heavenly Dao wheel to resist the halberd. His Taiyin clone froze the flow of time on bloody handman slayer, while his primordial clone deployed the 10,000 medicines dragon trapping formation. Lin Mo waved his hand, and the power of the primordial Dao embryo manifested the compassionate Dharma formation. The blood demon patterns on the halberd transformed into the compassionate scripture, and bloody handman slayer's remaining soul was annihilated within the scripture. It turns out, compassion is the most powerful law. Before the shadow of Emperor biting disappeared, he handed the biting emperor seal to Lin Xianfan. This seal can command all the beasts in the sky to help you guard the Hongmeng law. Before he finished speaking, the trial space collapsed, and everyone returned to the Dark Star Sea, only to see that the Hongmeng tears had turned into a compassion pill platform, and in the center of the platform grew the Hongmeng heart lotus that could heal the wounds of the law. Ding! Successfully passed the Hongmeng trial. Rewards, Heavenly Law of Compassion, Biting Imperial Seal, and Hongmeng Heart Lotus Seed. The instant the system notification shined, Lin Xianfan's primordial Dao body broke through to the compassion realm. The elixir patterns lingering throughout his body could actually heal the wounds of a cultivator's Dao heart. Yang Zi's fate-defying heavenly plate indicated that the law of malice across the heavens and myriad realms had plummeted by 70%, and the power of the myriad immortal sex faith surged like a tide. Master, the coordinates of Daoxian Palace's main altar have been locked by the fate-defying heavenly plate. Su Baiwan's voice was filled with murderous intent. They've rebuilt the 3-in world-destroying formation in the Dark Star region in a last-ditch effort. Lin Xianfan nodded and gently stroked the Hongmeng tear mark on Lin Mo's brow. The little fellow suddenly spoke, his voice soft but filled with unquestionable authority. Daddy, let's go home. As the Void Fleet set sail, the sea creatures of the Dark Star Sea surfaced one after another, bowing before the Compassion Altar platform. Lin Xianfan stood at the bow, holding the biting imperial seal, gazing at the dark clouds rolling in from the Dark Star region. A flash of compassion and murderous intent crossed his eyes. The Daoxian Palace's doom had arrived, and in the name of the Hongmeng Dao embryo, with compassion at his heart and the Dao of alchemy as his sword, he would once and for all put an end to this eon's long struggle for the heavenly Dao. That night, the primordial heart lotus blossomed within the alchemy hall, its petals shimmering with dew, reflecting the peaceful landscape of the universe. Lin Xianfan handed the seed to Lu Shi to cultivate, then turned to gaze at the sleeping Lin Mo. In the little creature's palm lay a heavenly compassion pill, the radiant patterns of which had unexpectedly elevated the entire Wanxian sect's barrier to the mercy realm. Xianfan, look. Jimeng pointed outside the starry window. Countless points of light were flying towards the Wanxian sect. Those were the cultivators from all the heavens and worlds who came to join them spontaneously after sensing the law of compassion. This is the path you have been insisting on, and it has finally borne fruit. Lin Xianfan hugged his wife and children and looked into the depths of the starry sky. There, the three-in world-destroying array of the dark star domain was gradually disintegrating under the law of compassion, and the cries of the ancestor of Daoxian Palace could be faintly heard. Daoxian Palace, the pill-eating clan, and all those forces that attempt to disrupt the balance of heaven, Lin Xianfan said softly, your trials have ended, but the era of the 10,000 Immortals sect has just begun. When the fleet arrived in the Dark Star region, the three-in world-destroying formation melted before the Compassion Danwen like ice and snow meeting the sun. Lin Xianfan held the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Wheel in his hand, and the law of compassion on the wheel transformed into a rain of light, illuminating every dark corner. The Daoxian Palace Patriarch gazed at the compassionate Dharma image behind Lin Xianfan and finally knelt and wept bitterly. So, Heavenly Dao truly needs compassion. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xianfan unleashed a shower of compassionate light, healing the bewitched cultivator. Atop the ruins of Daoxian Palace, a new compassion alchemy hall rose. He knew this test wasn't just for him, but also for the salvation of the entire universe. And he, Lin Xianfan, would ultimately, as the primordial chaos alchemy master, wielding the compassion and power of the primordial Dao embryo, safeguard this hard-won balance of the heavenly Dao, allowing the light of the alchemy Dao to forever illuminate the path of all beings.